Space Marine in Star Wars, Warhammer X Star Wars. By greenbaypitbull. Chapter 1 Arrival of the Adeptus Astartes. To preface this novel, I've done some research on lightsabers and power swords, as well as the armor worn by the Adeptus Astartes. One video I found interesting talked about how the lightsaber is held together by a magnetic field, while the power sword is coated in disrupted energy. Meaning if a power sword and lightsaber ever met each other, the lightsaber would lose power wherever the blades met, before regenerating slowly. For this novel, however, I'm just going to put them on equal terms, as it would be much more fun to write and be more consistent. The armor worn by the Space Marine is a mix of extremely strong metals, which in my opinion would cause a lightsaber to bounce off kinda like Beskar. For this novel, I'll be writing as if the Space Marine armor is like Beskar, meaning it's lightsaber resistant. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls of the hangar in the massive battle barge. Hundreds of Adeptus Astartes moved around the battle barge as they prepared to leave the Imperium, or sometimes referred to as the Warp. These Marines were being sent to the far corner of the galaxy to wipe out the tyranid threat forming there, and to save what they could. 3 of these Adeptus Astartes, Brother Raxor of the Salamanders, Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars, and Brother Maximus of the Ultramarines, stood in front of their Thunderhawk, ready to depart the battle barge as soon as they left the warp. Brother Maximus turned to his companions, whom he had served with on multiple occasions, and spoke. "Brothers, it is good to be back together again. I look forward to slaughtering these Xenos with you both. Indeed, it has been too long," Brother Raxa said, lifting his heavy bolter from the ground before placing it onto the Thunderhawk before him. Brother Sebastian remained silent, running a whetstone down the long edge of his power sword. His 2 companions needed no words from him, as this was usually how he acted, but they knew he felt the same altogether. The ship started to shake before settling down, causing each of them to lift their heads and looked around. "Strange," Brother Maximus said, patting himself down to make sure he had everything. His chain sword was strapped to his left hip, while his heavy bolt pistol was strapped to his left thigh. More shuddering shook the ship, making some of the tech priests and servitors fall to the ground. "All personnel, be advised, a voice said over the vox in the battle barge before going silent. Suddenly the ship lurched to the left, making many of the priests lose their footing, while the Adeptus Astartes all caught themselves. "Brothers, the Thunderhawk!" Maximus yelled through his vox as he lunged towards it before the battle barge was suddenly ripped apart by a massive tentacle. The tech priests and servitors were ripped into the Imperium, while the Adeptus Astartes all struggled against the warp, trying their best to resist its grip. Maximus leapt towards the Thunderhawk before another massive tentacle ripped through the battle barge hangar, obliterating most of it. The battle barge was destroyed, its hull breached, and everyone in it hurled into the warp. The entity that had caused this was a mass of endless tentacles, smashing the barge like it was a toy. Maximus was struggling to right himself as he free-floated in what felt like space before being tugged towards a particular direction. He let out a pained snarl before his vision went black, and he saw no more. Sebastian and Raxa were no better. They too were ripped from the destroyed hull of the ship, thrown into the warp, and left completely defenseless to the entities that called the Imperium home. "Brother Maximus!" Raxa yelled over his vox before reaching out his hand to his Ultramarine brother. He suddenly saw a tentacle wrap itself around his brother and pull him downwards before a massive amount of warp energy hit the tentacle holding Maximus. A fathomless scream ripped through the warp before Raxa's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Sebastian, on the other hand, gripped his shield and sword, drifting through the Imperium before he was hit in the back, causing his vision to go dark. The ship and the crew were all ripped apart, while the Space Marines struggled in the warp, some being outright killed by creatures or thrown to different worlds or other planes of existence. Scenting chaos, more entities came to feast or participate in the destruction of one of their most hated enemies, until nothing from the battle barge was left. No metal, no flesh, no Adeptus Astartes. They had all been brutally annihilated or taken into another realm of existence. Summum. Maximus. His eyes flew open and he sat up in a rush, before rolling to his right and getting to his feet. His right hand held his chainsword, while his left held his heavy bolter pistol, pointing it forward, ready for anything. He didn't see anyone, though he was no longer in the Imperium. He was in a lush landscape with hills and waterfalls as far as the eye could see. He got his breathing under control before he took stock of what he had, switching to survival mode in an instant. "This is squad leader Maximus, calling any and all surviving Astartes," he said over the Vox, which was met with static. His helmet also couldn't display any coordinates of his location as well, meaning he was on an unidentified planet in or around the Imperium. "Damn," he said before turning around and seeing a portion of the Thunderhawk his squad had been about to board. He immediately understood what had happened. As they were about to exit the warp, some entity had decided to take its chance and attack them, destroying the battle barge they had been on. He had been flung out of the warp, but to where? Walking over to the remaining portion of the Thunderhawk, he ripped one of its blue doors off its tracks before walking into it. He found only 2 bolter rifles and about 30 magazines of ammo for both his heavy bolt pistol and the rifles. He said nothing as he lifted the massive crate holding the rifles and ammo onto his right shoulder and leaving the ruined Thunderhawk and walking away. To what? He didn't know, but he hoped he would find some type of civilization. Raxor. With a groan, Raxa sat up and looked around him, seeing nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. He got to his feet before grabbing onto a heavy bolter nearby and looking around. A good portion of the battle barge's hangar and armory had landed nearby him, leaving scrap metal, weapons, and other metal pieces scattered around. He saw a flicker of movement and immediately turned his heavy bolter towards the wreckage of the battle barge, seeing a small humanoid-like creature. It was about a meter tall and wore thick brown robes that covered its body. Its head was covered by a hood, only leaving its yellow eyes to stare back at Raxor. "Step away from the wreckage and identify yourself," Raxa shouted, his voice distorted and deep through the vox on his helmet. "Abatonia Mombai Mabois," the small creature said, raising the scrap metal over its head. "Filthy Xeno," Raxa said before pulling the trigger of his heavy bolter. He fired once, the shot completely obliterating the top half of the creature's body. Approaching the creature to see what his helmet identified as an unknown alien entity, he heard loud gears turning and rusty metal rubbing together. Looking to his right, he saw a mass of rusting metal slowly coming towards him before it stopped and lowered its boarding ramp where more of the little monstrosities ran towards the wreckage. They started to pick at the scrap around them, taking what they could back into their iron crawler. Raxa stomped on the body of the humanoid at his feet as he walked towards the little creatures, lifting his heavy bolter to aim at the little Xenos. "How dare you touch what is not yours?" he yelled before stepping onto a raised piece of wreckage, making himself more visible. "Togo Togu," one of them screamed back. He said nothing more before holding the trigger of his heavy bolter down, purging the little abominations from existence. "Utini!" one screamed before being eviscerated. Raxor didn't stop firing until each of the beings were dead, at which point he set his heavy bolter down and took his flamer from his lower back. "I've never seen Xenos like this before, but I'm sure they'll smell just as good as any other when they burn," he said before unleashing righteous flames of purification on the bodies of the dead. Sebastian. Sebastian opened his eyes and looked around him to see he was in a stone-like building. His hearing was still ringing, and he thought he could hear panicked voices, but he saw no one. He looked towards the sky and saw a massive hole in a stone ceiling where he had evidently fallen. A massive stone section of the ceiling was pinning him to the ground, so he simply pushed it off of himself before getting to one knee. He then saw them, hundreds of people standing around him, all dressed in light-colored robes, all ranging from browns to whites. Some were human, but many were not. He reached down and gripped his shield in his left hand, while his right found the handle of his power sword. "Praise the Emperor. It seems my blade will still drink Xeno blood this day," his deep and menacing voice said over his vox. He stood up, towering over everyone else in the chamber. He looked on in joy at their frightened faces before activating his power sword. Seeing this, they all reached down to their hips and grabbed what looked like weapons before glowing blades of plasma erupted from the handles. They were either blue or green, with some wielding more than one. "Trouble in the Jedi Temple," he heard one of them say as they ran out of the main hall they were all in. "Come now, give me a good fight," the Black Templar shouted, smashing his sword against his massive shield before blitzing forward towards a group of these smaller warriors. He used his longer reach to sweep his blade towards them, practically cutting through the group as they couldn't withstand his great strength. Another warrior approached from behind Sebastian, roaring in defiance as the massive Astartes turned and threw his blade into the man, bisecting him at the chest. More came running towards him, but it didn't matter as his overwhelming strength negated any sort of advantage they had. He was suddenly pushed to his right by an unseen force, but was able to catch himself as his highly adhesive boots kept him stationary. Looking over the rim of his massive tower shield, he saw multiple more Xenos and humans approaching him, their arms outstretched towards him. "Filthy warp-tainted scum," he said before running towards them, meeting the first in a clash of blades that sent the smaller man's back into his upper torso. With a scream, the man died, and the rest soon followed as he swept out with his sword, lashed out with his shield, and stomped out with his legs to kill each person who stood in opposition. Soon Sebastian stood all alone in the massive hall, surrounded by bodies. He had only killed about 15 to 20 beings, as the rest had fled deeper into what he now knew at the Jedi Temple. He looked around and saw the bodies of Xenos and humans alike having fought next to each other. In battle, all who stood against the Emperor's angels met only one fate: death. He thought about going deeper into the temple and hunting the rest of the warp-tainted beings, but he needed to figure out where he was at this moment. "Maybe they hold some primitive machine that can tell me where I am," he thought to himself as he walked deeper into the temple. "Run or hide, it matters not. You cannot escape one of the Emperor's finest." His menacing voice echoed through the stone halls as he walked deeper into the temple. Chapter 2. The City of Theed. Brother Maximus. Maximus had been walking for hours, and as he crested a large hill, he saw a massive city sprawled out before him. Using the magnifying capabilities of his helmet, he saw the city clearly, and saw massive cylindrical buildings, all leading to one massive structure that looked like a capitol building for some sort of royalty or some kind of leader. He had to admit, the city was beautiful. It sat atop a cliff that overlooked a wide floodplain and had all manner of green foliage growing around the city. Ships of all sizes flew to and from the city, and Maximus assumed it was some sort of trading hub for the planet. He said nothing as he began to walk once more, deciding to meet with whomever led this part of the planet and find out where or when he was. About an hour or so later, he finally walked into the city, drawing all eyes towards him as he too stared back at the inhabitants. Xenos walked the city streets freely, which took him by surprise. But then again, if this was a planet that had yet to be conquered in the name of the Imperium, it would make sense. He decided the best course of action was to not make a scene and start killing the Xenos. Not out of fear of the natives of this luscious world, but out of necessity. If he started killing every Xeno he saw, it might hamper his objective to reconnect to the Imperium. Walking through the city, everyone stopped and stared at the giant of muscle and metal walking their streets with a massive crate of his left shoulder, but he paid it no mind as he walked towards what he thought was the Capitol building. The streets were lined with shops and merchants peddling their wares for any and everyone who would stop and listen. Beautiful architecture, music filling the streets, picturesque gardens, waterfalls, and all manner of things made his eyes wander, and for a moment he had to stop and take in the beauty of the city. As he walked, however, the moment was shattered as his helmet drew his attention to the sky, and he watched as massive circular ships appeared above the planet's atmosphere. The people around him began to panic and ran towards their shops or homes before slamming their doors closed, fearful and confused at what was happening. Maximus just stood there and watched as massive fleets began to descend from the battleships in orbit. "Mr. Droid, over here," a young voice called out to Maximus. He turned and saw a small human girl with raven black hair, holding her hand out towards him, motioning him towards her. He didn't pay her any mind, only looking back towards the sky to watch the ships descend before landing. He then felt a small tugging on his right leg, and when he looked down, he saw the child trying to pull him towards the alleyway she had come from. "Come on, you pile of rusty bolts, they'll scrap you," she said as she strained against his weight. He made no sounds, but chose to go with her. When he finally moved, she fell over onto the ground, but quickly got up before running towards the narrow alleyway, disappearing into the shadows. He saw her clearly, however, thanks to his enhanced eyesight, and walked after her. His massive frame barely fit in between the buildings, and after a while of following the young girl through what felt like a maze, they finally made it to what looked like the slums of the city. The little girl ran into a disheveled circular building that looked to be on the verge of collapse. Maximus didn't enter the building, fearful of damaging any of the internal structures, so he just stayed outside for a moment before the child came back to the doorway with a young woman who had soot and dirt on her face. She stopped as she took in his massive frame, and he could see the color drain from her face. "See, I told you I found a big droid," the child said, to whom Maximus assumed was her mother, though the woman couldn't have been more than 20 years old. She was extremely skinny, and her face was sunken from weeks of hunger, and her raven-black hair, like her daughter's, had lost most of its luster. It was knotted and disheveled, and looked as if it hadn't been washed in a week. The young woman shifted the little girl behind her back and slightly bowed her head towards Maximus in fear. I'm sorry if my daughter has caused you any problems. Please don't be angry with her," she said fearfully, stuttering over her words. The woman knew this was no droid, as no droid was this big, and she also saw the armor move as if breathing. Maximus just looked down at the woman, having had this interaction thousands of times before. "What planet is this?" he asked, his distorted voice catching the two off guard. Maximus then set the massive crate down on the ground before standing tall, his red optics causing the woman to slowly back into her home. Naboo, sir," she said, her voice shaking. He nodded at the unfamiliar name before a massive dropship flew overhead and landed about 100 meters away. It landed and opened up to drop its occupants. It dropped hundreds of robots that were folded in on themselves, but a moment later they started to change. The droids stood from a crouched position before reaching to their backs and grabbing their weapons. They formed into lines before starting to walk towards the city and the house he was currently standing in front of. The woman let out a shuddering breath, having not noticed the massive ships in the sky until that moment. She suddenly turned around and picked her daughter up before running out of the house. She had no doubt that if she stayed, they would certainly be cut down. Her only goal was to get to the Queen's palace, as that was the only place that would be truly safe. "Mama, what about the droid?" the child asked as she watched Maximus over her mother's shoulder as the young woman ran. Her mother didn't say anything as she breathed heavily, having no energy from the days of hunger she had endured the past weeks. Maximus watched them go, and as his helmet zoomed into the little girl's frightened features, he knew what he needed to do. He watched the mechanical droids enter the city and began the subjugation of people in their homes, subjugating the future citizens of the Imperium. He had no doubt that in time this planet would come under the control of the Imperium of Man, and he thought he could start the process of saving the city he was in. "In the name of the Emperor, I will not fail," he said as he grabbed one of the massive bolt rifles. He slammed a magazine into the gun before racking around and looking towards where the woman had fled. He pushed the crate holding his weapons into her home before walking towards the alleyway, preparing to destroy the droids. Lyra held her daughter close to her chest as she ran, feeling like she was about to collapse. She was so weak, having not eaten anything for the past 2 days, so her daughter could. "Mama, the droid, we can't just leave him," her daughter Nera said as she clung to her neck. She couldn't say anything to calm the girl, feeling like if she used any effort to speak, she would pass out. She kept running, a mother's instinct taking over her mind as she ran with only one goal in mind. Droids filled the streets, and in her panic, she didn't notice the mass of droids catching up to her and her daughter. She made it out of the alleyways and started to run towards the main citadel, where the Queen's guards were ushering people past the massive pillars into the equally massive doors leading inside. She was so close, but a blaster bolt ripped through her right thigh, causing her to scream out in pain before collapsing on the ground. She twisted as she fell, making sure her daughter was uninjured in the fall. She, however, hit the ground hard, a dull crack coming from her head as it struck the ground. She couldn't move, her body not responding to her attempts to get back up. Her daughter was calling for her to get up and keep going, but everything was hazy as she looked up towards the sky. She then felt her daughter cling to her chest out of fear as the droids came closer, red bolts of energy and gas flying over their heads. "Run," she said weakly to her daughter. "Nearer, run!" She almost screamed as she felt her daughter cling to her even tighter. "Get to the palace," she said as she used all her strength to push her daughter off of her towards safety. "Mama, no!" Neera screamed as the sound of hundreds of droids grew louder by the second. "Run!" She screamed one last time at her daughter, seeing the fear in her face. Neera reluctantly got to her feet and began running towards the palace, but as Lyra rolled from her back to her stomach to watch her daughter, her worst nightmare came to life. A massive AAT came around the corner of the street and pointed one of its secondary cannons at Neera. The girl faltered for a split moment as her fearful eyes looked at the laser guns. "No!" Lyra screamed as she saw the secondary cannons light up with red. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than her daughter's safety, praying to any god who would listen to her. But unbeknownst to her, a being comparable to all the gods she knew of was listening, and one of his angels was nearby. The massive man her daughter had brought to their home stepped from the alleyway to Neera's left to stand in front of the girl, and as the tank fired its secondary cannon, it seemed to bounce off the armor of his thigh. Maximus felt the impact and reacted in a split moment, raising his bolter rifle and firing it once. One shot right down the main cannon was all it took to destroy the AAT, not because of the firepower, but because when he had tanked the first shot, the droids inside had decided to fire the main cannon at him, which met the bolter round that had been fired down its barrel. The two met, and the incomplete discharge made the barrel and laser charge battery explode, which caused the rest of the tank to follow. Maximus looked around, taking in everything before moving at inhuman speed. In a matter of seconds, he had emptied his bolter into the surrounding droids, causing them to explode in violent fashion before slamming another magazine in and going about his deadly work. He moved with such speed that in a matter of moments he had wiped out a chunk of the droids surrounding Lyra and Neera, using his gun to take out those who were out of range while he used his fists to shatter any nearby. He then placed his bolt rifle on the small of his back, between his waist and pack, before pulling his chainsword from his left hip, while pulling his bolt pistol from his left thigh, firing it into the mass of droids before running full force into them. He swung his sword wildly, cutting anything in his way down. He swept his chainsword through a pact of droids before his visor caught a droid of different color amongst the ranks. He raised his bolt pistol and with one shot sent the battalion into chaos. Lyra watched as Maximus walked past her, destroying any bots who would do her and her daughter harm. He raised his left foot and brought it down with such force it cracked the ground beneath him and shattered the windows of the buildings nearby. The droids around him were obliterated, giving him a moment to look around him. He had culled their ranks to a minimum in mere moments, and as her vision began to flicker in and out, she suddenly felt his massive cold metal hands wrap around her body. He lifted her into his arms and began to walk towards the guards that were running towards them from the palace. As she went in and out of consciousness, the last thing she saw was the golden wings encasing a skull on the man's chest. "An angel," she quietly whispered before everything went black. Chapter 3. Theed's Protector. Maximus. As he carried Lyra's limp body in his arms, he walked towards the group of guards that ran towards him. Neera had fallen over out of fear of the tank and the loud noises that had followed. But now, as the Astartes approached, she got to her feet and ran over towards him as well. She said nothing as she stopped in front of the massive space marine, his shadow enveloping her as she looked up at him. His red optics usually made those that saw him cower in fear, but this young girl looked up at him in hope. Hope and curiosity. The guards finally made it to where he stood and stopped before one man broke from their group and approached him. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving Lyra." he said, holding his arms out to take her. Maximus looked down to the young woman in his arms and felt a spark of something he had lost over hundreds of wars, overseeing countless worlds destroyed, over his long 200 years of service in the Imperium. He felt a spark of compassion, a spark of his humanity. No. His deep, distorted voice said, "I will carry her." The guard was taken by surprise, but decided to let the massive man do what he wanted. "Very well," he said before stepping back. "You have room for these two in the palace?" Maximus asked, beginning to walk past the guards towards the palace. "We do, but it'll be cramped," the smaller man answered. Maximus said nothing as he continued to walk, and after passing the pillars into the massive door that led into the palace, the man whom Maximus would come to know as Captain Panaka led him through the winding halls towards a room filled with people and stretchers. Panaka led him to an empty stretcher and watched as the Astartes gently placed the woman down on it before standing up. "Come with me," Panaka said as he began walking from the room before looking back and watching as Maximus knelt down next to the small child who had clung to his leg. "Don't leave, Mama," she said with tears in her eyes as she looked up into his helmet. Maximus knelt, his weight seeming to shake the room as he did. "Worry not, young one. Your mother will be fine," he said before reaching up and removing his helmet. The young girl went wide-eyed as she saw his face. He was bald and had a wide-set jaw. His face was a mass of scars and stitches, while 4 silver studs were embedded onto the left side of his forehead. A massive scar ran through his right eye, though he was lucky enough to have kept his vision. Imagine here. Where I come from, we have a saying. It helps us be brave in moments of fear. "Would you like to know it?" he asked. Nera shyly nodded, and his face hardened. "I do not say these words lightly, so be sure to hold them in high regard. When my brothers and I are going into battle, we say the phrase courage and honor," he said while gently bringing his right fist up and tapping his chest plate. "Honor these words, child. Do you understand me?" he asked in a tone that broke no disobedience. She nodded so hard he thought her neck would break, but a sliver of a smile came to his lips as he stood and put his plumed helmet under his arm before nodding to her and walking away. Nera watched him go and soon returned to her mother. She sat on the bed next to her stretcher, her little legs swaying back and forth as she looked to her mother who had lost consciousness. Padme Amidala. The moment the ships had appeared in orbit above Naboo, Padme hadn't left the false queen's side. Sabe had been performing her role impeccably, and no one had suspected a thing. Suddenly, the doors of the throne room were thrown open, and Captain Panaka walked in, flanked by the largest man she had ever seen. He wore blue armor with golden accents. He held his helmet, which had a red and white plumed crest on it, under his left arm. Scattered across his armor were multiple things she would come to know as purity seals, with some that were so long they reached his waist from their places atop his shoulders or chest. Image here. On his left hip was a metal sword with teeth, while below it was what she mistakenly took for a blaster rifle. His face was a mass of scars and metal implants, but she saw a hint of something more beneath the mean-looking exterior. Duty and a determination to do anything possible to achieve his goal. Captain Panaka stopped before the decoy queen before lowering his head and motioning towards Maximus, who stood tall. "This brave man was instrumental in giving our citizens time to make it to the palace. I wish to introduce him to you," he said before motioning Maximus forward. The queen shifted on her throne to stare up into the man's eyes, though Padme could tell she was a bit intimidated. "I am Lieutenant Maximus of the Ultramarines. My ship was attacked during a voyage through the warp, and I was left stranded here on this planet. I saw many of the citizens being attacked by those automata and decided to step in to help," he said. "Well, thank you for your help, but I must ask, what is an Ultramarine? And what is the warp?" Sabe asked, clearly confused. "Do you not know of the Imperium of Man?" Maximus asked, rethinking his earlier assessment of this planet. He had initially thought that this was a planet the Imperium had not reached yet, but that had surely known of the Imperium's existence. But now maybe he needed to rethink everything. "Imperium of Man," Sabe said, thinking. She then shook her head and answered, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of such an Imperium. Maximus's augmented brain flew into overdrive, thinking of any possibilities of what was happening. He then decided to think of it later and continue trying to get more information. After a brief conversation of him trying to figure out exactly where he was, the Queen asked Captain Panaka to show him their maps later and moved on to more pressing matters. Again, I'm not sure of who or what you are, but you helped my people when they needed it the most. What would it take for you to continue helping us in our time of need? Sabe asked. Firstly, it is my duty to protect humanity from all that threatens it, whether that be the alien, the mutant, or the heretic. But I will require to know exactly where I am. Until then, I will do what my duty requires of me. I would like the young woman and child I came in with to receive the care they need, however. He answered plainly. I see, Sabe answered. We will see they are taken care of, and we will leave you be then. Please, take what you need from the palace, just keep my citizens safe, she asked. He said nothing, only turning and walking away as he placed his helmet back onto his head and walked back towards the battlefield. 1 week later, Padme. She sat on her throne in disbelief. The giant metal man had been fighting for 1 week straight with no food or rest. After he had left the first time a week ago, he had gone through the whole city and destroyed every single Federation droid he saw. The initial attack hadn't been that bad, but as time went on, more and more droids poured into the city, only to be ripped apart by Maximus. He fought night and day every single day for the last week, and was still, to this moment, out there running her streets. He was a monster, and this monster had said he was part of a group called the Ultramarines. If he was here, where are the others? Over this last week, she had been able to send a message asking for help to Chancellor Valorum, who assured her he would send her help after dealing with the situation with the Jedi. She had come to find out that another massive metal droid had appeared in the Jedi Temple, and after slaughtering the Jedi it could find, it mysteriously disappeared into the city after the crisis. She had learned that not even the top masters of the Jedi could stop this behemoth, which reminded her of her own metal giant roaming her city even now. She decided she would ask Maximus about this later, as she didn't want to do anything that might take him away from her city. Her people had begun to suffer due to the blockade, but with Maximus running around, they were at least safe in their homes. The Ultramarine in question came walking into the throne room, covered in oil and dust from his time in the city, and carrying a massive box on his left shoulder. He set the box down with a resounding thud and walked closer to the throne. He reached up and removed his helmet, looking at the Queen sitting on her throne. "I need rest," he said plainly. She nodded and motioned for Captain Panaka to take him to a room she had prepared for the man. But now she had to worry about what would happen to her city while he was resting. Her worries were shattered, however, when he next spoke. "I only require a few hours of rest. I'll be back after that," he said before turning and walking from the room, nodding to Lyra as he did. "And you say your daughter found him wandering the streets?" she asked Lyra, who was seated next to her with a bandage around her leg. The woman had proven to be an invaluable asset in terms of her economic knowledge and diplomatic solutions. Not only that, but she was incredibly easy to talk to and get along with. As such, Padme had decided to bring the woman into her service. Lyra's daughter Nera had shown an incredible aptitude for mechanical work, and practically stuck to an engineer's side when not talking about how she was the one to find who she calls the big droid man. A messenger soon walked into the room and informed her about a call that had requested her presence, to which she promptly stood up and followed. Her entourage followed her into a room where they all stood behind her as she walked to the table in the center of the room. A hologram flickered into existence to show her world's assailant, Viceroy Newt Gunray. "Viceroy, what do you want?" she asked in a tone which clearly showed she was trying to keep her anger under control. "Queen Amidala, I've been trying to establish contact with you for the past week, but all my ambassadors have been killed. What do you have to say about these atrocities?" he asked in mock rage. "Atrocities?" Padme almost screamed. "You send an army of battle droids into my city as ambassadors? Tanks!" she yelled, slapping her hands against the table before pointing her finger at the Viceroy. "How dare you say that I've been killing your ambassadors when you've literally trying to subjugate my world? My people are running out of their food, and you have the gall to complain about some droids, she raged. That was no army, Queen Amidala. And if you don't start cooperating, I will show you an actual army, Viceroy said, his tone taking on a harder tone. The Chancellor will hear about this. Do you understand me? She asked. Indeed he will. And when he hears that you've been killing my ambassadors, he said, leaving the question open before disconnecting the hologram. Padme angrily stood straight and walked from the room before her entourage followed her moments later. Maximus. Having left the throne room, Maximus followed Captain Panaka through the massive palace and soon came to a room inside one of the spires he had seen when overlooking the city. The room was plain, but he didn't expect much. He had known the inhabitants of the palace had done everything they could to find him a bed that would match his enormous size. Captain Panaka bowed his head and left Maximus to be alone. He set his helmet onto one of the tables that had been prepared for him and looked at the bed. It was far too small, but he didn't mind much. In his long life, he had slept on the ground more times than not, and did not mind doing so now. He also didn't want to remove his armor, as he wanted to be ready for anything at a moment's notice. Chapter 4. Elsewhere in the Galaxy. Raxor. It had been 1 week since he had arrived on this planet. 1 week of scavenging through the wreckage of the battle barge that had been here with him. During this week, he had found a couple of his brother's bodies. He found multiple tech priests and servitor bodies as well, but in all honesty, he did care about them for the moment. Hundreds of more bodies lay around the wreckage of the ship, but they were those of the filthy little Xenos who spoke in that incessant speech of theirs. To make matters worse, he felt like he blew up a new sandcrawler every hour or so. Today had been the only day they hadn't come, so he decided to gather everything that he could carry and see if he could find some sort of civilization nearby. As he walked away, he turned back and looked at the battle barge he was leaving behind and vowed to come back to claim his brother's bodies and the rich technology he was leaving behind. He only carried with him his heavy melter, a plasma pistol, a combat knife, and a bolt gun. He had his weapons all strapped to his body, while on his left shoulder he held a crate of ammo he had scavenged from the ruins of the barge. "Emperor, guide me," he said before walking away towards the unknown of the desert. After a while of walking, he caught movement on a ridge to his right. With all the skill of a seasoned veteran, he drew his plasma pistol and fired it once. The shot eviscerated his target, who looked to be humanoid in rags. He then heard a throng of screams and shouts from the surrounding hills, and as he looked around, he saw tens of these beings all raising what looked like clubs while they shouted. Could it be a barbarian tribe? He asked himself before he set the crate on his left shoulder down on the ground. Putting the pistol back onto his thigh, he gripped his bolt gun and waited for these barbarians to make the first move. A shot from one of their guns ricocheted off his right shoulder pauldron, and with that he began firing. His first shot evaporated the head and torso of the being that had shot him before quickly turning and doing the same with his neighbor. More shots began to ricochet off his armor, and some even decided to charge towards him with their clubs, giving their cries of battle. He shot the ones at range before Spartan kicking one that got closer to him, completely obliterating his torso with the force. He then brought his gun down on another being assumed to be a barbarian, though now, as the barrel of his bolter rifle caved the man's skull in, he saw they were no men or barbarians at all, but filthy Xenos. He let out a battle cry and drew his combat knife before running forwards and practically bisecting more of these Xenos in half. Their clubs did nothing to him as he stomped, broke, and maimed the aliens. He placed his bolt rifle onto the small of his back before lashing out with his left hand and gripping a raider by his skull. A simple clench of the fist turned the being's head to mush before he moved to his next target, backhanding it hard enough to rip its head off. The aliens began to see their mistake in challenging this metal droid and started to retreat towards the mountains. One of them fell over and raised a hand towards its fleeing comrades before being dragged back towards the monster they had been running from. It let out a shriek of terror before the monster stuck its blade in its back and wrenched upwards. The raider was cut into 2 equal pieces, starting from the lower back, falling to its knees before the big mean green killing machine behind it gripped it by both legs, and threw it as hard as he could towards the fleeing Xenos. "You can run, but you can't hide," Raxa said in his deep, distorted voice before following after them. Summum. After following the filthy Xenos to their encampment, Raxa partook in a slaughter that would have made a sand-hating orphan throw up at. The smell of burning flesh filled the air as Raxa walked away from the flames that lit up the night of this sandy planet. He walked away with his crate on his shoulder, though it was definitely lighter thanks to the ammunition he had used to set the encampment ablaze. After walking for an entire night, he finally saw the lights of a city and decided to see what he could find. His interactions here were almost identical to those of his brother Maximus's, though the people here seemed to be eyeing him for different reasons. His optics focused on the Xeno faces, though he decided it would be best not to make any moves this time unless they attacked him. As he walked, he bumped into a woman who dropped everything she was carrying and fell to the floor. He looked down and watched as the woman scrambled to pick everything up, all while muttering her apologies in a stuffy voice as if she had been crying. She looked up into his blood-red optics and shrank backwards with a shuddering breath. Her face was bruised, and she was favoring her left arm. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you there," she said as she collected her things. Overcome with compassion for this woman, Raxa set his heavy crate on the ground before kneeling and helping the woman with her things. "Thank you," she said with a worn smile before standing up and looking at him. "Are you all right? You seem to be in distress," he asked. "Oh yes, I'm okay. It's just been a bad day," she said as she remembered her son being beaten by their owner. "Is there anything I can help you with? Let me carry something for you," he said as he held out one of his massive hands. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but eventually handed over one of the heavier objects to him. He reached down and grabbed one of the massive handles of his ammo crate and hefted it to rest on his left shoulder with his left hand while holding what looked like a metal gear that she had given him in his right. "I'll follow you," he told her. She nodded, grateful for the help before walking away. He followed and was led to a small shop near the outskirts of the city where the woman stopped and set down her items. "I'm sure the shop is still open. Would you like to come in and look around?" she said, motioning towards the door which was far too little to fit his bulk. "I don't think so. I need to find someone who can tell me where I am and how to get off this planet." "Do you know anyone like that?" he asked, to which she gave a little nod. "I'm sure my master would know. He has many connections," she answered. "Master?" he asked, his tone taking on a hint of steel. "You're a slave?" She simply nodded her head in confirmation. "Me and my son. Please, come in. I'm sure we can help you find what you're looking for," she said, brushing the subject away. He honestly wasn't surprised at seeing slave labor in use on this planet, as it was widespread through the Imperium in a number of ways, though it was mostly frowned upon at the higher levels. He just wondered what situation this woman had found herself in, and who this master was. Seeing some of the beings in this city, however, he had a feeling he might not like what he found inside. And he was right. He set his crate down and decided to walk into the shop, ducking as he twisted his way through the door. He then heard what sounded like a curse before something metallic hit flesh, and a quiet yelp was heard. A young boy was dragged from deeper into the shop by a winged abomination who was holding a mechanical arm before shoving the boy forward towards his mother. He said something in a language that Raxa didn't understand, but when the flying creature threw the arm at the boy, Raxa reacted. "Get out of my sight, you parasite," the winged monstrosity said, before turning to Raxa, who walked towards him. "Ah, customer, what can I help you?" His words were suddenly cut off as Raxa gripped his fat throat. "Filthy Xeno," the salamander spat before reaching behind the being's back. He gripped one of its wings before giving it a sharp tug, tearing it free. Even though Raxa gripped it by the throat, the disgusting thing was still able to scream, though it was hoarse and quiet. Raxa threw the wing to the ground before ripping the other one off before he let the being go. The alien started screaming, but the metal giant stomped down on its head before grabbing it by the legs and ripping its body away. Its blood painted the walls as Raxa dropped the body and looked to the woman who had placed her son behind her and urgently backed up into one of the walls that was covered in junk and parts. "Calm yourself, woman. I mean you and your son no harm. I can't say the same for this thing," he said, still looking down at the alien's head that had been turned to mush. Unknown. Jedi. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls of the Jedi Temple as the black behemoth walked its once hallowed corridors. A young Jedi clung to the wall behind him as the footsteps rang closer and closer. A sound so terrible interrupted the rhythmic footsteps, a deep grinding of something against the stone floor before its incredibly deep and evil voice spoke. "I can hear you," it said, huddling in the dark, muffling your whimpers. Indeed, the Jedi had been running from this monster for the better part of a minute, though it felt more like a lifetime. He had tried to muffle his rapid breathing, but it was of no use. "You can't hide from me," it said, dragging its massive sword behind it. Suddenly the lights went out and the footsteps stopped. Utter terror overtook the Jedi, who held his breath as he listened to anything and everything. Suddenly the footsteps started running towards where he was, before the metal giant's red eyes came around the corner of where he crouched. "Found you!" It roared before a massive sword cleaved through the frightened Jedi, who let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream was cut short, and Sebastian walked from the hallway he had killed the Jedi into a larger chamber where a dozen or so people gathered to meet him. There were a mix of men and women, all different species and races who ignited their weapons. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" one of them said, stepping forward. He was tall, had black skin, and wielded a purple blade which he pointed towards Sebastian, who continued to walk forward into the room undeterred. Another stepped forward, though he was smaller and had long, pointy ears. His left eye was missing, covered in a mass of scars not unlike Sebastian's own face. "How many have you killed in these hallowed halls?" he asked, leveling his blade as well. "Not enough," Sebastian said in his deep, distorted voice. The two men leapt forward before the others jumped into action, though their fate was the same as the first two. The smaller Xeno leapt high, while the human man went low, their blades poised for killing blows. Sebastian caught the purple blade on his shield, while swinging his sword with all his might at the smaller man. His blade drew an arc through the air as it swung, bisecting the little man in two and hurling his halves to the ground. "Master PL," the purple blade wielder called, seeing his friend cut in two. This cost him greatly as Sebastian pulled his shield back and threw it into him. The blow wasn't that hard, but it knocked the Jedi to the ground and threw his lightsaber from him. Sebastian's strength was so much that every one of his strikes threw weapons from hands, or just cut through each person with ease. Screams filled the atrium as Sebastian cut his way through the filth, not even caring enough to kill his enemies, save for any alien he came across as he walked towards the exit. Only about 10 minutes had passed since he had appeared in the temple, though he had slaughtered everyone who had raised a weapon towards him until now. "Disengage, we must," one of the Xenos said. He was a ways away, and was no bigger than his shin, maybe. He had green skin and used a cane to walk. He had a sorrowful look on his face as he surveyed the room before him. At his words, the majority of the warriors disengaged and retreated towards the green man, running past him into what looked like a lift or elevator. "Yes, run, little demons," Sebastian said, putting his sword through the chest of the man whom he had been engaged in battle with. He ripped his sword up and looked at the feeble little goblin man and pointed his sword towards him. Before he could speak, the man from earlier with the purple blade leapt forward once more and tried to cut his arm off at the elbow. The purple blade bounced right off the armor, though a small burn remained. Sebastian swept his blade to his right and hit the man with the flat of it. The Jedi went sprawling across the floor, his weapon landing near Sebastian's feet. He slowly got up and reached for the lightsaber with the force, but a massive metal boot came down on his right forearm, crushing it. The Jedi let out a scream of pain, though it was nothing compared to what came next. Using his massive tower shield, Sebastian brought it down to the ground hard, severing the man's arm and cracking the stone beneath him. The man was suddenly pulled backwards towards the green Xenos before he made a hasty retreat into the elevator, leaving Sebastian alone in the room. "Interesting," he said as he reached down and took the tube-like weapons these beings used. "Maybe I should start a collection," he silently mused to himself. Chapter 5. Arrival of the Ambassadors. Maximus. It seems the Federation had decided to increase their attempts to overtake the city, though Maximus had thwarted every attempt until now. Thousands of droids poured into the city, trying to capture Queen Amidala, who Maximus had come to know as one of the handmaids that sat around a decoy. That handmaid now stood by him as they looked out across the city, watching as tanks, droids, and ships all invaded. Things he would come to know as single-trooper aerial platforms, or STAPs for short, flew around the city as they invaded. "What are we going to do?" Padme asked as she looked at her city in despair. She watched as some of her citizens were rounded up and forced to walk to somewhere she didn't know. "We fight," Maximus's deep voice said. He held his helmet with his left hand, and as he turned away from the window they were looking out of, he placed it atop his head. He started walking away from the queen of this planet, but stopped and looked back at her as she called out to him. She tore her eyes away from the city behind the window and looked into his blood-red optics. "Please, help my city. You're our only hope," she said. "The Emperor protects," he said before turning and walking away. She felt power in those words. She didn't know who this Emperor was, but if this man said he would protect, who was she to protest? She watched him go, then turned back towards the window to watch what he did. Maximus stopped at his crate and made sure he had everything he needed to protect the soon-to-be Imperium subjects. And once he was sure he had everything, he walked to the front of the palace. His heavy footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs leading to the palace, and in his deep, robotic-sounding voice issued one simple statement: "In the name of the Emperor, none shall step foot past me." And with that, he ran forward. His blistering speed and strength shattered the stone beneath him as he ran full speed towards one of the tanks. The droids inside lowered its cannon towards him, but by the time it was ready to fire, he had already hit it full force. He threw his right shoulder into the tank with all his strength, and it crumpled around him as if it were aluminum. He twisted, using his left arm to rip through the rest of the tank in one stride before moving to the next one. As he did, he threw what he tore apart to the sides, ripping through the droids that stood there. One tank after another fell to his brutal march onwards, but he started to slow once he reached the fifth one. Ripping off a chunk of the metal plating, he spun and threw it at the next tank, hitting the hull. It stopped moving, unlike Maximus, who ran at the droids in the street. He swung his chainsword and ripped the droids apart as blaster bolts bounced off his armor. Ripping and tearing through the droids as if they were nothing, he grabbed one before pulling its arms in opposite directions. As he did, he looked through the gaps formed in the droid and saw one of the tanks level its main cannon at him. He dashed to the side, but was thrown from his feet as the heavy laser cannon nicked his left shoulder pauldron. He was thrown backwards into one of the surrounding buildings, which promptly collapsed on top of him. With a grunt, he ripped himself from the rubble and stood up. He looked to his left pauldron and saw that the shot had ripped right through it, though it had only touched the surface of the metal. "So," he said for all the droids around him to hear, "you're not as weak and useless as I initially thought. Good. I was hoping for a challenge," he roared before blitzing forward. Summum. Padme watched through the window as Maximus was shot by the tank and thrown backwards, her breath hitching in her throat as she assumed all hope had been lost. Now who would protect her city and citizens while they waited for the Republic? But she watched as he stood up and simply brushed himself off before throwing himself straight back into the battle, using his strange weapons and his own bare hands to rip through the Federation droids. Hours passed, but she didn't move from her position as she watched him dismantle the would-be oppressors of her city. Qui-Gon and his Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi had been dispatched to the planet Naboo for negotiations. The two hadn't wanted to go, as they wanted to stay and help the recovering Jedi at the Temple after the attack by the unknown Juggernaut-class droid. Or that was what they were calling it at least. The two had reluctantly left the Temple after the attack, though now they had bigger problems. The Federation had welcomed them aboard their Lucra Hulk-class battleship, but once aboard, sought to kill them. They had fled, and through a misadventure where they had met a Gungan named Jar Jar Binks, who was as stupid as he was clumsy, they finally reached the city of Theed. The two Jedi and Gungan cautiously walked the streets of Theed towards the palace, and were surprised at the amount of droids they saw littering the surrounding areas. "I thought Naboo didn't have an army of their own, only a light guard," Obi-Wan asked his master. "They don't have an army. Something else did this," Qui-Gon said as they walked, being sure to stay mostly out of sight. The trio walked until they got to the palace and were pleasantly surprised to find that no droids had gotten in. They were escorted towards the throne room and found Queen Amidala speaking with some of her counselors. Her face brightened as she saw the three and stood up to greet them. "I presume you're the ambassadors the Republic has sent to help us?" she asked, looking around the room for her handmaids. "We are," Qui-Gon said before asking what could be done at this exact moment to help. The Queen told them to wait a few moments while she gathered her entourage, and after about 5 minutes, people started entering the throne room. Theed officials and more handmaids, including Padme, entered the room while the 2 Jedi stood in front of the throne. The discussion began in earnest, the officials grilling the 2 men about their late arrival and why they hadn't pushed for peace during the negotiations. Qui-Gon defended him and his Padawan, telling of their journey here and how they had escaped from the Federation. "This is not what we had hoped," one of the officials said, stroking his long beard. "I believe the Queen should go plead our case in front of the Senate in person," another official said, drawing the Queen's ire. "And leave my people?" she asked scornfully. "I must agree with him, Your Majesty. Getting you off-world to safety should be our #1 priority. If you yourself stand before the Senate, it would make our case much more substantial," another official said, agreeing with the first. "We should send the Ultramarine with you as well. If there is a bigger plot against you, as we have speculated, he might be the only one capable of protecting you," a third said. A hum of agreement sounded through the chamber before the Queen once more spoke. "What of our people? Maximus has been the only one strong enough to stand up and protect our city. You would send him away?" she asked. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, you are Theed. Without you, we would be in ruin. We have evacuated most of the citizens from the city, and they are safe. Now only we remain," Lyra said, gripping Padme's arm as she sat to her right while looking at the decoy queen. "If the Federation wants to hold an empty city, let them. But first, we need you off-world, and on your way to the Senate," the first man said. Heavy footsteps rang through the halls as an armored giant approached from the front doors of the palace. His red optics were all they could see before he walked from the shadowy hallway behind him into the chamber. Qui-Gon reacted in an instant, drawing his lightsaber and getting in a defensive stance while Obi-Wan did the same. "Everyone out now!" Qui-Gon shouted at the surrounding entourage. They all stood, but not for the reasons he had expected. "Master Qui-Gon, put your weapon away this instant," Queen Amidala commanded. "A duplicate of this droid was responsible for the massacre at the Jedi Temple. You must leave now," he said once more, not understanding why no one was moving. "Lieutenant Maximus is not a droid. He is a soldier from another galaxy," the Queen said to the ambassadors. "You said there was a duplicate of me at this temple of yours. Elaborate now," Maximus demanded, his deep voice reverberating through the chamber of the throne room. The younger of the Jedi looked to his master, who had frozen, not out of fear, but out of indecision. "A droid in the same armor type as you appeared in our temple on the planet of Coruscant. He slaughtered many of our brothers and sisters. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you?" Qui-Gon said, lowering his lightsaber to his waist, though he didn't deactivate it. "What did the colors of his armor look like?" Maximus asked, unwilling to describe his brothers any farther to these strangers. "You tell us. You clearly have something to hide," Obi-Wan said hotly. Maximus's fingers slowly clenched themselves and with one stride reached out and gripped the older man by his robes before lifted him up towards his helmeted face. The man controlled himself well, holding his hands to either side of him as if to make himself less threatening, wishing to talk now more than fight as he had gotten his emotions under control. The younger man, however, wasn't as seasoned as his master and lashed out with his lightsaber, only to be shocked as Maximus reached out and gripped the blade with a gauntleted hand. His armored fingers started to superheat, but Maximus didn't pay it any attention as his eyes were fixed on the older man. "Speak," he commanded, finally looking at the younger man before releasing his weapon. His fingers started to cool, and his armor registered no deformation in his armored fingers. He was cased in armor as you are, though his was black and white, while he wielded a sword and shield. He kept calling any who got in his way Xeno scum or warp-tainted abominations. He slaughtered anyone who got in his way, Qui-Gon said before being released. He landed on his feet and started straightening his robes. "I'm not alone," Maximus said, reaching up and removing his helmet from his head. He placed his helmet under his left arm and looked at the Queen. The actual Queen. "I must find my brother." "What have you decided?" he asked. "We have decided that the Queen will be taken off-world and sent to the Senate of Coruscant to plead our case. We would respectfully ask that you go with her," one of the council members said. Maximus looked down at the Jedi, who seemed to be contemplating what was happening, before looking to the younger one. "If you ever point your weapon at me again, be assured, I'll rip your arm from your socket," he said threateningly. "Master, you can't be serious. If what he says is true, then his brother is responsible for the slaughter at the temple. We cannot take him anywhere near Coruscant." The younger man practically shouted in protest. "Maximus is Theed's savior. I will go nowhere unless he is with me," Queen Amidala said, as she stood from her throne. Qui-Gon said nothing as he thought on the words said, though his emotions were in disarray once more. "Enough, Obi-Wan. We will discuss this in private," he said as he turned from his Padawan. "We will await you in the hangars. Please take all the time you need to prepare yourselves for departure," he said, motioning for Obi-Wan to follow him as he walked away. Chapter 6, Tatooine. Qui-Gon. "I understand your fears and frustrations, Obi-Wan," Qui-Gon said to his Padawan, who had been quietly voicing his angry complaints. "But you cannot let them control you. Temper yourself in this time of strife." Obi-Wan, still fuming, responded, "You must see the foolishness in this plan, Master. How can we just sit by and let this monster reunite with his kin? I must protest." Qui-Gon said nothing in reply. The sound of heavy footsteps filled the air, signaling the arrival of the very being they had been discussing. Maximus entered the hangar bay, accompanied by the Queen and her retinue. The group consisted of the Queen, Captain Panaka, and a few handmaids. Other attendants would remain behind for now. "We're ready," Captain Panaka said, gesturing toward one of the ships. It was a sleek, silver vessel, one Maximus had never seen before. He thought it looked primitive, lacking the weapons and technology he was used to. There were only a few cannons and no tech priests to bless the ship for flight. "Emperor, protect us," he muttered under his breath, switching off his vox to ensure no one could hear. "Come on, Mr. Droid Man," Nera chirped, tugging at his left greave. She and her mother had been asked to accompany the Queen as part of her entourage. While her mother was willing, Nera's excitement was fueled by her fascination with Maximus, whom she had taken to calling Mr. Droid Man in her childlike way. Maximus looked down at the child before hefting his ammo crate. It had grown lighter over the past week, though he still had enough supplies to last for a few more days. "Come, little one, let's not keep your mother waiting," he said, stepping forward into the ship's boarding ramp. He had to duck as he entered, and once inside he realized he would need to hunch over for the journey, or at least remain seated for most of it. "Wait for Mesa," a voice called from behind. An insufferable Xeno appeared at the top of the ramp, and it took every ounce of Maximus's self-control not to rip its oversized ears off and smash its skull against his knee. His red optics locked onto the being, soon to be known as Jar Jar Binks, with pure hatred. But he knew if he wanted to continue this journey to find his brother, he would have to endure the unbearable presence of this filthy creature. Soon. Very soon, he promised himself, tearing his eyes away. As he did, Maximus watched the pilots preparing the ship. He observed which buttons they pressed and which switches they flipped to get the ship moving. It was all completely foreign to him, but after a few moments he realized it wasn't as complicated as it appeared. The ship lifted off, and within moments they were airborne, entering low orbit. Then the ship began to shudder. "We're taking fire," one of the pilots shouted as they scrambled with the controls. The ship shook violently as enemy lasers struck, causing everyone but Maximus to cling to whatever they could for support. Maximus, having chosen to kneel, remained steady, watching as several droids were dispatched to help repair the ship, though he wasn't sure what they could accomplish. After what seemed like an eternity, the blockade was broken, and the ship was on its way to Coruscant. But not everything had gone according to plan. "The damage is worse than the droids could handle," one of the pilots reported, motioning to a nearby console displaying a map. "We'll need to make an unscheduled stop for repairs." The younger Jedi took charge, scanning the map for a suitable location. He found a desert planet. "I've located a place. It's out of the way, and the Federation shouldn't be able to track us there," the Jedi said, pointing to the planet on the hologram. What planet?" Captain Panaka asked, glancing at the hologram. "Tatooine," Obi-Wan answered. Panaka turned, visibly disturbed by the revelation. "Absolutely not. That's Hutt territory. If they find the Queen, all hope is lost." "Find another option," he commanded. "But I have. That's all there is," the young Jedi replied. "It wouldn't be any different than landing on a planet controlled by the Federation," Qui-Gon said, looking toward the ship's captain. "But the Hutts aren't looking for her. It's our only option." Panaka's expression darkened, but as his gaze shifted to Maximus, who knelt nearby, his displeasure gave way to thoughtfulness. "Lieutenant Maximus, would you be willing to protect the Queen as we make our way to Coruscant?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the towering, armored figure who knelt outside of the cockpit. Maximus remained silent for a few moments, then slowly turned his head to meet Panaka's gaze. "If protecting her will quicken our journey, then yes. I will protect the Queen," he answered. Panaka sighed in relief and turned his seat back toward the front of the ship. "Very well, we'll stop at Tatooine," he finally conceded. "Now then, I think we need to bring that astromech droid to the Queen. She requested its presence once we were out of the Federation's grip." He stood and walked past Maximus. A moment later, Padme, disguised as a handmaiden, entered the main room and took a seat next to Maximus at one of the nearby tables. Though he didn't acknowledge her presence, she knew he was aware of her sitting beside him. "Maximus," she began, her voice calm but curious, "will you tell me about this emperor of yours? Who is he, and what does he do?" Maximus paused, sensing this was an opportunity to share the teachings of the emperor. His gauntleted hand rested on his left knee, and his helmeted gaze fixed on her, as if evaluating her worthiness with the question itself. The air around them seemed to thrum with his presence. The Emperor, he is not just a leader or a man. He is the God Emperor of mankind, our creator, our protector, and our eternal guide, he said, reverence filling his voice. Padme frowned, clearly perplexed by the gravity of the title. "A god? But how can a man be a god? Aren't gods something else? Something different?" Maximus straightened, his posture hardening, his voice now firm with the conviction of 100 battles. "The Emperor is a god. Though he walked among us as flesh and bone, he is more than a mere man. He is divine, and his will is absolute. He is the light that guides humanity." Padme's brow furrowed as she processed his words, carefully considering her response, wary not to provoke the warrior. I don't understand. I've never heard of such a powerful being," she said softly. Maximus's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice softened, his tone imbued with deep reverence. "His divine glory hasn't yet reached this galaxy, but when it does, you will see the Imperium in all its brilliance." Padme tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "But if he is a god, where is he? Has he abandoned you here?" Maximus' gaze hardened, and his voice, though calm, held an undercurrent of danger. "Watch your words, mortal. Do not speak of such heresy." I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend," she stammered, her voice tinged with panic. "I just don't know anything about this being. I only wish to understand." Maximus grunted, shifting slightly as he relaxed his grip on the hilt of his chainsword, which he had instinctively placed there at her misstep. "We know the Emperor is a god because we feel his presence. We know because we have witnessed the miracles he wrought in his name. His power is beyond comprehension, and his grace is what sustains us. There is no doubt. The Emperor is our God, our protector, and through him, humanity will survive." Padme swallowed hard, her expression a mix of humility and awe at the depth of his belief. "So, he's not just a leader, he's everything?" she asked, her voice quiet. "Exactly," Maximus replied reverently. "The Emperor is all that we are and all that we will ever be. He is the heart of the Imperium, and through him, humanity will endure." Padme nodded slowly, her mind reeling with the enormity of what he had said. "I see. Thank you for speaking to me about this," she said, before standing and walking away, her thoughts heavy with the weight of the conversation. The journey to Tatooine came to an end, and Maximus strode down the ramp, his boots sinking into the soft sand. His helmet zoomed in on the distant city a few miles away. A new world. He activated his Vox and spoke into it with a flicker of hope. "This is Lieutenant Maximus of the Ultramarines. Can anyone hear me?" Silence. He let out a long sigh, the faint hope of finding his brothers on this Emperor-forsaken planet slipping away. Then suddenly, static crackled through his helmet, and his gaze snapped to the city. "Lieutenant Maximus, this is Raxor of the Salamanders, come in." Maximus's two hearts skipped a beat. The voice he thought he'd never hear again. "Brother? Where are you?" "A city called Mos Espa," Raxa replied. "It's the biggest trading hub on the planet." "Where are you?" "Just outside the city. Stay put. I'll come to you." Maximus's voice was firm, but a rush of joy filled him. He had found one of his lost brothers, but caution still reigned. He turned back to see the older Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn, walking toward him with the insufferable Jar Jar Binks in tow. "I would appreciate it if you left the filthy creature behind," Maximus said bluntly. Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow. "That's somewhat rude." "What's rude," Maximus retorted, "is the offense it offers to my eyes." "Is he talking about Mesa?" Jar Jar asked, his ears drooping. Qui-Gon gestured for him to be quiet, then turned back to Maximus. "Why do you dislike him so much?" Maximus clenched his fists, turning his gaze back to the Gungan. "Enough. I'll speak no more of this. Leave it behind, or I'll rip its skull off its shoulders." His tone was cold, the threat unmistakable. Qui-Gon was taken aback, but quickly realized the man before him was no ordinary warrior. If Maximus was anything like the other warrior from the temple, he stood no chance. At least this one was willing to converse. "I think it's best you stay behind for now, Jar Jar," Qui-Gon said gently, though the Gungan's eyes drooped in sadness. Jar Jar trudged back toward the ship, leaving Qui-Gon to walk with Maximus toward the city. "I still don't understand your animosity toward the Gungan," Qui-Gon ventured, hoping to make sense of Maximus's reaction. But the warrior remained true to his word. "Mr. Droid Man," called a young voice from behind them. Maximus turned to see Padme walking toward them, flanked by Lyra and Captain Panaka, with Nera running ahead of them. The little girl was waving her arms excitedly, but after a moment she tripped and fell face first into the sand. She quickly picked herself up and continued running forward undeterred. "Nera, be careful," Lyra called from behind, still limping from the blaster bolt she had taken to her leg. Maximus realized his reunion with his brother might take longer than expected, but he wasn't worried. If he knew anything about his brothers, it was that, if they were alive, they were likely wreaking havoc wherever they went. Chapter 7. The Sith. Sheev Palpatine. Sheev Palpatine sat at his desk, reviewing reports about the blockade above his home planet, Naboo. He cared little for the people or the planet itself, only for what it could offer him to further his own ambitions. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, so intense it knocked him from his chair. "Gah!" He clutched his forehead, propping himself up with one elbow. One of the guards quickly moved to assist him. "Are you all right, Senator?" the man asked. "Ah, yes, thank you," Palpatine replied, still reeling from the headache. The guard helped him back into his seat and motioned to the other to fetch help. "I'm quite fine now. Please don't trouble anyone on my behalf," Palpatine added, feigning indifference. "Are you sure, sir?" "It's no trouble," the guard insisted. "I'm sure. I think I just need a moment to rest," Palpatine said, allowing the guard to fuss over him for a bit before the man finally left. Then he felt it. Death. The slaughter. An evil smile curled on his lips as he gazed out the window toward the Jedi Temple. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he could sense the Jedi dying. He was certain his master felt it too. "Well, it looks like I need a walk," Palpatine murmured, standing up and heading for the door, making his way toward the Jedi Temple. Sebastian. The Black Templar strode from the Jedi Temple, his armor slick with blood. He powered down his sword, hefted his shield, and surveyed the planet around him. It appeared to be a hive world, though one unlike any he had encountered before. A mixture of disdain and suspicion rose within him as he took in the scene. There were no orbital weapons, no statues of Imperium warriors, no Gothic spires, and, most glaringly, no Imperial aquila. It was disgusting. His blood began to boil as his optics scanned the people going about their business, oblivious to the chaos unfolding beyond their little bubble of influence. Sirens wailed in the distance, drawing closer. Raising his shield, he decided to investigate, watching as a dozen flying machines descended before him. They released squads of soldiers and automata, forming a line to confront him. "Drop your weapons," one of the men shouted. Sebastian did the opposite, tightening his grip on his sword and shield. "Identify yourself, guardsman," he demanded. The man hesitated, then repeated his order. "Drop your weapons." Sebastian stood firm, unshaken. "Last chance, drop your weapons or we'll open fire," the man shouted, drawing a blaster pistol and pointing it at the towering figure before him. "You dare threaten me?" Sebastian growled, stepping forward with malice in his stride. "Open fire!" the captain screamed. The roar of blaster fire erupted, but the bolts shattered against the Black Templar's armor, leaving him completely unharmed. "May the Emperor have mercy on your souls, for I will not," Sebastian bellowed, launching himself into the throng of soldiers and machines. His blade flashed in the air, cutting through the ranks with a single swipe. Men and automata fell in pieces, blood and oil spraying across the ground. He hurled his shield into the line of enemies to his left, reducing their bodies to broken heaps. His sword swung out again, scattering limbs and coating the steps of the Jedi Temple red. Screams echoed in the air as Sebastian pressed forward, cutting down those who dared stand in his way. The remaining forces broke formation, retreating toward their ships, firing wildly as they fled. "Weaklings!" Sebastian shouted through his helmet, raising his left hand and aiming his bolt pistol. His first shot obliterated the top half of a man attempting to climb into a transport, the bolt ripping through the ship's hull. The transport continued to fly, but it was only a moment before his second shot detonated the vessel, sending it plummeting to the ground far below. The remaining soldiers scrambled to board the other transports, but they too met the same fate. Sebastian emptied his magazine, each shot finding its mark. One man, too slow to escape, screamed in terror as he lost his grip and fell from the transport. His chest slammed against the edge of the platform, and he dangled there, panicked and desperate. "No, no!" he cried, his fingers desperately clawing for purchase. Sebastian walked over, his heavy steps shaking the platform before reaching down to seize the man by his uniform. With a grunt, he hoisted him up to eye level. "You'll tell me everything about this planet. Then I'll decide whether you live or die. Understand?" Sebastian said coldly. The man trembled in pure horror. Before the conversation could continue, another transport appeared, landing on the platform. Instead of guards, two men stepped out, their faces concealed by shadow. "Quickly, we don't have much time before more arrive," one of the men urged, motioning for Sebastian to board. Sebastian stared at them with disdain. "I would welcome more," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. The other man seemed unfazed. "I don't doubt it. But surely you wouldn't want an entire planet out to kill you." Sebastian smiled darkly. "A great honor. I would welcome the challenge." The man's voice turned desperate. "Please, just come with us. We can help you with whatever you need." The Black Templar paused, considering the offer. After a moment, he made up his mind. "You should have spoken sooner." He glanced down at the man still dangling from his grip, then casually tossed him off the platform. The man screamed as he fell into the abyss below. Sebastian stepped onto the transport, feeling it sink under his weight before it lifted off. The two men stood silently, watching him from beneath their hoods. The taller of the two had unsettling yellow eyes, though his hood and respirator concealed most of his face. "Speak," Sebastian commanded, his voice cold. The taller man's yellow eyes narrowed as though he believed he held some measure of importance. Sebastian couldn't care less. This world was untouched by the Imperium, and in his eyes it held no real significance. That and the fact that the world seemed Xeno-friendly. The tall one's eyes alone were enough to make Sebastian suspect he was either a Xeno or a warp-tainted human like the ones he had just slaughtered. "First, let me ask you a question. Who are you, and why did you slaughter the Jedi at the temple?" the younger man asked. "I told you to speak, not ask questions," Sebastian replied coldly. He leaned in, bringing himself face to face with the younger man. "Now, if you want to leave this transport alive, you'd better start talking." He paused, eyes narrowing. "My patience is running thin." Before the younger man could respond, the older man raised a hand, silencing him. "I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation you're in," the Xeno said, his voice measured but firm. "We've chosen to intervene because we share similar goals. Let us find common ground where we both benefit." He gestured toward his companion. "My apprentice will explain everything as we go. But for now, we've arrived." The transport doors hissed open, revealing a dark platform stretching into the unknown. "Please, follow me," the Xeno said, stepping out first. Sebastian merely hummed in response, stepping out of the transport side by side with the younger man. Without warning, he raised his bolt pistol and fired once, the shot echoing as it struck the man square in the back. Sheev Palpatine. The droid, whatever it was, didn't seem to understand the position it was in. After feeling the chaos erupting at the Jedi Temple, Palpatine had contacted his master, Plagueis, who had ordered him to prepare a transport. The two had met, then traveled together to the Jedi Temple to investigate what had happened. It was there they encountered the massive metal figure, a droid, or at least that's what they assumed it was. The droid had just finished slaughtering the Coruscant guards, and as Palpatine stepped forward to ask it to follow, the machine casually tossed the man it was holding off the side of the platform, sending him plummeting into the abyss below. The ride to the underground facility at the bottom of the Limerge building wasn't long, but Palpatine sensed something unusual about this droid. He could feel it, the creature's killing intent towards his master. His mind raced with the possibilities before him, and he had to admit he liked what he saw. Using his mastery of the Force to mask thoughts and feelings, Palpatine concealed the killing intent from the metal man, knowing that Plagueis wasn't as adept in this subtle art as he was. "My apprentice will explain everything as we go, but for now we've arrived," Plagueis said as the transport doors hissed open, revealing a dark platform stretching into the unknown. Plagueis stepped out first, and Palpatine followed, the mechanical figure next to him. But then Palpatine felt it, a sudden surge of killing intent. The man raised his left hand, holding some kind of weapon, and fired. The shot rang out, striking his master in the back. It was a split second, but Palpatine was fast. He masked the intent from Plagueis, even as the bolt tore through his master's protective plate, exploding in a burst of shrapnel. Plagueis screamed in pain as the blast shredded his back, sending debris deep into his body. His respirator sparked and died, choking him in the process. Palpatine couldn't help himself. He began to laugh, a low, cruel cackle, as he walked toward his master, who was still struggling to move, his body racked with pain. "Now I am the master, and you, old friend, are nothing more than a nuisance," Palpatine sneered. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, lashing out and enveloping Plagueis in a vicious storm. Plagueis gurgled and screamed, smoke rising from his charred body as violent convulsions racked his form. Palpatine let the torture drag on, enjoying the moment. He paused briefly, letting his master have a brief respite before starting again, laughing even harder this time. Sebastian, still standing off to the side, watched with cold indifference. But as he observed Palpatine's actions, a new understanding formed in his mind. The younger man torturing his master was the apprentice, the one who had been so eager to make a deal moments ago. If these two were willing to betray and destroy each other in an instant, what would they do to him? After what felt like an eternity, Palpatine finally brought an end to Plagueis' suffering, the crackle of lightning ceasing as the body of his former master lay still. A sudden wave of euphoria washed over him, as the dark side of the Force anointed him the true master, filling him with raw power. But that brief moment of triumph was shattered by the sharp hum of a power sword activating, crackling with energy. Palpatine turned, locking eyes with the Black Templar, whose red optics glowed menacingly in the dim light. "Thank you for helping me rid myself of this man," Palpatine said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "I've been planning this for some time, but you gave me the perfect opportunity." Despite the violence that had just unfolded, Palpatine's tone remained calm, almost cordial. "I still wish to find a way for us to help each other. Please, follow me, and I'll answer any questions you might have." He gestured toward a black door in the distance, which slid open with a soft hiss at his command. Sebastian glanced down at the fallen man, his expression unreadable. If it came to it, he would deal with Palpatine, but for now he needed answers. The brief alliance might allow him to learn something useful, but Sebastian didn't trust him at all. "Very well, lead on," the Black Templar said, his voice low and measured as he holstered his bolt pistol on his left thigh and deactivated his power sword. Palpatine, seemingly unconcerned with the possibility of another attack, turned his back on Sebastian and started walking toward the door. Before following after the man, Sebastian nudged Plagueis' charred body with his foot, rolling it over as he searched for something. "Another one." The Black Templar muttered to himself as he retrieved a cylindrical tube, one of the weapons these beings used, from the robes of the burnt corpse. Chapter 8. 8. Reunion. Maximus and his group made their way toward Mos Espa, Maximus leading from the front. However, he was forced to stop frequently as Nera and Lyra struggled to keep up. Lyra, still wounded from the blaster bolt she'd taken during the invasion of Naboo, had decided to return to the ship. To Maximus's surprise, Padme offered to watch over Nera while the rest of the group entered the city. Maximus's patience was beginning to wear thin, as Nera, though she hadn't complained, was clearly tiring, and he found himself regretting his decision to allow her to come. After another few moments of waiting, he stopped completely, reaching down to scoop her up under her arms and hoist her onto his left shoulder pauldron. "Come, little one, you're slowing us down," he said firmly. Nera didn't respond, but Maximus noticed the flush of embarrassment on her face. He sighed inwardly, but pressed on. "Don't be embarrassed," he added, his tone matter-of-fact. "Just be better." Qui-Gon, walking beside them, narrowed his eyes. "She's a child. Would you really hold that against her? Do you have no compassion for children where you're from?" Maximus's gaze was cold, and he didn't hesitate before answering. "Where I come from, compassion can be deadly," he said. Then, looking at Nera, he added, "There's nothing wrong with being weak, but remaining weak is something to be ashamed of." Nera clung to his shoulder pauldron, lost in thought, her eyes fixed ahead on the city. She didn't respond, but Maximus could tell she was contemplating his words. As they reached the outskirts of Mos Espa, Maximus took in the sight before them. The city was a disorderly mess, everything he had expected and more. Hundreds of Xenos, some humanoid, others strange and alien, roamed the streets freely. The buildings were little more than dirt huts, and the entire city reeked of decay. The streets were covered in waste, and the air was thick with shouting and the constant noise of a lawless, chaotic society. Maximus's lip curled in disgust. "Filthy degenerates." "Filthy degenerates," Nera repeated, her voice high and shrill. Maximus shot her a quick look, his eyebrow twitching at the sudden outburst. People nearby stopped and stared, but Maximus's red optics silenced them. "Keep walking," he growled, his voice cold with malice, "or I'll rip your spines out." The onlookers quickly turned away, deciding to go about their business. Qui-Gon chose to remain silent, his mind working through what he was witnessing. He was beginning to understand the Ultramarine better. The man despised anything that wasn't human, and he wasn't very subtle at concealing it. Qui-Gon noticed the tightening of Maximus's fists before the warrior turned and walked toward one of the shops. Maximus had been in constant contact with his brother Raxa, and was now heading to the location Raxa had directed him to. The group drew every gaze they could, some filled with fear, others with greed. "That armor looks mighty expensive," a man said as Maximus approached. "You'd better watch yourself," the man muttered, his voice low. "Wouldn't want to find a knife between your ribs in the middle of the night." Maximus didn't respond immediately. He stopped in front of the man, then carefully lifted Nera from his shoulder and set her down on the ground. Without another word, he turned toward the man and lashed out. Maximus's left hand lashed out, seizing the man by the head. With a terrifying ease, he dragged him out of the alley. The man flailed helplessly, his fingers scrambling for purchase on Maximus's armored arm. His legs kicked in panic, but he couldn't break free. "You insulted me and threatened my life," Maximus said coldly, his voice like ice. "Normally I would kill you where you stand, but something's telling me to let you live." Maximus tossed the man to the ground, the impact wet and sickening. "But I'll take one of your legs as compensation." With a brutal stomp, Maximus shattered the man's left leg, then tore it off with a savage twist of his boot. The man's screams echoed through the alley. Without a second glance, Maximus turned and started to walk away. Qui-Gon, stunned by the brutality, stepped forward, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his lightsaber. "Enough," Qui-Gon commanded, his voice firm. Maximus stopped and slowly turned to face the Jedi. Qui-Gon stood ready, his saber hilt still deactivated, but his stance one of resolve. "Your blatant disregard for life, your hatred of alien species, this stops now," Qui-Gon said, his voice rising in condemnation. Maximus's expression darkened, his gaze cold. "Put your weapon away, Jedi, or I'll kill you where you stand," he warned, his voice low and menacing. The man made no such move. Maximus moved toward Qui-Gon, towering over him. "You saw my brother's anger in your Jedi Temple with your own eyes." Maximus took another step forward, his eyes gleaming with menace. "But I can promise you this. My brother's anger, compared to mine, is a drop of water to a hurricane." He loomed over Qui-Gon, forcing the Jedi to take a step back. "I am over 200 years old. I've fought in thousands of battles, killed hundreds of thousands. I've wiped entire worlds from existence. Do you really think your little blade can harm me?" He spread his arms wide, a challenge and a threat in one. "Then I invite you to try." "Enough," Padme said, drawing the other's attention toward her. She was pale, her eyes fixed on the man who had stopped screaming due to blood loss from his wound. She had taken Nera and hidden her behind her back, shielding the girl from the gruesome sight, though Nera wasn't naive enough to miss what had happened. Padme took a shuddering breath before turning to the Jedi and the Ultramarine. Maximus was taking care of a future problem. "Isn't that right?" she asked, but received no reply. "In the future, please, be more subtle, Maximus," she added quietly. "Master Jedi, please put your weapon away," she said, turning to Qui-Gon, who reluctantly complied. Maximus hummed in discontent, casting a scornful glance at the Jedi. This man had defied him at every turn, and Maximus found himself yearning to reach out and simply snap his neck. Yet much like the man still passed out on the ground, something was holding him back. Was it the Emperor's will, or some warp-tainted influence? He would have to consult with his brothers on the matter. Turning away from the group, Maximus walked toward one of the huts, a faint grin forming beneath his helmet when he saw Raxa step out. The salamander extended his arms in greeting. "Good to see you, brother," he said, the two clasped forearms in a warrior's greeting. "It's good to see you too," Maximus replied, switching to a private Vox channel to keep their conversation secure. "What news do you have?" "Not much, brother," Raxa replied. "The remains of the battle barge crashed here, though I left them in the desert to come here. Some filthy Xenos may have scavenged it by now." Maximus gave a reassuring nod. "Worry not, brother. I would have made the same choice. We'll see what we can salvage from the wreckage later. Whatever artifacts or machines the Emperor has blessed us with, we'll find them. He must know we've arrived, and he wouldn't leave us helpless." Raxa raised his hands, making the Imperial Aquila with his fingers. "The Emperor protects." "Indeed, brother," Maximus's voice softened, reverent. "I've also learned that Brother Sebastian still lives. He's on a planet called Coruscant." Maximus gestured toward Padme with his right hand. "This woman is the queen of a planet named Naboo, where I landed. She has been incredibly helpful in my time there. Kind but stubborn. She would make a good planetary governor when the Imperium inevitably makes its way here." We should work to bring her to our side. Qui-Gon, Padme, Nera, Anakin, and Shmi all watched the two Astartes converse, though they couldn't hear a word of it. Raxa nodded thoughtfully. If that's your opinion, brother, I will trust your judgment. Now, how do we retrieve our wayward brother? Maximus's gaze turned back toward Padme. The woman has asked me to accompany her to a Senate meeting on the planet Coruscant, where she will plead her case about a blockade on Naboo. We will find out, brother, and return her for the battle barge. After that, I'm not sure what will happen, Maximus said, turning back to his brother. And what of the others? Raxa asked, his voice low and cautious. Maximus grunted softly before responding. The man is something called a Jedi. I believe they can tap into the warp to a limited extent. From what I can tell, they're just weak psychers. And the child? Raxa pressed. I saved her and her mother from what the natives call droids, essentially automata. She's practically glued to my side ever since, remarkably gifted with mechanics. But what about those two? Maximus asked, nodding toward the mother and son who stood near the door to the shop. Slaves of the Xeno who ran this shop. I killed him, and have been here since. Come inside, we have much to discuss, Raxa said, gesturing toward the shop's entrance. Maximus nodded and stepped forward. He ducked beneath the doorframe, followed by Raxa. The interior of the shop was grim, blood spattered the walls, likely that of the slain Xeno. The clutter of forgotten objects seemed more like a maze than a place of business. What are we searching for, Jedi? Maximus asked, glancing at the man who had followed them in. The Jedi fell silent for a moment, taking in the blood-streaked walls, sensing the remnants of violence that had transpired here through the Force. His gaze shifted to the two towering space marines, a hint of disgust flickering across his face before he turned to Padme. May I speak with you outside? He asked, his tone quiet but insistent. Padme hesitated, glancing at Maximus. He nodded slightly, signaling that it was fine. Very well, she agreed, stepping outside with Qui-Gon. They stood in the dusty street, the weight of the situation heavy between them. Qui-Gon spoke first, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. I know the Queen may feel indebted to Maximus, but you must have seen his brutal nature. Someone like him can't be trusted. Padme was silent for a long moment, considering her words carefully. I understand your concerns, Master Jedi, but Maximus saved Naboo when it was in desperate need. If not for him, we would have been left waiting for you to negotiate our safety. What would have happened if he hadn't intervened? What would have become of my people? She asked, unaware that the two space marines inside were listening closely. Qui-Gon's expression hardened. I won't lie to you. I can't promise your people would have fared better, but you can't deny that Maximus is a monster in metal armor. His brother killed something in that shop, probably the owner. You can't condone that, and yet you're willing to take them to Coruscant, where his brother, who has slaughtered dozens of Jedi, awaits. Padme paused, her thoughts swirling. She looked at the Jedi, her voice calm but resolute. I will take your concerns to the Queen. But let me be clear, I've seen his brutality, yes, but only toward those who threaten him or those he protects, she said quietly. Maybe the galaxy needs a monster or two to keep it safe, she added, turning back toward the shop, her mind heavy with the weight of her decision. Inside, Maximus and Raxa stood with their backs to the door, their arms folded as they spoke quietly among themselves. You're right, brother. She could be of great use. We should work to win her over. If she understands that peace is achieved through the strength of the Imperium, perhaps she'll see the wisdom in joining us, Raxa said, his voice thoughtful. Maximus hummed in agreement. The galaxy could benefit from a few more like her. We shall see. Raxa turned toward the door as Padme re-entered. The tension in the air was palpable. It was clear now that their paths were converging in ways none of them could fully predict. Chapter 9, The Wreckage. Qui-Gon re-entered the shop after Padme and began searching for the parts they needed. The boy will know where to find what you're looking for. He's quite resourceful, Raxa remarked, glancing from his brother to the Jedi. Qui-Gon ignored the Astartes' comment and walked over to the boy, whom he had learned was named Anakin. Hello, young man. My name is Qui-Gon Jinn. What is yours? He asked. though he already knew the answer. The boy glanced up at the man before looking nervously at Raxor and Maximus, who had Nera energetically bouncing between them as they loomed like two giants in the room. "Anakin," the boy said quietly. "Anakin, I'm looking for some parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian. Do you know if you might have any?" Qui-Gon asked. Anakin nodded and motioned for the Jedi to follow him. He led Qui-Gon through the shop and into the scrapyard. As they passed a particular area of wrecked parts, Anakin visibly shuddered. Qui-Gon looked down and saw the cause. A Toydarian's body lay in multiple pieces beneath some discarded scrap. It had clearly been torn apart not long ago. The boy kept walking, but Qui-Gon stayed behind for a moment, observing the scene before catching up. "I think these parts will work," Anakin said as he sifted through a pile of scrap. "We have others, but they'll need to be transported to your ship." Taking the opportunity, Qui-Gon knelt and gently placed his hands on Anakin's shoulders. "What happened here?" he asked softly, his voice full of concern. Anakin visibly stiffened, uncomfortable with the question. He glanced around nervously, as if looking for someone, before speaking in a low voice. "The big metal man. His name is Raxor. He came here with my mother a few days ago. When he saw Watto—" Anakin hesitated, his eyes flicking to the ground. "He just attacked him. He ripped off his wings, stomped on his head, then tore the body away." Qui-Gon was silent for a moment, considering the boy's words. While he disapproved of Raxa's brutal actions, he couldn't deny the larger injustice of slavery. "I see," he said quietly. "I'm sorry you had to witness that." He rose to his feet and followed Anakin back into the shop, his mind heavy with the complexities of what he had just learned. As the two entered, Maximus and Raxa walked over to the Jedi, who looked up at them. "It's almost evening. You will stay here until we return tomorrow and protect the Queen, Nera, the woman, and the boy. We have matters to attend to in the meantime," the Ultramarine said before turning away. "You're leaving?" Qui-Gon asked, unsure of what to do. "We are. Only until tomorrow morning. Our ship crash-landed on this planet, and we plan to recover what we can from the wreckage," Maximus replied, nodding towards Qui-Gon before ducking out of the shop. "Did they talk to you about this?" Qui-Gon asked Padme, who was looking at Anakin. "I'm sorry," she replied, turning to the Jedi. "The Ultramarine. Did he tell you about all this?" he asked again. "Briefly, but not entirely," she answered cryptically. In truth, Maximus had told her about their plans, enticing her with promises of war-ending technology and weapons still aboard the wrecked ship. They had suggested she wouldn't need the Senate to free her planet if they found what they were looking for, though she still wished to go through the proper channels before resorting to the two's more brutal methods. Qui-Gon hummed thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he turned to observe Nera, who had walked over to a shelf full of scrap and was now fiddling with mechanical parts. Padme and Anakin went back to talking, while Qui-Gon approached Nera. She paused what she was doing and looked up at him. "Nera, could you tell me what you know about the Ultramarine?" "Do you like him?" he asked, probing what she thought of the Astartes. "Mr. Droid Man is really nice, though he's really mean to those who are mean to him," she said innocently. "I see. Does he scare you at all?" Qui-Gon asked. She shook her head, her big eyes round and clear. "No, he's really nice to me and Mama," she answered. Qui-Gon hummed again. "Thank you, Nera," he said, standing up and returning to his original position. "I guess there's no other choice," he muttered quietly to himself. Darth Maul. Maul opened his eyes as his ship touched down on the desert planet of Tatooine. He stood up and made his way to the ramp, descending to the sands below. He raised his electro-binoculars to survey the city ahead. Finding nothing of interest, he pressed a few buttons on the control panel on his wrist. Moments later, 3 scouter droids descended from the ship and flew off to begin their search. Maul inhaled deeply, reflecting on the events that had led him here. His master, Darth Sidious, had ordered him to track down the Queen after learning of her whereabouts. Sidious had been accompanied by a towering metal giant, but as per his master's instructions, Maul had kept his distance. Now he would have to wait for one of the droids to find something. He gave the barren landscape one last glance before turning and walking back into his ship, settling into meditation as he waited. Maximus. The trek to the wreckage of the battle barge was long, but for the two Astartes it took no more than a few hours as they sprinted across the barren desert. They didn't speak as they moved, but they killed anything that showed itself, sparing only the planet's wildlife. The natives call them Tuscan raiders, Raxa said, glancing down at the body of one such raider. Maximus had shot it before it could pose any threat, and now, as they examined it, Raxa took the opportunity to explain. I killed a large group of them, almost a whole tribe. They didn't put up much of a fight. Maximus simply hummed as he nudged the body with his boot. It might be a good idea to make this planet our base of operations while we wait for the Imperium to arrive, if things fall through with the Queen of Naboo. It would be simple to cleanse the planet of the less desirable elements, Maximus suggested, his voice steady. I agree, Raxa replied. I know Brother Sebastian would relish the opportunity. The two continued through the desert, cutting down any foes that crossed their path. Finally, they reached the wreckage of the barge, and a wave of fury washed over them as they surveyed the scene below. Dozens of sandcrawlers were scattered around the wreck, and hundreds of Jawas scurried about, scavenging scraps of metal. A loud shot rang out from one section of the ship. The two Astartes turned to see one of the Jawas had shot itself with a bolt pistol, the top half of its body vaporized in an instant. Filthy little parasites, Raxa muttered, his eyes narrowing as he looked upon the ship. It was a mess. The Jawas had begun stripping the barge, but hadn't made much progress, aside from the breaches caused by the earlier attack in the warp. The exterior of the ship looked as though it had been slowly eaten away by hundreds of the tiny creatures, forming lines to carry away parts for inspection. It's good they haven't gotten far into the ship itself, Maximus said, his voice low. Let's go. What followed would be remembered as the Great Jawa Extinction. If any had survived to recount the tale, the two Astartes didn't hesitate. They began with the sandcrawlers, obliterating them in explosions. Then they moved on to the Jawas, picking them off one by one. One of the little creatures shouted something in its strange language, but Raxa silenced it with a swift strike of his knife, cutting the creature's head clean in two before shooting a nearby power coil. The resulting explosion sent waves of fire and promethium roaring through the area, burning the Jawas alive. They screamed as they writhed in agony, but Raxor showed no mercy, leaving them to die in the flames. Maximus tore through the creatures with brutal efficiency. He stomped, crushed, and tore the Jawas apart with his savage strength. He grabbed one by the neck, lifting it into the air before slamming it into the ground with such force that its skull shattered, scattering brain matter across the sand. He swung his chainsword with deadly precision, bisecting multiple Jawas in a single stroke. As the rest fled in terror, Maximus found a heavy bolter the beings had dropped and unleashed a storm of fire. Bolts ripped through the Jawas, obliterating them from existence. When the bolter ran dry, he tossed it aside, his armor splattered with blood and viscera. I enjoyed that very much, Raxa said, watching Maximus finish his carnage. Maximus simply nodded. Let's see what's still intact inside the barge. Come. The two Astartes entered the wreckage, stepping over the fallen bodies of their brothers. The halls were littered with the corpses of Astartes, a silent testament to the horrors of the warp that had ripped through the place. Raxa paused, his gaze lingering on the remains. I awoke amidst the wreckage, he explained quietly. I was the only survivor. I searched the ship for any who might have lived, but found only death. It was all I could do to lay them to rest in these halls before I chose to leave. Maximus placed a hand on Raxa's shoulder, his voice steady with conviction. We will return once we find Brother Sebastian. Until then, this is enough. With that, they moved deeper into the barge, heading for the lift that still functioned by the will of the Emperor. The lift carried them to the control room, and Maximus approached the panel. He pressed a few buttons, and the power flickered back to life. Praise the Emperor, the two Astartes said in unison before Maximus began sifting through the data files. The barge was still mostly intact, if you ignored the gaping hole where the front half of the ship had once been. The hangar and much of the machinery they had brought to combat the tyranid threat remained undisturbed. It was one such weapon in particular that Maximus was searching for. An image flickered to life above the central console, and Raxa's eyes widened in recognition. "Is that—" he began, but Maximus cut him off. "Yes, by his will, it has been preserved." Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the weapon projected before them, his expression unwavering. "But we have no one who can use it," Raxa said, his voice tinged with concern. "You are wrong. I can use it," Maximus replied, his tone resolute. "And if wielding it will sway the Queen to our side, it will be a small price to pay." Raxa fell silent, watching as the image faded from the screen. Without a word, the two turned and walked back toward the lift, their minds already focused on the task ahead. As they entered the hangar, Maximus grabbed one of the massive crates and began loading it with ammunition, weapons, and anything else that might prove useful for the immediate future. "Load whatever you wish to take with us for now," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "We'll return once we're with Sebastian." The two Astartes worked in silence, efficiently resupplying themselves. After a while, they walked from the barge, the crate carried between them. As they moved, Raxa's helmet detected something, an unsettling hum. His gaze shifted, and his enhanced optics locked onto a small black droid, observing them from a distance. Without hesitation, he raised his left arm and fired his plasma pistol. The shot disintegrated the droid in a flash of searing light. "Some sort of scout," Maximus muttered, his tone neutral. "We should get back to the Queen," Raxa replied, already shifting his focus back to their mission. "You head to the Queen," Maximus said, hefting the crate to his left shoulder. "I'll take this and head to the ship. I'll meet you on your way back." They exchanged a silent nod, each understanding the unspoken task before them. With that, they parted ways, walking in opposite directions, their footsteps heavy with purpose. Chapter 10. 10. Encounter in the Desert. Darth Maul. It had been a day since Maul had landed on the planet Tatooine, and so far he had found nothing of interest. That was until one of his scout droids alerted him to something in the desert. Rising from his meditation, he walked swiftly to the control console, where the droid's feed was displayed on the screen. The image revealed a massive ship in ruins, having crash-landed on the planet. Around it, hundreds of dead Jawas lay scattered, their sand crawlers burning in the distance. The sight was grim, but it was of little consequence to Maul. He zoomed in on a specific area of the wreckage. "Two more," he muttered to himself, as he watched two imposing figures, metal giants, emerge from what appeared to be a hangar. He leaned in closer, his hands resting on the console, as the figure in green armor raised his left arm. A shot rang out, instantly obliterating the scout droid. Maul sighed deeply, lowering his head in thought. He considered his next move, then looked back at the frozen image of the two armored figures. They were like the one his master had been accompanied by, Astartes. Standing, Maul pressed a button on the console to contact his master. The transmission was immediate, and Maul knelt before the screen. "Have you found the Queen?" Sidious's voice crackled through the comm. "Not yet, my master, but I have interesting news," Maul replied. "Speak," Sidious commanded. Maul pressed another button, sending the image to his master. He waited in silence as Sidious's low chuckle filled the air, growing into a cackle as he examined the image. "Good, very good," Sidious said, dismissing the transmission with a wave. "See if you can make contact with the two Astartes. Inform them that Sebastian is here on Coruscant. But be cautious, they may attack you on sight," the Dark Lord of the Sith said before the transmission cut off. Maul paced the interior of his ship, pondering his next steps. There was a chance this was a trap set by his master, but he had trained in the ways of the Force, and in the art of the blade. He was confident that he could destroy any metal man, though his master had specifically warned him to avoid the one in black armor. He made up his mind. His primary mission was still the Queen, and that would remain his focus. If he failed, he would leverage the information about Sebastian to his advantage. With his plan set, he turned his attention to his two remaining droids, waiting for any further intelligence before making his move. Maximus Tatam. Walking through the desert with the crate of weapons on his shoulder, Maximus made his way toward the Nubian ship, dispatching any threat that crossed his path. Behind him, the bodies of more Tusken raiders littered the ground. His patience was wearing thin. The constant interference on this planet was beginning to annoy him, and he vowed that once they had returned, they would conquer this world, with extreme prejudice. After several hours, the Nubian finally came into view as Maximus crested a hill. As he approached, the younger Jedi, the fake Queen, and Lyra came to greet him. "Where are the others?" Sabe asked, concern evident in her voice. "Calm yourself. They are safe." Maximus replied coldly, walking past them and entering the ship. He set the heavy crate down before exiting the Nubian once more, stepping back into the blistering desert sands. "Brother, I've made it to the ship. How fares your journey?" Maximus inquired through his Vox link. "It goes well, brother," Raxa's voice crackled through the comms. "I've taken out another of the scout droids from the barge. Someone is watching us. I can feel it." Maximus paused for a moment, scanning the horizon. His helmet's sensors locked onto a distant point, and he reached for his bolt pistol. "I've destroyed a third," he replied simply, then raised his pistol, firing a single shot. The loud crack of the shot echoed through the desert, making the Queen, Lyra, and the Jedi jump in surprise. They all turned to Maximus. "A little warning next time would be appreciated," the young Jedi remarked, rubbing his ears. "If I cared, I would have given you one," Maximus retorted, his voice icy. He was a patient Astartes, but his tolerance for incompetent, self-entitled psychers like this one was running thin. "Next time, don't stand next to me, and you won't burst an eardrum." With that, he turned and began heading toward the city to meet Raxa halfway. "The man has been quite cooperative," Raxa's voice came through the Vox. "He was eager to assist us to get moving." What neither of the Astartes knew, however, was that while they had been away, Qui-Gon had tested Anakin's blood for midi-chlorians. He was shocked to find that the boy had over 20,000 midi-chlorians, a remarkable count. But he was even more surprised when, on a whim, he tested Neera's blood as well. She had 14,000, significantly lower than the boy's, but still impressive. The more time he spent with the two children, the more he recognized signs of Force sensitivity in them. It was far more pronounced in the boy, but Neera showed potential as well. After a conversation with the boy's mother, he was certain of Anakin's power, and he was now determined to get the boy to the Jedi Council. Qui-Gon immediately set to work, doing everything he could to help them prepare for departure. He ushered the children, Padme, who had taken a particular liking to Anakin, and Shmi into action, directing them to pack up and get ready to leave. During this time, he discovered the control device for the explosives implanted in the two slaves. Without hesitation, he deactivated it, rendering the device useless. By the time the Astartes arrived, the group was nearly ready. It only took them another 15 minutes to leave the city of Mos Espa. Maximus had been right. The little girl, Neera, was a bundle of energy, practically bouncing around Raxor as she bombarded him with questions. He was patient at first, but after what felt like the 100th question, he gently asked her to calm down so he could focus on the task at hand. Pacified, she complied, leaving to chat with Anakin and Padme, who had been talking non-stop throughout the journey. Hours passed, and Raxa's eyes finally caught sight of Maximus in the distance. But there was something else. Something unexpected. A speeder racing at full speed toward Maximus with a black-robed figure riding it. As the Astartes trudged through the sudden sandstorm that seemed to appear out of nowhere, the Ultramarine turned at Raxa's warning. A figure on a speeder was racing toward him, cutting through the storm with unnatural speed. The figure, cloaked in black robes, aimed to pass Maximus without breaking stride. But the Astartes had other plans. With a sudden burst of speed, Maximus sprinted forward and collided with the speeder, slamming into it head-on. The vehicle shattered under the force of the impact, disintegrating into debris. The hooded figure reacted instantly, leaping off the speeder as it was obliterated, flipping gracefully in the air before landing lightly on his feet, his lightsaber at the ready as he faced Maximus. "Another Jedi," Maximus growled, his voice distorted through his helmet's vox. Maul bristled, seeing the Astartes' words as an insult, but quickly regained his composure. "My master has instructed me to inform you of someone you know," Maul said, keeping his lightsaber at the ready. "A metal giant like yourself. His name is Sebastian. Maximus paused, his hand still hovering near his bolt pistol. He stayed his weapon, focusing on the new threat. "What do you know of Sebastian?" he demanded, his tone cold. "Speak plainly. I'm in no mood for games." Maul shook his head slightly, a calculated move to keep control of the situation. "Not so fast," he said, trying to control the exchange. "I propose a trade. I need the Queen of Naboo, and you need the information I hold." His voice was steady, but the offer was clear. "Negotiate." Maximus hummed in thought before pulling his left hand away from his bolt pistol. Instead, his right hand reached for his combat knife, which was strapped to his right thigh. "I'll rip the information from your corpse instead," Maximus said darkly, gripping the massive blade in a reverse stance. Maul's eyes narrowed, realizing that negotiation was off the table. With a swift motion, he ignited his ruby-red blade, bringing it into both hands. From a distance, Qui-Gon Jinn, still approaching on his EOP, gasped at the scene unfolding before him. He immediately began to dismount, but Raxa's hand shot out, stopping him. "Stay put," he commanded, his voice low but firm. "Watch." With that, he turned back to the fight, his pace deliberate as he walked forward to observe. "Let me see what you can do, abomination," Maximus taunted, his voice carrying through the storm. Maul lunged first, his lightsaber flashing as he aimed for Maximus. The Astartes sidestepped the strike with unnatural speed, knocking the blade away with a gauntleted hand. He backpedaled swiftly, avoiding a wild counterswipe. Maul shifted, bringing his blade around to strike at Maximus's head. But the Astartes was ready. He brought his right arm up in a defensive motion, catching the strike with his shoulder pauldron, the blade skidding off his armor. Maximus was surprised by Maul's speed and agility. He raised his right foot just in time to avoid a swipe from the Jedi's blade, his movements smooth and precise. Yet he remained calm, not yet retaliating, instead watching Maul's every move with the patience of centuries of combat experience. But then a sudden shift occurred. Maul used the Force to pull Maximus toward him, dragging the Astartes forward with unnatural speed. Maximus, though caught off guard, reacted quickly. He brought his combat knife up to intercept Maul's blade. But to his shock, the lightsaber sliced through the knife like it was nothing, cutting it in half with a single effortless strike. Before Maximus could recover, Maul spun, igniting the second blade of his double-bladed lightsaber. In one fluid motion, he stabbed backward, the second red blade aimed straight for Maximus's midsection. The world seemed to freeze as the two figures stood still. "Interesting," Maximus's deep voice echoed, his tone steady. Just as Maul's lightsaber was about to pierce his stomach, Maximus's gauntleted hand shot out, seizing the blade and stopping it dead in its tracks. The heat from the blade turned his metal fingers red, but he held firm. With a swift shoulder check, Maximus sent Maul crashing to the ground, stepping back with deliberate calm. "I will admit, Jedi, you are well trained," Maximus said, his gaze shifting to Raxa, who was slowly approaching. Maul quickly sprang to his feet, twirling his lightsaber in a display of skill. He was ready for more. "Especially the way you use the warp," Maximus continued, waving his left hand to cool the searing metal of his gauntlet. With a growl, Maul lunged again, faster this time, but Maximus had seen enough. He caught Maul's lightsaber with his left forearm, the blow deflecting harmlessly off his reinforced armor. In a single motion, Maximus brought his right fist crashing down on Maul's exposed right arm with all his strength. The impact was brutal. Maul's lower arm was wrenched off completely at the elbow. The shock of pain forced him to turn to the right, but that was exactly what Maximus had been waiting for. With a swift motion, Maximus grabbed Maul by the chest and lifted him off the ground. He turned to his left, where Raxa now stood, his massive form closing in. In perfect synchronization, Raxa grabbed Maul by the hips, and with one vicious tug, the two Astartes ripped the Jedi apart, tearing him in half. The Jedi made no sound as he died, though it wouldn't have mattered if he had. The two Astartes casually discarded the halves of Maul's body before nodding to each other and walking toward Qui-Gon and the rest of the group. "Hold, brother," Maximus called to Raxa, who halted and turned to face the Ultramarine. Maximus knelt before dipping two of his fingers in the drying blood coming from the severed arm. He then removed his helmet without a word and placed his finger in his mouth before replaced his helmet. After a moment, memories surged through his mind. "This is an interesting galaxy," he said simply to his brother as he stood. Chapter 11. Hyperspace. Maximus. Memories flooded Maximus's mind as he ingested the blood of his fallen foe. He saw himself in a dark corridor, standing before his master, who was accompanied by a towering metal giant. His hood obscured his face, preventing the red optics of the droid from identifying him. After a moment, his master turned and walked away, heading towards another room where he would soon meet with him. The memory shifted, and Maximus now found himself studying plans for the invasion of Naboo. As he looked over the schematics, a hooded figure approached him. Only the lower half of his face was visible. "Queen Amidala is essential to our plans. She must be captured and forced to sign the treaty," the figure said, gesturing toward the plans spread out before them. Maximus glanced up. "And the droid master?" A thin, knowing smile curled on the man's lips, revealing yellowed teeth. "I have learned much from him. He is no mere droid, but a man in armor. You would do well to steer clear of him, for now," Sidious replied, his voice laced with mystery. The scene shifted again, and Maximus found himself aboard the scimitar, descending toward the planet Tatooine. He watched as the ship's systems came online, followed by a flurry of memories detailing Maul's time on the planet. These were the most recent memories, vivid and clear. He hummed quietly to himself as he turned to Raxa, who had been silently observing him. Maximus gestured toward the arm, and without a word, Raxa dipped his fingers into the blood, ingesting it in the same ritual. "The ship is about a day's journey from here on foot. I assume it will only take you a few hours, though," Maximus said, his voice low but firm. He turned back to his brother. "Go to the scimitar and take it for us. Bring it to the wreckage of the battle barge and salvage what you can, including the weapon." Raxa gave a respectful nod. "Yes, brother. Will you return here once you are done with the Queen?" Maximus stood, his gaze unwavering. "Most likely not. By the time you reach the scimitar, the repairs on the Nubian will likely be complete. We will connect the comms of both ships so we can stay in contact." Raxa stood as well, extending his right arm in a gesture of farewell. Maximus gripped it firmly, their bond evident in the gesture. "Emperor protect you, brother," the blueberry said, his tone sincere. Raxa gave a brief nod before turning and sprinting toward the scimitar. Turning away from his brother, Maximus walked toward Qui-Gon and the others, who wore expressions of shock and disbelief at the brutality they had just witnessed. Qui-Gon dismounted his EOP and cautiously made his way toward the corpses still cooling in the scorching desert sand. He gently shifted the man's robes, revealing the hilt of the weapon he had wielded. After a moment of silent contemplation, Qui-Gon stood with the lightsaber and turned, walking away from the body. He stopped beside Maximus, meeting his gaze. "The being you just killed," Qui-Gon began, his voice heavy with thought, "was no Jedi, but something far worse. I'll need to speak to the Jedi Council about this when we reach Coruscant." Maximus raised an eyebrow, his voice curious. "A council of Jedi?" Qui-Gon nodded, continuing to lead his mount forward. "A group of highly respected masters of the Jedi Order, all led by our Grandmaster Yoda." Maximus walked beside him as he remounted, both men exchanging questions about their respective orders. Maximus sought to understand the various factions of this galaxy, while Qui-Gon pressed for more information about the metal behemoths that had arrived on the planet. As they spoke, the Nubian came into view, and with it a flood of new questions from the group that had stayed behind. Lyra scooped her daughter into her arms, the child animatedly recounting how she had seen Maximus tear a bad man apart. She also mentioned meeting one of his brothers, this one green in color. Lyra gave a typical half-interested response of, "Oh, wow, how nice," before her mind refocused on the gruesome sight her daughter had witnessed. She shot Maximus a glare that could freeze the very sun itself. Fortunately, Maximus's heart blazed with the light of the Emperor, whose brilliance burned brighter than 1,000 suns. Such glares had little effect on him. Obi-Wan emerged from the ship and approached his master, who briefly told him of the events that had transpired on their way to the Nubian. Obi-Wan looked at Maximus with newfound scrutiny, though not with approval. He had witnessed the brutality of the one in black armor, and now, seeing all three of these Astartes willing to tear a man apart in front of children, he couldn't help but be disturbed. They were undeniably brutal, but efficient, he had to admit. The fake queen approached Maximus, demanding to know what had happened. Maximus didn't even spare her a glance as he walked past her, his expression impassive. "Ask your handmaid," he said coldly, continuing on his path into the ship. Inside the ship, he turned and pointed at one of the men who was piloting the vessel. "Show me how to connect the comms of this ship to another," he ordered, standing beside the console. The pilot complied, explaining the ship's communication systems as he worked. Maximus listened closely, absorbing the details with a growing understanding. While his mind was sharp and focused on the broader strategic elements of his mission, memories of Sith training and tactics now flooding his mind, he found the finer details of ship operation to be more obscure, though still important. He needed only a basic grasp of how to operate the comms, enough to teach Raxor how to establish a link through the Vox. After a while, the Vox crackled to life with Raxa's voice, confirming that he had reached the scimitar. The Salamander seemed impressed by the craftsmanship of the vessel, though he noted a few glaring issues. The sheer lack of weapons aboard stood out to him, as did the absence of the Imperial Aquila on most of the ship's panels. He made a mental note of these discrepancies, but pushed them aside for the moment. Maximus walked Raxa through the process of connecting the two ships via the comms, and after what felt like an hour of careful work, the connection was finally established. They were ready to depart. "We'll be back, brother," Maximus said over the Vox, "and I'll have Brother Sebastian with me." "I look forward to it," Raxa replied. "I'll meet you on the planet Naboo." With that, he cut the connection. Maximus stood and exited the ship, stepping onto the hot sands below. He gazed across the makeshift repair crew, small droids working tirelessly to get the Nubian back into shape. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Anakin, the young boy, sprinted past him, shouting, "The ship's ready!" Finally, they could leave this Emperor-forsaken planet behind. For now, at least. Obi-Wan awe. As Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon sat in the cabin of the ship, they stole glances at Maximus, who had once again chosen to kneel, as no seat aboard the vessel was large enough to accommodate his imposing form. The two Jedi had discussed the events that transpired on Tatooine, but now they simply watched the towering Astartes in silence, both feeling a sense of unease. "Master, Obi-Wan began, but his words were cut off by a strange sensation that washed over him as the ship left Tatooine's orbit. He turned his gaze toward one of the walls, feeling something tugging at him from outside the ship's confines. It wasn't the Force, but something else, something chaotic. It felt dark, yet powerful, pulling him in with whispers of unimaginable power, coaxing him to give in, to embrace it. Obi-Wan shut his eyes, trying to push the sensation away. The chaotic presence pressed against his mind, but before it could take root, something else intervened. Something he recognized well. The Force. It surged through him, burning away the dark presence with its purifying light. Obi-Wan inhaled sharply, as if he had forgotten to breathe for a moment, his body trembling as the chaotic whispers faded. "Obi-Wan?" Qui-Gon's voice broke through the haze, his tone laced with concern. He reached out, shaking his apprentice gently. Obi-Wan opened his eyes slowly, dazed. He tried to speak, but couldn't form the words. His vision swam, and then his eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed to the floor. "Obi-Wan!" Qui-Gon exclaimed, rushing to his side. He called his name repeatedly, shaking him, but Obi-Wan remained unresponsive. Maximus, kneeling in his corner, glanced over with mild disinterest, choosing not to involve himself in the situation for the time being. Qui-Gon quickly checked Obi-Wan's vital signs, finding nothing out of the ordinary. There was no immediate danger, no sign of injury or illness. But still, the Jedi Master's expression remained troubled. With a soft grunt, Qui-Gon lifted Obi-Wan's limp body and carried him to one of the beds in the rear of the ship, still muttering his name under his breath as he did. "Summon." The journey to Coruscant was interesting, to say the least. Once the Nubian had left Tatooine's orbit, it seemed to slow for a moment before rapidly picking up speed. Maximus watched as the stars began to stretch before him. He swore quietly, his mind briefly flashing with the terrifying thought that they were about to enter the warp with no protection from its corruption. But as he looked out of the front of the ship, his eyes widened. He slowly stood and walked toward the cockpit, kneeling at the doorway before removing his helmet. "By the throne," he whispered, staring at the view before him. The stars danced before his eyes, a sight that left him breathless. Padme, who had been speaking with Captain Panaka in the cockpit, turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "Never been in hyperspace before?" she asked. Maximus shook his head, his gaze fixed on the endless stream of stars as his mind raced with the possibilities this could open for the Imperium. "Ah, you're seeing the jump to hyperspace. It's what makes space travel so fast," the pilot explained, glancing back at Maximus. "Normally, you'd be stuck flying at sublight speeds, which would take ages to get anywhere. But in hyperspace, we break through to a separate dimension where the normal laws of space don't apply." Padme watched Maximus closely, her curiosity growing. "You come from another galaxy. You don't have hyperspace travel?" she asked skeptically. "No," Maximus replied simply, his gaze still distant. "We travel through the warp." "The warp," Padme repeated, a shudder inexplicably running down her spine at the mention of it. Maximus's eyes darkened as they met hers. There was a depth of loathing in them that sent an icy chill through her. "The warp is—" He paused, his voice turning grim. "Hell," he said simply. He glanced back toward the stars outside the ship. "It's filled with evils, demons, and worse. A place where the laws of reality break down. Time, space, none of it works the way it does here." Padme's chest tightened as she absorbed his words, but driven by her thirst for knowledge, she pressed on. "What kind of evils live in a place like that?" she asked before she could stop herself. The question hung in the air like a poison, and Maximus's posture stiffened. For a long moment there was nothing but the sound of breathing, the tension thick between them. Then, with a cold, steady voice, he spoke, his words devoid of emotion, but heavy with warning. "Do not speak of them," he said, his eyes burning with an intensity that left Padme's heart hammering in her chest. "You know nothing of what you speak. Never ask such things again. Do you understand?" Padme nodded, a chill spreading through her as she met his gaze. Maximus turned his attention back to the stars. "We do not speak of them, for they are forbidden," he said simply before saying nothing more. Chapter 12. The Jedi Council. Obi-Wan. As they entered Coruscant's orbit, Obi-Wan suddenly shot up from the bed he had been placed in, holding his head with his left hand. He let out a soft moan as a chaotic energy began to creep into his body, only to be pushed back by the Force once more. He looked up at his master, Qui-Gon, who watched him curiously. "Tell me what ails you," Qui-Gon asked, moving his chair closer. I'm not sure, Master. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. It's chaotic and malevolent. But just as it seeks to take hold, the Force purges it." Obi-Wan replied, shifting to dangle his legs off the side of the bed. Qui-Gon bowed his head in deep contemplation before looking back up at his apprentice. "We must seek the Jedi councils on this matter. Perhaps they can help us." He turned towards the door. "Come, we're about to land." Obi-Wan rubbed his face again, then looked at his hands. Shaking his head, he stood and walked into the main room, where Qui-Gon, Padme, the Queen, Nera, and the rest stood, ready to depart as soon as the ship landed. Maximus, still kneeling, placed his helmet on his head. Moments later the ship touched down. The pilot led the way, opening the ramp and bowing as he stepped to the side. The Queen, followed by Padme, Anakin, Lyra, Nera, and the rest of the entourage, descended the ramp to the waiting group below. "Your Majesty," Senator Palpatine called, walking forward and taking the Queen's hand. I don't know what to say. I'm just so glad you're safe." He met her gaze before adding, "May I introduce you to Supreme Chancellor Valorum?" A man stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, It is an honor to meet you. The Queen nodded politely before her eyes shifted to Maximus, who descended the ramp, his massive frame causing the metal to creak under his weight. His gaze swept over the surroundings before settling on the city itself. A hive world, he muttered disdainfully. His attention, however, seemed to remain fixed on something else as he looked away. "Brother Sebastian, can you hear me?" Maximus asked, speaking through his vox. There was a pause, then a deep voice came through. "It is good to hear your voice, Brother Maximus. I have much to speak to you about." "Indeed, we must meet, and soon." "Where are you?" Maximus asked. "Patience, brother. I've made a new contract here. He will contact you shortly and bring me to you." "I'm in hiding of sorts," Sebastian replied. "You, hiding?" Maximus asked incredulously. A deep chuckle came through the vox. "It's a long story. We'll speak again soon, brother. Until then, may the Emperor protect you." The vox went silent, and Maximus returned his attention to Valorum, who had clearly been ignored. He seemed offended, but Maximus showed no sign of concern. "This is Senator Palpatine and Supreme Chancellor Valorum," the Queen introduced. Maximus simply nodded in acknowledgement, clearly uninterested. Valorum, now visibly irritated, cleared his throat. "I hope the rest of your entourage isn't as disrespectful as this brute," he muttered, turning to the Queen. "Please forgive him, Chancellor," the Queen said, offering an apologetic smile. "He's not accustomed to our ways." Valorum grumbled, but let the matter go. He turned his attention back to the Queen. "I'm thrilled you're here and safe. Though I must say, I'm disappointed in the Senate's reaction to the blockade of your planet," he said as they began walking toward one of the ships on the platform. "Well, you have been one of our greatest advocates and allies. I thank you for your support during this trying time," Sabe said, playing the role of the Queen. "Indeed," Valorum agreed, though his eyes kept flicking to Maximus, who followed behind them. After a moment, the Chancellor gestured toward the giant. "I'm honestly not sure your friend here can come with us on the same ship. Perhaps he should wait for another." The group glanced at Maximus, noting his heavy armor, and quickly realized the Supreme Chancellor had a point. Qui-Gon, however, stepped forward and addressed Maximus. "I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'd like to offer you the chance to speak with the Jedi Council about what happened on Tatooine. I think this would be a good opportunity for us to better understand one another," Qui-Gon said, adopting a diplomatic tone. "Master!" Obi-Wan exclaimed, his surprise evident. Qui-Gon turned and gestured for his apprentice to be silent. Then he returned his attention to Maximus. The Astartes regarded them both silently before speaking. "While it's true we have not seen eye to eye, I believe it would be interesting to meet these Jedi you speak of. But it will have to be at a later time. I wish to find my brother first," Maximus said, easing Obi-Wan's concerns. Qui-Gon nodded in understanding. He and Obi-Wan turned to walk toward another shuttle that had arrived. "Master, what was your reasoning behind your offer?" Obi-Wan asked, still unsettled by the exchange. "Ah, my young apprentice," Qui-Gon said as they continued walking. "You've seen the temperament of these Astartes. The Black Templar, the one who slaughtered our brothers and sisters at the temple, would never have spoken with us. But the others were willing to engage diplomatically. If there were no aliens present, that's all I'll say for now. Let's discuss it further once we meet with the Council." They watched as Anakin boarded the shuttle with Padme and her guards, offering him a reassuring nod. The young boy returned the gesture before sitting down next to Padme, striking up a conversation with her and Nera. Maximus, still waiting for his own shuttle, stood on the platform as the two Jedi departed for the temple with his arms folded, gazing at the city. Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's ship landed at the entrance of the Jedi Temple. The two quickly disembarked, walking up the steps, where stains of blood and oil still marred the surface. The damage to the temple was far from repaired. Large holes in the ground and bloodstains on some of the pillars were a sobering sight as they made their way inside. The atmosphere was heavy as they walked toward the elevator, which would take them to the council chamber. The ride was silent, and when the doors opened, they were met by the solemn stares of the Jedi Council. 11 members were seated, their expressions grim. On the left side of the room, an empty seat stood as a stark reminder of the recent tragedy. "Returned you have," Master Yoda said, his voice quiet but firm. His gaze fell upon Qui-Gon. "We have, Master. Though I wish we returned with better news," Qui-Gon replied, stepping forward to stand in the center of the room. "I bring troubling news regarding the attack on the temple," he began. "What we initially thought to be a droid was, in fact, a super soldier from another galaxy, a warrior known as a Black Templar." Before he could continue, Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat, a new mechanical arm gleaming in the light. His left cheek was marred by stitches that traveled down his neck, disappearing into his shirt. He gently stroked the wound as he spoke. "How do you know this information?" Mace asked, his tone direct and unyielding. Qui-Gon bowed his head in acknowledgement before continuing. "As you all know, my apprentice and I traveled to Naboo to negotiate its freedom from the blockade. We were ambushed and forced to flee the fleet, landing on the planet. We expected the capital city of Theed to be under lockdown. Instead, we found it still free, against all odds." He gestured, and a hologram of the city appeared. "I thought Theed had no active military force," one of the masters remarked. "You're correct. The city has no army. At least it didn't. Until—" Qui-Gon paused as the image shifted, revealing another figure. "Impossible!" One of the masters gasped in disbelief. "Another one?" Ki-Adi-Mundi murmured as he studied the image of a towering figure in blue and gold armor. "This is Maximus of the Ultramarines," Qui-Gon explained. "He single-handedly defended the city of Theed from all incursions. Before we left, I managed to acquire footage of his battles that I'd like to show the Council, with your permission, Grandmaster." Qui-Gon turned to Yoda, who gave a solemn nod. The hologram sprang to life. The Council watched, astonished, as they saw Maximus effortlessly tear through tanks with his bare hands, his sheer power defying belief. He was thrown into a building, which collapsed on top of him. Moments later, he emerged from the rubble, ready to continue his fight. "So," Mace Windu spoke, his voice tinged with both awe and frustration as he watched the footage. "They can be hurt." Yoda's voice cut through the tension. "Calm yourself, Mace. Clouded your mind is. Too close to this, you are." Mace lowered his head in submission, but his eyes still flickered with barely contained anger. "When we first encountered Maximus," Qui-Gon continued, "we initially attacked him, given the recent events at the temple. But he easily disarmed us, taking control of the situation. Afterward, he seemed wary of us. But when he encountered this being," Qui-Gon shifted the hologram to show an image of Jar Jar Binks. "His wariness turned to outright hostility. I believe Maximus and his brothers belong to a faction with xenophobic beliefs, which would explain the Black Templars' animosity towards non-human Jedi." The room fell into heavy silence. Plo Koon was the first to break it. "You mentioned brothers. Are there more of them?" he asked, his voice calm but probing. Qui-Gon shifted the hologram once more to reveal another Astartes, this one clad in green and black armor. "Yes, this is Raxor of the Salamanders," Qui-Gon explained. "The Ultramarine Maximus accompanied us with the Queen to the world of—" He was abruptly cut off as Mace Windu slammed his metal hand down onto the armrest of his chair, denting it. "What do you mean, accompanied you?" Mace demanded, his voice rising with indignation. "You mean to tell me you willingly traveled with this man?" Yoda's voice rang out sharp and commanding. "Enough, Mace. Removed from this meeting if this continues, you will be—" Mace's anger flared, but Yoda's authority quickly quelled it. The Jedi Master sat back, breathing deeply. "Master Yoda, you cannot ignore this matter," Mace said, his tone quieter now, but still laced with frustration. Yoda's gaze was steady. "Enough, I have said. Clouded your mind, this situation has—" Qui-Gon took a steadying breath, then stepped forward again. "As I was saying, the Astartes are involved in a conflict far greater than they realize. There are 3 more topics regarding these warriors that we must discuss, but I understand if this is too much to process for now." "Continue, you will." "Interrupted, you will not be," Yoda said, his eyes sweeping across the council chamber before he nodded to Qui-Gon to continue. "Thank you, Grandmaster," Qui-Gon replied, offering a respectful bow. The Astartes accompanied the queen, and she would go nowhere without him. He saved her city, and she feels an enormous debt of gratitude towards him. She insisted on bringing him with us when we left Naboo, though the ship was damaged as we exited the planet's orbit, forcing us to make an unscheduled detour to this planet. Qui-Gon flicked a switch, and the hologram shifted to show the barren world of Tatooine. For the next hour, Qui-Gon recounted the events on Tatooine. He explained how he had met Anakin Skywalker, how he had come to believe that the boy was the chosen one, foretold by prophecy. He also described the crash of the Astartes ship on Tatooine, and how Maximus had claimed that their weapons could end wars on their own. A quiet murmur passed through the council as the story unfolded, and Qui-Gon's voice grew heavier as he described the final confrontation. He activated the hologram once more, showing the brutal killing of what he believed to be the Sith by Maximus. A vicious and overwhelming display of power that left the room filled with a palpable unease. Many of the Jedi turned their heads, uncomfortable with the raw violence they had just witnessed. Such power. It's unimaginable, Mace Windu muttered, his voice strained. After a long pause, Qui-Gon continued. He brought forth the lightsaber he had taken from the Sith's corpse and showed it to the council. The weapon hummed faintly, its red blade a chilling reminder of the darkness they had just seen. Impossible, Ki-Adi-Mundi said, staring at the weapon in disbelief. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium. Qui-Gon met the gaze of the council, his expression unyielding. Clearly not, he replied softly. He then recounted how Obi-Wan had been feeling ill ever since leaving Tatooine, his condition worsening as they traveled. Turning to his apprentice, Qui-Gon gestured for Obi-Wan to explain what had transpired. Obi-Wan stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. When we left Tatooine, I began to feel strange. I feel as though something is watching me through this chaotic power. His voice faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. There's a presence, something ancient, something dark. Yoda's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head slightly. Troubling this is, he said softly, his tone filled with concern. A darkness, you say? A shadow over you, it feels. Obi-Wan nodded, his gaze distant. Yes, Master, it's as if something is calling to me, pulling at my mind. The council exchanged uneasy glances. A connection to the dark side. Mace Windu mused, his tone grave as his hand went unnoticed as it went to the hilt of his newly crafted lightsaber. Qui-Gon frowned, clearly troubled by the implications. The Astartes, the Sith. There's a web of forces at play here, and I fear we have only begun to uncover its depths. Master Plo Koon leaned forward, his voice calm yet resolute. What are we to do then? If the Sith are returning and these Astartes are involved, our time to act may be running out. Qui-Gon exchanged a look with Obi-Wan, both sharing the same foreboding sense of urgency. We must continue our investigation. The Sith may not be extinct, but they are not the only threat. The Astartes and their mysterious origins, the conflict brewing around them, these are all pieces of a puzzle that must be solved. And the boy, Anakin Skywalker, I believe he may be key. Yoda nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Qui-Gon. Keep to the path, you must. Caution, you must exercise. Dangerous, this path is. Obi-Wan stood silently, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the troubling developments. The council had much to consider, but one thing was clear. The galaxy was teetering on the edge of something far greater than they had anticipated. Chapter 13, An Offer of Glory. Maximus. Maximus's heavy footsteps rang out across the red and orange marble floor as he strode into the penthouse where Queen Amidala was staying on Coruscant. His purity seals fluttered slightly with each step, a testament to his devotion to the Emperor, but his progress was quickly halted by a group of guards blocking the doorway. His red optics scanned each of their faces, the silence stretching on uncomfortably. Finally he spoke, his voice low but commanding. Get out of my way. One of the guards stepped forward, voice calm yet firm. You cannot go in armed, sir. Please, leave your weapons out here with us. Maximus's gaze never wavered. "No." "Then I'm afraid you cannot enter," the guard replied, his tone still polite but unwavering. Maximus's voice hardened, his patience wearing thin. "What you should be afraid of is me, if you don't move." The guard, now feeling the weight of the situation, responded, "I'm sorry, sir. Rules are rules." For a long moment, the two stood in tense silence, but the guards refused to budge. Maximus's optics flared with anger, and before any of them could react, he raised his hand, seizing the man by the collar and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The others scrambled back, some shouting for help as he tossed the man through the doors, breaking them off their hinges. The guard crumpled to the floor, unconscious. "Your guards are incompetent fools," Maximus growled, stepping over the fallen body as he entered the room where Queen Amidala, Padme, Palpatine, and the rest of the group were sitting. Inside, Queen Amidala was sitting in a chair, her face a picture of shock and surprise at the unexpected intrusion. The sound of a few guards shouting in protest echoed from the hallway. "Maximus!" the Queen exclaimed, standing quickly. "You can't just—" "I can do as I please," the towering Astartes interrupted, his voice full of barely contained anger. "I am an Ultramarine, one of the Emperor's finest, and I will not be disrespected by mere mortal men." The Queen was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening and closing as if struggling to process the force of his words before she sat back down. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier with the tension. Maximus walked to stand off to the side, folding his arms across his chest. His red optics scanned the room, a look of quiet contempt in his gaze. His eyes lingered on Jar Jar for a moment, the sight of the Gungan's oversized ears making him imagine, just for a moment, what it would be like to rip them off with his bare hands. Palpatine, on the other hand, recovered more quickly. He glanced at the fallen guard, his expression one of mild irritation, and activated a comlink. "Please have this mess cleaned up," he muttered, speaking into the device. He then turned back to Maximus. "You must be Lieutenant Maximus," Palpatine said with a polite nod. "Queen Amidala speaks very highly of you. I look forward to speaking with you after this." Maximus merely nodded in response, his attention still fixed on the room's occupants. Palpatine cleared his throat before continuing. "Your Majesty, I must be frank with you. The Senate is filled with political corruption. The Trade Federation's actions are but one example of the rot that has taken hold. But resolving this in the current climate will be difficult. It's clear the Republic has failed us. The Senate has not acted. The Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo has continued unchecked." Palpatine's eyes narrowed at her words before he began pacing slowly. "The Senate is a bureaucratic nightmare. Too many interests pulling in different directions, too many divisions, too much diplomacy. It's far too slow to respond to a threat as immediate as this one. I fear that no resolution can come swiftly through normal channels." The Queen, still processing the situation, turned back to Palpatine. "Then what do you recommend?" Palpatine looked at her for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. He then nodded slightly, as if making a decision. "We could pursue legal action through the courts, but that would take far too long. The courts are notoriously slow. The Senate is compromised. The only real option left is to take the fight to the Trade Federation directly, but that would require a level of commitment most senators aren't willing to make." He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. "Our best choice would be to push for the election of a stronger Supreme Chancellor. You could push for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, Your Majesty," Palpatine said. Queen Amidala looked down, her eyes narrowing slightly in thought. She had been hearing this for days now, words of empty promises and bureaucratic wrangling. But Palpatine's voice carried a different weight, and part of her couldn't ignore the quiet truth in his words. Even Maximus, standing like a stone sentinel in the corner, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Maximus, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, his deep voice resonating like a thunderclap in the chamber. "Your republic is already torn apart. Look at this farce of a Senate, too weak, too divided to take decisive action. If you want to free your people, you must be prepared to make a difficult choice." Palpatine glanced at Maximus with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with quiet approval. Indeed, Lieutenant. Sometimes true leadership requires sacrifice. His gaze shifted back to the Queen, his expression softening slightly. I understand your concerns, Your Highness, but we are at war, in all but name, and I believe the time for diplomacy has passed unless another Supreme Chancellor is elected. The Queen's gaze flickered between the two men, weighing their words. For a long moment, she said nothing. The silence was thick with the weight of decisions yet to be made. Then her voice, though steady, carried a quiet resolve. I will not be the one to start a war, Senator, but I will not stand idly by while my people suffer. If the Senate will not act, I will find another way. Palpatine nodded slowly, his lips curling into a subtle smile. I believe that, Your Majesty, and I will support you, however you choose to proceed. The Queen took a deep breath, her mind made up. Very well, I will proceed with your plan, Senator. I will call for the vote of no confidence. Palpatine inclined his head in acknowledgement. The Queen stood, her decision made, but her resolve steeled by the weight of the unknown. She was no longer just a queen fighting for her people. She was about to become a key player in a much larger game. With those words, Palpatine turned and walked from the room, leaving Queen Amidala and her closest confidants behind. Maximus, having witnessed the entire conversation, scoffed quietly to himself. His heavy footsteps reverberated across the room as he walked forward from his corner, each step shaking the floor beneath him. His towering form cast a shadow over the Queen and her aides. Padme turned to him, brow furrowed, her eyes questioning as he drew near. You are a foolish woman for putting your faith in this Senate, Maximus said, his voice cold and unyielding. Padme's expression tightened with scorn. And what exactly would you have me do, Maximus? What other options do I have? Maximus took a step closer, his imposing figure looming over her. You can wait for the Senate to decide your planet's fate, he said, his voice steady and harsh, or you can take control and decide it on your own. She hesitated, looking down at her hands as if the answer could somehow be found there. The weight of her responsibility was suffocating, and for a moment the enormity of her position seemed to close in around her. It's so much, she whispered, her voice small. Maximus moved closer still, his massive form now kneeling before her. He removed his helmet with a swift motion, revealing his piercing gaze, focused entirely on her. Let me offer you a second option, he said, his voice low but commanding. I have burned hundreds of worlds to ash. I have fought countless wars. I have slain thousands with my bare hands. One army of automata is nothing to my brothers and I. We have a weapon I will personally use to cleanse your world of the filth that dares to desecrate it. But I ask for one thing in return. Padme looked at him, breathless, uncertainty flickering across her face. Ask, when the time comes, and the Imperium of Man brings the Emperor's light to this galaxy, you will leave this corrupt republic behind. You will have the honor of becoming the first Imperial world. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. Padme's face went pale as the weight of his words settled in her mind. Leave the Republic? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze distant as she tried to process the enormity of the choice. Look at me, Maximus commanded, his tone unwavering. Padme met his gaze, and for a long moment she couldn't look away. His eyes were intense, filled with the cold certainty of a warrior who had seen the depths of war and come back unscathed. His presence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Look into my eyes, he repeated. She complied, her breath shallow as she took in the sight of the Astartes before her, his sheer size, his strength, and the unmistakable aura of death that clung to him. His gaze never wavered. What do you see? He asked, his voice quieter now, but no less forceful. A monster, she said, almost breathlessly. The words seemed to hang in the air, filled with a mixture of fear and awe. She had never seen anything like him. He was a force of nature, a being beyond the scope of what she had ever imagined. She had watched him rip through her enemies without a second thought, seen him rip a man in half to protect her and the other. A monster, Maximus repeated, his voice now cold but unyielding. A monster who would defend your planet. And once you join the Imperium, there will be hundreds more like me to guard you. Padme's heart pounded as the weight of his words sank in. Her resolve, once firm in her dedication to the Republic, now wavered under the threat of total destruction and the promise of a new, dark future. Could she really leave the Republic behind? Could she abandon everything she had fought for? Maximus stood up slowly, his towering form filling the room. He placed his helmet back on, the familiar cold expression of his power returned. He didn't need to say anything more. His presence, the promise of his strength, was enough. The choice was now hers. Summon. Elsewhere in the galaxy, on the world of Naboo, space shifted suddenly. Much like the first time Maximus had arrived, as if something or someone had been forcefully expelled. A creature emerged, its horns rising toward the sky as it clacked in excitement. Its skin was a pale purple, and it wore tattered gold and blue armor. In its taloned fingers, it gripped a long sword, while its left hand held a round shield. With a triumphant screech, it spread its arms wide before pulling a crystal from the folds of its ragged armor. Dropping its sword and shield, it raised the crystal above its head and, in one swift motion, drove it deep into its chest. The crystal pierced its flesh, causing the creature to convulse as it was lifted off the ground by an unseen force. It screamed in agony before being sucked into the crystal, its bones breaking and flesh tearing as though drawn through a tiny opening. The crystal exploded into a swirling portal, a black void stretching beyond it. The figure that emerged from the portal was a towering presence, over 8 feet tall, with a commanding stature that seemed to dwarf everything around him. His armor was a fusion of regal white, deep green, and shining gold. It was a seamless blend of practicality and arcane elegance, plated with ornate engravings. Runes pulsed faintly along the edges, hinting at powerful enchantments woven into the metal. Long flowing pauldrons curved dramatically over his broad shoulders, along with a chest plate that shimmered with mystical energy. In his hand, he gripped a sword unlike any ordinary blade. The weapon was massive, forged from a dark, almost black metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The hilt was jagged, and the blade itself looked almost corrupted, its edges serrated with an ominous, gnarly curvature. It gave off an unsettling aura, as though the sword was forged in some forsaken forge, imbued with dark magic that whispered of destruction. Every movement of the towering figure exuded a sense of immense power and silent authority, his mere presence sending a chill through the air. The man hummed to himself as he looked across the disgusting world he had arrived on. Finally, my ascension begins, he stated coldly. Chapter 14. The Waking of the Herald. Karath. The void was silent, as it always was, silent, vast, and cold. But within that stillness, within the unbroken expanse of stars and darkness, he was not alone. Karath, once a nameless aspirant from a forgotten world, stood before the mighty altar of Tzeentch, a simple figure bathed in the shifting glow of the warp. His armor, adorned with shifting sigils and runes that danced like flickering flames, pulsed with arcane energy. His hand rested lightly on the edge of the black stone that formed the altar's surface, feeling the vibrations of the warp. The sky above him was filled with strange constellations, stars that seemed to whisper secrets, shifting as if alive. His mind, honed by years of service to the Changer of Ways, sought the deeper currents of reality, reaching out toward the form of his god. His breath quickened as he felt the presence, vast and eternal, like an infinite maze of possibilities. Tzeentch, ever-changing, ever-guiding. Karath, the voice spoke, not with sound but with thought, with understanding. It slithered into his mind, threading itself around his consciousness. It was 1,000 voices, 1,000 whispers, yet all one. The voice was as warm as the fire and as cold as the night. You have come far, my servant, but your path is not yet complete. You have claimed the gifts of the warp, you have bent the fate of many to your will, and you have conquered the minds of men, but your true test awaits. A shudder ran through Karath's armored frame, his breath halting in his chest. The anticipation gnawed at him. He had proven himself. He had murdered, manipulated, and twisted his way across countless worlds. He had brought cities to ruin with little more than a thought, crushed entire armies beneath the weight of his sorceries. But this This felt different. "My lord," Karath spoke, his voice rasping beneath his helmet, "I serve. I shall bring more to the fold. I—" "No," Tzeentch interrupted, the voice growing more layered, more convoluted, as if 1,000 paths converged in the space of a heartbeat. "You will do more than that, Karath. You will reshape this galaxy, alone." The words hit like a hammer. Alone? The thought clawed at his mind. His gaze flickered to the endless, star-filled sky, and he felt something shift within him. A flicker of doubt, quickly crushed. The thought was fleeting, but potent. "Alone," he whispered, barely daring to believe what he was hearing. "How?" "Through change, through subtlety, through destruction. You will weave a web of influence across the stars, a path that no one can follow, a fate so entwined with the future of that galaxy that it will be impossible to undo." The voice swirled around him, becoming a kaleidoscope of thoughts and visions. "I have gifted you with the power to bend reality to your will. Your every step will leave ripples that alter the course of history. Your name will become a shadow that consumes entire empires. I shall give you my blessing. 2 others will follow your every command, but you will lead them, not as their master, but as their herald." The fabric of the universe seemed to stretch, twisting and bending in impossible ways. Karath felt the weight of his god's power coursing through him. His thoughts raced as the sheer magnitude of the task began to sink in. An entire galaxy, just waiting for him. "How will I know which path to take?" he asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of awe and dread. "How will I know where to strike?" Tzeentch's voice coiled through his mind like a serpent. "You will feel it, Karath. I will guide you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. The change is already set in motion. You will be the spark, the catalyst. Follow the signs, the shifting winds of the warp, and the future will unfold before you. Find the one known as Sidious, and teach him of true power. You are the architect of this age's destruction, the harbinger of its rebirth. The galaxy will bend to your will. You will conquer it through the thousands of little actions, the whispered commands, and the subtle manipulation of its fate." Karath's heart pounded in his chest, his every muscle tensed. The weight of his god's command threatened to crush him, but within that weight he felt a spark of something else. A seething hunger, a yearning for power, for dominance, for the throne of this new galaxy itself. "I will not fail you, my lord," he swore, the words tearing free from his lips. "You already know this, Karath." Tzeentch's voice hummed, his power wrapping around the Marine like a warm, cold, suffocating, freeing embrace. "You have already succeeded." The vision of Karath's future swelled before his eyes. He saw himself not as a mere servant, but as a new demon prince, ruling over countless worlds, bending their rulers to his will. He saw empires rise and fall before him, their fates determined by his hand. And through it all, Tzeentch's eyes watched, silently approving, yet mocking. With a violent lurch, Karath returned to himself. His heart thundered in his chest, and his every instinct screamed for action. He was no longer a mere pawn. He was the instrument of change. He would carve his name across the stars, and no force, no matter how great, would stand in his way. He turned from the altar, his armor glowing with the light of the warp. His eyes, hidden beneath the depths of his helm, shone with fierce determination. The path ahead was not clear, but that was the very nature of the path laid out for him. Uncertain, twisting, ever-changing, and it would lead to the galaxy's destruction, and to his ascension. "To the stars," he whispered, "I shall ascend." Summum, Karath's booted feet crunched against the soft, damp earth, the sound sharp in the eerie quiet that surrounded them. The air was thick with the scent of wet foliage, unfamiliar to him, rank with the smell of life that twisted and thrived in every corner of this vibrant world. It was a world brimming with green, lush, suffocating, alive, but to Karath it was nothing more than a festering wound. A mockery of the desolation he had been raised in, and of the universe that had been his crucible. The portal closed with a soft final whisper behind them, and the 3 Chaos Space Marines stood in silence. Karath, the first to emerge, was a hulking silhouette in his war-torn power armor, his face hidden behind a mask of pulsing runes and shifting colors. His two companions were identical in form, silent warriors, each clad in the same blue and gold, shifting armor of Tzeentch's chosen. They had no names, no identities beyond their service, yet they stood with a quiet confidence, radiating the promise of destruction. "Just three of us," Karath muttered aloud, his voice distant, calculating, "to take over this galaxy and present it as a gift to our god." The words felt strange, like a hollow proclamation echoing in an empty room. And yet they held weight. Tzeentch had spoken to him directly, whispered promises of glory and power through the warp. This was but the beginning, a single footstep onto the vast and uncharted soil of a new universe. His task was clear. The gift of a galaxy could only be given through the unraveling of its worlds, the breaking of its spirit. His gaze turned upward, taking in the sky above, a bright expanse with a sun that hung low, casting an unnatural light over the land. Everything here felt wrong. Yet Karath knew there was power to be harnessed in this strange new universe. The galaxy was ripe for change. It needed change, and he was the instrument to bring it. "We will go to the nearest city," Karath spoke again, this time with a colder edge. His voice was as sharp as the blade sheathed at his side. "And we will take it by force, kill them all except for their leader." He drew the sword slowly from his left hip, the weapon glowing faintly with the sorcerous energies that flowed through his veins. The edge seemed to hum with anticipation, the blade a part of him, an extension of his will. His companions, his silent acolytes, responded only with movement, stepping into formation behind him, their footfalls heavy but purposeful. They were loyal, they were tools of destruction. Nothing more. Karath turned on his heel and began marching forward, cutting through the dense underbrush. His mind raced. He could feel it, the warp resonating in this place, though the feeling was weak. The galaxy was not as it appeared. His thoughts stretched out like fingers, searching for signs of psychic energy, hints of power. But there was nothing. It was as if this world, this universe, had not yet been touched by the true power of the warp. It felt innocent, weak. The distant hum of life, of civilization, reached his ears after hours of walking, the faintest ripple of mortal activity buzzing beneath the thick canopy of trees. It was a settlement, a city of some sort. Perfect. Karath's lips curled into a smile beneath his helmet. The first step. The city would fall in a matter of hours, a perfect crucible to test his new strength. It would be a warning to all who lived in this universe. There were no more sanctuaries, and there would be no more mercy. As they neared the city, the air grew colder. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, pooling at the edges of buildings like a slow-moving tide. The streets were lined with crude cobbled stone, and unfamiliar banners fluttered weakly in the breeze. Life pulsed here, unaware of the slaughter that approached. "We are the storm," Karath muttered under his breath. As they entered the city, he could feel the faint tremors of psychic energy rippling beneath the surface. But it was weak. The people here had no knowledge of what truly waited for them. Karath would be the hammer to break their world in two. He raised his sword, its blade wreathed in fiery eldritch light. The first civilian to see them froze, eyes wide with terror. The man, dressed in simple cloth, stood paralyzed as Karath's gaze locked onto him. "Run," Karath whispered to the man. The human didn't need further instruction. He screamed and bolted, but Karath was faster. With a single motion, the blade slashed forward, tearing through the air. The sword's edge cut through the man with a crackling sound, cleaving his body in half as though he were nothing but paper. The man's scream gurgled as he collapsed into a heap, his blood splattering across the cobblestones. Without hesitation, Karath turned, gesturing to his two companions. "Burn it all," he commanded, before letting loose a torrent of crackling warp energy into the people and buildings in front of him. The lightning ripped through everything, incinerating those it touched. The two figures stepped forward without question, their weapons raised. One unleashed a blast of raw warp energy, the air around it crackling with unstable energy before the bolt exploded in a flash, reducing a nearby house to ash in an instant. The second let out a torrent of flames, its burst of fire licking up the streets, consuming everything in its path. The city was in chaos. Screams echoed from every corner as people ran in all directions, desperate for escape. But it was too late. They were caught. Karath could already feel the shifting tides of fate, the warp stirring in ways that were almost palpable. Every scream, every dying breath fed the power he had been granted. "This is only the beginning," Karath said, his voice cold and distant. "The galaxy will fall, one planet at a time, and when it is broken, we will rebuild it in Tzeentch's image." Chapter 15, 15th Reunion 2. Maximus. Standing to the side as the delegation from Naboo debated their next course of action, Maximus watched silently. The large double doors at the far end of the room opened with a heavy creak, and the unmistakable sound of armored footsteps echoed across the marble floor. The room fell silent, every gaze turning toward the new arrival. A massive figure strode forward, clad in black and white power armor, the design familiar yet imposing. Maximus straightened instinctively, his posture firm and unyielding. He crossed the room without a word, his heavy boots clicking sharply against the floor. When he reached the Astartes, he did not hesitate. Gripping the other warrior's forearm in a firm clasp, a greeting both ancient and respected. A loud crack of power armor resonated as their forearms locked. "It is good to see you, brother," Maximus said, his voice low but full of relief. "I feared the worst when we were lost in the warp." Sebastian, the towering figure before him, let out a low rumble of approval. "Emperor be praised," he said over their private Vox channel. "I kicked up quite a fuss when I awoke, but I found help in the most unlikely of places." Maximus raised a brow, his expression turning serious. "Elaborate." "I'm not sure of everything that's transpired, but there was a man named Sidious who helped me. He claims to be working to purge the corruption from the Senate that runs this world." Sebastian paused, then added with a hint of suspicion, "But I'm not entirely sure how much we can trust him." Maximus hummed thoughtfully. "Sidious?" Maximus repeated, his tone measured. "Tell me more of him." Sebastian's gaze flickered, his armored helm tilting slightly as if scanning the room for unseen threats before his eyes locked onto Jar Jar Binks. "He's a shadow in this galaxy, elusive and hidden behind layers of deceit. But he's offered his assistance in ways I haven't expected. He says he's been manipulating things from the shadows, pushing against the corruption in the Senate, even waging a war behind the scenes. He's not a man to be trusted easily, but I can't ignore the help he's given me." Maximus considered this, his gaze flicking briefly to the nearby Naboo delegation, who still stood uncertain, murmuring amongst themselves. Their discussions were likely meaningless to him at this moment, but his mind was focused. "Trust is a weapon, Sebastian," Maximus finally said, "and every weapon has its price." He stepped back slightly, allowing his brother space. "We will need to tread carefully. If Sidious is indeed a force for change, there are risks in allying ourselves with him, risks far greater than we can afford." Maximus clenched his fist, the sound of his gauntlet scraping across his armor a familiar comfort. "Then we will make our own path. If Sidious is a tool to be used, we will ensure he does not become one used against us." There was a brief pause, a stillness hanging between them as the weight of their next actions settled into the air. Padme and the rest of the delegation exchanged uneasy glances as the towering Astartes in black and white armor stood beside Maximus, the weight of his presence unmistakable. There was an unmistakable tension in the air, and the sight of the superhuman warrior stirred an apprehension none of them had expected. Padme, ever composed despite the situation, was the first to speak. Her voice was calm but curious as she addressed Maximus directly. "Maximus, who is this?" The Ultramarine turned slightly, his attention returning to the gathering as he nodded toward Sebastian, who stood like a silent sentinel at his side. "Ah, this is Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars. He specializes in close-quarters combat," he said, his voice steady and confident, yet with an undertone of something deeper, an understanding that spoke of years of brotherhood. Maximus looked toward the gathered delegation, his stance unwavering and sure. "Now that we have reunited, we can return to your planet and free you from the blockade that surrounds it. Unless you still wish to speak in front of this corrupt Senate of yours." His voice rang out, the final words laced with quiet contempt, a subtle reminder of the power he and his brothers wielded. The delegation, still reeling from the presence of the two Astartes, exchanged uncertain glances. But it was Padme who spoke, her voice measured, though tinged with skepticism. "How can you be so sure that you can win?" she asked, a small frown pulling at her lips. "It's only you three against an entire army of battle droids." Her question hung in the air for a moment, the weight of it pressing down on the Astartes. Sebastian, who had been staring distastefully at the corner of the room where Jar Jar lingered, turned his gaze back to Padme. His eyes glinted for a moment, then the silence between them was shattered as he suddenly began to laugh. It started as a low, rumbling sound, the kind of chuckle that seemed to rise from deep within his chest. The noise grew steadily, escalating into a booming, almost primal laugh that shook the room. Padme blinked in surprise at the sudden outburst, taken aback by the sheer volume and force of it. Sebastian's laugh echoed through the room for a moment before he finally regained his composure. He looked at Padme with something akin to amusement. "She doesn't know the strength of the Astartes," he said, his voice full of a grim yet almost affectionate pride. Maximus turned to Sebastian, his expression calm but his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. There was no anger in the brothers' laughter, no mockery, just the pure, unbridled confidence of a warrior who had seen the impossible become reality time and time again. He looked back at Padme, his tone steady, unwavering. "We are not merely three," Maximus said. "We are the Emperor's chosen. The battle droids are machines, programmed to obey. They lack the will to fight, to survive, and they certainly lack the will to win." Sebastian, now composed, folded his arms across his chest as he added, "We are the Emperor's fury incarnate. 3 of us? That's 2 too many to turn the tide of any battle." Padme frowned, trying to reconcile the words with the reality of the situation. The image of battle droids, seemingly endless in number, clashed with the confidence of the 2 superhuman warriors standing before her. "And you expect to face this army alone?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Just 3 of you against an entire fleet?" Maximus's gaze hardened, his voice taking on a more serious edge. "We are not alone. The Emperor stands with us, and it is his will that guides us. But do not mistake our size for our strength. In the heat of battle, our foes will know what it means to face the Emperor's warriors. We are trained to fight, to endure, to overwhelm. The droids are a threat, yes, but they are nothing compared to the true enemies of mankind." Sebastian, his expression now one of quiet intensity, spoke again, his voice almost a growl. "You see, battle droids are made to fight in large numbers. They have no soul, no ambition, no fire. When we fight with purpose, with a power beyond mere flesh. And the droids will learn that very quickly." Padme looked between the 2 Astartes, her mind still processing the enormity of what they were suggesting. There was a grim certainty in their words, an aura of power so palpable she could feel it. She shook her head slightly, trying to focus on the facts. "I still don't understand," she said softly. "How can you be so certain you can succeed? The blockade is vast. The droids, the Federation, they won't simply roll over." Maximus's gaze softened for the briefest moment. "Victory is not always assured by numbers, Padme. It is the will to fight that matters. The droids may have numbers, but they lack resolve. What they face is more than mere combat. It is a storm of fury and faith. And in the end, the Emperor's wrath is not something easily endured." "And I do love a good fight," Sebastian added, his tone brimming with the excitement of battle yet to come. Padme took a deep breath, weighing their words carefully. There was no arrogance in them, only certainty, a certainty that could either be a boon or a curse. Finally, she looked back at Maximus and Sebastian, her expression now one of determination, if still a small bit unsure. "Very well then, I will trust you, for now. But the stakes are too high to leave anything to chance. We'll need every advantage we can get if we're to defeat the blockade. I still wish to address the Senate. Maximus nodded. We will give you that advantage, and more, but go on and plead your case to this Senate. It will only show you that we speak the truth. As the weight of the situation settled over them all, Padme understood that the fate of Naboo and perhaps the galaxy itself was now in the hands of these formidable yet enigmatic warriors. The question remained, would the Astartes truly be the saviors they claimed to be, or would their fire burn too hot, consuming everything in its path? Palpatine. Palpatine sat in the dimly lit confines of his office, his fingers lightly steepled in front of his face as he listened to the conversation of the Astartes and the Queen, making plans for Naboo's liberation through a listening device. The subtle power play of the moment was not lost on him. How the galaxy's fate seemed to shift with every word spoken. His lips curled into a faint, calculating smile. The Astartes, so powerful, so zealous. They were far more useful than they knew. It would only be a matter of time before they became instruments of his design, tools to further his hidden ambitions. But before he could fully solidify his thoughts, an unexpected sensation struck him like a bolt of lightning, sharp and overwhelming. A sudden, intense pain flared in his head, causing him to clutch his forehead with both hands, his breath hitching at the unexpected agony. And then it happened. 1,000 voices, speaking in perfect unison, seemed to echo in his mind, filling the room with their presence. Sheev Palpatine. The sound of his name reverberated inside his skull, an unnatural, disembodied chorus that made his entire body stiffen. He gasped, his fingers tightening around his head as the pressure mounted. With a pained groan, he lurched forward, his chair skidding back with a loud scrape against the floor as he forced himself to stand. His vision blurred, and for a moment the walls of his office seemed to ripple with the intensity of the voices, their weight pressing against his very consciousness. Be calm. The voices spoke again, this time softer, yet still relentless in their insistence. But the command only brought more pain. His mind felt as though it were being pulled in two, the mental strain unbearable. He staggered backward, his breath quickening as the sound of his own heartbeat thundered in his ears. He let out a howl, clutching his head with desperate intensity, but the pain only seemed to grow worse, gnawing at his every thought. For a fleeting second, he wondered if this might be the end. But no, he had survived worse, and he would not be defeated by something so trivial as this. The pain escalated as if to mock him for his thoughts. His knees buckled under the strain, and he collapsed, his hands still locked in place around his forehead. But through the agony, the voice continued, its presence both foreign and omnipotent. You crave true power. The words cut through the storm of pain like a blade, their meaning seeping deep into his subconscious. Power. It was always power, what he sought, what he had always desired, to rule, to control, to shape the galaxy into his own vision. The voice seemed to know his every thought, his every hidden desire. The tension in his skull built to an unbearable crescendo. He gasped, his body rigid, every muscle locked in place, as though the pain were going to shatter him from the inside out. But then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure vanished. It was as if something had released its grip on him, and the silence that followed was profound, even deafening. Palpatine collapsed back into his chair, his breath ragged as his mind swam with the remnants of the encounter. His eyes widened, his pulse racing as he tried to regain control. For a long moment, all he could hear was the sound of his own breath and the distant sound of the device. Then the voice returned, not with the same intensity, but with an undercurrent of something far more seductive. I can give you everything you want, and more, the voice said. Palpatine's hands trembled, his palms slick with sweat, as he gripped the arms of his chair, the very fabric of his being still reeling from the psychic assault. His head was spinning, his thoughts scrambled and unfocused. He had felt fear before, but this was something different. An alien sensation that made him feel small, insignificant. The sheer power he had just witnessed threatened to unravel him, yet he forced himself to steady his breath, to cling to his control. With great effort, he found his voice, hoarse and strained, like a man emerging from a nightmare. Who are you? He asked, his voice cracking under the weight of the question. His mind swirled with uncertainty, still reeling from the experience. The headache had passed, but its echoes haunted him, the searing intensity of it lingering just beneath the surface. His heart raced, and his mind screamed for answers. The reply came as 1,000 voices, cold and detached, filling every corner of his mind in perfect unison. "It matters not who I am." Palpatine recoiled slightly, the words cutting through his thoughts with chilling precision. There was something unsettling in the way it spoke, as if it existed beyond time, beyond the need for mortal identity. "But if you truly seek to know me," the voices continued, "seek out Karath, and leave those corpse-worshipping fools to their own devices. They matter little in the grand scheme of things. Only you matter." The name Karath echoed in his mind, an unfamiliar word, foreign and heavy with significance. A surge of curiosity and something darker flared within Palpatine. He had long dealt in shadows, manipulating everything and everyone, but now it seemed as though something far greater than mere politics or Sith power was offering him something more primal, more dangerous. Palpatine's pulse quickened. The voices were speaking to him as though he were chosen, as if he alone held the key to something beyond his wildest dreams. The sensation was intoxicating, yet terrifying. He had always sought power, but now it felt as though power itself was seeking him. "Karath," he murmured under his breath, the name slipping through his lips like a secret that only the truly powerful could understand. The voices grew softer, more intimate, yet still laced with an underlying authority. "Yes, Karath. He will show you the true path. The path to unlimited power. True power, beyond anything the Jedi, the Sith, or even those foolish Astartes can offer. They are distractions, mere tools in the hands of lesser beings. But you, Sheev Palpatine, you are destined for greatness. Embrace it." The temptation was unbearable. For a moment, the idea of leaving behind his ties to the Sith seemed almost right. They were nothing but a crumbling ancient order tied to ideals that had long lost relevance. The Astartes, too, were but another weapon to be controlled, and the Jedi weren't even worth thinking about. The galaxy's future was a canvas, and Palpatine, now more than ever, saw himself as its artist, poised to reshape everything in his image. He closed his eyes, fighting to maintain his focus. The voices were right in a way. The Sith had their limitations. The Jedi were blind. Even the Astartes, for all their might, were bound by their rigid codes and oaths. But here was a power that was beyond all of them, the promise of something deeper, something more primal. And then another thought clawed its way into his mind, icy and resolute. The Astartes, the Senate, the Jedi, none of them matter. They are nothing. I am everything. Palpatine opened his eyes, his lips curling into a cruel, knowing smile. His fingers slowly relaxed their grip on the chair, as though releasing an invisible weight. The voice in his mind wasn't just a call, it was an opportunity. The galaxy was shifting. The droids, the blockade, the corruption, it was all a game. A game he had played for years. But now the stakes were higher, and now he had a new card to play. A pulse of excitement rushed through him. He felt his mind snap back into focus, every thought now crystal clear. He stood slowly, a sense of purpose filling him as the weight of his decision settled around him. The galaxy would kneel before him. Not the Sith, not the Jedi, and certainly not the Astartes. Him. Embrace it, Sheev. I can give you all the power you crave. Just reach out and take it. Chapter 16. 16 before the Senate. Maximus pause. After some time, a group of men arrived to escort the delegation to the Senate building, where the Queen would plead her case. Maximus and Sebastian exchanged a brief nod before parting ways, both agreeing that it would be wiser for Sebastian to leave rather than risk angering the world's officials. Sebastian disappeared, while Maximus walked alongside the Queen, her handmaids, and the rest of the group. "Are you going to speak?" Nera asked, bouncing around the towering Astartes as they made their way through the halls. In truth, Maximus found the girl's energy distracting, but he understood that she was just a child. "No, not unless it becomes necessary," he replied curtly. Nera seemed to accept the answer without protest and skipped over to join Anakin, who Padme, now the Queen, had kept close. As they reached the grand doors of the Senate building, the air seemed to grow heavier, charged with anticipation and the weight of impending decisions. Maximus fell into step behind the Queen, his imposing presence a quiet shield, ever watchful. The guards at the entrance stood rigid, their faces unreadable, as if they too sensed the gravity of what was about to unfold. Before they could enter, however, the group was halted by the unexpected presence of Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The two Jedi stood with solemn expressions, a quiet urgency in their posture. "Before you enter, we would ask that young Anakin and Nera accompany us to meet with the Jedi Council," Qui-Gon said, his voice calm but firm. "We wish to see if they are suited for training within the Order, with both your permission." He turned to Shmi and Lyra, who were visibly shocked by the request. Qui-Gon's expression softened as he met their eyes. "We sense great potential in both of them," he explained. "Anakin's connection to the Force is remarkable. And Nera, though her path is not as clear, also carries something unique within her. We must know if they are ready to walk the path of the Jedi, but we do not take this decision lightly. It must be yours as well." The two women exchanged a look before Lyra spoke, her tone measured but full of concern. "I must ask that we know more of what this will mean for them." She turned to the Jedi. "Will they be safe in the Order? What will become of them if they join?" Qui-Gon nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of their questions. "The Jedi Order is a place of peace, training, and discipline. It is not without hardship, but it is a path we have chosen to walk in service to the galaxy. If they come with us, they will be protected, trained, and guided in the ways of the Force. But the decision must be theirs as well." Lyra and Shmi both nodded, though their faces remained tense before they looked at their children, who were still struggling to grasp what was happening. "We'll be coming back, though, right?" Anakin asked, his voice filled with confusion. "Perhaps," Qui-Gon said, standing up straight. "But first, we must see if you can even join the Order." "Come, children," Qui-Gon said gently. "We will answer your questions along the way. The Jedi Council awaits." With a final lingering glance at Shmi and Lyra, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan turned, signaling for Anakin and Nera to follow them. The children exchanged uncertain glances, but they understood that the weight of this decision lay heavily upon them. As they walked away, Padme looked at Maximus, her eyes betraying the doubt she had kept hidden. He looked down at the small Queen before giving a sharp nod. "They will be fine. You will see the boy again. But for now we must remain focused. Are you nervous?" he asked in a rare show of humanity. Padme seemed caught off guard by the question, though she still nodded her head. "A little," she admitted. "Any tips for me?" Maximus hummed softly to himself before answering, "Be bold and think of your people. Let their suffering fuel your righteous fury." He said simply, then turned toward the massive doors of the Senate. Inside, the Senate chamber stretched out before them, a vast sphere-like hall with hundreds of platforms and thousands of delegates. The hum of hushed voices filled the air, a sea of officials already gathered, waiting. Maximus could feel the undercurrent of tension. Politics had a way of eroding any sense of loyalty in such places. The atmosphere was thick with ambition and suspicion. Padme, her face a mask of calm determination, led the way. Her handmaids followed closely, keeping a respectful distance, while Maximus remained a step behind her, ever vigilant. He was well aware of the eyes that followed them, many curious, others wary. His presence as a silent guardian was not lost on anyone. But in this world of hidden motives, it was not enough to deter the ambitious. As they reached their platform, the only three to step into the disc-like pod were Padme, her handmaid Sabe, and Maximus himself, standing behind her. The Queen's posture was regal, her expression resolute. The murmurs died down as the room fell into a brief but complete silence. "Senators and delegates," she began, her voice steady and clear. "I come before you today not only as the Queen of Naboo, but as a servant of the people. Our planet is under threat, and our survival is at risk. I plead for your support in our time of need." The chamber fell into an uneasy silence as Padme's words echoed through the Senate. Her plea for Naboo's survival hung in the air, weighty and fragile. Maximus stood behind her, his massive frame towering like an iron wall, his eyes scanning the room with an intensity that made several senators hesitate before speaking. His presence alone seemed to quiet the murmurs, and those who dared glance at him quickly looked away, as though unsure whether to fear or admire the imposing Astartes. Senator Bail Presta Organa, a tall and dignified figure from Alderaan, was the first to break the silence. His voice was calm, yet the words carried an edge of skepticism. "Queen Amidala," he began, his sharp gaze focused on the young monarch. "You speak of a threat to your planet. Yet you must understand that the Senate cannot act on mere accusations. The Trade Federation has provided a justification for its actions, claiming that they are well within their rights. You say that Naboo is under siege. What proof do you have to present?" A murmur of agreement rippled through the Senate. Several senators nodded, some of them looking directly at Padme with a cold, calculating gaze. They wanted answers, substance, not just rhetoric. Padme's lips pressed together, but she stood her ground. Her eyes locked on Organa, who was one of her biggest allies, and she spoke with a measured calm that betrayed none of her inner turmoil. "The evidence is not in words, Senator," she said, her voice rising with quiet authority. "The evidence is in the suffering of my people. The Federation's blockade has caused untold harm. Trade has been halted, food and medical supplies are scarce, and families are left to fend for themselves. There is no justification for the Federation's actions." "But how can we take your word alone as proof?" Another voice called from the far side of the chamber. This voice was from a senator who represented the Trade Federation's interests. A tall man, with a slick, oily manner, his sharp eyes scanning the room as if seeking allies. "The Queen's accusations are based solely on what she claims. The Federation has followed the letter of the law in this matter. Your pleas are nothing more than a power grab." The room filled with a ripple of discord. Some senators leaned forward, their eyes narrowing as they took in this argument. Padme's face darkened, but she was quick to reply. "Power grab," she echoed, her voice rising, steady and firm. "You would call a plea for survival a grab for power. The people of Naboo are being starved and oppressed. The Trade Federation's actions are an affront to the very principles this Senate claims to uphold. I ask for help, not for power." Maximus stepped forward slightly, his towering figure causing a few of the more nervous senators to shift uncomfortably. He said nothing, but the mere motion of his bulk was enough to silence a few dissenters. The threat of his presence was palpable. He was a force of nature, an indomitable shadow behind the Queen. At that moment, a senator from Ryloth, one of the more vocal figures in the Senate, stood up and raised his hand in a deliberate gesture. His face was fat, with round features and a dull expression. His voice when he spoke was dry and punctuated with disdain. "The Queen has made a passionate argument," he began, his tone dismissive. "But we must ask ourselves, what is the true cost of intervention? Naboo has always been a neutral system. Why should we jeopardize our own stability for the sake of a world that has not supported us in the past? The Federation is a powerful entity. How long before such an intervention leads to war?" The murmurs grew louder. Some senators nodded, seeming to agree with the sentiment that neutrality should be preserved, even at the cost of Naboo's suffering. Others exchanged worried glances, sensing that the situation was becoming more complicated by the moment. Padme's voice cut through the noise like a knife. "Neutrality is a luxury we can no longer afford," she said, her voice sharp, filled with unyielding determination. "We do not ask for war, Senator, but I cannot stand idly by while my people are slain in the name of corporate greed. The Federation has broken the law, and the Senate must act. If you refuse, you abandon the very principles that hold this republic together." Her words were like a challenge thrown into the heart of the chamber. Silence followed as her gaze swept across the room. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, some in disbelief, others filled with a quiet understanding of the truth in her words. Senator Palpatine, who had remained quiet until now, finally rose from his seat, his expression one of calculated calm. His voice was soothing, laced with subtle authority. "Perhaps we should consider a vote on this matter," he suggested, his tone smooth and persuasive. The Queen has made her case, and the Trade Federation has voiced their objections. It is clear that this debate cannot go on indefinitely. A soft murmur of agreement spread through the chamber. The idea of voting was the one thing that most senators could agree on. Many were eager to take action, though for very different reasons. Palpatine, ever the master of subtlety, was carefully steering the debate toward his desired outcome. "I agree," Senator Organa said, his voice more subdued. "This discussion has gone on long enough." At the mention of a vote, Padme's heart sank, feeling like a vote now would doom her people. As the Senate began to organize itself for the vote, Maximus glanced down at Padme, his voice low but reassuring. "You've done well," he murmured, his gravelly voice carrying the weight of experience. "But you see now that this was the only outcome. What will you do now?" he asked. "I have no other choice then, but to move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership," Padme declared, her voice heavy with the weight of her decision. The chamber fell silent, the gravity of her words settling over the Senate like a storm cloud. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, visibly stiffened in his seat. His eyes widened in disbelief, and for a brief moment his face betrayed the shock and hurt he felt. He turned to Padme, his voice strained and almost pleading. "Queen Amidala, you would move against me, against the very institution that you seek to protect." Chancellor Valorum's voice faltered, a mix of confusion and betrayal written clearly on his face. Padme's expression hardened. Though her heart ached with the decision, she had hoped for a different outcome, one where the Senate would rise to defend Naboo without needing to take such drastic measures. But the reality of the situation was clear. Corruption had infected this body, and the people of Naboo were suffering because of it. "I'm sorry, Chancellor," she said, her voice steady but tinged with regret. "But I will not leave my planet's fate in the hands of a Senate so paralyzed by corruption and inaction. Naboo is in danger, my people are dying, and still, the Senate does nothing." The words hung in the air like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown at the feet of every senator in the chamber. Instantly, the room erupted. Senators shouted in outrage, some standing, others leaning forward, their voices rising in a cacophony of disbelief and indignation. The weight of Padme's accusation, the very idea that she would risk the stability of the Republic to take such a drastic step, sent shockwaves through the chamber. "How dare you?" one of the senators from the core worlds bellowed, his face red with anger. "This is treason. You would jeopardize the entire Senate for your own selfish cause." "Are we to bow to the will of a mere queen?" another senator shouted, pointing a finger at Padme. "You are not above the law." Maximus, standing silently behind Padme, took a step forward. His towering form loomed over the Senate floor, a silent mountain of power and resolve. His presence, calm yet unyielding, immediately silenced those who dared challenge her. His piercing gaze swept over the room, cold and unflinching. Then, in a voice that seemed to shake the very foundation of the chamber, he spoke. "Be silent." The words rang out, thunderous and commanding, reverberating through the vast hall like a sonic wave. The senators froze, their expressions flickering with a mix of fear and disbelief. Maximus's voice was unlike anything they had ever heard, a force of nature, one that brooked no argument. "You disgust me," he bellowed, his deep voice full of contempt. "Filth." He boomed more to the Xenos in the room than the others. "You sit here, safe and comfortable in your gilded halls, while Naboo suffers. While the innocent cry for help, you debate over petty politics and power plays." He took a step further into their pod, his armor gleaming ominously, the sound of his heavy boots echoing like the march of a storm. His eyes swept across the room, seething with righteous fury. "You call yourselves leaders," he roared, his voice carrying the weight of an entire galaxy's injustice. "You, who do nothing but protect your own interests while entire systems burn, you are nothing but cowards." The room was deathly still now. Senators shifted uncomfortably in their seats, some looking away, others too stunned to respond. A few of the more nervous ones even took a half step back, as if the sheer intensity of Maximus's presence might consume them. Padme's hand trembled slightly, though her gaze never wavered from the senators. She had feared this moment, the tipping point where diplomacy might no longer work, but she couldn't let it show. Not in front of these men and women who had the power to change everything. Maximus turned his gaze toward her, his voice lowering to a more controlled, though no less commanding tone. You see it with your own eyes. The corruption. His words were simple, but carried a weight that none in the Senate could ignore. Padme, though taken aback by the force of his outburst, quickly regained her composure. She nodded slightly, her eyes meeting his with silent gratitude and a flicker of understanding. She had already made her decision. The time for diplomacy had passed. Enough, Padme declared, her voice ringing through the chamber, a sharp contrast to Maximus's fury. This Senate will not be the one to save Naboo. But I will not stand idly by while my people die. If you will not act, then I will take the matter into my own hands. A senator from the outer rim spoke up then, his voice trembling slightly as he took a bold stand. You cannot simply take matters into your own hands, Queen Amidala. The Senate has rules. Padme turned toward him, her face cold but resolute. And those rules have failed my people. Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the room. He seemed to grow even more immense, his presence more overwhelming with every passing second. He didn't need to speak anymore. His silence alone was enough to remind everyone in the chamber who stood behind the Queen, and the power that came with it. Another senator, this time one from Coruscant, stood, his voice filled with forced calm. You would throw the Republic into chaos for your planet's sake. The Senate is not the place for such reckless action. Maximus turned his gaze on the senator, his eyes like ice. Reckless? He repeated, his voice dangerously soft. It is not reckless to protect the innocent. It is not reckless to fight against oppression. But what I see here is an entire body of supposed leaders too afraid to act, too afraid to face the truth. The senator faltered under Maximus's gaze, his mouth opening and closing in an attempt to find words, but nothing came. Padme spoke again, her voice steady. I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership. The people of Naboo have suffered enough. The time for indecision is over. We will act with or without the Senate's approval. As her words hung in the air, the room shifted again. Senators exchanged glances. Some were frightened, others were emboldened by Padme's courage. The notion of a vote of no confidence was dangerous, but it was the only card Padme had left to play. And she was prepared to see it through, no matter the cost. Maximus's massive form towered behind her, an unspoken promise of protection, of strength. The entire chamber could feel it, a palpable aura of command that made even the most powerful senators uneasy. You will all pay for your inaction. Maximus's voice rang through the chamber once more, quiet but filled with undeniable weight. The room was filled with tension, but despite the rising voices of opposition, the fear in the eyes of some senators became evident. Maximus had made it clear that this was not just a political fight, it was a moral one. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, some of the senators began to reconsider their stance. Padme, though resolute, still felt the weight of some of their disdain. Her heart pounded in her chest as the chamber descended into chaos. This was the moment when everything hinged on the courage to see it through. She raised her hand, and the room slowly began to quiet. Her gaze never wavered from Chancellor Valorum, who still looked stunned and betrayed by her move. Chancellor, she said, her voice rising above the noise, I respect the office you hold. But respect must be earned, and right now you are failing your duty to my people. The Republic was founded on the ideals of justice, of service to the people. But what I see now is a Senate that protects the interests of the powerful, at the expense of those who suffer. I will not stand by and watch my people perish because of political stagnation. A moment passed, and then Senator Bail Organa stood. His tall form was calm but resolute, and his voice cut through the chamber like a balm on a wound. I agree with Queen Amidala, he said, his voice firm but fair. The people of Naboo have been neglected for too long. The actions of the Trade Federation are unconscionable, and this Senate has failed to address them. The time for hesitation is over. A ripple of support passed through the room. Not everyone agreed, but those who did began to speak in Padme's defense. Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila, a longtime advocate for reform, stood as well, adding her voice to the chorus of those calling for action. "This has gone on for too long," Mon Mothma said, her voice resolute. "The Republic was founded on principles of justice and fairness. We cannot stand idly by as an entire world suffers under the weight of corruption." Valorum's face darkened and his voice turned cold. "Then I will leave this Senate to its own devices," he said, his tone icy with resignation. "But you will find that no matter how much you protest, the Federation will not be moved. I fear your actions may push the Republic closer to disaster." With that, Valorum sat in his seat sharply, his gaze lingering on Padme for a moment longer, before he looked down at his lap in shame. The murmurs in the Senate began to pick up again, though they were now tinged with uncertainty. Maximus remained steadfast behind Padme, his presence like an anchor in the midst of the rising storm. Chapter 17. The Children. Mace Windu. Master Mace Windu stood to the side of the Senate chamber, his attention divided. Queen Amidala's speech echoed through the hall, her voice steady as she addressed the gathered officials and delegates of the galaxy. Yet Windu's gaze was fixed not on her, but on the towering figure standing behind her, an imposing Astartes, clad in ornate armor. He looked exactly like the one who had slaughtered so many within the temple. Windu inhaled slowly, forcing himself to suppress the rising tide of anger that threatened to consume him. His right hand, replaced with a cold mechanical appendage, closed into a fist involuntarily. He steadied himself, focusing on regaining his calm. Turning on his heel, he made his way out of the Senate chamber, his mind still heavy with the image of the Astartes. The Jedi Temple was his destination, where Qui-Gon had requested that 2 young Force-sensitive children be tested for their potential to join the Jedi Order. Windu's thoughts lingered on the Astartes as he strode through the Senate hallways, a cold unease settling in his chest. The memory of that day, the day the black armor-clad man had attacked the temple, was still vivid. The screams, the loss, the overwhelming darkness of the slaughter. The Jedi had never been prepared for something like that. An enemy just appearing in their temple. It was only the intervention of Master Yoda and the other Jedi that had stopped the carnage. But the Astartes had vanished without a trace. Yet there another one was, standing in the Senate, just a few meters away from the heart of galactic politics. Was this coincidence, or was there something far more sinister at play? Windu couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his gut that this figure was part of something greater, something darker. The temple was not far, and as he approached its towering spires, Windu focused his mind on the task at hand. He arrived at the training hall to find Qui-Gon already waiting, his calm demeanor betraying none of the weight that had clearly been on his mind. Beside him were the 2 children, standing nervously yet filled with quiet anticipation. Windu couldn't help but wonder what the future held for them. "Master Windu," Qui-Gon greeted, his voice warm but carrying an edge of urgency, "we are ready." Windu nodded curtly, his thoughts momentarily shifting to the task before him. The trials will proceed as planned. But as the children were led to the Jedi Council chamber, a dark shadow seemed to loom over the temple, a feeling Windu couldn't shake, nor explain. It was as though the galaxy itself was holding its breath. Summum, the Jedi Council chamber was vast, its polished stone walls lined with the serene faces of the Jedi Masters. A heavy silence filled the room as Master Windu took his seat to the left of Yoda. The young initiates, Anakin Skywalker and Nera Valora, stood before the council, their expressions a mixture of resolve and uncertainty. "Now," Mace Windu's voice rang through the chamber, deep and steady, "we will test you both. The boy first, then the girl." Windu reached to the side of his seat and picked up a small data pad. A flicker of light from the pad cast a brief glow on his face before he held it out. "Use the Force to sense what is on this hologram I'm looking at," he said, his voice calm but commanding. The room seemed to hold its breath as the image flickered into view above Windu's hand, forming the shape of a ship, a sleek, unmarked vessel suspended in the air. Windu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the image before lifting his gaze toward Anakin. The boy stood steady, his posture confident, His eyes focused on the hologram. "A ship," Anakin said, his voice calm, almost as if he had already known the answer. His connection to the Force surged with ease, his senses reaching out to the image, effortlessly sensing the object before him. The hologram shifted, changing to an image of a cup. Again, Anakin's voice filled the chamber almost immediately. "A cup." Windu's lips twitched upward ever so slightly, his brow furrowing in concentration. "Correct," he said, and the hologram shifted again, this time to a different object. A piece of art, followed by a symbol, a tree, and an ancient relic. Each time, Anakin's answers came swiftly and accurately. The boy's connection to the Force was undeniable, as was the depth of his intuition. He was quick, sharp, and confident in his responses, his senses already keen enough to read the subtle fluctuations in the images before him. Mace Windu's eyes flicked toward Neera, who stood quietly beside Anakin, her posture more hesitant. Where Anakin's presence seemed to fill the room with raw energy, Neera's felt faint and uncertain. She looked up at Windu, but her gaze dropped quickly as she felt the weight of the Council's scrutiny. Windu cleared his throat, turning his attention back to the datapad in his hand. "Now, the girl." Neera took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervous flutter in her chest. She had seen Anakin breeze through the trial with ease, and now all eyes were on her. She reached out with her mind, trying to focus, but the Force felt distant, elusive, like trying to catch the wind in her hands. She felt the pressure of the room closing in, the silent weight of the Council's expectations pressing down on her. The first image appeared, an ornate artifact, an object from the distant past. Neera hesitated, unsure. "A statue," she guessed, her voice trembling slightly. Windu's gaze was sharp, but he nodded once. "Incorrect. Focus again." The hologram shifted. This time, a symbol, a large circular emblem, appeared, rotating slowly in the air. Neera's mind raced. She reached out, feeling the shape, trying to connect with it. The Force whispered at the edges of her mind, but it was faint, like a breeze she couldn't catch. "A symbol?" she ventured again. "Correct," Windu said, though his tone carried a hint of doubt. The image shifted again, but Neera's confidence was shaken. She could sense the object, but her response felt sluggish, delayed. It wasn't as immediate as Anakin's. As the trial continued, Neera felt herself slipping. The next image, a creature, an animal, appeared, and Neera could only guess at the shape, her voice filled with uncertainty. "An animal?" she asked, though she wasn't sure. "Yes," Windu responded quietly. His voice was calm but firm, not unkind, but his disappointment was evident. "You must trust in the Force, Neera. Do not second-guess yourself." Neera bit her lip, her stomach sinking. She tried to focus, but the Force felt so far away. Her mind was clouded with doubts, and the images blurred together. She could feel the Council's gaze on her, their judgment heavy in the air. The final image appeared, a simple tool, a small, unremarkable object. "Tool?" Neera guessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Correct," Windu said, his tone neutral. He leaned back in his seat, looking at the two children. Anakin's bright blue eyes were still filled with confidence, while Neera's emerald green eyes avoided the Council's gaze. Her heart was pounding, and she could feel the weight of failure pressing down on her. She had not performed like Anakin. She had not sensed the images quickly, nor had she trusted the Force in the way the Jedi expected. Master Yoda, who had remained silent throughout the test, now spoke in his soft, rasping voice. "Much doubt in you, young one. Clouded your vision is. Yet see with clarity you must, to be a Jedi." Neera nodded, her heart sinking further with each word, the sting of the Council's judgment pressing down like an invisible weight. She had tried, but her uncertainty had betrayed her. She wasn't like the others, like Anakin, who had been so confident, so sure. "And from this one, much fear, I feel," Yoda continued, his eyes now focusing on Anakin. The small, ancient Jedi's gaze seemed to pierce through the boy, as though he could see every thread of his past. Anakin shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny, his posture rigid. He had known the moment the Council began to speak of fear that this was coming. It had always been there, hadn't it? That deep-rooted fear inside of him. The fear of loss, of being abandoned, of never being good enough. His memories of slavery, of being bound to Watto, flooded his mind, the cruel images of his former master's brutal grip on his life, and the violence of his freedom. Raxa, the towering figure who had torn Watto apart with ease. The scene played in Anakin's mind once more, the terror, the blood, the finality of it all. The freedom he'd tasted at that moment had been tainted by the violence that accompanied it. Trauma, one of the council members murmured softly, confirming what they all must have suspected. Of growing up a slave and seeing that slaver slaughtered, Mace Windu added, his tone sharp as he seemed to recall the event vividly, his eyes narrowing in a mixture of understanding and concern. It was clear from the way Windu spoke that this trauma was not something Anakin could easily shake off. It was a part of him now, buried beneath layers of raw talent. But it was a wound that would need time to heal. Anakin stood still, trying to keep his emotions from flaring, but inside a storm was raging. The council had seen through his mask, the anger, the fear, the pain. They had seen it all. "Well, that will be all for now. Thank you for coming," Windu said, his voice cutting through the tension that hung thick in the air. He stood, signaling the end of the session. Anakin and Nera both felt the weight of the room's judgment as they slowly turned to leave. Nera walked beside Anakin, her own sense of failure mingling with his silent anger. They didn't speak as they left the chamber, the weight of their thoughts too heavy for words. As the door closed behind them, the council's voices rose in quiet conversation, discussing the two children in hushed tones. "They are both too old," one of the council members observed. "They have already formed attachments. It is dangerous for a Jedi to form such bonds." Another member nodded solemnly. "The boy's connection to the Force is undeniable, but his fear, it is a storm constantly brewing within him. A Jedi must be free of such emotions." Master Yoda's eyes remained closed as he listened, though his mind was far from idle. Much potential they both have. But the boy, his fear will be his greatest enemy. Focused, he must become. Learn to control his emotions, he must. The girl, however, Mace Windu's voice trailed off as he looked toward Nera. Her connection to the Force is weak, clouded by doubt. The training will not be easy, but there is hope. If she learns to trust in herself, in the Force, she could yet find her place among us. "But time is not on their side," a third member added. "Their paths are already more difficult than most. The boy, especially, will require guidance, and that guidance must be firm." The voices continued to murmur, discussing the fates of the two children. It was clear that while the Jedi saw great potential in both Anakin and Nera, their paths were fraught with challenges. Anakin's trauma and fear were a powerful force, and Nera's self-doubt might prevent her from realizing her potential. Back in the hall, Anakin and Nera stood side by side. The weight of the council's judgment hung over them like a dark cloud, but the uncertainty of what was to come kept them both silent. They didn't speak to each other as they walked away, lost in their own thoughts. Anakin felt a simmering anger building within him. He knew the council saw his fear, saw his pain, but they didn't understand him. They didn't know what it was like to live in the shadows of his past, to fight for every scrap of freedom. He was stronger than they thought, and he would prove it. Nera, however, was not as sure. She had felt the council's eyes on her, and their judgment was clear. They thought her too uncertain, too weak to become a Jedi. Was she wrong to even try? She felt like she was just a shadow among the others, never quite able to step into the light. But Qui-Gon Jinn had seen something in her. He had spoken to her after the trial, offering encouragement even when the others doubted her. "Master Yoda is right," Qui-Gon had told her quietly. "You must trust the Force and trust yourself. The path will not be easy, but you are not alone." Nera clung to those words as she walked in silence beside Anakin, unsure of what the future would hold, but determined to keep moving forward, one step at a time. The Jedi Council may have judged them, but their trials had only just begun, and they would face them together. Chapter 18, Taking Control. Nera. As the heavy doors of the Jedi Council chamber slid closed behind them after Qui-Gon walked in, Anakin and Nera stood in the silence of the hallway. The stone walls seemed to press in on them, the weight of the trial still lingering in the air. Anakin's jaw was clenched, his fists trembling at his sides. He could feel the sting of the council's words, their disappointment, their judgment. He wanted to shout, to lash out, but he didn't. Instead, he stood there, barely able to contain the storm of emotions swirling within him. Nera, her head lowered, stared at the ground, her heart heavy with self-doubt. She had felt the council's eyes on her, saw the look of concern, or was it pity, in their faces as she faltered. She knew she hadn't measured up. The Force had felt distant, like a whisper just out of reach, and the more she tried to grasp it, the further it slipped away. Was it enough, she wondered? Am I enough? Anakin glanced over at her, his anger momentarily giving way to something softer. Understanding, maybe. She was struggling too. He could see it in the way she walked, the weight in her posture. He knew what it was like to feel like you were constantly falling short, no matter how hard you tried. "Hey," Anakin said, his voice low but earnest, breaking the silence between them. Nera didn't look up right away, but she could hear the change in his tone. There was no anger, no superiority. Just something else. He hesitated before continuing. "You did fine in there. Don't let them get to you." Nera's eyes flicked up to meet his for a brief moment, and then she looked away again. "Did I? I barely answered half the questions correctly," she murmured, her voice thick with the weight of her disappointment. "I couldn't even feel the Force when it counted." "You're not the only one who felt like that," Anakin said, stepping closer. He wasn't sure what made him want to comfort her. Maybe it was the fact that she seemed to understand the weight of the trial in the same way he did. "I didn't want them to see what I'm really like. I've got stuff I'm dealing with too, stuff they don't understand." His voice grew quieter as he spoke, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. Nera tilted her head, looking at him with a mix of curiosity and empathy. She could see the storm of emotions behind his eyes, the way he fought to keep it all contained. She had felt the same way, like there was a part of her that she couldn't show anyone. Something darker, something that made her feel out of place. "I get it," Nera said softly. "You're not alone, Anakin. We both have things we need to work through. But maybe that doesn't mean we can't make it." Anakin looked at her, surprised by the sincerity in her voice. He had expected her to be more distant, to retreat into herself after the trial. But instead, she was standing here with him, offering words of encouragement. It was strange but comforting. "Yeah," he said, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a small, rare smile. "Maybe. If they let us in, we'll be in this together, right?" Nera nodded slowly, feeling a warmth she hadn't expected. "Right, we'll look out for each other. We may not be perfect, but we can help each other get through it. I've got your back, Anakin. I won't let you fall." Anakin's eyes softened, the intensity of the trial slowly fading as the bond between them began to form. A quiet understanding, unspoken but deeply felt. He had never thought he'd find someone who could relate to his fears, his pain. Someone who, like him, was struggling to find their place in a world that expected perfection. "You're not alone either, Nera," Anakin said, his voice steady now, his confidence returning. "I'll look out for you too. Whatever happens, we're in this together." For a moment they stood there, the weight of their shared promise hanging in the air. It wasn't much, just two young children who had seen their vulnerabilities exposed to the Jedi Council. But it was enough. They had each other now, and that gave them something to hold on to. Nera looked up at him, her emerald eyes brighter than they had been moments before. "We'll both make it, Anakin. You'll see." Anakin smiled, a genuine expression that felt strange and yet comforting. "I hope so, Nera. I really do." And as they turned to walk down the hall together, side by side, their shared promise seemed to echo through the empty corridors of the Jedi Temple. Whatever lay ahead, they knew they would face it not as strangers, but as friends, bound together by the struggles, fears, and hopes that united them both. Maximus. "I don't know what to do now," Padme said, gazing out the window at the sprawling cityscape of Coruscant. She turned toward Maximus, who had removed his helmet and was also staring out at the hive city. I'm afraid. "Tell me, what should I do?" she asked, her voice fragile. Maximus's jaw tightened as he exhaled slowly. He turned to her, his deep voice echoing through the penthouse. "You know what you should do," he said simply. "You need to stop listening to the politicians. Get back to Naboo, put down your white flag, and pick up a gun. But most importantly, you need to trust me. Trust my brothers. Let me take control." Padme met his gaze, her eyes searching his hollow, almost vacant ones. She saw the weight of all he had endured, yet his strength remained unwavering. "And what would you do if I gave you control?" she asked, her voice quiet but tinged with curiosity. Maximus snorted softly, his gaze returning to the city beyond the window. "You really have to ask," he replied, his tone low but firm. "I'd go to war, just as the Emperor wills it. I would go to war, Padme, and I would never stop." Padme stood still, the weight of his words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Her gaze shifted from Maximus to the sprawling cityscape outside the window, where the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue across the gleaming towers of Coruscant. She could see the chaos, the distant hum of transports and ships. Somewhere deep within her, a part of her heart clenched. The world she had always fought to protect was slipping away, just like the people she loved, one by one, slipping into the abyss of conflict. She turned back to him, her brow furrowed. "You make it sound so simple," she said, her voice wavering slightly, "like I should just give in to the darkness, to the fight. But I don't want war, Maximus. I never have." Maximus's expression remained hard, his eyes distant, the coldness of years of service in every line of his face. But there was something else behind his gaze, something deeper. He wasn't indifferent, not exactly. His words came slowly, measured, as though choosing them carefully. "War isn't about what you want, Padme," he said, his voice steady but with a quiet intensity. "War is what happens when peace becomes too fragile to survive. And right now, peace is a lie." He took a small step closer, the soft clank of his armor a reminder of the years he had spent in service, but his eyes softened just a fraction. "I know it's not easy, but this isn't about what you want. It's about what we need to survive." Padme swallowed, her chest tightening as she absorbed his words. It wasn't that she didn't understand. It wasn't that she didn't know the reality of the galaxy. She did. She had seen the suffering, the destruction. She had fought for diplomacy, for life. But Maximus was right about one thing. Peace had never lasted. Every day she felt herself pulled further into a web of deception, of impossible choices. "But I've spent my entire life standing for something different," Padme replied, her voice trembling but resolute. "I can't just abandon everything I've ever stood for. I can't fight in the way you're asking me to. It's not who I am." Maximus's gaze softened slightly as he gazed back down at her. He looked at her for a moment longer, as if weighing his next words. "Then you need to remember who you were, Padme," he said, his voice quieter now, but resolute. "The galaxy needs leaders who will fight for something, not just survive. Someone has to stand against the darkness. The Emperor needs those who will make the hard decisions. And if you can't do that, you have to be willing to release control to someone who will. If we don't fight for what's right, humanity will lose more than just its ideals. We'll lose everything." Padme looked at him, feeling the pull of his words. There was no denying the truth in them, but that truth made her heart heavy. She didn't want to become the thing she had always fought against. But there was a sense of something more in his eyes, something that told her he wasn't asking her to lose herself completely. She saw a flicker of the man who fought for something greater than war. A man who still understood the importance of protecting people, even if he had grown hardened in the process. "And if I do trust you?" Padme asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "If I let you take control, what will I become? Will I still be the Padme Amidala I once was? Or will I just be another soldier?" Maximus stood still, his gaze unwavering. He didn't offer her reassurances, nor did he try to comfort her. Instead, he met her gaze with a quiet certainty that came from knowing the brutal reality of their situation. You'll be who you need to be, he said simply. The Padme Amidala, who once inspired millions, is still there. But you will be stronger, wiser. You'll be a leader who makes the hard choices, the ones no one else can make. And in the end, you'll fight for what matters. That's the kind of leader this galaxy needs now. He paused, a slight tension in his shoulders. I know what it's like to lose who you were, to watch the things you fought for slip away. But you don't have to lose everything. Not if you fight for the right reasons. Padme's heart raced as she met his gaze. There was a strange sense of calm in his words, as though he had long since come to terms with the weight of the decisions he had to make. It didn't make the choices any easier, but it made them feel inevitable. I don't know if I'm ready, she whispered, the weight of everything pressing down on her chest. But I don't think I have a choice, do I? Maximus gave a small nod, his eyes hard but not unfeeling. The time for hesitation has passed. Padme turned away from him, her eyes once more drawn to the city, the chaos spreading below. She didn't know if she could be the leader the galaxy needed, but standing here, side by side with him, she knew that if she didn't act now, everything she believed in would crumble. With a deep breath, she turned back to Maximus. All right, she said, her voice steady now, despite the fear still lingering. I'll trust you. I'll trust your brothers. And if this is the path we must walk, then we will walk it together. Maximus nodded, his gaze unwavering. There was a slight, almost imperceptible softening in his eyes, but the soldier in him still remained. Together, he echoed, his voice firm, but not without a hint of respect. Padme didn't know if it was the right choice, but standing there, side by side with him, she knew that whatever happened next, she would never face it alone. And for the first time in a long while, she felt a glimmer of hope. Fragile but real. The galaxy was falling into darkness, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way to fight back. And she would fight, with everything she had. Chapter 19, Naboo in Turmoil. Karath stood with his arms folded, gazing out across the burning city before him. He had learned that this city was called Keren, a major trade hub on the planet Naboo. At his feet, the city lord writhed in pain as one of Karath's subordinates toyed with him, testing new spells and chaos-tainted abilities to gauge their strength. Karath was unimpressed. So far, the humans of this galaxy had proven weak. Pathetic, the nameless sorcerer muttered, finally releasing the man from his torment. For the last time, I ask you, tell me of this planet, Karath demanded, his tone cold. Answer, and I will let you live. The city lord gasped for air, his face twisted in pain, his body trembling from the lingering effects of the dark magic. His eyes darted nervously from Karath to the sorcerer, but his lips remained sealed. Karath's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. He stepped forward, the heat of the flames from the burning city casting an eerie glow across his armored figure. I have all the time in the world to torment you, he said, his voice low and dangerous. The city lord flinched, but still he hesitated. Karath could almost taste his fear, the uncertainty in his heart. But there was something else, something deeper. The man was more afraid of revealing his world's secrets than of dying. Karath raised a hand, and the sorcerer beside him immediately began muttering an incantation. Dark energy crackled through the air, wrapping around the lord's limbs like tendrils of shadow. Tell me, or I will make you wish for death, Karath warned, his voice turning colder, more menacing. The city lord's eyes widened in terror, but still he stayed silent. Karath turned to the sorcerer. Increase the pressure. The sorcerer nodded, raising his hands. The shadows around the lord's body tightened, squeezing the air from his lungs. He gasped, his eyes rolling back in his head. Karath watched impassively, his arms still folded. He had no sympathy for these fragile creatures. With a strangled sob, the city lord finally spoke. The planet, it's controlled by the Queen. She governs from Theed, the capital city, but she's off-world. Please, I know nothing else. His voice cracked, his body shaking uncontrollably. Karath smirked, stepping back. That wasn't so difficult, was it? He gave a nod to the sorcerer, who reluctantly released the Lord from his torment. The man crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, barely able to move. Karath's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile. The City Lord had given him just what he needed: information on the planet's ruler. It was a good lead, but the man had outlived his usefulness. "End him," Karath ordered, his voice cold and deliberate. Without hesitation, the sorcerer stepped forward, raising his hands as dark energy swirled around him. The air grew heavy with the presence of forbidden magic. The City Lord, barely able to lift his head, glanced up at Karath one last time, his eyes pleading for mercy. But mercy was a concept foreign to Karath. "You promised," the City Lord exclaimed, fear in his eyes. Karath just snorted. "I lied." With a swift motion, the sorcerer released a bolt of dark energy, engulfing the City Lord. The man's body convulsed as the magic burned through him, and within moments he was reduced to nothing more than a pile of ash scattered across the cobblestones. Karath turned away, unfazed by the death. The weak were meant to die. It was the strong who truly mattered. As the sorcerer finished his task, Karath stood in silence, watching the city burn in the distance. The weight of the moment settled over him. The death of the City Lord had been swift and insignificant, yet it marked the beginning of something much larger. He could feel the pulse of power growing within him and the need to take it further, to move past petty skirmishes and begin one of the tasks his God had given him, to find the one named Sidious. Karath turned to face his sorcerers, both standing at attention, awaiting his next order. He considered them for a moment, calculating his next move. "I will leave this planet with one of you," Karath announced, his voice sharp, his decision made. He turned his gaze to the sorcerer on the left, who was slightly taller, more composed than the other. "You will accompany me," Karath commanded. "We will leave this planet, and I will make contact with the one named Sidious." The sorcerer bowed deeply, acknowledging the order. Karath then turned to the other sorcerer, who stood a little farther back, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. "You will stay," Karath said coldly. "Conquer this world. Show me your strength. Leave no resistance standing. This planet will fall, and when I return, I expect it to be kneeling before me." The sorcerer nodded, his eyes burning with ambition. Karath felt his dark magic swirling around him, ready to transport them to the capital, where he would find more about this queen and about Sidious. Summum. Karath appeared in the heart of Theed, the dark tendrils of his teleportation magic dissipating as the air around him crackled with energy. The capital city was beautiful, a sharp contrast to the destruction of Keren, but beauty meant nothing to Karath. He was here for power. Sidious was the key, and he would take it, no matter what. Ahead of him, a group of figures walked leisurely through the city. Viceroy Newt Gunray, flanked by a platoon of battle droids and the slim, ever-watchful form of Rune Harko, Gunray's trusted aide. The Viceroy's eyes widened at the sight of Karath's dark presence, his body language betraying his uncertainty. Gunray's eyes widened in shock as the Chaos Marine approached, his usual smugness replaced with wary curiosity. His sharp gaze flicked over Karath's dark armor and the aura of menace that radiated from him. You are not from the Federation," Gunray croaked, his voice shaky, his alien features twisted in unease. "Who are you, and what business do you have on Naboo?" Karath's gaze swept over the group without any hint of recognition. The Viceroy, the droids, Harko, none of them mattered. The only thing that mattered was Sidious. He could feel the faint connection to the Sith Lord in the Viceroy's presence, but he didn't care about titles or allegiances. Gunray was a tool, nothing more. "I need to speak with Sidious," Karath's voice rumbled low like a growl. "You will take me to him." Gunray looked lost, his gaze flicking between Karath and his platoon of droids. I don't understand," he stammered, his voice rising in panic. Karath's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his pace deliberate, as though the air itself grew thicker with every step. The battle droids tensed, their blasters raised, and Harko watched quietly, calculating. None of them made a move yet. "I do not care," Karath said, his voice like the hiss of a blade being drawn. I feel your connection to Sidious. You will show me how to contact him. As Karath took another step, a wave of power surged from his body. The droids immediately raised their blasters, but Karath's sorcerers, who had followed him through the rift, were already in action. One raised a hand, and the sky seemed to darken for a moment as dark energy lanced out, shredding the droids into mere sparks and fragments. The remaining droids collapsed, their metal bodies twisted and broken. Gunray's eyes bulged as the destruction unfolded, but he barely had time to react before Karath's hand shot forward, gripping him by the throat. Gunray's breath was choked off, his hands clawing at Karath's unyielding fingers as the Viceroy was lifted into the air. You will take me to Sidious. I feel the connection between you and him. I know you can help me. Gunray gasped, his hands clawing at Karath's wrist, trying to pry his fingers loose. But Karath's grip was ironclad, unyielding. His optics burned with dark energy, and he slowly increased the pressure. The Viceroy's face turned red, then purple as he fought for breath. I can't, Gunray managed to choke out, his voice desperate. I can't help you. I don't know how to contact him. Karath's face twisted with disdain. You lie, he hissed, his voice like ice. I will make you speak. You'll tell me how to contact Sidious, or I will rip the answer from you. With a sudden, violent motion, Karath slammed the Viceroy into the stone pavement before his armored boot came crashing down on Gunray's chest, being sure to hold back. The force of the impact left the Viceroy gasping for air, coughing violently, his body trembling from the shock. Pathetic, Karath sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You think I'll tolerate your defiance? I will break you. He didn't give Gunray a moment to recover. With a brutal kick, Karath sent the Viceroy skidding across the stone, leaving a trail of blood as Gunray's fragile body slammed into a pillar. Gunray wheezed, his mouth opening and closing in an attempt to breathe, but his body was weak, struggling to obey. Karath stepped forward again, his boots echoing with each step. Gunray's wide, terrified eyes were fixed on him, pleading silently for mercy. But Karath felt no mercy, only hunger for power. And the Viceroy was nothing more than a vessel, one that needed to be crushed before it gave him what he wanted. Karath crouched down in front of Gunray, his faceplate inches from the Viceroy's face, his breath cold. Tell me now, or I will make you scream until your lungs give out. Gunray's whole body trembled under the threat. He could barely speak, his voice a raspy whisper. Please, I can't. I don't know how to reach him. The Viceroy's weak words did nothing but grow Karath's anger. With one hand, Karath grabbed Gunray by the face, forcing his head back as he summoned a jagged, sharp shard of dark energy from his other hand. The black, crackling energy hovered ominously before pressing into Gunray's forehead. Gunray's body went rigid as the dark energy burned against his skin, and he screamed in agony, his hands gripping Karath's wrist in a futile attempt to push the energy away. The smell of burnt flesh and ozone filled the air as the shard pierced his skin. Enough. Gunray's voice was a broken, strangled sob. I'll tell you, I have a comms unit. Please, I'll give it to you. Karath's lips curled into a wicked grin. Good, you've made the right choice. With a brutal motion, Karath released the Viceroy's face and shoved him roughly onto his back, the Viceroy gasping for air as his body spasmed in pain. Karath turned to look over his shoulder where his two sorcerers had taken care of the droids. The nameless sorcerers had moved to deal with the remaining threat, Rune Harko. The tall aide's posture was one of unreadable calm, but the moment the sorcerers focused on him, he froze, sensing the danger. He began to back away slowly, but it was too late. One sorcerer raised a hand, a wave of dark energy encircling Harko before he could react. The ground cracked beneath his feet as tendrils of shadow wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground. Stay still, creature, the sorcerer commanded coldly, tightening his grip on Harko. Harko struggled, but the energy kept him paralyzed, and he was soon forced to his knees, helpless before the sorcerers. Karath turned back to Gunray, who was clutching his chest, his face pale and bloodied. The Viceroy's voice trembled as he reached for his belt and pulled out the comms unit, offering it to Karath with shaking hands. Please, Gunray whimpered, his voice weak. Take it. Just don't kill me. Karath snatched the comms unit from Gunray's hand with one quick motion, the Viceroy's face filled with a mix of relief and terror. "You will die soon," Karath said coldly, his eyes narrowing. "But not yet. Not until I've spoken to Sidious." Gunray's body shook, his mind a jumble of fear and confusion. "Please, spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't." Karath turned away, ignoring him before activating the comms unit, his gaze fixed on the device. The air around him hummed with anticipation as a connection was established. Gunray's pleading was drowned out by the crackling static, and Karath's dark voice echoed through the comms. "Sidious," Karath said, his voice as cold and unforgiving as the abyss. "I have come at my god's command." Chapter 20. A Dark Alliance. Palpatine. Palpatine sat in his office, brooding over the Queen's decision to return to Naboo. She was more foolish than he had anticipated, but it would only serve to further his plans. He smiled to himself, a dark thought forming in his mind. "How interesting," he muttered, just as his comms began beeping. It was his secure line, meaning Viceroy Gunray wished to speak with him. A surge of displeasure flared within him, though he quickly concealed it, pressing a button under his desk that plunged his office into darkness. Rising from his chair, he placed his hood over his face and accepted the transmission. "What is the—" He was suddenly interrupted, his words cut off as a towering figure appeared on the hologram. The figure was clad in white, green, and golden armor, exuding an air of menace and power. The moment he spoke, Palpatine was taken aback. "Sidious, I have come at my god's command," the figure's voice rumbled, deep and distorted, sending an eerie chill down Palpatine's spine. It was as if something ancient and unnatural was brushing against the back of his mind, a presence that both unsettled and intrigued him. Palpatine's eyes narrowed beneath his hood as he studied the figure. The towering armored figure exuded an aura of power that even the Sith Lord could feel. His dark optics glinted with an unsettling certainty, and Palpatine's instinct told him that this being was not only formidable, but unpredictable. "You are bold," Palpatine said, his voice calm but carrying an edge of caution, "and clearly mistaken if you think you can simply address me in such a manner." Karath's stance remained unwavering, the crackling energy around him almost palpable, like a storm ready to break. His gaze bore into the screen with a predatory intensity. "Bold?" Karath repeated, his voice deep and rumbling with the resonance of something older, darker. "I come to offer you something far more valuable than you can imagine." Palpatine's fingers twitched slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. He had learned long ago to mask his thoughts, to conceal the depths of his mind, but the presence before him stirred something far deeper than he cared to acknowledge. "You are not the first to seek power," Palpatine said, each word deliberate. Karath's laugh was low and terrifying, as if he were amused by a mere mortal's naivety. "You misunderstand me, Sidious. I do not seek your power. I seek to teach you something greater. You think you command the darkness, but you are only a shadow of what true power can be." Palpatine's lips curled into a cold smile, but inside he could feel a flicker of unease. The way Karath spoke, the certainty in his words, the authority that radiated from him, it was unlike anything he had encountered. Sidious was no stranger to power, yet this being was different, almost otherworldly. "I've commanded the forces of the dark side for decades," Palpatine said slowly. "What could you possibly offer me that I do not already control?" Karath's optics gleamed with ancient knowledge, his voice now a rasping whisper. "You wield a fraction of the darkness, Sidious, a mere reflection of what is possible. My God has granted me mastery over sorceries beyond your comprehension. I can show you how to reshape reality itself, how to manipulate life and death." The implication of Karath's words struck like lightning, and Palpatine's thoughts raced. He had always believed in his superiority, in the meticulous control he had over the galaxy and the dark forces that bound it. But Karath, this being before him, spoke of something far more ancient and far more dangerous. "You speak of sorceries," Palpatine said slowly, "as though they are mere tools to be wielded. You are not the first to claim such mastery. None have ever succeeded in truly transcending the dark side. Power like that comes at a price. Karath's gaze sharpened, his voice growing colder, more forceful. The price is nothing compared to the power you would gain. I have walked paths that you cannot even fathom, Sidious. I have harnessed the very essence of destruction, reshaped the fabric of existence. What I offer is beyond your petty rituals and schemes. Sidious felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. This figure, this Karath, was no mere pretender. His power was real, undeniable. But the Sith Lord would not be cowed so easily. "You are dangerous," Palpatine said, his voice slipping into its familiar cadence, tinged with a quiet fury. "But you are also foolish if you think I would kneel to you. I am the master of the Sith, and I answer to no one." Karath's helmet tilted slightly, as though considering Palpatine's words. His posture remained perfect, unwavering. "You misunderstand," Karath replied, his voice now taking on an almost patronizing tone. "I do not ask you to kneel, I demand it. You will kneel before me, Sidious, and you will learn from me, or I will tear everything you've built apart. You cannot even begin to fathom the power I command, and yet I offer you the chance to learn, to rise to your full potential." Palpatine's eyes narrowed dangerously. To demand that he kneel. The audacity of this being. But there was something about his presence, something undeniable in the way Karath spoke, that made Sidious feel the first stirrings of doubt. Karath continued, his voice now laced with finality. "I will come to you, Sidious. I will teach you the ways of true sorceries, and you will become my disciple, or I will break you. The choice is yours." The transmission flickered briefly as Karath turned, signaling that the conversation was over. Sidious sat in his office, the darkness pressing in closer, the implications of the conversation swirling in his mind. The audacity of this Karath, demanding he kneel before him. Sidious had never been so challenged in his life. Yet the power this figure spoke of, the mastery over destruction and sorcery, it was a temptation he could not ignore. Perhaps this Karath was more than just a threat. Perhaps he was something Sidious could use. The galaxy would see what happened when ambition met true power. Qui-Gon. "I understand your concerns about the children, but you must recognize their potential. The boy is undoubtedly the chosen one. You must see it," Qui-Gon argued, standing before the council. Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat, his tone firm. "It seems you are not grasping our point. The girl lacks the necessary talent, and the boy is consumed by negative emotions. He is far too vulnerable to the dark side, let alone the fact that they are both too old." Qui-Gon stood firm, his expression intense as he faced the council. "I understand your reservations, but Anakin's potential cannot be ignored. He is the chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. You cannot simply dismiss that." Mace Windu's gaze sharpened as he spoke again, his voice tinged with frustration. "And yet, you persist in your insistence, despite his emotional instability. The boy is filled with fear, anger, traits that lead down the path to the dark side." Qui-Gon's eyes narrowed, but his voice remained calm. "Yes, he has fear, but that does not mean he will fall. The boy is simply misunderstood, and with proper guidance, he can learn to overcome these emotions. As for Nera, she does show promise, but it is Anakin who is of utmost importance. I believe the Force was guiding me to him." The council was silent for a moment, exchanging uneasy glances. Finally, Master Yoda spoke, his voice soft but firm. "Enough. Clouds your judgment. This obsession does." Qui-Gon's heart sank, but he stood his ground. "You cannot be serious. You would deny him his destiny." "We deny nothing," Mace Windu replied coldly, "but we will not allow your personal vision to dictate the future of the Jedi Order." Qui-Gon's hands clenched into fists, but before he could respond, Master Ki-Adi-Mundi interrupted. "The matter of Anakin is settled, for now. However, your mission has changed, Qui-Gon. You are to go to Naboo with Queen Amidala." The words hit Qui-Gon like a blow to the chest. "Naboo? But the boy—" "Enough," Master Windu barked, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You will go to Naboo and accompany the Queen. The political situation there is volatile, and the presence of the Astartes, these super soldiers, has us concerned. Qui-Gon's brow furrowed in confusion. The Astartes. You believe they are a greater threat than the Sith? The council members exchanged uneasy glances. Master Yoda spoke again, his voice grave. A force like that, we have not seen in centuries. Their power we cannot predict. Better you go, watch over the Queen, and learn what you can. Qui-Gon's sense of duty weighed heavily on him, but he knew arguing further would be futile. The council had made their decision. I will go, Master, he said to Yoda, though his heart was still torn between his duty and his belief in Anakin's potential. Good, Mace Windu said, his voice still edged with finality. And Qui-Gon, remember there are forces at play far greater than you understand. Be cautious on Naboo. With a heavy heart, Qui-Gon bowed his head in respect before turning to leave the council chamber. His thoughts were consumed by the boy from Tatooine, the one he believed to be the chosen one. But for now, his mission was clear. He would go to Naboo, watch over Queen Amidala, and keep an eye on the mysterious Astartes. Summum. As Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan disembarked from the shuttle, they were met with the imposing sight of the massive platform where the Nubian ship awaited the delegation. One of the Astartes, Maximus, stood at the edge of the ship, silently observing them. Nearby, Lyra comforted her daughter, Neera, who was still shaken from her performance before the Jedi Council. Despite her efforts to console her, Lyra couldn't help but feel a quiet relief. She was grateful that Neera's performance had faltered, as she feared her daughter would be taken from her. Enough, Qui-Gon said sharply, cutting off Obi-Wan's continued protest about Anakin's fate. We will speak of this no more, he added, his voice carrying an edge of finality before turning toward the ship in a sour mood. As he approached, the familiar yet jarring sound of Jar Jar Binks's voice filled the air. Misa going home? Misa done with dis, Jar Jar shouted, throwing his hands up in excitement. Maximus, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, immediately stiffened at the sound of the Gungan's voice. His eyes narrowed and a cold, threatening silence hung in the air. Without looking directly at Jar Jar, he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Shut your mouth, alien, or I'll rip your tongue out of your head. Jar Jar froze, eyes wide with panic, his usual clumsy demeanor giving way to genuine fear. The towering Astartes' voice carried an authority that was impossible to ignore. And the Gungan wisely fell silent, his ears drooping in submission. Obi-Wan cast a sidelong glance at Qui-Gon, noting his master's discomfort, but not speaking. Qui-Gon, for his part, merely sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He had little time for Jar Jar's antics, and Maximus's threat only added to the tension that seemed to follow the delegation. As Maximus stepped onto the ship, the others followed in his wake, leaving Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to deal with the increasingly awkward atmosphere. Jar Jar, now visibly subdued, followed them on board, still muttering to himself but keeping a respectful distance from the intimidating warrior. Once on the ship, Qui-Gon turned to Obi-Wan, his voice softer but tinged with the weight of their previous conversation. We must focus on the mission, Obi-Wan. The fate of Naboo may be in our hands, but our attention must remain on what lies ahead. Obi-Wan nodded, but his concern for Anakin remained clear in his eyes. Understood, Master. Chapter 21. 21. The Weapon. Sebastian. Damn Jedi, Sebastian grumbled as he sat quietly in the cargo bay of the Nubian. Maximus had requested that he be transported off Coruscant in secret, so as not to raise alarms with the natives or the Jedi they were traveling with. Maximus's reasoning was simple. He didn't want to be stopped from leaving the planet and wasting any more time. Now that they had finally left Coruscant, Sebastian could emerge from hiding. The space he occupied was cramped, but he shoved things aside with his shield before activating the lift. It took him up to the hallway, which connected to the rest of the ship. Finally free from the lift, he walked into the room where everyone was gathered, noticing the two Jedi visibly stiffen. His optics scanned the room before focusing on Jar Jar, who also seemed frightened. Alien filth, Sebastian spat, raising his sword as he stepped forward. The room broke into panic as the Black Templar advanced, ready to strike down the vile creature. But he was stopped by Maximus, who stepped in front of him. Hold, brother, not here, Maximus said over their private vox. You would dare stop me from killing a Xeno? Sebastian retorted venomously. For now, yes, Maximus replied. This one seems to be some sort of pet for the Queen. I've thought about killing him myself, but I have a feeling it wouldn't go over well with the gathered company. We will seek another opportunity, Maximus continued, placating his brother. I do not like this. We are the Adeptus Astartes. We make no concessions, Sebastian barked. Maximus simply looked at his brother before Sebastian lowered his head. But I will trust that you have our best interests at heart and mind. Turning around, Sebastian locked eyes with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, who looked pale at his presence. I know your faces. I saw you in that temple of yours, he said, moving to sit on one of the massive crates in the room. What is the meaning of this? Qui-Gon demanded sharply, looking at Maximus, who came to stand next to his brother. You have nothing to fear. We are on the same side for now, Maximus replied, folding his massive arms across his chest. Same side? Obi-Wan asked incredulously. He slaughtered dozens of our brothers and sisters, and you just expect us to say nothing. We're harboring a wanted mass murderer, Obi-Wan said, his voice rising. Be silent, Sebastian's cold voice rang out. I care not for your feelings on the matter. What happened at your so-called temple was just. It was necessary. The Emperor demands it. You both are so filled with hatred. The Council was right about you, Obi-Wan said, his hand reaching for his lightsaber. Reach for it, Maximus warned dangerously, and I'll fulfill what I told you the first time we met. Obi-Wan hesitated, his eyes flicking to his master for guidance. Why? Why would you kill so many of our order? What have we ever done to you? Qui-Gon asked, still reeling from the traumatic experience. Because I am hatred incarnate. Suffer not the alien to live, Sebastian replied, quoting an ancient text. It's not what you did that angered me, it's what you failed to do. Do you see this? He gestured to the silver pauldron on his left shoulder, adorned with strange symbols. This marks me as one who kills every filthy Xeno I encounter, save for a few. He glanced at Jar Jar before continuing, lesser species. But those at your temple? They were a threat to humanity, so I did what I do best. I slaughtered them. Sebastian's words hung in the air, heavy with malice and conviction. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence as his gaze shifted between the Jedi and Jar Jar, the latter trembling under his piercing stare. Obi-Wan's hand remained inches from his lightsaber, but the tension in the air was palpable, almost suffocating. Qui-Gon was the first to speak, his voice calm but laced with disbelief. But this is madness. The Jedi are not your enemies. We are defenders of peace. Sebastian's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile. Peace, he scoffed. Your peace is nothing more than a veil to hide your weakness. You claim to defend, but you only delay the inevitable. Humanity's future is not one of tolerance and understanding, it is one of survival. Maximus stepped forward, his imposing presence adding weight to the conversation. Enough. We will speak no more of this, he said, his voice rumbling like thunder. The mission comes first. There will be no more distractions. We move forward. Obi-Wan shot a wary glance at Maximus, but the larger warrior's steely gaze held no room for argument. And what of our order? What of those you've already slaughtered? You cannot just erase the lives of so many. Maximus's red optics bore into him, but it was Sebastian who answered, his tone sharp as a blade. They were weak. Your ideals endangered everything the Imperium holds dear. You have failed to see the truth, and they paid the price for it. Qui-Gon stepped forward, his voice growing stronger despite the overwhelming threat before him. You think your Emperor's will justifies this slaughter. You believe that murdering innocents is a path to salvation. Sebastian stood, his eyes burning with fervor. Yes, he said simply. Jar Jar, who had been silently quaking in the corner, now looked between the two sides. His voice trembled as he spoke up. Yusa don't haffa do this. Isa no reason. Why hurt all the people? Why not try to understand each other? Sebastian turned his gaze on Jar Jar, his lip curling in disgust. Were we speaking to you, cretin? He asked, to which Jar Jar shrank once more. Maximus stepped in, his large hand resting on Sebastian's shoulder. Enough, brother. They will understand the Emperor's will in time, he said, his tone commanding. We're wasting time. We are not here to argue the morality of our actions. We have a greater purpose. The Jedi are not our concern for now." Sebastian's expression softened, but only slightly. He gave a curt nod. Obi-Wan's jaw tightened, and he exchanged a glance with Qui-Gon. They were still processing the brutality and unrelenting hatred they had witnessed. But even as they stood in the presence of these men, these warriors, Obi-Wan couldn't help but wonder what had made them this way. Maximus turned toward the door, signaling the end of the conversation. "Prepare yourselves. We will arrive on Naboo soon." As the others began to disperse, Obi-Wan stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. This was no longer just a mission. They were being drawn into something much darker than they had anticipated. The line between enemy and ally was becoming dangerously blurred, and Obi-Wan had the uneasy feeling that they were heading straight into the heart of it. Qui-Gon placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a reassuring squeeze. "We'll find a way to stop them, Obi-Wan. We have to." Obi-Wan nodded, though the doubt in his heart remained. They had no idea what they were truly up against. And worse, he was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, the darkness was looking right at him. Summum. As they entered Naboo's orbit, Obi-Wan felt the familiar tingling of a dark presence trying to invade his mind. To his surprise, Qui-Gon gripped his shoulder and turned him toward him. "Is this what you felt last time, when we entered and left the planet?" Qui-Gon asked. Obi-Wan nodded. "It is, Master, but this time it's more subdued, as if something is drawing it away." He paused, trying to make sense of the sensation. "It's almost like being in a large body of water, with a mass of black ink at one end. The tendrils of it are slowly bleeding toward me, against the current." The last time he had felt it, the darkness had been all-encompassing, as though he had been submerged in the ink from the start, with the Force struggling to wash it away. "This will need to be in our report," Qui-Gon said, and Obi-Wan agreed. At the other side of the cabin, the two Astartes stood, conversing quietly over the ship's comms. "The capital has been overrun by the automata," Raxa's voice came through. "I've set up a base to the south of the city." "Understood. We'll be dropped off at your location and discuss our plans then," Maximus replied, standing near Padme and Sebastian. Raxa didn't respond, and the comms unit went silent. "And what about us?" Padme asked, looking up at Maximus. "What will we do?" "You will stay out of trouble. I have no wish for you to die. If that were to happen, I'd need to find your replacement," Maximus replied coldly, his transhuman mentality evident. "I will not stand by while my people die," Padme snapped, following him toward the door as they neared the location of Raxa's base. The ship came to a halt, and the door opened, revealing a lush landscape. Below, a massive plain stretched out, covered with hundreds of thousands of droids, tanks, transports, walkers, and more, gathered for one final assault on the planet. Raxa and Sebastian joined Maximus as the Ultramarine gazed down at the sea of metal, folding his arms. Padme squeezed between Maximus and Sebastian, slapping the latter's thigh to make him take a step back. He growled but complied, and Padme looked up at Maximus, pointing toward the gathered armies. "I've promised you my support if you free my planet and save my people," she said, her voice firm. "Now tell me, how are you three going to defeat all of those droids?" Maximus ignored her question, turning instead to Raxa. "Did you bring it?" Raxa nodded. "It's here." "Then bring it out," Maximus ordered. Raxa pressed a button on his wrist, and the cargo bay of the ship opened. A massive metal box was revealed, and Padme stepped forward to see what it contained. As the box opened, she saw a towering set of armor inside. A Devastator-class Centurion suit, its polished blue and gold plating gleaming under the light. The suit was enormous, far larger than anything she had ever seen. Its imposing angular frame was designed for heavy combat, with reinforced pauldrons, a wide chest plate, and an array of weaponry mounted across its frame. Padme's voice caught in her throat. "What is this?" Maximus, standing tall beside her, didn't look at her. His focus remained on the droids below. "A Centurion-class suit," he said, his tone flat, "capable of laying waste to entire battle lines. It's a weapon, not just armor." Raxa nodded, his face obscured by the helmet of his own power armor. This model was designed for devastating assault. It comes with an array of weaponry, including shoulder-mounted grav cannons, chest-mounted missiles, and an almost endless amount of heavy bolter rounds. Padme's eyes narrowed, but she stepped forward again, shaking her head. But there's no way a single suit can turn the tide against all those droids. You're wrong, Maximus said, his voice cold and confident. The Centurion suit is a weapon unlike anything this galaxy is prepared for. It will tear through their lines and break them. With it, we can shatter their advance and buy the time we need to strike at the heart of their forces. Padme stared at him, but Maximus's expression remained as unreadable as ever under his helmet. Still staring at the droid army, he wasn't interested in debating. This battle isn't about holding ground, he continued. It's about taking the initiative and delivering a blow they won't recover from. Padme remained silent for a moment, absorbing his words. Though she still had doubts, she knew that what was unfolding before her was their best shot at ending the war. "And what will you two be doing?" Padme asked, looking at the Salamander and Black Templar. Sebastian simply raised his sword, pointing toward the massive Lucra Hulk-class battleship high in the atmosphere. "While Maximus secures the planet, we will destroy their ships," Raxa said simply. Maximus's voice cut through the tension. "They're starting to advance. Now is the time for action. Prepare yourselves." Raxa and Sebastian both nodded, then began walking toward the scimitar, while Maximus took one last look at the enemy army before turning to Padme. "How can you be so confident in yourself?" she asked, her voice almost pleading, as if she hadn't expected to risk so much on so little. Maximus's expression didn't change. "I am over 250 years old. In my long life, I began killing when I was just a 10-year-old boy, and I never stopped. At 16, I went to war for the first time, and I have never ceased. At 70, I banished my first greater demon, though he still seeks me on the battlefield from time to time. I have fought Necron armies that dwarf this one 100 times over. This is nothing compared to the horrors I've faced." Padme hesitated, absorbing his words. She didn't understand half of what he said, but a small part of the unease in her chest dissipated. She wanted to believe in Maximus's confidence, but the scale of the threat they were facing seemed insurmountable. The sheer number of droids, the looming presence of the battleship in orbit. It was hard to imagine how they could succeed. But she didn't have the luxury of doubt now. "Then let's hope your experience is enough," she said softly, her voice firming. Maximus gave a slight nod, his gaze returning to the battlefield. "It will be—" Without another word, he turned and moved toward the others, his heavy footsteps echoing in the tense silence. Padme watched him go, feeling the weight of the coming battle press down on her, but she couldn't turn away. She had made her choice. Her people's fate was now tied to this group of warriors, no matter how impossible their mission seemed. The sound of the scimitar's engines powering up snapped her from her thoughts as the sleek craft began to lift off, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Padme took a deep breath and turned toward Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, who stood quietly beside her. "Let's hope they will succeed." Padme nodded, though she still couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for them, just beyond their reach. She could feel it, like an unspoken presence in the air. As Sebastian and Raxa got situated in the ship, Maximus turned his gaze toward the Centurion suit. His suit. It had been years since he had worn it, but that didn't slow him down. He moved toward the massive armor with purpose. As he climbed into the suit, he felt the familiar tug of its machine spirit, resisting his command, fighting for control. But Maximus was resolute. He clamped down on it with iron will, forcing the suit to bend to his command. The cargo bay door opened, revealing the vast army of droids below, their countless forms sprawled across the battlefield. "May the Emperor protect you, brother," Raxor and Sebastian said in unison. Maximus took a massive step forward in the Centurion, his voice cold and unnaturally deep. "I am oblivion. I am destruction. I am doom." Chapter 22. The battle for Naboo begins. Sijatat Maximus wa. Maximus stood at the edge of the cargo bay, his massive form encased in the gleaming blue and gold armor of the Centurion suit. The deafening roar of the engines reverberated through the air, rattling his bones as the scimitar flew over the battlefield below. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the chaos unfolding beneath him, a sea of droids, tanks, transports, and walkers. It was a war machine built for one purpose: the complete subjugation of Naboo. He felt the familiar hum of the machine spirit within the Centurion suit, syncing his thoughts with the weapon of destruction that was now his body. The moment felt alive, as though the very suit were testing him, challenging his will to command it. But Maximus was resolute. He wasn't just an Astartes, he was a living storm of destruction. The machine spirit would obey him. With a single effortless step, Maximus leapt from the cargo bay. As he plummeted through the air, the thrusters on his back and legs flared to life. The world seemed to quiet around him as he descended, a metallic titan about to crash into the earth below. The landing gear on his boots exploded into action with a scream of compressed air and the whine of anti-grav generators. The earth beneath him cracked and groaned under the weight of the Centurion landing. The shockwave sent droids and debris scattering in all directions as he hit the ground with a thunderous crash. The battlefield before him was a maelstrom of chaos. Battle droids marched forward in tight formations, tanks rumbled toward him, and massive walkers loomed like giants on the horizon. It was a war machine built to destroy. Yet, as Maximus straightened from his landing, he stood tall, unwavering. He surveyed the battlefield, calculating, anticipating, moving with purpose. His gauntlets moved with mechanical precision as he raised both his heavy bolter-mounted arms. The massive weapons roared to life as Maximus pulled the trigger. Shells the size of human fists tore through the air, slamming into the ranks of battle droids. Each shot was a death sentence, an explosive punctuation mark in the storm of battle. Droids exploded into fiery fragments, their mechanical bodies shredded into pieces as Maximus unleashed a barrage of fire that echoed across the battlefield. The heavy bolters barked in fury, and with each pull of the trigger, Maximus felt the power of the Emperor's wrath coursing through him. He barely paused as the carnage unfolded. Another burst of shells tore through the droid lines, shredding even the most resilient of their ranks. His focus was unyielding, his senses honed to a razor's edge as the Centurion suit's neural link guided his every movement. A cluster of battle droids attempted to flank him from the left, their blasters raised. Maximus didn't flinch. With a swift movement, he brought his left grav cannon to bear. The weapon fired a purple beam of devastation that sucked everything towards the ground, shattering those caught in its gravitational grip. The droids didn't stand a chance. They crumpled beneath the onslaught, their small frames no match for the explosive power of the weapon. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse, and Maximus was the butcher. As he advanced, the earth beneath him trembled with each thunderous step. His Centurion suit was an unstoppable force, a juggernaut of firepower and destruction. The droids could do nothing but fall before him, their weapons nothing more than futile attempts to stop the inevitable. Maximus's weapons were a symphony of devastation, each shot a note in the unrelenting melody of death. But the droids alone weren't enough to stop him. Maximus's enhanced senses locked onto a new threat, a squadron of AAT battle tanks moving toward him, their massive guns trained on his position. These machines posed a real challenge. Their heavy cannons could damage his Centurion armor, and their thick plating was resistant to small arms fire. But Maximus had no fear. His eyes narrowed, his mind calculating the most efficient course of action. Without hesitation, he activated the missile pods mounted on the Centurion suit's chest. A salvo of rockets shot from the launchers, their engines screeching as they sped toward the tanks. The first missile hit the lead AAT with a deafening explosion, obliterating the turret and sending the vehicle spinning into the air. Secondary explosions rippled through the tank as its ammunition ignited, transforming the once proud war machine into a twisted heap of molten scrap. The remaining tanks fired their main cannons in unison, their shots screaming toward Maximus with deadly intent. Maximus used the terrain and his suit's experimental thrusters to his advantage, moving with an inhuman speed despite the immense weight of the suit. The first shot grazed his shoulder, sending a shockwave through his body, but his armor absorbed the impact with ease. A second shot struck his lower leg, denting the ceramite, but doing little else. Maximus grunted in irritation, his eyes narrowing beneath his helmet. He was no longer simply a warrior, he was a force of nature. With a roar, Maximus aimed his grav cannons, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that seemed to warp reality where it struck. The AATs shuddered for a moment, then were violently pulled inwards toward what looked to be a miniature black hole that dissipated moments later, ripping the AATs apart. The battlefield shook as the tank's remains were sent scattering in all directions. Maximus didn't pause. The battlefield was a swirling storm of destruction, and he was the eye of that storm. The Centurion suit's missile pods fired again, this time targeting a group of heavy droid infantry and another tank convoy attempting to regroup. The first missile struck the lead tank, detonating with a massive explosion that engulfed the convoy in fire and debris. The blast sent shockwaves through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath him. Maximus advanced without hesitation, his weapons cutting through the enemy like a scythe through wheat. The tanks and droids fell before him, their bodies and machines shredded by the firestorm of his bolters. But the droids kept coming. Wave after wave of battle droids surged forward, relentless in their pursuit. Maximus's mind raced as he assessed the battlefield. A massive droid walker appeared on the eastern edge of the field, its towering form casting a shadow over the land. The walker was armed with heavy cannons and missile launchers, its armor thick and formidable. But it didn't faze Maximus. The challenge only fueled his fury. He charged forward, his massive form crashing through the terrain with a speed that belied the weight of his armor. The walker fired its main cannons, but Maximus was already upon it. His Centurion suit's experimental thrusters allowed him to leap forward with terrifying force. He smashed into the walker's side, his armored fists slamming into its armor with a sound like thunder. The walker reeled from the impact, its cannons misfiring as Maximus raised a new weapon high. A massive blade extended from his right fist as it hummed to life with power. He brought it down on the walker's armored back. The blade sliced through the thick plating like butter, severing vital components. Sparks flew as the walker staggered, its systems failing in the wake of the strike. But Maximus didn't wait to see the outcome. He leapt off the damaged machine, landing amid a new wave of droids. Without hesitation, he swung his blade again, cutting through the metal bodies of his enemies in a single fluid motion. More droids appeared, more reinforcements flooding the battlefield. But Maximus didn't slow. His bolters fired again, tearing through the droids with unrelenting precision. He raised his wrist launcher and fired a grenade, the explosive round tearing through a cluster of battle droids. The explosion sent pieces of their mechanical bodies flying through the air. The chaos around him was maddening, yet Maximus was a force of unyielding destruction. His mind was focused, his every move deliberate. But even as he tore through wave after wave of enemies, he could feel the energy reserves of his Centurion suit beginning to drain. The suit, though powerful, was not invulnerable. It had taken hits, and the droid's unrelenting assault was beginning to wear him down. Maximus didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Another blast struck the back of his knee joint, the force of the blow sending him stumbling forward. The Centurion suit's massive form shook as its hydraulics struggled to compensate, but Maximus's neural link quickly stabilized him. He straightened, bringing his full weight down on the droid that had dared to attack him. A single step, and the droid's fragile body crumpled beneath the force of the suit's massive foot. Maximus's eyes scanned the battlefield as a massive command tank emerged from the smoke. Its towering form was reinforced with thick armor and armed with devastating weapons. The ground trembled as it approached, its blasters crackling with deadly energy. Maximus's pulse quickened, but his resolve was unshaken. This would be his final challenge. He roared and charged, the droid commander tank unleashing a torrent of energy blasts in retaliation. Maximus twisted his body, evading the worst of the attack, though one shot grazed his side. The pain was fleeting, but it only fueled his rage. With a leap, Maximus closed the distance, his sword raised high. He slammed it into the tank with all his strength, the blow staggering the massive machine. Sparks erupted as its armor cracked, its weapon systems failing. Maximus delivered a flurry of strikes, each blow ripping through the tank's defenses. The command tank staggered, unable to keep up with the overwhelming force of the Centurion suit. With a final brutal swing, Maximus's blade sliced through it, severing its connection to the rest of the enemy forces. The massive machine fell, its systems dying with a final hiss. As the command tank collapsed to the ground, the remaining droids faltered before seeming to short-circuit. Their weapons fell from their hands, and they all seemed to lose power before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Maximus stood amidst the carnage, his armor scorched and battered, but victorious. The droid army lay in ruins around him, their once pristine forms shattered and twisted by his might. But Maximus knew this was only the beginning. The droid forces might be broken down here, but his two brothers would face far more up in orbit. But the Emperor's will would not be denied, and they would no doubt succeed. Padme. Padme stood at the observation window of the Nubian, her gaze fixed on the battlefield below. The sprawling landscape of Naboo, once tranquil and serene, was now a chaotic hellscape, choked with the mechanical horrors of war. Battle droids swarmed the plains, their lines stretching to the horizon. Tanks, transports, and walkers clashed with the forces of destruction Maximus had unleashed. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Her heart raced, a mix of dread and awe coursing through her veins as the spectacle unfolded before her. Through the viewport, she could see the massive form of Maximus, encased in the Devastator-class Centurion suit, charging into the heart of the droid army. His arrival was heralded by the deafening roar of his bolter fire and the thunderous stomps of his armor. He was a titan in the sea of machines. The Nubian floated high above the battlefield, its sleek hull barely visible against the early morning sky. But Padme wasn't looking at the ship or the soldiers at her side. Her eyes were locked on Maximus, watching him obliterate the droid army with a cold, unrelenting fury. She could see the massive explosions rippling out from his every action, each movement purposeful, a deliberate act of annihilation. His heavy bolters erupted in a steady stream of fire, each shot tearing apart droids in the hundreds. The bolts exploded, sending bodies of metal and circuitry flying into the air like shrapnel. Maximus didn't stop. He marched through the droid lines unstoppable, his every step sending shockwaves of destruction. Droids crumbled beneath his power, their mechanical bodies twisted and broken under the weight of his assault. He moved with terrifying precision, a living storm of war. Padme's breath caught as she watched him leap into the air, his Centurion suit's thrusters propelling him like a comet toward a squadron of battle tanks. He was a blur of motion as he descended, crashing into the tanks with the force of a meteor. Explosions rippled through the ground as his grav cannons pulsed, warping reality in their wake. The tanks crumpled under the barrage, their plating torn apart. Their crews reduced to nothing but vaporized remnants. Maximus didn't pause, didn't even acknowledge the destruction he left in his wake. Unbelievable, Padme whispered under her breath, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship's engines. She had seen war before, but nothing like this. Maximus was an extension of the battlefield, a force of nature that nothing could stop. The droids were nothing but fodder for his wrath, and with every passing second, the tide of battle shifted more and more in his favor. Beside her, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stood silently, watching as well. The Jedi Master's face was inscrutable, but Obi-Wan's brow furrowed in concentration as he observed Maximus's brutal efficiency. "He's remarkable," Qui-Gon said softly, his voice tinged with both admiration and concern. Padme nodded, but didn't respond. She had no words to offer. She couldn't shake the unsettling feeling in her gut as she watched the droid army crumble beneath Maximus's onslaught. It was a sight of pure devastation, but it wasn't without a cost. She knew that the fight was far from over. As the Nubian left the battlefield to fly toward Theed, Padme continued to watch, her eyes flicking back and forth between the battlefield and the towering figure of Maximus. She had placed her faith in this strange group of warriors, and now, as she advanced toward the city, her mind raced with the weight of that decision. Could they really win? Could Maximus's strength and experience be enough to bring an end to the droid menace? The Centurion suit smashed through another group of droids, its massive blade cutting through metal and armor like it was nothing. Padme felt a chill run down her spine. The raw power and violence of Maximus's assault were impossible to ignore. But there was something more than just destruction in his movements. There was purpose. She wanted to ask him why. Why was he so driven? Why did he fight with such unyielding determination? But all she could do was watch as he tore through their enemies, his movements almost predatory, his focus unshakable. The Nubian soon crested a large hill, and she lost sight of the battlefield, the grand city of Theed coming into view as the ship neared the capital. The once pristine spires and domes now stood in the shadow of the war that was consuming their world. Padme turned from the viewport, her mind still racing, but her resolve hardening. As the ship prepared to land, Padme allowed herself to believe in the possibility of victory. That was until the ship landed, and the door opened to the hangar. She and the rest of her entourage walked out of the ship and through the hangar, needing to get back into the palace before a massive set of double doors opened, and in walked another massive Astartes. Only this one was different. Chapter 23, Into the Belly of the Beast. Raxor, Sebastian. As the scimitar's engines hummed steadily, Raxa and Sebastian stood near the open hatch, watching Maximus in the distance. The towering figure of the Ultramarine was already stomping the droids below in the massive Centurion suit. The ship's engines growled, and a deep thrum resonated through the hull as they stepped back into the ship as it ascended toward orbit. But the two Astartes paid it no mind as they prepared for boarding. Sebastian's power shield hummed quietly, almost anticipating the violence that would soon come. He flexed his hand around the hilt of his power sword, its crackling energy blade a reminder of the purity of his purpose: to slaughter, to cleanse, and to protect humanity from the alien filth. Beside him, Raxa adjusted the tubes of his heavy bolter, the weapon feeding from the massive pack on his back. His armor, a dark green that seemed to soak up the light around it, shifted slightly as he moved, the weight of his war gear and his intent weighing heavily on his broad shoulders. "We'll destroy them." Raxa's voice was a calm rumble. Despite his stoic demeanor, Raxa was always calculating, always seeking the most efficient path to victory. But there was no doubt in his mind that the battle they were about to face would be brutal. Sebastian's lips curled into a cold smile, a flicker of emotion in his otherwise emotionless face. "Of course, brother. We were born for this." His voice was low, hard, the words almost an afterthought, as his gaze remained focused on the hatch before him. "We will make sure it is a message they will never forget. The Lucra Hulk will burn in our wake." Raxa nodded, adjusting his grip on the heavy bolter once more, his fingers flexing as the massive weapon hummed to life, its barrel twitching slightly. "We will crush them beneath our boots." The two warriors stood in silence for a moment, their minds synchronized with the unfolding carnage to come. Raxa and Sebastian, though different in their fighting styles, were equally formidable. Sebastian was the hammer, uncompromising, brutal, and relentless. Raxa, the quiet firestorm, precise, calculated, and deadly. The scimitar's hull shuddered as it entered the upper atmosphere of Naboo, the shimmering surface of the planet slowly receding beneath them. The vast expanse of space stretched out before them, with the Lucra Hulk-class battleship hanging in orbit, like a hulking beast waiting for its inevitable demise. Raxa's eyes tracked the ship as they approached, and he allowed himself a rare moment of anticipation. He had fought countless battles, faced horrors beyond comprehension, but there was something about facing such a monstrous warship that stirred something deeper within him. Excitement. Sebastian broke the silence, his voice steady and cold. "That ship is nothing compared to the enemies we've faced, brother, but it will burn all the same." Raxa gave a short, humorless laugh. "It is just another target, but it's a target I'll enjoy turning to dust." His fingers twitched toward the heavy bolter's trigger, ready to unleash its fury. The scimitar rocked as it engaged its engines for the final push into orbit. The monstrous ship loomed ahead, a silent giant drifting in space, its bulk overshadowing the smaller transport craft. "We are the Emperor's wrath made manifest. Nothing survives our judgment." Raxa's gaze hardened as the Lucra Hulk-class battleship grew larger in the viewport. a sprawling mass of steel and weaponry. As they closed the distance, the ship's gun turrets began to light up. But the scimitar had only one destination. Its hull began to tremble as it closed in on the massive hangar bay of the Lucra Hulk. The enemy's defenses fired, turret weapons lighting up in the darkness of space, but it was too late. Raxa and Sebastian were already committed. In an instant, the ship plunged into the heart of the enemy vessel. Explosions erupted as they crashed into the Lucra Hulk's hangar, metal screeching as the scimitar tore through the defenses. The ship shuddered violently, but the two Adeptus Astartes stood firm. The ship's hull tore open, and the two warriors charged toward the breach, their power armor shaking off the impact with practiced ease. Sebastian was the first to move. His power shield flickered to life with a sharp hum as he advanced toward the breach, his power sword held low. Raxa followed close behind. The scimitar's wreckage was scattered across the hangar floor, but there was no time to waste. The doors leading out of the hangar were sealed, but Raxa was already moving, his eyes narrowing as he zeroed in on the entrance. He didn't bother with subtlety. With a deep, rumbling growl, he stepped forward, his foot slamming into the door. With a screech of tearing metal, the hatch ripped open, revealing a hive of enemy activity beyond. Raxa raised his bolter, unloading a barrage of explosive rounds into the nearest enemy fighters, battle droids and mechanical soldiers that were too slow to react. The heavy bolter's rounds tore through them, the air thick with the smell of burning metal and exploding circuitry. Sebastian followed closely behind, his sword flashing as it sliced through anything in its path. He moved with deadly precision, cutting through droid after droid, his every strike a calculated and brutal act of war. "No mercy," he growled as he swung his blade, cleaving a battle droid in half. "None get to live." The two Astartes stormed through the multiple hangars, their synchronized movements cutting an oily swath through the enemy. Raxa's heavy bolter roared in time with Sebastian's sword, the two of them a whirlwind of destruction. Raxa's eyes never wavered as he tracked targets, each burst from his bolter precise, each round tearing through the enemy. Explosions rippled across the hangars as droids were shredded by the sheer firepower of his weapon. Sebastian was right behind him, his power shield absorbing incoming fire as he closed in on the nearest control console. With a powerful thrust of his sword, he tore through the thick metal, ripping the control system apart. The two warriors continued their relentless advance, the hangar bay a scene of utter chaos as they wiped out wave after wave of mechanical foes. The sound of their weapons was deafening, drowning out the screams of their enemies as the scimitar's impact zone became their battleground. Sebastian was already moving toward the next set of doors, leveling his shield as he ran forward before slamming into them full force. Raxa released another salvo, reducing the remaining droids in the hangar to smoking wrecks. Sebastian pushed forward, his sword still crackling with energy as he charged through the hallway. Raxa followed, his bolter unleashing a stream of fire, keeping the way clear as they moved deeper into the Lucra Hulk's depths. The two warriors surged deeper into the bowels of the Lucra Hulk, its metal walls echoing with the heavy sound of their footsteps as they moved through the maze-like corridors. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning metal and scorched oil from the wreckage of their initial assault. The distant hum of droid voices filled the space, mechanical chatter in a language that spoke only of impending death. Sebastian led the way, his power sword gleaming with cold energy as he sliced through the remains of droid after droid. He was a whirlwind of destruction, his every strike a brutal, decisive blow. A battle droid rounded the corner in front of him, its blaster rifle raised to fire, but before it could even pull the trigger, Sebastian was on it. His power sword cleaved through the droid's torso with a screech of overcharged energy, severing its body in two. The upper half fell away in a heap, still twitching, while the lower half crumpled to the ground, sparks sputtering from the ruptured power core. Sebastian could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Every swing, every kill was an offering to the Emperor, a declaration that these soulless machines were no match for the fury of the Adeptus Astartes. A group of 4 battle droids emerged from the shadows, their blasters raised. They fired in unison, the blasts ricocheting off Sebastian's power shield, but the Black Templar was already in motion. With a single fluid motion, he dropped his shoulder and crashed into the nearest droid. The impact was like a battering ram, sending the mechanical soldier flying into the wall. With a growl, Sebastian swung his power sword in a wide arc, severing the droid's head clean off its shoulders. The headless body fell to the floor with a metallic thud, sparks dancing from the exposed circuits. Another droid lunged toward him, but Sebastian twisted, sidestepping the attack. In one smooth, brutal motion, he thrust his shield forward, smashing it through the droid. One more droid attempted to retreat, but it never stood a chance. Sebastian's power sword struck with the fury of a thunderstorm, slicing through its torso with a crackling burst of energy. The droid's midsection split open, and the two halves collapsed in a heap, leaking sparks and burning components. Raxa, not far behind, was a perfect counterpart to Sebastian's brutal grace. His heavy bolter never stopped firing, a constant barrage of shells tearing through droids, their bodies blasted apart in flashes of fire and twisted metal. Each round was a death sentence for anything caught in its path. The sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. Raxa had become the executioner, and the Lucra Hulk was his execution chamber. But Sebastian wasn't content with simply cutting down the droids. He sought to make every kill a lesson, a brutal reminder of what it meant to face the Emperor's wrath. A squad of droids appeared at the end of the hall before opening fire, blaster bolts lighting up the corridor. But Sebastian was faster. He sprinted forward with unnatural speed, his shield absorbing the incoming fire as he closed the distance. One droid swung a vibro sword at him, but Sebastian caught it with his power sword, locking the two blades together. The strength of the battle droid was negligent, and with a savage twist, he broke the droid's wrist, sending the vibro sword clattering to the ground. In the same movement, he thrust his power sword through the droid's chest, sending a surge of crackling energy into its circuits. The droid's body spasmed, the lights in its optics flickering before it fell to the floor in a heap of smoking scrap. Another droid advanced on Sebastian, but he swept his sword low, severing its legs at the joints. The droid collapsed to the floor, and before it could react, Sebastian impaled it with his sword, the blade piercing through the center of its core and into the ground. He twisted it, and the droid's body jerked violently before it powered down, sparks flying from its exposed innards. The corridor grew silent for a moment as the last of the droids were reduced to heaps of sparking, twisted metal. Sebastian wiped his blade clean with a swipe of his gauntlet, his face impassive as ever. "We are close," he said quietly, his voice gruff. "The control room must be around her somewhere." Raxa nodded, the gleam of anticipation in his eyes matching the fire of the battle. They pressed on, deeper into the ship, the clang of their footsteps the only sound. Chapter 24. 24. Mission accomplished. Sebastian. The sound of their armor-clad footsteps echoed down the vast metallic corridor, a rhythmic reminder of the unstoppable force of the Adeptus Astartes. The walls of the Lucra Hulk-class battleship seemed to tremble in the presence of the two towering figures. Raxus held his heavy bolter in one hand, its massive size only adding to the weight of his imposing figure. Sebastian's power sword crackled with residual energy, its blade humming with the promise of more destruction to come. Sebastian's helmeted gaze flickered left and right, scanning the dark, sterile environment. Every inch of the corridor was a potential threat, and though the initial droid resistance had been obliterated, the threat of more enemies lurking around every corner was ever present. His power shield hummed with a barely contained fury, eager to meet the next wave of droids with the same brutality they'd already shown. Raxa, ever the strategist, moved with a quiet precision, his dark green armor blending almost seamlessly into the shadows as they advanced. He took in every detail, calculating the quickest and most efficient route to their goal. His heavy bolter, a weapon of mass destruction, was a silent, steady companion, waiting for the next wave of battle droids to appear. "The control room should be near," Sebastian growled, his voice low and cold over the Vox channel. Raxa nodded slightly, the barest movement as he adjusted the grip on his bolter. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the area ahead. "Keep your wits about you, brother." The two moved with an unspoken rhythm, an efficiency that came only from years of battle together. They passed through the dimly lit hallway, their minds sharp, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the Lucrahulk. Ahead, a turn in the corridor loomed. Raxa held up his hand, signaling for a brief halt. He listened. The silence of the ship was oppressive, but he could sense the hum of power running through the ship's veins, the systems that controlled it, and the faint movements of distant enemy forces. Sebastian didn't need any further explanation. He had already anticipated the move. He leveled his power shield, ready for anything that might jump out at them. As they reached the turn, Raxa's fist struck the bulkhead with a thundering crash, tearing open the door to a small side chamber. Inside, a handful of battle droids stood, their heads turning in shock as the two Space Marines charged in. Raxa's heavy bolter roared first, the powerful rounds cutting down the droids with brutal efficiency. Sebastian followed, his power sword singing as it cleaved through the nearest droid in a flash of crackling energy. The droid's body fell apart in a burst of sparks, but Sebastian was already moving on to the next target, his blade carving through another mechanical soldier's torso. With each blow, each strike, the hallway grew quieter, the sound of battle fading as the droids were reduced to nothing more than smoking husks. Sebastian's voice was cold, steady. "This is just the beginning. We will lay waste to everything in our path." Raxa nodded once more, his weapon lowering as he scanned the next stretch of hallway. They pushed forward relentlessly, their every step further sealing the fate of the Lucrahulk. Every door, every corridor was a potential battleground, but they were prepared for it. The control room would fall, just like every enemy they had faced before. Soon the colossal doors of the control room loomed before them, their steel surface cold and unyielding, marked with the insignia of the Federation. The quiet of the corridor seemed to stretch, as though even the ship itself held its breath in anticipation. The Astartes, however, were unfazed by the momentary stillness. Sebastian's gaze was unwavering as he approached the entrance. His heavy boots thudded against the metal floor, each step a mark of his unrelenting determination. The power shield on his arm flickered ominously, a crackling barrier of energy that hummed with readiness. Without a word, his massive gauntlet clenched around his weapons, and with a single brutal motion, he kicked the massive door with all his might. The impact sent a resounding crash through the air, the door's reinforced steel shuddering under the weight of his blow. Metal groaned and bent as the heavy door was sent flying out of its position, crashing into the far wall of the control room with a deafening clang. The moment the door opened, the vast interior of the control room came into view. The scent of burning circuitry and the faint hum of machinery filled the air, but there was no time for hesitation. The room was already brimming with enemies. Droids, battle and security types alike, whirred to life at the sudden intrusion, their weapons snapping into position. But they were too slow, far too slow. Raxa was already in motion, his heavy bolter roaring as it unleashed a storm of explosive shells into the room. The first droid was blasted to pieces, its metal frame disintegrating in a violent explosion of sparks and charred remnants. The next was torn apart in the same manner, each round striking with pinpoint accuracy as Raxa moved with mechanical precision, his eyes never leaving the target. Sebastian stormed in right behind him, his power sword held high, its crackling blade a symbol of the Emperor's righteous fury. A squad of battle droids advanced, their blasters firing, but they were no match for the power shield Sebastian held aloft. His shield absorbed the incoming fire with ease, the energy splashing harmlessly against its surface as he charged forward, cutting down the first droid in his path with a swift, clean slice. Another droid attempted to raise its weapon, but Sebastian was faster. With a twist of his wrist, his power sword flashed, severing the droid's arm clean off before it could fire a shot. The droid's body crumpled to the ground, sparks flying from its ruptured joints. Sebastian's eyes remained cold, calculating as he moved from one target to the next, his strikes unstoppable. Behind him, Raxa's heavy bolter continued its relentless barrage, each shot a reminder of the overwhelming firepower at his disposal. The droids were falling apart, their mechanical forms reduced to twisted wreckage in mere moments. The control room was becoming a charnel house, the air thick with the smell of burning metal and scorched circuitry. But Raxa and Sebastian moved with ruthless efficiency, their synchronized assault a testament to their training and unwavering devotion to the Emperor. At the far side of the room, a lone battle droid commander attempted to take cover behind a console, barking orders. But Raxa's eyes locked onto it in an instant, his heavy bolter lifting to aim. He pulled the trigger, and the droid commander's cries were cut short as a barrage of explosive rounds tore through the console, shredding it and the droid into pieces. Sebastian's power sword cleaved through another droid, his expression unwavering as the final remnants of resistance collapsed into a pile of smoking debris. The control room, once a hive of mechanical activity, now lay in ruins. The hulking figures of the two Astartes stood at its center, towering over the wreckage and the smoldering remains of droids. Their power armor gleamed with the reflected glow of shattered consoles, and the faint hum of the ship's systems now felt like a distant dying pulse. In the command chair, Dulce Dauphine, the Nemoidian commander of the Lucra Hulk, sat frozen, his yellow eyes wide with fear, locked onto the two towering figures before him. He had commanded the massive battleship with authority, had issued orders and coordinated fleets with a cool detachment. But now, confronted by the imposing presence of two of the Emperor's finest warriors, he could do nothing but tremble. Sebastian was the first to step forward, his power shield humming with menace as he approached the Nemoidian. His helmeted gaze never wavered, his posture unyielding, a force of nature that could not be stopped. Dauphine, struggling to maintain his composure, swallowed hard. His hands trembled as he gripped the armrests of his command chair, his mind racing. "Please," Dauphine's voice came out as a strangled whisper, I am just the commander. You need not destroy me." Sebastian's lips twisted into a cold, predatory smile, though it was impossible to see behind his helmet. "You are in the wrong place, alien. This ship will be your grave, and your death will be swift." His voice was low, like the growl of a predator, and each word felt like a death sentence. Beside him, Raxa moved with his usual calm precision, scanning the room as his heavy bolter hung loosely by his side. His gaze fell on Dauphine, and there was something chilling in the way he surveyed the Nemoidian. It was not pity, nor even contempt. It was an acknowledgement that this creature, like all others before it, was simply another obstacle to be eliminated. Dauphine's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He had never felt this vulnerable, this powerless. The Astartes were an unstoppable force, and he knew deep down that no plea would save him. His species had long been used to power and manipulation, but against the wrath of the Emperor's chosen warriors, there was no room for politics or deals. "Wait," Dauphine stammered, his voice cracking. "I can help you. I can give you the codes to disable the ship's defenses. I can make it stop. Just don't kill me." He was desperate now, his usual composed demeanor crumbling under the overwhelming presence of the two Astartes. Sebastian's power sword hummed menacingly as he took another step forward, his dark form looming over the terrified Nemoidian. "You think your life is worth something? You think your codes will save you?" His voice was as sharp as a blade, cold and unforgiving. "There is no negotiation. There is no mercy." Dauphine's eyes flickered to Raxor, hoping for any sign of leniency, but all he found in the warrior's eyes was the same unyielding resolve that had brought the Astartes to this point. "Please," Dauphine whimpered, his voice barely a whisper, "I am no warrior. I do not deserve this fate. Spare me." Sebastian's gaze remained unwavering, unblinking, as he raised his power sword. The crackling energy blade cast a pale blue light over Dauphine's face, illuminating the raw fear that now etched every feature of the Nemoidian's visage. "You have no value here, alien," Sebastian said, his voice colder than the void itself. "Your fate was sealed the moment you decided to stand in the way of the Emperor's justice. You will die as you lived, insignificant, powerless, and forgotten." Before Dauphine could speak another word, Sebastian's power sword flashed forward in a single decisive strike, the crackling energy blade cutting through the Nemoidian with ease. The alien's last breath was a strangled gasp as his body slumped lifelessly in the command chair, his eyes wide in shock and fear. The control room was silent once more, save for the hum of the dying systems and the faint sizzling sound of the energy blade's lingering heat. Raxa gave a single approving nod, his expression as unreadable as ever. It is done. Sebastian turned, his power sword still crackling with the residue of its deadly strike. The ship is ours now. We need only to finish what we came here for. Raxa stepped forward, pulling the dead Xeno from the command chair before sitting in it himself. His hands moved with precision over the alien controls, his fingers tapping the various switches and buttons that seemed to mock him with their incomprehensible symbols. His mind was sharp, calculating, each movement deliberate as he searched for any clue, any function that might lead him to the ship's core systems. Sebastian stood to the side, his helmeted gaze sweeping the room, ever vigilant, while his power sword crackled softly in the still air. He kept his eyes trained on the doors, anticipating any reinforcements that might come, but the room remained eerily quiet. The destruction they had wrought so far had left the Lucrehulk's interior in chaos, and the droids seemed to have scattered, unable to mount an effective resistance. Raxa grunted as he found a section of the control panel that seemed to control the reactor. His sharp, calculating mind had already deduced what needed to be done. Even if the alien language was foreign and foul, he could see the patterns. Some of the controls were clearly linked to energy distribution. Perhaps if he overloaded the power grid, the reactor would follow suit. With a low growl of concentration, Raxa began manipulating the console, his hands swift as he pressed buttons and twisted levers. Sparks flew from the panel as alien circuits overloaded from the force of his touches, but the warrior paid it no mind. His focus was absolute. The hum of the ship's systems had grown more erratic, as if it too sensed the impending doom. Sebastian, noticing the shift in the ship's hum, turned his attention to Raxor. "Are you certain of what you're doing, brother?" he asked, his voice calm but taut with anticipation. Raxa did not pause in his work, his heavy bolter still slung across his back. "It will work," he said, his tone confident, even though the alien technology was an unfamiliar challenge. "The reactors will burn, and this ship will become nothing but scrap." With a final decisive movement, Raxa pressed a final combination of buttons. The console sparked and crackled as the lights in the room flickered. Then a deep thrum echoed through the ship, reverberating in the bones of both Astartes. Sebastian's expression didn't change, but his hand tightened around the hilt of his power sword. "The countdown has begun." Raxa stood back up, his work done. The low hum of the reactor's power core had begun to shift, becoming more erratic. "The ship will implode within minutes. It is done." The two Astartes exchanged a look, their mission now clear. Escape the Lucrehulk before it was reduced to nothing but a burning husk in space. With the reactor on the verge of catastrophic overload, there was no time to waste. Raxa's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the exit, his heavy bolter now ready to unleash more destruction, should any droids or survivors try to impede their escape. Sebastian was already moving, his power shield raised and his power sword crackling with energy as they made their way toward the ship's exit. As they moved, the alarms began blaring, the ship's automated systems recognizing the imminent failure. The once sterile hum of the ship now became a cacophony of warning signals, red lights flashing throughout the corridor. Raxa and Sebastian's footsteps were steady as they pushed forward, the overwhelming weight of their purpose driving them. "Time is running out," Raxa muttered, his gaze steely. "Then we make our exit," Sebastian replied, his voice grim but determined. The two warriors pushed through the corridors of the Lucrehulk, their path unimpeded by the occasional flicker of droids that had survived the initial onslaught. With swift efficiency, they cut through any resistance, never slowing in their determined march to the hangar bay. As they neared the hangar, the ship groaned under the pressure of the reactor's instability. Explosions rang out in the distance, debris falling from the walls. They could hear the creaking of the ship's metal hull, a death rattle as the systems began to collapse under the strain of the imminent reactor overload. "Come, brother," Sebastian urged, "let us leave this graveyard behind." The two Astartes pushed forward, the sounds of their boots pounding against the ship's metal floors echoing through the hallways. They reached the hangar bay doors just as the ship began to shake violently. Raxa swung the heavy bolter into his hands, the massive weapon ready for action. As they reached the hangar bay, the doors shook violently, a result of the reactor's destabilizing energy. Raxa didn't flinch, his eyes were sharp, his mind calculating. The scimitar was there, its hull battered and smoking from the earlier crash into the Lucre hulk. It had sustained enough damage that it wasn't likely to make it back to any safe distance. "Get to the ship," Raxa growled, but even as the words left his mouth, his eyes flicked to the scimitar's trembling form. The ship's engines sputtered, its exterior riddled with gaping holes. The craft was barely holding together. Sebastian followed closely behind, his power sword crackling with barely contained energy as they approached. The hangar was eerily quiet, but there were still droids lurking in the shadows. Their presence was a reminder of the chaos that the Lucre hulk had become. The ship was falling apart around them, and every second counted. The Astartes quickened their pace, but just as they reached the scimitar's entrance, a burst of blaster fire lit up the hangar, and several battle droids rushed into view from the shadows, their weapons trained on the two warriors. The droids fired, the bolts ricocheting off the hull of the scimitar as Raxa immediately swung into action. His heavy bolter roared to life, the massive weapon spitting a torrent of explosive rounds into the oncoming droids. Each blast sent parts of the mechanical soldiers flying, their frames torn apart with brutal efficiency. But the droids kept coming, undeterred. Sebastian was right behind Raxor, his power shield raised and absorbing incoming fire as he advanced. His power sword swung with lethal precision, each strike cutting down a droid. The hangar was alive with the sound of fire, but it was clear. The two Astartes weren't going to be stopped. The last remnants of the droids were eliminated in moments, their smoldering remains adding to the wreckage already littering the space. "We don't have time to fight them all," Sebastian muttered, glancing at the scimitar. "The ship's not going to hold up much longer." Raxa's gaze flicked over the scimitar's damaged hull. The ship's engines sputtered erratically, but its entry ramp was still lowered. They could still try, but time was running out. With the reactor nearing critical overload, they had mere minutes to escape. "Take the controls, I'll cover you," Raxa ordered. Sebastian didn't hesitate. The two warriors made a quick dash toward the scimitar's cockpit, Raxa's bolter spitting fire in all directions to ensure that no more droids would interfere. They boarded the ship, with Sebastian immediately securing the cockpit. His eyes locked onto the damaged controls, his fingers moving swiftly as he worked to power up the failing engines. "Come on," he muttered under his breath, his mind racing. The ship's power systems were fried from the earlier impacts, and it was clear the scimitar wouldn't be able to fly far, let alone get back to the planet. The engines sputtered again, and the craft shook, its hull groaning under the strain. He slammed a few switches and adjusted a few more, desperately trying to bring the engines back online. Raxa stood at the rear of the ship, his bolter still firing. His sharp eyes scanned the hangar as more droids advanced. The bay doors had begun to seal themselves shut as the Lucre hulk's core reached the final stages of its meltdown. The timer was ticking down, and there was no time to waste. Suddenly, the ship's alarms began to blare, a final warning that the reactor was about to detonate. The hangar doors were still closing, and though the scimitar had powered up, it wasn't going to be fast enough to escape the blast radius. "We need another way out," Raxa snapped, his voice low and filled with urgency. Sebastian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quickly assessed the situation. "We need to find another ship." The pair exchanged a brief glance. They had no choice but to move quickly and find another means of escape. The scimitar's condition had gone from bad to worse. There was no way they were going to escape on it. "Let's move," Sebastian said, standing up and bolting for the exit hatch. The two Astartes pushed through the other sections of the Lucre hulk, making their way toward the rear hangars. The further they went, the louder the groans of the ship became. The tremors were growing more violent, and Raxa could hear the distinct sound of rupturing metal as the ship's core neared its boiling point. The rear hangars were larger and less damaged, still offering an array of ship options. They stormed into the hangar to find several smaller transports. One in particular stood out, an unremarkable but functional shuttle that could be their ticket out. "That one," Raxa barked, pointing to the shuttle. Without hesitation, the two warriors charged toward it, their heavy footfalls causing the shuttle to shake under their weight. The ship's engines hummed to life as they forced their way inside, quickly locking down the hatches. Raxa took the pilot seat, his fingers flying over the controls. The ship's engines roared, but the shuttle was sluggish and heavy, not built for speed. As the hangar doors began to close with a final violent groan, they could see the colossal explosions beginning in the distance. The reactor was moments away from collapsing. "Hold on, brother," Raxa shouted, his voice tight as the shuttle lurched into the air. The hangar doors were barely open wide enough for the shuttle to fit through, and as they rocketed toward the gap, debris from the collapsing Lucrahulk rained down on them. The shuttle sped toward the breach, engines flaring in a desperate bid to escape the ship's destruction. The hull shook violently as they cleared the shattered hangar, but as they broke through into open space, Raxa spared a glance back. The Lucrahulk, once a symbol of the enemy's power, was now a flaming wreck in the distance, its reactor finally exploding in a violent fireball. "We did it," Raxa said, his voice calm but filled with satisfaction. "The Emperor's wrath has been delivered." Sebastian, his face impassive, nodded. "For the Emperor, brother. For the Imperium." As they sped away from the dying ship, the two Astartes could hear the distant echoes of the Lucrahulk's final death rattle, fading into the emptiness of space. But for Raxa and Sebastian, the battle was over. Chapter 25. Drawing on a new power. Obi-Wan. As Queen Amidala's entourage walked out of the ship, they made their way toward the massive doors leading deeper into the royal palace. As they approached, the double doors suddenly began to open, revealing a towering figure clad in armor. Padme's eyes widened at the sight of the massive Astartes, though this one was different. She assumed he must belong to another chapter, as Maximus would call it. His armor, blue and gold, was strikingly similar to Maximus's, yet there was something distinct about it. It seemed to shift in ways her mind couldn't fully comprehend, and the colors were a deeper, more vivid hue than she had expected. The figure before them stood in silence, his presence dominating the space. His armor gleamed in the dim light of the hangar, each movement of his body causing the blue and gold plating to shimmer and shift in strange, unsettling patterns. It was as though the very surface of his armor was alive, responding to his every breath, every heartbeat, with a fluidity that defied the laws of physics. Beside her, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan remained still, their hands subtly resting on their lightsabers as they too studied the new arrival. The silence hung in the air, thick with tension. Padme's breath caught in her throat. Unlike Maximus, who exuded raw physical power, this Astartes radiated a different kind of energy, an almost palpable force of the mind, of arcane mastery. His armor seemed to hum with the energy of sorcery, a mystic aura that made her feel small and insignificant in its presence. The Astartes did not speak, his gaze fixed upon her through the darkened lenses of his helmet. It was as though he were examining her not with his eyes, but with his mind. Padme felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were probing her very thoughts, peering into her soul. She fought the impulse to recoil. Beside her, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan remained silent, but Padme could feel their attention focused intently on the new arrival. The Jedi were not the only ones who felt the unease. Padme stepped forward, her voice steady despite the knot tightening in her stomach. "You are one of them?" The figure's head tilted slightly, a gesture that might have been an acknowledgement, but no words came. Instead, the shifting of his armor grew more pronounced, almost as though the suit itself were reacting to her presence. She felt a chill creep up her spine. In a moment his hand lashed out, and Padme gasped as her body froze, as if held by invisible chains. She struggled to breathe, every muscle locking into place under the force of his grip. Her heart raced, but her thoughts became clouded, consumed by a feeling of suffocation, as though the air itself had thickened around her. "One of them?" The sorcerer's voice came. It seemed to resonate beyond her ears, warping the very fabric of reality itself. His words were not just spoken, they echoed, reverberating inside her mind. She felt her thoughts twist under his will, like a vortex threatening to swallow her entire being. Padme's vision blurred as a wave of power coursed through the air, emanating from him. The world around her seemed to bend, and for a moment the hangar felt like an otherworldly place, a space caught between dimensions. She was aware of everything, but her body could not move, trapped in his grasp, as if she were nothing more than a puppet on invisible strings. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan acted instantly. their reflexes honed by years of training. Qui-Gon's lightsaber ignited with a snap hiss as he dashed toward the sorcerer's right, while Obi-Wan mirrored him, the blue glow of his blade illuminating the darkened hangar as he charged for the left. Their synchronized movements were swift, precise, but Padme could see the hesitation in their eyes, the sense of unease that clouded their usual confidence. The sorcerer did not seem to notice, or perhaps he did not care, as his grip tightened around Padme. Her vision swam and she gasped for air, but there was no release. The sorcerer stood as still as a statue, his gaze unwavering as he awaited the Jedi's strike. Qui-Gon lunged with practiced fluidity, his blade aimed for the sorcerer's side. But before it could make contact, the sorcerer's hand flicked ever so slightly, and the very air around him seemed to warp. Qui-Gon's strike passed through the sorcerer as if he were nothing more than a shadow, and the Jedi Master stumbled forward, caught off guard by the sudden disorientation. Obi-Wan was not far behind, his blade swinging toward the sorcerer's other side, but again the sorcerer's hand moved with unnatural grace, and Obi-Wan's attack fizzled against an invisible barrier, the force of his strike sending ripples through the air. The Jedi recoiled, his brow furrowing in concentration. "You cannot fight what you do not understand," the sorcerer's voice purred, his words reverberating through the hangar like a deep vibration. His grip on Padme tightened, and she felt herself lifted into the air, helpless and at his mercy. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan paused, sensing the overwhelming power the sorcerer wielded. Their lightsabers hummed, casting a faint glow against the shadows of the hangar, but neither Jedi moved to strike again. There was something far more dangerous at play here, something they had not yet fully understood. Padme's head spun, her vision narrowing, as the sorcerer's eyes locked onto her with an intensity that could burn through steel. "You will tell me of the ones you speak, or I will rip it from your mind after killing everyone here," he murmured, the words floating in her mind like whispers in the dark. His hand raised further, and Padme's body was lifted higher, her feet no longer touching the ground. Fear flooded her chest as she struggled against his grip, but it was as if her body no longer belonged to her. The world around her was spinning, reality itself bending and warping in ways she couldn't even begin to fathom. The sorcerer's gaze flicked briefly toward the Jedi. "You think your power is enough to stop me?" he said, almost amused. "I am the voice of the warp. Your petty tricks will not work here." Obi-Wan's gaze flicked to Qui-Gon, the unspoken understanding passing between them in an instant. The Jedi, despite their skill and experience, were helpless against the sorcerer's overwhelming power. Qui-Gon's face was unreadable, his grip on his lightsaber steady, but Obi-Wan could feel the same frustration and helplessness radiating from him. As the sorcerer's power pressed down on them, threatening to crush them with every moment, Obi-Wan felt something faint but unmistakable. A ripple, like a dark pulse against the walls of his mind. It was subtle at first, like a whisper on the edge of his awareness, but then it grew stronger, more insistent. "Power," a voice murmured, the word curling into his consciousness like a wisp of smoke, intoxicating and alluring. The voice was familiar, and it seemed to reach out to him, threading through his thoughts as if it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to be heard. Obi-Wan's breath caught as the presence grew clearer, and the pull of it was undeniable. His body tensed, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his lightsaber. The power being offered was seductive, raw, and ancient. And for a brief moment, Obi-Wan felt the temptation to embrace it, to harness it, to channel it, to fight back against the sorcerer with a force that could rival the immense power currently holding Padme in thrall. Power enough to fight this being on equal grounds. The voice in his mind echoed, a promise of strength, of victory. Obi-Wan's thoughts began to blur, and his usual clarity wavered under the weight of this new force. The temptation was palpable, an offer to break free from the chains of the Jedi Code, to use the chaotic power that swirled through the air, that beckoned to him like an open door. Padme's sharp intake of breath broke through Obi-Wan's internal struggle, her fear slicing through the chaotic fog clouding his mind. Her pain, her helplessness. It was too much. He could feel it, feel her life being drained away, and the raw temptation surged once more, louder this time, calling to him like an ancient hunger. Without thinking, Obi-Wan made his decision. He reached deep within, and the power welled up from the depths of his being, filling every fiber of his body with its raw, uncontained energy. It wasn't the Force. The Force was something he had always known, something that connected the universe, something balanced. This was different. This was chaos, a tumultuous, unrefined energy that had no beginning or end, no light or dark. The warp. The instant it filled him, he felt the surge, the pulse of destruction and force. It coursed through him like fire, licking at the edges of his mind, taunting him with promises of untold power. He could feel it bubbling up, ready to tear apart everything in its path. His grip on the lightsaber faltered as the weight of the power pressed down on him. But the Force wasn't gone. It still clung to him, pushing back against the chaotic energy that now raged inside him. It resisted, like a steady current trying to hold back the floodwaters of a storm. Obi-Wan could feel the clash. The ancient pure power of the Force fought against the swirling chaos of the warp, trying to expel it from his body, to cleanse him. But the pull of the warp was stronger, its grip tightening as Obi-Wan drew more of it into himself. The Force strained under the weight of the unnatural power, its resistance slowing, but ultimately unable to stop him. Obi-Wan's mind became a battlefield. He was stretched between the two forces, his very essence being torn in two. He drew in more of the warp, hunger and rage bubbling in his chest. His vision blurred, and for a moment he could hear the voice again, the voice that had whispered to him from the darkness. "Power, you are power, you can stop this." The words wrapped around his thoughts, seductively familiar, and for a fleeting moment Obi-Wan felt invincible. He could feel the chaos building within him, expanding, filling the empty spaces where the Force once was. His mind became a storm, and in the eye of it, one thought kept him anchored: to kill these Astartes and save everyone. With one final pull, he drew the power into him, the warp folding into his body like liquid fire. His heart raced, his blood ran hot, and he could hear the crackling energy around him, the very air vibrating with the weight of it. He opened his eyes, and the world seemed to shift, colors distorting, reality bending at the edges. But something was wrong. The warp was not a clean power. It was wild, unpredictable, and it didn't just take. It consumed. And Obi-Wan could feel it consuming him. The very nature of his being felt distorted. The lightsaber in his hand hummed, but it felt alien now, the connection to it slipping. The Force was still there, still trying to reclaim him, but it was fighting a losing battle. He could feel himself changing, could feel the dark pull deepening. Obi-Wan's body convulsed as the warp continued to tear at him, black veins snaking across his skin like poison coursing through his very soul. His heart pounded in his chest as he fought to hold on to the thread of his sanity. The power, that power, was intoxicating, but it was also eating him alive from the inside out. He could feel the destruction spreading, warping his flesh and mind, yet for the briefest moment he felt unstoppable, a force of nature in his own right. But the Astartes' mocking words cut through the haze like a blade. "Foolish mortal, so starved for strength, you play with something you do not understand," the massive figure said, his voice a low, rumbling growl that seemed to shake the very air around them. The Astartes gazed down at Obi-Wan with cold, almost pitying eyes, his posture radiating confidence and disdain. His armor shimmered with the faint glow of arcane power, the markings across his chest and pauldrons shifting as though they were alive, just like the warp that now consumed Obi-Wan. With a casual wave of his hand, the Astartes released Padme from his psychic grip. She crumpled to the floor, her body weak and trembling, Lyra and Shmi rushing to catch her, their faces filled with worry and fear. Obi-Wan's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to maintain control. Every movement sent jolts of agony through his body as the warp sought to claim him fully. But he wasn't finished yet, not while everyone was still in danger. His fingers tightened around his lightsaber, the weapon now feeling like a distant memory in his trembling hand. But it was all he had left. The Force flickered weakly within him, struggling to push back, but it was slowly being overrun. The Astartes, unfazed by the display of raw power Obi-Wan was struggling to contain, smirked. His voice dripped with malice. "Very well, I'll play with you for a moment." The words were a challenge, a statement of absolute confidence. The sorcerer seemed to have no fear of Obi-Wan, even as the Jedi stood in the midst of the raw power of the warp. He could see the torment in Obi-Wan's eyes, the struggle between the purity of the Force and the corrupting chaos that had begun to claim him. With a single swift motion, the Astartes extended one armored hand. Obi-Wan's body was lifted off the ground, the warp's energy merging with the Astartes' telekinetic power. He was hurled backward, crashing into the far wall of the hangar with bone-shattering force. The impact left Obi-Wan crumpled on the floor, gasping for air, his body shaking as the overwhelming energy continued to gnaw at him. "Pathetic," the Astartes muttered, his voice tinged with amusement before he turned his attention to Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon, who had been watching Obi-Wan, his eyes wide in understanding of what his apprentice had done, was suddenly struck by the same force. He was flung against a nearby ship, slamming into it before crumpling to the floor, unconscious. "The power you seek is not meant for you," the Astartes said, looking back to Obi-Wan as he slowly advanced. "It is chaos incarnate, a force that consumes all who try to harness it." Obi-Wan could feel the warp coiling inside him, pushing against his consciousness as though it sought to take full control, to drown him in madness. The pain was unbearable, his very cells threatening to tear apart as he struggled to hold on. But he couldn't let it win. Through the haze of agony, Obi-Wan forced himself to push to his feet. His legs trembled beneath him, but he stood. His lightsaber, barely within reach, felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, but he seized it with desperate hands and ignited the blade with a snap hiss. The blue glow flickered weakly in the dim light, but it felt fragile compared to the chaos that surged within him. The Astartes stopped a few feet away, his expression unreadable behind the helm. His laughter filled the air, mocking Obi-Wan's defiance. "You think you can stand against me with your pathetic weapon and your fading mind?" The sorcerer's voice was laced with dark amusement. "The warp is eternal. You, on the other hand, are a fleeting mortal." Obi-Wan's grip tightened on the lightsaber, his mind a battlefield between the power of the warp and the last flickers of the Force that still burned within him. The Astartes' power was overwhelming, but Obi-Wan was a Jedi. He had fought battles before, had faced impossible odds. He wouldn't give in now. The Astartes began to raise his hand again, preparing to strike the final blow. But Obi-Wan, in a desperate surge of willpower, took one step forward, using every ounce of energy he had left. He brought the lightsaber up in a flash, slashing through the air with speed and precision. The Astartes moved with uncanny swiftness, his hand reaching out to deflect the blow with a burst of psychic energy. The lightsaber's blade clashed against the invisible Force, the energy reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. Obi-Wan's knees buckled under the pressure, but he pushed forward, fueled by the need to protect everyone and stop the chaos before it consumed everything. But the Astartes was too strong. With a wave of his hand, the sorcerer sent Obi-Wan flying once more, crashing into the wall with a sickening crack. The world around him blurred as the warp roared in his mind, threatening to drown him. Padme's voice reached him, faint and desperate, calling his name, her concern, her belief in him. It was the only tether to reality he had left. The Astartes stepped forward, preparing to finish what he had started, his presence filling the space like a suffocating storm. Obi-Wan wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on, but as he struggled to stand, he realized one thing. This fight wasn't over yet. Chapter 26, Duel of the Fates. Obi-Wan. The hangar was silent, save for the faint hum of Obi-Wan's lightsaber, now a mere whisper in the growing storm. The air was thick with tension, a brewing conflict between two forces that should never have met. The disciplined calm of the Jedi and the frenzied, consuming chaos of the warp. Obi-Wan stood, barely able to keep himself upright, his muscles trembling from the weight of the sorcerous energy coursing through him. His skin was stretched taut, veins darkening with the poison of the warp, but his mind remained clear, fighting back against the storm threatening to drown him. His heart pounded as he locked eyes with the Chaos Astartes. a towering figure whose armor shimmered with an impossible life of its own. The sorcerer stood confidently, his immense power radiating like a suffocating force, unbothered by Obi-Wan's defiance. "You cannot escape it," the sorcerer's voice reverberated, deep and rich with the dark resonance of the warp. His helmet's dark lenses gleamed with malicious energy, and his words were not just heard. They were felt, like cold fingers pressing into Obi-Wan's mind. "The warp calls to you. It owns you now." Obi-Wan's breathing was ragged, his body aching under the weight of the unholy power. But there was still a spark of defiance in his heart. He was no mere mortal. He had faced down countless enemies, and he would not let this sorcerer claim victory. His grip tightened on his lightsaber, the blue blade flickering brightly in his trembling hand. "I will never fall," Obi-Wan whispered, his voice steady despite the chaos swirling around him. He could feel the Force struggling to reconnect with him, its familiar embrace weakening with every moment. But the warp was there, twisting, coiling through him, tempting him with its raw, untamed power. His mind strained under the pressure, but he stood tall. "I will stop you." The sorcerer chuckled, a sound like distant thunder. "You think you can fight me with that?" He raised his hand, a tendril of warp energy forming around his armored fist, crackling with unnatural power. "You are nothing but a puppet now, a pawn in a game you don't understand." Without warning, the sorcerer lashed out, the raw energy of the warp blasting from his hand in a torrent of searing light. The force of it hit Obi-Wan like a tidal wave, throwing him off his feet and slamming him into the wall. His lightsaber flickered and sputtered, barely staying alight as the warp's energy surged around him, seeking to tear him apart. His body screamed in agony, but his mind fought back. "Focus," Obi-Wan whispered to himself, struggling to breathe against the suffocating pressure. He would not fall now. Drawing on the warp, he reached out, not to command it, but to survive, to hold his own. He could feel it, its madness, its chaos, but there was something else in him, something pure. His will to protect those he loved, to protect the galaxy. He focused, drawing the warp closer, trying to bend it to his will. The madness was unbearable, but with it came a fire, a fury that surged through him, searing his body but also empowering him. Obi-Wan's vision cleared, and with a roar he rose, his lightsaber igniting with renewed intensity. The blade hummed in his hand, and he charged at the sorcerer, the energy of the warp burning in his veins. Come and die." Obi-Wan was no longer listening. The power surged within him, urging him to strike, to destroy. His strikes were wild but precise, driven by the force of his will. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of telekinetic energy crashing into the sorcerer, sending him flying backward. The sorcerer hit the ground hard, but before Obi-Wan could strike again, the Astartes was back on his feet, his psychic presence more menacing than ever. "You think you can match me?" The sorcerer's voice was deep and mocking. "I have existed for millennia, while you are but a fleeting mortal. The warp is my domain, and you will break beneath it." The air around them seemed to warp and twist as the sorcerer raised his arms, summoning the full power of the warp. The ground shook as dark tendrils of energy spiraled toward Obi-Wan, aiming to crush him, to consume him. Obi-Wan's breath hitched, but he held his ground. The power of the warp was rising within him. His heart raced, his body trembled with the force of it. But he would not let it consume him. He called on the Force, his connection to it flickering like a dying ember, but there was still enough of it left, enough to help him withstand the chaos. With a roar, Obi-Wan raised his lightsaber and deflected the warp energy, sending it spiraling into the air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the hangar, rattling the walls and shaking the very foundations of the palace. For a brief moment, the two combatants paused, their eyes locked. The air was thick with the crackling of psychic energy, the very fabric of reality trembling under the pressure of their powers. "You cannot defeat me," the sorcerer sneered, his voice cold and filled with certainty. "You cannot contain what you have unleashed." Obi-Wan's chest heaved as he struggled to control the torrent of chaotic energy swirling within him. "I will not lose to you," he said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. "The Jedi do not fear the darkness." With one final surge of strength, Obi-Wan channeled the last of the warp's energy into his attack. His lightsaber blazed with unearthly power as he charged, his body a conduit for both the Force and the chaos that sought to claim him. The sorcerer raised his hand, attempting to block the attack with another wave of psychic power, but Obi-Wan's blow was unstoppable. The blade met the sorcerer's shield with a deafening crack, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Obi-Wan's body convulsed as the warp tore at him from within, but with a final, desperate slash, he cleaved through the sorcerer's defenses. The blade bit into the Chaos Astartes' armor, sending a pulse of psychic energy cascading through the air. The sorcerer staggered, his armor buckling under the force of the blow, but he did not fall. Instead, he let out a howl of rage, the air around him swirling violently as he summoned a torrent of warp energy to retaliate. The ground cracked open beneath him, and tendrils of pure chaos lashed out toward Obi-Wan. But Obi-Wan stood tall, despite the agony ripping through his body. His lightsaber crackled with the last remnants of the warp's power as he prepared for one final strike. His mind was a battlefield, torn between the purity of the Force and the corrupting chaos of the warp. But there was no time to hesitate. With a final triumphant roar, Obi-Wan surged forward, slashing through the sorcerer's defenses once more. "I will not fall to you," Obi-Wan roared, bringing his lightsaber back around to slam into the Astartes' open palm. The Astartes barely flinched. He raised his hand, easily deflecting the attack with a flick of his fingers, sending the blade flying from Obi-Wan's grasp again. The blade clattered to the ground, and Obi-Wan's last vestiges of strength seemed to drain away. The warp tore into him like a blade, and his consciousness began to fade. With a final gesture, the sorcerer called upon the full fury of the warp. His eyes blazed with power as his psychic energy engulfed Obi-Wan entirely. The Jedi's body jerked, his breath escaping in sharp gasps as the warp surged through him, an unstoppable force that consumed everything in its path. Obi-Wan's final thought was not of defeat, but of the people he fought for. His vision faded to black as the last spark of his will was snuffed out. The sorcerer stood over him, triumphant. The battle was over. The Jedi had been broken. "You should have known," the sorcerer whispered, his voice a final echo in the silence that followed. "You were never meant to win." Summum. As the sorcerer stood over Obi-Wan's unconscious body, a faint hum caught his attention. He looked up, his gaze drawn to a smoking ship hurtling toward the hangar bay. The massive vessel showed no signs of slowing as it barreled toward the hangar. The Nubian shot through the air at high speed, its engines roaring as it surged into the hangar with reckless force before a Salamander and Black Templar jumped from a tear in its hull. The sorcerer summoned his power, twisting the ship's trajectory and sending it crashing into one side of the massive hangar. He then turned his gaze to the two Astartes, who had leaped from the ship at the last moment. The two Astartes landed heavily on the ground, their power armor clanking with the impact. The air around them crackled with tension, and the oppressive weight of the sorcerer's presence loomed like a suffocating shadow. The two Marines stood, weapons drawn, their eyes locked on the Chaos Sorcerer as he turned to face them. "Traitor!" Sebastian roared, charging forward with a warrior's fury toward the Rubric Marine. Without hesitation, the sorcerer raised a hand, and the ground beneath Sebastian buckled, cracks splintering outward like an earth-shattering quake. The Black Templar struggled to maintain his footing as the very air around him twisted and writhed, pulled by the chaos of the warp. Raxa, less encumbered by the swirling chaos, opened fire, his heavy bolter roaring to life. The rounds thundered through the air, but the sorcerer merely smirked. His hands wove an intricate pattern, and the shells slowed mid-flight, twisting before disintegrating into nothingness. "Is that all you have?" the sorcerer taunted, his voice dripping with disdain before pulling the heavy bolter towards him. Sebastian, undeterred, surged forward, his power sword crackling to life in his grip. "Enough talk," he snarled. "Let's finish this." With a speed that belied his massive frame, the Black Templar charged. His sword swung in a deadly arc, aimed straight for the sorcerer's chest. But the sorcerer was already moving, his hands outstretched as he summoned the full wrath of the warp to shield him. The sword struck an invisible barrier with a violent clash, sparks flying as the power of the blow was absorbed by the sorcerer's psychic shield. Sebastian stumbled back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Foolish," the sorcerer sneered, his gaze cold and mocking. He raised both hands, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forward, slamming into the Black Templar and sending him crashing into a stack of crates with a sickening thud. Raxa didn't hesitate. Charging with relentless fury, his combat knife gleaming in the dim light, he slashed toward the sorcerer's head. But again, the sorcerer was faster. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of warp lightning arced from his palm, slamming into the salamander with an explosive crack. Raxa was thrown backward, smoke rising from the seams of his armor as he crumpled to the ground. The sorcerer surveyed the battlefield, his gaze shifting over the wreckage, the chaos, and the two Astartes struggling to recover. His attention fixed on the Black Templar, who was slowly rising to his feet. Sebastian didn't hesitate. His hand shot out, raising his heavy bolt pistol and firing a single round. But before the shot could reach its target, the sorcerer's will snaked through the air, and with a violent flick of his wrist, the weapon was wrenched from Sebastian's grip. The bolt round shattered in mid-air, splitting into two pieces as it veered off course. The deadly projectiles soared past the sorcerer, hurtling straight into the Queen's entourage, their screams filling the air as two bodies hit the floor, lifeless. The chaos was overwhelming, but the three Astartes cared not for the innocent bystanders. Their focus remained on each other, bound by the violence of their struggle. With a primal roar, Sebastian hurled himself at the sorcerer, the Black Templar's power armor creaking under the weight of his charge. His sword rose, ready to strike, and the sorcerer, with a dark smile, met his fury head-on. The ground trembled beneath their feet as both combatants collided, each driven by their own inescapable purpose. But to his surprise, Sebastian lifted the Chaos Astartes off the ground, hoisting him effortlessly over his shoulder before slamming him into the wall. The impact sent debris flying, the structure crumbling into dust as they crashed through into another chamber. Chapter 27, 27th Battle of the Fates. Raxor Acchi. With a grunt, Sebastian lifted the blue and gold-clad sorcerer off the ground and charged toward the nearest wall. He crashed through it with devastating force, sending debris scattering in every direction. But the Chaos Sorcerer was not easily overwhelmed. His psychic powers flared as he twisted and wrenched himself free, rising like a shadow among the chaos. Raxa quickly followed, his heavy bolter at the ready, but his eyes narrowed as they stepped into the vast, strange chamber. The air crackled with an eerie energy, charged with unnatural power. Towering blue pillars of light pulsed rhythmically, stretching up into the shadows, while narrow bridges of metal spanned between them. The room was cavernous and disorienting, like a labyrinth of light and shadow, perfect for a battle of fates. The sorcerer stood in the center of the room, his blue and golden armor shimmering with arcane energy. His optics gleamed with malevolent intent as he surveyed his opponents. The blue glow from the energy pillars bathed his form in an ethereal light, warping and shifting as the energy from the warp seeped through his veins. "You think you can defeat me?" the sorcerer hissed, his voice dripping with scorn. "I command the very fabric of the universe, and you are nothing but insects." Sebastian tightened his grip on his power sword and raised his shield, its surface etched with runes of protection. The Black Templar's gaze was unwavering. He'd heard the taunts of traitors and heretics before, and they would not sway him now. "Your gods are powerless here," Sebastian replied, his voice cold and steady. "Only the Emperor's wrath will prevail." The sorcerer raised his hand, and the pillars of blue light around them flared with explosive energy. In an instant, the room was alive with the hum of psychic force, a blinding glow filling the chamber as a bolt of warp lightning shot from the sorcerer's hand, arcing directly toward Sebastian and Raxor. Sebastian reacted instinctively, raising his shield just as the energy struck it with violent force. The impact rattled his frame, pushing him back on his heels, but his stance remained unbroken. The shield sparked and crackled under the strain, but Sebastian held his ground, gritting his teeth as the blast reverberated through his armor. Raxa, with the speed of a seasoned warrior, darted from the side, his heavy bolter roaring to life. The rounds tore through the air toward the sorcerer, but the Chaos Astartes was already weaving through the warp. With a subtle gesture, the sorcerer deflected the incoming shots, twisting the projectiles in mid-air until they exploded harmlessly against the walls of the chamber. The sorcerer smirked, his voice dripping with malice. "Fools!" But Sebastian was undeterred. He charged forward, his power sword crackling with deadly energy. As he closed the distance, the sorcerer's smile widened under his helmet, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned another blast of psychic force, sending it crashing into the ground at Sebastian's feet. The room itself seemed to buckle under the pressure, the very floor beneath them shifting and warping. Sebastian grunted as he was thrown off balance, the ground beneath him buckling as though it were made of sand. He staggered but didn't fall, his resolve steeling as he fought against the oppressive psychic force. Raxa's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield. He spotted a narrow bridge connecting two towering pillars of blue energy, an opening, a chance to strike. "Sebastian, move!" he shouted. Sebastian recovered his footing just in time to see Raxa sprint across the narrow bridge, his heavy bolter in hand. The Salamander's figure blurred with speed as he closed the distance toward the sorcerer, the weight of his bolter giving him a steady focus. The sorcerer twisted, his hand raising as though to meet Raxa's advance. But Raxa was too quick. With a burst of speed, he leapt over a gap in the bridge, his knife gleaming in the eerie light, aiming for the sorcerer's exposed flank. The sorcerer reacted instantly, a bolt of warp lightning arcing from his palm to strike Raxa mid-air. The salamander was thrown backward with a deafening crack of energy, his body crashing into one of the glowing blue pillars. Sparks flew as his power armor absorbed the brunt of the damage, but Raxa groaned in pain, still able to push himself back to his feet. "I will break you, Salamander," the sorcerer taunted, his voice filled with cold amusement. But Sebastian would not let his brother fall. With a roar, he surged forward once again, his power sword raised high. As he closed the distance, he leapt across the gap to the nearest bridge, his shield held before him like a battering ram. The ground beneath him shook, the blue pillars flickering and twisting as though responding to the violence of the battle. The sorcerer's eyes widened as Sebastian surged forward with a fury that could not be stopped. He raised his hand, summoning a violent storm of psychic energy. A wave of warp power crackled from his palm, ready to tear through the Black Templar with devastating force. But Sebastian was prepared. With a roar, the Black Templar lifted his shield high, catching the torrent of psychic power with a brilliant flash of energy. The air around him screamed as the force of the warp collided with the shield's reinforced surface. The sheer impact hurled Sebastian off the bridge entirely, sending him spiraling through the air. His body slammed into another bridge below, the metal groaning beneath his weight. The shock of the impact rattled his bones, but he rolled instinctively, quickly regaining his feet as the echoes of the blast reverberated through the chamber. His power sword crackled with the residual energy, but his resolve was unwavering. He would not be defeated. Raxa, battered but relentless, staggered back onto the narrow bridge, his heavy bolter still at the ready. His eyes locked on the sorcerer, a deep fury burning within him. "You will pay for that, traitor," Raxa growled, his voice strained but filled with unwavering determination. The sorcerer sneered, his lips curling beneath his helmet. "Your resolve will not save you." With a flick of his wrist, the sorcerer summoned a wave of psychic force toward Raxor. The salamander leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the attack as the bridge beneath him cracked and splintered. He landed on another narrow platform, his bolter roaring as he opened fire once again, but the sorcerer danced through the chaos, twisting and evading with impossible grace. The bullets splintered against the energy pillars or ricocheted harmlessly off the sorcerer's psychic shield. Sebastian's gaze flickered over to Raxa as the salamander fought with brutal precision. But Sebastian knew he couldn't afford to wait. He could feel the sorcerer's power building once again, a crushing weight in the air that threatened to choke the very life from the room. With a grim determination, Sebastian pushed himself to his feet, his shield still intact but scorched, and his power sword crackling with energy. The time for hesitation had passed. "Stay focused, Raxa," he muttered to himself before charging forward once again. He leapt across the gap between two bridges, his massive form landing with the force of a thunderclap. He was closing in on the sorcerer now, the distance between them narrowing with each step. The sorcerer raised his hand, preparing to unleash another deadly psychic strike, but this time Sebastian was ready. With a battle cry, the Black Templar surged forward, his sword slicing through the air. The sorcerer tried to raise his shield of psychic power, but the force of Sebastian's strike shattered it like glass. Sparks flew as the power sword cut through the sorcerer's psychic defenses, the energy crackling with brutal force. The sorcerer staggered back, his armored form flickering as the power of the warp struggled to hold him together. "Impossible," he hissed, his voice filled with disbelief. Sebastian's eyes were cold as ice. "Your power is nothing before the Emperor's will." Before the sorcerer could react, Sebastian lunged forward with a brutal strike, his power sword driving straight into the chaos-warped armor of the sorcerer's chest. The blow pierced deep, the energy of the sword crackling and searing through the sorcerer's defenses. The sorcerer gasped, his breath ragged as the sword cleaved through his chest. But in a desperate act of fury, he spewed flames from his hands, engulfing the Black Templar in a torrent of searing fire. Sebastian screamed in pain, but the searing heat only fueled his rage. "Your flames are nothing compared to the fire of my hatred," he roared, his voice booming with the ferocity of 1,000 battles. With a grimace, he ripped his power sword free, the energy of the blade crackling as he swung it down with savage precision, cleaving it deep into the sorcerer's shoulder. The Chaos Astartes howled in agony, but his expression twisted into one of pure wrath. As the sword tore through his flesh, he unleashed a wave of psychic power, his body writhing with uncontrollable energy. Bolter rounds began to pelt him from the left, the deafening roar of Raxa's heavy bolter cutting through the air, each shot a thunderous boom. But the sorcerer was unstoppable. A massive surge of warp energy exploded outward, engulfing the room in a violent burst. Sebastian was thrown backward with an explosive force, his body slamming into one of the towering energy pillars. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, rattling the walls and sending debris flying. He crumpled to the ground, dazed but determined to rise again. Raxa, still engaged in his relentless assault, was also struck by the sorcerer's burst of psychic power. The immense force knocked him off his narrow bridge, sending him tumbling through the air. His body crashed into another bridge before slipping off the edge entirely, falling toward the chasm below. His armor scraped along the jagged surface, sparks flying as he barely caught the edge of a ledge just in time to prevent his fall. Dangling precariously above a sea of darkness, Raxa's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to maintain his grip. His fingers burned with the strain, the weight of his bolter pulling at him, threatening to drag him down. His heart raced as he held on, refusing to let go. The chaos of the battlefield blurred around him as he focused solely on holding on. His voice was a low growl of determination. Not yet. With every ounce of his strength, Raxa grabbed his knife and cut the heavy bolter free before hoisting himself back up onto the narrow ledge. His fingers dug into the jagged metal as he pulled himself up, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his arms. They screamed for relief, but he ignored it. There was no time for weakness. His brother needed him. Meanwhile, Sebastian struggled to push himself to his feet, his body battered from the impact with the pillar. His helmet was broken and melted, burn marks from the sorcerer's flames etched deeply into its surface. He winced, peering out from the shattered side, but his resolve was stronger than ever. The sorcerer would not escape. With a growl, Sebastian regained his footing, his eyes locking onto the sorcerer, who was still reeling from the wounds inflicted by the two Astartes' relentless assault. But even wounded, the Chaos Astartes was dangerous. His power surged, a twisted aura of the warp radiating from his form as he attempted to regain his composure. "You cannot win," the sorcerer hissed, his voice echoing with dark power. "The warp is eternal. You are but a fleeting moment in the grand design." Sebastian's eyes narrowed, filled with cold fury. "I am the Emperor's wrath made flesh," he snarled, "and I will see you destroyed." Raxa, now back on his feet, brandished his plasma pistol. The weapon roared to life as he fired, the plasma bolt streaking toward the sorcerer's head. But the Chaos Astarte moved with preternatural speed, flicking his wrist to deflect the rounds, the plasma exploding in mid-air and shattering against the psychic shield the sorcerer had summoned around himself. Raxa's eyes flashed with determination as he tossed the plasma pistol aside. With a battle cry, he charged forward, his footfalls pounding against the narrow bridge. He leapt from one bridge to the next, crossing the gap with lethal precision before launching himself at the sorcerer, knife in hand. The sorcerer's eyes flicked toward the incoming assault, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a psychic barrier to intercept the strike. Raxa's knife met the shield with a resounding crack, but the force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. Raxa didn't relent, his muscles screaming with the effort as he drove his knife forward again and again, each strike weakening the sorcerer's psychic defense. But the sorcerer's face twisted into a snarl of pure fury, his gaze flashing with dark power. In a final, desperate attempt, he channeled all of his remaining strength into a devastating psychic blast. The warp itself seemed to tear open around him as he unleashed a torrent of energy with a scream that echoed through the chamber. Raxa was caught in the maelstrom. The psychic force struck him like a thunderclap, throwing him backward with violent speed. His body was racked with blinding pain as the energy tore through his armor, leaving deep scars in the metal. But it was his left arm that took the full brunt of the attack. The bolt of warp energy disintegrated the limb, shredding bone, flesh, and ceramite in an instant. His scream was cut short as his left arm was reduced to a mangled stump below the elbow, the charred remains of his armor hanging uselessly at his side. The force of the blast sent him sprawling, crashing against the far side of the room. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, his body skidding across the metal floor. His vision swam with darkness as the pain radiated from his severed arm, the weight of his injury threatening to overwhelm him. Sebastian's heart froze as he turned to see Raxa crumpled on the ground, his left arm gone at the elbow. Rage exploded within him, a primal fury that drowned out everything else. "Brother!" he roared, his voice thick with anger. But there was no time to mourn. The sorcerer was recovering, and the moment Sebastian had been waiting for had arrived. His fury drove him forward. With a growl, Sebastian surged toward the sorcerer, his power sword crackling with bright energy. The sorcerer, still reeling from the attack, raised his hand to conjure another wave of psychic power. But Sebastian was faster. "Filth!" Sebastian spat, his voice like a storm, as he swung his sword with deadly precision. The blade cleaved through the sorcerer's psychic barrier with terrifying ease, and the sorcerer's attempts to shield himself were in vain. The sword drove deep into the sorcerer's side, cutting through the warp-infused armor and searing flesh beneath. The sorcerer let out a howl of pain as the blade buried itself to the hilt. Sebastian didn't stop. He twisted the sword, ripping it free with brutal force and cleaving downward again, this time aiming for the sorcerer's throat. The sorcerer tried to retaliate with a burst of psychic energy, but it was too late. Raxa, despite his grievous injury, had struggled to his knees, his remaining hand clutching his combat knife. With a snarl of defiance, Raxa charged, moving on sheer instinct, his remaining strength pushing him forward. He leapt toward the sorcerer, the knife gleaming in his one remaining hand. But the sorcerer was already crumbling. With a final anguished scream, the sorcerer's body began to flicker and warp as the power of the warp unraveled in him. The last vestiges of his dark magic flared out of control, a final burst of destructive energy surging into the air. But the sorcerer's body was already in the process of disintegrating under the sheer force of the attack. With a sickening crack, the sorcerer's neck snapped beneath the weight of Raxa's and Sebastian's strikes. His head was wrenched back as his body crumpled into a heap on the floor, twitching in the final moments of his demise. The blue and gold armor, once gleaming with unholy power, now lay in ruin, the last remnants of the sorcerer's essence dissipating into the air. Sebastian stood over him, panting heavily, bloodied and battered, but victorious. His power sword hummed with a low, vibrating energy as it crackled in the silence that followed. The blue pillars flickered and dimmed, the oppressive psychic storm in the chamber dissipating. Raxa, bloodied, managed to stand next to his brother, gritting his teeth through the pain. His left arm was nothing more than a ruined, blackened stump, but his eyes still burned with defiance. "Well fought, brother," Raxa said hoarsely, his voice a rasp. Sebastian nodded grimly, his expression unreadable. "The Emperor's wrath is eternal, and we will see his will done, no matter the cost." Together, they stood over the sorcerer's broken form, the chaos of the battle still ringing in their ears. The room was now silent, save for the ragged breathing of the two Astartes. The sorcerer's threat had been extinguished, but there was still much to do. Chapter 28. 28. A tragedy unfolds. Anakin Skywalker. As Anakin watched the Jedi battle the Astartes, a growing fear clenched in his chest, an all-too-familiar sensation he had grown accustomed to in recent times. Qui-Gon was thrown toward one of the ships, knocked unconscious by the Chaos Sorcerer, while Obi-Wan continued to fight valiantly. "Ani!" his mother Shmi shouted as Anakin ran toward the fallen Jedi. Reaching Qui-Gon, Anakin began shaking the man desperately, shouting for him to wake up as he saw Obi-Wan struggle against the massive space marine who seemed to toy with him. "Master Qui-Gon, wake up, sir!" Anakin cried out, panic rising in his voice. After a moment, Qui-Gon stirred, pushing himself up to his hands and knees, his eyes, bleary but focused, locked onto Obi-Wan as he fought the Astartes. "Obi-Wan!" Qui-Gon shouted, struggling to his feet, stumbling slightly. "I will not fall to you!" Obi-Wan yelled, his voice filled with determination. In that instant, the Astartes ripped his lightsaber from his hands, and the sorcerer overwhelmed him with raw, untamed power. "No!" Qui-Gon roared, his voice full of anguish as he forced himself to his feet. He began to move toward the sorcerer, but his attention was diverted by a sudden explosion as a massive droid Federation ship barreled into the hangar. Reacting instinctively, Qui-Gon pulled Anakin toward him, leaping backward just as the ship crashed violently into the ground. As the dust settled, Qui-Gon saw the Black Templar and Salamander Astartes leap from the wreckage, crashing to the ground and immediately engaging the Chaos Sorcerer in a new battle. The battle raged fiercely, but a single, seemingly insignificant moment shifted everything for the galaxy. The Black Templar raised his heavy bolt pistol and fired once before the weapon was torn from his hand. The bolt round split into two as it hurtled towards the Queen's entourage past the sorcerer. Anakin watched in silent horror as one half struck his mother, sending her collapsing to the ground. The other half hit Lyra, who also crumpled. "Mom!" Anakin cried, wrenching himself from Qui-Gon's grip and charging recklessly toward his fallen mother. The three Astartes paid no heed to the chaos unfolding behind them. Sebastian hoisted the Thousand-Sun sorcerer over his shoulder and charged straight at the wall leading to the massive generator room. Anakin reached his mother in a frantic blur, his hands trembling as he knelt beside her. The impact of the bolt round had left a scorched wound, her once vibrant eyes now dull with pain. "Mom, please," he whimpered, his voice shaking as he cradled her in his arms. Tears blurred his vision, but he couldn't look away from her face. Shmi's breath was shallow, but she managed a faint smile, her hand reaching up to gently touch Anakin's cheek. "Ani, you must be strong," she whispered, each word a struggle. "The Force, it's with you. Always." Anakin shook his head, refusing to accept the reality before him. "No, you can't leave me. I need you." His chest tightened, the words choking in his throat. For a brief moment he looked up, his gaze flickering over to Nera, who was kneeling beside Lyra's body. Nera held Lyra's face in her hands, her sobs racking her body as she wept uncontrollably. The sight of her grief struck Anakin hard, adding to the storm of emotion swirling within him. Shmi's breathing faltered. "Anakin, you will change the galaxy," she whispered, her voice fading. "You are the one." Anakin's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He wanted to scream, to shout at the universe, to beg for her life to be returned, but all that escaped was a choked sob as he pulled his mother's head to his chest, crying the way only a child could after such a tragedy. Qui-Gon, seeing his apprentice's body lying nearby, quickly ran to Obi-Wan, kneeling down beside him and gently lifting his head. "Obi-Wan," he whispered urgently, shaking him lightly, his voice tight with concern. Obi-Wan did not stir. Qui-Gon's heart sank as he placed his left ear to Obi-Wan's chest. There, faint but steady, was the sound of his heartbeat. A fragile thread of life remained. Relief flooded through him, but it was tempered by the urgency of the situation. He quickly checked for any other signs of injury, his hands moving expertly over Obi-Wan's body. The young Jedi was unconscious, but he was alive, barely. His skin was cracked, and black veins marred his body, but Qui-Gon could still feel the strange energy, the same power he had sensed over the planet, slowly corrupting him. He closed his eyes, feeling the Force weakly pushing back against the corruption, but it was a losing battle. He still had time, though. Looking over at the Queen's entourage, he saw the two children crying over their mothers. Padme had gone to comfort Anakin, gently pulling him into an embrace, while Nera was receiving only comforting words from Captain Panaka. Qui-Gon made sure Obi-Wan was all right before standing and walking over to the group. Kneeling down, he looked at the boy first. "He killed them," Anakin sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "He killed them both." Qui-Gon's gaze flicked down to Shmi's bloodied body before returning to the boy. "The Astartes are fighting him now," he said softly. "I'm sure it will be all right." Anakin shook his head, pulling himself away from Padme's embrace. "The Black Templar killed them," the boy cried, his eyes falling on Nera, still crumpled over Lyra's body. Qui-Gon didn't know what to say to the boy, but he knew he had to try to calm him. "Breathe, Anakin. Just breathe," he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulders. "Sebastian was trying to protect us. What happened was an accident. He didn't mean to do it," Qui-Gon explained gently. "No, he knew what would happen," Anakin protested, his voice shaking with rage. Qui-Gon knew he wouldn't change the boy's mind, so he left Anakin with Padme and stood. He walked over to Nera. The girl looked up at him with despair in her swollen red eyes before her gaze dropped back to her mother's body. Qui-Gon knelt down next to Nera, unsure of how to comfort them in such a devastating moment. "I am so sorry," he said quietly. "Do something. Anything," she begged, desperately dragging her mother's lifeless hand toward him. "You're a Jedi. Bring her back." Qui-Gon took the cold hand, but shook his head gently. "I can't. She's gone. I'm sorry." "No," Nera whispered in disbelief before breaking into sobs, collapsing onto her mother's chest again. The group fell silent as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the generator room. The two loyalist Astartes entered, the Black Templar leading the way. His massive shield was scorched and ruined, though his sword remained intact. A chunk of his faceplate was missing, revealing a cold eye that looked upon the chaos with contempt. Raxa followed, his armor cracked and chipped in multiple places. He was missing his left arm just above the elbow, but he seemed not to care. As the two Astartes stepped into the room, they took in the destruction that had unfolded during their battle. Anakin's gaze burned with hatred as he glared at them, but Nera's expression softened as she looked upon them like saviors, angels who had spared them all. Raxa, quickly understanding the gravity of the situation, walked toward the group, while Sebastian stood back, disinterested in the unfolding tragedy. The salamander knelt down beside Nera first, removing his helmet to reveal his midnight black skin and piercing red eyes. He placed the helmet on the ground beside him, his gaze softening as he met Nera's eyes. He then lowered his gaze to Lyra's lifeless body. "I'm sorry for your loss," Raxa said quietly, his voice tinged with sorrow. He turned to Anakin, who still trembled with silent rage, tears streaking down his face. The boy's body shook, whether from anger, grief, or both, Raxa could not say. "Both of you," he added gently, his gaze lingering on Anakin before returning to Nera. Raxa's words hung in the air like a heavy weight, but there was no comfort to be found in them. The silence that followed felt like an eternity, and Anakin's emotions were a volatile storm inside him. Torn between the overwhelming grief for his mother and the burning rage at the Astartes. Nera, on the other hand, stared at Raxa with a mix of disbelief and gratitude, her hands still clutching her mother's lifeless form, as if hoping that somehow the warmth would return to her. She whispered a quiet thank you, though it was barely audible, her voice thick with sorrow. Raxa understood the depth of their pain. He had seen loss, had known its gnawing grip, and though he could not undo the past, he could at least offer something that might ease their suffering, even if only for a moment. As Raxa looked at the boy again, Anakin's furious gaze did not soften, though it did falter for a brief second, as if the boy was battling himself between conflicting emotions. The tension between them was palpable. Anakin didn't respond at first, but then his shaking hand shot up, pointing accusatorially at the Black Templar. "You killed them," he shouted, his voice breaking with the weight of his words. "You killed my mother. You killed them both." His face was twisted with anger and confusion, the immense loss threatening to consume him. Raxa stood, his expression hardening slightly, but his tone remaining calm. "The battle was not ours to choose, boy. We did what needed to be done to kill the sorcerer." Anakin didn't want to hear it. He wanted to scream, to rail against the unfairness of it all, but his voice faltered, the storm inside him shifting to a numbness that threatened to drown him. His eyes darted to his mother's body, to Lyra's broken form, and then to the others in the room, all of them caught in their own web of sorrow and confusion. Qui-Gon had watched the exchange from a distance, his heart heavy with the weight of his own helplessness. He approached them now, placing a hand gently on Anakin's shoulder, though the boy stiffened at his touch. "Anakin," Qui-Gon said softly, his voice filled with quiet sorrow, "this isn't the way to honor your mother's memory. You must find peace within yourself." Anakin pulled away from Qui-Gon's touch, his breathing ragged, his chest rising and falling in quick, uneven bursts. "Peace? How can there be peace when they're gone?" He spat, his voice laced with anguish. "How can there be peace when the ones who were supposed to protect us were the ones who killed them?" Raxa, seeing the boy's torment, stepped forward, his deep voice steady. "Pain is the price of life, boy." Anakin's eyes flickered briefly to the salamander, his features a mix of confusion and unresolved fury. He wanted to shout at him, to accuse him of being just like the rest, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know what to feel anymore. His mother was gone. Lyra was gone. The world he knew had crumbled. Nera looked up at Raxor, her grief-stricken face softening slightly as she whispered, "What do we do now?" The salamander glanced over at her, his red eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful understanding. "You survive," he answered simply. The words seemed to hang in the air, their weight settling over everyone like a thick fog. No one spoke for a long while, each of them lost in their thoughts, their grief, and their confusion. Anakin didn't respond, but his tear-streaked face softened as he took a shaky breath, staring at the ground. His anger had not dissipated, but it had been replaced by something else, a hollow, aching emptiness. "Your mother was right," Qui-Gon continued, kneeling beside him. "You will change the galaxy, Anakin. But first, you must find the strength to rise above this." Anakin looked up at him, his eyes red-rimmed, his face a mask of pain. "How?" he whispered. Qui-Gon offered a small, sad smile. "One step at a time." Chapter 29, Healing Process. Maximus? Maximus's heavy footsteps echoed through the streets of Theed as he walked inside the massive Centurion's suit. His mind stretched to its limit. Stopping at the palace steps, he exited the suit, nearly collapsing to the ground. His body was weary, but his mind even more so. He needed rest, but that could not come until he reunited with his brothers. Through the Vox, they had informed him of their battle. They had slain 1,000-son sorcerer, but not without cost. Raxa had lost his left arm, while Sebastian had suffered severe burns to his right arm, chest, and face. Despite the pain that gnawed at him, Maximus stood tall. He could not allow weakness to take hold. He was no longer the young man who once thought a week of relentless fighting without sleep was exhausting. No, that was the mindset of the weak. Shaking the weariness from his thoughts, he continued his determined march down the halls of the palace, leaving the Centurion's suit outside. When he reached the medical bay, he found his brothers embroiled in a heated discussion with a group of people, Padme among them. "What is the meaning of this?" Maximus's deep, commanding voice cut through the tension. "They want us to remove our armor, brother," Sebastian seethed, gesturing at the medical droid standing ready. "They want to learn its secrets." "That's not it," Padme interjected, her voice rising. "Look at you both." She gestured toward Raxa, who was missing an arm, and Sebastian, whose injuries were evident even beneath his armor. "You can't just walk around with injuries like these." Sebastian folded his massive arms across his chest. "We have endured far worse." Padme opened her mouth to argue, but Maximus stepped in. "What medical aid do you offer?" he demanded, his tone brokering no argument. "Brother," Sebastian began, but the Ultramarine raised a hand, silencing him. Padme responded, calm but firm. "Cybernetic implants and medical fluids to regenerate lost tissue," she explained, summoning a medical hologram. It displayed various procedures that could aid his brother's recovery. Maximus studied the hologram closely, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the procedures being proposed. The technology was advanced, but it was not the same as the battlefield augmentations his brothers had received over the years. "We do not need your regeneration devices," Sebastian muttered, a flicker of disdain in his voice. "We are Astartes. Our bodies heal faster than most can comprehend." Raxa grunted in agreement, though his tone was more subdued than usual. The loss of his arm was a blow, but he wasn't one to show weakness. Padme took a step forward, her gaze firm and unwavering. "I understand you're warriors, but your bodies aren't invulnerable," she said. "You can survive injuries that would kill any ordinary man, but even Astartes have limits, right? The treatments I'm offering will speed your recovery, prevent further complications. You won't heal properly if you don't allow us to help." Maximus stood in silence for a moment, absorbing her words. He had seen firsthand the resilience of his brothers, their ability to recover from wounds that would shatter lesser men. But he also knew that there were risks that came with ignoring the limits of their bodies. "We will take the treatments," Maximus finally declared, his voice as firm as ever, "but only what is necessary to restore our fighting strength. We are not so weak as to need comfort." Padme nodded, clearly relieved that he had agreed, though she still looked concerned. "I'll make sure the procedures are minimally invasive. You'll still retain your full combat capabilities." "Good," Maximus said. He turned his gaze to his brothers. "We will fight again soon. Rest while you can." Sebastian, ever defiant, scoffed but said nothing more. Raxa merely gave a silent nod, his single arm crossed over his chest as he looked at Maximus, a silent promise of loyalty. "First, we'll need to remove your armor," Padme said, her tone professional, though there was a hint of hesitation. "I'm sure we can have the droids examine it and figure everything out." Sebastian shot a sharp glance at Maximus, who gave a subtle nod in response. "Until the Imperium comes for us, we must make compromises for our continued welfare," Maximus answered, acknowledging his brother's unspoken question. Sebastian opened his mouth, likely to mutter the word heresy, but stopped himself, his gaze shifting from Maximus to Raxor. With a heavy sigh, he relented. "Very well, brother. I will concede this matter." The Black Templar reached up, removing his half-ruined helmet. Padme's face paled the moment she saw him, her breath catching in her throat. His features were disfigured beyond recognition, the scars and damage from countless battles leaving his face a grotesque map of his service to the Emperor. Half of his face was a mixture of metal and flesh, and his bald head reflected the dim light of the room. Sebastian sneered as he noticed Padme's reaction. "Never seen someone so ugly," he taunted, his voice thick with mockery. Raxa, ever the one to lighten the mood, chuckled. "I think she's just shocked, brother. It's not every day you see someone as disfigured as you are." Padme stammered, her face flushing in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Sebastian's cold voice cut through the air, silencing her. "Enough. It matters not what you think." His gaze hardened as he looked at her. "This is the mark of my service to the God Emperor. You will show respect for it." Padme swallowed her apology, her face still pale, though she kept her composure. She nodded quietly, stepping back. "Proceed," Sebastian commanded, his tone unwavering. Padme nodded in response and stepped back, signaling the droids to begin their work. The medical droids approached with practiced precision, their mechanical limbs whirring as they worked on the Black Templars' armor. Padme observed them closely, knowing how sacred the Astartes' power armor was to them. She gave a quiet order to the droids to handle it with care, fully aware that the armor was more than just protection. It was a symbol of their faith and service. The droids struggled at first, the heavy ceramite and plasteel plates resistant to their advanced tools. The process took over an hour, with the droids having to carefully unseal the various components, detaching the joints and plates. The sound of grinding and hissing filled the room as each piece was slowly removed. It was a laborious effort, but finally, with a collective effort, they succeeded. The massive suit of power armor was laid out beside Sebastian's form, its dark black surface glinting ominously under the lights. The droid stepped back once the task was done, and Padme gave a quiet directive to keep the armor in pristine condition, allowing no harm to come to it. As the armor was removed, the full extent of Sebastian's injuries became evident. His once formidable physique, now encased in only his black fibro-muscle suit, showed the wear of countless battles. His right arm, heavily burned and blistered, was a gruesome sight, as was his chest, still smouldering with the after-effects of the sorcerer's attacks. Padme's eyes flicked to the nearby medical equipment, stopping at a large cylindrical tank filled with a bright blue liquid. She motioned toward it. "It's called a Bacta tank. It will help with your burns and aid in tissue regeneration," she explained. Sebastian turned to his right, his eyes studying the tank for a moment. It was an unfamiliar sight to him, but he trusted Maximus's judgment. His gaze shifted to his brothers, Raxa and Maximus, who both gave silent nods of approval. They had fought countless battles, and though the idea of Bacta was foreign to them, they understood the necessity of healing. Sebastian met their gazes and grunted in acknowledgement. He was used to pain, but this was different. His body had taken so much, yet it still carried on. "Very well," he muttered, stepping forward toward the tank. Padme nodded, guiding him toward the large tank. "You will feel a cooling sensation once submerged. It should ease the pain and accelerate the healing process." Sebastian said nothing, his gaze fixed forward. He was a warrior. Pain, sacrifice, and hardship were part of his existence. But even he had limits, and he knew this was the right course. With a final glance at his brothers, he stepped into the Bacta tank, the blue liquid rising around him as the droids carefully sealed the lid above. The hissing sound of the tank activating filled the room as the healing process began. Maximus watched silently, his face impassive as always. He had seen his brothers endure unimaginable trials, but even they needed rest and recovery to continue the fight. Now that Sebastian was taken care of, Raxa stepped forward. The medical droid gestured for him to take the position where Sebastian had stood, signaling the beginning of the next stage. This time, however, the process moved much faster. Raxa's armor was removed with practiced efficiency by the droids, their mechanical limbs working quickly to unseal the ceramite plating, detaching the pieces one by one. Despite the armor's heavy construction, the droids made short work of it. He stood there for a moment, his massive form now clad only in his sublegaculum, which was similarly tight-fitting and functional. The sight of him without his armor was impressive, revealing his imposing frame and raw strength. He stood tall, despite the visible signs of wear and tear from battle. His single remaining arm, though still strong, was visibly damaged, the results of multiple engagements evident in the sharp twists and scars along his limb. The droid motioned for him to sit in the chair that had been prepared nearby, and Raxa complied without a word, lowering himself into the seat. Once Raxa was seated, the medical droid began to work with swift precision. It brought forward a series of cybernetic implants, each one designed to replace the lost arm. The implants were sleek and intricate, the mechanical limbs built for strength and functionality, each piece interlocking with the next like a complex puzzle. The droid began the process of preparing the surgical site, ensuring that the integration would be as seamless as possible. Raxa grunted but didn't speak. There was no need for words. He had already accepted what was to come. His stoic silence remained unbroken even as the droid began the delicate work of removing the damaged tissue around the stump of his left arm. The process was methodical, the droid's tools working with eerie precision as it carefully prepared his body for the implants. The hum of machinery filled the room as the droid set to work, each movement deliberate and efficient. The cybernetic arm implants were designed to integrate smoothly with his natural muscle structure, enhancing his strength while providing the dexterity needed for combat. Raxa's gaze never wavered, his focus unwavering as the droid continued its work. He had lost an arm, but he would not be rendered weak. The loss was nothing but a temporary setback. The Emperor's warriors did not falter. As the procedure continued, Padme observed from the sidelines, her expression serious but not unkind. She knew the significance of what was happening. Raxa was more than just a soldier. He was a living testament to the resilience of the Astartes. His dedication to the Emperor was unquestionable, and she had seen firsthand how much they had endured. The droid finished setting the initial implants into place and began the process of locking them into Raxa's remaining tissue, ensuring a secure and stable connection. The work would take some time, but with each passing moment, Raxa's new limb would come to life, ready to serve him in the coming battles. After a moment, the droid stepped back, its mechanical limbs whirring as it inspected the placement of the cybernetic arm implants. Satisfied with its work, it gave a brief nod to Raxor and motioned toward the second Bacta tank, which had been prepared for him. "Now please enter the tank," the droid instructed in its monotone voice. Raxa gave a low grunt of acknowledgement, his gaze shifting from the droid to the large cylindrical Bacta tank that stood waiting. The droid had ensured the tank was ready for him, designed to aid in both the recovery of his injuries and the healing of the connection between his body and the newly installed cybernetics. Raxa stood and made his way toward the tank, his movements fluid despite his new arm. The sight of the tank, though foreign to him, was not one he feared. As an Astartes, he had endured more than his share of pain and recovery, and the Bacta would ease the damage and restore him faster than he could recover on his own. With a final glance toward Maximus and the still immersed Sebastian, Raxa stepped into the tank. The cold liquid rose around him, settling over his body and sealing him in with a soft hiss. As the Bacta began its work, Raxa felt the immediate, soothing coolness against his burning skin. His body relaxed as the regenerative fluid began to mend the damage, both to his physical form and the connection between his natural muscle tissue and the new cybernetic implants. Padme nodded to the droids, who began sealing the tank. The procedure would take time, but Raxa would emerge with his strength restored and his new arm fully integrated. She then turned toward Maximus, motioning for him to step forward, ready to begin the same process for him as she had with his brothers. But to her surprise, the Ultramarine remained where he stood, his posture as firm and unwavering as ever. "In this new galaxy," Maximus said, his voice deep and commanding, "one of us should remain at the ready at all times. I will shoulder this burden while my brothers recover, and once they are well, I will rest." "Maximus," she said, "you are no less in need of healing than your brothers. Your mind and body are not invulnerable. You've pushed yourself to your limits." Maximus met her gaze with a calm but unyielding stare. "My limits are not the same as a mortal's," he replied simply. "I will endure. There is no time for rest when the galaxy burns, especially now that we know that chaos has arrived." Padme hesitated. She had seen the effects of long-term strain on even the strongest of soldiers, but she knew better than to argue with an Astartes when his mind was set. Still, there was a duty in her that pushed her to challenge his decision. "And what of your brothers?" she asked. "They'll recover quicker if they know you're taking care of yourself as well." Maximus's gaze softened just a fraction, though his voice remained resolute. "They will recover. I know my brothers well. They will rise stronger, as they always have. But for now, I carry this weight." He turned away slightly, his gaze directed toward the horizon beyond the palace walls, as if already mentally preparing for the battles to come. Padme sighed, knowing there was little she could do to change his mind. She had seen the same determination in his brothers, but something about Maximus's quiet resolve left her with a sense of unease. Still, she knew that these warriors were not like other men. The Emperor had made them as they were, forged in fire and blood, built to endure what would break anyone else. "You will not rest until your brothers are whole again, then?" Padme asked, her voice soft. Maximus nodded. "I will ensure they are ready to fight again. After that, when the time comes, I will take my rest." She watched him for a moment longer, then gave a quiet nod, stepping back. "Then I will make sure the procedures are ready for when you decide you need them." Maximus didn't reply, his gaze fixed on his brothers in their tanks. There was a certain strength in his silence, a quiet acceptance of his role in the greater war. His brothers would recover, he had no doubt of that, and when they did, they would fight once more, together, as they always had. Chapter 30. 30. Plans for the future. Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon watched as Obi-Wan's unconscious form was gently loaded onto the ship the Queen had sanctioned for their use. Nera and Anakin sat nearby, their shared loss bonding them in a quiet, unspoken understanding. The hangar, still scarred from the battle with the Astartes, would be rebuilt in time. The sound of heavy footsteps drew his attention to the massive double doors leading deeper into the palace. Maximus, the towering Astartes, approached. Qui-Gon took a deep breath, lowering his arms from where they had been folded across his chest, and began walking toward the imposing figure. "How are your brothers?" Qui-Gon asked. "They're improving. This galaxy's technology is quite different from our own," Maximus replied. Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow. "I imagine yours is more suited for war and slaughter." "Indeed, my galaxy is filled with cruel, lethal beings. Only the cruelty and lethality of our own kind keep us alive," the Ultramarine answered. Qui-Gon shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back. "Have you ever thought that perhaps violence isn't the answer?" Maximus's reply was blunt. "Yes. Violence is never the answer. It's the question, and the answer is always yes." Maximus's gaze remained unyielding, his towering form casting a long shadow over Qui-Gon. The Jedi studied him closely, sensing the weight of a lifetime spent in battle, a lifetime where violence had long ceased to be a choice. "The thing about the Force," Qui-Gon began, his voice calm, "is that it teaches us there's always another way, another path. Violence is a choice. It doesn't have to be the answer." Maximus's voice was firm, the words coming with the weight of an unshakable belief. "Violence is not a choice. It is a requirement. In my galaxy, it is the only means of survival. Without it, we are consumed. Without it, there is no tomorrow." Qui-Gon took a moment to absorb the harsh certainty in Maximus's words. The Astartes' optics burned with the cold truth of his experiences, and Qui-Gon understood. This was a man shaped by an existence where peace had no place. "It's a hard truth," Qui-Gon said, his tone measured. "But it doesn't have to define you. There's always more than one way to survive." Maximus's posture stiffened, his gaze never leaving the Jedi. "Survival? What does that mean, if not fighting? The galaxy is unforgiving. Those who hesitate, those who do not fight, those who choose mercy or peace, they die. We fight because we must. We fight to endure." "I've seen your kind fight," Qui-Gon replied, his voice firm but gentle. "I've seen the destruction you leave in your wake. But what do you protect, Maximus, when the fight is over? What remains of the world you sought to save?" The Astartes clenched his fists, his voice growing harder. "I protect my brothers. I protect the Imperium. I protect the future. I protect humanity itself. You do not understand. In my galaxy, peace is a fleeting illusion, a weakness that will destroy us if we entertain it. Violence is a tool, and it is the only tool we have to ensure our survival. There is no peace. There is only war." Qui-Gon watched him carefully. "I understand more than you think. But even in the harshest of circumstances, violence should never be the only answer. It's a cycle, Maximus. Violence breeds more violence. It consumes those who wield it and those caught in its path." Maximus shook his head, his voice unwavering. "That may be true for you, but for us, there is no choice. We are forged in the fires of war. To survive is to fight. There is no other path." Qui-Gon studied him, his gaze unwavering. "Perhaps, but that doesn't mean you cannot change the way you fight. You are not bound to this endless cycle, Maximus. You have the power to choose what you protect, and how you protect it." For a long moment, the Astartes remained silent, the weight of Qui-Gon's words hanging in the air. "I will be long dead when that happens. But until that day comes, I will do what I must, for my brothers, for the Imperium, for the Emperor." Qui-Gon nodded, sensing the conviction in his words, yet also the flicker of something deeper, something that perhaps might one day allow Maximus to see another path. "Then I will respect that. But know this, even in the darkest of times, there will always be a different way. A way that is not just about survival, but about protecting what is truly worth saving." Maximus's gaze softened for a brief moment before he turned his attention back to the horizon. Perhaps. But for now, survival is all I can offer. Qui-Gon looked at Obi-Wan, still unconscious, then back at Maximus. Then let that be enough, for now. The two stood in silence, the hum of the rebuilding hangar behind them as the quiet bond of understanding formed between them. One would continue to fight, while the other would hold out hope for something greater. Qui-Gon's gaze drifted toward Anakin and Nera, but he was surprised to see Anakin staring at the towering Ultramarine with pure hatred in his eyes. The intensity of it was unsettling, a fire that burned with the force of something far darker than what Qui-Gon had hoped to see. An even bigger reason he needed to bring Anakin into the Order, to guide him, to teach him control. Qui-Gon didn't know exactly how he would do it, but he was resolved. He would get the boy into the Order. Nera, however, was a different story. She stood up from where she had been sitting and slowly walked over to Maximus, her eyes puffy and red from crying. The weight of her grief hung heavily around her, but there was something in her step that suggested she was ready to find some form of solace. Overcome with compassion, Maximus knelt before her, lowering his imposing frame to her level and removing his helmet. He reached out with one massive hand, and Nera hesitated for only a moment before she placed her small hand on his. She grasped one of his fingers with both hands, as if seeking some semblance of comfort from the enormity of his presence. "I am sorry," he said gently, his voice uncharacteristically soft, "for what happened to your mother. She was a good woman." Nera's eyes welled with tears as she looked up into the Astartes' eyes. The sight of the massive warrior without his helmet, his face softened in a way that betrayed the brutal warrior within, only made her grief more palpable. She could see the sincerity in his gaze. "I have no one left," she said, her voice trembling with the weight of her loss. Maximus's expression didn't waver, but there was something almost tender in his demeanor. He spoke plainly, yet with an air of quiet certainty. "You will go with the Jedi." Her tears flowed freely now, the realization of what he said settling in her heart. She had no choice but to accept it. With the loss of her mother, the world she once knew had collapsed, and now there was a new path she would be forced to walk, one that was as uncertain as it was necessary. Qui-Gon, watching from the side, could see the quiet exchange between the two, an understanding, perhaps, between two beings who had lost everything, but found a brief connection in that loss. He would make sure Nera was safe, that she would find a place with the Jedi, but for now he let the moment pass quietly. There were things that could not be rushed, even in the face of so much grief. Maximus stood slowly, his imposing figure looming once more over the girl. She didn't flinch. Instead, she looked up at him with a mixture of sorrow and something else. Perhaps gratitude, or perhaps just the faintest glimmer of hope. Qui-Gon's attention shifted back to Anakin, still glaring at Maximus from across the hangar. His resolve hardened. There would be no avoiding the boy's temper, and no ignoring the darkness he had already begun to show, but Qui-Gon would do what he had to do. "I'm going to miss you," Nera said, her voice barely above a whisper as she moved forward, wrapping her small arms around the massive leg of the Ultramarine. She clung to him for a moment, the weight of her grief and the finality of their parting pressing down on her. Maximus paused for a moment, his immense frame unmoving, before he slowly reached down, his massive hand resting lightly on her head. He let out a low hum, the sound almost comforting in its depth. "I'm sure we will meet again eventually," he replied, his voice steady but softer than usual. There was no doubt in his words, only the certainty of a warrior who had seen the tides of fate shift before. As the last of the ship's preparations were being completed, Qui-Gon glanced over, sensing the quiet bond between the two. Nera's sorrow and the brief connection they had shared was an unexpected moment of peace in the wake of so much chaos. He knew, however, that they all had different paths to walk now, the Jedi, the Astartes, and the two children who had lost everything. Their stories weren't finished, but for now it was time to move forward. Maximus straightened, his hulking form towering over Nera. "I will remember you, little one," he said quietly, before taking a step back. Nera let him go, her heart heavy, but a sense of resolve settling in. Qui-Gon walked forward, extending a hand to the girl. "Come, we have much to do," he said softly. With a gentle but firm grip, he guided her toward the ship. He glanced back once, catching Maximus's eye. The towering Astartes gave him a brief, solemn nod in return, before turning and making his way back toward the palace, his heavy footsteps echoing through the hangar. As Qui-Gon, Nera, and Anakin boarded the ship, the weight of the moment lingered. There was much ahead of them, but for now they moved forward, leaving behind the uncertainty of the past for the possibilities of what was to come. Maximus. Maximus gazed at his brothers, suspended in the Bacta tanks, their forms healed slowly by the fluid. He wondered, in his rare moments of reflection, what it felt like to be immersed in that healing substance, what kind of peace it might bring after so much conflict. Padme approached, standing beside him in silence for a moment before breaking it. "So, what will you do now?" Her voice was soft but steady, the weight of the question clear. Maximus remained still, his arms folded tightly across his chest as he considered the possibilities. Finally he spoke. "We will need to do two things: establish a home base and repair our armor. I believe the planet Tatooine would do nicely, as the battle barge is there, though we will need to cleanse the planet of the less desirables." His tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of emotion, as though it were simply another task to be done. Padme furrowed her brow, clearly unsettled by the cold practicality of his words, but she didn't interrupt. He continued, his gaze never leaving the tanks. "But that still leaves our armor, and I'm unsure how to approach the problem." Maximus turned his gaze toward the stacks of armor beside the Bacta pods, his eyes scanning the familiar designs, each piece meticulously crafted for battle. The armor was more than just protection. It was a symbol of his brothers, their unyielding resolve, and their shared history. But the thought of repair remained, gnawing at the back of his mind. Padme's voice broke his thoughts. "There is a group of people called the Mandalorians. They use an alloy called Beskar to make their armor. It's incredibly durable, almost like your armor. But they are incredibly secretive about their traditions." Maximus didn't respond immediately. His mind processed the information, noting the similarity between the Beskar and the material that made up their own armor. It was rare that any people outside the Astartes could boast something comparable in quality, but his curiosity was tempered by skepticism. "Mandalorians," he muttered, rolling the name on his tongue. Padme nodded slowly, her eyes reflecting the weight of the decision. "Their traditions are guarded, yes, but their craftsmanship is unparalleled. If you could find a way to reach them, their alloy could help repair your armor, and perhaps even improve it." Maximus considered her words carefully. If their metal was as durable as she claimed, it could be the solution to the problem that had been weighing on his mind. "Perhaps it is worth pursuing," he said, his voice measured. Chapter 31. 31st Council Decisions. Qui-Gon. Standing over his apprentice in a balcony-like room, Qui-Gon Jinn watched as medical droids worked tirelessly on Obi-Wan's body. The young Jedi was barely recognizable, his form covered in burns and bruises, lightning marks still crackling faintly across his skin. The droids moved swiftly, their delicate hands carefully administering treatment, but there was no mistaking the severity of the damage. The sterile hum of the machines filled the room, their mechanical precision doing what it could to heal the wounds of a man who had given everything for the Order. Qui-Gon stood motionless, his gaze never leaving Obi-Wan, a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. His hand, once strong and certain, now clenched at his side, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. His apprentice, his closest companion, lay before him, broken and on the edge of death. He had witnessed so much in his time as a Jedi, but this was a pain unlike any other. The Council's reluctance, the decisions that had led them to this point, all weighed on him. He felt helpless, but more than that, he felt an urgent need for change. This was no longer about strategy or diplomacy. This was about something far more personal, and perhaps something far more dangerous. Qui-Gon closed his eyes, trying to focus, to regain some semblance of clarity, but the images of the past hours, the battle, Obi-Wan's near-fatal injuries, and the shadow that loomed over the Jedi Order consumed him. A small creak at the door interrupted his thoughts. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. The presence was unmistakable. The door opened behind him, and Yoda entered the room, walking slowly until he came to stand beside Qui-Gon. Together they watched in silence as the droids continued their task. After several moments, Qui-Gon finally spoke. "Master, I don't know what's going on within the council, but things cannot stay as they have been. Something must change." He glanced sideways at Yoda, his face etched with concern. "Clouded, the future is," Yoda replied softly, his voice filled with quiet wisdom. "Many decisions we must make regarding the future." Qui-Gon shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Obi-Wan's prone form. He moved to a nearby chair, his posture tense. "You must understand, the boy is filled with so much hatred. He must be taught to control it, or I fear what will happen if he is left to his own devices. If the Council will not take this responsibility, then I will. And if that means leaving the Order, then I will do so." His voice was firm, though there was a deep sadness in his words. Yoda's ears drooped slightly, but his expression was calm. "You are wise, Master. You see what must be done. I know it." Yoda knew that Qui-Gon spoke the truth. Yet, the Council's resistance to change, their adherence to tradition, was a difficult wall to overcome. Qui-Gon's dedication to the boy was undeniable, but so too was the fear of what Anakin might become. The small Jedi Master glanced at the younger Jedi, noting the pain in his eyes. He then looked over to Obi-Wan, lying unconscious on the table. "The girl?" Yoda asked gently, his voice laced with quiet concern. Qui-Gon sighed deeply and leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "She is weak in the Force, but she's grown close to Anakin, like a little sister to him. I'm not sure where her future lies, but she has a connection to him, one that might be more important than any of us realize." Yoda studied Qui-Gon for a moment before speaking again. "A delicate balance this is. Strong the bond is between them, but unclear their fates are." Qui-Gon met Yoda's eyes, the weight of his decision settling deeper. "I've seen glimpses, Master. In the Force, Anakin is torn, confused. He's been hurt too many times, and I fear he will fall if we don't act soon." Yoda remained silent for a long moment, his gaze drifting back to Obi-Wan. The young Jedi's condition was dire, and the strain of the recent battles had taken their toll on all of them. Yet it was Anakin who weighed most heavily on his mind. "You are not alone, Qui-Gon," Yoda finally said, "but a path is unclear, and dangerous it may be. The Council's decision, painful it is to make." Qui-Gon nodded, understanding the complexity of the situation. He didn't want to fight the Order, but he knew he couldn't ignore what was happening. The future depended on what they chose now. "There is no easy way forward," Qui-Gon said, his voice quiet but resolute. "But if we don't act, I fear we may lose him, and much more." Yoda's expression softened, a deep sadness in his ancient eyes. "Time. We do not have." The silence between them hung heavy as they both considered the gravity of their choices. Whatever the future held, it would be shaped by the decisions they made. Yoda closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he gathered his thoughts. The weight of their conversation pressed heavily on him, but he knew what had to be done. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Qui-Gon, who was still watching him intently, waiting for the response that would shape the path ahead. "Do what must be done, I will," Yoda said quietly, his voice carrying the gravity of his decision. He gave a small, respectful bow of his head, acknowledging Qui-Gon's resolve. "For your sake, and the Order's." With those words, Yoda turned and made his way toward the door. His small form moved with the quiet grace of someone who had seen centuries come and go, burdened with the knowledge of the trials ahead. As the door slid open, he paused, casting one last glance at Qui-Gon. "May the Force guide us, Master Jin," Yoda added softly before disappearing through the doorway, leaving Qui-Gon to contemplate what would come next. The room fell silent once more, the hum of the medical droids the only sound that filled the air. Qui-Gon remained seated, his mind swirling with the implications of Yoda's words. It was clear that the time for action had come. The Council's reluctance could no longer be tolerated. Whatever sacrifices lay ahead, They would be necessary to save the future. He glanced at Obi-Wan, still unconscious on the table, and then turned his gaze back to the door Yoda had exited through. He could feel the weight of the decisions to come, but he knew he could not back down. Too much was at stake. With a final steadying breath, Qui-Gon stood, his resolve firm. The future awaited, and he would meet it head-on, no matter the cost. Yoda. Yoda moved slowly through the grand halls of the Jedi Temple, his mind heavy with the decision he had just made. He walked with purpose, each step measured and deliberate. His thoughts were a storm, clouded with the weight of the future and the difficult path he was about to set in motion. The time for discussion was over. Now it was time for action. The lift doors slid open with a soft hiss, and Yoda stepped into the council chamber. The room, bathed in the soft light of Coruscant, was already filled with the other masters, their forms seated in the elevated circles. As soon as Yoda entered, all eyes turned toward him, sensing the gravity in his presence. Without hesitation, Yoda made his way to the center of the room, standing tall despite his small stature. The silence that followed was thick with anticipation, the masters awaiting his words. With Obi-Wan, Master Qui-Gon is. Talk we have. Take upon us the two children we must, Yoda said firmly, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a decision that would have profound consequences. Immediately, the room erupted in uproar. Masters began shouting, expressing their outrage, disbelief, and objections. Their voices grew louder and more frantic, as they struggled to grasp the implications of what Yoda was suggesting. There was talk of tradition, of discipline, and of the balance that had kept the Jedi Order strong for centuries. How could they risk such a thing now? But one voice stood out from the rest, Mace Windu. With a sharp, commanding presence, Mace slammed his fist down on the armrest of his chair, his new prosthetic arm clenching involuntarily. His gaze never left Yoda, eyes burning with a mix of anger and confusion. Silence! Mace's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos in the room like a blade. The other masters fell silent, caught off guard by the force of his command. Mace stood, his tall form towering over the others, and slowly turned his attention back to Yoda. The anger in his eyes was palpable, but so was the uncertainty. He was no stranger to difficult decisions, but this one, it felt wrong. It felt like a step into the unknown. Master Yoda, Mace began, his voice cold and deliberate, you ask us to take upon ourselves responsibility for two children who are tied together. But the boy you speak of, Anakin, his emotions, his anger, what if this path leads us to disaster? What if we are playing with fire? Yoda's gaze softened slightly, but there was no hesitation in his response. The fire, already it burns, Master Windu. Anakin's future clouded it is. With the boy, too many decisions already made, by the council, by others. Alone he cannot stand. A choice we must make, too much at stake. The tension in the room was palpable, the masters' eyes flicking between each other, their thoughts racing as they processed Yoda's words. But Mace Windu was not so easily swayed. He stepped closer to Yoda, the anger still present in his eyes. Yoda's gaze never wavered. His old, wise eyes met Mace's with a steady calmness that for a moment silenced the room. A Jedi's duty, not just to the Order it is, to the Force and to those who need us. The balance, now disturbed, it is with the return of the Sith. Inaction, more dangerous it would be. The future, uncertain. But a change, inevitable it is. Adapt we must. The silence that followed was thick. Mace Windu stared at his master, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He knew the gravity of what was being asked of him, but the fear of what might unfold was hard to shake. Finally, it was Master Plo Koon who spoke, his voice gentle but thoughtful. We do not act without careful consideration. Yet, Master Yoda's words carry weight. If we are to guide them, Anakin and Nera, we must give them the training they need. We must take responsibility. The future depends on it. One by one, the other masters began to murmur in agreement, though reluctantly. They understood that the situation had reached a breaking point. Their voices joined in the slow consensus, though none of them could fully shake the uncertainty that lingered in the air. Mace Windu stood still, a storm of emotions swirling inside him. His gaze shifted to Yoda one last time before he slowly nodded, acknowledging the inevitable truth of their situation. "Very well," Mace said quietly, though his voice still carried a tone of resistance. "But we will move cautiously. Especially with these Astartes." He spat. Yoda nodded solemnly, the weight of their collective decision settling over them. The room fell silent once again, the responsibility of the moment sinking in. "A new path we walk now," Yoda said, his voice carrying the finality of the decision made. "But walk it, we must." Maximus. Maximus took a few slow, deliberate steps, his body still adjusting to the effects of the Bacta tank as his muscles and skin began to recover. The cooling sensation from the tank was fading, and he could already feel the increased strength and vitality coursing through him. Padme stood in front of him, her expression a mix of awe and concern as she studied the data on a screen. "I knew the Astartes were altered beyond human limitations, but this is something else entirely," she murmured, her fingers brushing across the display as it flashed with details of Maximus's physiology. 2 hearts, 3 lungs, enhanced bone structure, even modifications to the brain, she said. "Is this—" Padme hesitated, looking at him with a mix of wonder and unease. "Is this what the Astartes are made into?" "Yes," Maximus replied, his gaze distant for a moment as though considering his own origins. "I was not always like this. The process, it changes everything about you, your body, your mind, your very essence." His fingers brushed his chest where the organs had been implanted, feeling the steady rhythm of his twin hearts beneath the skin. "But you are still human in the end, even if what remains is a shadow of what you once were." Padme glanced back at the screen, still processing the scope of what she was seeing. The silence between them stretched for a moment as Padme continued to study the screen, trying to understand the scale of what she was witnessing. Then she turned her attention back to Maximus, her eyes softened with empathy. "I don't know whether to be amazed or horrified," she said softly. Maximus's expression remained stoic as he spoke, his voice unwavering. "I am as the Emperor decreed," he said, before turning and walking toward his armor. The droids moved with precision, assisting him in donning his battle gear. In about 15 minutes, he stood fully armored, towering over everyone in the room. The ceramite plating gleamed with a dull, oppressive authority. "Now we must discuss what to do going forward," he stated, his voice calm but commanding. He turned and made his way out of the room. Padme followed closely behind him, her footsteps quiet against the weight of his stride. They entered a new room where Maximus's 2 brothers stood over a holographic display, projecting the planet of Mandalore. The planet's surface, scarred by war, appeared in stark detail before them. "What have you learned, brothers?" he asked, standing next to Raxa and Sebastian. "The Mandalorians are a warrior people, brother. Their entire culture revolves around combat, honor, and strength. They've always been divided, but for centuries their clans have fought over control of their world. The planet itself is a wasteland, scarred by constant conflict. What remains of their once great cities now lies in ruins, their people hardened by ceaseless war." Raxa's robotic hand hovered over the holographic display, his finger tracing the jagged scars on Mandalore's surface. "There are 2 main factions vying for control now. The first is led by the current leader, Duchess Satine Kryze. She represents the pacifist faction, the New Mandalorians, who seek to end the violence and build a more peaceful Mandalore. She's focused on diplomacy, even in the face of constant threats. Her vision is one of peace, but it's a fragile one." He paused, allowing the words to sink in, then pointed to one of the moons surrounding the planet. "The second faction is led by a warlord named Pre Vizsla. He's a member of the Death Watch, a militant group that believes Mandalore's true strength lies in its warrior traditions. They view Duchess Kryze's peaceful agenda as a betrayal to Mandalore's heritage. They want to return to the old ways, dominance through force and fear. These 2 factions just finished a civil war. Vizsla and his Death Watch want nothing less than to overthrow the Duchess and reclaim control through violence. If they succeed, It could plunge Mandalore into a new era of bloodshed, one that could spread beyond their planet. Maximus nodded, his gaze lingering on the hologram of Mandalore before shifting to Padme. "I wish to speak to this Duchess," he said, his voice calm but resolute. "Is there any way you can send a message to her?" Padme met his gaze, her expression steady. "Yes, I can reach out to her," she replied, her tone measured but thoughtful. Sebastian, who had been standing nearby, leaned forward, his half-ruined helmet resting on the table beside him. His voice was laced with skepticism. "And what if she refuses to meet with us?" Maximus's posture remained unyielding, his arms folding across his chest as he looked down at the hologram, his focus never wavering. "Then we will contact the Death Watch," he said, his tone carrying the weight of finality. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "And if they refuse?" Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the display as his next words came with the quiet, cold certainty of a seasoned warrior. "Then we will wipe them off the face of their moon." Chapter 32, 32nd Mandalore. Maximus. The three massive Astartes sat in silence as their shuttle descended into Mandalore's atmosphere. The low hum of the shuttle's engines filled the cabin as it cut through the planet's thinning upper atmosphere, the heat of entry fading quickly as they neared the surface. Through the viewport, the rugged, battle-scarred terrain of Mandalore came into view. Jagged mountains and barren plains stretching out beneath a dust-choked sky. It was a world shaped by conflict, and even now it seemed to wear its scars like a badge. Maximus sat rigidly, his posture as unyielding as the ceramite armor he wore. His gaze was fixed on the planet below, calculating, assessing. The damage to their armor, their battle-worn shells, was a reminder of the brutal fight they'd just endured. While his brothers remained in relative silence, Maximus's mind was focused on their mission. The purpose of their visit was clear: to request the assistance of the Mandalorians in repairing their damaged armor using their rare and legendary Beskar. It was a delicate request, one that carried its own risks and potential consequences. Beside him, Raxa, his new mechanical arm resting against his side, stared out the viewport with a thoughtful expression. The Salamander's gaze softened as he took in the desolation below. "The planet's scars are deep," he remarked, his voice low and steady. Sebastian, seated across from him, adjusted his position slightly, the crack in his helmet faceplate visible but no less menacing. His voice was sharp, filled with skepticism. "We're here for Beskar, nothing more. If they've lost any love for outsiders, this will be a hard sell." Maximus's gaze remained unwavering as he responded, his voice calm and resolute. "We don't seek to impose ourselves on their world. We come with respect for their craftsmanship and their strength. We need their help, and we will make it clear that we mean them no harm." Sebastian snorted in disbelief, his tone cynical. "Respect? Mandalorians don't care for respect. They care about power. And from what I've read in Theed's archives, they'll take what they want, no matter who gets in their way." Raxa glanced at Sebastian, his expression mild but firm. "You underestimate the Duchess. She seeks peace, even in the midst of this wasteland." Maximus's eyes shifted toward Raxor. "The Duchess is our best hope. If anyone can help us, it will be her." The shuttle began to shudder as it entered the lower atmosphere, the city of Sundari, what remained of it, coming into view. The capital of the new Mandalorians, though scarred by the endless conflict that plagued the planet, still stood resiliently, a testament to the tenacity of its people. It was here that they would meet Duchess Satine Kryze, leader of the new Mandalorians, and where they would present their request for Beskar to repair their damaged armor. Sebastian crossed his arms, eyeing the city with suspicion. "I don't trust this peace she speaks of." Maximus stood, his massive form shifting as he made his way toward the rear of the shuttle. His voice, when he spoke, was low but carried the weight of authority. "We are not here about trust. Only the Beskar matters. Where it comes from does not summon." Maximus was the first to disembark from the shuttle, his armored boots meeting the metal platform. His gaze was fixed upward, taking in the towering dome that protected Sundari, the last remaining city of any note on the war-torn world. It was a stark symbol of the Mandalorians' defiance, a fragile bastion of civilization amidst the scars of centuries of conflict. The trio stood in silence for a moment as the shuttle's engines hummed quietly behind them, the dust settling around their boots. Then a man appeared from the shadows, approaching them with an open, welcoming posture. His eyes held an air of cautious optimism, his clothes marked by the subtle insignia of the new Mandalorians. "You must be the three that Queen Amidala mentioned were coming," he said, his voice smooth and warm despite the harshness of the planet. "Welcome to Sundari. This way, please." Maximus inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the greeting, though his posture remained stiff and unreadable. He glanced briefly at his brothers, both of whom seemed equally unmoved by the man's welcoming words. Raxa's mechanical arm clicked softly as he adjusted his stance, while Sebastian's gaze scanned their surroundings, ever watchful. "We appreciate your hospitality," Maximus said, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a man accustomed to command. "We've come to discuss an important matter with the Duchess." The man gave a nod, his expression polite but neutral, as if he was used to dealing with visitors from all walks of life. "The Duchess is expecting you. She'll want to hear your request. Follow me." He gestured toward a nearby walkway, an elegant if slightly weathered path leading toward the heart of the city. The architecture was a mix of Mandalorian tradition and the attempts at modernization the new Mandalorians had pursued under Duchess Satine's leadership. It was clear that the city had seen better days, but its resilience was undeniable. As they began to walk, the Astartes moved with deliberate precision, their massive forms looming over the man who led them. The city itself was noisy, the streets relatively packed. The figures they passed looked at them with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, as though strangers of such a nature weren't common visitors. The walls of Sundari, reinforced but bearing the marks of past conflicts, seemed to hum with the history of war, both recent and distant. Maximus's gaze remained focused, his mind calculating the political ramifications of their visit. They were here for one thing, to procure Beskar to repair their armor. But they were also treading a fine line. The Mandalorians had a long history of mistrusting outsiders, and even more so after the recent conflicts that had divided their people. Their request could easily be seen as an imposition, or worse, a challenge to their way of life. The man leading them, noticing the tension in the air, spoke again, trying to ease the atmosphere. "It's not often that we receive visitors from such distant parts of the galaxy. I trust Queen Amidala's words, though. She believes your mission is just—" Maximus glanced down at him, his voice measured. "We are here for no reason other than to seek your aid. We require Beskar to repair our armor, and we hope you will see the value in assisting us." The man's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not slow his pace. "Beskar, you say? That is not a request we take lightly, even from those with noble intentions. But as I said, the Duchess is waiting. She will be the one to decide what can be done." Sebastian let out a low growl, but Raxa gave him a sidelong glance. "Patience, brother. We must proceed with care." Maximus did not respond, his focus now fully on the path ahead. The city stretched on, the palace now visible in the distance, rising against the horizon. It was an imposing structure, symbolizing the authority of the Duchess, but also a reminder of the delicate peace she tried to maintain in a world ravaged by war. As they neared the palace gates, the man paused, turning toward them with a more serious expression. "I'll announce your arrival," he said before stepping into the entryway, leaving the Astartes to wait. Maximus, Raxa, and Sebastian stood in silence, their towering forms a stark contrast to the bustling city around them. "I haven't been this bored since attending that High Lord banquet," Sebastian's voice crackled over the private Vox link, though the massive crack in his helmet let his words slip out a little, barely audible to the others. "We should just take what we need, or we can go to the Death Watch. I'm sure they'd be simpler to discuss this with." Maximus's voice came through steady and unwavering, his tone barely a whisper on the Vox. "If the Duchess is unwilling, we will go to the Death Watch next." "But the girl, Padme, said the Duchess was a fair and logical woman. We will give her a chance to decide." Sebastian grunted in frustration, the sound faint but telling. Fair and logical doesn't win wars, or repair armor, Raxa's voice, calm as always, added his own thoughts into the conversation. We must give the Duchess the opportunity to see reason. If she is indeed logical, she will understand our needs. Maximus's posture remained unchanged, the massive figure of the Ultramarine unmoving as they continued their quiet vigil outside the gates of the palace. Patience, brothers, we will not rush this. The short silence that followed was broken when the man who had greeted them earlier reappeared, stepping briskly toward them, his pace quickening as he reached their side. "The Duchess will see you now," he said, his tone formal but with an air of quiet anticipation. He gestured toward the grand archway that led deeper into the palace. "Please, follow me." Maximus nodded, his expression stoic as he turned to follow. Raxa and Sebastian fell in step behind him. The throne room lay before them, a space vast and imposing, with high vaulted ceilings and walls adorned with intricate Mandalorian art, tales of battle and survival etched into the stone and colorful windows. At the far end of the room, perched on a raised platform, was the throne where Duchess Satine Kryze sat in quiet authority. Her presence was commanding, yet there was an undeniable grace in the way she held herself. Her eyes locked onto the trio as they entered, her expression unreadable, but there was no mistaking the hint of wariness in her gaze as she studied the imposing figures before her. The man who had escorted them spoke first, his voice reverent. "Your Grace, the Astartes have arrived as requested." Maximus stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing those around him. "Duchess Satine Kryze, we thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Our armor is damaged, and only the finest metal of Mandalore can restore us to full strength. We seek your assistance in obtaining Beskar," he said, cutting straight to the point. Satine blinked, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the gravity of his words. She studied them carefully. These warriors were not like any she had encountered before. Their size, their presence, the craftsmanship of their armor, none of it was familiar. "You are unlike any I've seen before," she said, her voice calm but laced with a quiet suspicion. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Maximus did not flinch. "We are the Adeptus Astartes, soldiers of the Emperor. We are in need of Beskar to repair our armor, and we request your assistance." Satine remained silent for a long moment, her gaze drifting over the three of them, her eyes lingering on the damage to their armor, the battle-worn edges, the faint bloodstains that still clung to the surfaces. "I do not know who this Emperor is, but I do know that Mandalore's resources are limited. Beskar is a rare and precious metal. Why should I give it to you?" Raxa stepped forward slightly, his mechanical arm clicking softly as he adjusted his stance. "We do not seek to take from you lightly, Duchess. We only ask for what we need to continue our fight." Satine's eyes flicked toward Raxa, then back to Maximus. Her expression remained unreadable. "I am not one to give without cause, Astartes. Mandalore has bled for too long. You are not the first outsiders to come asking for our resources, and you will not be the last. But I am willing to hear your case. If you wish to earn my aid, you must prove to me that your cause is worth the cost." Sebastian's voice came through the vox, low and frustrated. "Prove it. Maximus, this is a waste of time. We should just—" Maximus silenced him with a quick gesture, his attention never leaving the Duchess. "Then let us prove it, Duchess. If we cannot convince you of the necessity of our request, we will seek other avenues. But we ask that you listen first." Satine regarded him for a long moment, her gaze calculating. She had seen too many conflicts in her life to be easily swayed. But there was something in the way the Astartes stood, something in the quiet resolve behind their words that made her pause. "I will listen," she said finally, her voice firm. "But know this. I do not give Beskar freely. It is not a gift for the asking. You must earn it." Maximus inclined his head slightly, and with that their conversation began, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on the air between them. Unknown, Mandalorian. Far above the throne room, high in one of the windows, a figure sat in silence, watching the interaction below. Her armor gleamed with the dull sheen of a polished finish, and her visor obscured any expression, but her posture was one of focused interest as the three Astartes conversed with Duchess Satine Kryze. The massive figures, clad in their ceramite armor, seemed almost out of place in the elegant surroundings of the palace. Their very presence exuded power, but the woman in the window could sense there was more to this meeting than it appeared. She had been watching them since they arrived, her position granting her a clear view of the conversation unfolding. Though none of the Astartes were aware of her presence, she paid close attention to their words, analyzing their every movement. After a while, the woman leaned forward, taking a final long look at the trio below. Then, without another word, she moved. Her jetpack flared to life with a low hum, lifting her off her perch on the roof of the palace, the noise quickly drowned out by the sounds of the bustling city around her. The jetpack carried her swiftly across the sky, the streets of Sundari below a blur as she made her way to a more secluded part of the city. She landed lightly, her boots touching down on the cracked stone street with barely a sound. Her surroundings were quieter here, the chaos of the city distantly muted. She moved quickly, blending into the shadows of the alleyways as she opened her comms link, the low hum of the device filling the air. The voice on the other end of the comms crackled to life, impatient and sharp. "What have you found out? Who is meeting with Satine?" The woman took a slow breath, steadying herself as she reported, "I'm not entirely sure. There were 3 of them, all in massive power armor. The one that seemed to be leading them called themselves Adeptus Astartes." There was a long pause on the other end, the voice sounding more intrigued than before. "Adeptus Astartes? Do you have any idea what they want? What their intentions are?" The woman's eyes narrowed slightly beneath her helmet, her instincts telling her there was more at play here. "They're asking for Beskar. They said their armor was damaged, and only Beskar could restore it. But there's something off about them." The voice seemed to take a moment to process the information before responding, more measured now. "This is troubling. We'll need to monitor them closely. If they're asking for Beskar, it might mean they're gearing up for something more than just repairs." The woman's fingers flexed slightly in her gauntlets as she considered the implications. "I'll keep watching. We need to know what they're really after before they get too close to Satine." "Do not act hastily. We need information, not confrontation. Stay in the shadows, keep your distance and report back if anything changes," the voice warned, its tone hardening. "I understand," she replied before closing the comms link. Her thoughts were sharp, and she couldn't shake the feeling that these Astartes were more than they appeared. With a final glance toward the palace, she turned and disappeared into the city, blending once more with the crowd, her mind racing with possibilities. Chapter 33. A deal is struck. Ikiraz, Duchess Satine. Sitting in her study, the Duchess gazed out the window, watching the bustling streets below. Thousands of people moved about their day, unaware of the weighty decisions being made within the walls of the palace. Her attention shifted to the scattered reports on her desk. Most were routine updates about the city's activities, but one document in particular had unsettled her. It was a report about the Death Watch, once again making moves, but for what purpose she could not yet determine. The Duchess leaned back in her chair, her fingers absently tracing the edge of the paper. The city was at peace for now, but the Death Watch had always been a shadow, lurking just out of sight. Their sudden re-emergence could mean trouble, but Satine knew better than to act on assumptions. She needed more information. The door to her study swung open suddenly, and a guard clad in armor stepped inside, bowing respectfully. "Duchess, we've received a communication request from the planet Naboo. It's from Queen Amidala," he reported, standing at attention. Satine turned her gaze toward the man, curiosity piqued. Why would the young queen be reaching out? "Very well, I'll take it here," she replied with a nod, dismissing the guard. With a press of a button on her desk, a hologram flickered to life, revealing Queen Amidala seated on her throne, regal as ever. "Duchess, thank you for receiving me," Padme said, bowing her head slightly, an act Satine mirrored in return. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Your Majesty?" Satine asked, her tone polite but keen. Skipping past the pleasantries, Padme got straight to the matter at hand. "I've recently forged an alliance with some rather unique individuals. They've asked that I reach out to you so they may speak with you in person." Satine raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. The political landscape was fraught with intrigue, and alliances with unique individuals could mean many things, most of them dangerous. But if there was a potential for peace or even stability, Satine knew better than to dismiss it outright. "Forged an alliance," Satine echoed. "And who exactly are these unique individuals?" Padme's face remained neutral, but her eyes hinted at the weight of what she was about to say. "They are not from Naboo, Duchess, nor from any world that you may be familiar with. They are warriors, fighters, but also strategists. They come from a distant galaxy, a galaxy where the chaos of war is unending." Satine leaned forward slightly, her fingers tapping lightly on her desk. "And what do they want from me? What is it that they expect to gain from this meeting?" "They want to discuss obtaining Beskar, and possibly offer their help," Padme replied carefully. "But I believe their presence could be of great value to your city, Duchess. Their strength, their expertise. It could aid you in securing your rule, especially with the Death Watch." Satine's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Death Watch. She wasn't sure if these unique individuals could be trusted, but the mention of aid in dealing with the Death Watch stirred a sense of urgency in her. "I see," Satine said, her voice steady but her mind racing. "And how would this meeting proceed?" Padme paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts before continuing. "They are intense, incredibly so. Don't let them push you around. They seem to respect strong authority, even if they disagree with it. Maximus will be the one leading them. He's the more reasonable of the group. But be careful around the one in black and white armor. He's extremely vicious. The one who wears green is quieter, but no less dangerous," Padme warned. Satine absorbed the information carefully, her brow furrowing slightly. "Interesting. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. When will they arrive?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with curiosity. "They're leaving Naboo now, so you have some time. Please treat them with respect. They are incredibly powerful. You'll understand what I mean when they arrive," Padme said, her tone carrying an edge of concern. With that, the hologram flickered and cut off, leaving Satine alone once more with her thoughts. Summum. Now the three massive Astartes stood before her, their armor battered and scarred from some unseen battle, evidence of an enemy they had undoubtedly defeated. Satine's gaze moved from one to the next, taking in their imposing presence. First, she looked at the one in blue armor. He stood rigid, as if nothing but his own unyielding will could topple him. Then her attention shifted to the Astartes in black and white armor. His helmet was cracked, revealing one cold, intense eye. The hatred she saw in the Black Templars' gaze was unmistakable, unsettling, and it chilled her to the core. Finally, her eyes moved to the Salamander. He stood with a more relaxed posture, as if the conversation meant little to him, a hint of disinterest in his manner, though his gaze remained sharp. "I have a proposal for you," Satine said, leaning back on her throne, her gaze steady as she looked down at the towering Astartes. Even from her elevated position, their imposing presence filled the room. "I have a problem that I think you would be suited to handle." The Black Templar immediately tensed, his hands clenching into fists. "We are not mercenaries, woman," he growled. "We are the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's finest warriors." He took a step forward, his anger palpable, but was halted by Maximus, who moved to stand in his place. The leader of the trio regarded Satine with a calm, unwavering gaze. "My brother speaks the truth," Maximus said, his voice low and commanding. "You insult us by thinking we can be bought into doing your bidding." Satine remained calm, her gaze unwavering as she met the Astartes' sharp, intense optics. She could feel the weight of their presence in the room, the sheer force of their power radiating from them. The Black Templars' words struck her, but she did not let them rattle her. She had dealt with many powerful individuals in her time. These warriors were no different. She leaned forward slightly, her voice measured, cutting through the tension in the room. "I did not mean to insult you, Astartes," she said, her tone firm yet respectful. "I am not asking for mercenaries. But I do require assistance in dealing with a particular threat, one that your strength is uniquely suited to handle." The Black Templar sneered, his fist still clenched, but Maximus, standing tall and steady, turned his gaze back to Satine, his posture relaxed but resolute. "We are not here to be your weapons, Duchess," Maximus said, his voice like a rumble of thunder. "But if this threat you speak of is as dangerous as you claim, we will hear you out. But know this, we are not to be used as tools in your games." Satine nodded, understanding the fine line she needed to walk. These Astartes were proud, and their honor was not to be questioned. But the Death Watch had been growing stronger, and she needed their help, no matter how much pride it cost her to ask. "I speak of the Death Watch," she said, her voice steady. "They've been making moves within my city, undermining my authority. I need them dealt with, but they are too powerful for my forces alone at this time. That is why I propose a trade." The room was silent for a moment, the air thick with anticipation. Satine could see the change in the Astartes' demeanor, the shift from cold aggression to careful attention. Maximus glanced at his brothers, then back to her. "Continue," he said, his tone not dismissive but cautious. "The Death Watch is not just an enemy, they are a cancer in the very heart of my world. I need something stronger to deal with them. I need someone who understands power, strength, and what it takes to eliminate a threat like this for good." The Black Templar growled low in his throat, but it was the Salamander who spoke up for the first time, his voice quiet but sharp. "The Death Watch is no simple foe," he said, his gaze never leaving Satine. "But if what you say is true, they will need to be eradicated, and we may be able to help." Satine nodded slowly, her heart racing, but her face calm and composed. "I can offer you Beskar, the metal you seek. In exchange for your help, it is yours. Enough to make your armor, or whatever it is you desire." Satine met his gaze with a quiet resolve. "I will ensure you get what you need. The Beskar will be yours. Then I ask that you help rid my planet of the Death Watch." Maximus's expression softened slightly, though he remained guarded. "Very well, Duchess. We will consider this arrangement. But understand this. We will deal with the Death Watch as we see fit." Satine's gaze sharpened, the weight of his words sinking in. She had no illusions about the cost of working with these warriors, but the stakes were too high, and the Death Watch's growing influence too dangerous to ignore. "I understand," she said, her voice unwavering, "and I will honor my part of the deal." With that, the three Astartes stood silently, the weight of their decision hanging in the air. The room was still, as if the very walls held their breath, awaiting the next move in this delicate and dangerous game. Maximus. The Beskar-infused armor would take time to be forged, and in the meantime the Duchess offered the Astartes a place to stay while their armor was repaired. "How do you think we should handle this threat, brother?" Raxa asked, his gaze focused on the bustling city below as he stood by one of the windows. Maximus turned slightly toward the window beside him, his eyes scanning the city as well. "While I was studying the Naboo archives before we departed, I came across something quite interesting," he said, his voice steady. Sebastian, clad in most of his armor with only the damaged parts being worked on, turned his gaze toward Maximus, listening intently. "The Death Watch are a people of honor and tradition," Maximus continued, his expression unreadable. "They value strength, and they desire a leader who leads from the front, not from a throne." Sebastian understood the implication instantly, a slow grin creeping across his face. "We could use a few foot soldiers," he said, the idea clicking into place. Raxa's eyes gleamed with understanding. "Ah, a challenge of leadership," he murmured, turning to face Sebastian, the Black Templar. "And who better than you, Sebastian?" Maximus added. "Make an example of the Death Watch leader. Show them what true strength is. Crush him under your boot and ensure loyalty in the rest." Sebastian stood silently for a moment, considering the suggestion. His grin widened as he turned his gaze to Maximus. "A brutal but effective method," Sebastian said, his voice a low growl. "If they wish to follow strength, then I will show them the true meaning of it." Maximus gave a small nod. "We'll give them a leader they can't ignore, A leader who doesn't just lead from a throne, but one who commands respect through action. Raxa's hands tightened into fists, his voice a sharp whisper. The Death Watch leader will break, and in his place we'll have a loyal army. Maximus turned to face them both fully, his gaze unwavering. And once we break them, we ensure they understand that their allegiance to us is not a choice, it's a necessity. Unknown Mandalorian. As the Mandalorian listened in on the conversation between the three Astartes, she couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the one known as the Black Templar, challenging Pre Vizsla for leadership of the Death Watch. She knew the secret weapon Vizsla wielded, and rumors spoke of its power, stronger than the lightsabers of the Jedi themselves. Unless these Astartes had crossed blades with a Jedi before, which considering their prowess might have been the case, they had no idea what they were up against. Even if they boasted armor comparable to Beskar, she seriously doubted the three hulking soldiers, no matter how powerful, could withstand the might of the Death Watch. She had seen firsthand the kind of power the Death Watch wielded, and the Astartes' confidence seemed almost misplaced. From where she stood, hidden in the shadows outside the chamber, she could hear every word clearly thanks to the devices she had placed in the room. She knew the Death Watch would never submit to someone who didn't prove themselves on the battlefield, not even to these warriors. Leadership among the Death Watch was earned with blood and strength, not through political maneuvering. She couldn't help but feel a cold sense of satisfaction. If the Black Templar really intended to face Pre Vizsla, he was walking right into the heart of a storm he couldn't possibly understand. Chapter 34. The Death Watch. Sebastian. The armor was adequate. It would never match the quality the Imperium could produce, but for now it would suffice. He reached down, taking the helmet in both hands, and placed it over his head before standing tall. The display inside snapped into place, though a noticeable crack ran along its surface. It didn't bother him. His gaze shifted to the little man who had crafted the piece. "You've done well. I will remember this service," Sebastian said, his voice low before turning and walking away, leaving the smith stunned in his wake. When he entered the room where his brothers waited, he found them examining a small device they had found hidden under one of the tables, undoubtedly a tool for eavesdropping. "Someone's been listening in on us, brother," Maximus said, looking up. "It doesn't matter," Sebastian growled. "Whether it's the Duchess or the Death Watch, their knowledge of our plans will change nothing." "Indeed," Maximus agreed. "We can rule out the Duchess, as she continues to offer us her repairs. They've also left a set of coordinates for a meeting somewhere on the moon. Likely an ambush in waiting," the Ultramarine finished, handing a small device to Sebastian. He pressed a button, revealing a series of unfamiliar symbols on the screen. "I'm ready. I'll take my leave now," Sebastian said, his tone changing. "Good. We'll wait for you on Tatooine, getting the battle barge ready. I look forward to seeing the results of your efforts," the Ultramarine said, extending his right arm in farewell. Sebastian took the offered hand before repeating the action with Raxor, nodding to his brothers before heading back to the ship that had brought them to Mandalore. There, he retrieved his massive shield and power sword. He then walked toward a second ship, prepared for him by Duchess Satine, who was waiting beside it. "Just you?" "Where are the others?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Sebastian halted in front of her, looking down at the mortal. "I alone am enough. More would be unnecessary. Now move," he commanded, his tone dripping with contempt. The Duchess glanced up at his towering form, then nodded, stepping aside while casting a final glare at the towering Astartes. Sebastian stepped onto the ramp of the ship, his heavy boots thudding against the metal floor with each step. Behind him, the Duchess remained silent, watching him with a mixture of contempt and concern. He could feel her gaze, but he paid it no mind. His focus was fixed on the mission ahead, a singular purpose driving him forward. The engines roared to life, and the ship lifted off from the surface of Mandalore, climbing into the cold emptiness of space. Through the viewport, the distant moon of Concordia loomed, dark, silent, and waiting. As the ship broke through the atmosphere and entered orbit, the Black Templar stood tall in the middle of the chamber, his power sword held firmly, its hilt gleaming in the low light, while his massive shield hung loosely at his side. He was a walking embodiment of war, his mind already focused on the impending confrontation. Sebastian stood unmoving, his gaze locked on the horizon, his mind already on the coming battle. His thoughts were simple, unyielding. Pre-Vizsla will fall. The ship descended toward the surface. The unmistakable silhouettes of armored figures began to emerge from the surrounding area. Death Watch warriors. Their weapons gleamed under the pale light of Concordia, and their posture betrayed the expectation of conflict. The ship's landing struts sank into the rocky surface with a sudden sharp jolt. The ramp hissed open, revealing the grim, barren landscape of the moon. Sebastian stepped out onto the rocky ground. His boots sank slightly into the dust, but his form remained towering and imposing. He looked at the gathering group ahead, his eyes narrowing as he moved toward them. As he approached, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. A group of warriors, clad in the distinctive armor of the Death Watch, emerged from the shadows, weapons drawn as well to surround him. A Mandalorian stepped forward from the group of warriors, his posture cocky. His voice was dripping with mockery as he addressed the Black Templar. "Well, well, the dog comes to claim his bones," the warrior sneered, raising his weapon slightly in a taunting gesture. "You think you can just stroll in here and take command? Pre-Vizsla's rule is ironclad. You're out of your league, Astartes," he said, clearly knowing why Sebastian was there. Sebastian didn't respond. His gaze remained unwavering, his face as stoic and unreadable as ever behind his helmet. The mocking tone fell silent in the air, the tension growing as the Death Watch warriors around him shifted, preparing for the inevitable conflict. Without warning, the Mandalorian lunged forward, his weapon raised to strike. But Sebastian was faster, and the weight of his movements was a terrifying, unstoppable force. The Mandalorian's blaster fire rang out, but it was instantly absorbed by Sebastian's massive shield. With a single powerful motion, Sebastian swung the shield outward, sending the warrior flying across the barren landscape with a sickening thud. His body crashed into the ground, unmoving, the sound of crushed armor echoing in the stillness. The rest of the Death Watch warriors hesitated for only a moment before closing in. They charged as one, blasters and melee weapons raised, hoping to overwhelm the towering figure of the Black Templar. But Sebastian was a force of nature, a living weapon. He swung his power sword in a wide arc, the blade crackling with energy. The first warrior in his path barely had time to raise his own weapon before Sebastian's sword cleaved through him like a hot knife through butter. The Mandalorian's body was torn in half, the upper half falling lifelessly to the ground as the lower half crumpled beside it. Another warrior charged in from the side, swinging a vibroblade in a wide, diagonal arc. Sebastian met the strike with his shield, deflecting it with ease, then drove his power sword down into the Mandalorian's chest, the blade piercing through armor and flesh with effortless precision. The warrior gurgled once before collapsing, his body crumpling to the ground like a broken doll. The rest of the Death Watch warriors scattered, trying to flank him from all directions. But Sebastian was a whirlwind of destruction. He moved like a storm, his shield a wall that crushed anything in its path, his sword a blade that carved through flesh and bone with terrifying ease. One warrior tried to surprise him from behind, aiming a blaster at the back of his head. But Sebastian was faster still. In a single fluid motion, he turned, raised his shield, and brought it crashing into the warrior's chest. The sound of ribs snapping echoed through the air as the warrior was sent flying backward, his blaster falling from his limp hands. Another warrior came in low, aiming to strike at Sebastian's legs with a gauntlet-mounted blade. But Sebastian's power sword was already moving, cutting downwards and meeting the blade with an explosion of sparks. With a savage twist of his wrist, he tore the Mandalorian's arm from his socket and with a brutal, precise strike impaled him through the chest. The remaining Death Watch warriors, seeing their comrades fall one after the other, faltered. Some hesitated, unsure if they should press the attack, others took a step back in fear. They didn't know what they were facing, there was no victory to be had here. With a roar of fury, one of the final warriors charged, weapons raised. But Sebastian was already there, his sword flashing out in a perfect arc. The Mandalorian was sliced in two before he could even react, his lifeless body falling in a heap at the Black Templar's feet. The silence returned, broken only by the soft, eerie wind of Concordia's barren surface. Sebastian stood amid the carnage, his power sword still crackling with energy. His shield was marked with scuffs and dents, but it remained unbroken, as did he. The remaining Death Watch soldiers stood frozen, fear creeping into their eyes as they watched the Black Templar. His gaze swept over them with utter disdain, and his presence seemed to grow ever more imposing in the aftermath of the brutal battle. He spread his arms wide, a challenge as much as a declaration, inviting them to step forward and meet their doom. "With the Emperor as my witness, none of you shall live to see another day." Sebastian's voice rang out, cold and commanding. "You claim to be warriors, but while your brothers and sisters died in honorable combat, you shrank from the challenge. In doing so, you have denied yourselves honorable deaths. Prepare yourselves, for I will brook no cowardice." Without waiting for a response, he brought his left arm around, the massive shield held firmly, and drew his heavy bolt pistol with his left hand. The first round exploded from the barrel, punching through the visor of one Mandalorian's helmet with a deafening crack. The warrior's body crumpled to the ground instantly, lifeless. At the sight of the dead warrior, the remaining Death Watch soldiers hesitated for only a moment longer, before their fear broke. With a panicked shout, they scattered in every direction, seeking cover behind the craggy rocks and structures surrounding them. Sebastian's eyes burned with contempt as he watched their disorganized retreat. With a swift motion, he brought his bolt pistol to bear again, firing relentlessly into the chaos. Each shot found its mark. More warriors crumpled beneath the deadly fire, their armor torn open in brutal bursts of explosive force. One soldier attempted to take cover behind a nearby stone outcrop, but Sebastian was already moving. His shield swung forward in a flash, and with terrifying speed he charged, his massive form closing the distance in seconds. As the warrior peered from behind his cover, ready to fire, Sebastian's sword was already in motion. With a single stroke, he cleaved the Death Watch soldier and the stone in half, the blade tearing through armor, bone, flesh, and rock with equal ease. The rest of the Death Watch warriors faltered, realizing that there was no escape, no chance for survival. They began to regroup, trying to rally themselves, but their fear was palpable. Sebastian's voice rang out again, cold and unforgiving. "You hide behind your armor, behind your cowardice, but there is no refuge from the Emperor's wrath." He pressed forward, the ground shaking beneath his boots as he moved through their ranks like a tidal wave of death. The last few remaining Death Watch soldiers fought desperately, but there was no real challenge left. Sebastian's power sword flashed, cutting through their attempts to counterattack, his shield slamming into anyone who dared come too close. One by one, the warriors fell, mangled and broken, their armor no protection against the fury of the Black Templar. As Sebastian drove his sword into the chest of the second-to-last warrior, he stomped down with all his might, wrenching the blade free with a sickening pull. His optics then fell on the last Mandalorian, who had just used his wrist-mounted flamethrower to cauterize his severed arm. The man's whimpering grated on Sebastian's nerves, drawing his ire. Without a word, the Black Templar began walking toward him. The Mandalorian, trembling, started to back away, his fear evident in every step. Sebastian's pace never faltered, his presence a looming force that bore down on the coward. In an instant he moved, slamming the flat of his power sword into the man's chest. The Mandalorian was knocked off his feet, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for air. "You will lead me to Pre Vizsla." Sebastian's voice was a low growl. "Then I will give you a quick and painless death." The Mandalorian struggled to push himself up, his helmet cracked. His breath came in ragged gasps, the smell of burned flesh lingering in the air from his cauterized stump. He looked up at the towering figure of Sebastian, the grim determination in the Astartes' optics unmistakable. The Black Templar stood above him, unwavering, his power sword still humming with energy at his side, his shield resting casually in his other hand. The Mandalorian's body trembled as he realized that there was no escape, no more fight left to win. His resolve broke, and he slowly raised his hands in surrender. "Pre Vizsla, he's in the stronghold," the Mandalorian stammered, his voice shaky with fear. "I'll take you to him. Just don't kill me." Sebastian's gaze was cold as ice. "Lead." The man scrambled to his feet, wincing as he favored his cauterized arm. He slowly backed away, eyes darting nervously toward the stronghold. With a final look at the carnage behind him, he turned and began moving toward the entrance, each step filled with dread. Sebastian followed closely, his heavy footsteps resonating like thunder in the silence. The Mandalorian's breathing quickened, but the Black Templar showed no sign of mercy, his gaze locked ahead, already preparing for the confrontation to come. The fortress loomed ahead, and as they drew closer, the Mandalorian hesitated, glancing back at Sebastian. I can't take you any further," he stammered, panic rising in his voice. It's not just him. There's more inside." Sebastian's voice was a low growl. "Then you will die first. Lead me to Vizsla, or die like the rest of them." The Mandalorian quickly nodded, his fear overwhelming his desire for self-preservation. He started moving toward the entrance again, faster this time, desperate to avoid the wrath that hung over him. Sebastian followed without hesitation, his mind already focused on the final battle that would determine the fate of the Death Watch. Chapter 35, 35th Mandalore. Sebastian. The Death Watch warrior hurried forward, almost sprinting to stay ahead of the Black Templar, who was close on his heels. As they neared the entrance, more Death Watch soldiers emerged from the underground fortress, swiftly forming a line on either side of the threshold just before Sebastian's target arrived. Pre Vizsla stepped out, flanked by more Mandalorian warriors. He moved to the center of the half-circle formed by his men as Sebastian and the Mandalorian leading him halted, the agent still clutching his cauterized arm. "So how did you enjoy my little welcoming party?" Pre Vizsla sneered behind his helmet. "A needless waste of life," Sebastian replied, using the flat of his blade to push aside the Mandalorian standing before him as he advanced. Sebastian's gaze never left Pre Vizsla as he stood tall, his body radiating a quiet intensity. The air around them seemed to crackle with anticipation. "You are a coward, Vizsla," Sebastian growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Hiding behind your men, pretending you're something you're not." Sebastian planted his sword firmly into the dirt and slammed his shield down beside it, his eyes locked on Pre Vizsla. His stance was calm, but every muscle in his body was coiled tight, ready for the fight ahead. For a long moment, the two stood there in silence, sizing each other up, the tension thick in the air. Finally, Sebastian broke the silence, his voice cold and steady. "You don't know anything about me," he said, his eyes narrowing beneath his helmet. "But I've seen what you've become." Pre Vizsla's voice dripped with disdain. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Sebastian slowly turned his gaze toward the surrounding Mandalorians, his expression hardening. His words carried to them like a thunderclap in the quiet. "Look at you," he said, his tone dripping with contempt. "Warriors who once fought for honor, for something greater than yourselves. Now you've become nothing more than hired swords. Mercenaries clinging to a past that doesn't exist anymore." A few of the Mandalorians shifted uncomfortably, exchanging glances, but none dared speak. "You were supposed to be better than this," Sebastian continued, his voice rising. "You used to be a symbol of strength, a force that stood for something. Now you follow this man, this false leader, blindly, like dogs at the heel of a broken cause." He swept his gaze across them, the weight of his words landing heavily. "Are you proud of what you've become? Is this what your ancestors fought for? To kneel at the feet of a man like him, hidden away on this emperor-forsake rock?" There was a flicker of uncertainty among some of the warriors, but Vizsla stepped forward, his voice cold and steady. "You speak as if you know anything of my people, of my way of life. You're a stranger here, and your words mean nothing." Sebastian turned back to face him, his eyes locked onto the Mandalorian leader. "Maybe, but I know one thing for sure, you're leading them down a path of ruin." Pre Vizsla sneered behind his helmet. "And what would you know of ruin, outsider? You don't even know who I am." Sebastian's lips curled into a thin smile. "I know enough." Vizsla's hand tightened on his weapon. Enough talk. Sebastian's optics glinted with cold resolve as he stepped forward, his immense frame dwarfing the smaller Mandalorian leader. Pre Vizsla's gaze flickered momentarily, a flash of uncertainty crossing his face before he recovered. The black blade hummed to life, a faint glow of light casting sharp shadows across the field as he swung it menacingly. "I don't need a weapon to crush you, Vizsla," Sebastian growled, his voice steady but filled with a quiet, terrifying power. The Mandalorian hesitated, his grip tightening on the hilt of the darksaber. "You think you can fight me without your weapons? Fool!" Without another word, Sebastian charged. The ground seemed to tremble beneath his heavy boots as he closed the distance between them with lightning speed. Vizsla used his jetpack to lunge forward, swung the darksaber, aiming for the Astarte's neck. But Sebastian's massive hand shot out, seizing the blade's hilt mid-swing. His grip tightened around the darksaber as though it were a simple twig. With a twist of his wrist, he yanked the blade from Vizsla's grasp, sending it flying through the air, where it landed in the dirt several feet away. The Mandalorian leader landed before he staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief. Sebastian's smile was a predatory thing, a slow curl of amusement on his lips. "Is that all you have?" Vizsla's hand shot to his sidearm, pulling a blaster from his belt and aiming it directly at Sebastian's chest. He started unloading it into the Astartes, but was shocked when Sebastian stood there, the shots simply doing nothing. The Black Templar reached out and caught the Mandalorian's wrist with a single crushing hand, the bones in Vizsla's arm breaking under the immense pressure. With a growl, Sebastian slammed his fist into the Mandalorian's chest, before throwing Vizsla to the ground with enough force to crack the earth beneath them. The surrounding Death Watch warriors stood frozen, unsure whether to step in or watch the spectacle unfold. Sebastian loomed over Vizsla, who was struggling to rise, but the Astartes simply stood there, waiting. "This is the man you follow?" "This," he said loudly, his voice carrying across the battlefield, "a man who can't even hold on to his own weapon." Vizsla spat blood into his helmet, seething with anger and humiliation, but he couldn't get back up after the Astartes had shattered his breastbone. Sebastian took a step back. He raised his voice, addressing the Death Watch soldiers who now stood silently, watching the brutal display. "Look at him," he said. "This is your leader, the one you've sworn allegiance to. A man who is so weak, so pathetic, he can't even defend himself." The warriors shifted uncomfortably, their eyes darting between Sebastian and Vizsla, who was still struggling to get up. Sebastian's gaze swept across the group, his eyes narrowing with deliberate intent. "I am unstoppable. I've faced things that would turn your worst nightmares into reality, and I stand here before you without a scratch. This man," he gestured to Vizsla with contempt, "couldn't last a moment in the presence of true strength. I offer you something better. I offer you a future where you follow me, where you stand with the true power of the Imperium. We could rebuild the Death Watch into something greater than it ever was, but only if you choose to follow a real leader." There was a long pause, the only sound the distant wind stirring the dust and the soft groan of the Mandalorian leader as he tried to rise. Sebastian turned back to him. "Beg your gods for mercy, for I shall have none." With a single motion, Sebastian grabbed Vizsla by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The Mandalorian's feet dangled, kicking helplessly as Sebastian's iron grip crushed the life from him. "Choose wisely," Sebastian said, his voice cold as he addressed the Death Watch, "or I will do to you what I've done to so many others, erase you from history." The Black Templars' optics locked onto the Death Watch warriors, the silence of the moment pressing down on all of them. He tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Vizsla's throat like iron, squeezing the life from him inch by inch. Without a word, the Black Templar flung Vizsla's body sideways, sending him crashing toward the ground. The Mandalorian leader's neck landed with a sickening crack on the edge of his power sword, still lodged deep in the earth where he had placed it earlier. Vizsla's body jerked, and his hands instinctively reached for his neck, but it was too late. The angle of his fall had sealed his fate. Sebastian stepped forward, his armored boots crushing into the dirt with a heavy, deliberate stomps. Before Vizsla could react, Sebastian's boot slammed down, this time on his skull. The sound was brutal, the crack of bone echoing across the battlefield as the Mandalorian leader's head was cleaved from his body as Sebastian kicked his head next to the blade, sending it spinning across the ground, coming to a stop several feet away, the lifeless eyes still staring at nothing. The silence that followed was deafening. Not a single Death Watch warrior moved, their eyes wide in shock. Sebastian straightened, his gaze scanning the group, his expression one of cold triumph. "You see," he said, his voice heavy with authority, "this is what happens to those who are weak, to those who dare stand in my way." He raised his eyes to meet the remaining Mandalorian stares, his voice firm and commanding. "You've seen the truth. I offer you power, strength, and a future that no one else can. Follow me, and you will know what it is to be truly unstoppable." The Astartes brought his foot down on the decapitated head of Pre Vizsla, crushing it. Sebastian turned slowly, his broad shoulders sweeping through the stillness. "Choose wisely," he said, his voice carrying like a war cry. "The time for weakness is over. Follow me, or be left behind." The Death Watch stood frozen, caught between fear and awe, as their former leader's body lay in a crumpled heap on the ground. Sebastian had shown them all who held the true power now. One of the Death Watch warriors tentatively stepped forward, holding out the darksaber he had picked up. His hand shook slightly as he extended it toward the Black Templar. "You are Mandalore," he said, his voice steady but filled with reverence, before he dropped to one knee, his head bowed low in submission. Sebastian's gaze lingered on the weapon for a moment, then he took it from his hand, studying the blade with quiet detachment. After a heartbeat, he let the darksaber roll from his hand into the dirt below. "The only badge I require is of my chapter," he said, his voice deep and commanding. "You take it and wield it in the name of the Emperor." The warrior's brow furrowed in confusion under his helmet, and he slowly raised his head, eyes searching him for an explanation. "The Emperor?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sebastian's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with a measure of grim resolve. "You all have much to learn. Gather the whole of the Death Watch. We depart for Tatooine." The gathered Mandalorians exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of Sebastian's words settling over them like a heavy storm. They had never heard of the Emperor, but the undeniable power of the Astartes, the sheer force of his presence, had silenced any protest they might have raised. Sebastian turned, his broad shoulders cutting through the air with a practiced grace. "Do not waste time, we march now." As the warriors began to move, slowly collecting their fallen comrades and preparing for the journey, one of the more senior members of the Death Watch, an older Mandalorian with a scarred face and a battle-worn helmet, stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. "You speak of this Emperor as though we should follow him. What do you expect us to believe?" he asked, his voice low but challenging. Sebastian didn't even glance at the warrior as he spoke. "You will believe in the Emperor in time. For now your loyalty lies with me, my brothers and the Death Watch. As Mandalore, I will lead you to a power that is beyond anything you've known." The older warrior stood silent for a moment, as if weighing his options, before he looked toward the others. His gaze was dark, skeptical, but it was clear he was beginning to question what he had believed for so long. "We are leaving." "Now," Sebastian said again, his tone brokering no argument. "Tatooine is where the next phase of our future begins." As the warriors gathered their gear and made ready, one by one, they began to move toward the shipyard, each step uncertain but unmistakably heading in the direction Sebastian had set. The words of their former leader and the darksaber were already fading into the past, replaced by a new symbol of strength, and a new future, forged in the name of a power none of them truly understood yet. But as they followed, they knew one thing for certain: they were no longer bound to the past. They were bound to something greater, to something that promised power, destiny, and perhaps a future far more complicated than any of them had ever imagined. Sebastian watched them move with a stoic expression, the weight of what was to come settling heavily on his shoulders. He had made his choice, and the Death Watch would follow, or they would fall. Chapter 36. 36. A Seed Planted. Maximus. Leaving Sebastian to oversee the Death Watch, Maximus and Raxa followed Duchess Satine through the grand halls of the Sundari Palace. The atmosphere was a blend of regal grandeur and ancient Mandalorian tradition. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly against the stone floors, a rhythmic reminder of the palace's age and its storied history. As they moved, the group passed beneath towering archways adorned with intricate carvings, the stone walls alive with vibrant murals and inscriptions. The artwork told the tale of Mandalore's people, depicting both the honor and tragedy that had shaped the warrior society. The stories, captured in vivid hues of ochre, crimson, and indigo, spanned centuries, immortalizing battles fought, alliances forged, and the unyielding spirit of the Mandalorians. Maximus, always drawn to the historical details, slowed his pace to admire a particularly striking mural. His scholar's eye caught every nuance: the battle formations, the careful rendering of the armor, the proud posture of the warriors. Raxa, by contrast, was less interested in the artwork and more in the practical aspects of their mission. He moved with purpose toward a blacksmith who had accompanied their retinue, a sturdy, battle-hardened individual whose hands were calloused from years of forging Mandalorian weapons. The two exchanged words, their conversation a low hum, as they discussed the intricacies of Mandalorian weaponry. Raxa's gruff voice blended easily with the clinking of metal, the ambient sounds of the palace. Duchess Satine walked ahead, her posture regal and composed. She offered a polite smile, aware of the two men's differing interests. Though she remained silent as they absorbed the history of her people, she was no stranger to the beauty of the palace, but there was a part of her that always felt a sense of duty when walking these halls, a reminder of the political weight she carried as Mandalore's leader. As the group continued through the palace, they passed a series of large windows that overlooked the city of Sundari, where the architecture blended seamlessly with the natural Mandalorian landscape. The sun cast long shadows over the domed structures and sweeping plains, the city alive with a quiet yet constant energy. "Your brother Sebastian is quite rude," Satine remarked, hoping for a response. "Of course he is," Maximus replied without offense, still absorbed in the wall's details. "He is a warrior first and foremost, one of the Emperor's finest." The group paused in front of a particular wall depicting a lone Mandalorian warrior wielding what appeared to be a sword. "Tell me of this Mandalore," Maximus asked, glancing toward Satine. Satine paused, her gaze lingering on the mural, as if trying to draw out the meaning behind the image. The depiction of the Mandalorian warrior was striking, his stance powerful, holding a weapon that was clearly more than just a blade. It was unmistakably the darksaber, the symbol of Mandalore's rightful leadership. "That," Satine said, her voice quieter now, "is Tara Vizsla. He was the first Mandalorian to ever be inducted into the Jedi Order, and he forged the darksaber with his own hands. It's said that it was his strength and wisdom that united the clans under one banner, creating a legacy that still endures today." Maximus leaned in closer, studying the figure. A warrior and a scholar, then. He was both Mandalorian and Jedi. Satine nodded. Yes, though his time with the Jedi was brief. After his death, the darksaber was passed down through the leaders of Mandalore, becoming a symbol of authority and unity. But its power is not just in the blade, it's in the leadership it represents. Raxa, having finished his conversation with the smith, joined the group. He eyed the mural with a raised brow. "The darksaber," he said thoughtfully, "a weapon of such significance. I read of it while we were traveling here." "Few have seen it," Satine replied, a hint of pride in her voice, "but it remains a part of our history. We have lost it for now, but its meaning is still strong." Maximus considered this, the weight of the history unfolding before him. A unifier, then, not just through strength, but through purpose. His leadership was not forged by fear alone. Satine's eyes softened, a touch of sadness crossing her features. Exactly. Tara Vizsla's vision was of balance, strength tempered by wisdom. But since his time, that balance has been lost. The clans fight amongst themselves, and the leadership has splintered. Raxa crossed his arms, glancing at the mural and then back to Satine. True leadership is never simple. Power must come with a sense of purpose, or it is doomed to fracture. Maximus met her gaze, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps the time for reunification is not beyond us," he said cryptically. Satine's gaze lingered on Maximus for a moment, as though weighing his words. Then, with a soft breath, she turned away from the mural and addressed him directly. You have mentioned an emperor. Who is he, and where is your empire located? She asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and caution. Maximus's expression remained neutral, though there was a brief flash of pride in his eyes. He took a step back from the carving, his gaze briefly shifting to Raxa, who stood at attention, as if to ensure no misstep would occur in this conversation. The Emperor is the leader of the Imperium of Man, Maximus began, his voice steady and deliberate. He is a being of unimaginable power and wisdom, though his physical form is no longer as it once was. His empire, the Imperium, stretches across the galaxy, encompassing countless worlds, including my own homeworld of Makraga. It is an empire built on the defense of humanity, united under the banner of the Emperor's vision of mankind's future. Satine raised an eyebrow. And this Emperor, what does he seek to achieve? Is he a conqueror, a ruler, or is there a deeper purpose to his reign? Maximus considered her question carefully, as though the weight of his answer might carry more meaning than he intended. He seeks the survival of humanity, to protect it from the many threats that seek its annihilation. The Emperor is not a conqueror in the traditional sense. His goal is not to dominate others for the sake of power. His empire is a means to safeguard mankind from the dangers of the galaxy. But in doing so, many sacrifices must be made. Many sacrifices, Satine repeated quietly, her voice tinged with both understanding and concern. And what of Mandalore? Does this Emperor see our people as a threat, or as allies? Maximus's eyes flickered with the faintest trace of conflict, but his tone remained measured. I do not speak for the Emperor, Duchess, but I believe he values strength and honor above all. But my brothers and I are stranded here, separated from the Imperium for now. Satine's eyes narrowed slightly as she processed his words, her curiosity piqued but tinged with caution. Stranded, you say? Maximus's expression hardened slightly, but his voice remained even, steady with conviction. The Imperium is vast, and its reach stretches across countless stars. But even the Emperor's will can be delayed by the forces of chaos. My brothers and I were sent on a mission, one that had brought us far from the Imperium before we encountered something in the warp. Now we are stranded here, isolated from the greater galaxy we protect. The road back is uncertain, but our duty remains clear. We fight for the Emperor and for the survival of humanity. Satine's gaze was sharp as she leaned forward, her voice softening a little. And do you see your mission as part of something larger? A greater duty to your Emperor, or merely a matter of survival? Maximus's eyes darkened, his voice taking on a deeper, more resolute tone. It is both, Duchess. The Imperium is not just an empire, it is the last bastion of humanity. Without it, mankind would fall into chaos, consumed by the countless threats that seek its annihilation. Our mission is not just survival, it is the preservation of all humanity. The Emperor's vision is the only thing standing between us and the destruction of everything we hold dear. Satine's gaze softened slightly, but the weight of her next words still lingered in the air. You speak of survival, but what of peace? What of a future built without the constant threat of war? Maximus's gaze hardened, his stance unyielding. Peace is a lie, Duchess. The galaxy is filled with predators that would see humanity crushed beneath their heels. The Imperium provides the strength and order necessary to keep us alive. The Emperor's rule is the only thing standing between mankind and total annihilation. Without it, there would be no future to protect, no peace to be found. Satine took a breath, her tone soft but firm as she countered. But what of the cost, the suffering that comes with constant war? We have fought for generations to find a way to live in peace here on Mandalore. I believe it is possible. I do not want my people to be allies to an empire that demands war as its only solution. Maximus's eyes flashed with unwavering conviction. And what will your people do when chaos comes? What will Mandalore do when the galaxy itself turns on you, as it has done to so many others? The galaxy is not kind to those who stand alone. The Imperium is the only system capable of ensuring humanity's survival. Without it, your dreams of peace will be shattered. Peace cannot exist without strength to defend it. Satine's lips tightened, but her voice remained calm with a touch of her pacifist resolve. I cannot accept that. There must be a way to protect people without becoming the very thing we fear. What you speak of, empire, conquest, there is always a cost, and it is paid in lives. We have seen that throughout our history. If survival means losing our humanity, then what are we fighting for? Maximus regarded her with a steady gaze, his voice unwavering. Survival is the foundation of everything, Duchess. Without it, there is nothing left to protect. And there are those who give up their humanity to protect those things, like us, he said, gesturing to Raxa and himself. The Imperium is not a perfect system, but it is the only system that can shield humanity from the horrors of this galaxy. The alternative is annihilation. Satine met his gaze, her expression softening with a touch of sorrow. Perhaps that is where our paths diverge, Maximus. I believe that peace and understanding must come first. Strength is necessary, yes, but it must be a strength that is guided by compassion, not fear. Maximus stood silent for a moment, the weight of her words pressing against his resolve. I hope you can hold on to that belief, Duchess, he said quietly. But know that the galaxy is unforgiving, and the price of peace is often more than any of us can bear. Satine turned her gaze back to the mural of Tara, her fingers lightly tracing the outline of his image. I believe it's worth fighting for, Maximus. There must be a better way, one that doesn't cost so much. The silence between them stretched, the weight of their differing views heavy in the air, as both stared at the image of the Mandalore, Tara, whose own path had been one of strength and vision, yet had sought to unite rather than divide. It was a reminder that the road ahead, like history itself, was never simple. Thank you for your hospitality, Duchess. I've enjoyed our discussion, Maximus said, his tone respectful as he glanced down at Satine, who stood beside him, her expression thoughtful. She offered a small, cordial smile, though the weight of their conversation still lingered between them. The pleasure was mine, Maximus. I only hope that Mandalore and this Imperium of yours find a way to coexist peacefully, though I fear that may be a long road. Maximus nodded, his face unreadable but respectful. Perhaps one day, Duchess. The galaxy is full of uncertainty, but we must press on. He then turned to Raxa, who stood nearby, speaking to the smith once more. We must be going. Tatooine awaits, Maximus said, the edge of finality in his voice. Raxa gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before turning back to the smith and giving his farewells. Maximus gave a final glance to Satine, who met his gaze with a silent nod, a gesture of both respect and the unspoken understanding that their paths would likely cross once more, unaware of the horrors that left her palace. Maximus turned away, the loud clinking of his armor the only sound as he walked toward the exit. Raxa fell in step beside him, and together they made their way out of the palace, leaving Satine standing in the quiet of the hall, deep in thought. As the doors closed behind them, Satine allowed herself a quiet sigh, wondering if the fragile hope for peace in the galaxy was something worth continuing to fight for, or if the harsh reality the Ultramarines spoke of would one day prove unstoppable. Chapter 37. Rebuilding. Maximus. A day had passed since Maximus and Raxa had departed from Mandalore, returning to Tatooine to find their battle barge once again surrounded by the repulsive xenofilth known as the Jawas. As their boots landed on the arid desert sands, their blood began to boil with the anticipation of battle. This was not the first time these scavengers had dared approach their ship, but it would certainly be the last. But as the duo approached, it became clear that the Jawas had only just arrived. The battle barge stood defiant, the wreckage of their earlier skirmishes barely touched by the scavengers. But that didn't stop the two Astartes. Their fury ignited the moment their optics scanned the scene. They had been disrespected, violated, and nothing would sate their rage but the eradication of every last one of these vermin. Their anger flared when they found one of their brothers, another Ultramarine, being dragged away from the ship. His armor torn and battered, pieces of it scattered across the sand like discarded refuse. The scavengers had desecrated the body, stripping it of honor. "We will avenge this slight 1,000-fold," Raxa roared, his voice thick with fury. He reached down, grabbing his heavy flamer, his grip tightening around its trigger. Flames erupted from the barrel, engulfing the nearest Jawas in an inferno that turned their bodies into charred husks in seconds. The heat of the flames turned the air to a searing haze, and the sand beneath their feet began to melt into glass. Never before had Raxa felt such a savage joy in the slaughter. He swept the heavy flamer from side to side, setting fire to anything that dared cross his path. Jawas screamed as their flesh bubbled and popped under the infernal heat, their grotesque forms disintegrating under the onslaught of fire. Maximus was not far behind, his optics narrowing as he zeroed in on the creatures with the cold, calculating focus of a predator. His bolter roared to life, sending explosive rounds into the scattered masses. The Jawas who were lucky enough to avoid the flames were soon torn apart by the brutal force of his bolter fire. Their fragile bodies exploded in showers of blood and viscera, littering the desert with mangled remains. As Maximus moved forward, the sound of his chainsword revving to life cut through the chaos, its whirling teeth eagerly tearing through the air before they sank into the bodies of the Xeno filth. The noise it made was an echo of death, like a scream they would never escape. Each swing of his chainsword sent a Jawa flying into the air, their bodies torn apart in mid-flight before falling in pieces to the ground. The desert became a graveyard of mangled corpses and scattered limbs. "Where do they keep coming from?" Maximus shouted through gritted teeth, his voice thick with a rage that was impossible to contain. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for the source of this infestation. "We must find where they originate from and burn it to the ground." The sound of a speeder bike's engine hummed in the distance, cutting through the crackle of gunfire. Maximus's enhanced senses immediately locked onto the movement. It was just the wind at first, stirring the sand, but then it grew louder, the unmistakable sound of fleeing Jawas, likely trying to summon reinforcements. Without a moment's hesitation, Maximus's massive frame exploded into motion. His legs powered him forward, each step sending ripples through the sand as he charged across the desolate wasteland with astonishing speed. His bolter barked again, each shot bringing death in a thunderous, unstoppable wave. The remaining Jawas fled in every direction, but they were no match for his relentless pursuit. They were mere animals, no better than cattle to be slaughtered. Raxa was hot on his heels, his heavy flamer spitting out flames that consumed the landscape, turning the fleeing Jawas into ash before they could even think of escaping. One of the speeder bikes, attempting to flee, was blasted into molten slag by Raxa's flames. The riders screamed in terror as they were consumed by the inferno, their charred remains joining the growing pyre of destruction. Maximus reached the fleeing Jawas first, his gauntlet snapping forward to crush the front of the machine before he stomped on the skull of the one who had fallen under his boot. The sound of cracking bone echoed through the desolate landscape, and he turned his steely gaze toward the others, his voice a deep growl. "You invoke my ire, you filthy scum." Before any of the remaining Jawas could respond, a massive shadow blocked out the sun. Maximus's gaze snapped upward, his eyes narrowing in recognition. A massive ship was descending toward the battlefield, its engines roaring as it cut through the Tatooine sky. It was Sebastian, the Black Templar, leading his fleet of Deathwatch ships, having abandoned their base on Concordia to join the fray. The craft descended with a thunderous crash, shaking the very ground beneath their feet as it hovered hundreds of feet in the air. The Deathwatch ships descended in perfect formation, the sound of their landing reverberating through the air. Sebastian stood at the open ramp of his ship, the light of the setting sun glinting off his massive sword and shield. He surveyed the carnage below with a quiet, burning fury. His eyes locked onto the Jawas, still fleeing in all directions, and a cold smile tugged at the edges of his lips. Without a single word, the Black Templar leapt from his ship, as if he were a god of war coming to pass judgment on the wretched creatures below. The impact when he hit the ground was catastrophic. The Jawas around him were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of his landing, their bodies turned into mush beneath his massive boot. With a roar of fury, he swung his sword with brutal efficiency, cleaving through the Jawas like they were little more than paper. His blows were fast, precise, and utterly merciless, each one sending the Xenos flying in a shower of blood. But the true terror came when he grew bored of swinging his sword. With a cruel smile, he began stomping on the squirming Jawas beneath his boot, crushing them beneath his weight. The sound of bone and flesh being broken underfoot was deafening, and it sent a wave of satisfaction through his bloodlust. "Kill them all," Maximus shouted, his bolter never ceasing its thunderous fire as he cut down another fleeing Jawa. The Death Watch, having landed alongside their Mandalore, wasted no time. Uncertain at first, they followed his lead without hesitation, unleashing their fury upon the remaining Jawas. Using their jetpacks to soar above the battlefield, they rained blaster fire down upon the creatures with terrifying precision. Each shot was calculated, each kill a masterwork of deadly efficiency. Sebastian, still standing amidst the carnage, raised his sword high, his voice booming through his comlink. "No mercy. Purge them all." Maximus joined him, the rage still burning in his chest, but now tempered with a dark resolve. "They dare take what is not theirs. This isn't the first time they've been here, but it will be the last," he roared. His words a promise to both his brothers and the enemies who had dared to desecrate their ship. The Jawas, already broken and scattered, had no chance of escaping the onslaught. One by one, they were picked off, their bodies falling like ragdolls to the sand. The Death Watch and Astartes moved with deadly efficiency, eliminating every last trace of the scum. Raxa's flamer continued to roar, turning the desert into a glass, leaving nothing behind but the smell of burnt flesh and the echo of screams. Raxa let out a laugh of pure exhilaration as he strafed the ground with his heavy flamer, sending waves of fire across the desert. The Jawas screamed in terror, but it was brief. The fire consumed them with ease. "Be cleansed in the purifying flames of my hatred, you filthy abominations," Raxa yelled, his voice full of savage joy as his heavy flamer continued its fiery rampage. With the last few stragglers fleeing in all directions, Maximus took a slow, deliberate step forward, his voice commanding, "Hunt them down, but leave one alive to lead us to its nest." The Death Watch, now fully in sync with the Astartes, turned their weapons to the final survivors. There were no more screams, no more resistance, only the sound of blaster fire and the hiss of flame as the last remnants of the Jawas were eradicated. As the smoke began to settle, the three Astartes stood tall amidst the destruction, watching the blackened desert. The wind picked up, blowing ash across the battlefield, and for a moment all was silent, save for a single sandcrawler desperately fleeing from the site of the massacre, off to where the Emperor only knows, though his angels would find out soon enough. "This planet is ours, and we will slaughter anyone who dares stand in our way." The Black Templar roared at the fleeing mass of metal, his arms raised wide in defiance as he looked about the battlefield where the Mandalorians were gathering. "Clean this filth with fire, then meet us at the barge," Sebastian commanded, his voice unwavering. Without another word, he and his brothers turned, beginning their march toward the wreckage of the ship. The Death Watch, accustomed to the unspoken urgency of battle, responded to their leader's command without hesitation. Their armor-clad figures moved with disciplined precision, igniting their jetpacks as they took to the sky with an almost practiced ease. The roar of their wrist-mounted flamers filled the air, flames dancing and crackling as they descended upon Jawa corpses. The fire spread like a cleansing tide, consuming everything in its path. What was once a scavenger's den of vermin was now a charred and barren wasteland, with only the smell of burnt flesh and the heat of the flames lingering in the air. Maximus and his brothers forged ahead. Their heavy boots sank into the scorched sand, the heat from the battlefield radiating upward, but they paid it no mind. Their mission was far from complete. As they walked, the horizon ahead of them flickered with the last embers of the firestorm, the glow casting long shadows against the jagged silhouette of their battle barge, still standing resolute despite the chaos surrounding it. Maximus's gaze hardened as he took in the sight of their ship. His helmet turned to the horizon, the battlefield still burning, the dust rising in waves, but his voice was sharp with authority. "We have more work to do. This world will be a fortress, a reminder to all who challenge us that there is no mercy, no respite, and no escape from his will." His words were more than a command. They were a vow, a promise to the enemies of the Imperium that none would threaten them again. The Astartes continued to advance, their footsteps leaving deep impressions in the sand, each step echoing the silent fury within them. The Death Watch had already begun the tedious process of securing the area, ensuring there would be nothing left for the Jawas to scavenge. Precision and efficiency were their trademarks, and they worked without pause, moving through the wreckage with a grim determination. Upon entering the barge, the atmosphere shifted. The massive door swung open, revealing the interior, which had remained undisturbed by the carnage outside. But as they ventured deeper into the ship, a heavy silence fell over the three Astartes. The walls, once a symbol of power and pride, now stood as a mausoleum to their fallen brothers. The bodies of the Astartes lined the narrow corridors in a reverent procession. Each warrior, though lifeless, remained in the honor of their order. Their power armor, once gleaming, was now darkened by the dust of the inevitable passage of time. Their hands were crossed over their chests, the silent posture one of respect, one of eternal duty. Their helmets remained in place, their faces obscured, as though they were still guarding their comrades with their final breath. Maximus paused, his gaze sweeping over the fallen. A deep, somber silence filled the air as he took in the sight of their brothers, now lost to time and battle. The faint scent of oil, blood, and fire clung to the air, mixing with the acrid smell of burned flesh from outside, creating an atmosphere thick with loss. It was the scent of war, of men who had lived and died for the Emperor. A rare moment of solemnity touched Maximus's voice as he whispered, "May the Emperor take you to his side," his tone low but filled with respect. It was a rare show of emotion for a warrior so hardened by years of battle, but in the presence of his fallen brothers, it was a necessary pause. His helmeted head tilted slightly in reverence, a silent tribute to those who had gone before him. Beside him, Raxa stood with his posture rigid, his silent demeanor betraying nothing of his thoughts. His piercing eyes now carried a shadow, a subtle hint of regret. But even in the face of such thoughts, he remained silent, offering his own form of tribute in his unyielding presence. Sebastian, ever the bloodthirsty monster, did not speak, but his cold, unwavering gaze swept over the room. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation with military precision. He had fought alongside these warriors, and though his emotions were not as easily read, there was a reverence in his stillness. The Black Templar knew that every fallen brother was a link in the chain of the Imperium's legacy, and their sacrifice was never taken lightly. His mind, however, was already turning to what came next. A warrior always looked forward, even in the face of loss. The room felt heavier now, the weight of the fallen pressing down upon them. The air was thick with the presence of those who had sacrificed everything. In that moment, the barge felt like more than just a ship. It was a tomb, a place of honor, and a reminder of what had been lost. Summum, the Death Watch had finished purging the last of the Jawa filth, their jetpacks kicking up clouds of sand as they touched down before walking to the three Astartes within the hallowed interior of the battle barge. The Mandalorians moved with their usual disciplined grace, their helmets scanning the scene before them. Their eyes flicked over the dozens of fallen Astartes, their bodies arranged with reverence along the ship's darkened halls, a solemn tribute to the warriors who had perished. The Death Watch exchanged quiet, knowing glances, their postures stiff and disciplined, but their gazes betrayed an unspoken question, a silent curiosity as to the nature of the scene. Sebastian's voice broke through the heavy stillness, calm yet commanding. "These are hallowed halls," he declared, his tone carrying the weight of authority. "You will treat them with the respect and dignity they deserve." His eyes swept across the corridors, meeting each of his warriors' gazes briefly. Maximus, standing a few paces away, gave a sharp nod, his own gaze flickering over the fallen warriors. There was a fleeting moment of quiet reflection, but it was brief. The dead had been honored, and it was time to move forward. His expression remained hard and unyielding as he turned to face his brothers. Without another word, Maximus stepped forward, the weight of his armor seeming to reverberate with each heavy footfall. The sound echoed down the cold metal corridors, filling the silence with a grim authority. He moved toward the bodies of his fallen brothers, his posture respectful but determined. Beside him, Sebastian followed, just as solemn. Together they began the laborious task of moving their fallen brethren to their quarters, their movements practiced yet reverent. Every step was deliberate, every action mindful, as they transported the bodies of the fallen to rest. Maximus turned to the rest of the gathered warriors as he worked, his voice low but still commanding, cutting through the silence. "Sebastian and I will begin moving the bodies to their quarters," he said, his eyes flickering momentarily to Sebastian, who nodded in agreement. "Raxa, you'll assess the operational status of the ship. See what functions remain intact. The rest of you, begin an inventory of the ship. Catalogue everything you find. Report your findings to Brother Raxor. If you come across anything you don't recognize, ask him. He will explain." Raxa, ever the embodiment of efficiency, gave a curt nod. Without a word, he turned on his heel and moved toward the massive lift that led to the control room. The steps of his armor rang heavily in the hall, the heavy sound matching the resolute nature of his stride. There was no hesitation, no indecision. He was focused, singular in purpose. His mind already raced ahead to the repairs that were needed, assessing the situation with military precision as he moved. The Death Watch responded to the orders without hesitation, moving with the discipline that was their hallmark. Some of them began immediately sorting through the wreckage of the ship, identifying components and grouping various supplies. Others spread out, examining the areas of the ship that had been damaged during its crash. Meanwhile, Maximus and Sebastian continued their somber work. They moved with reverence and efficiency, each body handled with the utmost care. Their footsteps left deep impressions in the dust-covered floors as they carried their fallen brothers, laying them to rest in the designated quarters. The weight of the task was never lost on them. Each warrior, each brother who had fallen, was a reminder of the cost of war, but also a testament to the unyielding resolve of the Astartes. The honor they gave to the dead would not be forgotten, for it was through such acts of reverence that they carried on the legacy of those who had fought before them. Back in the control room, Raxa stood before the diagnostics console, his eyes scanning the flickering screens with a practiced gaze. The ship had been through hell, but it had not been destroyed. Yet the damage was evident. The systems were barely functioning, their screens dull with static and sparks. But there was still life here. A slight smile tugged at Raxa's lips beneath his helmet as he ran a quick diagnostic check. The control systems hummed back to life, the lights flickering on in faint bursts of electric blue. "This will do," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible beneath the whine of the ship's power core. A plan began to form in his mind. Fix the critical systems first, then work outward to ensure that every last function of the ship would be operational once more. Meanwhile, the Death Watch continued their meticulous work in the ship's corridors. Every compartment, every piece of equipment, was evaluated with the same efficiency that had been instilled in them from the moment they had donned their Mandalorian armor. The wreckage of the barge, though disheveled, would soon be sorted, catalogued, and made ready for use once more. Nothing would go to waste. Each piece of salvageable material was accounted for, every precious resource seized before it could fall into enemy hands. As the last of the fallen warriors was carefully placed to rest, Maximus turned toward Sebastian, his helmet turning to meet the Black Templars' gaze. His expression was grim, determined, the weight of leadership pressing on him in these trying moments. "When this is done, we fortify this ship. No one will dare approach it. No one will think to challenge us again." Sebastian's gaze was cold, his jaw set in a firm line as he looked out toward the ship's ruined structure, his voice low but full of unshakable resolve. "We'll make sure of it," he said, his words a simple promise. With the battle barge's restoration underway and their enemies vanquished for now, the Astartes and the Death Watch stood ready to fortify their new stronghold. No one would challenge them here. The galaxy would soon learn what it meant to face the might of the Emperor's finest. Chapter 38, 38th Challenge for Leadership. Bo-Katan. Kriziya. It was inconceivable, Pre Vizsla dead. Bo-Katan couldn't believe the transmission she and the Night Owls had just received, recalling them from their mission to Tatooine of all places. Her group had been assigned a high-priority mission by Pre Vizsla himself, one that would help solidify his rule over Mandalore. But just as they were on the brink of success, a transmission came through her communication device, ordering them to abandon the mission and relocate to Tatooine with the rest of the Death Watch warriors. Apparently, though Bo-Katan wasn't sure if it was true, Pre Vizsla had been bested in single combat and lost both his life and his mantle to a man named Sebastian. An Astartes. Bo-Katan's mind raced as she stood in silence, her grip tightening around the comm device. The transmission's message had been clear, but its implications were anything but. Pre Vizsla, the man who had led Deathwatch, the one she had followed with unwavering loyalty, was gone. Bo-Katan, one of the night owls, said quietly, breaking the silence. "What do we do now?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned her gaze to the stars, her thoughts swirling. If Vizsla was truly dead, what did that mean for the future of Mandalore? And more importantly, who was this Sebastian? An Astartes? Was he another conqueror, another invader like the Republic had been? Or was he something entirely different? Bo-Katan, the night owl called again, more urgently this time. She looked back to the transmission once more. There had been something about the way the message had been delivered, a finality in the tone that suggested Pre Vizsla's death was more than just a power struggle. Whoever Sebastian was, he hadn't just killed a leader. He had taken the Mandalorian mantle from Vizsla himself, and that couldn't go unchallenged. "We'll need to assess the situation," Bo-Katan continued, voice now steady. "If there's any chance of reclaiming Mandalore, we'll need to know what we're up against." Sabine nodded, but Bo-Katan could see the uncertainty in her eyes. Even with their skills, even with the Death Watch at their back, they were facing an unknown force. Astartes. "Let's gear up," Bo-Katan finally said, her decision made. "We're going to Tatooine, and we'll find out who this Sebastian really is." As the night owls began preparing for the journey, Bo-Katan's mind was already on the path ahead. The galaxy was changing, and with it, the fate of Mandalore. She wouldn't let it slip away without a fight, no matter who or what they were up against. As Bo-Katan's group descended onto the desert planet of Tatooine, her ship was hailed by one of the vessels on the ground, demanding identification. She scoffed, clearly irritated by the request, and responded with a sharp tone, offering her code. She couldn't hide her displeasure at how quickly the rest of Deathwatch had fallen into line, submitting to the new order without question. "You're clear for landing. 2 others will escort you to your LZ," came the Mandalorian's voice over the comms. Before Bo-Katan could retort, 2 ships pulled alongside hers, guiding her toward a clearing. She touched down, and the engines of her ship hummed to a halt. Bo-Katan disembarked, followed closely by the rest of the night owls, her boots crunching against the desert sand as they stepped onto the harsh, sun-scorched surface. A small group of Mandalorians waited for them, their armor reflecting the scorching light of the twin suns overhead. The leader of the group, a stocky warrior with a black and silver helmet, gave Bo-Katan a curt nod. "Bo-Katan," he greeted, his tone neutral. "I'm Jarek. The rest of the warriors are waiting at the rendezvous point." Bo-Katan sized him up. She wasn't sure if they were still loyal to the old, or if they'd already bent the knee to this new power. Either way, she had no intention of letting them dictate her next move. "Lead the way," she said coldly. As Jarek turned to lead them toward the rendezvous, Bo-Katan's mind was racing. There was something unsettling about the calm efficiency of the Deathwatch forces here on Tatooine. They had already taken up position, organized, ready to follow the orders of this new leader, Sebastian, without hesitation. Was this what it had come to? A group that once prided itself on its defiance, now bending so easily to someone else's will? Bo-Katan's eyes narrowed as a massive wreckage of a ship came into view, looming against the rocky backdrop of Tatooine's harsh desert terrain. It had clearly seen better days. Broken spires jutted out at odd angles, some twisted and bent as though the very fabric of the ship had been torn asunder. It wasn't a ship anymore. It was a monument to destruction, a twisted half-temple that seemed more fitting for some fanatical cult than an organized military force. She walked in silence, trying to piece together what this place was. From the looks of it, it had crashed in a violent, catastrophic manner. And if it had been home to these Astartes, these superhuman warriors, there was no telling what kind of damage they could wreak. This is the battle barge. The 3 Astartes arrived with it about a month ago. Jarek's voice broke through her thoughts as he gestured to the wreckage, his tone casual, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Bo-Katan raised an eyebrow. 3 Astartes? Jarek nodded, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 3. Maximus of the Ultramarines. He leads them. Raxa of the Salamanders. He's more of the technical type. And then there's Sebastian of the Black Templars. He gestured toward a hulking figure standing at the heart of a gathering of Death Watch warriors. Bo-Katan's gaze followed the motion, her eyes locking onto the figure. Sebastian. She could feel the tension in the air as he stood among his warriors, a palpable presence. He was a giant, clad in black and white power armor, covered in sigils and markings. His posture alone screamed authority, the kind of authority that came with the unquestioning loyalty of men who would follow him into the fires of war without hesitation. And then, from beneath his helmet, his voice boomed, louder than it had any right to be, carrying over the desert winds. And thus the Emperor, in his limitless wisdom and infinite mercy and glory, holds back the forces of chaos in the Imperium, he shouted, his voice almost religious in its fervor. Now, join me in prayer as we ask for his light on this eve of battle. Sebastian continued, his voice now commanding, his warriors beginning to fall into line with the words, May we ask him for his anger to pour on the xenofilth that dare steal from us. The Death Watch warriors, those who had once fought for their freedom and their right to rule Mandalore, now bowed their heads in unison, joining in the chant as if they were following some dark divine calling. Bo-Katan's stomach churned at the sight. This wasn't the Mandalorians she had once fought alongside. This was something else, something twisted. Jarek stood at her side, watching as the scene unfolded. They've fallen under his influence. Sebastian's, well, he's something else. It's not just the power, you know. He's convincing. They believe in him. Bo-Katan's gaze never left Sebastian, her fists tightening in her gauntlets. They've sold themselves out, she muttered, disgust heavy in her voice. Pre Vizsla wouldn't have allowed this. Jarek shook his head. Pre Vizsla is dead, Bo-Katan. This is the way. She clenched her jaw. Not my way. With a final, resounding shout, Sebastian lowered his arms, signaling the end of his sermon. The warriors, their faces still hidden behind their helmets, began to rise to their feet, prepared to carry out whatever mission their leader had set before them. Bo-Katan's heart raced as the realization hit her. She was no longer among her people, not truly. These were not the warriors she had once known. These were zealots. And in their midst was the one who had dethroned Pre Vizsla, Sebastian. The power had shifted, and now she would have to fight for her place in this new order. She turned to her night owls, her voice low but resolute. We came here for answers. Let's get them. The night owls, who had been silent up to that point, shifted, knowing that the situation ahead had just taken on a far greater weight than they'd anticipated. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Bo-Katan approached Sebastian. The massive Astartes stood at the center of the warriors, his power armor gleaming under the twin suns, casting long shadows over the sandy ground. His presence was overwhelming, his very being exuding an unshakable confidence, but Bo-Katan was not one to be intimidated. Not anymore. The Death Watch warriors parted as she made her way through, their eyes shifting between her and the imposing figure ahead. She could hear the murmur of their voices, their loyalty to this. This fanatic was undeniable, but it wouldn't stop her. Not now. When she finally stood before him, Sebastian turned slowly, as though he had been expecting her. The black helmet he wore was an imposing sight, its red optics glowing ominously. Bo-Katan cries, he said, his voice deep and unwavering, carrying the weight of command. I've been waiting for you. Bo-Katan's gaze was steely, unflinching. I doubt that, she replied sharply, her voice dripping with disdain. You've taken everything from us, from Mandalore, from Pre Vizsla. Sebastian's stance didn't shift. He remained calm, almost serene, as though he was above the conflict in her words. Pre Vizsla was weak, he said, his tone cold. He failed to see the greater purpose. The Emperor's light reveals what the true path is, and now we walk it. Mandalore will be stronger than it ever was. It will be united under his guidance, but it will take time. Bo-Katan's breath quickened, her fists tightening at her sides. The anger inside her flared, but she fought to maintain control. Mandalore doesn't belong to you, she spat, her words cutting through the air like a blade. And neither does the Death Watch. You're nothing but an outsider who doesn't care about us. About Mandalore. Sebastian's gaze remained unmoving, but Bo-Katan could feel the shift in the air, the tension thickening. He was unfazed by her anger. You misunderstand, he said, his voice quieter now but no less forceful. I do not need your permission. You served a man who was weak and who couldn't see past his pride. I am no such fool. Bo-Katan's jaw clenched, her eyes narrowing as she stepped closer, her voice cutting through the air. Weak? Pre Vizsla was no fool. He fought for Mandalore's freedom. Sebastian's stance remained unmoving, but there was an almost imperceptible shift in his posture as he regarded her with a cold, calculated gaze. Your people are divided, Bo-Katan. That is weakness. You call it freedom, but all I see is chaos. Pre Vizsla's vision was nothing but self-serving pride. He led you all into an endless cycle of war and defeat. Bo-Katan's fingers twitched at her sides, aching to draw her weapons. But she kept herself in check, her gaze never leaving his helmeted face. And yet, that war was fought to preserve our honor, to ensure that Mandalore would never bow to anyone, especially not to someone like you. Sebastian's head tilted slightly, and for a moment Bo-Katan could almost hear the quiet amusement in his voice. Someone like me? His tone was mocking, but there was no anger in it. You have never met someone like me. The words struck Bo-Katan like a spark to dry tinder, igniting a fire within her. She stepped forward, her armor creaking under the movement, her breath coming faster. Her eyes locked onto his helmet, though she could sense the disdain beneath it, and she felt her fists clenching at her sides. You will never understand Mandalore, and you will never be its ruler. Sebastian's helmeted head tilted again, almost as if he was amused by her rage. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, towering over her. His voice was calm, almost condescending. You speak as though your words will make a difference, Bo-Katan. You think your anger will stop this? Stop me. Bo-Katan's rage boiled over, and before she even thought, she stepped closer, her gaze never leaving his imposing figure. No, she ground out, her voice trembling with barely contained fury, but I'll make sure that I take back what you stole. Sebastian's dark laugh echoed in the space between them. What I stole? He took a slow step forward, his voice smooth and unruffled. Your precious Death Watch. The very same Death Watch that failed to accomplish anything but bring destruction to Mandalore. You want it back. He paused, looking down at her as if appraising her, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Then take it. If you can. Bo-Katan's heart pounded in her chest. His words stung, but they only drove her further. There was no going back now. She wasn't going to stand by and watch Sebastian tear everything down, not after everything she had fought for. I challenge you for control of the Death Watch, she snapped, her voice fierce, cutting through the tension like a blade. For the first time, Sebastian's posture shifted. He seemed genuinely amused, his shoulders relaxing as he straightened, his voice taking on a darker tone, almost as if he were humoring her. You're serious, then? Her glare was unflinching. I am. Sebastian crossed his arms, regarding her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. You think the Death Watch is still yours to claim? You think you can take it from me? He took a step forward, looming over her with the full weight of his height and armor. You are a child in a game you don't understand, Bo-Katan. Her fists were clenched at her sides, the urge to act almost too much to bear. You're trying to turn the Death Watch into a group of zealots, bowing to some emperor. I'll fight you for every last Mandalorian who still believes in freedom. Sebastian's voice was cold as ice. Very well. If you truly believe you can defeat me, I'll allow you to try. But make no mistake, Bo-Katan. If you fail, penance will be all that is left for you. A tense silence filled the space between them, the weight of the challenge hanging in the air like a storm about to break. Bo-Katan's pulse thudded in her ears, but she stood her ground, her resolve as hard as the Beskar in her armor. She wouldn't let him have Mandalore, not while she was still breathing. With a slow, deliberate movement, Sebastian reached down and picked his massive shield from the ground before drawing his massive sword from the sheath mounted to his shield. "Come then. Prove to me that you're worthy of leading these warriors." Bo-Katan's own hand hovered over her weapons, her heart pounding in her chest. She was ready, her mind focused entirely on the fight ahead. "I'm not just going to lead them, I'm going to destroy you." The tension between them reached its peak as they both stood poised, ready for the battle that would decide the fate of the Death Watch. The desert winds whipped around them, and the first crack of thunder echoed far off in the distance, and at that, Bo-Katan cries lunged forward. Chapter 39, 39th Penance. Jakata Bo-Katan. The air around them crackled with tension, a storm of emotions ready to break. Bo-Katan's breath came in steady and deep as she steadied herself, her hands hovering over the hilts of her weapons. She could feel her pulse pounding in her ears, the weight of the challenge pressing down on her shoulders. There was no turning back now. Sebastian stood before her, his towering form unyielding, like an immovable mountain. The Astartes' armor gleamed under the harsh twin suns of Tatooine, the black and white design of his Black Templar plate striking a terrifying contrast against the golden sand. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, as if this fight meant little to him. But Bo-Katan knew better. Every fiber of his being radiated an air of quiet, unshakable confidence, an arrogance she could feel deep in her bones. "I've already warned you, Bo-Katan." Sebastian's voice was low, cold, a calm before the storm. "You will regret this." The words barely registered in her mind before she charged forward, her Beskar-clad boots kicking up sand as she sprinted at him, her vibro sword drawn with deadly intent. Her blade hummed through the air, aiming for the opening between his armor. The sight of his towering form in her sights only fueled her rage, giving her the focus she needed to strike fast. But Sebastian didn't move. He didn't even flinch. With a single, effortless movement, he brought his massive gauntlet up, catching Bo-Katan's blade with the side of his fist. The clang of metal against metal echoed like a drumbeat, reverberating through the air, and Bo-Katan's arms nearly buckled under the force of the impact. The shock shot up her arms, and for a split second, doubt crept in. Was she out of her league? Before she had a chance to recover, Sebastian threw her off his wrist, striking her with his open palm in the chest to shove her backward. She staggered, her boots sliding in the sand as she struggled to regain her balance. Her breath came in quick, frantic bursts, the sting of humiliation already creeping in, while she started to feel her chest bruise. This isn't how it's supposed to go, she thought, her heart hammering in her chest. She had expected him to be strong, but this was beyond anything she had imagined. She was a Mandalorian, a leader, but here, in this moment, she felt small, weak. Sebastian's voice came again, this time tinged with something like disappointment. "Is that really all you have?" Bo-Katan snarled, shaking off the doubt, her focus sharpening. She wouldn't let him see her falter. She lunged again, this time aiming for his legs. If she couldn't outmatch him in strength, she'd try to outsmart him. But once again, Sebastian was too fast, too aware of every angle. As her blade slashed at his legs, he moved to the side, using the momentum of her attack to spin her into a shoulder check that sent her crashing into the ground. Pain shot through her side as she hit the hard sand, but she rolled instinctively, her hand snapping out to catch her weapon before it could slip from her grasp. The dust and sand clouded around her, and she quickly sprang back to her feet. The bruise on her ribs would likely be a reminder for days to come, but she didn't have the time to worry about it. Not now. Sebastian was waiting. His posture was unchanged, the expressionless helmet making him look like a statue, a towering presence that felt like a suffocating weight. He took a single step toward her, his boots sinking into the sand with an almost unsettling calm. "You're a fool to think you can defeat me. This is not a fight you can win. You never even stood a chance." "And who decided that?" she asked, her voice tight with defiance, even as doubt gnawed at her. I did, he answered simply. Bo-Katan's fury flared hotter. She couldn't let him break her, she couldn't. With a roar, she lunged again, her sword cutting the air in a blur. This time she aimed for his head, hoping to strike where the helmet met the rest of his armor. The blow was swift, meant to catch him off guard, but just as quickly as she had moved, Sebastian was already there, his fist moving like a battering ram to intercept her. The hit came so fast and so hard that she didn't see it until it was too late. The force of the blow landed square on her chest, the strength of it slamming her back several meters, her chest constricted with the impact, the wind knocked out of her in an instant. She felt a wave of panic rise within her as the air was squeezed from her lungs. The world spun, her vision swimming, but she refused to let herself fail. She had fought too hard, too long for this, to be brought down now. She shook her head, clearing the fog, and rose back to her feet, wincing in pain. Her body screamed for rest, but she couldn't afford it. Not now. Sebastian was unfazed. He stepped toward her again, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He raised his hand, the motion so casual it made Bo-Katan's blood run cold. She tried to react, but before she could even think to move, he reached forward and, with one swift motion, grabbed her by the throat, lifting her from the ground as if she were nothing more than a rag doll. Bo-Katan's vision blurred at the edges as her breath caught in her throat. Her hands flew up, desperate to pry his grip off her neck. But it was no use. His power armor, reinforced by strength beyond anything she could muster, held her aloft effortlessly. She could feel the pressure of his grip, the sheer force behind it, and it was like nothing she had ever experienced. This is it, she thought bitterly, as darkness started to creep in at the edges of her vision. I'm going to die here, in the sands of Tatooine. Is this your idea of leadership? Sebastian's voice was a mockery of everything she had once fought for, calm and calculating. Is this how you lead Mandalore? By throwing yourself into a foolish battle? She struggled, but her movements were sluggish now, the edges of her vision growing dark as the oxygen in her lungs began to run out. But she wouldn't give in. She refused to let him have the satisfaction of seeing her falter. With a final desperate burst of energy, Bo-Katan twisted in his grip, managing to hit him in the elbow. It barely made him budge, but it was enough. He released her, and she dropped to the sand with a harsh gasp, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Sebastian didn't even seem winded. In fact, he seemed amused. You're tenacious. I'll give you that. Bo-Katan rose to her knees, spitting sand from her mouth as she glared up at him, hatred burning in her eyes, but she could already feel her strength waning. She knew deep down that there was no way she could win this. Not against him. Not in her condition. But I won't give up, she told herself, her fist clenching in the sand. Not ever. Sebastian took another step back, his posture finally shifting, though still confident. Get up, he ordered, his voice cold and authoritative. This is over. Bo-Katan's chest heaved, every breath a struggle, but there was no time to rest. No time to give in. The doubt that had once crept into her mind was now buried beneath the searing heat of defiance. She would not lose. Not here, not now. With a sharp motion, she pulled both of her blaster pistols from their holsters, the cool metal biting into her fingers. Her mind raced. She couldn't match him in strength. She couldn't match him in speed. But she had something else. She had agility, cunning, and the will to fight until her last breath. In a single fluid motion, Bo-Katan activated her jetpack, the thrusters roaring to life as she shot into the air with a burst of power. Her blasters were already in her hands, and as she soared above him, she opened fire, the twin shots tearing through the air toward Sebastian. The Black Templar didn't flinch. His helmet remained unmoving as she swooped around him, firing from every angle, her movements fluid and quick, a blur against the Tatooine sky. The sand beneath her kicked up as she spiraled, trying to find an opening, trying to force him into a mistake. Her shots rang out in quick succession, the blaster bolts striking him directly, once in the chest, again at his side, a third time aimed straight at his head. But to Bo-Katan's shock, the impacts did nothing. The bolts sparked harmlessly off his black and white armor, their energy absorbed or deflected with ease, not even a dent. She circled around him again, frustration rising in her chest. How is that possible? Her mind raced. His armor was made of material far beyond anything she'd ever encountered, but the blaster shots, those should have at least left some mark. One thing she realized was he never left his eye lenses vulnerable. No matter how she moved, no matter where she aimed, he would always move his head, or block with his hands if the shots were going to hit his optics. Her next shot flew wide as she tried to adjust. The anger she felt threatened to consume her, but she clamped down on it. This wasn't about raw power or blind rage. She needed strategy, speed, precision. She climbed higher into the air, hoping the angle would give her the advantage. Her blasters screamed in her hands as she fired, but again each shot collided with his armor like a hammer against stone, sparking without consequence. He didn't move, didn't even shift his stance to avoid them. Damn it! Her fuel was running low, the thrusters on her jetpack sputtering as she struggled to keep her distance. But Sebastian was patient. His posture never changed. He was a wall, a mountain, a statue. With a casual motion, he raised one hand, catching a blaster shot mid-air with his gauntlet, the bolt dissipating harmlessly against the reinforced armor. This is hopeless. Her thoughts were clouded with frustration. She was out of tricks. She couldn't win this with brute force, and her agility didn't seem to be enough to shake him. Before she could make another move, he did. With terrifying speed, he shot upward, his gauntlet shooting out to grab her by the ankle. The next thing she knew, the world flipped upside down as she was yanked from the sky and slammed into the sand with bone-jarring force. Her blasters flew from her hands, clattering uselessly against the ground. Her jetpack sputtered out of control before it too failed. Bo-Katan gasped for air, the wind knocked out of her as she struggled to push herself up from the ground. Her ribs ached with every movement, but she refused to stay down. Not yet. Sebastian stood above her, his helmet as unyielding as ever, the lenses never breaking their unblinking watch of her. The air between them felt thick with the weight of inevitability. "Did you really think you could defeat me?" His voice was low, amused, like he was talking to an insect that had just realized it was about to be crushed. Bo-Katan's hands trembled as she pushed herself to her knees, anger bubbling in her chest. She had no more tricks left, no more plans to execute, but she was not finished. Not yet. She met his gaze, refusing to let him see her surrender. "I haven't given up," she spat, her voice raspy, her chest still heaving. "Not yet." Sebastian's helmet tilted slightly, as if considering her words, before he took another step forward, his boots sinking into the sand with each heavy, deliberate step. Bo-Katan's pulse raced. She knew the end was near, but the last shred of defiance inside her refused to go down without one more fight. Her body trembled as she tried to push herself up, but her legs betrayed her. They buckled beneath her, and she collapsed back to the sand with a heavy grunt, her hands scraping across the coarse grains as if they might offer some support. Her vision blurred for a moment, and when she looked up, her gaze was met by the cold, unfeeling optics of Sebastian's helmet. The red lenses locked onto her like twin pools of blood, cold and endless. It was as though he were seeing straight through her, piercing the very core of her being. For a brief moment, Bo-Katan almost thought she could feel the disdain emanating from those lenses, a suffocating weight pressing down on her chest, crushing her will. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the pain from her bruises and battered ribs threatening to overwhelm her. She forced herself to push against the sand, trying once more to stand, to show him she wasn't finished. But before she could rise, she felt the crushing force of his boots slam into her side. The air was knocked from her lungs as her body was sent sprawling to her back, the ground shifting beneath her with the brutal impact. Sebastian's towering form loomed over her like a mountain, his shadow casting a deep, oppressive darkness over her. She could do nothing but stare up at him, the feeling of helplessness washing over her, suffocating her spirit. And then, with terrifying indifference, he brought his foot down onto her chest. The pressure was unbearable. She heard a sickening crack, then another, as the pain exploded across her ribs. It was as if he were trying to break not just her body, but her soul. She gasped, the sharp sting of broken ribs sending waves of nausea through her. Her hands curled into fists, but it was useless. She was pinned beneath him, completely at his mercy. Sebastian's voice came again, his tone cold, almost casual. "You certainly have the makings of something great within you, not unlike the sisters. I can feel it. But for now, you only have one option if you wish to stay with the Death Watch." Bo-Katan's breath came in shallow, pained gasps. Death Watch. The thought should have spurred her into action, but there was no strength left in her body. She could only lay there, helpless, as the words hung in the air between them like a terrible omen. Sebastian's foot lifted from her chest, the sudden relief almost enough to make her gasp with what little breath she had left. But there was no escape, no victory. She could only glare up at him through the pain, her eyes burning with a defiance that even broken ribs couldn't extinguish. He stared down at her, the distance between them growing even more oppressive as his form towered over her. Penance. Bo-Katan's blood ran cold as Sebastian's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the haze of pain and exhaustion that clung to her like a heavy cloak. His gaze never wavered as he looked down at her. His helmet's lenses unreadable, but she could feel the weight of his command pressing down on her. "Strip her of her armor and weapons, save for her blade and a single blaster," he ordered, his voice cold, devoid of emotion. He gave her no room to fight back, no chance to resist. The words felt like the final dagger, a painful reminder of her humiliation, her failure. Bo-Katan's mind raced, but her body refused to respond. Every muscle in her body screamed, her ribs still broken, her lungs burning with each breath. She couldn't move. She couldn't fight. She could only lie there, broken, as the shadows of her enemies closed in. Sebastian's words came again, and they were no less chilling. "You will be given the night to recover from this foolish action. Then, in the morning, you will lead us in wiping out the xeno filth known as the Jawas, unarmored and unprotected. If you survive, your penance will be over, and you will be brought back into the Death Watch." The pain in her chest flared again as she struggled to sit up, but the pressure of her broken ribs was too much. Her breath hitched, but she clenched her teeth and refused to show any weakness. She wouldn't let him see it. Sebastian's words, however, offered no reprieve. "Until then, you are nothing." He turned his gaze toward his second-in-command, who he had given the darksaber. "Prepare her." Chapter 40. A Slaughter. Bo-Katan. The night felt like an insufferable hell as Bo-Katan dragged herself to her ship, her body aching with every step. Stripped of her armor and weapons, the weight of her humiliation seemed to press down on her shoulders. Her breath came in shallow bursts, and her vision blurred at the edges as she stumbled through the ship's dimly lit corridors, each movement more taxing than the last. Finally, she reached the medical supplies locker. With trembling hands, she fumbled for the Bacta injections, her mind foggy with exhaustion and pain. When she finally found them, she sank down onto the cold metal floor, resting for a moment as she fought for control over her breathing. Her ribs felt like they might cave in with every inhale. With a sharp, shaky breath, she brought the injection to her skin. She hesitated for just a second, then pressed it against her ribs, wincing as she slammed the needle into her flesh. The fluid burned as it entered her system, but the immediate relief that followed was like a wave washing over her. Her tense body loosened, and she let the back of her head rest against the metal panel behind her, feeling the coolness seep into her skull. The battle may have been over, but her fight wasn't. Not yet. It wasn't the physical pain that hurt the most. It was the mental toll, the crushing sense of defeat. She could still hear Sebastian's words echoing in her mind, the cold, mocking tone that seemed to pierce her soul. "You never stood a chance." She clenched her fists, fighting the rising tide of bitterness that threatened to consume her. With a great effort, she pulled herself to her feet and staggered to her quarters, her legs like lead. Once there, she collapsed onto the slab of metal that passed for a bed, the jolt of impact sending a jarring pain through her ribs. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let herself make a sound. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, but she fought it, her mind too restless for sleep. As she lay there, staring at the ceiling, memories of the fight flashed in her mind. Her every failure, every strike that had been too slow. Every moment she had been forced to recognize the raw difference in strength between herself and Sebastian. The doubt that had crept in, the sense that she wasn't enough. Her heart ached, but she wouldn't let herself give in. Not after everything she had fought for, her people, her honor. She couldn't lose sight of it all now. The hours passed in a blur, the night stretching on like an endless abyss. Bo-Katan's eyes remained open, her body too battered to sleep, but her mind churned, turning over every aspect of her defeat. The penance that awaited her in the morning would be her crucible, the test that would either break her completely or forge her into something stronger. She couldn't afford to let it break her. Not now. Not after everything she had done to get to this point. Bo-Katan lay still, staring into the darkness, the only sound the distant hum of the ship's systems. Her resolve solidified as the hours ticked by. She would face the morning with defiance, and if she had to fight again, she would make it count. Summon. Bo-Katan awoke as the twin suns of Tatooine peeked through the window of her quarters, their harsh light stabbing directly into her eyes. She groaned, her body stiff from the night's torment, but the pain in her chest wasn't as excruciating as it had been before. The Bacta injection had worked its magic, dulling the worst of the agony. She slowly pushed herself up, taking a moment to steady her breath. Her muscles ached, and every movement reminded her of the brutal fight the day before. But there was no time to linger in her weakness. The night was over, and now her penance awaited. Bo-Katan swung her legs over the side of the bed, the cold metal of the floor sending a shiver up her spine as her boots hit the ground. She braced herself, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the task ahead. Her ribs still protested with each movement, but she was far from finished. With determination hardening her features, she stood. The pain was still there, but it wouldn't stop her. She wasn't one to give up, never had been, never would be. Bo-Katan took a deep breath, steadying herself. Today she would face whatever came her way, and she would survive. Slowly walking to the exit ramp of her ship, Bo-Katan was taken aback to see a Mandalorian warrior standing at the bottom. But what shocked her more was the darksaber clipped to his side. She raised an eyebrow as she approached him. He gave her a brief nod before turning, wordlessly motioning for her to follow. "You have the darksaber?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The Mandalorian took his time responding. "The Mandalore gave it to me to carry. He said he had no need of it, but I believe there will be a time when he will." Bo-Katan's gaze hardened, her voice cutting. "Why did you not fight him? Where was your honor? You just let him walk in and take the death watch." She couldn't see it, but she could almost feel the smile beneath his helmet. He let out a soft chuckle before answering. "He slaughtered a squad like it was nothing, then challenged and killed Pre Vizsla in a duel. He won by right, and we did not question. Something you would do well to learn in the future if you wish to stay with us." Her thoughts churned, but she said nothing more. As they approached the massive gathering of the Death Watch, the sight of the three Astartes, one in blue armor, one in green, and Sebastian the Black Templar, standing tall and imposing, commanded her attention. The Death Watch forces stood in silence, waiting. When they saw her, they parted to make a clear path straight to Sebastian. Bo-Katan followed the Mandalorian, who had yet to introduce himself. As they reached the makeshift dais where the Astartes stood, the Mandalorian beside her bowed his head in submission, before stepping forward and standing at Sebastian's side. Bo-Katan's eyes remained fixed on the Black Templar, her fists clenching at her sides. "Bo-Katan cries," Sebastian's voice boomed, cutting through the silence. "You have challenged my authority, and in doing so, you have insulted me and my brothers. For that, you will perform penance," he continued, his voice loud enough for the entire Death Watch to hear. Bo-Katan's heart hammered in her chest, but she stood tall, refusing to show weakness. Sebastian stepped aside, motioning to a nearby table laden with various weapons. "For the insult to me and my brothers, you will lead the charge against the xenofilth known as the Jawas, unarmored and unprotected. You will be given one blaster pistol and one melee weapon for your task. If you survive, you will be brought back into the Death Watch and will have earned our forgiveness. If you die—" He didn't finish the sentence, the weight of the unsaid hanging heavily in the air. As Bo-Katan approached the table, her eyes swept over the array of weapons laid out before her. The gleaming, finely crafted blades and blasters seemed almost to mock her in the stillness, a reminder of her stripped-down state. She spotted one of her own blasters amidst the collection, and without hesitation she snatched it up, the cool metal familiar in her grip. It was a small comfort, but it was something. Her gaze moved next to the vibro swords, each one sleek and deadly in its own right. She considered each carefully before her fingers closed around one, the weight of the blade steady and comforting. She strapped it to her waist with practiced ease, securing it tight. She didn't need to be reminded that it would be her only defense in the coming assault. Turning back toward the assembled Death Watch, her eyes locked with Sebastian's, his figure towering and imposing even in the silence. His helmet hid his expression, but Bo-Katan could feel the weight of his gaze on her as he gave a sharp nod of approval. Sebastian raised his voice, breaking the silence and commanding the attention of the gathered warriors. "We leave for the Jawa settlement now," he bellowed, his voice deep and resonating across the airstrip. His massive blade gleamed in the harsh sunlight as he lifted it high above his head, a symbol of dominance and unwavering command. "And we will not stop until every single one is annihilated." The words echoed in the air, a roar of fury and intent. The Death Watch responded as one, their movements synchronized with precision. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward their ships, the ground vibrating with the hum of their engines roaring to life. The Mandalorian warriors climbed into their vessels with swift efficiency, ready for the task at hand, their resolve as unyielding as the Beskar of their armor. Sebastian, Maximus, Raxor, Bo-Katan, and the nameless Mandalorian made their way toward a Thunderhawk dropship that had been recovered. Its engines thrummed in anticipation, the metallic groan of its wings opening, signaling the impending departure. Bo-Katan moved with purpose, though every step was a reminder of her bruised ribs and exhaustion from the previous day's confrontation. Raxa took his seat at the controls, the cockpit lighting up as he ran final checks on the systems. The sound of the engines roaring to life drowned out the rest of the world as the ship began to rise into the air, the force of the liftoff pressing Bo-Katan back into her seat. The ground below them quickly faded away, replaced by the vast desert of Tatooine stretching out in every direction. Bo-Katan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Her body still ached from the brutal punishment the day before, but she pushed it aside. There was only one thing that mattered now: survival. The Jawas would pay for their existence in the most brutal of ways, and whether she liked it or not, the Death Watch was the instrument of that destruction. Sebastian's voice, steady and commanding as ever. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to show Tatooine why the Death Watch is not to be trifled with." Bo-Katan glanced out the window, the swirling desert sands beneath them, reminding her of just how far she had fallen. She had once helped lead Mandalore, now she was reduced to this. But she refused to let that dictate her. As the Thunderhawk soared towards its destination, the distant silhouette of the Jawa fortress came into view. Her heart beat faster, her fingers tightening around her blaster. The coming battle would be ruthless, and every instinct told her to be ready for what would come next. The Death Watch was not known for mercy. The fortress, if she could even bring herself to call it that, was nothing more than a ramshackle encampment perched on the edge of a massive cave that carved deep into the mountain's belly. It was an eyesore against the backdrop of the stark desert, a collection of hastily erected tents and makeshift structures. No fortifications, no defenses, just an open target. As Raxa caught sight of the settlement, his fingers didn't hesitate. He slammed the controls forward, and the Thunderhawk's turrets erupted in a storm of Hellstrike missiles. The barrage screamed across the sky before slamming into the encampment with brutal force. The explosion was deafening, a cloud of fire and debris blooming where the settlement once stood. The tremor of the blast could be felt in the hull of the ship, but Bo-Katan was focused on the ground, the smoke and dust rising in waves, swallowing what remained of the pathetic camp. The ship began its descent, the engines whining as Raxa maneuvered them into position. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and the faint smell of ozone from the missile barrage. When the Thunderhawk finally touched down with a resounding thud, the ramp doors began to groan open, revealing the destroyed landscape beyond. The heat of the planet seemed to press down, suffocating the air. But it didn't matter. There was work to be done. Bo-Katan rose from her seat, her limbs stiff. Her hand instinctively went to the vibro sword at her side, feeling its weight, a reminder of the task ahead. Sebastian and the blue Astartes were already stepping forward, their armored forms resolute, unfazed by the destruction they'd just caused. Sebastian, ever the imposing figure, motioned for her to follow, his armored gauntlet gesturing with authority. She hesitated for only a moment before striding to the front ramp, her boots thudding against the metal as she descended. The sound of it reverberated through the empty air, a solemn reminder of her position, both as a member of the Death Watch and a warrior who had much to prove. As they moved past the wreckage, the blue Astartes fell in step behind her, his silent presence a stark contrast to the chaos they'd just wrought. The heavy thrum of distant explosions echoed across the plain, the only sign that the Jawas had not yet fully realized the fate that had befallen them. Sebastian halted just before the entrance to the cave, his posture unyielding, and motioned for Bo-Katan to stop as well. His helmet turned slightly, a gesture of his attention, though his voice came through cold and commanding. "Inside," he said simply, nodding toward the dark maw of the cave. "There will be no mercy." She nodded, then advanced, the heavy footsteps of the Astartes echoing ominously behind her as they followed her into the chaos. "For the Emperor!" The blue Astartes' voice thundered through the cavern as he suddenly broke from the group, charging down one of the narrow side tunnels with a terrifying speed that only a space marine could manage. His heavy footsteps echoed off the walls as he disappeared into the shadows, his war cry still ringing in the air. Bo-Katan felt the fire of anticipation stir deep within her. The heavy weight of her vibro sword against her side seemed to pulse with her heartbeat, urging her forward. She turned her gaze to Sebastian, whose towering form remained still, his helmet locked onto her as if waiting for something. For a long moment, the silence stretched between them. The sounds of distant explosions, screaming, and the crackle of fading flames outside the cave were the only things that filled the air. She could feel the pressure mounting, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Sebastian's helmet tilted just slightly, a subtle nod, but one full of intent. It was time. Her chest tightened in resolve. She inhaled sharply, the cool air of the cave filling her lungs as she drew herself up, steeling her mind and body for what was to come. Then, without hesitation, she let out a primal battle cry, the fierce sound breaking the stillness of the cavern like a war drum. And then she charged. Her boots pounded against the stone floor as she sprinted forward, the sound of her own steps melding with the distant roars of the Astartes. The narrow passageway loomed before her, twisting and winding as it led deeper into the heart of the cave. The air inside the cave was dense, thick with the musk of earth, oil, rust, and faintly laced with the stench of sulfur. She could hear the soft skittering sounds echoing around her, Jawas screaming as they moved in the cave systems, aware of the death that was about to descend upon them. She gripped her vibro sword and blaster tighter, her pulse quickening with each step. As her vision sharpened, she could almost hear the steady, deep breathing of the Death Watch that followed behind her, the weight of the Space Marine's footsteps reverberating through the stone beneath them. But it was the scream of one of the Jawas that broke through her thoughts first, high-pitched and desperate, followed by a flurry of movement up ahead. Bo-Katan's gaze sharpened as she caught sight of them, the scavengers, filthy and disheveled, scrambling in the shadows. They looked like rats trying to escape a trap. The cave's narrow walls funneled them toward her, making their movements frantic and panicked. And then, with a guttural roar, she leapt into the fray. The first Jawa barely had time to react, as her vibro sword cleaved through the air, cutting through the primitive creature with ease. Its thin body crumpled under the weight of the strike, the glistening blade humming as it slid through its flesh. The sight of the creature's blood staining the ground only fueled her on, and she moved with deadly precision, cutting down any who dared come near. The tunnel erupted into chaos as the Jawas scrambled to escape, but it was too late. One by one, they fell before her blade, the sound of her battle cry filling the cavern. Her heart pounded in her chest, her blood singing with the thrill of the kill. Behind her, she could hear the unmistakable crash of heavy boots as the Space Marines surged forward, unstoppable and relentless. The blue Astartes was already engaging the enemy with his terrifying efficiency, and Sebastian was not far behind, with the Death Watch behind them. For Bo-Katan, the only thing that mattered was the hunt. The blood of her enemies spattered across her robes and face, a visceral reminder of what was at stake, of what she had to prove. Each strike, each swing, each shot only strengthened her resolve. She would earn her place back among them. She would prove that she was worthy. The cave seemed to grow brighter as the battle raged on, but Bo-Katan didn't care. She was a warrior, and the hunt was far from over. The cave was a cacophony of chaos and destruction, the sounds of battle filling the air like thunderclaps. Bo-Katan's heart pounded in her chest as she cut down one Jawa after another, her vibro sword slicing through their frail bodies with practiced ease. Their screams, high-pitched and terrified, echoed off the walls, but it only seemed to spur her on, her rage bubbling to the surface as she moved like a whirlwind through the cavern. Each strike of her blade was a work of precision. The Jawas, small, hunched and desperate, had no chance against her. She moved with brutal efficiency, her strikes swift and unforgiving. The first group of Jawas that had foolishly tried to escape into the shadows didn't even get the chance to pull their blasters before they were cut down. Their bodies crumpled like rag dolls, their blood staining the stone floor beneath them. She heard a faint sound to her right and pivoted instinctively, her blade cleaving through the air just in time to meet another Jawa's chest. The creature didn't even scream. It simply crumpled, the weight of the sword carrying it to the ground. The walls of the cave were narrow, and the Jawas had nowhere to run. They tried to scurry into the dark corners, but every shadow Bo-Katan passed was another victim waiting to fall. There was no escape. Her every movement was deliberate and efficient. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She was the storm in this cursed cave, and the Jawas were nothing more than the helpless debris caught in her wake. She rounded a corner, the stench of the creature's fear thick in the air, and found herself face to face with a larger group of them. The Jawas, panicked but still resourceful, aimed their crude blasters at her, but Bo-Katan was faster. She darted forward, rolling to the side as her own blaster fire lit up the air around her. She sprang to her feet, the vibro sword already in motion. The first Jawa to cross her path was bisected in an instant, the sword cutting through its middle like a hot knife through butter. It didn't even have time to register the pain before it fell in two, its legs twitching as the life drained from its body. Another shot rang out, grazing her shoulder. The burn of the blast was barely noticeable as she advanced, her eyes narrowing with cold determination. She raised her sword high and brought it down with unrelenting force, the blade carving through the skull of a Jawa that had foolishly tried to flee. The creature's body collapsed in a heap, a pool of blood spreading out from its shattered skull. Her pulse quickened, and the adrenaline flooded her veins, pushing her onward. There were more, so many more. They were everywhere now, huddled together in their desperation, scrambling to gain any advantage in this chaos. But there was no escape. She would not stop until they were all dead. She moved like a spectre, her blade and blaster pistol flashing in the dim light as she killed one Jawa after another. The narrowness of the tunnels only made the slaughter more efficient. There was no room for the Jawas to maneuver. Every corner she turned, she met another group of them, and every one of them fell. Their crude weapons were no match for her, their blasters nothing more than an inconvenience as she cut through their ranks with deadly grace. She felt nothing but cold precision, her mind focused entirely on the task at hand. Their cries for mercy were drowned out by the sound of her sword carving through their bodies. The air was thick with the smell of blood now, and the sound of the dying echoed around her like a haunting melody. She didn't hesitate. She didn't pause. Her sword swung without mercy again and again as the bodies of the Jawas piled up at her feet. One particularly brave Jawa tried to charge her, its makeshift spear raised high. It was the last mistake it would ever make. With a swift motion, Bo-Katan twisted and sidestepped, her vibro sword slicing through the air to sever the creature's head clean from its shoulders. The headless body crumpled to the ground in a heap. She turned her attention to the remaining Jawas, who had gathered in a corner, trembling with fear. Their faces, twisted in terror, stared at her in disbelief. They knew what was coming, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. One by one, she struck. The sword hummed as it cut through their fragile bodies. Each swing was clean, efficient, and devastating. The last of the Jawas fell with a pitiful whimper as she severed its spine, leaving it twitching on the floor, blood pooling around it. The cave fell silent, save for the distant crackle of the fire still burning outside. The echoes of her battle cries faded, leaving only the grim aftermath of her carnage. The floor was slick with blood, the bodies of the Jawas strewn around her in a grotesque tableau. Bo-Katan stood amidst the carnage, her chest heaving with the exertion of the fight. Her blade, now stained red, still hummed with a low vibration, the only sound in the quiet aftermath. She surveyed the scene, her gaze cold and unfeeling. There were no more Jawas to fight. The task was complete. Her heart still thundered in her chest, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away, but she didn't feel any satisfaction. There was no pride in this. It was just what needed to be done. What had to be done. On to the next encampment, Sebastian said, standing behind her. Chapter 41. 41. End of the Jawas. Maximus. 3 days had passed since the siege against the Xenos began, and Maximus found himself growing increasingly bored with the campaign. What had once seemed like an intriguing challenge had turned out to be little more than a pitiful slaughter. Each encampment or fortress they encountered crumbled easily before their might. The three Astartes had even begun to discuss among themselves how wasteful the whole operation was, as they tore through the Xenos defenses without breaking a sweat. Yet, despite the ease of their conquest, none of them seemed to mind the simplicity. If anything, there was a perverse satisfaction in the relentless carnage. Maximus knew that his brothers reveled in the destruction, and he was no different. The sounds of battle, the shrieks of the Xenos as they fell beneath the weight of their bolter fire, the splintering of alien technology, it was all music to their ears. What truly impressed Maximus, however, was his brother Sebastian. The Black Templar had proven himself not only capable of commanding with lethal precision, but also of leading with a fervor that one would expect from a chaplain. Sebastian fought on the front lines alongside his warriors, never once shying away from the brutality of the battlefield. He preached the Emperor's word with an intensity that seemed to stir the men under his command. For Sebastian, the Emperor was not just a figurehead. He was a living god, worthy of reverence and devotion. Maximus could see how the Death Watch had grown under his leadership. His belief in the Emperor as a divine being echoed through his every action, every sermon, and the men followed him, eager to share in the fervor of his faith. Maximus and Raxa, however, had their own views. Maximus, while not as devout as Sebastian, still held the belief that the Emperor was a god. Unlike the rest of his chapter, however, he didn't accept the traditional doctrine of apotheosis. To Maximus, the Emperor's ascension had not been completed. The Emperor was, in his view, in a perpetual state of limbo, a being caught between the mortal realm and the divine, somewhere between demigod and full divinity. A strange, unfinished ascension that kept him forever in a middle ground. Raxa, on the other hand, had little patience for such theological debates. He simply believed that the Emperor was what he was. The Emperor had not declared himself as anything other than the ruler of mankind, and until such time came that the Emperor would speak for himself, Raxa cared little for the opinions of others on the matter. He was a pragmatist, focused on the here and now, and the Emperor's status was irrelevant to the mission at hand. Maximus was shaken from his thoughts as the rumbling of the Thunderhawk's engines signaled their arrival at the next target. The ship descended onto the barren wasteland that marked one of the last known hideouts of the Jawas outside of the cities. This was to be the next phase of their operation, and Maximus had no doubts that it would be as easy as the others. The Xenos, despite their initial resistance, had proven to be no match for the might of the Astartes. The ramp of the Thunderhawk hissed open, and Maximus was the first to step out onto the hot sand, his power armor clanking with the sound of authority. He felt the weight of his presence as his boots sunk into the earth. Behind him followed Bo-Katan, and then the Mandalorian warrior whom Sebastian had appointed as his second in command. Bo-Katan had proven herself, her relentless determination and skill in battle complementing the Astartes' own strength. Next came Sebastian, and finally Raxor. "How do you think the natives will feel about us taking the slaughter into the cities?" Raxa's voice was low, but it carried an edge of curiosity as he stood beside Maximus. The two of them watched as the Jawas in the distance scrambled around in a chaotic frenzy, their panicked shouts echoing through the air. The sudden influx of ships and soldiers had thrown the primitive creatures into a wild disarray. They didn't know what to make of the situation, frightened, disoriented, and desperate. It was almost comical how they reacted. Maximus scanned the horizon, eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. He observed their frantic movements, their disorganized, jittery actions. The Jawas were nothing more than a nuisance, scattered like insects, barely aware of the danger closing in on them. But something caught his eye at that moment. One of them hoisted what appeared to be a missile launcher. The alien shouted something in its incomprehensibly disgusting language, a shrill, guttural command to its comrades. It brought the weapon up, aiming it with surprising precision. But Maximus could see the mistake coming before it even happened. The missile launcher discharged with a loud whine, only for the missile to fire backwards into the center of their encampment. The blast sent the Jawas tumbling in all directions, adding even more chaos to the already overwhelming pandemonium. Maximus couldn't help but watch the absurdity unfold, his mouth curling into a thin line of amusement. Raxa, who had been silently observing the same spectacle, let out a snort and lowered his heavy bolter. "Now I'm just starting to feel bad for them." Maximus chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "They may be pathetic, but they're still a threat." His tone turned colder, his voice carrying a sharp edge. As if on cue, Sebastian stepped up beside them, his power shield clasped firmly in his left hand, the hilt of his sword sheathed within the shield. He cast a disdainful glance at the writhing chaos below them, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the miserable creatures. "They are aliens," he said, his voice a commanding baritone. "They do not deserve our pity or our mercy." His gaze lingered on the pathetic scene before them, torn between amusement and a cold satisfaction. The Jawas, despite their disarray, were still dangerous in their own ignorant way. But their fate was sealed. They were simply too weak, too primitive to stand against the might of the Astartes. Even their weapons, as rudimentary as they were, posed little threat. Maximus, still watching the survivors stumble and flee, simply nodded in agreement with Sebastian. "No mercy," he muttered. "Their screams will echo as a reminder to any who would dare stand against us." Raxa shrugged, lifting his bolter again as he prepared for what came next. "Then let it be so." The cold efficiency of the Astartes could already be felt in the air as they readied themselves. Their mission was clear, and it would be carried out with the precision only the Emperor's finest could deliver. The Jawas might have once thought themselves safe, hidden within the remnants of their broken cities, but that illusion was about to shatter. The slaughter was about to continue. Summum, the thunder of Astartes' boots pounding against the sand and stone echoed like a death toll as the 3 Space Marines and their Death Watch entourage descended upon the last of the Jawa settlements. The day had been long, and the suns hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the barren wasteland. The Jawas, though once desperate, now felt the true weight of their doom. Their pathetic attempts to flee, their futile efforts to organize some semblance of defense, all came to nothing in the face of the Emperor's wrath. Maximus led the charge, his immense form a tower of wrath, the symbol of his chapter emblazoned upon his armor. His bolter roared to life, the sharp cracks of explosive rounds tearing through the air, each shot sending a Jawa into the air in a shower of blood and viscera. The alien creatures screamed in terror as they tried to scatter, but they were too slow, too weak, and the Astartes were unstoppable. The Death Watch followed closely behind, their own weapons blazing as the walls of the settlement began to crumble beneath the weight of their firepower. To the left of Maximus, Raxa was a fountain of destruction, his heavy bolter churning through the air with brutal precision. He fired in sweeping arcs, cutting down anything that dared move in his path. Jawas were shredded by the torrents of explosive rounds, their bodies torn apart as though they were little more than fragile bags of flesh and bone. Raxa laughed darkly as the Xenos crumpled to the ground in bloody heaps. Behind them, Sebastian and the Death Watch followed with ruthless efficiency. The Black Templar's sword flashed as he carved his way through the settlement, his power shield a shield of doom as he bashed aside any Jawa foolish enough to approach him. His blade cut through them like a scythe through wheat, cleaving bodies in two with ease. Each stroke was methodical, precise, a testament to the Black Templar's unyielding sense of duty. His every swing was a prayer, a devotion to the Emperor and his eternal crusade. The Jawas, in their terror, attempted to retaliate. One, larger than the others, took aim with a crude, handheld energy weapon, its flickering beam shooting towards Raxa's chest. But the shot was as laughable as the creature itself. Raxa turned with predatory precision, his bolter raised, and in one fluid motion he squeezed the trigger. The blast from his bolter sent the Jawa flying backward, its body torn apart by the sheer force of the explosion. The Jawas had no chance, no hope. Maximus's mind was sharp with the clarity of battle. He surveyed the carnage as he advanced, his bolter never ceasing its relentless fire. But now he switched tactics. His boots ground against the sand as he leapt into the air before slamming through a sand crawler, exiting the other side with ease. He aimed his bolter, and the recoil of the weapon seemed to merge with the thundering rush of air. He released a barrage that tore through the very heart of the settlement, the buildings buckling under the force of the explosions. Jawas were flung through the air like ragdolls, their limbs shattered by the sheer violence. Sebastian's voice rang out, carrying across the battlefield. For the Emperor. His battle cry was a roar that stirred the hearts of the Death Watch around him, filling them with a fervor to match the Black Templars' zeal as they began shouting as well. For the Emperor, they shouted. The Death Watch moved in lockstep, unwavering, their weapons blazing as they eradicated the last of the alien filth. Blasters and vibroblades sang their deadly hymns. Xenos blood stained the ground, and the once thriving settlement was now nothing but a ruin of smoldering wreckage and corpses. Maximus landed with a crash, the ground beneath him cracking from the force. He advanced without hesitation, firing at anything that moved. His eyes burned with the fires of war as he hunted down the last few Jawas attempting to escape into the city ruins. None were spared. They could not outrun the Astartes, nor could they hide. His bolter cracked again, and another Jawa's head erupted in a burst of gore. Behind them, Raxa continued to laugh, his bolter relentless in its fusillade. Weaklings. They thought they could stand against us. His voice was filled with contempt, and his heavy bolter sang its death song with a ferocity that mirrored the brutality of their assault. Sebastian was the last to reach the core of the settlement, his power shield raised to block the incoming fire of the few surviving Jawas who had hidden within the remains of a shattered building. The energy blasts ricocheted off his shield, and he strode forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. His sword cleaved through the air with an unnatural precision, cutting through their ranks with surgical strikes. Each strike was a prayer to the Emperor, and with every body that fell to his blade, he felt the weight of his duty. "Die, filth," he shouted, his voice carrying across the battlefield, ringing with the fury of his faith. The remaining Jawas were swept aside, their pitiful resistance crushed beneath the might of the Emperor's will. Maximus wiped the blood from his faceplate, his armor streaked with crimson as he turned to survey the destruction they had wrought. The settlement, once a pitiful but functional place, was now nothing but a charred ruin. The few survivors, their legs broken or their bodies shattered, lay twitching on the ground, their fate sealed. There were no prisoners here, only the dead. He looked at Sebastian, and for a moment there was silence between them. Then Maximus nodded. "It is done," the Black Templar exclaimed, holding his arms wide. "The Emperor's justice is absolute." His sword hummed with the energy of the battlefield, ready for the next challenge. And in the distance, the last remnants of the Jawa's civilization burned, their bodies lost to the firestorm that had consumed their kind. The Astartes had come to end them, and they had done so with unrelenting brutality. The Xenos were no more. Chapter 42. 42. Elsewhere in the Galaxy. Padme. After the three Astartes had departed for Mandalore, Padme shifted her attention to the festivities her people were hosting to celebrate their newfound freedom. The Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn and Plo Koon, along with their new Padawan learners, Anakin and Nera, would be in attendance, as both their mothers were to be laid to rest here in the palace. The newly elected Supreme Chancellor, Palpatine, would also be present. She had recently received a notification from Duchess Satine, informing her that an agreement had been reached with the Space Marines. In exchange for Beskar, they would destroy the Death Watch, a group that had plagued the Duchess since the Civil War. However, Padme pushed the news aside, focusing instead on the preparations for the evening's celebrations. The first to arrive were the Jedi and their Padawans. The two children appeared different, almost as if they had matured beyond their years. Given everything they had endured, it was no surprise. Next, Palpatine arrived. The moment his ship landed and he descended the ramp, Padme couldn't help but feel concerned for him. His face was gaunt, his cheeks hollow, and his hands trembled slightly. He tried to conceal his condition, but she saw right through him. "Chancellor, my goodness, what's happened to you?" she asked, her eyes scanning his frail appearance as he descended the ramp of his ship. Palpatine offered her a flickering smile, taking her hands in his own. Padme almost recoiled at how cold his touch was. "Nothing, my dear. Just the weight of my new office," he replied, his voice strained. "I might also be coming down with something." He glanced away, looking out across the city. "I should visit more often. In the past few weeks, I've found myself longing to come and take in the sights," he said, offering her another smile. "But enough about me. We have a celebration to attend to." Padme smiled politely, though a flicker of concern remained in her eyes as she led Palpatine further into the palace. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him, but she pushed the thought aside. The festivities had already begun, and she had a duty to her people. Summum. Padme retired to her room at the end of the night, the weight of the evening's events still lingering in her mind. As she crossed the threshold, she noticed one of her comms links blinking. A new message, though this one was flagged for secure lines only. Curiosity mixed with unease as she activated the transmission. The moment the feed came to life, her stomach dropped. The image on the screen was nothing short of horrifying. It was a massacre, plain and simple. There was no other way to describe it. The footage showed the towering figure of Sebastian, the Black Templar, holding a Jawa by both its arms. The creature's small, dark eyes were wide with terror before it was violently torn apart, its blood splattering across Sebastian's black armor. The Templar let out a deafening battle cry as he discarded the limp body, the screams of the unfortunate creature echoing in the background. The rest of the footage was a blur of brutality, images of the Astartes and surprising the Death Watch moving through the lawless streets of Tatooine, their heavy footsteps crushing any resistance that dared rise against them. Men and women alike were slaughtered without mercy if they drew their weapons, their bodies left in the dirt as the Astartes cut down anyone who even remotely threatened them. Padme's chest tightened as she watched. Tatooine was a planet of criminals, a den of lawlessness. In truth, she had assumed that many of these people, those who had drawn weapons, were guilty of terrible things. But this was something else entirely. The coldness of it, the savagery. There was no honor in what she saw, no sense of justice. The brutality of the scene overwhelmed her. She turned sharply to the side, her stomach lurching. With a single gut-wrenching motion, she emptied the contents of her stomach. Her breaths came in shallow gasps as she wiped her mouth, trying to steady herself. The footage kept playing in the background, the echoes of battle and death reverberating through the room. But Padme couldn't watch any more. This wasn't the kind of victory she had hoped for, the kind she had believed in. This was a nightmare. With a trembling hand, Padme turned off the comms feed and sat back in her seat, her mind reeling from the horrifying images she had just witnessed. The silence of the room felt suffocating, and despite her attempts to steady her breath, the unease lingered in her chest. Before she could gather her thoughts, a maid entered the room, quickly rushing to her side with concern etched on her face. "My lady, are you well? Can I get you anything?" the maid asked, her voice soft and worried. Padme gently brushed the maid's fussing aside, offering a small, strained smile. "I need to sleep," she replied quietly, her tone betraying her exhaustion. But as she lay down, closing her eyes, she knew the rest would elude her. The footage played over and over in her, the screams, the blood. She could still hear the battle cries, the crack of bones and ripping of flesh. She could still feel the weight of it pressing on her heart. When the first rays of sunlight finally peeked through the curtains of her bedchamber, Padme knew she wasn't ready to greet the day. Despite the morning light, there was an emptiness inside her, a darkness that had been awakened by the brutal reality she had witnessed. She remained in her bed, staring at the ceiling, haunted by the thought of what the galaxy would become if left unattended. Duchess Satine. The Duchess watched in outrage as the 3 Astartes she had made a deal with tore through the cities of Tatooine, their wrath palpable as they swept through the streets with the Death Watch in tow. Her eyes narrowed with fury, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Unable to contain her anger, Satine stormed to her study, her every step filled with purpose. She demanded a private communication with Queen Amidala. When the call was finally established, the Duchess was prepared to lay into the Queen to demand answers. But what she saw when the hologram flickered to life stopped her cold. Padme was seated in her private chamber, her expression hollow and drawn. It was clear she hadn't had a good night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and there was a weariness to her posture that made Satine's heart tighten. This was not the composed, strong leader she was used to seeing. Padme began to speak, but before she could finish, the Duchess cut her off, her voice sharp and filled with frustration. "I see they fooled us both," Satine said simply, her gaze unwavering. Padme looked up at the hologram, her expression a mixture of guilt and resolve. She had expected this, but it still stung to hear it from Satine. I knew exactly how brutal they were," Padme admitted quietly, her voice strained. "I just turned a blind eye because they saved my planet." Satine's eyes softened for a moment, though her anger still simmered beneath the surface. She took a seat, her hands clasped together as she considered her words carefully. "I will not hold this transgression against you, Queen Amidala," she said after a pause, "but they were envoys from Naboo. You must do something, or I'm not sure how your Senate will look at you in the future." Padme felt the weight of Satine's words settle heavily on her shoulders. She had always prided herself on her sense of justice, her unwavering belief in doing what was right for the people. But this was different. The actions of the Astartes couldn't be ignored. "I know," Padme whispered, her voice thick with the burden of responsibility. "But what can I do now? The damage is done." Satine met her gaze through the hologram, her expression one of both sympathy and resolve. "You know what must be done. Show your people that you will not stand by and let this kind of violence go unchecked, even if it means cutting ties with allies." Padme was silent for a long moment, her mind racing. The path ahead was unclear, fraught with difficult decisions and potential consequences. But deep down, she knew Satine was right. She could not turn a blind eye any longer. "I will act," Padme said finally, her voice steady, though tinged with uncertainty. "I will find a way to make this right." Satine nodded, her expression softening just slightly. "I will stand with you, Queen Amidala. But be careful. The galaxy is watching." As the call ended, Padme remained in her chamber, lost in thought. The reality of the situation was sinking in, and the weight of her duty pressed down on her like never before. There was no turning back now. Palpatine. As Palpatine watched the recording he had come into possession of, a small smile crept onto his lips. The footage of the Astartes' brutal campaign on Tatooine played before him, and though the violence was disturbing, it pleased him. His new master, Karath, had orchestrated the entire thing, intending to isolate the Astartes before making his own move to deal with them. "I care little for the machinations of the Astartes," Karath said, his voice a deep rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around him. The towering figure of the Chaos Lord, seated on his obsidian throne high in one of Coruscant's towers, turned to address the remaining Chaos Sorcerer under his command. "I leave this matter to you. 3 Astartes shouldn't be an issue for someone of your power," Karath had added dismissively, his expression one of contempt for the Astartes' pitiful might. Palpatine, standing at a respectful distance, had bowed his head slightly before speaking. "I have plans that might be of use to him, if you will permit it." His voice was measured, careful to mask any hint of impatience or ambition. Karath's voice, though cold, seemed almost amused. "I don't care what you do, as long as you keep up with your studies." His dark gaze flickered over the galaxy map in front of him, a flicker of something ancient and malignant in his eyes. Palpatine, ever calculating, stepped back into the shadows, his mind already working on the next move. He knew that his position in Karath's shadow was precarious, yet his ambition burned as fiercely as ever. He couldn't afford to be careless, not with the power he craved so desperately. But as he stood there, observing his master, he was suddenly struck by a sharp command. "Tell me what you have learned." The Chaos Astartes tone was imperious, demanding, and for a brief moment, Palpatine's thoughts darkened. The thought of explaining himself to this fool, this brutish creature who couldn't even begin to comprehend the subtleties of Sith manipulation, filled him with seething contempt. He wished for a moment that he could teach this cretin. The pain came, sharp, sudden, blinding. A blast of energy exploded from Karath's hand, and Palpatine was thrown off his feet, crashing violently to the ground. His vision blurred for a moment, his breath stolen by the force of the impact. "You would do well to remember your station and watch your surface thoughts around me. Welp," Karath's voice boomed, a low, thunderous rumble that seemed to echo off the walls. The Chaos Lord's presence was overwhelming, suffocating, and Palpatine struggled to regain his bearings. Before he could even attempt to rise, Karath's boot came down on his hand, pressing with such force that Palpatine felt his bones grind and snap. He let out a strangled cry of pain, his body twisting in agony as the pressure mounted. Chaos lightning crackled and danced around Karath's right hand, sizzling with malicious energy as he looked down on his fallen disciple. Palpatine gritted his teeth, the pain excruciating, but he dared not beg or show weakness. He had learned the hard way that power in the presence of Karath was something to be seized with cunning, not with the desperation of a dog. "Get up," Karath growled, his voice dripping with malice. Palpatine, struggling against the crushing pain, slowly pulled himself to his feet, his movements stiff and pained. He forced himself to meet Karath's cold, calculating gaze, even as his hand throbbed with the remnants of the agony. "I have learned much of this. Warp you speak of," Palpatine began, his voice steady despite the lingering discomfort. He couldn't afford to show weakness, not now. "It seeps into our galaxy from 3 tiers in space. One above Naboo, one above Tatooine, and finally the last above this planet, Coruscant." Karath's gaze sharpened, his interest piqued. The idea that the warp had such influence over these significant points in the galaxy intrigued him. "Tell me what else you have learned about the warp." "What of our god?" Karath asked, his voice commanding, the chaos lightning crackling around his fingers as if ready to strike at any moment. Palpatine's heart beat steadily as he answered. The name had come to him in fragments, whispered in the shadows of his studies, and now, standing before Karath, it was time to speak it aloud. Tzinch. The word rolled off his tongue, carrying a weight far heavier than he expected. It was the name of the chaos god he had started to study in secret, the one who manipulated change, the master of fate and sorcery. For a long moment, there was only silence between them. Karath regarded him with a look that was impossible to read, his eyes cold and calculating. Palpatine held his breath, knowing that in this moment his survival depended on how Karath responded to his revelation. After what seemed like an eternity, Karath finally spoke, his voice low and menacing. "Tzinch, yes, the changer of ways. He is the chaos god of knowledge and manipulation, the architect of the future. Do you understand what that means, little Sith?" Palpatine swallowed, forcing himself to remain calm, to maintain control over his emotions. He had learned enough to know that Tzinch was not simply a god of magic. He was a god of endless possibility, of plotting and scheming, a patron of those who sought to bend fate itself to their will. Palpatine had felt the god's influence in the darkness, pushing him toward his own path of power, guiding his hand. "I understand," Palpatine said, though his voice held a depth of reverence, a subtle recognition of the sheer power that Tzinch wielded. The warp is a force that can shape everything, can alter the future, control destiny itself. And I intend to use it, to control it. Karath's non-existent lips curled into a twisted smile, a smile that seemed almost approving. Yes, you are beginning to understand, Sith. The power of the warp is not to be feared, but to be mastered. Your place in the galaxy will be secured not by armies or titles, but by your ability to manipulate the threads of fate itself. Palpatine's mind raced with the possibilities. With Tzeentch's power, there would be no limit to what he could achieve. The galaxy, his future, and his ambition all hinged on his ability to control this force. The Sith Lord's desire for power, for control over the fates of billions, had always burned within him, but now, with the guidance of chaos, that power could be realized in ways he never imagined. I will master it, Palpatine said, his voice resolute, filled with the promise of his own ascension. I will become the master of the warp. I will reshape the galaxy itself. Karath leaned forward slightly, his eyes glowing with a dark, unspoken approval. Good. Remember this, little Sith. The power you seek is not without cost. It demands sacrifices, and it will test you in ways you cannot yet fathom. But in the end, it will be yours, if you are worthy. Palpatine nodded, his thoughts already focused on the future, on the path that would lead him to unimaginable power. His studies of the warp, of Tzeentch, and of the dark forces at his disposal were only just beginning. And as he stood there before Karath, he knew that this was just the first step in his journey toward becoming the true ruler of the galaxy. Chapter 43. Free Fall. Maximus. The atmosphere inside the battle barge was thick with tension, the hum of machinery and the low rumble of the engines providing a constant backdrop. The three Astartes, their armor gleaming with the remnants of battle, stood before the holographic projection of Tatooine, their eyes scanning the map. Raxa, who had managed to get most of the barge operational after their successful campaign, was overseeing the operations, standing slightly off to the side. The map of Tatooine flickered before them, showing the desolate planet's harsh deserts, dotted with various cities and settlements. Data marks were scattered across the map, each one representing a city, a key strategic location, or a target of interest. But it was the looming presence of a large marked area that caught Maximus's attention, an area that seemed to unsettle even the Death Watch officers standing in the room. Maximus, his voice low and commanding, turned to the gathered officers and fixated on one of the projections. Tell me more of this hut. The natives fear it. Why? His voice was calm, but his eyes, sharp and calculating, bore into the men, demanding an answer. The officer closest to him, the hardened Death Watch veteran Jarek, stepped forward, his expression grim. The hut is a figure of terror, Lord Maximus. He controls the underworld on Tatooine. Jabba the Hutt, to be specific, is a crime lord who rules with fear, his influence stretching far beyond the borders of the planet. The natives and many of the criminals here are bound to him by various debts, loyalties, and coercion. Maximus's eyes narrowed. Fear? You speak of coercion, yet the fear of a creature such as this is not simply the result of debts. There is something deeper here. Jarek hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Hutt's influence runs through the slave trade, black market dealings, and all manner of unsavory practices. He's feared because he can make entire towns disappear, erase people without a trace. It's not just his wealth or power, it's his ruthlessness and the network he commands. The hologram flickered and shifted, the image of Jabba the Hutt now looming large in front of the group. His bloated form was sprawled across his throne, surrounded by his grotesque courtiers, the flicker of his slimy tail visible in the dim light. His presence was repulsive, his form a mockery of life itself. His very existence seemed to disgust everything around him, a festering boil on the face of Tatooine. Disgusting, Sebastian muttered under his breath, his voice low and venomous. His hand clenched tighter around the railing he leaned against, the metal creaking under the pressure of his grip. His words were filled with such contempt that his hatred was clear to everyone in the room. For the Black Templar, Jabba's very existence was an affront to everything they stood for. "We can't let it live." Sebastian's voice rose, hard and resolute, as he stepped away from the hologram, his figure casting a long shadow in the dim light of the barge. "He represents everything that is wrong with this galaxy, everything that should be eradicated." Maximus, ever the tactician, observed his brother's fury with a detached calm. His mind was already weighing the options, analyzing the situation. He had always been one to focus on the bigger picture, but he understood the necessity of dealing with the filth that clung to the galaxy piece by piece. He turned to Sebastian with a calculating gaze. "What do you think we should do then?" Maximus asked, his voice measured. There was no rush in his words, no impatience, just a keen interest in how his brother would approach the problem. Sebastian lowered his head, his gaze darkening as the gears in his mind turned. The silence in the room stretched on for a moment, the only sound being the low hum of the barge's systems working tirelessly in the background. Then, as if the weight of the decision had settled on his shoulders, Sebastian raised his head, his eyes flashing with a sudden fierce intensity. A smile, twisted and almost predatory, crept onto his lips under his helmet. "We make an example of Jabba the Hutt, of everything he represents. His fortress, destroyed. His followers, exterminated. We will make the galaxy know that there is no place for corruption like his to thrive," Sebastian declared, his voice rising with conviction. The fire in his optics was unmistakable. He was ready for war. Maximus nodded slowly, his mind already turning over the logistics of such an operation. It was bold, brutal, and exactly the kind of statement the Black Templars were known for. Yet he knew there was more to it than just destruction. They needed to ensure that the eradication of Jabba and his empire would leave a lasting impact, something more than just a violent purge. "It's a bold plan," Maximus said, his tone thoughtful but approving. "But it will have consequences. This is no mere criminal. Jabba's network stretches far and wide. Killing him will not only draw the ire of his allies, but could create a power vacuum, one that will be filled by those who may pose a greater threat to us than him." Sebastian's smile didn't waver. "Then we step in to fill it. One fell swing, and his entire operation is ours." "Operation Arc Interference," Maximus stated, his tone cold. Sebastian's laugh broke the tension, a loud and guttural sound that resonated through the room, echoing off the metal walls. His eyes shone with anticipation, the thrill of the coming bloodshed obvious in his expression. "Arc Interference," he repeated, savoring the sound of the operation's name as he remembered one of their earliest operations as a unit. He turned to Raxa, who stood nearby, a faint smile on his lips as he recalled the origins of the plan. The grin on his face deepened, recalling a time when such operations had been mere theory, but it had worked out splendidly. "They'll never see us coming," Raxa said, his voice smooth with confidence. Maximus stepped forward, his fingers lightly brushing the data console as he brought up the full layout of Jabba's palace. The fortress was an impenetrable stronghold, surrounded by layers of defenses and guarded by hundreds of mercenaries, hired guns, and even creatures trained to protect the Hutt's life. "Then it is settled," Maximus said, turning his eyes back to Sebastian, his voice low and commanding. "We'll begin the assault at once. Prepare the death watch. We strike at dawn. No mercy, no hesitation. Jabba's reign ends now." Sebastian's smile grew wider, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "It will be glorious, brother." The room filled with the sound of heavy footsteps and the clattering of armor as the Black Templar and the Death Watch moved to prepare for the assault. As the hologram of Jabba the Hutt flickered and disappeared, a sense of finality hung in the air. The time for talk was over, the time for action had come. The cleansing of Tatooine had already begun, and nothing, not even the infamous Hutt, would stand in their way. Summum. High in the atmosphere of Tatooine, Maximus, his brothers, and the Death Watch stood aboard their ships, their gaze fixed on a hologram of Jabba's palace. Maximus hummed to himself as he studied the projection, his arms folded. "Are you sure this will work?" Bo-Katan asked, standing next to Sebastian. She had been reinstated to the Death Watch and now stood at the Black Templar's side, her armor reflecting the pale light of the hologram. Maximus glanced over at her, his expression calm. "Yes, as long as we land at the correct spot. He pointed to a highlighted area of the palace on the hologram, indicating the roof. So we just... Bo-Katan raised an eyebrow, her hand making a quick diving motion, as if punching through the roof of the palace. Maximus smiled, a cold gleam in his blood-red optics. Exactly. The plan was simple, but its execution would require precision and unwavering discipline. Maximus turned to the crew, his voice steady and commanding. We strike at the heart of the beast. We hit hard, hit fast, and burn it to the ground. Raxa, who had been quietly observing the operations, stepped forward. The defenses are heavy. Hundreds of mercenaries, war droids, and even creatures to guard the palace. It will be no easy task. Sebastian grinned, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his blade. We've faced worse. His voice was laced with unshakable confidence. They'll never see us coming. Maximus nodded, turning back to the hologram. The palace loomed large, a massive fortress of stone and steel, a symbol of Jabba's corrupt empire. The layers of defense surrounding it would be formidable, but Maximus had already accounted for that. The key to success was in the timing, the element of surprise. I trust you have the data ready, Maximus asked Raxa, his voice calm yet commanding. Raxa gave a slight nod, the smile fading from his face as he tapped a few buttons on the console in front of him. The coordinates are locked in. We'll be on the ground within minutes. Your orders are clear. Maximus turned to the rest of the team. We take no prisoners. Prepare to launch. With that, Maximus turned toward the ramp of the Thunderhawk as it began to lower, the roar of the engines filling the air. Squad Alpha, ready. Squad Beta, ready. The rest of the Death Watch squads checked in, each voice steady and unwavering, their resolve clear. Maximus, Sebastian, and Raxa stood at the ramp's edge, staring down at the distant palace far below, the desolate landscape of Tatooine stretching beneath them. Maximus's gaze lingered on the fortress. This was the moment. All squads, drop. His voice was a calm command, but there was no mistaking the authority behind it. He hefted his new Thunderhammer, the massive weapon a new addition to his arsenal, its weight a satisfying reminder of the strength he wielded. It had been uncovered during the inventory check, and now it served as a formidable secondary weapon, one that would make a statement in battle. The three Astartes stepped forward, and without hesitation, their new jump packs roared to life, propelling them downwards. In a flash, they were gone, plummeting toward the planet below, the sand and rock of Tatooine rushing up to meet them. All was silent as they plummeted towards the palace, the winds howling around them as the ground neared at an alarming speed. The only sound that filled the air was the steady hum of their jump packs, propelling them down with ruthless precision. Maximus was in the lead. His eyes were fixed on the target below, calculating the trajectory. His hand tightened around the hilt of his Thunderhammer, the weapon a stark contrast to the speed and violence of their descent. Prepare for impact, he commanded, his voice cold and steady, cutting through the roaring wind. The three Astartes, synchronized in movement, adjusted their bodies mid-air. Their jump packs flared as they reoriented, each one of them locking into position as they neared the ceiling of Jabba's palace. The palace's metal roof loomed closer with each passing second, the heat of the desert still radiating off its surface. Then, with a force that could shatter mountains, they slammed into the ceiling. The impact sent a tremor through the entire structure. Stone cracked, and dust exploded outward in a blinding cloud, obscuring their figures for a moment. The sound of the impact reverberated throughout the palace, alerting every guard and mercenary to the threat that had just descended upon them. As the dust settled, the mercenaries below froze in place, their eyes darting around in confusion and fear. The only thing they could see were three sets of red optics glowing from the darkness above them, like the eyes of predators stalking their prey. A silence filled the air, thick with tension, before each Astartes slowly rose from the rubble. No mercy. Chapter 44. Brutality of the Imperium. A.N. This chapter is brutal. Please be aware. Thank you. Maximus exploded forward, his massive frame moving with deadly speed. The ground shook with each step, his hammer held high, ready to unleash destruction. His brothers followed in perfect synchronization, their weapons primed and their intent clear. The mercenaries scrambled, but it was too late. Maximus swung his thunderhammer, the weapon's weight and power sending shockwaves through the air. With one mighty strike, the first line of defense shattered, mercenaries torn asunder by the force. Sebastian was beside him, his sword a blur as it cut through the chaos. His strikes were precise, deadly, each swing eliminating any enemy that dared come close. His eyes burned with the thrill of combat, and his laughter rang out, a harsh sound that only fueled the carnage around him. Raxa moved with cold precision. His heavy bolter roared as he picked off targets from a distance, his aim unerringly true. He didn't waste a single shot, ensuring every enemy that fell had a reason to. The palace was under siege, and the mercenaries were no match for the storm that had descended upon them. Each Astartes moved like a force of nature, unstoppable, a whirlwind of destruction that left nothing standing in its wake. Maximus swung his hammer again, obliterating another mercenary's position. The metallic clang of his blows was deafening, but it was the sound of fear that truly filled the air now. The fear of those who realized too late that they were standing in the path of something far worse than death. The mercenaries, once confident in their numbers, now scattered like rats, their unity crumbling under the relentless onslaught. Maximus's massive frame surged through the palace, crushing all who stood in his path. His thunder hammer cleaved through steel doors, walls, and enemies alike, each strike creating a thunderous echo that sent shockwaves through the halls. The force of his blows was unimaginable, a manifestation of his fury and purpose. Sebastian, ever the embodiment of hatred, moved with a deadly grace, a storm of flashing steel. His enemies fell without a chance to react, their blood painting the walls as his blade flashed through them with lethal precision. His grin was wide, an expression of pure battle lust. "Is that all you've got?" he shouted, his voice a growl that reverberated through the palace. Raxa moved like a walking tank. His heavy bolter cracked to life again, the deafening roar of the weapon silencing all but the screams of the dying. He didn't need to be surrounded by enemies to feel the thrill of the fight. His satisfaction was in the numbers, the certainty of each kill. Every shot that rang out from his bolter punctuated the silence, each one a death sentence to any fool who dared stand too long in his sights. The mercenaries had barely begun to regroup when Maximus tore through another group of them. He swung his thunder hammer downward with brutal force, the impact sending a mercenary flying across the room, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crack. "Don't hold back. Let them feel the full wrath of the Death Watch." Sebastian roared as his little warriors scattered around him. His laughter was all-consuming, his movements a blur of sword strikes and fluid combat. "Let's make them regret being alien bastards," he screamed, cutting down two more foes in a single motion. Raxa moved forward, not a step wasted, his bolter spitting death from afar, each shot lighting up his armor in the darkness. A mercenary tried to duck behind a pillar, but Raxa's shot found him anyway, his body collapsing in a heap. The palace trembled beneath their fury. Each hallway they passed through grew quieter as the mercenaries fell, their desperate cries echoing against the stone walls. Maximus paused for only a moment, his red optics glowing in the smoke-filled air, surveying the scene of destruction. The mercenaries had taken too long to respond, and now they were being hunted down like animals by the Death Watch behind them. The halls of Jabba's palace were littered with the shattered bodies of those who had dared to stand against them and the Death Watch. The scent of blood and burning flesh hung heavy in the air. One mercenary tried to rush the Black Templar with a blaster rifle, but Sebastian was quicker, his blade slicing through the air in a blur of motion. The mercenary's scream was cut off as Sebastian cleaved his torso in two. He didn't even flinch. The blood sprayed in all directions as he spun, decapitating another enemy in a single swift motion. "They never stood a chance," he muttered, wiping the blood from his blade with a flick of his wrist. The palace was falling apart. Every room, every hall was being ripped apart by the unstoppable force of the Astartes and the Death Watch. The mercenaries had no time to regroup, no time to mount a defense. They scattered, some trying to flee, others trying to regroup, but there was no hope. The three Astartes were everywhere. The once proud palace was crumbling under the fury of the invaders. In one of the hallways, a group of mercenaries attempted to take cover behind overturned crates. They fired blindly, hoping to slow down the oncoming tide of destruction. But they were not prepared for the speed and ferocity of the Astartes. Maximus charged, his steps sending shockwaves through the floor, the sound of his boots hitting the stone like the march of death itself. He swung his thunderhammer with terrifying force, the weapon crashing through the crates and obliterating the mercenaries behind them. The force of the blow shattered their bodies, sending pieces of them flying in all directions. The remaining mercenaries barely had time to react before Maximus swung again, and then again, the blows relentless, until all that remained was a smoldering wreckage of flesh and metal. Sebastian was already moving ahead, his grin widening as he cut down another mercenary who had tried to ambush him from the side. With a twisted laugh, he kicked the dying man aside, shattering his chest with the force before charging into the next group of defenders. His sword arced through the air, cleaving through one enemy's neck before spinning around and slicing another clean in half. The mercenaries couldn't even form a coherent defense. They were simply fodder for the storm that was upon them. His laughter grew louder, a manic sound of pure carnage as he reveled in the slaughter. Meanwhile, Raxa's cold eyes scanned the perimeter, picking off stragglers and eliminating any last remnants of resistance. He fired round after round, methodical and relentless, his bolter a constant stream of death. One mercenary tried to dive behind a pillar for cover, but it was too late. Raxa's sights were already on him, the round piercing the pillar and shattering his skull in the same instant. The entire stronghold was now in chaos. The once proud mercenaries, the last vestiges of Jabba's defense, were being wiped out like insects underfoot. There were no heroic last stands, no final defenses, only death, and the Astartes were the harbingers, and still they moved forward. Jabba the Hutt. Jabba sat upon his throne, his bloated form barely fitting in the seat, his green skin slick with sweat under the heat of Tatooine's twin suns. His eyes, glinting with malicious greed, were fixed on the holoprojector that displayed a flurry of reports from his various agents. His hold was secure, his power absolute, or so he had thought. The reports began to shift from routine updates to something far more concerning. His palace's security had detected multiple intruders, too many to be dismissed as a rogue bounty hunter or a failed assassination. His eyes narrowed, his tongue flicking out to taste the air, sensing something amiss. His eyes blinked, trying to make sense of the situation. His palace was a fortress. How could anyone breach it so easily? Then came the first blast, the unmistakable sound of violence erupting in the upper halls, shaking the very foundations of his palace. Jabba's tail flicked, a slow, deliberate movement that betrayed his unease. "What is this?" he croaked to the nearest of his guards, his voice hoarse and guttural. "Get me the security feeds, now!" The guard scrambled, rushing to activate the comms as Jabba's gut twisted with a familiar sensation. Fear. The security feed flickered on. At first it was a blurry image, the static interspersed with flashes of destruction. The thick walls of the palace seemed to tremble with every strike. Then the feed cleared. What Jabba saw made his heart skip a beat and his fat fingers twitched. A trio of armored giants, figures in black, green, and blue, stormed through his corridors, carving through his guards with brutal efficiency, while Mandalorians followed. One of them wielded a massive hammer, the impact of each swing sending mercenaries flying across the room like ragdolls. Another held a sword, cutting through men like wheat before a scythe, their screams echoing in the halls. The last moved with precision, picking off any survivors from afar, his bolters sound a deafening rhythm of death. Jabba's eyes widened in disbelief. These weren't ordinary mercenaries or bounty hunters. They were something far worse. The coldness of their movements, the relentless efficiency, told him all he needed to know. They were soldiers, soldiers who had come to wipe him out. "No, no!" Jabba roared, his voice a mixture of anger and fear. "I am Jabba the Hutt. I rule this pit of a planet. No one dares—" The roar of bolter fire interrupted him. A wave of dread flooded his bloated body, his enormous frame trembling as the distant sounds of battle drew closer. He turned his head to his entourage, his eyes wild with panic. His advisors and guards stood frozen, their faces pale. "Where are my ships? My forces?" he bellowed, his voice breaking. But there was no answer. The sounds of combat grew louder, nearer, and Jabba's confidence began to crumble. His palace, his stronghold, was falling, faster than he could comprehend. The doors to his private chamber suddenly slammed open, and a massive figure appeared in the doorway, blocking out the light with its towering silhouette. Jabba's heart skipped a beat as he saw the figure, his eyes narrowing. Maximus. The towering Astartes stepped into the throne room, his crimson optics glowing like twin fires of death. His blue and golden armor was stained with the blood of Jabba's forces, the echo of violence still hanging heavy in the air. The thunderhammer in his hands hummed with a lethal promise of more destruction. "Jabba the Hutt." Maximus's voice was low, calm, yet filled with an authority that chilled the very air around him. "You're even uglier in person." Jabba's tail whipped in panic, his massive body squirming uncomfortably. His mind raced, but there was no escape. The Death Watch had come, and their fury could not be halted. His mind flitted to his wealth, his luxuries, his power. All of it was slipping away. Jabba croaked, his voice weak as he tried to hide his fear beneath the layers of his arrogance as his translator droid spoke for him. "You have no idea who I am. I can make you rich. I control Tatooine. You cannot defeat me." Maximus stepped forward, his heavy boots thundering as if to emphasize the crushing weight of his resolve. "We do not seek wealth, worm. We seek your death, and I promise you, it will be slow." Jabba's eyes darted around the room, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized there would be no bargaining, no escape. The Astartes were not here for gold. They were here for him, and their judgment was swift and merciless. He raised a trembling hand, trying to summon his guards, his backup, anything to halt the inevitable. But it was already too late. The rest of his palace had been reduced to rubble, his defenses shattered, and there was nowhere left to run. "Please," Jabba pleaded, his voice growing desperate, I offer you everything. Power, riches, anything you desire. Just spare me. I beg you." Maximus made no reply as he surveyed the room, his red optics scanning the chains that bound both Xeno and human alike. His gaze lingered on the slaves, humans, Twi'leks, Rhodians, and others who had been shackled by Jabba's cruel reign. His hand tightened around the hilt of his thunderhammer, his jaw set in grim resolve. Before the Hutt could react, Maximus moved like a force of nature. His massive frame surged forward faster than Jabba could track. With a single thunderous strike, he brought the hammer down on the chain that bound a Twi'lek slave to Jabba's throne, slicing through it and part of Jabba's tail with ease. The girl recoiled as the heavy chain was severed. She stared up at the Ultramarine with wide, terrified eyes, but her shackles had been shattered. Her salvation had come. Jabba's enraged screech echoed through the room. His damaged tail lashed out in a wild, desperate strike, but Maximus dodged it, stepping closer to the throne. The Hutt roared in fury and pain before his bloated, grotesque form swung a fist toward Maximus's head. The strike was clumsy, desperate, but the Astartes was far too quick. He caught the massive hand mid-swing, his armored grip crushing the Hutt's wrist like a vice. "You're stronger than you look," Maximus snarled, his voice low and filled with venom. "But it doesn't matter. My hatred is stronger still." With a growl, he clenched his fist, his gauntlet squeezing tight, the sound of cracking bones filling the room. Jabba's shriek of agony pierced the air as his wrist shattered under the strength of the Astartes' grip, the grotesque appendage collapsing into a mangled mass of flesh and bone. Jabba's massive eyes went wide, his mouth working in a futile attempt to scream, his bloated body quivering in pain. But Maximus was relentless. Maximus held the Hutt's wrist aloft, his other hand grasping the thunderhammer with a brutal intent. He lifted his fist, glaring at the twisted form of Jabba, and without hesitation drove the edge of his hammer into the Hutt's tail once more. The resounding crack was sickening, followed by Jabba's agonized shriek as his tail was cleaved apart. "You think yourself invincible?" Maximus spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "A creature of sloth and indulgence. You're a filthy Slanesh abomination. Jabba tried to squirm, his thick slug-like body attempting to twist away, but the Astartes was not finished. Maximus pulled Jabba's mangled wrist toward him, the Hutt's body shaking with pain. With a savage yank, Maximus drove his armored knee into Jabba's bloated stomach, sending the Hutt sprawling back onto the remains of his broken throne. Sebastian stepped forward, his eyes alight with a twisted glee as he observed the unfolding carnage. He flourished his blade, the gleaming edge catching the light, and knelt before Jabba's trembling form. "Do you see now, slug?" Sebastian's voice was a venomous hiss. "You should have never slithered from whatever swamp you came from." With surgical precision, Sebastian drove his blade into the soft, fatty flesh of Jabba's side, carving through it with little resistance. The Hutt bellowed, the air filled with the sound of his tortured cries, but Sebastian did not relent. He twisted the blade, ripping it free, and jabbed again, carving out another cruel gash along Jabba's thick hide. Raxa, silent as ever, moved around the throne to Jabba's other side. His large hands gripped the Hutt's grotesque form. With a savage jerk, Raxa lifted Jabba's head, exposing the vulnerable skin beneath his chin. The Hutt gurgled and spat, his body trembling in futile resistance, but the Astartes paid him no mind. Raxa's eyes locked onto Jabba's, and then he brought his fist down in a savage punch, his armored knuckles sinking deep into the Hutt's jowls. The force of the strike rattled Jabba's entire body, and a sickening crunch echoed as his jaw cracked, sending a wave of blood and bile spilling out of his mouth. Jabba's roar of agony was cut short as Maximus seized his throat in a crushing grip. "Begging is beneath you, Jabba. You'll die the way you lived, cowering before those stronger than you." The Hutt's massive body trembled, his eyes pleading as he struggled to breathe under the weight of Maximus's grip. His tongue lashed out in a final desperate attempt to strike at the Astartes, but Maximus caught it with ease, his red optics glowing brighter as the Hutt's squirming grew weaker. Sebastian stood tall, watching the scene unfold with an almost savage delight. "Let's finish it." Maximus looked at his brothers, a silent understanding passing between them. The Hutt was broken, and it was time to ensure his end was as painful as it was inevitable. With a sudden, brutal yank, Maximus tore Jabba's tongue from his bloated face, eliciting a high-pitched shriek from the Hutt, the sound deafening in the now silent chamber. The wretched creature thrashed in agony, but it was futile. Raxa moved swiftly, his armored boot slamming into Jabba's back with a sickening crack. The impact sent the Hutt sprawling back onto his throne, his grotesque body shuddering with the force of the blow. The bloated slug struggled to right itself, but it was too late. Sebastian stepped forward, his eyes burning with cruel satisfaction as he looked down at the abomination. "You seem to love chains so much," Sebastian sneered, his voice laced with venom. "So why don't I show you how much I love them as well?" With a twisted grin, he stomped down hard on Jabba's sagging form, his foot driving into the Hutt's massive gut. The creature gagged, its grotesque mouth working in futile protest. Sebastian reached down, grabbing the chain Maximus had severed earlier. With a vicious growl, he wrapped it tightly around Jabba's thick neck, pulling the cold metal taut. Jabba's remaining good arm flailed around desperately, trying to grasp at the chain or anything within reach. His bloated face contorted in terror as he realized the inevitability of his fate. But the Black Templar showed no mercy. Sebastian yanked upward, and the chain dug into Jabba's thick flesh, cutting off his breath. The Hutt gurgled, his eyes wide with fear, but Sebastian merely laughed, the sound cold and dark. With a sharp tug to the side, Sebastian began to saw through the Hutt's neck with the chain, its jagged edges slicing through the soft, fatty tissue. Blood gushed out in thick, pulsating streams, splattering across the floor and over Sebastian's armor. Jabba's shrieks were drowned in the rising tide of his own blood. The Hutt's body thrashed violently, but the Black Templar was relentless. He continued pulling the chain, sawing through Jabba's massive neck with brutal precision. The Hutt's writhing grew weaker with each passing moment, his blood now pooling around him, staining the throne room floor. Finally, with one last brutal jerk, the chain sliced through Jabba's massive chin. The Hutt's body went limp, his eyes losing their terrified gleam as the blood continued to pour from the wound. The chain slid through his flesh and into his throat, and with a final, savage twist, Sebastian severed the last bit of resistance. Jabba the Hutt's reign of terror was over. The room fell silent, except for the gurgling of the Hutt's blood spilling onto the floor. Sebastian stood tall, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as he dropped the severed chain to the ground, his foot crushing Jabba's bloated form beneath him. Maximus, standing in the background, watched impassively, his red optics glowing in the dim light of the throne room. His thunderhammer was still gripped tightly in his hand, the weight of it a constant reminder of the power he wielded. He was silent, but there was a cold approval in his gaze. Raxa, ever the stoic, surveyed the room with his usual impassive demeanor, but his eyes glinted with something darker as he observed the carnage. He said nothing, but there was satisfaction in the way his hands gripped his bolter, ready for whatever came next. Maximus turned away from the throne room, his voice low and commanding. The galaxy will remember this day. Jabba the Hutt is dead, and his empire crumbles with him. Raxa stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the room, the remains of Jabba scattered across the floor like a broken symbol of his reign. Let's finish what we started. We take the rest of this vile stronghold. Sebastian nodded, his grin never faltering as he sheathed his blade. Let's burn it to the ground. The Death Watch outside had finished their work, and the galaxy would never forget the destruction they had wrought. The Hutt's criminal empire was no more, and the streets of Tatooine would soon be free of its foul influence. As they turned and made their way to the exit, the sound of the palace crumbling echoed behind them. The Astartes had delivered their judgment, and no one would dare defy them again on this planet. Chapter 45. Back to the barge. Raxor. After the Astartes had thoroughly dismantled Jabba the Hutt's forces, Raxa's eyes scanned the now quiet, decimated palace. His helmet's voxlink buzzed as the Death Watch dutifully moved through the palace, meticulously collecting anything that could prove valuable. Raxa's attention, however, was drawn to the grand throne of the late Hutt, its obscene, oversized bulk sitting in mockery of its previous occupant. The salamander moved closer, his armored boots clicking on the stone as he approached a hidden switch beneath the ornate chair. A soft mechanical hiss echoed through the chamber as the floor grate slowly revealed a yawning black pit that seemed to devour the very light around it. The ominous dark void sent a chill down his spine, but his resolve remained unbroken. As the grating shifted, a faint, eerie growl emanated from the depths below, making Raxa pause for a moment. Nearby, a Xenos by the name of Bib Fortuna had been captured, quivering in fear. With a swift motion, Raxa grabbed the creature by its throat, lifting it off the ground to force an answer. "What lies beneath?" Raxa growled through his vox, his voice mechanical and cold. The alien's eyes widened, terror painting its face. "A creature of immense size," Bib stammered, "the Rancor. It devours any who fall into its grasp." His long, unnerving leku twitched nervously as he spoke, eyes wide with fear. "You must understand," Bib began, attempting to placate Raxor. "I was forced to serve Jabba for years. I don't know much of this creature, only that it is a beast of legend." The Astartes regarded him with cold disinterest. "It will be your death, then, so we may learn more of what lurks below." The finality in Raxa's tone was unmistakable. With a brutal shove, he pushed Fortuna toward the open pit. The Twi'lek flailed, screaming, but there was no escaping his fate. The pit swallowed him whole, and a horrid sound, the tearing of flesh and bone, was heard as the Rancor seized its prey. Raxa watched dispassionately as the creature's massive jaws worked their grisly task, dragging Fortuna into the depths. Blood splattered against the stone walls of the pit as the beast's growls reverberated through the chamber. Maximus and Sebastian stood off to the side, casting a passing glance toward the slaughter. Maximus, his voice booming through his helm's vox, spoke without a hint of remorse. "Let's not waste time here." Raxus spoke through the comlink, sharp and calculated. "Agreed. I'll remain here. You two continue onward." Maximus and Sebastian moved on, their booted feet thudding heavily across the floor as they headed deeper into Jabba's lair. The two of them would eliminate the remnants of Jabba's forces and ensure that nothing was left of the criminal empire. Their path was already set, and Raxa knew they would leave no stone unturned. With a grunt, Raxa turned back to the room. The slaves, frightened, disheveled, huddled together in the corners of the chamber. His eyes scanned the room for any sign of resistance. He knew the Astartes didn't come to negotiate or coddle. Their purpose was destruction and, where necessary, annihilation. He gave a silent nod to the Death Watch members, signaling them to release the captives. They moved in, methodically executing the orders without hesitation. His thoughts, however, were already on what came next. And then it happened. A low growl echoed again from the pit. Raxa's gaze drifted back to the pit as he carefully dropped a melter bomb into the dark hole. The explosion was swift, devastating, obliterating whatever remained of the monstrous creature. The shockwave rattled the room, shaking loose debris, and then silence returned. This time, a far more final silence. Turning back to the remaining slaves and criminals who still cowered in the dimly lit halls of Jabba's palace, Raxa's eyes locked onto them. "Where are you from?" Raxa asked the young woman who had been seated on the throne, the one Maximus had freed. She trembled, clearly terrified of him, but he knelt, his presence imposing yet patient. Slowly he reached up to his helmet, and with a soft hiss, he removed it from his head. His blood-red eyes met her emerald-green ones. For a moment, her fear began to fade as she realized he appeared more humanoid than monstrous. His towering frame and harsh features remained intimidating, but there was a strange familiarity in his gaze that calmed her. He extended one massive hand to her, watching as she flinched at the motion. But after a long, hesitant moment, she gingerly reached out and took hold of one of his immense fingers. With a careful, steady pull, he lifted her to her feet. "You don't need to be afraid anymore," Raxa's deep voice rumbled. "You're safe." The woman nodded, though her fear had not entirely dissipated. She turned and shouted something in her native tongue, perhaps to others still hidden within the palace, before following after Raxa as he stood and turned toward the stairs. Raxa gave a sharp glance to the Death Watch, who had moved in to surround the freed slaves. "Watch over them," he commanded, his voice unwavering. "Carry those who cannot carry themselves." Without hesitation, his soldiers moved into position, ensuring the captives were kept safe as Raxa led the way. They ascended the stairs, the sound of their heavy boots echoing through the stone halls. By the time they reached the hangar, Raxa's mind was focused, his senses alert. He turned the corner, and there they were, a massive armed force, clearly waiting for them. A jagged line of mercenaries lined the perimeter, weapons at the ready. "So this is where you've been hiding while we killed your master," Raxa shouted, his voice cutting through the tension of the moment. The roar of his heavy bolter filled the space, and with brutal precision, the first wave of mercenaries fell, their bodies torn apart by the storm of explosive rounds. Raxa's massive frame moved like a juggernaut, unstoppable and relentless as he carved through the opposition. The Death Watch followed closely behind, their blasters echoing through the hangar as they laid down suppressive fire. The mercenaries scattered in an attempt to regroup, but Raxa was already on them, his bolter a symphony of death. "Brothers, I found them in the hangar," Raxa called out over the comlink, his voice a steady growl. After a moment, the ceiling of the hangar exploded downwards as Maximus and Sebastian fell onto the ranks of mercenaries below them. The battle raged on, the clash of fire and fury filling the air. Raxa fought with purpose, each shot calculated, each swing of his bolter sweeping across the remaining mercenaries. The space between him and his targets was a blur, and before long the hangar had been turned into a battlefield littered with the bodies of those who had dared to defy the wrath of the Astartes. As the last mercenary crumpled to the floor, Raxa's golden optics scanned the battlefield, ensuring no one was left to challenge them. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the sounds of Raxa's brothers securing the perimeter. Raxa lowered his bolter and turned to his soldiers. "Gather the refugees," he ordered. "No one is to be left behind." He glanced back at the slaves, now free from their torment. The woman from the throne stood among them, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and gratitude, though fear still lingered in the depths. "Move," Raxa commanded once more, his tone final. "We're leaving." "Summon," Standing outside the ruined palace, the Death Watch methodically took inventory of their haul. The freed slaves were separated from the captured mercenaries, the former ushered into one group, while the latter were bound and prepared for transport. The once grand palace, now aflame, was a testament to their success. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, mingling with the faint remnants of bloodshed. The three Astartes stood apart from the others, their gaze fixed on the burning remains of Jabba the Hutt's stronghold. The fire illuminated their grim silhouettes against the night sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the battlefield. Sebastian, still clutching the severed head of the Hutt, raised it high, a twisted trophy. "It was a good hunt," he said, his voice low but filled with satisfaction as he held the grotesque head out for his brothers to see. Raxa nodded in acknowledgement, his red eyes narrowing as he surveyed the destruction around them. "Indeed," Maximus said, his voice measured, though there was an edge of approval in it. He turned his gaze back toward the palace. With a press of a button in his gloved hand, the landscape erupted into violent chaos. The palace exploded in a blinding burst of blue fire, the shockwave rattling the ground beneath their boots. A tremendous roar of destruction filled the air, and the sky was briefly obscured by a cloud of fire and debris. Sebastian couldn't contain himself. He let out a deep, guttural laugh, his voice almost gleeful. "Now that's a proper end to it." Raxa's gaze remained steady as the last of the flames danced in the night. The shockwave had passed, but the silence that followed was deafening in its finality. He remained unmoved by the spectacle, his focus already shifting to the next task ahead. Maximus, however, seemed momentarily entranced by the devastation. The flames reflected in his optics, and there was a subtle smile beneath his helmet, a rare moment of satisfaction. "Let's move out," Maximus finally said, his voice cutting through the lingering echoes of destruction. The Death Watch moved with precision and purpose, their boots clanging on the scorched earth as they began to organize the refugees. Raxa's sharp eyes scanned the crowd, ensuring that none of the freed slaves were left behind or at risk. The mercenaries, bound and subdued, were being herded into one corner, their fate sealed. The Death Watch methodically set to work, their disciplined actions leaving little room for error or hesitation. He stood with his arms folded, his golden optics sweeping over the remaining civilians. The flickering flames of Jabba's former palace illuminated the scene, casting long shadows over the scattered remnants of life. The sky above was dark, thick with smoke, but the steady glow of the fire lent the scene an almost surreal, apocalyptic aura. "Make sure they are all accounted for," Raxa ordered one of the Mandalorians, his voice as unyielding as ever. They moved with grim efficiency, helping to escort the refugees toward the waiting transport shuttles. Each person carefully led toward safety. The mercenaries who were still conscious were loaded onto a separate shuttle, ready for transport to whatever grim fate awaited them. As the final slave was ushered into one of the shuttles, Raxa nodded once more. The last traces of fear in their eyes were beginning to fade, replaced with cautious hope. This wasn't their final destination, it was merely a step in the journey to safety. The Death Watch would ensure their security until they reached the battle barge, where they would be sheltered and given the chance to rebuild. With a mechanical hiss, the airlocks of the transport shuttles sealed behind the last of the refugees. The crew was ready to depart. "Move out," Maximus commanded, his voice unwavering. The rumble of engines echoed through the night as the shuttle's engines ignited, a massive thrust propelling the vessel into the air. Raxa felt the tremor of the engines in the ground beneath his feet as the massive craft rose. The world below them shrank, the towering inferno of Jabba's palace now just a glowing speck in the distance, fading away into nothingness. As the battle barge came into view, Raxa's gaze softened just slightly. The sight of the looming warship was a reminder of the force to be reckoned with, not only in battle, but as a symbol of salvation to those in need. The shuttle docked smoothly within the vast hangar of the battle barge, and as the airlocks opened, the refugees slowly disembarked, unsure of their future but certain of one thing. They were no longer at the mercy of Jabba's cruel reign. Maximus, his armor still spattered with blood and ash, gave the newcomers a brief glance before turning toward Raxor, his voice solemn but filled with a rare softness. The medics and supply teams are ready. Raxa nodded, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. Good. We will see to it that they are given shelter and food. They'll need time to recover. They stood apart from the others, their gaze distant as they watched the refugees being escorted deeper into the ship. Raxa could see their expressions, fear, uncertainty, and an underlying gratitude. The Death Watch had torn through Jabba's empire like a storm, but for these people, the storm had passed. They now faced the daunting task of rebuilding their lives. He didn't care for sentimentality, but he knew the truth of what they had done. They had freed them from a tyrant's grip, even if the Astartes' methods were brutal, their purpose clear. Move them quickly, Raxa said to a squad of Mandalorians. Ensure they are settled. We have much to prepare for. One of them nodded, stepping forward with renewed focus. We'll get it done. Chapter 46, 46th Encounter. Maximus. After returning to the battle barge, Maximus and his brothers set about preparing for the next steps in their mission. The objective was clear: establish a trade route with Naboo. However, as Maximus stood in the quiet command center, his thoughts began to wander, considering the various intricacies of what needed to happen to achieve that goal. It was then that something caught his attention. The comms link on the main console blinked persistently, signaling a message that had been delivered. He approached the console and pressed the activation button. The hologram that flickered to life was that of Padme, her image shimmering in green light. Her expression was grave, and her features were worn, as though the weight of her responsibilities had taken its toll. "Hello, Maximus," she greeted, her voice tinged with a quiet sorrow. Maximus stiffened at the sound of her voice, but he stood silent, waiting for her to continue. "I'm leaving you this message to inform you that I've seen your actions on Tatooine," she continued, her words carrying an unmistakable weight of disappointment. "And I must say, I'm not very pleased. Your blatant disregard for life has always troubled me, though I've turned a blind eye to it in the past. But I'm just not sure if I can do it anymore." She paused, her eyes clouding over with uncertainty. "And besides that," she pressed on, "Duchess Satine has seen that you lied to her. You promised to destroy the Death Watch, but instead you've taken them in, bent them to your will." She paused. "You've put me in an impossible position, Maximus. I hope you can see that." Her voice quivered with frustration, and for a moment the hologram flickered as though struggling to keep its form. "My counselors and I will hold a vote to determine whether you and your brothers should still be considered part of Naboo. I hope you understand. I'm sorry that it's come to this." The message ended abruptly, and Maximus stood there, frozen for a moment, staring at the empty space where Padme's hologram had been. His fingers instinctively tightened around the railing before him, the metal groaning under the pressure of his grip. His mind raced, and a heavy silence filled the room, suffocating him with its weight. Slowly, he released the railing, his knuckles still white from the force he'd exerted, and stood to his full height. The fatigue he felt was unlike anything he had experienced before. Deep, overwhelming, and suffocating. He reached up and removed his helmet, setting it down with a soft clang against the table. His unshaven face, worn and weathered, seemed even more tired than it had moments before. The scarred hands that once wielded weapons with deadly precision now rubbed his eyes in weariness. "Are you all right, my lord?" a voice asked from behind him. Maximus turned to see one of his Mandalorian guards standing at attention, concern etched into his features. "Yes, I'm fine, guardsman," he replied quietly, his voice carrying an unusual weariness. "I just need some rest." The guard blinked in confusion. "Guardsman, my lord?" he asked, puzzled by the unusual title. Maximus gave a dismissive wave of his hand, indicating that the conversation was not worth pursuing further. "Pay it no mind," he muttered, before turning toward his quarters. His footsteps were heavy as he walked down the narrow corridor, the sound of his boots echoing against the cold metal floors. He reached his quarters, and droids were already there, awaiting to assist him in removing his armor. The familiar hum of machinery and the swift motions of the droids as they worked were oddly comforting, but it did little to alleviate the growing sense of unease gnawing at his insides. It had been a long time since he'd had a quiet moment to himself. As the last of his armor came off, he sank into a chair and allowed his tired muscles to relax. He closed his eyes, leaning back, letting the weight of everything finally catch up with him. He thought about his brothers, about the Imperium, about duty. Would they be forgotten? Would they be written off as another casualty of war? The thought of being lost to the void of the warp, erased from the histories, filled him with a cold, hollow sense of dread. But there was little room for sentiment in this war, and perhaps, as much as it pained him, he could not fault the Imperium for doing what was necessary. He opened his eyes, staring down at his hands, calloused and scarred from years of combat. It was a reminder of the sacrifices he had made, the blood he had spilled. Maximus rose from his seat, the weight of his thoughts pressing heavily on his shoulders. He moved slowly toward the Bacta tank that Padme had gifted to each of them. The sleek, transparent chamber stood as a quiet reminder of her care, a gesture that now seemed distant amidst the tension growing between them. The hiss of the tank's seal echoed in the stillness of the room, and he placed the breathing apparatus over his face, feeling the cool, sterile air filter through. As the tank closed around him, a sense of finality settled into his chest. He couldn't shake the thought of the uncertain future awaiting him and his brothers. The message from Padme lingered in his mind, the weight of her words pressing like a vice. What would the council decide? Would they stand by their word or cast them aside, deemed too dangerous, too far gone? For a moment he allowed himself to dwell on the thought, but quickly shook it off. There was no room for doubt now. What would come, would come. And whatever trials lay ahead, he and his brothers would face them as they always had. Head-on, unyielding, and with the Emperor's name on their lips. The Bacta fluid began to rise, encasing him in its healing embrace, and a deep sigh escaped from his throat. The familiar sting of the fluid on his skin was both soothing and unsettling, a reminder of the battles fought, the wounds sustained. As it slowly began its work, Maximus felt the tightness in his muscles begin to ease. The weariness that had clung to him like a second skin seemed to dissipate with every passing moment. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the fluid wash over him, his mind drifting into a quiet, meditative state. In the stillness, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to simply be. No strategies, no battles, no questions of loyalty or destiny. Just the quiet peace of the present moment. Whatever the future held, he would face it. And for now, that was enough. Summum. The silence in the tank was soothing as Maximus slept, unaware of the healing effects of the liquid. It had been about 5 hours since he entered, and he knew his brothers would remain vigilant in their guard, allowing him to rest undisturbed. He began hearing whispers, a deep, commanding voice calling his name. Suddenly, he found himself standing in a vast, dark expanse of stars and space. He was dressed only in his undergarments, his bare feet resting on what appeared to be black, star-filled water that reflected the endless sky above. He looked up, and 6 sets of glowing eyes met his gaze, 5 filled with malice, while the last pair held something akin to warmth, perhaps curiosity. The golden eyes focused on him with intensity, and that's when the pain exploded in his mind. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as the eyes bore down on him. The 2 golden ones flared suddenly, bursting into a brilliant light that pushed the others away. Maximus, the deep voice rumbled, the pain intensifying 100-fold. Maximus let out a primal shout of agony and anguish, feeling as if his very skull would crack open under the pressure. He couldn't endure the full weight of the being's gaze any longer. After a moment, he collapsed forward, his hands hitting the water as his head rested against its cold, reflective surface. He knew exactly who this being was, the one whose gaze seared into his mind. But the pain kept him from looking up into those eyes. "Stand and face me," the being commanded. Through the water's reflection, Maximus saw the eyes take on a human form. Now, a golden figure stood before him, brighter than the sun's, radiating an overwhelming light. The figure waited, poised and unwavering. "Stand," he commanded again, his tone leaving no room for disobedience. Maximus, summoning every ounce of strength, pushed himself onto his hands and knees. With great effort, he managed to place 1 foot beneath him, and slowly, painfully, he rose to kneel on 1 knee before the figure. The golden man stood before him like a statue of light, an overwhelming presence that seemed to crush the very air around Maximus. Every movement felt like dragging himself through molten stone, as though the weight of the universe itself was pressing down on him. The water beneath him rippled in quiet mockery, reflecting his struggle with serene indifference. Maximus's breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale and exhale a battle against the suffocating pressure that filled his chest. His muscles screamed in protest as he pushed against the agony in his head, the golden light searing through his every thought. But still the figure remained, unyielding, demanding. With one final grunt, he managed to get both feet beneath him, his knees shaking violently as he fought to rise. It felt like an eternity, each second stretched out into infinity, but at last he was standing. Barely. Maximus stood there, trembling, his head bowed in reverence, or perhaps fear, as he faced the golden man. His entire body was covered in a cold sweat, and his pulse hammered in his ears. His vision blurred, and yet he could not look away from the figure that now towered over him. His brilliance so intense it hurt to behold. The being spoke, his voice like thunder, yet soft as a whisper. "Your body trembles, and your mind is fractured. But you stand." Maximus's throat felt dry, his words trapped somewhere deep within him, but he forced them out, barely above a whisper. "I stand, my Emperor." The golden figure's eyes pierced through him like lasers, though the warmth that had once been there now seemed distant, replaced with a dispassionate intensity. The light around him dimmed, just enough for Maximus to see the being's form more clearly. He had no face, no features other than the brilliance that radiated from his very being. The being extended a single, luminous finger, his golden glow casting shadows across the vast, starry expanse. With a deliberate, almost serene motion, he placed the finger gently against Maximus's forehead. The contact was like fire and ice at once, sending a jolt through his entire being, a force both agonizing and transcendent. "You will need to be strong, son of Guilliman," the being's voice rumbled, its deep resonance vibrating through the very core of Maximus. "For what's to come. And always remember." The figure's eyes bore into him, his gaze penetrating beyond the surface, as if seeing every fracture in Maximus's soul. "I am watching you, my champion." In that instant, Maximus's world splintered. The space around him, the stars, the water beneath his feet. Everything shattered like glass, fragmenting into an endless cascade of broken reflections. The weight of the being's words struck him like an unstoppable wave, crashing through his mind, his body, his very essence. Maximus's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground before the figure, his head spinning, his vision blurred by the cascading shards of his fractured reality. His body trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming pressure of the being's presence nearly too much to bear. He could not keep his footing. The ground beneath him felt as though it were dissolving, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He looked up through the haze, his vision swimming, and he saw the golden figure standing over him, his emperor, radiant and immovable. A presence so immense, so otherworldly, that Maximus felt as if he were nothing more than a speck of dust in comparison. The weight of his gaze was unbearable, suffocating, yet it was all-encompassing, as if Maximus had always been destined to stand before him. And then the silence. The crushing, suffocating silence, broken only by the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat, as everything went black. Sebastian stood in one of the many grand halls of the battle barge, his voice steady and commanding as he delivered a sermon on the Emperor's light and glory. The room, filled with battle-hardened Mandalorians, was silent in reverence, each word he spoke carrying the weight of faith and duty. However, his sermon was abruptly interrupted by a frantic voice crackling through the vox. "Lord Sebastian, Lord Maximus has collapsed and is unresponsive in his quarters," the voice said, panic evident in every syllable. Sebastian's brow furrowed, and he immediately turned to the gathered Mandalorians. Without hesitation, he barked a single command. "Move!" The Mandalorians parted quickly, clearing a path as Sebastian leapt over those who were too slow. His boots pounded the cold metal floor as he sprinted toward Maximus's quarters, urgency driving every step. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the narrow hallways, his heart racing with a sense of impending dread. Halfway to his destination, he collided with Raxa. The two shared a brief, understanding glance before bursting through the door together, their imposing figures filling the threshold. Inside, the sight before them was nothing short of chaos. The Bacta tank that had once held Maximus, offering its healing embrace, lay shattered across the floor in jagged pieces. The sterile, clear fluid had spilled out, pooling in a dark puddle, its faint glow fading in the dim light. But it was Maximus, the one they had come for, that took their focus. The Ultramarine lay convulsing on the floor, his body jerking uncontrollably. His once strong form was now twitching and writhing, his face contorted in a mix of pain and something far worse. Something neither Sebastian nor Raxa could immediately identify. The silence of the room was broken only by the sickening sound of Maximus's spasms. Sebastian's mind raced as he knelt beside his brother, his armored hand gently touching Maximus's shoulder. "Maximus," he called, his voice full of concern. "Maximus, wake up!" But there was no response. Maximus's body continued its violent movements, his eyes rolled back into his head. Raxa moved quickly, pulling out a medical scanner and sweeping it over Maximus's body, his eyes narrowing as the device beeped erratically. "His vitals are unstable," Raxa muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "He's not responding to any stimuli. This is beyond the normal scope of injury." Sebastian's gaze darkened as he scanned the scene, piecing together the fragments. The broken Bacta tank was one clue, but there was something else. An unsettling energy in the air. He could feel it, a pressure that tugged at the edges of his mind, something that didn't belong. "Get him to the medical bay now," Sebastian ordered, urgency in his voice. He turned to Raxor, his face a mask of determination. "I'll carry him." Without waiting for a response, Sebastian carefully hoisted Maximus's limp form into his arms. His brother's body was unnaturally cold, a stark contrast to the fire that had always burned in his heart. As he lifted him, Maximus's body went still for a brief moment, just enough to give Sebastian a fleeting sense of hope. But Maximus did not wake. Sebastian's heart pounded in his chest as he rushed toward the medical bay, his steps heavy and quick. As he entered the sterile room, he gently laid Maximus down on the cold metal slab that served as the operating table. The hum of the medical bay's systems flared to life, the soft whir of machinery filling the air as the room adjusted to the emergency. Raxa, always methodical in his actions, stepped forward and began scanning the vitals on the nearby terminal. His eyes flickered over the screen, his face a mask of concentration. He glanced up at Sebastian, his voice clipped with a sense of urgency. "His vitals are still spiking," Raxa said, his fingers flying over the controls as he adjusted the parameters. "But they're slowly going down." The tension in the room thickened, but Raxa didn't waste time in dwelling on it. He reached for a syringe containing Bacta. Sebastian, his mind clouded with uncertainty, watched every movement closely, his instincts pulling him back. The weight of superstition, of an unspoken fear, gnawed at him. He couldn't just allow any solution to be injected into his brother, not without knowing more, not without being certain. "How do we know this will work?" Sebastian's voice was low, his hand hovering over the syringe, a sharp edge of distrust in his tone. His grip tightened, and his mind flashed through 1,000 possibilities, none of them comforting. Raxa met his gaze with unflinching resolve, his eyes shadowed with the same sense of urgency. "We don't. But we must try something." The tension between them was palpable, the seconds stretching into what felt like an eternity. But Raxa did not hesitate. He pulled his wrist free from Sebastian's grip and with a swift, practiced motion pressed the syringe into Maximus's chest. For a moment, nothing happened. Maximus lay still, his body slack and unresponsive. But then, slowly, the readouts on the terminal began to change. The spikes in Maximus's vitals began to soften, the erratic fluctuations slowly giving way to a more stable rhythm. "His vitals are stabilizing," Raxa muttered, a note of relief creeping into his voice. "It's working." Sebastian watched the monitors in silence, his mind still reeling from the uncertainty. He could feel the tightness in his chest begin to loosen, but it was fleeting. There was still too much unknown, too much danger lurking beneath the surface. The room was still. The only sound was the soft beep of the machines as they confirmed the change in Maximus's condition. Sebastian exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. For now, it seemed his brother would live. But the question remained. What had caused this in the first place? What had pulled Maximus into this state of torment? Sebastian stood silent, watching over his brother, waiting for the answers to come, and wondering if they would ever truly understand what had happened. Chapter 47. 47. His Will. The Emperor. Watching one of Guilliman's sons struggle to stand before him was an astonishing feat. Few could endure the weight of the Emperor's psychic presence without collapsing. Yet this Astartes used every ounce of his strength to rise, trembling, to his feet. He stood there like a fragile leaf swaying in the wind, but still he stood. Interesting, the Emperor mused inwardly. In this strange new universe, the Emperor felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Almost wholeness. He cast his gaze across the galaxy, seeing its inhabitants, so different from those of his own realm, but also so alike. In that fleeting moment, time stretched out infinitely, and the Emperor understood everything. Your body trembles, and your mind is fractured. But you stand, he spoke aloud, looking down at the Astartes. I stand, my Emperor, the Ultramarine replied, struggling to maintain his stance. Drawing closer, the Emperor peered into the Astartes' soul, seeing every action, every deed, every truth. As their eyes met, the Ultramarine's gaze widened, his eyes beginning to burn in their sockets under the weight of the Emperor's brilliance. The Emperor extended a single finger, touching the Astartes' forehead. You will need to be strong, son of Guilliman, he said, sensing the Astartes shuddering at his words, for what's to come. And always remember, I am watching you, my champion. Then, in an act that would echo through both universes forever, the Emperor shattered the Ultramarine's soul into countless fragments before using his vast power to bind them together. Your sacrifice will be engraved in every tome, every book, every record, forever immortalized as the Ultramarine who saved the Imperium, he declared, holding one of Maximus's soul fragments close to his chest. The Emperor began the delicate process of repairing the broken soul. It would take time, but if his plan were to succeed, it had to be done. Ruthless, a voice echoed. Reality itself trembled as this new being brought her full might down on him. The Emperor's hand rose, a psychic shield forming in a flash as he continued his work, preventing reality from collapsing. Enough, he said, his voice calm but unyielding as he turned his full might against this new presence. It was a stalemate, but the Emperor persisted, finally finishing the delicate task of restoring Maximus. He sent the Ultramarine back to his body, confident he would survive, though still clutching onto the soul fragment. You think you can come here unchallenged and simply do as you please? The mad voice sneered. No, the Emperor replied, not unchallenged. But you and I are evenly matched, for now. He assumed a more human form, feeling the soothing energies of this new universe. His mind was somewhat whole once again, no longer the broken figure sitting on the golden throne. He stood in a white toga, a golden wreath atop his head, taking in deep breaths of power. The Emperor observed the towering, lanky figure of a woman standing before his psychic shield. Her claw-like fingers scraped against the barrier as her eyes glinted with menace. I see that I cannot stay here, he said, his voice dripping with disdain, but I promise you this, I will return, and when I do, I will destroy you. The woman laughed, her whole body convulsing with exaggerated glee before she turned, throwing herself against the shield once more. You are nothing but a broken corpse, she screamed. The Emperor's gaze darkened. You foul, wretched creature, he said coldly. You speak of things you know nothing about. The woman continued to bash her face against the psychic barrier, laughing as she did, her claws digging into the shield. You weaken with every moment, she taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. You can't stay here for long, Your Majesty. With a chilling grin, she twisted her head 180 degrees, peering through time and space. Your true broken body calls for your return. Your absence has sent your Imperium into chaos." The Emperor's perfect features darkened. He unleashed his full power, a fraction of his former might, but enough to send a psychic shockwave that obliterated the woman from his sight. Her mocking laughter filled the space around him. "Run away, corpse Emperor," she jeered. "I'll make sure to watch over your precious Astartes myself." The Emperor stopped in his tracks, turning slowly to meet her mocking gaze. "No," he replied with a smirk of his own. "It seems you have guests." With that, the father, the son, and the daughter arrived just in time to reinforce her prison, forcing her away with a snarl. The Emperor's gaze lingered a moment longer on the spot where the woman had once stood. With a heavy sigh, he turned away from the now emptied void, refocusing on the painful journey back to his own realm. The transition was violent, like stepping into a maelstrom of knives that tore at his very essence. He could feel the weight of his fractured mind splintering again, the unbearable agony of being drawn back into the depths of his mortal shell. His form seemed to tear itself apart with every step, as though every molecule in his being was pulled apart, only to be ruthlessly stitched together again. His breath hitched, a phantom pain from 1,000 deaths flickering at the edges of his thoughts. The fragment of Maximus's soul, his tenuous link to the other universe, burned with a cold fire in his grasp, its pulsing energy offering him a fragile thread of strength. He clutched it tighter, forcing his focus to remain on the delicate process of binding it to himself. His mind screamed as he pushed through the agony, but in the depths of that pain, he felt something solidify within him. The two universes now resonated in the Imperium, a place where the veil was thin and the boundaries between realities were malleable. He could feel it, like an echo of a distant star. With a moment of brutal clarity, he pulled his essence back fully into his body, his psychic form intertwining with the tortured vessel that had once held him. Every inch of him ached, as though the very fibers of his existence had been twisted and reshaped. But it was a familiar pain, one he had endured for 10 millennia. "Guilliman." The Emperor's voice cut through the galaxy, the psychic projection so powerful that it reverberated across the cosmos, bending the air itself. His power, even in this broken state, still held the weight of untold eons. The Astronomicon flared, a beacon of authority cutting through the dark. The Emperor's voice was a command, unyielding, all-encompassing. His mind reached across the stars, finding his son no matter where he stood. The force of H. His summons was enough to crush the will of lesser beings, and even the mighty Primarch could not escape its weight. Across the galaxy, Guilliman fell to his knees. The psychic force hit him with the intensity of a star collapsing into itself. His breath caught as his body, honed to perfection, instinctively sought to withstand the Emperor's overwhelming presence. His mind swam as the Emperor's will pierced through the barriers of space and time, cutting through the endless distance between them. The Primarch, though a son of the Emperor, was still but a man compared to the full breadth of his father's power. "To me!" The Emperor's voice boomed once more, a command so absolute, so powerful, that it could not be ignored. The universe itself seemed to bend to it. Guilliman's struggle was fierce, his hands pressed against the ground as if trying to anchor himself to reality. But he was already standing. The pain of his father's call, the pressure of it, lifted him to his feet. He knew what it meant, this summons. He had been summoned before, but never with this kind of force, never with the weight of the Emperor's fractured mind behind it. The sons of Guilliman rose, shaking, their bodies betraying the depth of the psychic assault. He gazed upward as if he could see his father through the very fabric of the galaxy, though no physical sight could pierce the distance that spanned between them. His chest heaved as he tried to regain his balance, a shuddering breath escaping him. "Father," Guilliman whispered aloud, his voice thick with the mixture of awe and concern. The Emperor's will, steady and resolute, guided the Primarch's movements. Guilliman knew that the Emperor had never been truly whole, not since the heresy, and not since the Golden Throne had become his prison. But this was something else, something darker, more ancient and infinitely more powerful. "Father," Guilliman said again, his voice shaking, as if the words alone could help him comprehend the enormity of what had happened. But the Emperor did not answer immediately. Instead, the psychic pressure lifted, as though a great weight had been released, leaving Guilliman with nothing but the aftermath, the knowledge that his father's power had been brought to bear on his very soul. Guilliman turned to his navigators, his voice cutting through the chaos of the bridge like a command from a god. To Terra, immediately. The navigators exchanged grim looks, but they did not hesitate. With practiced precision, they began their work. Their eyes flickered with unnatural light as they peered into the swirling madness of the warp. The air around them crackling with psychic energy, the ship's engines hummed in response, an eerie growl that reverberated through the deck. The Macrage's honor lurched, and in a heartbeat, the stars outside blurred into streaks of light as the ship was consumed by the Imperium. The transition was violent, a violent twisting of reality itself, but the navigators held firm. Guilliman stood unmoving at the center of the command deck, his form resolute and unyielding, even as the ship shook under the immense pressure of their warp journey. His mind, however, was elsewhere. Far ahead of them, across the fabric of time and space, the Emperor's presence loomed. The bond between father and son, though strained, remained. The Emperor had called for him, and Guilliman would not fail him now, not when the Imperium teetered on the brink of ruin. His father's fractured soul was still a beacon in the immensity of the immaterium, and Guilliman could feel it, faint but unwavering. "Steady, all of you," Guilliman said, his voice calm but filled with the iron determination of a man who had seen too much, yet still pressed forward. "Keep us on course. We cannot afford to falter." The navigators nodded in silent agreement, their hands moving swiftly across their consoles, keeping the ship on its perilous course through the shifting tides of the warp. The tumultuous energies around them intensified, but the ship held strong. The Macrage's honor was built for this, a warship designed to brave the worst that the Immaterium could throw at it. As the seconds dragged on like hours, Guilliman's thoughts were consumed by the enormity of what awaited them on Terra. The Imperium had long been a decaying husk, held together by the faintest threads of the Emperor's will. But now, with the Emperor fractured and broken, those threads were fraying. His mind returned to the task ahead, knowing that only through unity and resolve could they hope to stave off the coming darkness. Approaching the warp point, one of the navigators called, his voice laced with strain. Guilliman's eyes narrowed, his posture unyielding. His pulse quickened, but his mind remained calm. Terror was within reach, and the moment he arrived, every ounce of his being would be devoted to ensuring the survival of the Imperium, even if it meant confronting his father's shattered existence head-on. "Prepare for real space transition," he ordered. "Ready all systems." The Macrage's honor tore through the warp, and as they neared their destination, the fabric of the Immaterium seemed to tear and fold in on itself. Reality itself seemed to recoil as the ship emerged from the storm, the chaotic energies dissipating in a flash as Terra came into view. The battle for the Imperium had begun anew, and Guilliman would lead the charge. Chapter 48. 48 Damaged. Maximus Sacersi. Maximus slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurry at first. The familiar weight of the Bacta tank's healing fluid was all around him, and he could feel its soothing embrace, but something felt off. His body felt both sore and stiff, as though the weight of 1,000 battles had been borne upon him all at once. He blinked a few times, trying to clear the haze in his mind. The harsh fluorescent lights above him flickered once before steadying, and as the world around him began to solidify, his heart sank into a pit of uncertainty. Something was different, something was wrong. A hollow emptiness gnawed at him, deep and indefinable. He felt distant. His mind raced for an explanation, but he couldn't quite place it. The Bacta fluid had worked its miracle on his wounds, but there was an absence within him that wasn't physical. Reaching up slowly, he found his mask, still affixed to his face, and pressed the release. A soft hiss echoed through the tank as the liquid began to drain away, exposing his body to the air once more. His eyes narrowed in confusion as he stared at the dimly lit interior of the medical bay. The Bacta tank opened, its cool, moist surface slipping away from his skin as the healing process wound down. He stepped out cautiously, testing his legs as if expecting them to betray him. The moment his feet touched the cold metal floor, his knees buckled. The disorientation hit him like a wave, and he collapsed to one knee, his head spinning. "Lord," a voice called, sharp and concerned. He looked up to see a Mandalorian warrior stationed at the far end of the room, rushing toward him. The Mandalorian's heavy footsteps echoed against the sterile metal, but as soon as the warrior's gloved hand brushed against Maximus's exposed skin, the man recoiled as though he had been burned. A sharp, involuntary cry almost escaped the Mandalorian's lips as he staggered backward. His eyes wide with a primal fear Maximus couldn't understand. The warrior's breath came in quick gasps, freezing where he stood. Maximus grunted, his hand shooting out to grab the edge of the nearby table for support. "Report," he commanded, his voice low and firm, despite the overwhelming sense of confusion. The Mandalorian trembled, clearly unnerved. He stood there for a long moment, his eyes shifting nervously between Maximus and the exit, before running out of the room. The sound of his boots quickly faded into the distance. "Fool," Maximus muttered under his breath, pushing himself up with renewed determination. His fingers clenched into fists as he strode out of the medical bay, ignoring the strange feeling that lingered within him. He didn't have time to dwell on it now. He needed answers. As he walked down the corridor, the faint hum of the battle barge's engines reverberated beneath his feet. His mind remained clouded, but a sense of urgency drove him forward. He spotted another Mandalorian ahead and called out, his voice gruff but authoritative, "You report?" The Mandalorian turned to face him, her posture stiff with respect. "Lord Maximus," she said, her voice thick with tension, "Lord Sebastian and Raxa are on their way. Please return to the medical room. You've been unconscious for some time." Maximus eyed her for a moment before taking a step toward her. "What happened?" he demanded, his tone growing sharper. The Mandalorian shifted nervously, her hands twitching as she hesitated. Then, as if steeling herself, she stepped forward to guide him back. But the moment her hand made contact with his arm, she recoiled sharply, as if struck by an invisible force. Her face turned ashen with shock under her helmet. Before Maximus could react, she had drawn her blaster with a swift, reflexive motion, the barrel aimed squarely at his chest. Maximus's training kicked in before he could fully process the situation. With a swift, practiced motion, he slapped the pistol from her hand, sending it skittering across the floor. His other hand moved instinctively to backhand her, knocking her off balance. The woman crashed to the ground, her helmet clattering against the metal floor as it was dislodged. She lay there, wide-eyed and trembling in terror, her hands instinctively holding her head, as though protecting herself from an unseen threat. Maximus stood there for a moment, gazing down at her. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. It was the kind of terror one might feel when faced with something impossible, something that defied all understanding. "What is happening?" Maximus demanded, his voice dangerously low, filled with authority, but also a strange sense of disbelief. His clenched fist was ready to strike if necessary. "Stay away," she cried, her voice a sharp, panicked plea. She scrambled backward, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she tried to get to her feet, her body trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. Maximus hesitated, confused by the raw, unrestrained terror pouring off of her. He watched her with a growing sense of unease. What was happening to him? Why were people so afraid of him? Before he could say anything more, a voice called out from behind, "Brother!" Maximus turned sharply, recognizing the voice immediately. Sebastian came rushing down the long corridor, his heavy footsteps quickening as he approached. Raxa followed closely behind him. Both of them skidded to a stop in front of Maximus. Raxa immediately knelt beside the woman who was frantically clawing at his arms, her eyes fixed on Maximus as though he were some sort of malevolent apparition. Sebastian's eyes flicked from Maximus to the woman, his expression hardening. "What's happened here?" he asked, his voice a low growl. Maximus's gaze remained cold and steady. "The moment she touched me, she recoiled and drew her blaster on me," he explained, his tone even but filled with an underlying frustration. His fists clenched again. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. His anger flared, and the air seemed to thicken with it. He turned to the woman, his body tense with suppressed fury. "You drew a weapon on my brother?" His voice was laced with cold menace, though his optics bore a deeper, simmering fury. The woman flinched at the question, her face turning pale. She was clearly trembling, her breaths coming in shallow gasps. "Hold, brother," Raxa interjected, his voice calm and authoritative, though tinged with an edge of warning. He placed a hand on Sebastian's arm, halting the Black Templar before he could do anything rash. "Let her explain herself." Sebastian's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white, but after a tense moment of silence, he nodded once, his fury still bubbling beneath the surface. He took a step back, giving the woman the space to speak. "Explain yourself now," he commanded, his voice like steel, cold and unyielding. The woman's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes locked on Maximus with a mixture of fear and confusion. I don't know how to explain it," she began, her words coming in jagged gasps. He came out of the medical room after another Mandalorian had run from it. I called you over the comms, Lord Sebastian, but when I touched Lord Maximus to help him back into the medical bay." She paused, shuddering as though recalling a terrifying memory, her eyes glazed over with panic. "It felt like I was touching a void, like I was being cut off from the world around me." She gasped for breath, her hands trembling as she wiped at her eyes. A single tear rolled down her cheek, her fear palpable. Then more tears began to well in her eyes, streaking down her face as she tried to continue. It was like there was nothing, just emptiness, like I was touching a black hole. Her voice was barely a whisper, trembling with raw terror. It was as if I were gone. Sebastian's anger faltered, confusion slowly replaced it, his brow furrowing deeply as he turned his gaze back to Maximus. "Gone?" he repeated, his voice softer now, searching for some kind of understanding. Maximus stood in silence, his mind racing. The woman's words struck a deep chord within him. There was something more to this, something wrong. He felt it in the core of his being, the absence, a deep, gnawing emptiness that he couldn't explain. "Gone," Raxa muttered, his voice filled with the kind of quiet disbelief that spoke volumes. "What do you mean, gone?" The woman swallowed hard, her hands still shaking as she wiped away her tears. "I don't know how to explain it. It felt like nothing. Just vast emptiness." Maximus's heart began to beat faster as the weight of her words settled over him. He could feel it, that terrifying emptiness. It was him. He had become an absence. He had become something other. He couldn't place it, but the idea, the realization, sent a tremor through his mind. He had been changed. What had happened to him? "I don't know what happened," Maximus said quietly, his voice distant, almost hollow. He reached up and clutched his head, as if trying to hold on to whatever part of him remained. "I woke up and everything feels different. But I don't know why. Something is wrong. Something—" Sebastian stepped forward, placing a hand on Maximus's arm, but as soon as his fingers brushed Maximus's skin, Sebastian jerked back violently, his eyes wide with shock. "What's wrong?" Raxa asked, his voice filled with suspicion. Sebastian stared at his hand, his expression faltering, as if he had been struck. It's true," he whispered, his voice thick with confusion. "His body, it's like touching nothing, no warmth, no presence, just a void trying to devour my very being." Maximus stood frozen, his gaze distant. The coldness of the room seemed to intensify around him, but it wasn't the air that chilled him. It was something inside him, an absence. Sebastian muttered, his brow furrowing as he looked at Maximus with growing unease. "I felt as if I'd become cut off from everything around me. Like you're a blank." Maximus felt a pang of shock shoot through him. He knew what they were talking about. The blank, the pariah. He had become a void. He was something that didn't belong in the universe. The room fell silent. The three Astartes stood together, their thoughts heavy with the weight of what had happened. Sebastian clenched his fists, his anger now tempered by something else, concern. "We'll figure this out, brother. We'll find a way to fix you." Maximus shook his head again, the tremor of disbelief still running through him. "I don't think it's something that can be fixed," he repeated softly. His voice dropped even lower, as though speaking the truth aloud would make it all the more real. "I've lost something. I've become soulless." Sebastian's eyes softened, his fists relaxing slightly. "We will find a way. We will not abandon you. Maximus stood motionless, his heart heavy with the truth he had just accepted. If you believe me unfit to lead, he said, his voice hardening with the familiar iron resolve, say so now, and I will step down. Sebastian and Raxa exchanged a glance, their resolve clear despite their concerns. I may not like what has happened to you, but I will not claim you unfit, Sebastian said firmly, folding his arms across his chest. You are our squad leader, and it is the Emperor's will. I can feel it. Indeed, Raxa added, until it is otherwise deemed, you will continue in your role. Maximus stood silently for a moment, then bowed his head humbly, his heart heavy but determined. He extended his hand to his brothers, a gesture of unity despite the gulf that had opened between them. Raxa hesitated for a moment, but then with a quiet resolve, he took Maximus's hand, resisting the urge to pull away. Sebastian did the same, though his expression was dark, his brow furrowed with a mix of worry and defiance. We are not so weak as to let this falter us, Sebastian said, his voice low but full of determination. Maximus nodded slowly, the weight of their unspoken understanding passing between them. You collapsed nearly 3 months ago, brother, Raxa said quietly, his voice soft but filled with concern. Can you tell us what happened? Maximus blinked in confusion. 3 months? He murmured. The idea of being unconscious for so long sent a cold wave of disbelief through him. It didn't seem possible. Indeed, much has changed. There is much to show you, Sebastian said, his tone grave as he turned toward the Mandalorian woman who still stood behind them. Her presence an odd, lingering reminder of everything that had transpired. Leave us, Sebastian commanded, his voice sharp. The woman didn't argue. She stepped back, retreating without another word, leaving the 3 Astartes alone to discuss the future. Maximus raised an eyebrow, still processing everything. You said much has changed? Sebastian nodded gravely. Indeed. First and foremost, Tatooine is completely under our control. Bo-Katan has seized control of the Hutt Empire that the bloated, disgusting creature once ruled. The Mandalorians themselves have grown in number too. Some, it seems, have taken note of our success and have requested to rejoin our cause. He paused for a moment, his expression darkening. But the biggest shift has been with the girl, Padme. She pushed for a vote to rid Naboo of our presence, to cast us out. Fortunately, the people of Naboo resisted, and her attempt was thwarted. Still, we've been called to testify before the Senate on Coruscant regarding our, how did they phrase it, barbaric actions. Raxa's voice cut in, his tone heavy. It seems our methods are too harsh for them to understand. Indeed, Sebastian replied. But we will face the Senate. It will be a good way to establish ourselves as a force in the galaxy. Maximus took a moment to process this information, his mind still clouded. Do you think that's wise? He asked, his tone cautious. His 2 brothers exchanged a glance before turning back to him. Walk with us, brother, Raxa said, gesturing toward the corridor. The 3 of them began walking toward the exit of the barge. As they reached one of the windows, Maximus's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. A nascent city was beginning to take shape, with a massive circular structure standing off to the side. The natives have come to help settle the area around the barge, Raxa explained, his gaze sweeping over the new city about a mile away. Normally, we wouldn't allow this, but they started building a spaceport, which helped the Mandalorians dock and refuel their ships. It's not ideal, but it's better than the alternative, having them leave every other day to refuel. They will get no closer to the barge, Sebastian said firmly, folding his arms. That is something we cannot abide by. Come, brother, you need to rest, Sebastian added, his tone softening. We don't leave for Coruscant for a few days. You'll need all the rest you can get. Maximus nodded, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. There was much to do, much to learn, and yet it felt like something inside him had already changed forever. Chapter 49. Back to Coruscant. Maximus Divar. Waking up the next morning in the Bacta tank, Maximus released the latch on his face mask, allowing the healing liquid to drain. The tank hissed as it opened, and he stepped out, making his way from the medical bay to his quarters, where a group of droids stood ready to assist him in donning his armor. The Ultramarine stood in silence as the droids worked efficiently, and within 15 minutes he was fully armored. He moved toward the hangar bay, where Raxa and Sebastian were waiting. "I'm glad to see you up and about, brother. How are you feeling?" Raxa asked, standing near a group of Mandalorians. "Better," Maximus replied, coming to stand before them. "I'm slowly coming to terms with my new reality." "Are we ready?" Sebastian inquired, glancing at a Mandalorian stationed next to their ship. "We are, my lords," the Mandalorian confirmed. Maximus hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "Are we sure this is a good idea? We're walking directly into enemy territory." Raxa placed a hand on Maximus's left shoulder, resisting the urge to pull away. "Worry not, brother. We know you're not at your best right now, and this may be just what you need. Besides, they've promised our safety." Maximus nodded, taking a deep breath before walking toward the ship. He settled into one of the many seats, and soon after, the others joined him. The hum of the ship's engines resonated in the background as the trio settled into their seats, the gentle sway of the craft offering an almost surreal calm in contrast to the storm of thoughts swirling in Maximus's mind. He stared out the viewport, watching as the stars stretched into brilliant streaks, the ship's speed sending them toward Coruscant at a pace that was both comforting and unnerving. Sebastian sat across from him, his eyes fixed on the holomap of the galaxy projected before him. "I hope this goes as I expect," he remarked, breaking the silence as he folded his arms across his chest. Maximus glanced at his brother, a furrow crossing his brow. "You sound almost eager." Sebastian's lips twitched, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Of course I am. There's much to be done, and little time to waste. The Senate will be a delicate audience. They're weak, and they lack the stomach, or the stones, to stand up to us." His gaze shifted briefly toward Raxa, who sat in the corner, his imposing form seemingly lost in thought. Raxa's voice broke the quiet hum of the ship as he spoke without looking up. "They've underestimated Maximus before. They won't again." "Perhaps, but that doesn't mean they will not crumble before the will of the Emperor." Raxa smiled slightly before nodding. "Indeed, brother." The three sat in companionable silence for the rest of the journey, each lost in their thoughts, their minds focused on the task ahead. The hum of the ship's engines was the only sound that filled the air, a constant reminder of the direction they were headed, straight toward the heart of the galaxy. After a time, the pilot's voice crackled through their vox. "Approaching Coruscant. They've given us the clear to land." Maximus stood without a word, his brothers following suit. They each placed their helmets atop their heads, while Mandalorians gathered around them. As the ship's landing gear touched down with a resounding thud, the doors hissed open, revealing a crowd of Mandalorians already waiting, having landed before them. As soon as the ramp lowered, they surged forward, quickly spreading out to form a tight perimeter around the Astartes. Their movements were fluid, disciplined, prepared to defend should the need arise. Maximus's gaze scanned the area, but his attention was quickly drawn to Sebastian, who was holding a small bag that he hadn't noticed before. "A gift for the slugs," Sebastian said, a wry smile evident even behind his faceplate. Maximus's confusion faded into a smirk. "A gift?" he repeated, his tone amused. "I'm guessing it's not a peace offering." Sebastian chuckled, the sound muffled through his helmet. "Not unless you consider a well-placed insult wrapped in a bow a gesture of goodwill." Raxa, who had been silently observing the scene, gave a low chuckle. "This should be fun." Maximus looked out across the bustling planet of Coruscant, the towering structures of the city planet looming in the distance. His thoughts hardened as he took a deep breath. "Let's get this over with." Sebastian gave a sharp nod, his smile still lingering. With that, they marched off the ship, the Mandalorians closing ranks around them as the platform buzzed with the anticipation of what was to come. The Senator waited, but the Astartes were ready. As they walked towards the towering Senate building, the echoes of their boots on the polished walkway reverberated through the platform. The trio moved with purpose, the imposing figures of the Astartes drawing the occasional glance from the officials and diplomats around them. They were a force to be reckoned with, and the very air around them seemed to tighten with anticipation. Suddenly, they came across another delegation that had just arrived, a small group of individuals, their robes and attire marking them as representatives from Naboo. At their forefront stood Queen Amidala, her youthful face stern, but betraying a flicker of hesitation as her eyes met Maximus. Maximus's gaze hardened as he looked down at the young queen. "I am extremely disappointed in your actions, Queen Amidala," he said coldly. "I expected more from you. I had thought you had a spine, but I see I was mistaken in my judgment." His brothers, Sebastian and Raxor, flanked him, standing in stoic silence as the confrontation unfolded. Padme didn't flinch, though her eyes betrayed a measure of discomfort. She stepped forward to meet his gaze, taking a moment to carefully consider her words. "What would you have me do, Maximus?" she asked, her voice calm but firm. "I cannot condone what I've seen you do. How can I let you continue to associate with Naboo after the violence and brutality I've witnessed on Tatooine?" Maximus's lip curled into a faint sneer, and he took a step closer, towering over her. "You didn't seem to have anything to say when you yourself saw what was happening on that wretched planet," he responded, his tone dripping with disdain. "You were content to let us do as we saw fit. It's easy to condemn violence when your planet's away." The air between them grew thick with tension. Padme's eyes narrowed, her posture stiffening as she stood her ground. "That is not what happened, and you know it," she said, her voice sharper now, though still measured. "I was doing what I thought was right. You kill, without question, without regard for those who might suffer the consequences. What of the innocents your actions harmed?" Maximus took a deep breath, his gaze never wavering. "The galaxy is not a place for hesitation, girl," he said, his voice cold and unwavering. "We do what is necessary. The weak will falter, the innocent will die, if the strong do not act. Ask yourself this: how many innocent people did we save by our actions?" Padme opened her mouth to respond, but she seemed paralyzed for a moment. She could feel the pressure of his stare, the sheer presence of the Astartes looming over her. Maximus continued unyielding, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "You cling to your ideals, but ideals will not save those who die in the streets, those crushed under the boot of the powerful. We are the ones who stand between order and chaos, between civilization and the black abyss." Sebastian and Raxa remained silent, their imposing figures standing like statues behind Maximus. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with the weight of everything they had said and done. Padme's fists clenched, but she kept her composure. "You talk about saving lives, but at what cost?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm within her. "You do what you think is necessary, but you leave destruction in your wake. Is that really the price of saving the galaxy? To sacrifice everything, including our humanity?" "Do not speak to me of humanity," he replied coldly. "Survival comes first, and in the end, history will remember those who had the strength to act, not those who hesitated." With that, he turned and began to walk away, his brothers following without a word. The silence that followed their departure was deafening, leaving Padme standing alone with her entourage, torn between the brutal reality Maximus had described and the ideals she had fought so hard to uphold. The three Astartes moved with unyielding purpose toward the entrance of the Senate building, their boots echoing through its grand halls. With each step, the atmosphere in the building grew heavier as the senators, officials, and diplomats took notice of their arrival. As they entered, a cold, palpable silence fell over the room. Conversations stopped, eyes turned toward them, some filled with contempt, others with fear. There was no warm welcome, no attempt at diplomacy, only distrust and the weight of countless political games played in the shadows. The Senate had always been a place of manipulation, but now, with the Astartes standing at their door, it felt like a looming storm. Maximus was unfazed. His gaze swept over the crowd, noting the varying reactions. Some senators straightened at the sight of him, their posture stiff with barely concealed disdain. Others shrank back, their eyes darting nervously between the towering figures of the Astartes and each other. Sebastian's eyes scanned the room, calculating, assessing the positions of the key players. He seemed almost amused. "You can feel it, can't you?" he muttered to his brothers. "Fear. They tremble before us, but they won't admit it. A tall, thin man stepped forward into their path, his robes flowing behind him like a shadow, his expression a mix of contempt and feigned superiority. "So the brutal warriors have finally arrived," he said, his voice dripping with venom, his words a calculated insult. Maximus didn't flinch, his cold gaze locked onto the man, unwavering. "Be silent, lest I pull your spine from your body," he said, his tone dripping with menace, each word punctuated with the promise of a brutal, inevitable fate. The man faltered for just a moment, his smug expression faltering as he instinctively took a step back, eyes wide with apprehension. The room fell into a tense silence, the other senators and officials looking on, some with a mixture of fear, others with disgust, as Maximus stood motionless. His brothers, Sebastian and Raxa, flanked him, while the Death Watch stood behind them, their imposing presence filling the space like an iron wall. The tall man, after a brief moment of hesitation, swallowed hard, but tried to regain some measure of composure. "You would threaten me here, in the Senate?" he scoffed, though the unease in his voice was clear. "Do you think your violence will intimidate us into submission?" "Yes," Maximus answered simply, his tone unwavering, as though the answer was obvious. The man's face reddened, and he straightened, attempting to project confidence despite the growing tremor in his voice. "Well, it won't," he declared defiantly, his voice rising in a mixture of indignation and fear. Maximus's gaze remained cold and unflinching. With a deliberate step forward, he towered over the man, his immense figure casting a shadow over him. Leaning down, Maximus's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, each word heavy with menace. "Get out of my way, or I promise you, you will lose your spine." The man said nothing, his face blanching as he stood frozen under Maximus's intimidating stare. He opened his mouth, perhaps to respond, but the words died on his lips. Slowly, with a mix of reluctance and fear, he stepped aside, his muttered insults barely audible as he passed. Maximus watched him go, his posture unyielding, before turning his attention back to the path ahead. With a subtle nod to his brothers, they continued forward, their presence in the Senate now undeniable. The officials in the hall, watching the exchange, kept their distance, many of them glancing nervously at the towering Astartes, unsure of what would come next. Chapter 50. Declaration of War. Maximus. The Astartes moved forward, their imposing figures cutting through the bustling Senate building. The large hall, filled with the quiet hum of conversation and the rustling of robes, fell completely silent as they passed. Senators, aides, and diplomats all paused, some exchanging uncertain glances, others filled with unease. But the Astartes, unfazed, continued their march, paying no attention to the gazes fixed upon them. They were led to their designated booth, a hovering platform situated high above the Senate chamber. The platform was sleek, metallic and unadorned, offering an unobstructed view of the vast chamber below, where the Senate convened. Alongside them, a few Mandalorians stepped onto the platform, their presence adding to the air of tension. The Astartes took their places, standing rigid and still, their armor glinting under the chamber's bright lights, watching the proceedings without so much as a flicker of emotion. As the platform settled into place, a heavy silence settled over the room. Every senator, every representative, and every spectator knew that something important had just entered, though none could fathom the true nature of what was to come. The air seemed thick with anticipation, the atmosphere changed, as if the galaxy itself was holding its breath. Chancellor Palpatine rose from his seat in the center, his calm demeanor and sharp gaze sweeping over the room before settling on the Astartes. He offered a slight nod toward them, acknowledging their presence before speaking. "Welcome, everyone. We appreciate you attending this hearing." Palpatine's voice carried through the room, smooth and controlled. His eyes flicked to the Astartes platform. "And welcome to our guests, both from near and far sectors," he said, gesturing first toward the Astartes and then toward other distinguished delegates seated in the chamber. His tone shifted, growing more somber. "These are grave times we live in, with the threat of war hanging over our heads. Today we meet for a number of reasons, not the least of which is to address the mass execution that has taken place on Tatooine. The room stirred, a murmur of condemnation rippling through the Senate as the Astartes remained unmoving. Eyes turned with open disdain toward them, their faces a mix of anger and fear. Palpatine raised his hand for silence, his voice hardening. "We will first bring forth the charges, then hear from the accused. Afterwards, we will hold discussions and break for recess." He gave a slight nod to an official seated beside him before sitting back down. The woman to Palpatine's left stood, a practiced air of authority about her. She glanced at the crowd before speaking. "The charges will be declared after evidence is presented. Please turn your attention to the screen." She tapped a button on the panel before her, and the room fell silent as a holographic projection flickered to life. The first feed displayed a brutal scene from Tatooine. Sebastian was seen tearing into a group of Jawas with terrifying efficiency. The raw violence of the scene made many in the room flinch. The image was grainy, but the savagery was unmistakable, leaving an uncomfortable silence in its wake. The next projection showed a series of clips from Tatooine's cities, Astartes and Deathwatch moving through the streets, engaging anyone who dared to draw a weapon against them. The footage was brutal, showing the relentless power of the Imperium's angels. The images seemed to focus on Sebastian's rampage, each clip taken from the viewpoint of one of the Mandalorians accompanying them. In each, the Astartes' deadly precision left nothing alive in their wake, only destruction. The final projection displayed the grim scene of the Astartes confronting Jabba the Hutt. The brutal sounds of bones cracking and the Hutt's agonized screams echoed through the chamber. The sight of Jabba's grotesque form being battered and broken sent a cold chill down the spines of those in attendance. The image was clear, unsettling, and disturbing in its violence. In one of the distant corners of the room, Jedi Master Mace Windu and Grandmaster Yoda stood side by side, their expressions grim as they watched the projection. Yoda's face was a mask of sorrow, his eyes closing as if unwilling to bear witness to the violence any longer. Mace, however, stood rigid, his mechanical hand clenched tightly into a fist, the tension in his body palpable as he forced himself to watch the horrors unfold on the holographic screen. The projection ended with an unsettling silence hanging over the chamber. The woman to Palpatine's left stood once more, addressing the room. "We will now turn the time over to those who wish to speak, to debate charges," she declared, her voice echoing through the hall. For a long moment, no one moved. The weight of the evidence was heavy, and the room was thick with uncertainty and fear. Finally, a voice broke the stillness. A senator from a distant system, speaking out of turn. "This is monstrous. How can we allow these creatures to roam free, let alone sit in this chamber? They are nothing but killers." The senator's words were met with a murmur of agreement from many around the room, while others remained uncertain, fearful of speaking out. "Monstrous," shouted a senator from the mid-rim, her face flushed with anger. "These beings are not soldiers, they are executioners. What gives them the right to pass judgment and deliver death wherever they please? We should strike them down here and now before they can do more damage." A wave of agreement rippled through the room, with other senators nodding, their eyes narrowing at the imposing figures of the Astartes. Some of them whispered fervently, sharing their own disgust at the brutality of what had been shown. "I second the motion," said a senator from the outer rim, his voice cold and filled with hatred. "We cannot allow these killers to roam free among us. They are a danger to every civilized world in the galaxy. What is to stop them from slaughtering our people next? The Republic cannot afford to allow such threats to remain." His words were met with murmurs of approval, and several other senators raised their hands, eager to voice similar sentiments. "They must be eliminated before they can cause any more bloodshed," a stern voice called out from the back of the chamber. It was a senator from Coruscant, a powerful figure within the Senate. He gestured toward the Astartes platform. "We cannot allow such mercenaries to add fuel to the flames of chaos. The Senate should vote now, execute them before they destroy all we've worked to protect." The chamber seemed to shake with the intensity of his words as more senators stood, their hands raised in agreement. The notion of immediate action sent shockwaves through the room, and the sound of heated arguments rose in waves. "We cannot allow these animals to be free," another senator screamed. "Look at what they've done. We have witnessed their savagery firsthand. They've massacred innocent civilians. They are nothing but tools of destruction, and we should treat them as such." On the platform, the three Astartes remained silent, unmoving, their faces hidden behind their helmets. The Mandalorians standing beside them said nothing, their posture rigid, stoic, as they too observed the unfolding debate. The eyes of the room remained on them, filled with anger, suspicion, and fear. The weight of the moment seemed to stretch, the Senate on the verge of losing control. Mace Windu, standing at the edge of the chamber with Yoda, turned to face the Grandmaster. He was visibly agitated, his hand twitching as if he were ready to intervene. His mechanical hand clenched tightly into a fist, his expression a mixture of grim resolve and fury. "This is madness," Windu muttered, his voice low. "How can they let those monsters roam free?" Yoda's ancient face remained as calm as ever, though there was a deep sadness in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, instead focusing on the chaos below. Fear, anger, the Senate's decision clouded. Distrust, suspicion, clouded the truth it is. Meanwhile, at the front of the chamber, Senator Bail Organa rose from his seat, his voice steady but firm as he attempted to counter the growing momentum against the Astartes. "Please, everyone, let us not be so hasty. We have seen their actions, yes, but we must also understand why they acted the way they did. They are not here as aggressors. There are forces at play here that we may not yet fully comprehend." The words hung in the air as some senators turned their gaze to him, clearly conflicted. But before they could respond, a voice interrupted. "Understand why they acted?" Padme Amidala stood, her expression filled with disbelief. "How can we possibly understand the reasoning behind slaughtering civilians?" Her eyes flickered toward the Astartes on their platform, her voice rising with the anger and confusion that filled the room. "We cannot allow such violence to be excused. We have laws, we have justice in this republic. And what we saw on that screen, what we saw was nothing less than barbarism." Bail Organa looked toward Padme, his expression pained, but before he could speak, a loud voice thundered from the far side of the chamber. "You speak of justice, Queen Amidala, but where is the justice for those massacred on Tatooine? If I remember correctly, these Astartes defended your planet, and you would be willing to cast them aside. How do we even know they slaughtered civilians?" A senator from the core world stood, cutting Organa off to ignite the frenzy once more, his face contorted in righteous fury. "These creatures, these Astartes, show no remorse, no understanding of the value of life. They act like gods among us, free to do as they please, and now we are expected to treat them as guests in our Senate." The uproar in the chamber grew louder. Senators shouted over one another, arguing, calling for the immediate execution of the Astartes, demanding that they be held accountable for their actions. The Senate floor descended into chaos, with each voice more heated than the last. Chancellor Palpatine rose once again, his expression cold, his voice calm but heavy with authority. "Enough," he commanded, his voice slicing through the noise like a blade. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. "The decision of what to do with the Astartes will not be made in haste," Palpatine said, his tone shifting back to the diplomatic voice that had first welcomed the room. "We will follow the law and let justice be carried out, but not without proper deliberation. We cannot allow fear to cloud our judgment, nor can we let these actions dictate our next steps." The tension in the room remained palpable, but there was now a sense of order to the chaos. Palpatine's gaze lingered on the Astartes for a moment before turning to the Senate. "We will hear their defense now," he said, his voice softer but still commanding. "Let us proceed, and then let us decide." The Astartes remained unmoving, silent, their cold eyes hidden beneath their helmets, waiting for the moment to come when they would have to speak. The room, once filled with anger and cries for their blood, was now silent. "Civility. How quickly you throw it away," Maximus began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled senators, his voice steady and commanding. "You are all hypocrites. You stand here, safe from the fires that burn the galaxy. Here you hide behind your democracy, preaching peace and civility, yet you plan in the shadows to stab each other in the back." A ripple of anger spread through the Senate, voices rising once more as the senators shifted uncomfortably. Some looked ready to retort, others unsure how to respond. But Maximus silenced them with a single sweeping motion of his hand. "Enough," he barked, his tone harsh, reverberating through the chamber. "You all sit here in your gilded halls while we fight on the front lines, facing the darkness that threatens to consume us all. You seem to care little about the actions of those like Jabba the Hutt, who poisons the galaxy with his criminal empire. Yet the moment someone takes matters into their own hands, you cry like children." The room grew still, the sharpness of his words leaving a noticeable mark. Maximus's optics, burning with the resolve of someone who had seen the horrors of war firsthand, cut through the tension. His gaze moved from senator to senator, daring them to challenge him. "You turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent, and when we act to protect them, you label us as the villains." Maximus continued, his voice growing in intensity. "You sit here, sheltered and disconnected from the realities of the galaxy, while we bleed and die for the very safety you take for granted." "You want a villain," he said, his voice steady again. "Then we will give you one. Jabba the Hutt was a disgusting degenerate, which you refused to do anything about." His final words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. The Senate had expected resistance, perhaps even defiance, but none had expected this. The Astartes, who were meant to be judged, had instead turned the tables, casting the senators as the ones who needed to answer for their inaction. "Lies!" A new voice erupted from across the chamber, cutting through the tension with a shrill, accusatory tone. A new platform descended slowly, carrying with it another massive hut and an unfamiliar, strange creature. The hut's appearance was disgusting, sleek and oily, with a proud, almost defiant posture. Zyro the Hutt looked at the Astartes with malevolence. Zero's green eyes gleamed as he glared at Maximus from across the room, his tone venomous. "You lie," he shouted, his voice thick with disdain. "We all know Jabba had his fingers in the underworld, but what you did to him, what you did to Jabba the Hutt, it demands justice." Zero paused dramatically, leaning back in his seat, a long, exaggerated pull from a pipe in his hand, filling the air with a strange, thick smoke. His lips curled into a smirk, knowing full well that his appearance, with his reputation and wealth, would shift the momentum back in his favor. The room was divided. Some senators seemed to shrink back, intimidated by the Hutt's presence, while others whispered amongst themselves, unsure of how to proceed. Zyro's reputation as a criminal kingpin was well known, but in the Senate, his wealth and influence gave him a certain sway. Maximus's eyes locked onto the Hutts, unwavering, his stance unyielding. "Justice," he said, his voice laced with irony. "What kind of justice do you speak of? The justice that keeps the underworld running, where criminals like you slugs thrive at the expense of the innocent. The kind of justice that condones slavery, violence, and oppression. You speak of justice, but it is a twisted mockery of what true justice should be." The senators shifted uncomfortably. Many knew what Jabba had done to maintain his power. His criminal empire had been a blight on the galaxy for years, and Zero was no different. Yet, with the Hutt's arrival, the focus had now shifted back to the brutality of the Astartes' actions. Some were eager to distance themselves from the Astartes, while others found themselves reluctantly sympathizing with the sense of vengeance they had carried out. Zero leaned forward, his tone turning from indignant to malicious. "You cannot hide behind your righteous words, Astartes," Zyro hissed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You have no authority to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. It is we who hold the power in this galaxy. You may have slaughtered Jabba, but you only made the galaxy a darker place. You've taken over his criminal empire and preached that is justice." The room fell silent again as Zyro's words stirred deep feelings of unease. To many, the presence of the Hutt and his forceful rhetoric had struck a nerve. He was right in some ways. There were those who would see the Astartes' actions as a dangerous precedent. If the Astartes could act outside the law and with such brutality, who was to stop others from doing the same? But Maximus stood tall, unmoving, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "You slugs have corrupted the very essence of justice," he said, his voice booming across the chamber. You call for justice, yet you fuel the chaos that consumes the galaxy. You speak of power, but your democracy is built on lies and deception. Zyro scoffed, taking another pull from his pipe, his eyes narrowing with contempt. You make grand speeches, but your actions are no different from the very criminals you seek to destroy. Before Maximus could retort, another voice rang out from the opposite side of the room. Enough! A senator from the core worlds, her voice stern and commanding, rose from her seat, silencing the room. This debate has spiraled into chaos, and we are no closer to finding a solution. We must not allow this matter to be reduced to a spectacle of petty feuds and personal vendettas. The actions of the Astartes are dangerous, but so are the actions of the Hutts. It is time for us to be the ones to decide what justice truly means for all of us. Her words cut through the heated atmosphere, and for a moment the room was quiet. The chamber, once rife with anger and fear, now seemed to hold its breath. Palpatine, ever the master of diplomacy, sat silently, his hands folded in front of him, watching the developments with interest. As the room began to settle, he cleared his throat, his voice calm but filled with authority. "Let us proceed with the hearing. Both sides will have their chance to present their case," he said, signaling for order to be restored. "The Senate will decide what justice must be served." "No." Maximus folding his arms across his chest. "I have heard enough. It is clear that you cowards are only good at sitting and running your mouths. I will hear no more of this. If you do not like our actions, I will simply say this." His gaze swept across the room, daring anyone to challenge him, his eyes cold and unyielding. The chamber held its breath, the murmurs of senators dying down as they waited for his next words. "The Imperium has no need for those of you who don't have the stomach to do what is needed," Maximus continued, his voice rising slightly with the power of his conviction. "The time for debates is over, and now there is only one option left." Maximus turned his gaze to the hovering platform of Zero the Hutt, who was watching the proceedings with a mix of defiance and unease. "War," Maximus said, the word heavy, almost predatory. "If you will not weed out the corruption and filth that plagues your Senate, then we will do it for you." A tense silence fell over the chamber as the weight of his words sank in. Maximus's massive armored figure seemed to tower over everyone as he pointed a finger at Zyro, his voice unrelenting. "Prepare yourself, slug. We will personally slaughter every last Hutt in the galaxy." The room gasped, and just as quickly, the silence was broken by a horrific, unmistakable sound. Sebastian reached into the heavy sack and pulled out Jabba the Hutt's severed head before he hurled it toward Zero. The head struck the Hutt in the face with a sickening thud, causing the massive slug to shriek in horror. The room recoiled at the sound, the stench of death wafting through the chamber as Zyro's body trembled in shock. The gathered senators could only stare in stunned disbelief at the display. Some had recoiled in terror, others in outrage. The brutality of the action was shocking even to those who had come to expect ruthlessness from the Astartes. The Hutt's horrific scream filled the room, but it was quickly drowned out by the angry shouts of the opposition. "Look at you all," Maximus sneered, his voice rising in scorn. "Such weakness needs to be dealt with in the most prejudiced way possible. Prepare your armies, Hutt. We come for you." With that, Maximus turned, his massive form stepping away from the platform. The Astartes moved as one, their dark silhouettes moving with terrifying precision. Their platform slid back into place with mechanical grace, and they began to march out of the chamber, leaving the senators to stew in the aftermath of the brutal declaration. "Maximus," Chancellor Palpatine's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. He stood up from his seat, his face pale, his hands gripping the edges of his podium. "What you declare is genocide." The Astartes paused in their march, turning as one, their heads tilting toward the Chancellor as he spoke. "It is," Maximus said coldly, without a hint of hesitation. His gaze locked with Palpatine's, his voice carrying the weight of his certainty. "We will kill every last Hutt, just like we did with the Jawas. If the Senate wishes to stop us from ridding such a menace from the galaxy, that is your folly, but you will not like the price you will pay to stop us." The words hung in the air, heavy with the threat of what was to come. The chamber was silent, every senator's eyes fixed on the Astartes as they turned away. Maximus's gaze lingered for a moment longer, as if daring anyone to move against him. Palpatine's expression darkened, but he did not immediately respond. The room was in disarray, the senators still processing what had just transpired. Some looked terrified, others furious, but no one dared to speak. With a final, deliberate motion, Maximus and the Astartes made their way toward the exit, their footsteps echoing through the hall, leaving the Senate behind. Chapter 51, Shifting Tides, End of Arc 1. Maximus. Outside the Senate chamber, the Astartes met with the remaining Mandalorian soldiers, who had remained behind while their commanders had entered the chamber. The group began their march toward their waiting ships, with Maximus barking orders to the Death Watch to prepare for the impending war with the Hutts. His voice was calm but firm. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from one of the side corridors, stopping dead in front of them. Leading the group was Mace Windu, flanked by a contingent of Jedi. They had clearly come to confront the Astartes, though Master Yoda was not among them. Windu stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he addressed the Space Marines. "That's far enough." Maximus gave no indication that he'd even heard the Jedi Master's words. Without hesitation, he continued walking until he was directly in front of Windu, towering over him with a cold and imposing presence. The red glow of his optics seemed to intensify, and the sheer intensity of his gaze made Windu feel an uncomfortable weight pressing on his chest. Windu felt a strange chill at the back of his mind, as if something intangible was pulling at the very air around him. His confidence faltered, and for the first time he found himself questioning his place. He couldn't sense the force properly around the Astartes. It was as if something was actively severing his connection to it. The feeling was unnerving. "Who are you to give me orders?" Maximus growled, his voice deep and almost otherworldly. For a moment, Windu could only stare up at him, at a loss for words. The power emanating from the Ultramarine was suffocating. Windu couldn't remember the last time someone had made him feel so small, cut off. "That's what I thought. Now move, or I will move you," the Ultramarine commanded. "You will do no such thing." Windu's voice regained some of its former authority. "You speak of justice, but you and your kind know nothing of it." He pointed an accusing finger at Sebastian, who stood just behind Maximus. "You call others hypocrites, but you—" Windu's finger jabbed into Maximus's chest. "Are the worst kind of hypocrite." Maximus's patience snapped. With a sudden fluid motion, he grabbed Windu by the front of his robes, effortlessly lifting the Jedi off the ground until their eyes met at eye level. The Jedi Master's breath hitched, and he struggled to break free of the Astartes' iron grip. Maximus's strength was beyond anything Windu had ever felt, and the sensation of the void intensified, seeming to drain him of his strengths. The Mandalorians behind them reacted immediately, drawing their weapons. The Jedi responded in kind, their lightsabers igniting in a flash of blue and green light, illuminating the space around them. The tension in the air grew thick, like the calm before a storm. "You would do well to watch what you say, boy," Maximus growled. "Unlike my brother, I will not stop with your arm." Windu winced at the pressure from the Astartes' anger, as if every inch of his body was being crushed beneath an invisible weight. His connection to the Force felt weak, slipping away with every passing second in the Astartes' grasp. The Force, something he had relied upon for so long, felt distant and cold. With a disgusted snort, Maximus dropped Windu unceremoniously to the ground. Windu hit the floor hard, gasping for air, his hand instinctively reaching for his saber. He glared up at the towering figure before him, but Maximus paid him no mind. "Lower your weapons, or I will personally kill each one of you," Maximus barked to the Jedi, his voice like thunder. The Jedi hesitated, but none of them made a move to lower their weapons. Windu remained on the ground, wiping the blood from his nose as he stood shakily to his feet, anger flashing in his eyes. Maximus's eyes narrowed, his muscles coiling with the quiet fury of a predator. He felt something in the air shift. A wave of energy, no, his energy, began to spread outwards, and suddenly the Jedi and Mandalorians around them crumpled to the floor with anguished cries. The pain was unbearable. Even the Mandalorians faltered, clutching their heads in agony as Maximus's aura expanded, suffusing the space around them like a vast, invisible storm. His brothers remained unmoving, their training keeping them steady even as the void expanded. They could feel it too, Maximus's aura filling the air with what felt like a black hole. Their minds were strong enough to resist the pressure, but they could still feel the discomfort of it. It was a weapon more powerful than any blade. Maximus took a deep breath, forcing his emotions back into their proper place. Slowly, the pain abated as his aura retracted, leaving the Jedi and Mandalorians writhing on the floor. Looking down at Windu, Maximus' expression was one of utter disdain. "Look at you," he muttered, his voice cold, so weak, so small. He took a step over the man, his brothers following silently behind him as they continued walking towards their ships. The Jedi, still recovering, struggled to rise, but Windu's voice echoed out, a final challenge in the silence. "You think you can just walk away after attacking us?" Windu spat, wiping the blood from his nose. Maximus felt something shift in the air. A sudden tension rippled outward, and the Jedi, still struggling to regain their composure, sensed it as well. Before Maximus could take another step, Mace Windu raised his hand, reaching out with the force to pull the massive space marine back. Maximus felt the attempt, a tugging sensation that sought to bind him, to draw him towards the Jedi Master. But it was like wisps of smoke rolling off his power armor, a faint pressure that didn't even scratch the surface of his resolve. Windu's force grasp was weak, almost ineffective against the sheer indomitable presence that Maximus projected. "You dare try and touch me with your sorceries?" Maximus's voice was cold, deadly, as if the very air had turned frigid around them. His eyes flashed with contempt. "I will make you listen to me one way or another," Windu growled, his own anger flaring as he pressed harder with the force. Maximus snorted, unimpressed. He could feel the force surrounding him, attempting to latch on. But it wasn't enough. His own soul, an endless void contained within the power of his enhanced body, was too much. The force could not bind him. His armor, his mind, and his will were forged in a way that not even the most skilled Jedi could break. "I will not, and do not listen to lesser men." Maximus's voice dripped with scorn, the finality of his words cutting through the tension. "Now be on your way, while we be on ours." With that, Maximus turned and continued walking, his footsteps echoing in the corridor as if to seal his resolve. Windu's hand, still outstretched, trembled with the force of his frustration. He watched, seething, as the Astartes ignored him, leaving him and his Jedi comrades behind in the dust of their own defeat. The Jedi remained motionless, the weight of their failure hanging heavily in the air. Windu's anger surged, but even he knew the battle had been lost before it had even begun. The Astartes had not just defeated them physically, they had crushed their very spirit, leaving them impotent in the wake of their strength. As Maximus and his brothers made their way toward their ships, the Mandalorians following in their wake, the Jedi stood in stunned silence. For the first time in years, Mace Windu questioned the balance of power. The Jedi might wield the Force, but it was clear that the Astartes wielded something far more dangerous, a force of will that could not be measured in mere power. And as Maximus led his men away, the Jedi could only watch, their presence dwarfed by the sheer might of the warrior in front of them. Guilliman. Walking the halls of the Golden Palace, Robert Guilliman's mind was far from the present. The weight of what he had learned from his father, the Emperor, hung heavily on him. The Emperor's shattered psyche had somehow gathered itself to show him something beyond the known universe, a dimension where there was no chaos, no ruinous powers that had tainted the stars with their corruption. There was a purity to this universe, a power unlike anything they had known before, a new force they could tap into, one that could change the fate of humanity. The Emperor had shown him more than that, though. He had shown him a vision of one of his sons who had been lost to the warp, a decorated Ultramarine who had fought with honor and loyalty. Beside him walked Captain General Valoris of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guard, a silent sentinel at his side. The two moved through the gilded halls of the palace, the gold and marble reflecting their solemn pace. Neither spoke as they walked. The weight of their recent experiences, the Emperor's revelations, the brokenness of the Imperium, hung over them both. They had witnessed the Emperor's command firsthand, and it was one that would reshape the course of history. Guilliman broke the silence, his voice low and contemplative. "Tell me, Valoris, what do you think of this plan?" Valoris didn't answer immediately. His eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the empty halls as though weighing each word before speaking. He was not one for rash answers, especially when it came to matters of such grave importance. His silence stretched for a moment longer than Guilliman expected, and when he finally spoke, it was with the careful thought of a strategist. "The Emperor cannot leave the Golden Throne. How are we to get him to the Universal Tear?" Valoris asked, his tone measured, yet with an undercurrent of concern. Guilliman's expression faltered slightly, the burden of uncertainty seeping through his usual composure. He stopped walking for a moment, glancing at the intricate, hollowed-out statues of past warriors that lined the walls, their stony faces watching over the imperial palace. He sighed deeply, an exhalation that was rare for a man who had always prided himself on his stoicism. "Either we bring the tear to him," Guilliman replied slowly, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision, "or we bring him to it." The words hung in the air, their implications as vast and uncharted as the stars themselves. Guilliman's shoulders sagged for the briefest of moments, and the cracks in his usually unshakable demeanor became visible. For a fleeting instant, it seemed as though he was a man lost in thought, unsure of the right path. Valoris studied him for a moment, sensing the rare vulnerability. "You doubt the Emperor's will, my lord?" Valoris asked, his voice soft, but sharp as ever. "Or is it the execution of such a plan?" Guilliman shook his head, looking away. "It is not doubt, it is uncertainty. We are not what we once were, Valoris. The Imperium is fractured, the Emperor is bound, and so many of my brothers are lost to the past or to madness. To even consider this path is a risk I have not taken lightly." Valoris remained silent, the weight of the words settling between them. The Captain General knew all too well the consequences of failure, the consequences of straying too far from the Emperor's original vision. He was not one to underestimate the stakes of their current situation. Still, he was loyal to Guilliman, trusted in his judgment. "The Emperor's vision. If it is true, we may have no choice but to take such a risk," Valoris finally said. "The tear, and this new power. It could be the key to the survival of humanity." Guilliman's gaze hardened. He could feel the weight of the custode's words, and he knew deep down that this was the only path forward. But the road was fraught with dangers, some known, many unknown. And if the Emperor could not leave the Golden Throne, they would have to move heaven and earth to get him what he needed. "I know," Guilliman said quietly, his gaze returning to the long corridors ahead. "But I will not gamble with the Imperium's future unless I am certain that it is worth the cost. We may be able to tap into this new power, Valoris, but we will need every resource, every ally, and every bit of our strength to ensure the Emperor's vision becomes reality." Valoris nodded, though he knew that even with all their might, success was not guaranteed. The universe had never been more unstable. The future was a chaotic unknown. "Then we will be ready, my lord," Valoris said simply. "As always?" Guilliman glanced at him, the fire of determination rekindling in his eyes. "We are not as we once were, Valoris, but perhaps together we can forge something greater. Prepare your brethren. We may need every soldier if we are to succeed." And with that, the two continued walking through the halls, the weight of the galaxy pressing down on their shoulders. The path ahead was unclear, but Guilliman knew one thing for certain. There was no turning back. End of Arc 1. Oh boy, am I excited for what's to come. Next chapter is going to be a reflection of Arc 1 that I will post tomorrow or Saturday. I think I have made the decision to not bring in a Primarch or a Custodes in Yeet. However, I do have an idea in which we might be able to have the best of both worlds. This might be considered spoilers, but I have absolutely no idea how to make this decision. What I was thinking is bringing in a Custodes, but then killing him off in a super crazy way that would be satisfying. I fully understand that they would be almost like demigods in Star Wars, which is why I don't want to bring them in just yet. I want to have an actual story to write, and not just a curb stomp fic. As much as that would be fun. So tell me your thoughts. I'm leaning in the direction of not bring one in, just because I don't want to kill him off, but at the same time, what do you all think? I could go either way. 52, 10 years later. I've decided to make Neera's Master Dooku instead of Plo Koon. Dooku, 10 years later. As Dooku walked through the corridors of the Jedi Temple alongside his apprentice, Neera, his thoughts wandered back to the past decade of her training. When she had been taken as his apprentice, she was told that she lacked a strong connection to the Force. Despite Dooku's encouragement not to lose heart, she only saw minimal progress in her Force abilities. However, she poured herself into honing her swordsmanship, and under Dooku's tutelage, she became a skilled duelist. Dooku remained silent as they walked, though he stole a glance at his apprentice. "You seem troubled. What is on your mind?" he asked. "I've been reflecting on the past years, Master. So much has changed since I first joined the Order," Neera replied. "Indeed, change is a constant. Yet much still remains to be done," Dooku remarked as they continued onward. Entering the main chamber, Neera spotted Anakin and Qui-Gon approaching from the council chamber. Upon seeing each other, their faces lit up with wide smiles, and they quickly closed the distance to greet one another with a warm embrace. "It's so good to see you again," Neera said, her voice full of joy. "How was your mission?" "Come, tell me everything," Anakin said, leading her away after a quick glance toward the two masters for approval. Qui-Gon and Dooku exchanged a brief but affectionate embrace. "It's good to see you again as well," Dooku said. "Likewise, things have been going well. Obi-Wan recovered from his coma 3 years ago, though he's not quite the same. He still struggles with haunting visions at times, but he is making progress," Qui-Gon explained, walking alongside his former master with his hands clasped behind his back. "And the Order?" Dooku asked, his voice soft but probing. Qui-Gon paused, visibly conflicted. "Master Windu is still pushing for intervention, though the Astartes' war is nearing its end," Qui-Gon answered. "I see," Dooku said, his expression pensive. His gaze shifted toward the two apprentices, still deep in conversation. "I must speak with Master Yoda." Qui-Gon nodded, understanding. As Dooku made his way toward the council chamber, he found the old Grandmaster not within, but instead meditating in the temple gardens, seated before the ancient Uneti tree. Not wishing to disturb him, Dooku quietly knelt beside his former master and entered into his own meditation. After a long pause, Yoda spoke, his eyes still closed. "Clouded, the future is. Wrong, the past has been." Dooku said nothing, only listening intently to his former master's words. "Ahead of us, many futures lie, difficult decisions must be made." At last, Dooku opened his eyes, studying the serene face of the Grandmaster. Dooku remained still, his gaze fixed on Yoda. The temple garden was tranquil, but the future ahead was anything but. "Difficult times lie ahead, Master Yoda," Dooku said, his voice low yet deliberate. "The Order is changing, and it seems there is little room left for the peace we once held dear." Yoda nodded slowly, eyes still closed. "Change inevitable it is. Not always for the better, though." Dooku's thoughts shifted, his mind turning to the upcoming question that loomed over the Jedi. "The seat of Grandmaster. The time to choose a successor is approaching. I feel it, and I know you do as well." A long silence followed, Yoda's silence more telling than words. The decision would be monumental for the Jedi Order, and the future of the galaxy could hinge on it. Finally, Yoda spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "A decision, difficult it will be," Yoda murmured. "Two paths before the Order, both strong, both tested." Dooku's brow furrowed, though he remained calm. "Master Windu's methods, they are far more aggressive than mine. His vision for the Order, focused on intervention, military strength, the direct approach, he will take the Order down a path of rigidity and control. He sees everything as a matter of duty and obedience, a strict adherence to the letter of the law. The galaxy is in turmoil, and he would impose order through sheer force, through unyielding authority. He believes the Jedi must wield the power to impose peace. while I, on the other hand, believe in more subtle guidance, in ensuring that the Force remains the core of our actions, not an instrument of war. True, steadfast he is, Yoda said slowly. Rigid he is. A warrior's heart he carries. In times of conflict his strength shines, but the order, guided by him, might grow cold, unyielding. Emotion, rejected. Balance, lost in a sea of control. Dooku met Yoda's gaze. I understand the need for caution, Master. But if we allow the galaxy to spiral into chaos unchecked, can we truly call ourselves protectors of peace? Windu's belief is that intervention is necessary. He believes the Jedi must do more than watch, and I agree with him. Yoda considered this for a long moment, his ancient face lined with thought. The Jedi, guardians of peace we are, but not rulers, not soldiers. The temptation to take up the blade too quickly, dangerous it can be. Yet without action, peace may slip beyond our grasp, Dooku said softly, his voice firm with resolve. Mace Windu may be a man of action, but I am a man of balance. Yoda's gaze softened, though his expression remained thoughtful. Balance. Yes, a difficult thing to maintain. Mace, strong in the Force, but unyielding. You, wise, but too lax at times. Both have strengths, both have flaws. Dooku's expression darkened slightly as he allowed himself to wonder if the decision would truly be his. Perhaps I am too lax, but the galaxy is not a place to be forced into submission, Master Yoda. The weight of leadership, the seat of Grandmaster, it should not be taken lightly. The old master nodded in agreement, his voice becoming more measured, as if contemplating every word before speaking it aloud. Choose wisely, the council will. The future, uncertain it is. Hope in your wisdom I place, the Order's fate intertwined with yours. It may be. Dooku said nothing, lost in thought for a moment. The burden of leadership was heavy, and the choice of who would guide the Order in the coming years was a responsibility that no one could take lightly. He looked once again at Yoda, seeing in his master's eyes not just wisdom, but a deep, unspoken understanding. The choice will be made, Dooku said finally, his voice steady, and I will stand by it, regardless of the outcome. Yoda's gaze softened, his expression unreadable. Whatever the choice, my old apprentice, remember this. The Force does not belong to the Jedi alone. It is in all things, in every moment. Keep that in mind, always. Dooku paused, a slight shift in his demeanor, a quiet resolve settling in. Master, there is something I must say. The Jedi. We have been too rigid, too detached. For far too long, we have held ourselves above the emotions that make us human. But how can we protect the galaxy, Master Yoda, if we do not feel its pain, if we cannot understand its suffering? Yoda's eyes flickered open, meeting Dooku's gaze with a quiet, probing intensity. To feel is not to lose control, Dooku continued, his voice steady. If we shut ourselves off from the Force's deeper currents, if we cut ourselves off from attachment, from the very emotions that make us whole, how can we stand as protectors? The galaxy is not made of rules and laws, it is made of people, of lives bound together by hope and fear, by love and loss. If we cannot embrace those emotions, if we cannot walk alongside those we protect, then what are we really defending? A cold, unfeeling existence. Yoda studied him for a long while before speaking, his voice measured. Emotion, a powerful ally it can be, Dooku, but also a dangerous one. The Jedi must maintain harmony with the Force, not let emotion rule them. Attachment, too, has its dangers, leads to fear, fear to suffering. I know the dangers, Dooku replied, his voice firm yet tempered with a quiet wisdom. But I believe that a Jedi should be allowed to grow, allowed to form attachments. Only then can we truly understand the lives we are meant to protect, not by cutting ourselves off, but by living fully within the Force and the galaxy. We are not above it, Master Yoda. We are a part of it. Yoda was silent for a long moment, the weight of the conversation hanging heavily between them. At last, his ancient eyes softened slightly. Perhaps, in time you may be right, but remember, Dooku, balance you seek, not chaos. The path you walk, Keep true to it, always. Standing, Dooku bowed to his Grand Master before taking his leave. He turned slowly, his cloak flowing behind him as he made his way down the tranquil path of the temple gardens. Maximus. The air crackled with the hum of power as Maximus advanced, his thunder hammer crackling with lethal energy. The trail of blood he followed was thick and winding, leading him to a hollow nestled within the jagged rocks. He entered, his heavy footsteps echoing in the confined space, his red optics glowing menacingly in the dim light. There, in the shadowed recesses of the hollow, lay his target, Zyro the Hutt, hunched and writhing in pain, his tail a mangled stump. Leaning against the body of another Hutt wrapped in cloth, Zero trembled, his glistening eyes wide with fear. Maximus stood tall, towering over the Hutt, his power armor gleaming with cold purpose. The crackling energy of his thunderhammer flickered in the shadows, an extension of his intent. "No more running," he intoned, his voice deep and unwavering. Zero recoiled, the pain in his body evident, but the fear in his eyes eclipsed all else. "No more. Just leave me be," he pleaded, his words trembling with desperation. "I promise I won't leave this planet. Just let me live." Maximus's eyes narrowed, cold as the void. It is far too late for begging now. The Ultramarines' words extinguished any hope left in Zero's heart. "You are the last," Maximus continued, his voice a grim monotone, "and with it, my oath is fulfilled." Zero's breath caught, his grip tightening on the body in front of him, the final remnants of his kind. "No," he cried out, the desperation in his voice rising. "You will never wipe us all out." Maximus's expression did not shift. His voice remained the same, unyielding and resolute. "Nal Hutta is no more. Exterminatus, you are the last." The words hung in the air like a death sentence, and the Hutt's pleas grew frantic. But Maximus was unmoved. The finality of the moment settled over them both. "In all my long life, I have never had the honor of being the one to exterminate the last member of an entire species." Maximus's voice dropped, his tone now colder than the void between the stars. "Let that thought be your last as you are dragged to hell." With a single swift motion, he raised his thunderhammer. The sheer weight of the weapon seemed to distort the air itself, and then, with a deafening crack, he brought it down. The force was overwhelming. The hammer collided with Zero and the body he clutched to him with such power that it shattered everything in its path, bones, flesh, and the very earth beneath them. The sound of the impact echoed through the cave, and when the dust settled, nothing remained of the Hutt or the body but a ruin of gore. Maximus stood there for a moment, his hammer still crackling with the energy of its devastating strike. The battlefield was silent now. The war was over. The oath fulfilled. Turning slowly, Maximus walked out of the hollow, the echo of his footsteps mingling with the crackling of his thunderhammer. As he emerged, he found his company of Mandalorians standing in a loose formation, waiting for him. Their armor gleamed in the dim light, a testament to their hardened presence, and they stood at attention as their leader approached. Maximus gripped his thunderhammer by the handle near its head, lifting it high with a fluid motion. His voice rang out across the desolate landscape of Teth. "It is done. We have purged the Hutts from the galaxy," he declared, his tone carrying the weight of the victory, the finality of their mission. A roar of approval broke out from the Mandalorians, their voices echoing across the barren land as they cheered. They surged forward, embracing each other in a whirlwind of celebration. For the Mandalorians, this was more than just a mission completed. It was a hard-earned victory, one that signified the end of a long and bloody chapter. Maximus stood at the center, watching his men rejoice, his expression unreadable, but his posture relaxed for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The weight of his mission had been heavy, but now it had been fulfilled. The cheers of his warriors filled the air, and the bonds between them grew stronger, sealed in the fires of battle. Maximus allowed himself a rare, fleeting moment of satisfaction. The galaxy had been cleansed of a menace, and his warriors had proven themselves. The Mandalorian celebration raged on, but Maximus knew this was only the beginning. There were always more battles to fight, more wars to wage. For now, however, they had earned their victory, and they would savor it. 53rd found. Karath. Karath stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed across the smog-choked sky. The city sprawled beneath him, a tangle of metal and concrete, the air thick with the stench of industry. Beside him stood his Chaos Sorcerer, the air around them vibrating with power, the faint hum of the warp ever present. The Sorcerer spoke, his voice low and gravelly, detailing his plans for the future. "The droid army is progressing well, my lord. Over 1 trillion units are already in production." The Sorcerer's optics gleamed with unholy delight as he continued. "I've modified the design. Each droid is smarter, their armor stronger. They will be formidable opponents." Karath turned, his eyes scanning the towering figure standing behind him. A B-2 battle droid, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, clad in black armor etched with blue glowing accents, stood motionless. It exuded an aura of mechanical menace, its glowing eyes scanning the surroundings with an almost human-like awareness. To the droid's left stood another creation, though this one was far more human. A clone of a Mandalorian bounty hunter, infused with chaos magic woven into his very DNA. The clone was well built, standing at 6 feet tall, his muscles rippling beneath his armor. Faint tendrils of glowing energy ran beneath his skin, a constant reminder of the corruption that flowed through his veins. Karath's piercing gaze flicked from the droid to the clone, his mind calculating the outcome of what was to come. "Fight," he commanded simply. At his words, both figures sprang into action with unnatural speed. The clone let out a roar, charging at the droid with blinding fury, his fists smashing into the droid's armored frame. The battle was savage, the sounds of crashing metal and tearing flesh filling the air. The clone's strikes were brutal, but the droid was no less relentless, each counterattack delivering bone-shattering force. The room seemed to tremble with the violence of the clash. It wasn't long before the droid stood victorious, though it was far from unscathed. One of its arms had been torn from its body, and half of its chest plate had been pulverized. The clone, however, lay in a twisted heap on the floor, his body a mangled mess of shattered bones and torn flesh. Karath observed the scene with detached interest, his expression unreadable. "It is acceptable," Karath muttered, nodding thoughtfully. "Reduce the armor and decrease motor functions by a percentage. We want this war to last, after all." He turned away from the gruesome scene, stepping toward the open slot in the wall that overlooked the sprawling city below. The wind carried with it the scent of the decay and destruction that had become all too common. He stared out into the distance, his mind already calculating his next move. "Reveal yourself on Geonosis," he continued, his voice cold and commanding. "Let the Republic and the Astartes have a target to chase. They will come for you. They always do." The Chaos Sorcerer bowed before Karath, acknowledging the order before silently turning to leave. Karath's voice rang out again, more forceful this time. "Boy!" A figure stepped from the shadows, his presence unsettling in its own right. It was Palpatine, his form shaking ever so slightly, though not from fear. The unnatural changes in his body were becoming more pronounced. Tentacles sprouted from his skin, and eyes appeared in odd places across his body. His face, though still familiar, bore the strain of his exposure to the warp, his very essence warped and twisted by the power he sought to control. Despite the physical grotesqueness of his form, Karath was unfazed. With a wave of his hand, a ripple of warp energy passed through the air, and Palpatine's form was concealed beneath an illusion, his hideous mutations hidden from view. In an instant, he appeared as he once did, smooth-skinned, pristine, and regal. "Thank you, Master," Palpatine whispered, bowing deeply, his voice thick with gratitude. Karath, however, was less concerned with pleasantries. He turned to face his apprentice, his gaze sharp and expectant. "Enough. Tell me why you are here." Palpatine's trembling hands gestured toward a holographic projection of the galaxy. A map flickered to life before them, showing the various factions vying for control across the vast expanse of the stars. The majority of the galaxy was colored blue, representing the Republic's domain. Red marked the Separatists' territory, while the green of Hutt space signified the power of the criminal syndicates, though they both knew the Astartes controlled it now. But Karath's eyes were drawn to a small, seemingly insignificant section at the upper part of the map. For a long moment he stood silently, his mind whirling with calculations. 10 years, he muttered, his voice low with a mixture of frustration and anticipation. 10 years of searching. Palpatine's smile widened as he pointed to the region on the map, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Here, he said, his voice barely containing his excitement. This is what we've been searching for. Karath's gaze locked onto the location, and his mind seemed to freeze for a moment as he recognized the name written in the stars. A shiver ran down his spine, a realization dawning upon him. Mortis, Karath said, the name slipping from his lips in a whisper. The weight of the word hung heavy in the air. Sebastian. Looking out across the sprawling city that had flourished beneath the massive shadow of the battle barge, Sebastian couldn't help but reflect on all that had changed in the past 10 years. First and foremost, their forces had expanded exponentially, thanks in no small part to the influx of Mandalorians who had joined their ranks. At this point, they could probably march into Mandalore and take the planet without firing a single bolt a round, though he suspected that time would come sooner rather than later. Their empire, which had come to be known as the Imperium, now spanned multiple systems, each more eager than the last to pledge loyalty. Sebastian had always known the potential of this force, but the rapid expansion still amazed him. He turned away from the view and strode purposefully from the main command center into Raxa's chambers, the atmosphere shifting as he approached. Inside, Cien was at her post, standing vigil by the Bacta tank where Raxa floated, his massive frame suspended in the healing fluid. She was methodically polishing the Salamander's armor, scrubbing away dried blood and grime with a focused attention that spoke of long practice. The Twi'lek hadn't left Raxa's side since they had rescued her from Jabba the Hutt's throne room. Since that fateful day, she had been his constant companion, except, of course, when Raxa ventured off-world. But the full nature of their bond remained a mystery to Sebastian, one he had never bothered to probe too deeply. Cien turned at the sound of his entrance, offering a brief smile. "Lord Sebastian, it's good to see you," she said, her voice carrying a hint of relief. Sebastian merely grunted in acknowledgement before folding his arms across his chest, his gaze fixed on the Bacta tank. The sound of Raxa's breathing was almost imperceptible until, as if sensing someone other than Cien was watching, his blood-red eyes slowly opened, locking onto Sebastian's. The Astarte's massive hand reached up to deactivate his breathing mask, the hiss of the release valve filling the silence. The fluid drained from the tank as Raxa climbed out, taking a towel from Cien to dry himself off. Sebastian spoke without preamble. "It's done. Maximus killed Zyro. Our war with the Hutts is over." Raxa nodded solemnly, his gaze never leaving his brother. He wiped his brow with the towel before asking, his voice low but laced with curiosity, "When will he be back?" "Within the hour," Sebastian clipped, his tone short. Raxa paused, sensing the undercurrent of tension in Sebastian's words. His sharp instincts caught it immediately, and he raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he studied his brother. "Are you upset that it was Maximus who killed off the species and not you?" Sebastian snorted, shaking his head as he turned to walk out of the room. "Of course not," he lied, though his voice betrayed his irritation. Summum. As promised, within the hour, Maximus returned, his company of Mandalorians disembarking from the ship in an orderly procession. Each warrior shuffled off, the unmistakable sound of their boots striking the ground ringing out before the imposing figure of Maximus himself stepped off the ship. The Mandalorians had grown more unified in their service, adopting new traditions to reflect their bond with the Astartes they served. The Mandalorians serving under Maximus had taken to painting their armor the signature colors of the Ultramarines, deep blue with golden highlights. These warriors had come to call themselves the Azure Talons, a name reflecting both the sharp precision of their battle tactics and their unwavering loyalty to their Ultramarine leader. Sebastian's own Mandalorians, in contrast, wore armor painted in stark black and white, a visual tribute to their connection with the Black Templars. Their new name, the Obsidian Crusaders, matched their dark and unyielding nature, as well as their mission to spread the Emperor's will across the galaxy. Raxa's Mandalorians, known for their distinctive use of flame-based weaponry, had chosen to paint their armor in dark green and black, paying homage to the Salamanders' colors. They called themselves the Pyro Drakes, a name that symbolized both the fire they wielded on the battlefield and the fearsome strength of their commander Raxor. Each company, made up of 100 veteran Mandalorians, took immense pride in their identities, carving out their place as the most prestigious and elite Mandalorian factions the galaxy had ever known. The Azure Talons, led by Maximus, were famed for their exceptional charisma and swift, calculated battle strategies. Their reputation for tactical warfare had grown to mirror the leadership style of Maximus himself, whom they had come to call the Azure Warden. Under his command, the Azure Talons had become synonymous with precise, overwhelming force, executing maneuvers with surgical efficiency. The Obsidian Crusaders, on the other hand, were known for their relentless ferocity and brutal tactics. They had begun calling Sebastian the Scarred Blade, a title he had initially resisted. The name had been given in jest at first, but when Jarek, his trusted second-in-command, had pointed out that the moniker was an apt reflection of the reality, Sebastian, the battle-scarred blade of the Emperor himself, he had reluctantly accepted it. Over time, the title grew on him. The Obsidian Crusaders were notorious for their zealousness on the battlefield, often crying out for the Emperor to witness their ferocity as they tore through their enemies. Meanwhile, the Pyro Drakes had embraced their unique flame-wielding style of combat, earning them widespread recognition across the galaxy. They were celebrated not only for their mastery of flamethrowers and incendiary weaponry, but also for their loyalty to Raxor. They affectionately referred to him as the Flamebearer, a tribute to his ability to embody the discipline and fire that was central to their creed. Raxa, in turn, taught them to lead by example, emphasizing compassion and honor alongside the fire that was their trademark. The Pyro Drakes viewed him as their guiding light, following his actions closely and striving to emulate his every move, both in battle and in how they treated those around them. Each of these elite companies had forged their own identities, bound by their deep loyalty to their Astartes commanders and their shared Mandalorian traditions. They stood as the epitome of strength, honor, and camaraderie, each under the banner of the Imperium that had grown to unite them all. Maximus surveyed his company for a moment, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembled Mandalorians. With a simple nod, he gave the signal to dismiss them. Like clockwork, they broke rank, some heading off to mingle with one another, while others departed for their own quarters. The hum of conversation and the shuffle of boots filled the air as the warriors of the Azure Talons dispersed. "Welcome back, brother. It's good to see you," Raxa greeted, his voice warm with camaraderie. He clasped forearms with Maximus in a gesture of respect and brotherhood. "Likewise," Maximus replied, his tone filled with the familiarity of long-standing friendship. He then turned to Sebastian, who stood a few steps off to the side, his arms folded across his chest. Sebastian didn't offer his hand in greeting. Raxa raised an eyebrow at the tension, a smirk tugging at his lips. "He's just upset that he wasn't the one to kill off the species," he teased, nodding towards Sebastian. The remark caused Maximus to let out a booming bark of laughter, his deep voice carrying across the courtyard. "I promise, brother, you'll get the next one," Maximus said, still holding his hand out toward Sebastian in jest. Sebastian's expression remained hard, but a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. "I'll hold you to it," he grunted before stepping forward and slamming his hand against the Ultramarines, the sound of their impact echoing like thunder. "Come, we have much to discuss," Maximus said, his voice turning more serious as he motioned for both of them to follow. He showed them a datapad he had gotten from Teth and was eager to show them what it held. 54th Deadly Plot. Maximus. Floating in the Bacta tank, after his long and grueling campaign, Maximus drifted in and out of consciousness, his mind racing with the memories of his recent discussion with his brothers. He had uncovered a data slate detailing the Hutt's myriad illegal activities, each crime laid out in meticulous detail. The Astartes had discussed using it to justify their war against the Hutts, should the Republic come after them. It was a compelling argument, but what they truly needed was the might of the Imperium behind them. If only they could call on such power, they wouldn't have to navigate the endless bureaucracy and political hoops that the Republic demanded. A sharp, pulsing pain throbbed in his head, and before he could focus, the fog of unconsciousness claiming him. Maximus found himself standing on the edge of a vast horizon. The planet beneath him, a dusty red-brown sphere, seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't place why. He instinctively knew it was Geonosis. The knowledge came unbidden, as if etched into his very soul. Above, 5 massive battle barges tore through the fabric of space. Hundreds of drop pods fell from the ships, piercing the atmosphere as they descended toward the planet's surface. Maximus then found himself standing on the red soil of Geonosis. Around him, the roar of battle erupted as Astartes poured from the drop pods. Their bolters barked death as they tore through waves of droids, clones, and Jedi. Their armor gleamed like death incarnate, and their chainswords and power weapons cleaved through enemies with brutal efficiency. The ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen, their blood staining the soil beneath. At the head of this warband were 3 figures, each as imposing as the last: Maximus, Raxa, and Sebastian, brothers in arms and leaders of this unstoppable force. Together, they carved through the battlefield, their presence commanding respect from both their allies and enemies alike. The enemies fell before them, a tidal wave of destruction that could not be stopped. They had come to claim victory, and nothing would stand in their way. Maximus stood, eyes blazing as the battle raged around him, a symphony of chaos and carnage. It was more than a battle, it was the dawn of a new era. This was no longer a fight for control of a galaxy. It was a fight for dominance in a new universe, a universe that would bow to their will. Suddenly, his vision flickered, and with a sharp intake of breath, Maximus was ripped from the dreamlike vision. His eyes snapped open to the sterile, cold environment of the Bacta tank. The pain in his head returned briefly, but the vision, the power, the feeling of purpose it brought, lingered. He clicked the release valve of the Bacta tank, and the soothing liquid drained away. He climbed out, his muscles still aching from the strain of the recent campaign, but his mind was sharp, his resolve unwavering. "Call my brothers here immediately," Maximus commanded, his voice firm and authoritative. Bo-Katan, head of the Azure Talons, nodded without hesitation, already moving to execute his order. "It's done," she replied, and the command was sent. A few minutes later, Sebastian and Raxa entered his quarters, curious about why they had been summoned. "I have joyous news, brothers," he said, a smile spreading across his face. Nera and Dooku raced across the rooftops of Coruscant's towering skyscrapers, pursuing the assassin who had just attempted to kill Senator Amidala, leaving Qui-Gon and Anakin to tend to her. The sun dipped low behind the spires of Coruscant, casting long shadows across the endless cityscape. Nera's boots hit the metallic surface of a rooftop with a resounding thud as she leapt over a gap between buildings, her eyes locked on the figure ahead. The assassin, darting through the maze of towering structures. Dooku was close behind, his robes billowing in the wind, but his pace was steady, calculated. The assassin shot a glance over her shoulder, realizing the gap between them was closing. She pushed herself harder, leaping from one building to another, her silhouette barely visible against the shimmering lights of the city below. The neon signs of Coruscant flashed and flickered, their colors casting an eerie glow on the sleek surfaces. Nera pushed herself further, jumping from a narrow walkway and landing effortlessly on the next roof. Her heart raced, but her focus never wavered. She knew the assassin had information, vital information that could prevent a disaster. She couldn't let her escape. "Stay focused, Nera." Dooku's voice rang out, a reminder to keep her mind sharp. His training had always been precise, and she was determined to live up to it. She glanced back and saw Dooku closing in. The man was like a force of nature, graceful but relentless. Ahead, the assassin reached another rooftop with a sprinting start. Glancing over her shoulder one last time, she pushed a button hidden in her glove, and a speeder emerged from the side of the building. Nera cursed under her breath. Without hesitation, she grabbed a small device from her belt and activated it. A grappling hook shot out, anchoring into the edge of a nearby building. She swung into the air, using the momentum to reach a higher level, just in time to see the assassin beginning her ascent into the sky. "You're not getting away," she muttered, pushing herself to the limit. She focused, reaching out with her mind, her fingers trembling slightly as she extended the force toward the assassin's vehicle. She wasn't as strong in the force as some, but she could still manage small feats. She tried to grip the speeder's engine, attempting to send it spiraling out of control. The vehicle jolted, its trajectory wavering for a moment, but the connection was weak and the effect was partial. The speeder's engine sputtered and flickered, but it didn't fall immediately. Instead, it veered dangerously to one side, sending the assassin off balance as she struggled to maintain control. "Come on." Nera gritted her teeth, using every ounce of concentration to pull the speeder further off course. It wasn't enough to bring it down completely, but it was enough to force the assassin into a desperate maneuver. She jerked the controls hard, trying to compensate for the unstable flight. The vehicle suddenly veered sharply, slamming into the side of a towering skyscraper with a deafening crash. The assassin was thrown from the cockpit, her body tumbling through the air before slamming hard onto the rooftop below, rolling to a stop in a heap. Nera landed beside her, her boots striking the rooftop with a soft thud. She quickly rose to her feet, her body still slightly tense from the force of the chase. The assassin groaned, struggling to push herself up, but Nera's gaze was already fixed on her, determination burning in her eyes. She watched as she stumbled to the edge of the roof, her breathing ragged. She looked down at the sprawling city below, the dizzying heights reflecting the deep contemplation in her eyes, tempting her to end it all. She reached for the handrail, gripping it tightly as if she were on the verge of making a final decision. Nera felt her pulse quicken as she approached the assassin, her saber hand hovering near her belt. "Don't," she said, her voice steady but firm. But the assassin didn't respond. Instead, her gaze hardened, and Nera saw the flicker of something dangerous in her eyes. "Enough!" Nera shouted, drawing her blue lightsaber in a swift motion. The blade ignited with a sharp hum, casting an intense glow on the rooftop. She raised it, her stance strong and ready. "Who are you working for?" The assassin hesitated, glancing over her shoulder at the Jedi, then at the drop below. Her fingers tightened on the rail, and Nera knew it would only take one wrong move for her to disappear into the depths of Coruscant's lower levels. Nera's gaze hardened as the assassin continued to contemplate her next move, her fingers still wrapped tightly around the handrail. Without a second thought, Nera reached out with the force, her focus sharp despite her limited strength in it. The air around her seemed to crackle as she summoned the energy within, extending her will toward the assassin. With a swift pull, she yanked the woman away from the rail. The assassin's body jerked violently, her grip slipping from the handrail as she was forcefully yanked backward, landing on the rooftop with a heavy thud before rolling to her feet. The air hummed with tension as Nera stood poised, her blue lightsaber gleaming brightly in the dimming light. The assassin, now back on her feet, drew a wicked-looking vibroblade from her belt, her eyes narrowing in determination. With a hiss, the assassin lunged, blade raised high, aiming for Nera's throat, but the young Jedi was ready. She sidestepped the strike with practiced ease, the assassin's weapon slicing through the air where her neck had just been. In a fluid motion, Nera countered, her lightsaber flashing as she slashed at the assassin's midsection. The assassin barely managed to twist away, the blade grazing her side, but she regained her footing immediately, spinning around to face Nera. She was quick, using her agility to her advantage, darting in and out of Nera's reach, but Nera's concentration was absolute. The assassin attacked again, this time going low, aiming for Nera's legs. But Nera was faster. She parried the strike with a precise block, spinning her lightsaber in a fluid arc. The assassin barely had time to react before Nera moved in, her saber flashing out and striking the assassin's arm. The woman screamed as her arm fell to the ground, the vibro blade clattering to the rooftop. She staggered back, clutching the stump of her severed limb. Her face twisted in agony, but beneath the pain there was fury. She wasn't done yet. Nera stood tall, her eyes cold, but not without pity. "I don't want to kill you," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos around them. "Now answer me. Who are you working for?" The assassin's breathing was ragged, her remaining arm trembling as she reached for a hidden blaster at her hip. But Nera was already moving. In a blur, she darted forward, her lightsaber flashing in a precise arc. The assassin barely had time to raise her blaster before Nera cut it from her hand with a well-placed strike. She was on her in an instant, her saber raised high, but she hesitated just long enough for the assassin to stagger backward, her eyes wide with fear. She fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Nera stepped back, her saber humming softly in the tense silence. "You're not going to escape this time." The assassin's eyes narrowed in defiance, even as she cradled her wounded arm. "This isn't over," she spat, her voice trembling. Dooku appeared on the rooftop, his presence unmistakable as he moved swiftly toward the pair, his cape fluttering behind him like a shadow. The assassin, still crumpled on the ground, could do nothing but glare up at him. "Well done," Dooku said to Nera, his voice calm but with a hint of approval. He then turned his attention to the assassin, standing over her with a quiet intensity. "Now, who sent you?" His tone was almost conversational, but there was a chilling edge to it. The assassin, struggling to breathe through her pain, glared back defiantly. "No one. I acted on my own." She lied, her voice weak but firm. Dooku's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. "Do not lie to me," he warned, his hand raised slightly. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Force gripped the woman's throat, pulling her upright. "Who sent you?" The assassin's eyes widened, her body going rigid as Dooku's grip on her mind tightened. She grimaced, trying to resist, but it was futile. The Force was relentless. Dooku's presence invaded her thoughts, peeling back her mental defenses like a layer of skin. "Mandalorian," she sputtered, her voice trembling as Dooku effortlessly pried the answer from her mind. Before Dooku could respond, a shot rang out, deafening in the quiet tension of the rooftop. The assassin's head exploded in a spray of blood, the impact so sudden and brutal that her body collapsed backwards, lifeless. Both Jedi whipped around in unison. A Mandalorian warrior, clad in blue and golden armor, was already leaping off the edge of the building. His jetpack roared to life, propelling him into the air and sending him into the bustling streets below. "Damn it!" Nera shouted, her voice full of frustration and anger. She bolted toward the railing, leaning over it, watching the Mandalorian disappear into the sea of speeder traffic below. She clenched her fists in anger. "We're too late." "Worry not, my young apprentice. I know whose colors those were," Dooku said, his voice calm but heavy with understanding. Nera turned to look back at him, curiosity flashing in her eyes. "The Azure Talons," he continued, his tone thoughtful. "It seems the Astartes have a debt to settle." 55th meeting. Palpatine. In the dimly lit chamber, Palpatine's piercing gaze lingered on the Mandalorian bounty hunter, Jango Fett. He had removed the Azure Talon's armor and had just finished recounting his failed mission, his voice betraying a hint of frustration as he spoke. "We failed. Amidala is still alive, and I had to clean up the loose end," Fett said with a calm, professional tone, though the weight of his failure hung in the air. Palpatine's lips curled into a slight, almost imperceptible smile as he regarded the bounty hunter with measured interest. "Most unfortunate," he said smoothly. "But this may still work in our favor." His voice was calm, calculating, as if already weaving a plan from the wreckage of the current situation. Before Fett could respond, heavy footsteps echoed across the cold stone floor. A nameless figure approached, his presence imposing. The Chaos Sorcerer, a being as enigmatic as he was powerful, stopped in front of Palpatine and Jango. He fixed the bounty hunter with a cold, dispassionate stare. "You failed to kill the girl," the sorcerer stated flatly, his voice thick with disdain, yet devoid of emotion. Fett did not flinch. "We did." "My apologies," he replied, his tone unyielding. The sorcerer remained silent for a moment, his non-existent eyes narrowing as he regarded Fett with disdain. He then turned his attention to the hologram that flickered to life in the center of the room. The figure that materialized was unlike any other, an imposing Kaleesh warrior, his face twisted in a snarl as he thrust a spear into the chest of one of his own kind. Blood and gore splattered as the spear plunged deep, a gruesome scene that made the air feel heavier. "Throughout the years," the sorcerer continued, his voice now more deliberate, "we have performed hundreds of tests and experiments on various alien species. The Kaleesh, however, have proven particularly interesting. Their ability to withstand and channel warp energy is unlike most others. He paused, his eyes flickering toward the hologram as the image shifted to show grotesque, unholy experiments that had been conducted. Mutations, cybernetics fused with flesh, and unspeakable horrors. The experiments had left the Kaleesh warriors altered beyond recognition, their bodies twisted and broken, yet some still lived. Fett stood unmoving, his gaze unbroken, betraying no reaction to the grisly display. It was clear that he had seen worse in his time, and this was no different. The sorcerer's voice returned, as cold and final as before. The mutations are promising, but we require more. We need one of them, this one in particular, to be brought to Geonosis. There, we will test experimental cybernetics on him. Further, we will see how far we can push the limits of both his strength and the warp energy before releasing him on the gathered Jedi and clones. A test. Jango Fett nodded slowly, processing the orders. It was just another job, albeit one that reeked of far darker intentions than most. Without a word, Fett turned to leave, his footsteps echoing off the cold floor, ready to depart and carry out the task. But the sorcerer's voice halted him mid-step. "Do not fail," the sorcerer intoned, his voice laced with a dark threat. "It will be the last time you do so." Fett's lips tightened imperceptibly. He was no stranger to danger, but the weight of the sorcerer's words was not lost on him. He nodded curtly before walking out, his mind already shifting into the mode of a hunter, focused, unyielding, and determined. Palpatine, watching the bounty hunter depart, allowed a small smile to play at the corners of his mouth. The pieces of his plan were slowly falling into place. Maximus. "Are you sure about this?" Bo-Katan asked, her voice edged with concern as she sat across from Maximus in the ship that was taking them toward Alderaan. Maximus sat still, his posture as rigid as ever, the cold glow of his red optics fixed on the distant stars outside the viewport. "I am. We have nothing to hide. If any of your brothers or sisters have acted without orders, they will answer for it." His tone was firm, unwavering, almost mechanical in its certainty. "They will be found, and they will be executed." Bo-Katan's lips pressed into a thin line as she leaned back in her seat, clearly wrestling with the decision. "And if this is all a misunderstanding? If it's just some kind of mistake?" Maximus didn't respond immediately, the hum of the ship's engines filling the space between them. Finally, he turned his gaze to her. "Then we clear our name and return to our duty. But if they are guilty..." He let the implication hang in the air. The ship dipped slightly as it entered Alderaan's orbit, and soon they were descending towards a landing platform where Senator Bail Organa awaited them, accompanied by a small retinue of guards. The ship's engines throttled down, and with a smooth thud, the vessel landed. Maximus was the first to disembark, his azure-colored shoulder cape billowing in the wind behind him. His imposing presence could not be ignored, even on a world of peaceful diplomacy. "Senator Organa, it's good to see you again," Maximus greeted, his deep voice carrying easily as he stepped toward the politician, who was waiting for him with a warm but practiced smile. "Likewise, Warden," Organa replied, his tone calm and collected despite the situation. "I trust your journey was uneventful." Maximus nodded once, his posture as straight as a ruler. "It was. Let us proceed." Without further words, Organa motioned for Maximus and his small retinue to follow, and the two walked side by side towards the chamber where the discussions would take place. Inside, the room was quiet and spacious, its stone walls and high ceilings giving it an almost ancient air. The two Jedi, standing by a table in the center, turned as they entered. One was a younger woman, the same person Maximus had met many years ago, Nera. The other was a man with a commanding presence, dressed in the robes of a Jedi Master. His appearance was distinguished, marked by the wisdom of age and experience. Maximus's gaze settled first on Nera, who looked just as he remembered, though older, more composed. His lips twitched into a half-smile. "Hello, little one. You've grown." Nera returned the smile, though her tone was dry. "And you haven't changed a bit. Though I notice a few more scratches on your armor." I would expect nothing less from an Astartes. Maximus only hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to the older Jedi. His voice was direct, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. And you must be Jedi Master Dooku, I presume. I've heard much about you from my intelligence. Dooku, who had been watching the exchange with a slight smile, gave a formal bow of his head. Indeed. I've heard quite a bit about you as well, Warden. Nera could not stop speaking of you during her first year under my tutelage. The mention of Nera's early days caused the young Jedi to flush slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Maximus folded his arms across his chest, his expression hardening. Then tell me, Master Dooku, why have you accused my talons of assassination? His voice was steady, but the edge of authority was unmistakable. What is this all about? Dooku didn't hesitate. He reached into his robes and produced a small holographic projector. He placed it onto the table, and with a flicker, a hologram appeared. It showed an azure talon, his face obscured behind the helmet of his armor, holding a weapon that seemed out of place, an unusually modified bolt pistol. This is one of your men, Dooku explained, his tone cool and precise. This footage was recovered from one of the surrounding buildings. Here, your talon is seen killing the assassin. I assume to cover his tracks. Maximus leaned in slightly, studying the hologram carefully, his red optics glowing menacingly. This is not how we operate. His voice was low, almost a growl. If one of our own has strayed, we will find them. We have given no such order. And if they're guilty? Dooku's gaze was steady, the weight of the accusation hanging heavy in the room. Maximus's expression darkened, his lips parting slightly as his voice became a quiet promise. Then they will face the consequences. No one is above the Emperor's judgment. Just then, the door burst open, and Padme Amidala stormed into the room, her expression a mix of fury and disbelief. Anakin Skywalker followed closely behind, his brow furrowed, while Qui-Gon Jinn entered more calmly, his presence immediately commanding attention. Steam seemed practically fuming from Padme's ears as she turned sharply toward Anakin. So you did arrange a meeting without my knowledge, she accused, her voice filled with indignation. My lady, it's not safe here, especially with him, he said, his hand gesturing toward Maximus, who remained as stoic as ever. Padme's gaze never wavered as she ignored Anakin entirely and instead fixed her stare on the towering Ultramarine, his immense figure casting a shadow across the room. Here I am, Maximus. If you truly wish to kill me, why send an assassin? She demanded, her tone cutting and direct, her hands planted firmly on her hips. Maximus, unflinching, met her gaze without hesitation. His voice was as cold and composed as ever. Senator Amidala, why are you here? To find answers, she replied curtly, never taking her eyes off the Astartes. She was intent on having the truth, whether or not anyone was willing to give it to her. Maximus's gaze never wavered. This was not our doing, he answered in the same clipped tone, his hand outstretched toward the hologram of the azure talon on the table, still flickering with its damning image. While some may believe you deserve death for defying the Emperor's will, we would never resort to assassination. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. There are those among my cousins who would act in such a way, but not us. The silence that followed was thick with tension as Padme processed his words, her gaze shifting between the hologram and Maximus. She clearly wasn't satisfied, but something in his stance, something about the finality in his voice, made her pause. Then who would do this? She asked, her voice still laced with suspicion, though tinged with doubt. Maximus gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. That is the question we are here to answer. Anakin, still standing at the side, watched the exchange unfold, his unease growing with every passing second. He knew Padme's fiery temper all too well, but seeing her clash with someone like Maximus, so detached and resolute, only amplified the tension in the room. Qui-Gon, sensing the brewing storm, remained silently observant, his eyes flicking between the two sides. Padme stepped closer to Maximus, her eyes narrowing, not as an accusation, but as a challenge. You say you wouldn't kill me. But who else would? She asked, her voice now calmer, though still probing for the truth. Looking at the evidence, it's clear that someone had access to our weapons and armor, Maximus said, his voice steady as he examined the flickering hologram again. Though I'm not sure how. His red optics turned toward Bo-Katan, who had been listening intently. Investigate this, he ordered, his tone unwavering. Find out who either killed the assassin or who gave away our armor. At once, Warden, Bo-Katan replied, her expression hardening as she turned to leave. Her fingers hovered over her vox, already sending the necessary orders. Maximus watched her leave, his attention returning to the small group still gathered in the room. The air was thick with tension, but his voice cut through it like a blade. If we learn who has betrayed us, we will deal with them accordingly, he stated, his gaze sweeping over the others in the room. His tone brooked no argument. But the rest is up to you. You will need to find who ordered your death, as I assure you it wasn't us. His words grew colder, more final. But remember this, we are not friends, we are not allies. We care not who seeks to kill you, whether it's a Jedi, a Sith, or anyone else. He paused, his expression impassive. You have crossed us, and we will never forget that slight. 56th Lead. B.O. Katan. The hum of the battle barges resonated through the steel walls as Bo-Katan strode down the long, dimly lit corridors. Her boots clicked against the cold metal floor, the only sound that filled the otherwise silent ship. She had returned alone after their visit to Alderaan. The betrayal of one of her own, one of the Talons, lingered in her mind like a wound that refused to heal. There were no answers she had found, but the faintest trace of a lead had emerged, and she would follow it to the end. Her first stop was the armory. Bo-Katan meticulously examined every weapon, piece of gear and bit of equipment, searching for anything out of place, anything that might point to the traitor's identity or their intentions. But after a thorough inspection, she found nothing. No hidden devices, no signs of tampering. The trail had gone cold, at least here. Undeterred, she moved on to the next step in her investigation, the mission logs. As the captain of the Azure Talons, Bo-Katan had complete knowledge of every assignment her company had been given. Every world, every mission, every departure and arrival, it was all catalogued in the archives. She knew them like the back of her hand, and she knew when something was off. Sitting down at one of the terminals in the ship's command center, she began scrolling through the mission data, her fingers moving with practiced speed over the console. Mission after mission, world after world, each entry looked as it should. She scanned the logs meticulously, looking for discrepancies, anything that might indicate foul play or a covert operation. Then something caught her eye. It was a single, seemingly insignificant entry, a mission log for Kamino. It was blank, absent of any details, and, most importantly, hadn't been assigned to anyone. Bo-Katan's gaze fixed on the name of the planet, Kamino, a world hidden in the far reaches of the galaxy, home to the mysterious cloning facilities. It was a place that had remained off the radar for years, a world not easily accessed. The absence of any record of Talon activity, there was not a coincidence. It was deliberate. She had no doubt now she had found the lead she had been searching for. Her pulse quickened as the realization set in. Kamino had never been on her radar, but it was clear now that someone had deliberately deleted the logs. Someone who wanted to keep it hidden from the Talons, someone who might have ties to whatever treachery was unfolding. Bo-Katan stood from the terminal, her mind racing with possibilities. There was more to this mystery than just a single traitor. Kamino was the key, and she was going to find out why it had been erased from the record. Her next move was clear. She would go to Kamino herself, and she would uncover the truth, no matter what it cost her. As she got up and left, she found her path blocked by a tall, imposing figure. Jarek, captain of the Obsidian Crusaders, stood in her way. His arms were folded in front of him, his stance relaxed but alert. His eyes behind his obsidian helmet locked on her with a steady gaze. Jarek was no stranger to Bo-Katan. Their interactions had been many. There was an unspoken understanding between the two captains, both leaders in their own right, both bearing the weight of responsibility for the lives of their people. Bo-Katan, Jarek's deep voice cut through the tension in the air. The scarred blade has sent me to assist you with your investigation. I've found a log on the planet Camino, but no one from my company has been assigned there. Her tone was sharp, betraying her urgency. Jarek's brow furrowed slightly, and he tilted his head in silent thought, as if processing the implications. I see. His voice remained steady, calm, though the glint in his visor told her that he was already analyzing the situation, piecing together the puzzle. You plan to go there? Immediately, Bo-Katan said without hesitation. Jarek nodded once, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he stepped aside, gesturing for her to lead the way. Then I'll follow your lead, Bo-Katan. Let's get to the ship. For a brief moment, Bo-Katan considered refusing his help. She didn't need anyone else. She could handle this alone. But she quickly realized that it wasn't about needing help. It was about making sure she didn't miss anything, leaving no stone unturned. If Camino held the answers she sought, she would need all the support she could get. With a sharp nod, she turned on her heel and began walking toward the gauntlet. The Crusader captain fell in line beside her, his steps as measured and deliberate as her own. The sound of their boots echoed in the empty corridor as they walked side by side, each focused on the dangerous mission ahead. Summum. The journey to Camino was long and silent. Bo-Katan's ship cut through the stars like a dark streak in the void. The sleek black vessel, designed for speed and stealth, was a perfect fit for their mission. Inside, the hum of the engines was a constant companion, but the rest of the ship was eerily quiet, save for the soft tapping of Bo-Katan's fingers against the control panel. Jarek had stayed mostly to himself since boarding. He didn't speak unless it was necessary, his focus unwavering as he scanned the galaxy map and reviewed the mission logs. Every now and then, Bo-Katan would glance at him, studying his helmet. He was calm, composed, as always. But there was something about his presence, something unsettling. She had always felt uncomfortable with his possession of the darksaber, but if Sebastian the Black Templar said he was its owner, then he was. Camino loomed ahead, like a hidden spectre in the distant reaches of space. The planet was known for its stormy weather and its isolation, tucked away in a remote section of the galaxy where few bothered to venture. How long until we enter the system? Jarek's voice broke the silence, low and steady. His eyes were fixed on the navigational readouts. Not long, Bo-Katan replied curtly. We're dropping out of hyperspace now. The countdown clock on the console ticked down. Bo-Katan's hands hovered over the controls. As the ship neared its destination, the turbulent, ever-present storms of Camino came into view. Thick clouds churned violently, lighting flashes illuminating the sky in chaotic patterns. The planet seemed to be wrapped in a perpetual storm, making it difficult for any ship to approach undetected. We'll have to be careful, Bo-Katan murmured as she adjusted the ship's course. The storms here make landing difficult. As they descended into the stormy clouds, the gauntlet shook violently under the immense pressure of the wind and rain. The flashing lights from the storm outside lit up the cockpit like a strobe, creating the unsettling feeling that they were flying through a never-ending lightning storm. Bo-Katan's hands were steady on the controls, guiding the ship with precision through the churning skies. She could feel the ship groaning under the strain, but this was nothing she hadn't faced before. She had flown through worse. The relentless rain pelted the hull, 1,000 sharp needles of water striking the ship with thunderous force. The gauntlet dipped and swerved with the gusting winds, but Bo-Katan refused to let the storm dictate her path. The surface of Camino was drawing closer, and she tightened her grip, maintaining her course as the visibility grew worse by the second. The storm seemed to grow more intense as they neared their destination, and the cloud cover thickened until the landscape below was all but obscured. Bo-Katan could just make out the silhouette of massive, towering structures through the sheets of rain, a sign that they were approaching the facility. Almost there, Bo-Katan muttered under her breath, narrowing her eyes as she focused on the controls. Her mind was already processing their next move, every possible scenario running through her head. Jarek didn't speak, but Bo-Katan could hear the subtle sound of his armor shifting as he moved to the back of the ship. The soft clank of his helmet being secured broke the silence. Bo-Katan glanced over her shoulder for a moment, catching the familiar tension in his posture. The ship began its final descent, breaking through the last layer of clouds and cutting through the storm to reveal their destination: the massive landing platform that sat at the base of the massive cloning facility. The iconic circular building loomed in the distance, its stark industrial design a stark contrast against the roiling, turbulent skies. The place was nearly as inhospitable as the storm that surrounded it, a reminder of the twisted history it carried. "This is it." Bo-Katan's voice was steady, unwavering as she made the final adjustments to their approach. "Let's see what we find here." With a soft thud, the gauntlet touched down on the slick, rain-soaked surface of the landing pad. The storm outside raged, howling against the ship's hull, but inside the ship was eerily quiet. The tension in the air was thick, as though the world outside was holding its breath. Bo-Katan opened the hatch, and the cold, salty air of Kamino rushed in. The smell of rain and ocean mingled with the damp, sterile scent of the sprawling factory complex. It was a familiar scent, one that spoke of years of secrets and hidden operations. The massive dome of the cloning facility loomed ahead, its glowing lights cutting through the storm like a beacon. Without a word, Bo-Katan stepped onto the slick surface, her boots splashing into the pooling rainwater that had gathered on the landing pad. The storm beat down around them. As they approached the entrance, a figure emerged from the shadows, its tall, spindly form easily identifiable against the storm's fury. The Kaminoan stood before them, their elongated neck, slender body, and smooth grey skin making them appear even more alien in the harsh rain. The being's large oval eyes regarded Bo-Katan and Jarek with a cold, dispassionate gaze as it stepped forward, its voice calm and collected despite the chaos around them. "You are not welcome here," the Kaminoan said, its tone cool and uninviting. Its words seemed to cut through the roaring winds and crashing thunder like a sharp blade. "This facility has no dealings with outsiders. Leave now." Bo-Katan stopped just short of the figure, her gaze unwavering. She could feel the weight of the Kaminoan's presence, its height, its quiet authority, but she wasn't about to back down. Not now. "We're here to investigate a matter of great importance," she replied, her voice firm but not unkind. "We need to speak to someone with access to your records." The Kaminoan's eyes narrowed slightly, but its expression remained unreadable. It stood still for a moment before answering in that same cold voice. "You misunderstand. The facility has no connection to your inquiry. We have nothing to do with the Astartes or any records you seek." Jarek, standing silently beside her, crossed his arms, his helmet reflecting the dim light of the facility. "We both know you're lying," he said, his voice calm but carrying an unmistakable edge. "There's something hidden here, and we aren't leaving until we find out what." The Kaminoan's expression remained stoic. "I said, we have no records here to help you. The facility's operations are focused on other matters. Any weapons, armor, or personnel you refer to are not within our jurisdiction." Bo-Katan's patience was thinning, but Jarek's low voice cut through the tension. "If you're telling the truth, then you won't mind showing us your records." The Kaminoan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. The storm raged louder around them, the constant pounding of the rain filling the silence between words. The Kaminoan turned its gaze up, as though it were contemplating something in the storm, before it finally spoke again. "You misunderstand," it said, its voice more clipped now. "There is nothing to find here. You will leave now, before you are forced to leave." The words were final, leaving no room for argument. The Kaminoan then turned its back to them, indicating that the conversation was over. Jarek stepped forward, scanning the facility's perimeter, his mind already racing with options. "They're lying," he said quietly. "And they're hiding something, or someone. We can't just leave." Bo-Katan shot him a sharp glance. "No, we can't," she said firmly. "We need to find a way inside." Her thoughts were already turning, her eyes scanning the massive structure. If they couldn't get answers the easy way, they would have to find another method, subtle, quick, and quiet. Jarek seemed to sense her resolve. "We'll need to sneak in, get in under their radar. This won't be the first time I've bypassed security." Bo-Katan nodded, her determination hardening. The rogue Azure Talon had been here, and the Kaminoans were hiding something. Whether it was the stolen armor, the modified bolt pistol, or something darker. The only way forward was through stealth. "Let's make sure we're not seen," she said, her voice cold with resolve. "The truth is here. We'll find it, one way or another." With that, the two captains turned and moved toward the shadows, disappearing into the storm as they prepared to infiltrate the heart of Kamino's hidden secrets. 57th Fight in the Rain. Jarek. As Bo-Katan and Jarek slinked through the shadows, the storm continued its unrelenting assault. The torrential rain masked their footsteps and the low hum of their equipment. They had circumvented the primary entrance, finding an auxiliary access point, a maintenance hatch tucked away at the rear of the facility. It was locked, but Jarek had already set to work, his fingers dancing over the security panel with practiced precision. The hatch clicked open with a soft hiss, revealing a narrow hallway dimly lit by overhead fluorescents that flickered sporadically. The air was thick with the sterile scent of machinery, a faint trace of something else, chemical or medical, lingering in the background. Bo-Katan's eyes darted around, her instincts on high alert. They were inside now, and there was no turning back. The silence of the facility was unnerving, only broken by the occasional clank of distant machinery or the soft whirring of cooling systems. Jarek led the way, his movements measured, his helmet reflecting the dim light as they pressed forward through the sterile corridors. After what felt like an eternity of winding hallways, they finally arrived at a set of sealed doors, marked with an insignia Bo-Katan didn't recognize, stylized, geometric, and ominous. The security on this one was tighter, but Jarek was ready. He leaned against the panel, quietly bypassing the lock, and the doors slid open with a soft whoosh. Inside, the sight was nothing short of horrifying. The room was large, sterile, and filled with rows upon rows of chambers, each holding a clone. Thousands of them. These were not the typical clones Bo-Katan had learned about throughout the years. No, these were different, taller, more imposing. Their bodies were broad and muscular, the kind of physical form that could overpower even the most seasoned warrior. Their skin was smooth and pale, almost ghostly, but what made them truly unsettling were the faint glowing tendrils under their skin. They pulsed with a soft, eerie light, like veins of energy running beneath the surface of their flesh. Some were still suspended in tanks, floating motionless in nutrient-rich fluids, while others were standing at attention, their eyes blank but seemingly alert. Bo-Katan's breath caught in her throat. These were no ordinary clones. They were far more advanced, altered. Whatever the Kaminoans had been doing here, it wasn't just the production of soldiers. They had taken their work to a terrifying new level. Jarek was already stepping forward, his boots making no sound against the floor as he moved deeper into the chamber. Bo-Katan stayed close, her eyes scanning the figures in the rows. The clones, despite their unnatural silence, seemed to exude a raw, barely contained strength. Their muscles were larger than any she had seen before, their bodies perfectly sculpted for combat. And those glowing tendrils, those pulsing veins, were the most unnatural feature of all. Bo-Katan's hand went instinctively to her blaster, but she resisted the urge to draw it. These weren't enemies, not yet. They were soldiers, creations of the Kaminoans, born for a purpose they didn't understand. As they made their way through the rows, one of the clones, taller and more imposing than the others, shifted slightly in his chamber, his eyes suddenly snapping open. For a moment, his gaze locked onto them, and for a heartbeat, Bo-Katan felt time slow. The clone's face was expressionless, but his eyes burned with an intensity that suggested he was more than just a weapon. He was aware, alert, capable of thought. The clone blinked, seemingly confused by their presence. His massive frame shifted slightly, his hands gripping the edge of the tank. His muscles rippled under his skin, the glowing tendrils pulsing with a soft, unsettling light. Bo-Katan held her breath, praying that the clone would remain silent, that he would not alert the others. Jarek, sensing the tension, stayed still, his body rigid with anticipation. His hand was near the darksaber, but he did not draw it. The clone's gaze lingered for another moment, and then lowered his head, seeming to fall back into unconsciousness. The two captains moved past him quietly, their hearts pounding in their chests. Every step was calculated, every breath hushed, as they navigated the maze of tanks. The clones remained still, oblivious to their presence, though Bo-Katan couldn't shake the feeling that they were aware on some level, that they were watching, as though waiting for a command. It was as if they were all tethered to something deeper, something more sinister. Then, as they reached the far end of the room, they found a door leading deeper into the facility. This was where the real answers would lie. Bo-Katan's hand tightened on her blaster as they moved toward it. Jarek stepped forward first, cautiously placing his hand on the door's control panel. Before they could proceed, a strong voice, low and gruff, came from behind them. "You don't belong here." Bo-Katan's spine stiffened as she turned, hand still on her blaster. The clone who had looked at them earlier was now standing, his feet planted firmly on the floor. His towering form was framed by the faint glow of the tendrils beneath his skin, and his eyes locked on them with an intensity that was unnerving. The voice was calm, devoid of any emotion, yet something about it sent a chill down her spine. This wasn't just a soldier following orders, this was something else entirely. "You're not the first to come," the clone added, his gaze flickering briefly to the others, still standing frozen in their chambers. "And you won't be the last." Jarek studied the clone carefully, taking in his towering form. The clone was about 6 feet tall, shorter than Jarek himself, but there was no mistaking the raw strength that radiated from his muscular frame. "You've seen more of us?" Bo-Katan asked, her voice steady despite the tension. The clone nodded, his expression impassive. "2 of you, one in blue and silver armor, and one in armor much like yours. Blue and gold, though he didn't look comfortable in it." Bo-Katan and Jarek exchanged a brief knowing glance before turning back to the clone. "Can you tell us where they are?" Jarek asked, his tone direct. The clone's eyes flickered, and a small, almost imperceptible shift in his posture signaled a change. "I can do better," he said in a low voice. "I'll show you." Without waiting for a response, the clone turned and moved toward a set of nearby doors. His large frame seemed to glide effortlessly across the room, his tendrils pulsing faintly under his skin with each step. Bo-Katan and Jarek exchanged another look, but neither hesitated. They followed the clone through the doors, their footsteps silent in the sterile hallways. As they walked deeper into the facility, Bo-Katan couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as though the clones were always there, their silent eyes tracking their every move. The strange glowing veins beneath their skin pulsed in rhythm with their heartbeats, adding an eerie glow to the otherwise dim corridor. The clone led them to a small control room, a nondescript space filled with monitors and data panels. The room was dimly lit, with a few consoles humming softly in the background. The clone approached one of the terminals and activated it with a series of quick keystrokes. A map of the facility appeared on the screen, highlighting various sectors in bright red. The clone pointed to a location deep within the complex. "This is where they are. They're not far." Bo-Katan leaned in closer, scanning the map. Her heart quickened at the sight. This was it. They were on the right track. "How do we get there?" she asked, her voice low. The clone's gaze flickered, and for a moment something almost resembling hesitation crossed his face. Then he turned back to the console and keyed in another set of commands. "There's a maintenance shaft," he said, his voice cold. "It will take you directly to where their room is." Jarek stepped forward, his tone clipped. "And you're not going to stop us?" The clone's expression remained stoic, his body unmoving. "I'm not your enemy," he said simply. "The Kaminoans have not given us any orders. We may do what we please for now." Bo-Katan regarded him for a moment, her gaze softening slightly. "Thank you," she said. The clone gave a small nod before turning and walking out of the room, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. His departure left Bo-Katan and Jarek standing in the cold, sterile room, both grappling with the unsettling nature of what they had just witnessed. "This is stranger than I thought," Jarek muttered, his tone low and contemplative. "They're building an army, but for what, I'm not sure." He kicked open a panel in the floor, crouching down and disappearing into the shaft beneath, motioning for Bo-Katan to follow. Bo-Katan hesitated for only a moment before dropping into the maintenance shaft after him. The air was thick and damp, a stark contrast to the sterile atmosphere they had just left behind. Their journey was brief, but tense, the distant echoes of their movements reverberating down the winding passages. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination, a nondescript door, barely visible among the many others. "I'll be glad to leave this stormy planet behind," a voice called out, startling Bo-Katan and Jarek both. From the shadows emerged a figure that Bo-Katan instantly recognized. The man was a new aspirant to the Azure Talon Legion, someone still in training, not yet initiated into their ranks, but well on his way. She tensed, her hand instinctively reaching for her blaster. She was about to charge, but Jarek's hand shot out, stopping her. "Now that our business has concluded, we may part ways. I hope to never see you again." Another voice, gravelly and familiar, drifted into the corridor, followed by the sound of something heavy being hauled toward the exit. Bo-Katan's eyes narrowed, and Jarek muttered a single word under his breath. "Jango." Her stomach twisted at the sight of the bounty hunter, but Jango Fett wasn't her primary concern right now. The aspirant was. He was a new recruit, one who hadn't yet proven himself, but one who would face judgment soon enough, should he live to see it. "He's not my concern right now," Bo-Katan said in a hushed voice, her fingers tightening around the grip of her blaster. "That's one of my aspirants to my legion. He needs to be kept alive to face judgment." Jarek nodded once, understanding her resolve. With a quiet gesture, he signaled for her to move, and the two burst through the vent in unison. The aspirant and Jango Fett were taken completely off guard. Bo-Katan wasted no time. She lunged at the aspirant, catching him off guard and slamming her forearm into his stomach. He staggered back, his breath knocked out of him, but before he could recover, she spun him against the wall. The impact of his skull hitting the hard surface made a sickening sound, but she wasn't done. Jarek wasn't far behind. He tackled Jango, throwing him toward the door, the two of them tumbling out into the downpour of rain. Bo-Katan barely registered the cold, focusing only on the task at hand. The aspirant recovered quicker than she expected, his training kicking in. He tried to land a right haymaker, but Bo-Katan was ready. She slipped under his punch, pivoting on her heel, and drove a hard fist into his exposed stomach, her knuckles connecting with a sickening thud. He gasped, stunned, but didn't back off. Instead, he tried to swing at her again. Bo-Katan didn't give him the chance. She struck him in the face with her left fist, the force of the blow snapping his head back. He staggered, winded but still trying to recover. Before he could react, Bo-Katan brought her knee up, slamming it into his groin. His face twisted in agony as he bent forward, clutching at himself. That was when Bo-Katan moved in for the final strike. Both of her fists came down hard on the back of his head, the blow sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious before he could even let out a grunt of pain. Jarek, meanwhile, found himself locked in a fierce struggle with Jango Fett. The bounty hunter was a formidable opponent, his movements sharp and precise, but Jarek was the captain of the Obsidian Crusaders. Their clash echoed through the storm, the sound of their blows blending with the roar of the rain. Jango's helmeted face remained impassive, his skill evident in every strike, yet Jarek's raw strength and experience made him a worthy adversary. The two exchanged quick jabs and powerful blows until Jango managed to land a low kick to Jarek's stomach, sending him slipping backward in the slick rain. He quickly recovered, rolling back onto his feet, just in time to narrowly dodge a follow-up knee aimed for his face. Before Jango could land the strike, Jarek grabbed the bounty hunter by his stomach, lifting him off his feet and throwing him to the ground with all his strength. But Jango wasn't finished yet. With a flash, the bounty hunter activated his jetpack, lifting both of them off the ground. The air around them became a chaotic swirl as Jango dragged them both into the sky. With a brutal slam, Jango threw Jarek against the hull of the slave one nearby, the ship's metal surface ringing with the impact. Jarek grunted in pain, but he didn't have time to recover before Jango released him, sending him crashing back to the ground with a heavy thud. The rain poured down as Jango landed lightly on his feet nearby, pulling his blaster. His tone was casual, but there was a cold edge to his words. "Well, well, well, if it isn't my old friend. It seems being with the Astartes has been good for you, Jarek." Jarek gritted his teeth as he pushed himself up, one knee on the slick ground. His hand instinctively brushed over the hilt of the darksaber, feeling the weight of its presence at his side. "It's been very good," Jarek replied, his voice low but firm. "Wished you had taken my offer and joined us." Without warning, Jarek lunged, igniting the dark saber with a snap hiss. The blade cut through the air with a vicious hum. In a fluid motion, he sliced through Django's blaster, cutting the weapon clean in half before landing a powerful kick to Django's chest, sending the bounty hunter sprawling to the ground. Django reacted immediately, his jetpack flaring to life and lifting him off the ground once again, creating distance between them. He hovered in the air, hovering with cold, calculating eyes focused on the darksaber. Jarek stood his ground, the blade of the darksaber crackling with energy. His voice grew more impassioned, his conviction rising. "Join us. You know what this means. Mandalore will be reunited under the light of the glorious God Emperor, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. No more hunting bounties, no more working for people who see you as a liability. Just a legion of brothers and sisters who want nothing more than for you to be reunited with them." His words rang with a fervor that surprised even him. The vision of Mandalore's future, united and under the banner of the Emperor, filled him with an unshakable zeal. He saw the endless possibilities, Mandalore reborn, his people no longer scattered, no longer fighting amongst themselves. The dream of unity felt so close now, almost within reach. Django shook his head slowly, his voice steady and unwavering as ever. "You know I can't do that. I enjoy the hunt more than anything." Jarek's eyes narrowed. The bounty hunter's path was clear. It was the one he had chosen long ago, the life of a lone wolf, free to roam and pursue his own code. Jarek's heart burned with frustration. How could Django still be so blinded by his need for the hunt when Mandalore's true glory was waiting? "You always were stubborn," Jarek muttered, his voice low but his grip on the darksaber tightened. "But you'll see. In the end you'll see that this is the only way forward. Mandalore will rise again, and the universe will kneel before us." Django's gaze remained steady, his silent defiance clear. He didn't speak, didn't try to justify his choices. He had always walked his own path, and no amount of words or zeal would change that. The storm raged on, the crackling energy of the darksaber humming through the air as they circled each other, both ready for the next move. The ground was slick with rain, making every step a calculated risk, but neither fighter gave ground. Jarek's grip on the hilt of the darksaber was firm, the blade's dark glow casting eerie shadows over the two of them. Django had pulled another 2 blaster pistols, which glinted in the rain, his stance poised and calculating, every movement precise like a predator waiting to strike. Without warning, Django fired first, the twin blaster bolts streaking through the torrential downpour. Jarek reacted instantly, twisting his body to the side as the bolts sailed past him, the heat of them still palpable in the air. Jarek charged forward, darksaber raised to strike. Django's eyes narrowed, and with a flash of his jetpack, he propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the sweeping arc of the blade. The Obsidian Crusader launched himself into the air with his own jetpack, the powerful thrusters sending him rocketing toward Django. The 2 Mandalorians clashed high above the rain-soaked ground, their weapons a blur of motion. Django fired again, his blasters expert extensions of his hands, but Jarek was already spinning, the darksaber blocking the incoming fire with a precision honed over years of combat. As they fell back toward the wet ground, Django attempted a low kick, aiming to take out Jarek's balance. But Jarek anticipated the move, countering with a twist of his body that allowed him to dodge and swing the darksaber in a vicious arc. The energy blade missed by inches, but Django's jetpack flared once more, pulling him backward and out of harm's way. "You're still too slow, Jarek," Django called out, his voice laced with the arrogance of a man who believed he held the upper hand. Jarek, grinning under his helmet, didn't respond. Instead, he launched himself again, a blur of motion as he dashed toward Django. The darksaber crackled with dark energy as Jarek slashed downward with all his strength. The blade slashed one of the bounty hunter's blasters, cutting it in 2, while Django fired his other one. Jarek's instincts kicked in. He spun, his jetpack propelling him out of the line of fire, and brought the darksaber around in a horizontal strike that Django barely managed to avoid. Django's other blaster barked again. But Jarek blocked the bolts effortlessly, the energy blade singing as it deflected each shot with terrifying ease. The rain lashed against them, but neither of them faltered. Every movement was calculated, every strike deadly. Jango's face was unreadable beneath his helmet. "You're still as good as ever," he said, his voice a low growl as he fired one more shot, aiming for Jarek's head. Jarek didn't flinch. With a swift movement, he brought the darksaber up, deflecting the bolt and closing the distance again. Jarek's eyes locked on Jango, and his voice was low but filled with resolve. "You could still join us, Jango. We could still rebuild Mandalore together." Jango's response was a chuckle, devoid of humor. "I'm not some soldier in your war, Jarek. I prefer the hunt." The air between them crackled with tension, and before either could strike again, the familiar hum of a jetpack igniting filled the air. Bo-Katan appeared, blasting through the rain and landing next to Jarek with a swift, practiced motion before dumping the aspirant's body at her feet. Her blasters were already in hand, and she began firing immediately, forcing Jango to dive for cover behind a nearby piece of wreckage. "I'm getting tired of waiting," Bo-Katan said, her voice cool as ever. "Let's finish this." But as she and Jarek prepared to advance, a new sound pierced the battlefield, a rhythmic, synchronized marching of boots. Jarek's head snapped to the side, and his blood ran cold as a platoon of clones emerged from the facility. Their armor gleamed under the flash of lightning, the steady beat of their boots matching the intensity of the storm. Jango Fett's eyes gleamed from under his helmet, but his expression remained stoic. "Well, looks like you've got company," he said, his voice mocking, yet carrying an edge of satisfaction as he backed away towards his ship. "Don't die, Jarek. We still have a score to settle," Jango added before he disappeared into the hatch of the Slave One, lifting off into the stormy sky. "Damn it," Jarek cursed, his fists clenched, as he turned to watch Jango's ship vanish into the clouds. "We can't let him get away," he muttered, his eyes flashing with determination. "I've already called the gauntlet, but we'll have to deal with these bastards first," Bo-Katan shouted, her voice carrying over the roar of the storm as she ducked behind the platform's railing, her blasters raised and ready. The stormlight caught the glints of the clones' massive blasters, and Jarek's heart sank as they opened fire. The barrage of blaster bolts slammed into the metal platform, the force of the shots throwing debris everywhere. Jarek and Bo-Katan dove behind the railings, the explosions of fire and destruction filling the air around them. Bo-Katan fired back, her blasters spitting out blue streaks of energy as she returned fire with deadly accuracy. But the clones were relentless, their armor gleaming under the storm's violent flashes, their blasters shaking the very ground beneath their feet. One clone charged forward, his massive blaster raised and aimed directly at Bo-Katan. Without hesitation, she leaned out from cover, her blasters barking in rapid succession. A clone's chest exploded with the first shot, but the second one ducked low and a third clone fired from a new position, catching her shoulder. She let out a grunt, stumbling back but quickly righted herself, gritting her teeth. Her eyes narrowed in pain as she fired again, taking down another clone with a well-placed shot to the head. Jarek wasn't far behind, his jetpack roaring as he launched himself from behind the railing, drawing the darksaber with one swift motion. He swung it through the air with devastating precision, blocking incoming fire as he charged forward, using his jetpack to close the distance between him and the closest clone. The clone turned just in time to meet the full force of the darksaber. Jarek's strike cleaved through the clone's armor like paper, severing the man in half with one powerful swing. Another clone fired his blaster at him from the side, but Jarek was already in the air, spinning to dodge and slashing downward. The clone barely had time to scream before the darksaber cut him in two as well. Another clone moved in close, raising his blaster rifle to blast Jarek point blank, but Jarek was faster. With a roll of his body, he ducked under the fire and swept his foot out, tripping the clone. As the clone stumbled forward, Jarek's knee slammed into its chest, sending it sprawling to the ground. With a brutal roar, he brought the darksaber down, splitting the clone's helmet open in a single strike. Bo-Katan gritted her teeth as she fired back at the clones, her body aching from the gunshot wound to her shoulder. She ducked down, taking a deep breath before popping back up from cover. The clone who had shot her was still advancing, his eyes locked on her. Bo-Katan fired 2 shots in rapid succession, one hitting his arm and the other tearing through his chest, but he didn't stop until she shot him a 3rd time. One clone rushed her with terrifying speed, swinging a massive vibroblade that she barely blocked with her blaster in time. The blade sliced through the barrel, sending sparks flying. Bo-Katan cursed, firing her 2nd blaster into the clone's face, sending him toppling backward. But the clones were too strong. Jarek and Bo-Katan had already taken down 5, but the remaining 5 advanced in a wall of fury and precision. A clone rushed in on Jarek, firing point blank, but Jarek deflected the bolts with the darksaber and slammed the flat of the blade into the clone's face, knocking him to the ground. As Jarek attempted to move forward, another clone slammed into him with a shoulder tackle, sending him crashing against the platform's edge. A knee to Jarek's ribs sent a jolt of pain through his body before he saw the clone bring a massive fist down on his helmet. The force was devastating, smashing his helmet into the ground over and over before he could react. He was able to lean to one side, causing the clone to miss before using his elbow to hammer into the clone's helmet, cracking it wide open. Jarek rolled away, barely avoiding another deadly blaster bolt aimed at his chest, but the clone was too fast, firing once more and grazing his leg. Jarek grunted in pain, but ignored it, springing back to his feet. He launched himself at the clone, his darksaber raised, and with a single swing cleaved the man's body in half. Bo-Katan, meanwhile, had finished off another clone, her wounds burning with every movement. She ducked low and popped back up, firing at 2 clones who had flanked her. One fell immediately, his body jerking with the force of the impact, but the 2nd clone retaliated, firing his blaster with rapid shots. The first hit Bo-Katan's thigh, the second grazing her side. She staggered, feeling the burn of the plasma, but gritted her teeth and kept moving. She ducked under another blast, rolling to the side and firing a shot into the clone's head. It was quick and brutal. The last 2 clones were relentless, closing in on both captains from opposite sides. Jarek, using his jetpack, soared into the air, spinning and bringing his darksaber down in a diagonal arc, cutting one clone in half as he descended. Bo-Katan shot the other clone in the head, but as she did, she felt a crushing force slam into her chest. One final clone had charged from behind, slamming her to the ground with a brutal force. Jarek, seeing her struggle, dove in from the air, landing directly on the clone, crushing his helmet into the ground with a brutal strike from his knee. He then drove the darksaber through the clone's chest in one smooth motion. The battlefield was silent. Both captains collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, their armor battered and scorched. Burnt ash mixed with rainwater as the remnants of the clone platoon lay scattered at their feet. The storm raged on, but massive lights filled the air as the gauntlet approached, its engines roaring through the tempest. The ship's landing struts slammed into the platform with a resounding thud, a safeguard against all other threats. Jarek's hand tightened on the hilt of the darksaber, his eyes scanning the chaos around them. Bo-Katan gave him a brief nod, her expression hardening as she glanced back toward the horizon, where Jango's ship had disappeared. "Let's go. We've got a long way to go before this ends." 58. Corrupted. Maximus. Maximus stood over the aspirant, his gaze filled with a mixture of contempt and cold fury. Bo-Katan had returned with him, bringing the stolen gear that another bounty hunter had used to frame them for the assassination attempt. Now their name was almost clear, almost. His fists clenched as he looked down into the man's eyes, seeing the fear that shimmered within them. "Aspirant Finch," Maximus's voice was low, cold, and heavy with judgment. "You stand here convicted of betraying your legion." Aspirant Finch swallowed hard, his throat dry, but he said nothing. His eyes flickered to the side, searching for an escape, but the room was large, the azure talons closing in around him like an unyielding vice. Maximus's stance remained unyielding, his eyes never leaving the trembling figure at his feet. "You thought you could get away with besmirching our name," Maximus continued, his voice like steel. "And for that, you will die." The aspirant's breath quickened, but still he remained silent. Bo-Katan, standing at the side, crossed her arms, watching with a detached expression. Maximus took a step forward, his boots heavy against the floor, echoing in the tense silence. "Tell me, aspirant, what drove you to betray us? Was it fear? Greed?" Finch's eyes darted up, meeting Maximus's optics for the first time, raw terror flickering beneath his facade. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. "I didn't. I wasn't." His voice cracked. Maximus leaned in closer, his breath cold against Finch's ear. "Speak, or I'll have you screaming before this is over." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft shuffle of Bo-Katan's boots. Then, finally, Finch muttered, his voice barely a whisper, "Safety. I was promised a safe harbor from the war that's coming, away from the fighting." "Cowardice," Maximus hissed. "A coward's bargain," he roared, the fury behind it like a storm on the verge of breaking. He took another step forward, towering over Finch. "You would trade your honor, your loyalty for safety? You would leave your brothers and sisters to fight, to die, while you cower in the shadows?" Finch's eyes flickered, guilt and fear mixing in the depths of them. His breath came in shallow gasps, but he remained silent, as though the weight of his shame had stolen his voice. The Ultramarine turned away from Finch, his heavy boots echoing in the chamber as he walked toward the far side, where his thunderhammer lay. The aspirant's eyes followed him, shame building within him like a choking weight. He opened his mouth, but no words came. His throat tightened, and he dropped his gaze to the ground, unable to face his shame. Maximus gripped the thunderhammer with one hand, lifting its immense weight effortlessly. He moved back toward Finch with purpose, his every step a quiet promise of the inevitability of what was to come. The man shuddered at the sight of the massive weapon, his chest tightening in fear. Maximus did not pause, his gaze cold and unyielding. "At least meet your death with some courage," Maximus said, his voice low and filled with contempt. "Die with what little honor you have left." With a brutal motion, he raised the thunderhammer high, the weapon gleaming with lethal intent. "No, please, Warden. I made a mistake. I was desperate. I didn't know what else to do." Finch's voice cracked, desperation lacing every word. Maximus did not respond. He didn't flinch or hesitate. He simply brought the thunderhammer down, obliterating the traitor without mercy. The sound of the blow echoed throughout the chamber, a final punctuation to the end of the man's life. Maximus stood over the shattered remains of Finch, the blood splattered across the cold floor. The faint, acrid smell of blood lingered in the air. For a moment, there was nothing but the silence that followed the violence, a stillness that felt heavier than the thunderous impact. Bo-Katan stepped forward, her face unreadable as she surveyed the scene. "He was a traitor," she said quietly, her eyes briefly meeting Maximus. "And deserved a traitor's death," she exclaimed to the gathered talons. Maximus did not look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the corpse, his expression stone-like. "Mercy is for those who deserve it. He betrayed everything we stand for. There is no room for weakness in this legion. Now go back to your duties. We have a war to prepare for." With that, the gathered Mandalorians all departed, their steps heavy with the weight of what they had just witnessed. A somber air hung over them as they made their way back to their respective duties. Each Talon had earned their place through battle and bloodshed, proving their worth and their unbreakable commitment to the cause. The thought that someone would taint their office and privilege by betraying the very legion they had sworn to serve left a lingering cloud over the warriors. The betrayal wasn't just personal, it was an affront to everything they stood for. But they were the Azure Talons, and the harshness of their existence had made them resolute. The lessons of the past had hardened them, forged them into the warriors they were, and they would not allow such a stain to linger. As they walked in silence, each Mandalorian knew the unspoken resolution that had settled over them. It would never happen again, not on their watch. Barge's nameless chaos, sorcerer. Looking down at the Jedi they had captured nearly a decade ago, the nameless Chaos Sorcerer observed with a cold detachment as Sifo Dyas writhed on his experiment table. The once proud Jedi struggled against his restraints, his body contorting in desperate fury and his screams echoing, though they were barely more than incoherent sounds now. The Jedi had long since fallen to the dark side, a broken reflection of the man he had once been. Now the sorcerer was testing the very limits of chaos, probing how much torment and corruption this fallen being could endure. Beside the sorcerer, a data pad floated in the air, capturing every detail, every observation as the experiments pushed Sifo Dyas further into madness. The machine hummed softly, recording the data with mechanical precision. "That's enough," the sorcerer finally said, his voice calm and detached as he took a step back, his gaze lingering on the struggling form of the Jedi. He gestured, and the table lowered, sending Sifo Dyas down into a deeper, darker chamber. The sorcerer walked toward the edge of the room, coming to a stop at the threshold of a massive chamber that resembled a gladiatorial arena. The floor was dark and uneven, scarred by countless battles. The table, carrying the broken Jedi, was lowered into the center of it, setting the scene for whatever came next. At the far side of the chamber, a massive steel door stood, its surface buckling slightly as something from the other side slammed into it with unrelenting force. The sound reverberated through the chamber, a hint of something primal, something monstrous, waiting to be unleashed. "Release the other one," the sorcerer commanded, his voice icy and devoid of emotion as he addressed some unseen servant. The heavy metal door creaked open, revealing a small, hunched figure, dragging itself on all fours. Its skin, once a vibrant green, was now pale and sickly, mottled with patches of decay. The long, flowing hair was now reduced to thin, brittle strands, clinging desperately to its scalp. The figure shambled forward, its movements erratic, twitching sporadically, as if the body itself could no longer obey its fractured mind. The creature's once bright, wise eyes now stared out in wild confusion, the glint of intelligence long since buried under layers of madness. It was Yaddle, twisted beyond recognition, a grotesque shadow of the Jedi Master she had once been. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, darted about as if the room itself had become an overwhelming assault on her fractured mind. She let out a high-pitched, disjointed giggle, her mouth stretching into a manic grin. The sorcerer watched in silence, observing with a clinical detachment as the madness fully consumed her. Her once wise presence, the calm authority that had once defined her, was now replaced with a mad cacophony of ramblings, a mind shattered by chaos. Meanwhile, the table holding Sifo Dyas was lowered into the arena, the fallen Jedi's body twitching uncontrollably after the horrific experiments. The sorcerer turned his attention back to him, watching with cold interest as the next phase began. After a moment, the restraints holding Sifo Dyas were undone. He immediately sprang from the table, skittering backward in fear, muttering to himself in a broken, disjointed voice. "Begin," the sorcerer commanded, his hand waving casually. A simple fury spell crackled through the air, compelling the two broken figures to turn on each other, their bodies now driven by a primal rage. The sorcerer watched with cold satisfaction as the fury spell took hold. Instantly, Sifo Dyas and Yaddle froze for a heartbeat, their fractured minds torn between their broken selves and the ancient powers that lingered deep within them. Then, with a sudden, jerking movement, they turned toward one another. Yaddle's eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light as she lifted her trembling hand. The force, twisted by the warp, slithered from her fingertips like a snake, but it was no longer pure. It was a corrupt, maddened thing. The very air around her warped as she reached out with her mind, seeking to invade Sifo Dyas's consciousness. She whispered words that made no sense, guttural and alien, the language of the warp. "Shattered. Pieces. Pieces everywhere," she muttered, her voice slithering with madness. The ground beneath them rippled, as if reality itself was bending to her fractured will. The force she wielded didn't push or pull, it tore and twisted. Shadows on the walls stretched unnaturally, whispering in tongues that were not meant for mortal ears. Then, with a guttural shriek, she sent a rippling wave of force lightning arcing toward him. But it wasn't just the electricity that struck him. It was a torrent of pain, agony, and torment, as though every bolt of lightning carried with it the screams of the damned. The lightning tore into him like a searing whip, the pain flaring through his body as if the very air around him had become fire. Desperation clouded his thoughts, and with a growl of anguish he hurled his own wave of raw, distorted energy. But his attack was not a typical force push. It was an explosion of pure, corrupted energy. The warp-infused blast was a cacophony of screams and whispers, voices not of this world, of entities long forgotten, sent hurtling toward Yaddle. The mental barrage assaulted her, bombarding her with images of destruction, devastation, and the endless suffering she had endured. It was a psychic and physical assault, one that ripped through her mind and body with equal fury as she was thrown backwards towards the wall of the chamber. Yaddle's eyes widened in horror and glee as the onslaught hit her, and she shrieked in manic laughter, her twisted form barely able to withstand the barrage. But instead of retreating, she embraced the chaos within her. Her mind was a storm of rage and madness, and she retaliated with her own power. With a violent screech, she raised her hand again, this time summoning a dark, swirling vortex of energy around her. It was a twisted form of a force crush. The pressure was a violent, crushing force upon Dias' entire being. It was as if the very air around him had turned to stone, forcing his body to bend and contort, as though it were under the weight of a collapsing star. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving as his limbs trembled beneath the pressure. He fought against it, tapping into the remnants of his willpower, and with a roar, he pushed back the force crush in a burst of power. His body buckled, but he managed to push the pressure back, lifting his hand and unleashing a direct attack of pure force energy. The blast ripped through the air, sending her staggering backward once again. Yaddle's eyes narrowed, her grin widening as she twisted the energy around her. With an almost unnatural speed, she extended her hand, unleashing another barrage of force lightning, each bolt crackling with untamed fury. The strikes landed against Sifo Dyas's body with a terrifying precision, his skin searing where the electricity met him. His body locked up momentarily, and his heart raced, but he refused to falter. In the same breath, he surged forward, his body wreathed in the dark energy of the warp, and he used force choke, lifting his hand to tighten the grip around her throat. Yaddle's expression twisted into one of both agony and rapture as the pressure constricted around her neck, her breath cut short. But she didn't relent. Her own will fought back, and she released a burst of raw, chaotic energy, an eruption of warp-fueled power, pushing him away. The force of it was like a blow to the chest, sending Sifo Dyas skidding backward, crashing into the stone floor. She rolled to her feet, laughing madly as she slowly approached him, her fingers crackling with power once more. The entire chamber seemed to tremble with the unholy energy they were both unleashing. They had been twisted into something far beyond the Jedi they once were. The Force had become their weapon, their prison, and their torment, each ability now a grotesque reflection of the madness they had been subjected to. The two then discarded their Force abilities, resorting to physical combat. Their fists and claws collided with sickening force, each blow fueled by primal rage. The air was filled with their feral screams, the sound of raw fury echoing through the chamber. The sorcerer's eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction as he watched the scene unfold. His twisted experiments had succeeded. The two former Jedi were now more than they had ever been, creatures of pure destruction, no longer bound by the Force in the way they once knew it. "Make sure they don't kill each other. We still need them intact," he commanded, his voice cold and authoritative. He turned away from the scene, walking toward a massive window that overlooked the planet of Geonosis. Below him, hundreds of thousands of ships lay scattered across the barren plain, a silent testament to the scale of the coming storm. 59th Vision. Dooku. Count Dooku stood in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a strange and unsettling landscape. Half of the terrain was lush with vibrant trees, thick vines, and an array of exotic plants that pulsed with life. The other half, however, was barren, scorched earth, with charred trees and jagged rocks scattered across the ground like remnants of a forgotten battle. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of heavy footsteps. At the center of this strange place stood a massive armored Astartes. His imposing frame towered over everything around him, a dark and unyielding presence. He gripped a woman by the throat, lifting her off the ground with effortless ease. Her legs kicked in the air, struggling against the iron-like grip that constricted her windpipe. At the feet of the giant, two bodies lay motionless, one old, one young. The older man's eyes were wide with horror, his frail body trembling as an unseen force drained the very life from him. The younger man was already lifeless, his eyes glazed over in death, a deep wound on his chest where the armored figure had struck. "Do not do this," the old man gasped, his voice barely a whisper as his strength ebbed away. The towering figure, silent and emotionless, showed no sign of mercy. With a brutal stomp, he crushed the old man's skull beneath the weight of his armored boot. The sickening sound of bone cracking echoing through the silence. The woman gasping for air could only croak, "No!" As she watched the life of the elder fade. Without a word, the armored figure drew back the dagger he was holding, its blade gleaming under the dim light. He brought it up again and again into the woman's side, each strike precise and deliberate. Her breath quickened, her body jerking with each blow, but it was futile. She was powerless to stop the onslaught. Blood pooled around her as the dagger continued its savage dance, until at last her body grew still, lifeless in his grip. The figure casually tossed her corpse aside like a discarded object before turning toward an altar that stood at the heart of the square. The altar was simple, ancient-looking, and carved with symbols that pulsed faintly with a strange arcane energy. A low, triumphant laugh escaped the figure's lips. "Finally," he muttered, his voice deep and resonant, reverberating through the space. His optics gleamed with triumph as a glowing orb materialized above the altar, its light casting unnatural shadows across the landscape. The moment he touched the orb, a sickening surge of dark energy radiated outward, enveloping his entire body in a cloak of chaos. His laughter grew louder, more manic, as his body twisted and contorted under the immense power flooding through him. Dooku, a silent observer in this strange vision, gasped in horror. His connection to the Force was unrelenting in its pain. A scream, raw and unearthly, ripped through the very fabric of the Force, reverberating in every fiber of his being. It was as if the universe itself had been torn asunder. He clutched his head, his body racked with pain, his heart racing. He fell to his knees, the agony overwhelming him. His vision blurred as the armored figure, this creature, corrupted what Dooku knew as a Force nexus. He watched helplessly as the energy from the orb cascaded outward, a maelstrom of chaotic colors swirling violently into the sky. The sky itself seemed to rend open, a massive tear in space itself, and from beyond it came the sound of a cackling woman, cruel and mocking, before being joined by 4 other voices. Chaos's laughter seemed to echo across the dimensions, mocking all those who dared to witness this abomination. Dooku screamed in agony as the corrupting energy tore through his consciousness. His grip on his lightsaber tightened involuntarily, the hilt cold and unyielding in his shaking hand. His mind was consumed by the chaos, by the agony of the event unfolding before him, and just as the darkness seemed to swallow him whole, he was jolted awake. His breath came in ragged gasps as he sat up, drenched in cold sweat. His surroundings were eerily familiar, the stark white walls of his quarters in the Jedi Temple. He blinked rapidly, disoriented, his body still trembling. His hand clutched his lightsaber, the hilt cold against his palm, though he had yet to ignite it. The darkness of the vision lingered in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was coming. The pain in his head throbbed, a ghost of the agony he had just experienced, as he tried to steady his breathing, struggling to separate reality from the nightmare he had just witnessed. He struggled to push himself upright, his body trembling as he tried to stand. His legs felt like jelly beneath him, weak and unsteady from the lingering effects of the vision. The sheer force of the pain, both physical and mental, threatened to bring him back down, but he fought against it. His mind was a whirlwind of images and emotions, of death, destruction, and an ominous presence that he couldn't yet understand. He needed to speak to Master Yoda. He needed to tell him what he had seen before it was too late. The sense of urgency was overwhelming. With a shaky breath, Dooku managed to get to his feet. His knees wobbled, and for a moment he thought he might collapse again, but he clenched his jaw, pushing through the fog clouding his mind. He quickly slipped into his robes, his movements jerky but determined. There was no time to waste. The halls of the Jedi Temple seemed unnaturally quiet as he sprinted down the corridors, his footsteps echoing off the smooth stone floors. His mind raced as he navigated the familiar halls, hoping against hope that he would reach his former master before it was too late, before whatever he had witnessed came to pass. Dooku's breath came in ragged gasps as he rounded the final corner of the Jedi Temple's grand hallway. The Force was still swirling with unsettling energy, as if the very air itself trembled with the remnants of the vision. He could feel it in every fiber of his being, the dark presence, the corruption, the looming danger. It seemed multiple sets of eyes gazed down upon him, but from where, he didn't know. As he reached the entrance to Yoda's room, Dooku hesitated for only a moment. The doors were slightly ajar, and through the crack, he could see Master Yoda seated at the far end of the room. The ancient Jedi was meditating, his long ears twitching slightly, as if he were aware of Dooku's approach even before the younger Jedi had entered. Taking a deep breath, Dooku pushed the door open. The sound of his footfalls was almost deafening in the silent chamber. Master Yoda's eyes opened slowly, his green gaze studying Dooku as he strode forward, his face tight with distress. "Master Yoda," Dooku began, his voice strained, as though the weight of his words had to force their way through the fear still tightening his chest. I've seen something. A vision." Yoda's gaze deepened, his ancient eyes sharpening with concern. The weight of Dooku's tone, the urgency in his steps, told the small Jedi Master that this was no ordinary vision. "Speak you must," Yoda urged. "Disturbed you are. The vision, troubling it is." Dooku nodded, trying to steady his racing heart. He could feel his pulse in his temples as he spoke, each word carrying the dread he could not shake. Yoda's expression darkened as Dooku recounted what he had seen, his hands folding together in front of him. His lips were thin with concentration, and his eyes glimmered with ancient knowledge. He said nothing for a long moment, letting the weight of Dooku's words settle. When he finally spoke, his voice was slow, deliberate, carrying the wisdom of centuries. "Powerful this vision is," Yoda said, his tone grave. "Darkness, this presence. An omen it may be." Dooku clenched his fists, his frustration growing. "What does it mean, Master? What is this figure, and who is the woman?" "I felt something familiar, but I don't understand. It was as if the very fabric of the Force was being torn apart." Yoda's eyes softened, a faint sadness creeping into his expression as he studied Dooku. "What do we do, Master? How can we stop it before it's too late?" Dooku pleaded. Master Yoda remained still for a moment, the weight of centuries of wisdom settling upon his shoulders. Then he spoke. "The path ahead, uncertain it is, but find the answers we must. Seek knowledge of ancient texts. The dark side of the Force, deep it lies, and a great danger this figure represents. Unsure of what to do I am. Meditate I must. Answers I will seek." Nearer. Neera let out a frustrated sigh as she sank into the plush cushions of the couch, the soft fabric pressing against her back. She crossed her arms over her chest, clearly displeased. The serene beauty of Naboo stretched out before her, lush and green, but it did little to ease her irritation. "Humph," she muttered under her breath. Her sharp gaze flicked toward the balcony, where Anakin and Padme stood deep in conversation, their voices drifting to her on the gentle breeze. The two of them were so absorbed in their talk, seemingly oblivious to her presence. "Why did I get stuck with you two?" Neera grumbled aloud, though she knew no one would hear her complaint. Her mission was simple enough: guard Padme Amidala while she stayed on Naboo for her safety. But somehow, the presence of her ever-intense fellow Jedi and the ever-politically savvy senator only seemed to amplify her sense of isolation. The decision to send her with them had come directly from their masters, leaving Neera little choice in the matter. She glanced again at Anakin and Padme, their easy camaraderie only adding to her frustration. Here she was, stuck back on her home planet, surrounded by peaceful beauty, and yet feeling like an outsider to the two's tight-knit world. If only she'd been assigned somewhere else, somewhere she didn't have to play the role of the third wheel. Her gaze drifted towards the bustling city of Theed, her thoughts taking her back to a time when life had been simpler, a time before everything had changed. She could almost hear the echoes of her younger self laughing, running through the streets of her home, the worries of the galaxy far away. She remembered the way things had been before she'd become entangled in the greater conflict. "I'm heading out for a bit," she called out, her voice cutting through the peaceful afternoon air. She glanced at Anakin, who waved absently in her direction without looking up from his conversation with Padme. She rolled her eyes in exasperation but said nothing, instead deciding to take a walk. Perhaps some time alone would clear her mind. As she wandered through the streets of Theed, memories began flooding back to her. She found herself standing in front of a narrow alleyway where, years ago, she had first encountered Maximus, the hulking, mechanical Astartes who had once been so terrifying to her. She remembered how her heart had raced with fear when she first laid eyes on him. His towering figure, blood-red optics, and glinting armor looming over her like some sort of monstrous figure. But then, just as fear had gripped her, the Federation ships had appeared overhead. At that moment, everything had changed. There was no way she could let the big droid man, as she had called him, wander the streets alone, especially not with the chaos of battle looming in the skies above. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she recalled the memory. She could almost see her younger self, arms stretched up to tug at Maximus's leg, calling him a pile of rusty bolts, before he had begun to follow her around like a loyal protector. It was hard to imagine that same girl, full of youthful bravado and naivety, now walking these streets with a much heavier heart. As she continued walking, the familiar sight of her childhood home came into view. It was a far cry from the sturdy structures of Naboo's more prosperous neighborhoods. The house was little more than a collection of rotting wood and crumbling stone, a testament to the years of neglect and the ravages of time. But to Neera, it still held the warmth of memories long past. It was here, in this dilapidated building, that her life had begun. Her eyes softened as she remembered her mother, her gentle, loving mother, who had worked tirelessly to give Neera a life worth living, even in the face of adversity. Though Neera had no recollection of her father, her mother had often spoken of him with fondness, telling her that he had been a good man. But even those memories felt distant now, like echoes from another life. Something glinted in the debris before her, catching her attention. Neera crouched down, brushing away a few of the larger beams of wood that had fallen from the collapsed ceiling. Her fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. She shifted the debris aside, revealing a massive bolt rifle round, the kind used by the Astartes in their formidable weapons. Her brow furrowed as she examined it in her hand. "Maximus must have left it here by accident," she muttered to herself, a faint chuckle escaping her lips. She slipped the bolt into her pocket and stood, her gaze lingering on the ruins of her childhood home one last time before continuing her walk. Her feet carried her aimlessly, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts and memories as she held her arms behind her head. Before she realized it, she found herself standing before a grave. The marker was simple, a plain stone that bore no extravagant carvings, only the name of her mother. Neera's breath caught in her throat as she approached the grave, her heart tightening with a familiar ache. She brushed a few stray strands of hair from her face, her fingers trembling as she stared at the headstone. "Hi, Mom," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's been a while. I miss you." For a moment, Neera allowed herself to sink into her emotions, the grief that had long been buried rising to the surface once again. She closed her eyes, feeling the sting of unshed tears threatening to overwhelm her. It had been so long since she'd allowed herself to feel this much, but before she could fully lose herself in the memories of her mother, a voice broke through the haze of her thoughts. "I thought we would find you here." Neera opened her eyes to see Padme standing beside her, her presence a quiet comfort. Anakin stood a few paces away, crouched in front of his own mother's grave. "Thank you for taking care of them," Neera said, her voice thick with gratitude as she looked at the freshly tended graves. The stones were clean, the area around them carefully maintained, a stark contrast to the ruins of her own past. "Of course," Padme replied softly, her gaze lingering on the graves with a mixture of respect and understanding. She then looked towards Anakin, who was placing a hand gently on the stone that marked the grave of his mother, Shmi Skywalker. "Of course," Padme repeated quietly, as though the words held a deeper meaning between them. She stood beside Nira, both women lost in their thoughts as the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the weight of the past with it. "We've decided to travel to the countryside," Padme said softly, her eyes flicking to Nira for a moment. "It's safer there." Her voice was calm, but there was a hint of concern beneath the words, an understanding that even the peaceful countryside of Naboo couldn't fully shield them from the dangers that loomed on the horizon. "I suppose you're right," Nira said, her voice tinged with a quiet resignation. "It would be nice to be somewhere quieter for a while, away from all of this." She gestured vaguely toward the city behind her, its elegant buildings and bustling streets now seeming so distant, so irrelevant in comparison to the weight of her memories. Padme watched her for a moment, her expression softening. She could see the conflict in Nira's eyes, the burden of her past still heavy on her shoulders. She had her own scars, her own reasons for seeking refuge. "I understand," Padme said quietly, "but I want you to know, Nira, that wherever we go, you're not alone in this. We'll face whatever comes together." There was sincerity in her voice, something comforting about the promise, though Padme knew full well the dangers they all faced. Anakin, still kneeling at his mother's grave, looked over at them. His hand lingered on the cold stone for a moment longer before he stood, his face unreadable. He met Nira's eyes and nodded to let her know he understood her pain. Nira looked at both of them, then glanced back at her mother's grave. She hadn't expected this, hadn't expected them to offer such understanding, such warmth, when she'd been so used to solitude. Maybe it was time to let herself rely on others, to stop shouldering everything alone. "Thank you," she said finally, her voice quieter now, softer. "That means more to me than you know." She gave them both a small, grateful smile before turning toward the path that led out of the graveyard. "Then let's go. The countryside awaits." Padme gave a gentle nod, turning to follow Nira, but not before looking back at Anakin with a small, knowing glance. They were all searching for peace, each in their own way, and maybe, just maybe, the quiet of the countryside could offer them some respite. At least for a little while. 60th Explanations. Dooku. As Jedi Masters Dooku and Qui-Gon Jinn approached the desert planet of Tatooine, the older Jedi couldn't help but reflect on the circumstances that had led him here. The recent conversation with Master Yoda echoed in his mind. The Grand Master had given him permission to pursue any lead that might bring them closer to understanding the growing darkness within the galaxy. Both of them knew the impending crisis was unavoidable, but how they would face it remained uncertain. What had stuck with Dooku the most, however, was the vision he'd experienced. Its focus had been on a single figure, unmistakably one of the Astartes. The connection had been enough for him to reach out, and the Astartes' leader, Maximus, had agreed to meet. Dooku was eager to understand what role these warriors might play in the galaxy's future. "We'll be landing in a moment," the pilot called out, glancing back at the two Jedi. Both Dooku and Qui-Gon gave him a silent nod. The ship descended through Tatooine's harsh, sandy atmosphere, making its way toward a landing pad far from the wreckage of the colossal battle barge that loomed like a metal monolith among the surrounding rocky mountains. As the ship's engines quieted, the dust settled, revealing a group of Mandalorians standing at attention, all wearing the distinct armor of the Azure Talons. "Master Dooku, Master Jinn." "Welcome to Tatooine," Bo-Katan Kryze greeted them, holding her helmet under one arm, her expression stern but respectful. "Captain Kryze, it is good to see you again," Dooku replied smoothly, stepping down the ramp with Qui-Gon following. Both Jedi gave her a respectful nod, though their attention remained keen. "Please, follow us," Bo-Katan said with a wave of her hand, leading them towards the towering battle barge in the distance. The landscape around them was a curious blend of hardship and resilience. The city that had sprung up around the wreckage of the battle barge seemed to thrive despite the harsh desert climate. People moved about their business, many of them native to the planet, but all seemingly under the watchful eyes of the Mandalorian soldiers. Qui-Gon's gaze swept across the bustling makeshift city. "It seems you and your people are doing quite well here," he remarked thoughtfully, watching the people go about their work. Bo-Katan didn't look back as she continued walking, her gaze firmly fixed ahead. "Indeed we are," she replied, "but this is only the first step." The two Jedi exchanged a look. "You mean Mandalore?" Dooku asked, his voice laced with curiosity. The thought of Mandalore, once the heart of Mandalorian pride, now held a different weight in the galaxy's shifting balance. Bo-Katan's lips tightened, but she didn't break her stride. "It is our birthright," she said with quiet conviction. "Once we take Mandalore for the Imperium, others will quickly rally to our cause. The galaxy will have no choice but to listen." Dooku nodded slowly, his mind already processing the implications of her words. "And who will rule over Mandalore once it is reclaimed? If I remember correctly, your sister is its current leader." Bo-Katan's eyes flashed with a barely restrained fire, but she remained silent for a moment. The faintest flicker of hesitation crossed her features before she spoke again, her tone flat. "The Trueborn will decide that." Her use of the term was telling. It referred to the three Astartes, warriors whose power and influence were undeniable in the eyes of the Mandalorians. The two Jedi fell into a contemplative silence, their footsteps in sync with the steady pace of their guide. As they neared the battle barge, the imposing structure seemed to dwarf everything around it. They were led deeper into the ship's interior, the walls lined with technology and the heavy scent of oil and metal that spoke of war and survival. "The Trueborn will be with you shortly. Please, take a seat," Bo-Katan said, pausing outside a large steel-reinforced door. She gestured for them to enter before leaving them alone in what appeared to be a makeshift conference room. The room was stark, illuminated by cold lights overhead, and a long table stood at the center, its surface polished to a dull sheen. Dooku gave a polite nod to Bo-Katan as she departed, his voice carrying a quiet thanks as they entered. He turned his attention to the seats before him, noting the three imposing chairs positioned at the far end of the table. They were unlike the other normal seating, large, heavy, and crafted with an air of authority, each one seemingly designed for a being of great power. After a few moments of silence, the doors to the conference room slid open, and Bo-Katan re-entered, flanked by two figures. Both were Mandalorians, though their armor marked them as distinctly different from the others. One wore the distinctive black and white armor of the Obsidian Crusaders, while the other was dressed in a mixture of dark green and black of the Pyro Drakes. Sebastian, the Black Templar, was the first to stride into the room. Without a word, he moved to the chair on the right side of the table before he sat down. Next came Raxor, the Salamander. His presence was equally imposing, and though he moved with a quieter demeanor than Sebastian, there was no mistaking the readiness in his posture. Raxa took the seat to the left, his helmet turning briefly toward the two Jedi as he settled into place, though his focus remained on the leader who was yet to arrive. The final figure entered last, Maximus. He moved to the head of the table with the quiet assurance of someone who had seen planets burn in his wake. He took his seat, his gaze settling on the Jedi Masters with a cold yet calculating look. Maximus leaned back in his seat, his piercing gaze never leaving Dooku. His voice, distorted through his Vox grill, reverberated around the room. "Master Dooku, it's good to see you again so soon. What brings you here?" Dooku, his expression calm and measured, wasted no time with formalities. He could sense the underlying tension in the room, especially from Sebastian, whose sharp temper was well known even to the Jedi Master. Dooku knew that the more direct he was, the more likely he'd maintain their respect. "I will get straight to the point," he began, his voice low yet resonant. "I have had a vision, a powerful and disturbing one. In it, I saw a figure, a warrior, an Astartes, standing at the center of a storm of his own making. He was responsible for the deaths of 3 individuals on a distant world, their bodies falling before his power. This being was not of our galaxy, much like you. You know of the Force and its profound connection to the universe around us," Dooku continued, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "It guides the living, shapes the fabric of reality, and yet, this being was different. His power didn't just touch the Force, it corrupted it. It bent the very nature of the universe to his will, and I fear it is but a harbinger of something far darker. Dooku met Maximus's gaze steadily. I seek answers. This Astartes is not merely a warrior, he is a force of nature. But I believe his presence in the galaxy will soon be known to all, and I need to understand what he is, where he came from, and what his purpose is. The path forward must be chosen wisely, and it must be chosen together. The room was silent once more. Even Sebastian seemed to be pondering Dooku's words carefully. There was a weight to the Jedi Master's caution, a depth to his warning that spoke of a threat far beyond their individual reach. Maximus leaned forward. "Your vision is troubling, Dooku," he said, the deep rumble of his voice reverberating in the room. "But we are not strangers to such challenges. I will tell you the truth about what we are and where we come from." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the room, locking with both of the Jedi. "We come from another universe, one where war is not only a way of life, but a requirement. The Imperium of mankind is an empire born of war, forged in the fires of a galaxy that has long forgotten peace. It was founded by the Emperor, our creator, and our eternal ruler. The Emperor was once a mortal man, like any other, but he rose above all, uniting humanity under one banner. Through his power, wisdom, and vision, he sought to bring about a future where mankind could dominate the stars, free from the threats that sought to destroy us." Maximus's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of reverence passing over his features, though it quickly vanished. The Emperor was a being of myth, of legend. But to Maximus and his brothers, the Emperor's power was an undeniable, palpable force. "The Emperor is no mere man anymore," Maximus continued. "He is something greater, something beyond mortal comprehension. His light guides us in our endless war against the enemies of humanity. He is the soul of the Imperium, and we, the Astartes, are his weapons. We are his angels of death, his enforcers, his warriors who fight in his name across the galaxy." Maximus straightened, his voice becoming more resolute. "We are the Emperor's chosen, created through the highest science and the most arcane rituals. We are the Astartes, the genetically enhanced warriors who stand as the vanguard of mankind. We were born to fight, to protect humanity from the darkness that seeks to consume it. We are stronger, faster, and more resilient than any mortal. Our bodies are forged through the Emperor's will, transformed into something more than human, bound to his purpose." The room felt heavier with each word that passed from Maximus's lips. Even the Jedi Masters, who had faced numerous trials in their own careers, could not deny the weight of what the Astartes were. These warriors, these living weapons, were the embodiment of a purpose much larger than themselves. "Our origins," Maximus continued, "are tied to the Emperor's grand vision. We were created from his son's genetic template, engineered and bred to be the perfect soldiers, crafted to fight wars that no man could survive. There are many of us, each legion designed for different purposes, each one unique in its own right." He paused, his gaze turning cold, though it lacked malice, simply a reflection of the truth that had long shaped his life. "But even the Astartes are not invincible," Maximus added, his voice hardening. "There are forces that even we cannot fully snuff out. Chaos seeks to tear the Imperium apart from within, our traitorous cousins. Those like the one you saw in your vision. There are even beings whom the Emperor battles with, beings of power who would see the galaxy drown in blood and fire. If your vision is true," the Ultramarine continued, his voice cold and firm, "then we already know what we must do. This being you saw, did he use sorceries?" Dooku nodded gravely, his expression unchanging. "Yes, he did. The power he wielded was not merely strength or combat skill, it was something darker, something that bent the very nature of reality around him." The Ultramarine's posture stiffened, and his gaze darkened with recognition. "Then it is as we feared," he murmured, more to himself than to the others. "The Chaos God of knowledge has found this universe, and seeks to learn its secrets." Maximus slowly reached up and removed his helmet, placing it down with deliberate calm on the table before him. The action was small but significant. Dooku and Qui-Gon both felt a sudden, inexplicable chill, a coldness that seemed to seep into their bones. It was as if the very air around them had thickened, as though something had turned its attention directly upon them. It was a primal feeling, one they could not shake, and it sent a shiver down their spines. Maximus's face, though human, bore the unmistakable marks of a being who had long been shaped by the rigors of war. His features were sharp and weathered, with the weight of countless battles etched into the lines of his face. His eyes, however, were what held the most power. There was an emptiness to them that could drown anyone who dared look into them for too long. The expression he wore now was not one of malice, but of something far worse: purpose. The moment stretched, and finally Dooku broke the silence. His voice was steady, though it carried the gravitas of the situation. "What do you propose we do to stop this sorcerer?" Maximus did not hesitate. His voice was firm, unwavering. "There is only one option left for you, Dooku. You will join us, the Jedi will join the Imperium, and together we will wipe this threat out." 61st Awakening. Maximus leaned back in his chair, the smug satisfaction on his face growing as he observed the stunned Jedi. They were silent, processing the weight of his words. "Think of it," he continued, his voice calm and almost clinical. "Your order, so proud, so confident, can barely stand against us. Granted, we haven't had an all-out war yet, but what happens when our reinforcements arrive? Tens of thousands of us." Dooku's eyes narrowed slightly as he folded his arms across his chest. "You plan on taking over the galaxy," he said simply. "Yes," Maximus answered, his voice cold and unyielding, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. "This universe is an untapped trove of treasures, and if the Imperium of man is to survive, it must expand. This galaxy is ripe for the taking, and we will claim it as our own. If you wish to have a say in how it unfolds, then you must join us." Maximus's words were calculated, each one a step in the larger game he played. "If you need more convincing," he added, his voice almost a whisper now, drawing the Jedi in closer, "simply go to Geonosis." The mention of Geonosis had the desired effect. Dooku's brow furrowed in confusion. "Geonosis?" he asked, incredulous. For a long moment, the room was thick with tension. "There are horrors in both of our universes, things that seek to tear this reality apart. And it all begins on Geonosis. If you go there, retrieve your armies from Camino first, then you will see firsthand what true war is. But I will say no more on the matter," the Ultramarine said before standing, the heavy thud of his armored boots echoing in the room. His brothers followed suit, standing in unison. Dooku and Qui-Gon exchanged a glance, their minds whirring. They had received the message loud and clear. The Jedi bowed slightly, acknowledging the Astartes' presence. "I will take what you have told us into consideration and bring it before the Council." "Thank you for your time," Dooku said with practiced calm. As they turned to leave, the doors slid open and a pyro drake stepped forward. They led the Jedi out, leaving the room to the Astartes and the 3 Mandalorian captains. Maximus sat down at the head of the table again, his brothers following. He motioned for the 3 Mandalorians to do the same. "Sit," he commanded. The 3 Mandalorians complied, taking their seats with a mix of respect and apprehension. There was no need for further pleasantries. The matter at hand was far too serious. "The time is approaching. Once this war begins, we will fulfill our promise to you." Bo-Katan's heart hammered in her chest. The words that had once been a distant dream now felt much closer, much more real. They were talking about Mandalore, her homeworld. The promise of power, of reclaiming their birthright, had always been at the core of their motivations. But now the cost seemed higher, the stakes far greater. Jarek, the oldest of the 3 Mandalorians, leaned forward in his chair. He removed his helmet slowly, his hands trembling slightly as he did so. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He had dark skin, and his once black hair and beard were now streaked with grey, a sign of both his age and the burden he carried. "I think I speak for all of us when I say this," he began, his voice rough with emotion. "When we first joined you as the Death Watch, we were obsessed with conquering Mandalore, with reclaiming our honor and our home. But now, his voice faltered for a moment before he composed himself. He turned his gaze to Bo-Katan and the captain of the Pyro Drakes, Corrin. Now we understand that the Imperium of mankind is greater than any of our personal ambitions. The galaxy is in a state of chaos, and our destiny lies in something much bigger than what we once dreamed. Bo-Katan's eyes widened slightly as she listened to Jarek. She had never heard him speak so openly. His words resonated within her. They were Mandalorians, yes, but they were also something far greater now. She could feel the shift within herself too, a sense of purpose and loyalty that extended beyond the confines of Mandalore's borders. Corrin, the second captain, placed his helmet on the table with a soft clink. His pale skin and thick grey beard gave him a stoic presence. "While it pains me to let go of a dream so close to realization," he said, his voice steady, "we understand our purpose now. We are no longer just Mandalorians. We are servants of the Emperor." Bo-Katan inhaled deeply, the weight of his words sinking in. She couldn't deny the truth of them. They weren't just fighting for their past anymore, they were fighting for a new future. And that future lay with the Imperium. "We serve the Imperium," Bo-Katan added, her voice unwavering, "and nothing else." The Astartes watched them with silent approval. Maximus exchanged a look with Raxa and Sebastian. They could see the commitment in the Mandalorian's eyes, a devotion that ran deeper than they could have hoped for. "How wonderful," Sebastian said, his voice smooth and almost melodic as he spoke over a private Vox channel. "They have proven you right, brother," Raxa said to Maximus, his tone low and approving. "They have given up everything for the Emperor." Maximus nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "We will continue as planned then," he said to his brothers, his eyes gleaming with cold ambition. The three Mandalorians were growing increasingly anxious, but they had made their choice. Maximus rose, his massive frame looming over them. His brothers followed suit. "This pleases us beyond measure," Maximus said, his voice booming in the large room. "To give up your birthright, your identity, and to serve the Emperor, it is a devotion that we cannot help but admire." Sebastian's voice was firm and resolute. "Prepare yourselves. When the war begins, we march to Mandalore. You three will rule it, not as exiles, but as equal among yourselves." The Mandalorians exchanged a final glance before each of them stood, kneeling in front of their lords. "As the Emperor wills it," they said in unison, their voices steady, resolute. Brother Aegis, the harbinger of his fury. The low hum of the battle barge's warp engines resonated through the hull, a constant, dissonant melody that only the Emperor's chosen could endure without madness. The immaterium stretched beyond the senses, a roiling sea of horrors and whispers, but inside the sacred vessel there was nothing but the cold and calculated embrace of the machine. In the deepest recesses of the battle barge, sealed within the vaults of the dreadnought's chamber, a long silence prevailed. For centuries Brother Aegis had slumbered, encased in ceramite and adamantium, awaiting the call. His once vibrant blue armor, now dull and scarred, stood silent and still. The heart of the mighty engine, his very form, had lain in and out of dormancy since the Great Crusade, preserved in stasis, awaiting the summons of the Emperor's will. Suddenly, a shift in the warp. The hum of the engines warping in the immaterium began to grow sharper, more focused. The vessel veered dangerously through the currents of the warp, and the distant thunder of battle, muted but ever-present, found its way into his mind. A great storm was building, a storm of violence and blood. Brother Aegis, harbinger of his fury. The name came unbidden, the words infused with purpose, though their origin remained clouded. The voice of the Tech Marine, the voice of the Emperor's servants who maintained his slumber, pierced the cold dark. "Awaken, most honored brother. The Emperor calls." The ancient engines hummed to life, releasing the bindings that held him in place. His armor groaned as it stirred, metal on metal. Joints that had not moved in millennia creaked with the effort to move once again. The ancient rites had begun. The chamber lights flickered into life, casting harsh, sickly hues across the cold stone. The battle barge's artificial gravity shifted slightly as it slid through the warp storm, but it was nothing compared to the force that surged within Brother Aegis as his mind reawakened. His chassis slowly lifted, allowing him to gaze upon the interior of the chamber. His limbs, though stiff with age, began to move inch by inch until his massive frame slowly rose to its feet. The war calls again, he thought, his mind sharpening like the edge of a sword after centuries of disuse. The Emperor's fury must be unleashed once more. The armored form of Brother Aegis, towering and imposing, took a single heavy step. His heavy boots thundered against the floor with a deep echoing sound. "My Emperor calls, and I answer." The dreadnought's voice reverberated through the chamber. The Tech Marine's voice was at his side once more, his face hidden beneath the ceramite mask of his order, but his words were clear. "Battle awaits, Brother Aegis. We are passing through the warp to a battlefield unlike any other. Another universe." The dreadnought's internal systems hummed to life as his war spirit was reawakened. The bolters, auto-cannons, and assault weapons all began to recalibrate with a shudder of power. On the dreadnought's chest, the symbol of the Ultramarines gleamed faintly, its blue and gold a reminder of his ancient bonds to the Primarch Robut Guilliman. "I am his wrath," Brother Aegis boomed. "Let his fury reign for the Emperor." And with that, Brother Aegis, harbinger of his fury, awoke for the battlefield once again, his power armor a testament to the untold years of battle fought and the countless enemies destroyed. Captain Severus Agamon. Captain Severus Agamon stood before his command console, the glowing lights casting a cold green hue on his armor. His eyes scanned the data, a steady, methodical focus settling over him as he observed the vast army at his command. The first company of the Ultramarines, the Emperor's chosen, had departed from Ultramar at the Primarch's orders. They were now joined by 3 other battle barges, all heading toward a rift in the fabric of space, one that led to an unknown universe entirely. "Captain Agamon," a voice called from behind him, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to face the Ultramarine standing at attention. "He's awake." "I'll speak to him momentarily," Agamon replied, his voice calm but resolute. He turned back to the console and finished his observations with practiced efficiency. His mind, however, was already far beyond the current task. This mission had to be prepared for in every detail. Once his work was complete, Agamon nodded to the Marine and strode down the cold metallic corridors of the battle barge. His footsteps echoed with each deliberate step, his expression unreadable as he made his way to the dreadnought's chamber. There, standing in the middle of the room, towering and unmoving, was Brother Aegis, the mighty war machine that had been awoken from his long slumbering stasis. The dreadnought's form, ancient and scarred, seemed to pulse with a faint energy of life. The unmistakable hum of the machine spirit within resonated through the air, a steady vibration in the otherwise silent room. "Most honored brother, forgive me for making you wait," Captain Agamon said, his voice formal yet respectful as he approached the hulking warrior. He had no doubt that Aegis could hear him long before he spoke, the ancient machine spirit ever vigilant. Aegis's chassis turned toward him with slow deliberation, the weight of centuries bearing down upon the massive figure. "We are on our way to a tear in space that leads to another universe, where one of our brothers and his squad currently reside. Our mission is to enter this rift and assist in securing a foothold in this new universe." The dreadnought's glowing eyes flickered slightly at the mention of a lost brother. "How long has he been missing?" Aegis's voice rumbled, his tone filled with the quiet, inexorable power of time. Captain Agamon paused, his brow furrowing as he considered the answer. "About 10 years. Another deep rumble came from the dreadnought. The air seemed to vibrate as though the machine spirit itself had heard the gravity of their task. Aegis tilted forward slightly, a gesture that might be interpreted as a nod, or perhaps as the dreadnought simply contemplating the mission ahead. The silence that followed was almost oppressive, filled with the ancient weight of duty that both Agamon and Aegis carried. "We will find him," Agamon said, his voice low but resolute. "We will make sure he is brought back, or we will exact retribution on those who stand in our way." The dreadnought responded with a powerful growl of its engines as it stood fully erect. A surge of power filled the room as its ancient servos whined and creaked, but it was a sound of readiness. "For the Emperor," Aegis's voice thundered. Agamemnon met the dreadnought's gaze, unwavering. "For the Emperor." Without another word, Agamemnon turned and motioned for Aegis to follow him. The journey to this point had taken years, but this moment would define the fate of not only their lost brother, but the future of the Ultramarines themselves. As they walked toward the transport bay, the feeling of uncertainty grew, mingled with excitement. A new universe, untouched and unknown, awaited them. A universe filled with mysteries, challenges, and dangers. The ships soon exited the warp with a shudder, the hum of the engines slowly subsiding as the battle barges regained stability in real space. Captain Agamemnon stood back at the helm of his ship, his gaze fixed on the view screen before him. The vastness of the void stretched out in all directions, silent and cold, save for the pulsing rift ahead, the tear in space that led to the unknown universe. Just as the fleet adjusted its course, a crackling transmission broke through the Vox, urgent and sharp. "Captain, you're going to want to see this." Agamemnon's brow furrowed, and he immediately moved toward the communication station. His voice was calm, but his command was clear. "Show me now." The Vox operator nodded and swiftly activated the external visual feed. The view screen flickered to life, revealing the vast expanse before them. The rift, a jagged tear in the fabric of space, loomed like a wound in the cosmos, but what Agamemnon saw next made his blood run cold. A fleet of Necron ships, ancient, foreboding vessels, hovered in a defensive formation around the rift. Their silhouette was unmistakable, gleaming with the cold light of unyielding death. Vast scythe-like crafts, scarred and weathered by time, stood like monoliths in the void, their weapons dormant for now, but ready to fire at any who dared approach. The Necron fleet had been lying in wait. "How did they get here?" Agamemnon muttered under his breath. His mind raced, trying to process the enormity of what he was seeing. "Captain," the Vox officer said, his voice shaking slightly, "we've detected their weapons systems powering up. They've already locked onto us." Agamemnon's jaw tightened. This was no coincidence. The Necrons had been waiting for them. "Prepare for battle," Agamemnon commanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "All ships, bring forward your weapons. This will not be a simple passage." The tension on the bridge was palpable as the crew moved into action. The battle barges began to position themselves, weapons systems charging as the massive vessels readied for conflict. Agamemnon turned toward, his eyes steely with resolve. "Brothers," Agamemnon said, his voice carrying to all within hearing range, "we fight not only for our lost kin, but for the Emperor's light to shine in this new universe. We will crush those who seek to block our path, for we are the Ultramarines, and nothing shall stand against us." And so, with the Necron fleet looming ominously before them, the Ultramarines prepared to breach the rift. Their enemies, ancient and relentless, would not make this journey easy, but Agamemnon and his warriors knew one immutable truth. They would fight, and they would win. The battle for the rift had begun. 62nd possible future. Nira, Arsaso. Fire, fire and blood. Fire, blood, iron, screaming, and suffering. Nira stood, a lone figure in a desolate wasteland. The desert planet stretched out in all directions, its red sand swirling like a slow tide. She couldn't tell if the bloodied hue of the sand was from the countless bodies littering the ground, or if it was the planet's natural color. But one thing was certain. This place was drenched in violence. The smell of death and scorched earth clung to the air. The battlefield spread before her like a vast, chaotic sea of war. The sight of it filled her with dread. The scale of the conflict was impossible to fathom. Millions, no billions, maybe even trillions of beings clashed in an unrelenting frenzy of violence. The sound of blaster fire, war cries, and the screech of war machines filled the air. The ground beneath her shook with the weight of titanic forces colliding. On one side, the defenders seemed to have some semblance of order, though it was fleeting. Jedi warriors, their lightsabers cutting through the air, moved alongside legions of white-armored soldiers in perfectly synchronized formations. Uniformed troops from countless unknown worlds stood shoulder to shoulder, their weapons blazing as they fought with unyielding determination. There were the towering Astartes, their hulking frames adorned in different colors and types of power armor. Some of them were marked with intricate symbols of honor, while others had a more mysterious, almost sacred glow about them. At the forefront of the Astartes, towering even above them, stood figures clad in golden armor that shone like the sun. They were perfection incarnate, warriors without equal. Their spears and swords cut through the enemy like a blade through cloth, each blow delivered with unerring precision. Their movements, calm and unyielding, betrayed nothing of the storm of battle that raged around them. She glanced up to see new figures descending onto the battlefield, towering above even the warriors clad in gold. One of them wore the iconic blue and gold armor of the Ultramarines, his presence commanding as he held a flaming sword high, the flames crackling with righteous fury. With a swift and decisive swing, he cleaved through his foes, each strike leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Next to him stood another warrior, garbed in dark green armor with a massive lion's head emblazoned on his pauldron. His movements were fluid yet unstoppable, his great sword sweeping through enemy lines with terrifying precision, cutting down all in his path as though they were mere children's toys. Beside him was another in similar green armor, though this warrior's armor bore golden accents that shimmered. He wielded a colossal hammer, which he swung with devastating power, crushing enemies into the ground with each strike, his movements a blur of strength and might. From above, a fourth figure descended, his white wings beating the air with a heavenly grace. His golden armor gleamed as if forged in the very heart of the stars, and a holy light enveloped him as he moved, his sword flashing as it smote all who dared approach him. In the distance, two figures stood apart from the rest. One a warrior of the wolf, his form almost animalistic, clad in rugged armor. His every movement brutal and swift, like a predator on the hunt. The other was a raven, his armor dark and sleek, yet glimmering with an otherworldly sheen. With razor-sharp talons and a cunning mind, he struck down his enemies with a speed that made him seem little more than a shadow in the night. Finally, there was a streak of light, an impossible blur of speed and precision. His saber flashed as he darted through the enemy lines, a streak of blinding energy, his foes barely registering his presence before they were struck down. He moved like lightning, impossible to predict, a living embodiment of swiftness and skill. Each figure, distinct and fierce, brought an air of awe and terror to the battlefield, a living testament to the power and might of the legends they represented. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the air grew thick with corruption and dark power. The ground itself seemed to writhe beneath the weight of the chaos, and the very sky above darkened as it gathered in unholy formation. The air hummed with the whispers of evil. A legion of blood stood at the forefront. Clad in jagged crimson armor, their warriors were a tide of brutality and fury. They were the embodiment of violence, their blood-soaked chainswords and axes gleaming as they surged forward with maddened speed. Every movement they made was fueled by rage, each strike made with the sole purpose of spilling blood and spreading pain. Their leader, a massive brute with some sort of wiring in his head, was a towering demon of raw, unbridled wrath. His massive winged form blazed with hatred as he swung his enormous axe, each blow cleaving through the air with the power to shatter mountains. His eyes burned with the insatiable thirst for slaughter, his every motion a manifestation of some dark god's unrelenting fury. As he roared, the ground shook, and the blood of the fallen began to gather at his feet, ready to be spilled anew. A legion of sickness followed, a grotesque and bloated army of decay. Their armor was corroded and rusted, and their bodies were twisted, warped by disease and pestilence. The warriors marched forward with a sickening, shambling gait, their bloated forms emitting a stench of rot and death. Each one bore the symbol of their plague god with pride, their weapons corroded and covered in filth, yet they fought with a tireless, relentless determination. Leading them was a tall figure with wings of decay, holding a massive scythe. With a great swing of his weapon, a wave of disease and decay surged forth, turning the earth beneath it into a rotting, pestilent wasteland. Next came the legion of sorceries, change, and trickery. Their warriors were draped in flowing robes of ever-shifting colors, their armor adorned with symbols that seemed to warp and twist before the eye. They were a legion of schemers, sorcerers, and deceivers, each one dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and power, no matter the cost. Their spells crackled through the air, twisting reality itself, as though the very fabric of time and space bent to their will. Among them stood a tall, red-haired figure with great horns growing from his head. He was wreathed in the flames of forbidden magic. By his side loomed a creature of ever-shifting shapes and patterns. Its massive, bird-like form was a kaleidoscope of color, its wings unfurled like a vast, living tapestry of change. With a flap of its wings, the very air seemed to warp and distort, while its beak screeched with the terrible knowledge of the universe's deepest secrets. Its gaze could unravel minds, and its sorcery could tear the fabric of reality apart. And finally, the Legion of Pain and Pleasure, the followers of excess. Their warriors wore ornate armor, sculpted to accentuate the beauty and elegance of their forms, their every movement graceful and lithe. They fought not just for victory, but for the pure ecstasy of the battle itself, the rush of sensory overload as they reveled in the agony and the triumph over their enemies. They wielded weapons of exquisite craftsmanship, their blades designed to pierce the very soul. Leading them was a massive serpentine demon of unmatched beauty and terror. Its eyes glinted with an unholy understanding, its many arms wielding whips, claws, and blades that could tear through both flesh and mind alike. With each swipe of its tail, the ground beneath it seemed to pulse with seduction, as if the very battlefield was caught in the thrall of its mesmerizing presence. More figures followed, but she couldn't comprehend their horror. The battlefield was a tapestry of violence, decay, sorcery, and indulgence, each of the Chaos Legions bringing their own unique form of madness to the fray. The clash between these forces would shape the fate of the world, as the servants of the Dark Gods, their legions vast and relentless, sought to bring about the end of order, to plunge the universe into eternal suffering and corruption. Impressive, isn't it? A voice, smooth and calm, broke through the chaos of the battlefield, drawing her attention away from the unfolding carnage. Neera turned to her right, her eyes locking on a man who stood with an air of quiet authority. He was middle-aged, his features strikingly handsome, with long brown hair cascading down to his back. A simple wreath of gold rested atop his head, and he wore a white robe that billowed around him, leaving part of his chest exposed. His arms, defined and muscular, were adorned with bands of gold, and he stood barefoot, his feet pressed into the blood-red sand beneath them. A faint ethereal glow radiated from him, an aura that seemed to transcend the world around him. The only word that seemed to fit him was perfect, though it was unclear whether it described his appearance, his presence, or something deeper still. "My greatest achievement, and my greatest failure," he murmured, his gaze drawn to the battle below, his voice tinged with a sorrowful weight. Neera, still transfixed, looked up at him, her confusion growing. "What do you mean?" He sighed softly, a sound that carried both regret and understanding, as if he had spoken this truth 1,000 times. "Contrary to what some of my subjects believe, I am not perfect." His hand gestured toward the battlefield, where warriors from across the galaxy clashed in brutal combat. "I have made many mistakes, but this new universe—" He paused, bending slightly to pick up a handful of blood-red sand. It slipped through his fingers like time itself, an eternal moment slipping away. "It has given me an opportunity to make things right," he continued, his voice now filled with a quiet conviction, "to even the playing field. And you," he said, turning his gaze toward Neera, "you are going to help me." Neera blinked, taking an instinctive step back. "Me? I don't even know who you are." Her voice trembled with uncertainty, her heart racing as she tried to make sense of what she was hearing. He smiled gently. "I know, but you will. You will." He looked back at the battlefield, his eyes distant. "It all begins on Geonosis. Go there, and you will find the answers to your questions." Before she could respond, he stood with a fluid motion, stretching out one hand toward the chaos below. The moment his fingers extended, a blinding explosion of light erupted from the battlefield, engulfing everything in its path. The brilliance consumed them both, and his words lingered in the air like a soft whisper. Until we meet again. His faint smile remained, an enigma on his lips as the light wrapped around Nera, pulling her away into the unknown. Summum. Nera was jolted awake, her breath catching in her chest as she gasped, her heart pounding from the vividness of the dream. Her eyes snapped open, and she immediately scanned her surroundings, disoriented. She found herself in the villa, a place of calm and comfort that seemed so distant from the chaos of the dream she'd just left behind. She blinked, the remnants of the dream fading, and rubbed her eyes as she tried to ground herself in reality. She pushed herself to the edge of the bed, her movements slow and deliberate. Her hair had fallen messily over her face, sticking to her damp skin from the sweat of her restless sleep. With a quiet sigh, she brushed it away and stood, her bare feet meeting the cool floor. She walked over to a bowl of water, resting next to a mirror on a small table, and placed her hands on either side, peering into the reflection of her flushed face. The woman staring back at her seemed unfamiliar, as though the dream had shifted something within her. With a deep breath, she cupped her hands in the water and splashed her face, hoping it would wash away the unease that still lingered from the strange vision. After a moment, she dried her face with the edge of a towel, her mind still racing as she left the room. The cool night air of the villa greeted her as she stepped into the main quarters. It was quiet except for the soft murmur of voices. She paused when she saw Anakin and Padme sitting side by side in the moonlight, their heads close together, whispering conspiratorially. Padme let out a soft laugh of delight at something Anakin had said, and Nera could see the closeness between them, too much closeness for comfort. Not wanting to interrupt the moment awkwardly, Nera made a few noises, deliberate enough for them to hear her approach. At once, Anakin and Padme straightened, quickly putting a little space between them as Nera walked into the room. "Hey, you two, it's late. Shouldn't you be in bed?" Nera asked, raising an eyebrow as she studied their somewhat flustered expressions. Anakin straightened, offering a smile that didn't quite meet his eyes. "I couldn't sleep, and Lady Amidala just joined me here a few moments before you did." "Oh, I see." Nera responded, her tone light, but she watched him carefully as he relaxed, reassured by her seeming ignorance. She wasn't sure what to make of the exchange, but she had more pressing matters on her mind. "I have to be honest with you, Annie," she said, her voice growing more serious, the playful tone fading away. I've been having the same recurring dream night after night. I'm not sure what it means, and it makes me nervous." Her words felt heavy in the air as she slowly sank into a chair, trying to shake off the lingering unease from the dream. She then recounted the details, everything about the figures in armor, the strange otherworldly being, and the unsettling sense of destiny pressing down on her. Anakin listened intently, his gaze unwavering as she spoke, his posture growing more tense. When she finished, the silence in the room was thick, the weight of her words hanging in the air. "We should go then," Anakin said suddenly, his voice firm. "What?" Nera blinked, taken aback by his immediate response. She hadn't expected such a decisive reaction. "If it involves the Astartes, we need to go and investigate," he explained, his expression hardening with resolve. "If there's a connection to what you've seen, we can't afford to ignore it." Padme looked between them, a concerned frown pulling at her lips. "Anakin, what are you suggesting?" "You know exactly what I'm suggesting," Anakin said, his voice a mix of urgency and determination. "If these dreams mean something, if it's leading us somewhere, we need to follow it, especially if the Astartes are involved." Nera, still shaken by the vividness of her dream, looked between the two of them. A part of her felt a surge of fear, but another part, the part that had always been curious and driven by the unknown, felt a spark of understanding. She nodded slowly. "All right, if you think it's the right thing to do, let's go." 63. Prelude to War. Dooku. "This is outrageous," Mace Windu thundered, rising sharply from his seat. He wasn't alone. Several other masters stood with him, voices raised in disbelief and outrage, echoing through the council chamber. "Who do these Astartes think they are?" Ki-Adi-Mundi said, arms folded tightly across his chest. "They may be powerful, yes, But that does not entitle them to dictate galactic affairs. And these are enforcements they speak of? I'll believe it when I see them. Only Master Yoda remained still. Seated in his chair, he observed the room in silence, his ancient eyes fixed on Dooku and Qui-Gon. While the others argued, he merely listened. Slowly, he closed his eyes and allowed the clamor of the room to wash over him like a distant tide. Then, after a long moment, his eyes opened. "Silence," he said quietly. The word was soft, but it struck like a gavel. The room fell still. One by one, the Jedi Masters returned to their seats, all eyes on Yoda. "Troubling this news is," he said slowly. "The Astartes understand their true purpose. We do not." He leaned forward slightly, his small hands resting in his lap. "Sit, we will, and discuss the future. We must." The hours that followed were filled with debate. Possibilities were weighed, arguments made, suspicions aired. Some masters called for caution, others for resistance, yet none could deny the unsettling feeling that had crept into the Force since the Astartes had first arrived so many years ago. When the meeting finally recessed, the chamber emptied in a quiet shuffle of robes and whispered conversations. Only two remained, Dooku and Yoda. The elder Jedi sat motionless, eyes closed again in meditation. Dooku stood with his back to him, hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the cityscape of Coruscant, the towers gleaming beneath the setting sun. "Many paths lie ahead," Yoda said, breaking the silence. "Which one to follow?" "Clear. It is not." Dooku didn't respond at first. He took a slow breath and closed his eyes. "My thoughts are troubled," he said at last, "by what I've seen, what I've felt." He turned slightly, his voice low and thoughtful. "I believe we should consider their offer. If they speak truly, and they do have reinforcements coming, we may not survive the storm that follows." Yoda opened one eye, watching his former apprentice carefully. "Master Windu disagrees," he said. "Thinks for the order we must stand, must fight." Dooku nodded. "As I said in the gardens, I do not think he is wrong." He turned fully now, facing Yoda. There was no defiance in his expression, only concern. "But to fight against the Astartes," he continued, "it is foolish at best, and suicidal at worst." Yoda was silent once more, lost in the currents of the Force. Outside, Coruscant's sun dipped below the horizon, its light fading as though heralding the approach of something dark and unknowable. Mace Windu. In the stillness of the Jedi Temple gardens, Master Windu sat cross-legged beneath a flowering tree, its blossoms swaying gently in the Coruscant breeze. The calm around him was at odds with the storm inside his mind, a storm that had never fully passed. Ever since that day in the temple, so many years ago now, everything had felt different. He looked down at his right hand. The polished metal of the prosthetic caught the light, a cold, permanent reminder of what had happened, what had been done. Windu closed his eyes, but the memory rose unbidden, the hulking form of the Black Templar standing over him, red optics glowing with something that felt like disdain, or perhaps judgment. That moment, etched into his soul, still haunted his sleep. His jaw clenched, and with it, his fist. The servos in his metal hand whined softly in protest as he tightened it. Dark thoughts began to stir, anger, hatred, the seductive pull of power through emotion. But he breathed deep, grounding himself in the Force. Slowly, purposefully, he refocused on his meditation. Would it be better to join the Astartes, he wondered, if what they claimed is true, about the war, about what's coming? The thought tasted bitter. He couldn't deny the scale of the threat they warned of, but he also couldn't forget who they were, what they were, the Black Templar in particular. Cold, merciless, alien, evil. He opened his eyes and stared at the tree before him, its gnarled roots pushing through the earth, its branches reaching for the sky. A symbol of balance, of growth, of resilience. He would never bend to the will of beings like the Templar. Whatever came, whatever storm loomed on the horizon, he would not yield, not to monsters cloaked in armor and blood. If and when the time came where lines were drawn, he knew where he would stand. even if he stood alone. Nearer. This is the last time I listen to you, like ever, Neera muttered, arms resting on her knees, back pressed against the cold stone wall of the holding cell. The journey to Geonosis had been doomed from the start. What was supposed to be a reconnaissance op of curiosity had spiraled into chaos. Now the three of them were locked in a row of cells deep within a place they didn't know. The dim lighting flickered overhead, casting fractured shadows across the ancient stone walls. They had barely escaped the droid manufacturing plant with their lives. Anakin had lost his lightsaber in the skirmish, again, and they'd been cornered by an overwhelming force of Geonosian warriors shortly after. Resistance was futile even for two Jedi, captured, disarmed, and caged. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, slow and deliberate. Then a set of glowing green optics emerged from the shadows beyond the bars. They hovered for a moment before locking onto them. The figure stopped. A wheezing voice, like wind scraping metal, filled the corridor. "Interesting," the voice croaked. "I sense great power within you," he said, looking straight at Anakin. "The Force runs strong through your veins." Then it turned its gaze to Neera. The optics glowed brighter for a brief moment. "And you are touched by both universes. How peculiar." Its eyes moved again, this time to Padme. It studied her for only a second before letting out a broken chuckle. "And you are utterly useless in every way." Padme glared at the thing in the shadows, unflinching. "But don't worry, I'll find a purpose for you, even if it's only as a spectacle." The laugh that followed was brittle and dry, like a dying engine failing to turn over. It echoed long after he turned away and began speaking to someone unseen. "Prepare them," the voice rasped. "Give the filthy bugs what they want." A mechanical hiss sounded as the cell doors creaked open. The hallway filled with the chittering of Geonosians, dozens of them, emerging from the shadows and swarming into the cell block. Two of them seized Padme, pressing a jagged blade to her throat. The Jedi froze. Anakin's eyes flared, the Force coiling around him, but Padme's sharp intake of breath stopped him cold as the blade was pressed into her throat. He exhaled slowly, fists clenched. Reluctantly, Anakin and Neera allowed the restraints to be clasped around their wrists. They were hauled to their feet and escorted down the hallway, flanked by guards. Padme walked ahead, her posture defiant, despite the blade still pressed near her neck. Outside, a chariot waited, an ancient contraption pulled by a monstrous six-legged beast. It reeked of musk and dust, its scales twitching under the harness. They were thrust into the seats without ceremony. Anakin and Padme were placed in the front, side by side, their backs to Neera. Neera herself was shoved into the back seat, directly facing them. Anakin sat rigid, his wrists bound, eyes fixed on the jagged bars ahead, leading to the arena. Beside him, Padme sat in silence, the blade no longer at her throat, but the threat still lingering in the air. Behind them, Neera sat watching, quiet, bruised, and trying to mentally piece together a plan, any plan, to turn this around. But then Anakin spoke, trying to keep calm. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid to die," she said. Anakin turned to her, surprised. "I've been dying a little bit each day since you came back into my life," she continued, her eyes on the horizon, not him. He blinked. "Padme, what? What are you talking about?" She finally turned to face him, and in that moment something fragile and true passed between them. "I love you," she said. Behind them, Neera's brows lifted slightly. Her gaze shifted from Padme to Anakin, but she said nothing, just watched, the moment unfolding like a secret dropped in the open. "You love me?" Anakin said, voice low with disbelief. "I thought we had decided not to fall in love, that we would be forced to live a lie, and that it would destroy our lives." "I think our lives are about to be destroyed anyway," Padme whispered. Anakin stared at her, stunned into silence. "I truly, deeply love you," she said, "and before we die, I want you to know." Padme leaned in and drew Anakin into a kiss that lasted a few moments as they entered the arena. Neera just watched, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. She didn't interrupt. She just closed her eyes for a brief second, unsure of what to do. The gates to the arena groaned open with the sound of grinding stone and rusted chains. Harsh sunlight flooded in, momentarily blinding them as the chariot emerged into a massive colosseum of rock and sand. Thousands of Geonosians lined the towering terraces, their shrill screeches creating a deafening chorus of anticipation. Neera's eyes narrowed against the light. She could see the 4 tall pillars already waiting in the center of the arena, each one lined with ancient restraints, stained and worn from 100 past executions. This was no trial. This was theater. The chariot came to a halt. Without ceremony, they were yanked from their seats. Geonosian guards swarmed them like ants, dragging each of them toward the stone columns. Neera was pulled toward the rightmost pillar, her boots scraping against the sand as she was dragged. Her eyes scanned the arena, her mind racing. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she wasn't about to make it easy for them either. The restraints clamped shut around her wrists, binding her to the pillar. She winced, not at the pain, but at the helplessness of it. She hated this feeling. Anakin was shackled to the pillar to her right, his eyes burning with frustration as he tested the strength of his bindings. Padme was to his right, locked in place with a final metallic clunk. Despite everything, she held her head high, defiant even now. Neera glanced over to Anakin. "So, she said dryly, you two decided to start confessing life-altering secrets on the way to an execution." Padme gave her a look, but there was a flicker of amusement beneath the fear. "I'm just saying," Neera continued, "could have waited until after we survived the death pit." Before either of them could reply, a fanfare of drums and horns blared from above. At the highest box of the arena, the Geonosian Archduke Poggle the Lesser stood with a flourish, flanked by his ministers. To her shock, the figure standing next to the Geonosian was a tall Astartes, the one with the green optics from earlier. They gestured to the crowd, and a fresh wave of shrieking cheers erupted. The gates at the far end of the arena began to rumble open. A massive creature stomped into view first, horned, thick-skinned, and drooling. Then another followed, insectoid with slicing limbs, and finally a cat-like beast, sinewy and graceful, its fangs bared in anticipation. The execution was beginning. Anakin tensed, already testing his chains again. Padme kept her eyes on the creatures, steady and calm, though her fingers clenched above her head. Neera tilted her head slightly, eyeing the beasts with something that wasn't quite fear. She turned her head toward Anakin and Padme. "All right, any bright Jedi ideas? Because I'm all out of sarcastic remarks." Anakin grinned faintly. "Just one." With a sudden surge of strength, he leapt upward, grabbing hold of the chain above his cuffs. He began to swing, climbing the pillar. Neera smirked. "Well, that's one way to start." Just then, the creatures charged. 64th Black Meteor. Neera Owl. The horned reek thundered forward first, a juggernaut of muscle and rage. Dust exploded from under its hooves as it charged Anakin's pillar, letting out a guttural bellow that echoed through the Colosseum. At the same moment, the nimble Nexu, its feline form, all sinew, claws, and slicing teeth, darted toward Padme, its glowing eyes locked onto her like prey. The Acklay, a towering insectoid nightmare, clawed its way toward Neera with a clicking screech that made her flinch against her restraints. "Here we go," Neera muttered, eyes flicking to the Acklay. "You've got 6 legs, and I've got 0 weapons. This'll go great." Anakin had nearly reached the top of his pillar. With one last swing, he kicked off the stone, twisting midair and bringing the length of chain taut between his fists. He landed hard on the reek's back, just behind its armored head, and yanked the chain like a makeshift bridle as it broke. The reek roared in fury, bucking and twisting. Padme was already working on her escape, shimmying upward despite the bonds. The Nexu pounced just as she reached the top of her column, and for a moment the crowd held its breath. Padme twisted, and the beast's claws scraped stone, not skin. But the beast was relentless. It swiped again, this time catching her side. She cried out, tumbling from the pillar. She hit the sand hard, clutching her ribs. Blood darkened her tunic. "Padme," Anakin shouted, using the reek to slam into the Nexu's side before leaping down from the reek's back and landing beside her. He caught her as she tried to get up, one hand over her injury, the other pressing against him for balance. "I'm fine," she gasped, but her voice was tight with pain. "You're not fine," Anakin growled, eyes already glowing with the promise of vengeance. He stepped in front of her protectively, the Force gathering around him. Meanwhile, Nera hadn't waited around. The Aclay's clawed strike snapped her restraints, barely missing her head. She dropped to the sand and rolled, just in time to avoid a scythe-like limb slicing down where she'd just been. Nope, not dying today. She bolted toward a Geonosian guard and used the Force to slam it into the stone behind it, killing the creature. She grabbed the long spear it had dropped and spun back just as the Aclay charged again. It lunged, limbs flashing. Nera ducked under its slash, stabbing upward in return. The blade carved through one of its limbs, sending the creature screeching backward in fury. The Aclay reeled back, ichor spilling from its limb, its shriek echoing through the arena like metal grinding on stone. But it wasn't done. Not even close. It came back fast, limping but furious, snapping its mouth and swiping with its remaining claws. She charged, not away, but straight at the beast. The Aclay lunged. She slid under its body at the last second, turned, and with a burst of the Force, leapt upward onto its back. Balanced precariously, Nera raised the spear high, summoned every ounce of strength she had, and drove it down into the creature's neck, right where the plates didn't quite meet. The Aclay shrieked, flailing violently. Nera clung for as long as she could, but one sudden jerk sent her flying. She crashed into the sand, hitting hard and rolling. Pain flared up her side, but she was alive. The Aclay staggered, let out one last broken screech, and collapsed. Nera groaned, pushing herself up. One down. But the crowd's roar didn't die. It rose, a shrill chorus of excitement. She turned, and her heart dropped. Across the arena, the reek was charging again. This time it wasn't going for Anakin, who had gone after the Nexu in anger. It was barreling straight toward Padme. Padme, still wounded from the Nexu's earlier strike, tried to get up, but she couldn't, one arm wrapped tight around her bleeding side. She turned at the last second, eyes going wide as the beast descended on her. Nera screamed, "Padme!" Anakin spun, but he was too far. The two Jedi watched in horror as the reek charged, its massive form barreling toward Padme, who was barely conscious and unable to move from where she lay in the sand. But then, something fell from the sky. A black comet smashed into the arena with the force of a meteor. The impact sent blood and sand flying in all directions as it obliterated the reek mid-charge. The beast's scream was cut short, replaced by the sickening crunch of bone and the roar of disturbed earth. For a moment, all was dust and silence. Then the wind cleared the haze. A towering figure stood in the crater, blood-spattered and unmoving. Red optics glowed through the gloom, locking instantly onto Padme, who lay less than 10 feet away. The warrior straightened to his full height, rising like a monolith from the crater. Armor as black as void steel groaned under the strain of his massive frame. With one hand, he gripped the hilt of his enormous power sword, buried deep in the shattered skull of the reek. And with a sickening crunch, he wrenched it free. "It seems I arrived just in time," he said, his voice deep. Sebastian turned slowly, surveying the arena. Thousands of Geonosians filled the towering stands above him, hissing and clicking in outrage. Their insectoid screeches pierced the air as they rose to protest the death of their spectacle. But Sebastian didn't flinch. His gaze moved to the last remaining beast within the arena, a Nexu wounded but still dangerous, its low growl curling into a snarl as it eyed him. Sebastian raised his heavy bolt pistol and simply fired it once. The shot echoed like thunder. The Nexu's head vanished in a spray of bone and brain matter, its body collapsing limply into the sand. The crowd erupted. Shrill shrieks of fury exploded from the stands, wings beating in agitation as the Geonosians stood en masse. Some began to throw debris, others reached for weapons. But Sebastian was looking elsewhere now, upward, at the high viewing box. There, standing among the Geonosian elite, was the Chaos Sorcerer. His armor bore the sigils of the warp, runic madness etched into every surface. His green optics flickered dimly, glowing faintly like rotting embers. Sebastian's rage ignited. He raised his sword and pointed it directly at the figure. "Traitor!" he roared, his voice shaking the very stones of the Colosseum. The Chaos Sorcerer let out a raspy, broken laugh, like a corpse exhaling its last breath. He didn't respond with words, he simply raised a hand, a single dismissive wave. The gates on the far side of the arena groaned open, and from the shadows beyond, more beasts emerged. Larger, deadlier, mutated by dark sorcery, limbs twisted into unnatural shapes, flesh sloughing off where bone jutted out, eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. They moved in silence, except for the wet drag of claws and the scrape of bone across sand. Anakin stepped between Padme and the Black Templar, face set in a snarl, one arm still shielding the wounded Padme. Neera joined him at his side, her spear clenched tightly, her stance tense. Padme lay behind them in the sand, her breath shallow, a smear of blood painting her side red. Sebastian looked at the three of them, fragile, mortal, wounded, and for a brief moment the Black Templar stood perfectly still. Then he spoke. "Stay behind me." His words were simple, commanding. Then he stepped forward. The blade in his gauntleted hand hummed to life, pulsing with divine wrath. He stood firm, a living fortress between the abominations and the wounded. Sebastian then raised both arms high, his power sword in one hand, his massive bolt pistol and shield in the other. Then he simply started to laugh, a deep, distorted laugh that rumbled through his vox speakers like thunder rolling through the bones of the earth. No mockery, no arrogance, no challenge. Just a warrior feeling the battle joy. Above, the sky split. More black comets pierced the atmosphere, trailing fire and smoke as they descended like a divine meteor shower as the Obsidian Crusaders landed among the Colosseum. Mandalorians clad in blackened Beskar armor, their visors glowing faintly under the harsh sun. Jetpacks flared as they landed with practiced precision, boots slamming into the sand, the stone, the shattered bodies of the fallen. Some dropped directly into the arena, others descended onto the stands, cutting off escape routes for the Geonosians. Blasters came up, flamethrowers hissed. Vibro blades sang free of their scabbards as the Mandalorians readied their weapons. And in the center of it all, standing like a war god brought to life, was Sebastian, just laughing. "My Crusaders, let us begin," he thundered. All at once, the Mandalorians opened fire. Blaster bolts streaked through the air in a coordinated hail of destruction. The Obsidian Crusaders, clad in jet-black Beskar, advanced with ruthless precision, cutting down every Geonosian they saw. Wings snapped, bodies fell. Screams filled the Colosseum as hundreds of thousands of the insectoid creatures tried to flee. But there was no mercy. The Crusaders weren't here to win a battle. They were here to wipe the slate clean. Flamethrowers ignited, roaring arcs of fire, washing across stone seats and panicked crowds. The sickening stench of burning chitin filled the air as the upper levels of the arena became an inferno. Above, jetpacks shrieked as Mandalorians rained death from above. Some landed in the stands, executing fleeing Geonosians at close range. Others dropped directly into the arena to kill the beasts there. In the arena, Sebastian held steady between the advancing beasts and the vulnerable trio behind him, Anakin, Neera, and the wounded Padme. From the far side of the arena, one of the remaining mutated monsters, a grotesque creature of sinew and bone, too many limbs, too many eyes, charged, its clawed limbs kicking up sand as it lunged forward. Sebastian didn't flinch as he charged. The two collided in an explosion of fury and violence. The beast swung, but Sebastian ducked low, slamming into its side like a battering ram. With a roar, he drove his power sword into its ribcage, the weapon cutting through corrupted flesh and jagged bone. The creature screeched, its blood spraying in thick black ropes, but it didn't fall. Sebastian yanked his blade free, leveled his bolt pistol, and fired point-blank into its skull. The top of its head disappeared in a fountain of gore as it collapsed. Sebastian turned back toward the trio and watched as his crusaders dealt with the surrounding creatures. Anakin stood guard above the two, his gaze locked on the Black Templar in pure hatred. Then the ground began to shake. The gate at the far end of the arena, massive and sealed until now, groaned open. From the shadows beyond it stepped into the arena, its body wrapped in chains, claws as large as starfighter wings. Its chest bore a glowing branded sigil, pulsing with chaotic energy, alive with hate. It wasn't just a beast, it was a demonic engine of war. Sebastian turned to face it slowly. The Colosseum trembled as the beast stepped into full view. It stood twice the height of a normal rancor, its body stitched together from layers of corrupted flesh, steel, and bone. Its claws dragging deep furrows through the sand. Chains bound its arms and legs, but not as restraints. They moved with it, as if alive, writhing with unnatural hunger. From its chest, the sigil of chaos glowed red-hot, pulsing in rhythm with its heartbeat, if it had one. Its mouth unhinged into a maw of rotating teeth, and it let out a howl that shook dust from the arena. A sound that was not just noise, but pain, rage, and madness layered into one. Everyone in the upper levels staggered. Even Anakin flinched, eyes narrowing against the pressure of the psychic scream. Only Sebastian remained still. "Demon spawn," he muttered, his voice a low growl. Then he charged. Sand flew in his wake as the Astartes launched himself forward, shield locked in front of him. The monstrosity roared in return and swung one massive clawed limb down like a falling tower. Sebastian met it head-on. The impact was thunderous. The shockwave sent ripples through the arena floor as Sebastian's shield held, absorbing the force of the blow. He was driven down to one knee, but he didn't fall. With a roar, he surged up, ramming his shield into the beast's limb and knocking it wide. His sword bit deep into the creature's side, sparks and black ichor spraying in all directions as its energy tore into corrupted metal and warped bone. The beast shrieked, spinning and slamming into him with a second limb, sending Sebastian flying backward across the arena floor. He crashed through a broken stone pillar, rolling once before planting his feet and skidding to a stop. "You invoke my ire, filthy scum," he roared. The monstrosity lunged again, its claws cleaving through the air with enough force to splinter stone. But Sebastian was faster. He ducked beneath the swipe, sand exploding around him as the strike gouged a crater where he had stood. The Astartes came up inside the creature's guard, his shield leading the charge. He slammed it into the beast's knee with a crack of bone and bending steel, dropping it to one leg. The creature howled in fury, one arm flailing wildly. A chain wrapped around Sebastian's torso, dragging him backward through the sand like a rag doll. But he didn't panic. He twisted his arm, slashed the chain with a sweep of his sword, and ripped himself free, tearing links of warp-tainted metal apart like paper. Then he leapt high into the air with the help of his jump pack, the weight of his armor punching into the beast's upper shoulder as he landed. "Burn in the Emperor's name." He drove the sword down, deep. The blade tore through muscle, cracking bone, and then caught something vital. The creature screamed, a warbling, broken noise, as black blood gushed from the wound in rivers. It flailed, trying to grab him, but Sebastian was already moving. He ran along the beast's back, planted an explosive charge near the chaos sigil pulsing in its chest, and dove off, just as the detonation erupted in a gout of fire and energy. The symbol was obliterated, the flesh around it blackening and peeling back as the creature shrieked in blind agony. Now crippled, its left arm hanging useless, it turned in desperation, trying to crush him under its full weight. Sebastian charged again. This time, he aimed for the kill. He dodged a sweeping claw, slid beneath its tumorous arm, and exploded upward with his shield, shattering the joint of the monster's elbow. The creature reeled back, stumbling before falling to the ground. Sebastian leapt into the sky with the help of his jump pack and exploded downward to slam his shield into the creature's head, causing its jaw to explode. He then leapt to the side and drove his sword into the creature's eye, grinding the weapon deeper and deeper, even as the beast convulsed. Its blood coated him, its claws flailing wildly, cutting into its own body in a last panicked frenzy. But Sebastian held on, his sword exploding through bone, muscle, and spine. Until with a final broken shriek, the creature stopped moving before the Black Templar pulled his blade from its skull. The Astartes stood before the corpse, drenched in gore and ichor. He looked up toward the viewing platform. The Chaos Sorcerer was still there, unmoving, though now he held his staff. Sebastian raised his sword, now dripping with corrupted blood, and pointed it at him. "You're next." 65. The Republic arrives. Maximus, just before the battle. "Brief me on the situation," the Ultramarine commanded, his voice cold and resolute as he strode into the war room upon their ship in orbit above Geonosis. "Lord," Bo-Katan replied, quickly turning to activate the holofeed. A flickering projection materialized before them, displaying the grim scene unfolding below in the arena. Padme, Anakin, and Nera were being chained to towering stone pillars, their faces defiant despite the heavy restraints. A roar rose from the bloodthirsty crowd as monstrous beasts were released from their cages, stomping into the arena with murderous intent. Maximus watched in silence, his face an unmoving mask of steel. Then, without a word, he turned to Sebastian, who stood at his right like a statue forged of iron. Maximus gave a single nod. Sebastian returned it before turning on his heel and strode from the room. Next, Maximus looked to Raxor and gave the same command through a subtle glance. The veteran warrior bowed slightly and moved to carry out his orders. "Ready the Centurion," Maximus said calmly. Bo-Katan's eyes widened, her breath catching. "The Centurion, my lord?" she asked, barely hiding the excitement in her voice. "I have a feeling we'll be needing it soon," he replied, already turning toward the ship's hangar. Bo-Katan followed swiftly, her steps quickening to match his stride. She had long dreamed of seeing the Centurion in action, an ancient relic of war, a suit forged not just for battle, but for devastation. As they entered the hangar, rows of Mandalorian warriors snapped to attention. Their armor glinted under the cold lights, their visors focused on their commander. At the far end of the bay, the Centurion's suit stood like a sleeping titan, 12 feet tall, its armored plates etched with sacred litanies and the insignia of the Imperium. Maximus approached it without hesitation. Then he turned to his legion, his voice rising like thunder. "My legion," he boomed, the echo of his voice rumbling through the hangar like a battle hymn. "Today is a glorious day. Today the Imperium arrives. We are the vanguard, the spear that pierces the hearts of our enemies." He began stepping into the suit. Servo locks hissed and clicked, the armor wrapping around him like a second skin. The hangar lights dimmed briefly as the Centurion activated, its systems roaring to life with a low mechanical growl. Today marks the dawn of a new era, an era of conquest, of war, of glory. His voice began to shift, deepening, becoming something more, augmented, distorted, monstrous, the voice of a god of war. "Follow me into the jaws of the abyss, march with me into the fires of hell itself, and I will promise you a death worthy of song and a victory eternal." The legion erupted, their cries shaking the walls with fury and anticipation. "For the Imperium," Maximus bellowed, now fully encased, the Centurion's eyes burning with crimson light. "For the Imperium," they echoed, thousands of voices becoming one. "For the Emperor! For the Emperor!" The ground itself trembled beneath their war cries as the legion prepared to descend like a storm upon the unsuspecting world below. Raxor. "Ready, brother?" Raxa asked, stepping up beside Sebastian. The Black Templar stood at the edge of the hangar bay, his gaze fixed on the dusty red surface of Geonosis spinning far below. "Of course. Are you?" Sebastian replied, his tone calm and unwavering. "Absolutely," the Salamander replied, racking the charging handle on his heavy bolter. The weapon seemed to purr in his grip, hungry for war. Sebastian gave a slight nod, then without hesitation stepped off the ledge and plummeted toward the planet below. Raxa followed, leaping into the void with a thunderous burst from his jump pack. The wind howled around him as they streaked through the atmosphere, descending like fire-born meteors. Behind them came their legions, black-clad obsidian crusaders and flame-armored pyro drakes, falling together like judgment from the stars. As they neared the surface, the two Astartes split mid-air. Sebastian dove straight toward the heart of the arena, while Raxa angled himself toward the uppermost tier of the structure. He twisted in freefall, ignited his jump pack, and slowed just enough before crashing into the arena's top, ceramite boots shattering duracrete on impact. He rose instantly, weapon already barking. His heavy bolter thundered to life, spewing explosive shells into the masses of Geonosians swarming below. Beside him, his drakes arrived in a series of controlled landings, quickly fanning out and establishing a kill zone. Blasters cracked, flamers roared, Geonosians screamed. Raxa's visor locked onto the arena's center, where Sebastian had already engaged a writhing, warp-tainted abomination. The Templar moved like a juggernaut, his blade carving through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Raxa turned back to his task, targeting clusters of Geonosians scrambling for cover. He adjusted his stance, pulled the trigger, and let the Emperor's wrath rain down. "Filthy bugs," he bellowed, the heavy bolter vibrating in his hands as it spat death in rapid bursts, each shot tearing wings and limbs asunder. The pyro drakes beside him advanced with grim precision, sweeping the stands with blaster fire and purging flame. Below, the obsidian crusaders tore through the crowd like blades through silk. The stands were turning into a slaughterhouse. Then the battle changed. From the far side of the arena, great doors groaned open with a deep mechanical rumble. The ground trembled as a new threat emerged. Ranks of droids, but not like the ones they had faced on Naboo or in the Hutt systems. These were larger, heavier, and clearly built for war on a different scale. Towering B-2 class super battle droids stomped into the arena in disciplined columns, their matte armor glinting under the harsh desert sun. Their eyes glowed with a cold, inhuman blue. Sebastian stood over the corpse of the warp beast he had just slain, ichor dripping from his blade. He looked down from the sorcerer, watching as the wave of metal marched toward him. He said nothing, merely shifted his stance, ready once again. The Obsidian Crusaders moved to reinforce him, forming a wall of Beskar and gunmetal around their commander. Bolters were raised, swords were drawn. The droids fired, green plasma bolts lancing across the arena, slamming into stone, flesh and armor alike. One Drake was hit in the chest and thrown backward, smoke pouring from his ruined armor. "Return fire," Raxa bellowed, opening up with his heavy bolter. The first line of droids vanished in an explosion of shrapnel and flame. But they kept coming. Rows upon rows, relentless and precise, an artificial tide designed for extermination. Sebastian ripped through the advancing droids like a blade through parchment, his massive sword cleaving through them with every swing. Sparks flew, metal screeched, limbs and heads rolled in his wake. But even as he carved a path of destruction, he could see it. His crusaders were struggling. These machines were unlike any they had faced before, larger, stronger, faster. Their armor withstood direct blaster shots, their weapons punched through cover like paper. This was not the feeble resistance they encountered on Naboo, or even the hardened mercenary droids of the Hutt systems. These were designed for one thing, to kill warriors like them. "Defensive formation," Sebastian roared, his voice cutting through the chaos like a war horn. At once, the Obsidian Crusaders fell into line. With discipline honed by years of war, they deployed their shields, towering slabs of Beskar forged for this very purpose. Spears and vibroblades protruded through the gaps, and a line of blasters bristled behind the wall, ready to fire. "Hold," he commanded, taking the center of the shield wall himself, his massive form anchoring the line like an iron pillar. The droids came on, relentless. "Hold," he bellowed again, voice raw with fury and command, as plasma bolts slammed into their formation. The line held firm, their Beskar shields absorbed the blows, their blasters fired in tight volleys, mowing down droids that refused to slow down. Then he gave the word, "Advance." The legion surged forward as one, a disciplined phalanx of death. The front line stabbed out, Beskar-tipped spears finding purchase in droid armor. Behind them, rows of crusaders fired over their shoulders, focused bursts keeping the enemy off balance. And then, Sebastian couldn't help himself. The joy of battle took him. The blood song rose in his veins like a firestorm. With a roar, he broke rank, surging forward in a blur of black armor and holy wrath. His sword arced in wide, brutal sweeps, severing limbs and torsos in gory rhythm. He carved a path into the tide, a one-man hurricane of death and steel. His crusaders didn't falter. They closed ranks behind him, filling the gap with seamless precision as though they had trained for this very moment. Because they had. They knew their commander. They knew the fire that burned within him. Sebastian pressed forward, droid parts flying in every direction, his mind locked on two objectives. Primary, protect the Legion, keep them fighting, hold the line. Secondary, find the Chaos Sorcerer, end the true threat. Somewhere in this maelstrom of metal and death, that creature still lurked, pulling strings, feeding the storm. Sebastian would find him, and he would kill him. Just as Sebastian drove his blade through the chest of another droid, cleaving it in two with a hiss of molten metal, he heard it. A distant whine growing louder, sharper, cutting through the roar of battle like the cry of something ancient waking from slumber. He looked up. The skies above Geonosis, already choked with smoke and fire, split with the thunder of incoming transports. Elat gunships descended in formation, red and white hulls gleaming against the chaos below. Gun turrets opened fire mid-descent, raining blaster bolts into the ranks of droids inside the arena walls. Then came the dropships, slamming into the earth, ramps lowering as white-armored troopers charged out with military discipline. The Republic had arrived. Clone troopers, their armor pristine and gleaming, moved in tight squads, coordinated, relentless, deadly. Outside the arena, ATTE walkers were dropped off and started stomping into view behind the army of the Republic, their cannons booming across the Geonosian plains as they fired into droid formations still mobilizing in the distance. Back in the arena at the front of it all were the Jedi. Sebastian's visor zoomed in, tracking the flashes of light amidst the incoming Republic forces. Cloaks billowed, lightsabers ignited in blues and greens. They moved like dancers on a battlefield, slicing through droids in a blur of precision and grace. He growled, "They're here," he muttered into the Vox. Above him, Raxa saw it too. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. "They'll pick off the remaining droids. I'm going after that sorcerer." Below, the Obsidian Crusaders held their formation. The droids were now being attacked from two fronts, Imperial and Republic. Then a Jedi landed in the arena, leaping from his gunship mid-flight, cloak whipping behind him as he crashed into the dirt with seismic force. Dust and shattered stone kicked up around him as his lightsaber ignited in a flash of violet light before the Black Templar. Sebastian stopped, eyes narrowing beneath his helmet as he took in the figure standing before him. "You're not going anywhere, Black Templar," Mace Windu said, his voice calm but edged like a blade. His amethyst lightsaber thrummed with power, held steady in a two-handed guard before him. The battlefield raged around them, blaster fire, screams, the grinding thunder of droids clashing with clone troopers and legionaries alike, but for a moment it all fell away. The two warriors locked eyes, one a champion of the Force, the other a holy executioner of the Emperor's will. "Get out of my way, Jedi," Sebastian growled, his voice deep and warped through his Vox grill. He stepped forward, dragging his massive black blade behind him, leaving a furrow in the sand and blood-soaked stone. Windu just shook his head. "I've been training for this moment for a long time. You won't get away again." Space Marine in Star Wars, Warhammer X Star Wars by greenbaypitbull. 66th Fury of an Adeptus Astartes. Sebastian. The ground trembled beneath each thunderous step as Sebastian advanced, an unstoppable monolith sheathed in midnight black ceramite. His power sword crackled with unrestrained fury, arcs of blue lightning dancing along its edge. In his other hand, his storm shield loomed like a slab of living void, absorbing all light, reflecting only the cold certainty of destruction. Years of war had sharpened his instincts into something almost precognitive, and those instincts now warned him. This was not the same Jedi he had fought and broken all those years ago. Something had changed. Windu exhaled slowly, a single breath cutting through the chaos around him. The Force surged through his veins, wrapping him in its silent strength. He could feel the arena writhe with energy, Shouts of dying soldiers, flickers of blaster fire, the stench of charred metal and blood. Time, as it often did in the hands of the Force, bent around him. He saw the shatter points, cracks in fate itself, visible only to him, webbing through the battlefield like hairline fractures in glass. He focused on them, honed in on the jagged thread that ran straight through the black-armored giant before him. Then Sebastian struck. The power sword came in low, its arc wide and merciless, a horizontal slash that sang of death. The air hissed as the blade carved through it, seeking to cleave the Jedi clean in half. But Windu was already in motion. He drew the force deep into himself and exploded upward, shattering the stone beneath his feet with the sheer force of his ascent. Twisting mid-air, his robes whipped around him as the blade roared just beneath, missing by mere inches. The strike collided with a ruined column, and the energy discharge shattered it completely, pulverizing droids and clones in a blinding cascade of debris and fire. Windu landed behind the towering warrior. In a single precise movement, he thrust the blade toward the exposed seam in Sebastian's left thigh plate with his augmented strength. Sparks flared. The lightsaber pierced the adamantium composite, then the flesh beneath it. Sebastian grunted, more from surprise than pain, before he whirled around, faster than something that massive should move. The edge of his shield caught Windu full in the chest. The blow hit like a meteor. Windu flew backward, smashing through a cluster of Jedi who had surged forward to assist him. Bodies scattered like dry leaves in a storm. He crashed to the ground with a grunt, coughing blood as he rose to one knee. Only the Force, summoned at the last instant to form a protective barrier, had saved him from being crushed outright. Then, unexpectedly, Sebastian laughed. A deep, booming sound, warped and resonant through his helmet's Vox grill. "It's been years since someone actually hurt me," he rumbled, stomping his leg once, testing it despite the damage. "I'm surprised you pierced my armor at all. But you should know, unless you kill me in one stroke, your weapon is meaningless." He raised the storm shield again, as if presenting it to them, almost in mockery. "A blade that cauterizes the wound it makes," he sneered, voice thick with disdain. "What use is that against a warrior bred for death like me?" He threw his head back and laughed again, louder this time, echoing across the shattered arena. As the laughter died down, the Jedi regrouped, forming a loose half-circle around the giant. Their sabers ignited with defiant hums, eyes hard with resolve. Sebastian looked at them with something like pity. "You persist," he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. Around them, the arena groaned. Walls buckling, towers began collapsing under their own weight. Fire licked at the skies as the pyro drakes torched everything. He stepped forward, slowly and deliberately, the full weight of his indomitable will pressing outward like a shockwave. A chunk of debris fell from above before he lifted his shield and smashed through it with a single upward strike, the slab splintering into harmless rubble. "Come then," he growled, "let's see if any of you are worth my time," he said, allowing the battle joy to take him over once more. The Jedi charged, sabers flaring, robes trailing like banners of defiance. But defiance alone would not save them. Sebastian moved, not with the sluggish weight one might expect from a warrior entombed in armor, but with terrifying speed. A blur of black steel and raw power, he crashed into the line of Jedi like a living siege engine. The first to reach him, a young knight with a green blade, struck high, aiming for Sebastian's helmet. The Black Templars' shield intercepted the blow with a clang that shattered the Jedi's wrists. In the same movement, Sebastian stepped in and drove his power sword through the man's chest. There was a pop of pressure, a flash of blood and steam, and the Jedi screamed once before the blade exploded out his back, obliterating his heart. Another came in from the flank, twin sabers spinning in a whirlwind of Ataru form. She danced around him, scoring a shallow line across his pauldron. Sebastian didn't flinch. He backhanded her with his shield. Bone shattered audibly. She flew across the arena like a rag doll, neck twisted at an unnatural angle before she even hit the ground. A master stepped forward now, older, more skilled. His saber was a blue bolt of vengeance, his movements precise. He dove in, cutting low toward Sebastian's injured leg. The blade made contact, sizzling against the damaged thigh. Sebastian roared his blood song as he whirled around. With both hands, he brought his sword down in a brutal overhead arc. The Jedi barely raised his saber in time to block it, but it didn't matter. The power sword shattered the saber, cleaving clean through it and into the master's clavicle. The blade stopped only when it reached the ground beneath the master. Blood sprayed across the stone floor. "Is this all you've got?" Sebastian bellowed, kicking the twitching body aside like refuse. His armor was now streaked with gore, his shield bloody, his sword caked in the remains of different Jedi. The survivors hesitated, and in that heartbeat of doubt, Sebastian lunged again. He smashed one in the head with the butt of his heavy bolt pistol in his offhand, smashing the Jedi into the ground. Another Jedi screamed, lashing out with the Force. Sebastian's armor flared, countering the push as a purity seal burned. He then holstered the weapon, leaving his offhand free. He then crushed another's neck with a squeeze and threw the limp body into another oncoming Jedi, knocking both to the floor in a tangle of limbs. A saber struck his back, another grazed his leg. Minor wounds, minor threats as they bounced off his armor. He whirled and swept his blade horizontally, decapitating the first and cleaving the second diagonally from hip to shoulder in one fluid strike. The bodies collapsed, twitching. The smell of burning flesh and blood thickened the air. The arena was a slaughterhouse. Through the carnage, one Jedi still stood tall, gritting his teeth, blood on his robes, but fire in his eyes as he recovered. Mace Windu. He walked forward slowly, stepping over bodies, some groaning, some still, most already fading into the Force. "You're done," Windu said, his voice calm, cold, cutting through the heat of battle like his violet saber as the Force surged around him. Sebastian turned to face him, his laugh low like gravel grinding under tank treads. "No," the Black Templar said, voice metallic and soaked in bloodlust. "We're just getting started." Then they charged. The arena shook as their blades met again, violet fire and crackling lightning clashing with the fury of gods. Sparks flew, stone shattered, blood sprayed anew as Mace reinforced his lightsaber and body with the Force, able to keep up with the Black Templar. Their sabers clashed in a storm of fury, Sebastian's brutal, earth-shaking swings crashing into Mace's precise, relentless counters. Each impact sent shockwaves through the collapsing arena, chunks of stone raining around them like meteors. Blades screamed as they met again and again, the space between them becoming a blur of violet and blue lightning. But Mace felt it, the edge, the shatter point. Not in Sebastian's armor, nor his stance, but in the Force itself, in the perfect convergence of power, timing, and purpose. The Force screamed through his veins, boiling behind his eyes. Windu let go, not into chaos, but into clarity. With a roar that shook the air itself, he dropped his saber and thrust both hands forward. Ha! The Force exploded from him like a supernova. A sphere of invisible might, dense and focused into a single point, detonated against Sebastian's shield. Time slowed, just for a heartbeat, as the Templar's shield cracked under the sheer weight of the blast. His armor buckled, sparks flying from overloaded servos, and then... boom! The Black Templar was launched backwards. He flew like a cannon shell, tearing through clones, Mandalorians, and Doids without discrimination. He flew through the stone, smashing through broken pillars, and crashed into the far wall of the arena with an earth-shaking impact. Stone crumbled, dust filled the air in a choking wave. For a moment, all was still. Mace stood, chest heaving, his robes shredded and soaked in sweat and blood. His saber snapped back to his hand with a sharp hiss as he took a single step forward. Through the haze and ruin, a distant rumble came, a grinding metallic growl from deep within the rubble. Then movement. Stone shifter outward as Sebastian began to rise. Smoke curled from vents in his armor. Half his shield was gone, slagged from the blast. His power sword sputtered, its energy field flickering like a dying star. But his eyes, one visible now through a cracked optic, burned with savage joy. "You," he rasped, blood on his lips, "you finally made me feel it." He stood, strong and defiant, steam rolling off him like smoke from a war engine. "Playtime's over," Sebastian growled, his voice like cracking granite. The words echoed across the ruined arena. low, cold, and final through the battles that still raged. He began to walk forward, slowly, deliberately, each step pounding into the blood-soaked stone like a war drum. His armor hissed and sparked, scorched black even through its obsidian hue. One of his optics was torn away to reveal one furious, bloodshot eye glaring beneath a steel brow. The shield, or what was left of it, hung from his forearm in molten ruins. His power sword crackled feebly in his hand, its energy field twitching like a dying thing, but it was still alive. And so was he. Mace stood his ground. Violet light hummed in his hand, the saber casting his grim face in ghostly fire. He breathed in, not just air, but the force. It flooded him, infinite, endless. The pain in his ribs, the cuts on his arms, the weight of dozens dead. He carried it all and channeled it. This wasn't just a duel now. It was war in its purest form. Sebastian broke into a sprint. Mace moved. They collided like stars. The Templar swung with two hands, putting the last of his rage into a decapitating strike. But Mace ducked, twisting, his saber slicing upward in a blur that nearly took the Black Templar's arm off. Sparks and blood flew. The giant roared, backhanding Mace with his free fist. The Jedi stumbled, skidding across the ground, but rolled to his feet instantly. They came at each other again. Sebastian roared, stabbing forward. Mace caught the thrust, blade slipping under the sword's edge and twisting it aside before driving his boot into the Astarte's wounded thigh. The Templar barely felt it. He headbutted Mace with his exposed faceplate. There was a sickening crack as blood sprayed from Windu's nose, and the Jedi was thrown back again. This time, Sebastian didn't let him go. He charged, slammed into Mace shoulder first, sending them both crashing into the remains of a collapsed pillar. Stone shattered. Windu coughed blood but kept his saber up, slashing across Sebastian's torso at point blank. Something changed at that moment. Sebastian's fury, until now tempered by control, by ritual, by the warrior's code of the Black Templars, snapped. His broken shield dropped from his arm with a heavy clang, and his sparking sword hit the ground beside it, forgotten. He no longer needed weapons. He was the weapon. Veins bulged under pale and scarred skin. His muscles swelled, tendons locking into place like hydraulic pistons. Every servo in his armor roared to life as he drew upon the full inhuman strength of an Astartes unchained. The stone beneath his boots cracked from the pressure as he charged forward. Faster than Windu could react, a punch to the ribs caved them in. Windu's scream caught in his throat as he was lifted from the ground, flung like a doll into a jagged slab of broken wall. He hit hard, bones grinding, only the force saving him from immediate death. But there was no time to recover. Sebastian was already there, throwing his right fist into the man's chest. He then grabbed Mace by the arm and swung him like a hammer, smashing him into the ground, then up into a crumbling column, then down again. The arena trembled with each impact. Blood sprayed across broken stone, the Jedi Master's vision blurred, his grip weakening, his body screaming in pain. Sebastian bellowed, eyes wild with bloodlust. "Is this all? Is this your best?" Windu summoned the Force desperately, throwing up a barrier a split second before Sebastian's boot came down where his head had been. The shield shattered from the blow, the air itself cracking with the sound of the impact. Mace rolled away, barely alive, dragging his saber into his hand. He tried to rise, a mistake. The Black Templar threw a haymaker with all the strength a space marine born for war could muster. The punch hit like a god's hammer. Windu's force shield collapsed, shattering with a sound like glass breaking across dimensions. His body was launched, not thrown, but hurled like a missile across the battlefield, trailing blood and shredded robes, crashing through one of the far arena walls in an explosion of dust and rubble. His body didn't move after that. Silence. From the dust and flame, Yoda stepped forth. He looked upon the blood-soaked, ruined battlefield, saw Mace's broken body, the dead, the carnage. Then he looked at Sebastian. The Black Templar stood among the dead and dying, his armor smoking, one eye gleaming beneath his fractured helm. Blood caked his mouth, his fists, his chest. And yet, he smiled. A savage, unrepentant grin. A warrior's grin. Yoda did not speak. He simply lifted his hand. And the Force screamed. The earth split. Sebastian barely had time to brace before an invisible blast of pure kinetic force slammed into him. It didn't push, it ripped. The Astartes was flung from the ground like a missile, his massive form smashing through the air, thrown clean across the battlefield. He tore through shattered pillars and flaming debris before crashing into the remains of a distant tower, vanishing in a plume of fire and smoke as he was thrown from the Colosseum. Silence returned. Yoda slowly stepped toward Mace, lifting his battered body gently from the wreckage with the Force, cradling him like a wounded child. "Rest now, you will," he whispered, sorrow and fury laced behind his words. 67. The Traveler. Maximus. "Something doesn't feel right," Maximus muttered, his voice deep and metallic, resonating with a cold mechanical edge. He stood at the edge of the hangar bay, his towering centurion form silhouetted against the starlit void beyond. The stars shimmered with distant light, but there was no sign of the Imperium fleet. Only silence. Bo-Katan stepped forward, her boots echoing softly on the durasteel floor. "How do you know this is where they'll arrive? What if they emerge elsewhere in the galaxy?" she asked, her tone respectful but tinged with concern. Maximus didn't turn to face her. His glowing optics remained fixed on the black expanse of space. "No," he said, the word final and absolute. "It's here. I've seen it. In my visions. In my dreams. The Imperium comes to this place." Bo-Katan studied him for a moment, then gave a subtle nod. "Very well, my lord. Do you want me to deploy the azure talons to the surface?" "Yes," he replied. A low hum pulsed through his frame as internal systems shifted. "I would join you, but something tells me I will be needed elsewhere." Slowly he turned his armored head, looking down at her. "Of course, Lord, I understand," she said quietly, giving a crisp nod before turning away. Her cape fluttered behind her as she exited the hangar, her mind already on the coming battle. Left alone, Maximus remained motionless, his thoughts stirring like a storm beneath the surface. The stars offered no answers, only a deep and growing unease. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his very being. And the Imperium was late. Raxor the Traveler. The void screamed. It was not a sound, but a disturbance, an echo of disrupted harmony, of clashing energies and clumsy mortal engines. Raxor the Traveler stood motionless at the heart of his command dais aboard the ship, his consciousness tethered to the will of the tomb ship like a conductor guiding a symphony of annihilation. Outside, the battle raged. Beams of emerald death lanced through the dark, scything into Ultramarines' hulls with mathematical precision. The lead battle barge and her sister ships returned fire with brute force, unleashing plasma and macro shells in a storm of fury. "Primitive," Raxor mused. He turned his gaze to the tactical hololith, alive with shifting data. The Necron fleet had suffered damage more than expected. These warriors of Guilliman, these Adeptus Astartes, fought with grim resolve and a tactical cohesion that even the long-dead commanders of the old wars might have respected. Still, it would not be enough. "Master," came the voice of a subordinate cryptech. "One of the enemy barges attempts to flank our formation. Shall we divert to intercept?" Raxor paused, not because he doubted the answer, but because he felt something, an itch in the quantum strata, a ripple in the algorithm of battle. "No," he replied, "let them come. I wish to see this captain with my own eyes." His will pulsed outward, an unseen command flowing to a cluster of Lich Guard preparing to teleport. "Mark the vessel. Prepare for boarding." He turned his gaze to the rift, still pulsing like a wound in reality. That was the true objective. The humans believed they were here to defend it, enter it. They did not yet understand that they were already too late. This breach in reality, it was his now. Summum. The moment of arrival was immaculate. A pulse of gas-fed energy displaced local reality, allowing Raxor and his cohort to materialize within the bowels of the enemy vessel. The Vengeance Eternal, an ironic name, but there would be no vengeance here, only death. Raxor stepped through the shimmering veil, the quantum echo of teleportation still rippling behind him. His optics adjusted instantly, passing the crude layout of the corridor. Dim red lighting flickered against battered ceramite walls. The stink of desperation clung to the air. Lichguard advanced around him in a perfect wedge, their every motion calculated, rehearsed, perfect. Their war scythes glinted in the flashing lights like mirrored shards of a forgotten age. Crude defenders were waiting, Astartes, Ultramarines, predictable, loyal, brave, limited. Their weapons roared, primitive kinetic slugs and explosive casings tearing toward him. Some struck his honor plate, sparking harmlessly. Others passed through the air like slow, lumbering thoughts. Anrakir didn't flinch. He merely observed. He marked a sergeant first, bold, defiant, firing from cover with rigid formality. A veteran, no doubt, perhaps even decorated. Anrakir honored him in the old way, a swift death. He lunged forward, scythe arcing in a clean motion. The power field hissed as it met the Marine's torso, parting armor and bone as easily as sand under tide. The body collapsed mid-shout, bisected cleanly. A hulking dreadnought thundered down the corridor, weapons spinning, voice bellowing vengeance in distorted vox. A relic of war, fueled by dying flesh and fading purpose. Anrakir raised his arm. A single pulse of Gauss-fed energy, elegant and precise, lanced through the dreadnought's chest. He staggered, flared, and fell. "I remember when machines were built to last," Anrakir said with a flicker of ancient disdain. But the Ultramarines did not retreat. They stood and fought. How quaint. Anrakir admired their futile courage in the same way one might admire a storm-tossed tree moments before the lightning struck. Noble, but doomed. His Lichguard surged forward, a living wall of ancient fury. Cloaks of shimmering armor weave flowed like smoke behind them, war scythes humming with phase energy. They fell upon the Astartes like a reaping tide. One Space Marine raised a chainsword in defiance, only for a Lichguard to drive a scythe through his chestplate and twist, tearing the transhuman apart in a blossom of blood and shattered ceramite. Another fired point-blank into a Necron's faceplate. The rounds buried itself inside the Necron, but it didn't stop the Lichguard from severing his legs at the knees, then beheading him as he screamed from the floor. Anrakir advanced through the carnage with measured grace, stepping over the dead like they were rubble in the sand. One Marine charged him, an assault veteran with twin power blades and hatred in his optics. Fast, focused, dangerous, but not fast enough. Anrakir sidestepped effortlessly, his scythe cleaving through the warrior's left arm and slicing upward through his chest. The blades clattered to the floor as the Marine collapsed, eyes wide with confusion in his final moments. "What a waste," Anrakir intoned as the corpse hit the deck. Lichguard moved in harmony, executing brutal synchronized maneuvers. Two scythes crossed to disembowel a shield-bearing Terminator. Another impaled a wounded Marine against the wall and left him hanging like a banner of meat and steel. A Vox station sputtered nearby, calling for reinforcements. Anrakir silenced it with a burst of Gauss energy that turned the console and its operator into molten slag. He reached the central corridor junction and paused. A survivor was crawling, his legs shattered, helm half melted, bolter dragging behind him like a child's toy. Anrakir stood beside him, the scythe resting idly at his side. "I had expected more," he said, his voice a mechanical whisper crawling across the ship. Then he drove his blade through the Marine's spine with a single casual thrust. The light in the Vigilance Eternal flickered once more. Then silence. Only the slow metallic footfalls of the Undying echoed in the aftermath. Captain Agamon. Green lightning flickered across the Leviathan's inner decks as the Necron boarding phalanx forced entry, teleporting into the spinal corridor of the mighty battle barge. Reality warped, cracked, and spat them forth in cold silence. They expected the same as the other boarding parties: resistance, fire, death. But they did not expect discipline. The first Necron warrior stepped forward and was instantly obliterated by a volley of Kraken penetrators from a massive dreadnought stationed at the end of the hall. The corridor became a killing ground. Bolter fire poured into the breach, followed by flamer wash that lit the air itself ablaze. From a raised platform at the far end, Captain Severus Agaman watched, impassive beneath his helm. Let them come. The veterans of the First Company had prepared for this moment. They were not scattered, caught by surprise, or scrambling in retreat. They had built a trap. From hidden alcoves, Terminators teleported into formation, storm shields locking into place, lightning claws primed. Assault Marines dropped from mag-locked walkways, activating jump packs mid-fall, slamming into Necron ranks with punishing force. One Lich Guard raised its scythe, only to be caught in a crushing grip of the Dreadnought. The Dreadnought roared as it drove the Necron into the floor with bone-breaking weight, pulverizing the warrior into shards. Agaman finally drew his sword, a relic from Guilliman's own armory, burning with psychic flame. He stepped forward, walking calmly through the crossfire as his warriors fought with machine-like precision. "Push them back," he ordered. He waded into the fight like a god of war, carving through Necron immortals with every blow. Their necrodermis split beneath his blade as if it were parchment. He parried a scythe, caught it with a gauntlet, and drove his sword through the wielder's chest in a single fluid motion. Lichguard began to falter, but Anrakir was not among them. Instead, the Necron boarding party had sent a command cryptech to lead the push. But even it began to realize the miscalculation. These warriors were not defending a ship. They were defending a legacy, and every inch of it had been measured in blood and built for war. One by one, the Necron phalanx was broken. Some phased away, retreating through quantum slipstreams. Others fell, their bodies claimed by gravity and fire. The Canoptech constructs fared no better, reduced to molten piles under melter fire. As the last Lich Guard was impaled on a power lance, Agaman stood in the silence that followed. His armor was scorched but unbowed. His warriors formed up around him, silent, breathing heavily, bloodied but alive. The lights dimmed for a moment. The fabric of space trembled as another wave of energy pulsed through the Leviathan's central corridor. But this time it was different. Tuned. Perfected. Not the sloppy tear of mass teleportation, but the seamless insertion of something ancient, something deliberate. Reality bent, and Anrakir arrived. He appeared like a thunderclap wrapped in silence, surrounded by a cadre of elite Necron warriors. Immortals clad in blackened alloy, their weapons pulsing with entropic resonance. Lichguard adorned in gold-trimmed necrodermis, their phase scythes burning with energy drawn from the edges of time. Anrakir stepped forward, his cloak fluttering weightlessly in the passageway, his optics burning with raw calculation. He surveyed the aftermath of the first incursion. The shattered remains of his warriors, the butchered constructs, the scorched deck. "Impressive," he murmured, his voice cold as the void. Veteran Astartes in relic Terminator plate stepped up around Agaman, while Brother Aegis stalked just behind him. Power fields humming across a phalanx of storm shields as Terminators surrounded their captain protectively. "Who are you?" Agaman demanded, voice low and full of fire. "Death," Anrakir said simply. At that, the Lich Guard surged forward, blades spinning in tight arcs of controlled violence. The Ultramarines met them head-on, shields locking, swords and axes crashing against phase weapons with thunderous force. Agaman roared, activating his relic blade in a corona of psychic flame, and met the first honor guard with a two-handed swing that carved the Necron warrior in half from shoulder to hip. A plasma blast incinerated a charging immortal. A Deathmark sniper, phasing in above, took aim, only to be shredded before the trigger could be pulled. The corridor became a slaughterhouse, a blur of ceramite and necrodermis, blood and green lightning. Warriors on both sides fell in ruin, their deaths echoing across the bulkheads like war drums. Then Anrakir and Agaman met at the center. Their first blows shook the corridor. Agaman swung wide, blade blazing with psychic fury. Anrakir parried with the haft of his scythe, then spun, striking low with impossible speed. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, two legends, locked in a dance as old as war itself. "You fight well," Anrakir said, voice calm even in the heart of battle, "but the flesh is weak." A surge of Gauss energy crackled across Anrakir's blade, nearly taking the captain's arm. Agamemnon countered with a pommel strike to the Necron's skull. All around them, the battle waged on. No quarter asked, none given. The Leviathan groaned as its decks ran with blood and oil, its corridors now the battleground of two titans. And neither would yield. Agamemnon's blade swung in a wide arc, blazing with psychic fury, but it struck only air. Too slow. Raxor was already inside his guard. With a fluid twist of his scythe, he hooked the captain's sword arm, twisted, and snapped the elbow joint with a sickening crack. Agamemnon grunted, staggering back, his sword falling from numbed fingers. Predictable, Raxor said coldly. He advanced with machine precision, each step measured, each movement part of a greater calculus. A backhanded sweep with the haft of the war scythe sent Agamemnon crashing to the ground, his power armor cracking under the force. A Terminator squad came to their captain's rescue, but they died as they lived, inconsequential. Agamemnon struggled to rise, his breathing ragged, blood streaming from his mouth. His warriors were locked in combat behind him, dying around him, fighting to the last. He looked up, just in time to see Raxor's metal foot come down to smash into his chest. "You fought valiantly. Rest now, in your corpse God's embrace," Raxor said as he raised his scythe. And then the void screamed. The walls of the Leviathan rippled. Lights exploded. Gravity failed. A low, resonating hum echoed through every vessel in space. The Ultramarines' battle barges, the remnants of the Necron fleet, the torn carcass of the Vengeance Eternal, everything. Time shuddered, reality twisted, then it pulled. An unseen force, immense and incomprehensible, gripped every ship like a child grasping toys. The tear in space, the wound they had fought over. No longer a passive anomaly, it opened hungrily, like the gaping maw of something ancient and alive. Green lightning arced from Necron pylons as auto-reactive protocols kicked in. Void shields flared across ultramarine hulls. Crews screamed over Vox channels, issuing last-minute course corrections, power reroutes, prayers. But it was too late. Agamemnon and Raxor both looked up, not at each other, but at the very walls of the universe collapsing. In one deafening, blinding instant, everything was pulled into the breach. The Leviathan, the surviving battle barges, Raxor's command ship, even fragments of ruined vessels, all vanished into the maw. Silence returned to the void. The tear pulsed once, then shrank, and was gone. 68. The Imperium arrives. Maximus. Gazing out into the vast, star-strewn expanse, Maximus stood silent inside the hangar. For a moment, everything was still, until reality tore itself asunder. With a thunderous wrench, space itself split apart before his eyes. A massive rift yawned open like a wound in the galaxy, and from it emerged a brutal storm of metal and wreckage. 4 mighty battle barges surged forward, followed closely by a shattered, drifting wreck. But behind them came the real threat. Tomb ships. Countless Necron vessels spilled through the rift as though spat from the mouth of a cosmic beast. All the ships tumbled chaotically, graceless and uncontrolled. The void echoed with their silent descent as they plummeted toward the dusty world of Geonosis below. "By the Emperor," Maximus breathed, his voice tight with awe and fury. He turned sharply to Bo-Katan, who had frozen mid-step, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Deploy the Legion," he barked. Then, without hesitation, he threw himself through the energy field that separated the hangar from the void, his massive frame swallowed by the darkness of space. "Shit," Bo-Katan hissed, snapping out of her daze. She pivoted on her heel, bolting toward the command center. "Azure Talons, deploy. Now." Outside, Maximus rocketed toward Geonosis, his towering form clad in the heavily modified Centurion battlesuit. Over the long years, stranded in this strange universe, he had allowed the Pyro Drakes to tinker with his armor, especially Raxa, whose mechanical genius had transformed it into a work of deadly art. Now, that ingenuity paid off. The suit's reinforced thruster pack roared to life, several newly added propulsion units unfolding from his back like wings of fire. Accelerating through the chaotic debris field, he moved like a meteor through the void. The Necrons were the first to recover. Some of their ships stabilized and realigned mid-fall, green energy crackling as weapons powered up. Doom scythes and night shrouds spread out like vultures, opening fire on anything that moved in their vicinity, sowing chaos amidst the wreckage. Maximus didn't flinch. With a thought, a massive blade unfolded from his right gauntlet, its edge humming with energy. He angled his descent and tore through the blackness, closing in on an unsuspecting doom scythe. In a flash of steel and fury, he cleaved the ship clean in half, the two smoldering pieces spinning away into the void behind him. He didn't stop to watch it explode. He hurtled through the void, scraps streaking past as the chaos of the unfolding battle consumed the space above Geonosis. All around him, ships spiraled out of control, their systems torn apart by the transit through the rift. Wreckage spun in every direction, a lethal ballet of steel and fire. The Tomb Fleet had begun to reorient. Sleek, curved vessels shifted from drift to precision, stabilizing with inhuman efficiency. Green lightning flickered, arcing through the debris fields as they brought their weapons online mid-fall. The void became a war zone, silent, beautiful, and utterly deadly. With the modified Centurion suit screaming at maximum output, his thrusters flared like miniature suns. He veered hard, slamming into a cluster of Necron warriors who had been ejected from a broken transport. Their metallic forms shattered as he spun through them, his blade a blinding arc of cerulean energy. A doom scythe banked sharply above him, lining up for an attack run on a crippled Imperial ship struggling to stabilize its descent. Maximus surged forward, angling his flight to intercept. He ignited his blade, let the momentum carry him, and carved the scythe from nose to stern, watching it rupture into drifting shards behind him. Shrapnel rained around him, pinging off the armor as he stabilized himself with a burst of his thrusters. Ahead, another group of Necron constructs latched onto a free-falling Thunderhawk, crawling like parasites across its hull, attempting to breach through emergency bulkheads. Not on his watch. The Ultramarine activated his maglocks and slammed into the ship's side. With brutal efficiency, he tore through the constructs, ripping one clean off and flinging it into the void before punching another through the hull. The ship's crew barely had time to react before his form rocketed away again, leaving only broken bodies and scorched metal in his wake. Around him, the battle barges began to right themselves, their thrusters firing as drop pods launched in waves towards Geonosis. Thunderhawks streaked down into the atmosphere, carving burning trails behind them. The battle was shifting, but the enemy wasn't finished. Necron ships activated in sync, forming a loose formation that hovered across the void like ancient sentinels. Their weapons glowed with crackling green energy, targeting descending Imperial ships with ruthless precision. Maximus locked eyes on them through his HUD. The Centurion's thruster arrays flared with a deafening roar as Maximus shot forward, a spear of vengeance ripping through space. He dodged between chunks of shattered starships, twisted metal and broken glass whipping past him. The tomb ships loomed, their weapons ready to fire. But he struck first. With a war cry that echoed across the void, Maximus drove his blade into the heart of the first craft, carving through its armor and detonating its core in a blinding burst of green fire. He tumbled out the other side, smoke trailing from his armor, then fired another burst to steady himself as the second ship opened fire. Bolts of Gorse energy seared past him, one grazing his shoulder plate. Damage warnings blinked red across his visor, but he didn't slow down. For every Imperium ship falling toward the surface, he would carve a path. For every Necron that dared to rise, he would strike them down. The gravity well of Geonosis pulled harder now. Maximus could feel it even through the Centurion's inertial dampeners. The steady tug of the planet below, the thinning edge of void giving way to turbulent upper atmosphere. The stars above began to fade behind plumes of re-entry fire, and the once silent war became a storm of flame and fury. The first of the smaller ships, frigates, strike cruisers, and broken escort vessels from each side, began to falter. Their engines sputtered, guidance systems corrupted from the warp breach jump. Trails of black smoke and plasma followed them as they were torn apart by atmospheric friction or slammed directly into the dusty surface below in cataclysmic explosions. Fireballs blossomed across the barren landscape, and from orbit it looked as though the planet itself had begun to bleed. One by one, Imperial ships and Necron vessels alike became falling wreckage. Maximus spun through the chaos, carving past a tumbling Predator tank that had been flung from a drop platform. He twisted mid-flight, raising his arm to intercept a Necron Canoptech wraith that lunged toward him like a coiled serpent. The energy blade roared to life, and he bisected it cleanly, its halves trailing sparks as they fell towards the planet, swallowed by the growing fires below. Ahead, a Necron scythe spiraled out of control, its thrusters long dead. It slammed into a descending Imperial Valkyrie, both ships disintegrating in a flash of metal and light. As if on cue, the Avenger of Calth, one of the Ultramarines' surviving battle barges, stabilized in low orbit. Its retro thrusters blazed, leveling it out above the largest canyon on Geonosis. Macro cannons rotated into position and gun batteries roared to life, painting the skies below with streaks of firepower. The Necron flagship, a crescent-shaped vessel the size of a city, tried to mirror the maneuver but failed and eventually slammed into the sands of Geonosis. Below them, the mid-tier ships fought for control. Some slammed into the planet as well, exploding into burning craters. Others skidded along the surface, throwing up waves of dust and flame. Screams and garbled cries for aid flooded the Imperial Voxnet. Maximus saw a Thunderhawk spiraling out of control, fire bursting from its side. Without a second thought, he redirected course and blasted toward it, catching the hull mid-fall and gripping the wing hard enough to tear it straight. His thrusters screamed as he slowed its descent, guiding it toward a patch of rocky terrain away from the worst of the chaos. The Thunderhawk struck ground hard, but it slid rather than shattered. Maximus hit the surface seconds later, a crater forming where his boots touched down. The Centurion's suit hissed, releasing steam from its overloaded joints. Alarms buzzed in his HUD, but he shut them out. Behind him, Necron constructs rained down like falling stars. Monoliths, doomsday arcs, and swarms of scarabs descending in synchronized waves before exploding as they landed. Above, the battle barges and capital ships hovered protectively, unleashing orbital strikes, targeting anything with Necron signatures. The surface burned, the sky bled, and through it all, Maximus stood, scarred but unbroken. He looked to the heavens as drop pods began to punch through the clouds, slamming into the earth around him like thunderbolts. "Lord?" Bo-Katan's voice crackled through the Voxnet, strained but steady. "I'm still here," Maximus replied, his voice like distant thunder. He could feel her relief even through the cold distortion of the channel. "Drop the pod on my location." A pause, then her voice, resolute. "Very well, Lord." Seconds later, the heavens answered. A massive drop pod pierced the cloud layer above like a meteor, flames wreathing its form as it screamed toward the surface. It crashed into the earth with a thunderous boom, shaking the ground and sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Dust and shrapnel flew into the air as the pod buried itself in the scorched soil, just beyond the smoldering wreck of the Thunderhawk. Maximus activated his thrusters and launched himself forward, his armored form cutting through the smoke like a blade. He landed just as the pod began to hiss and release steam from its internal pressure. With a heavy clank, the side panels exploded outward, slamming into the ground and revealing the payload within. An arsenal worthy of a god of war. Rows of custom-forged weapons gleamed in the firelight, secured in reinforced racks, tools of destruction designed only for one wielder. Maximus stepped forward, his heavy footfalls echoing in the stillness between bombardments. With deliberate reverence, he reached out and took hold of the massive shield with his left hand. Its surface bore the sigil of the Ultramarines, scorched and carved deep into plates of adamantium and reinforced Beskar. A field emitter along its rim flickered to life, surrounding the shield in a faint halo of blue energy. Then he turned to the hammer. The warhammer, named Judicator, rested in its cradle like a sleeping beast. Forged from pure Beskar and tempered by Raxor, it was a weapon worthy of legend. Its haft alone was thicker than a man's torso, and the head bore runes etched by his brother. Fitted to its back was a thruster unit, more akin to a rocket than a booster, built to deliver crushing kinetic force when activated. No mortal could lift it. No battle brother outside a centurion frame could even carry it. Maximus wrapped his gauntleted fingers around the haft and lifted it with ease. As he turned back toward the battlefield, the wind howled around him. Above, the sky burned with fire and descent. Necron and Imperial ships still falling, still fighting for dominance in the broken void above. The warhammer locked into his gauntlet with a heavy thunk. The shield activated fully, casting a radiant shimmer as it formed an impenetrable field. He stood framed in smoke and flame, a living monument to war. "Bo-Katan," he said through the vox, voice low and focused. "Yes, Lord?" "I'm heading into the dead zone. Signal the Talons to follow. Tell them to lock in for a long fight." "Acknowledged, all wings converging on your signal." Maximus glanced to the horizon. There, silhouetted against the rising dust, a wave of Necron constructs advanced through the wreckage, silent, unyielding, endless. He rolled his shoulders. The Centurion's suit flexed with a mechanical growl. "Time to make the ground tremble." And with that, he charged. 69th attack of the Adeptus Astartes. Nira Iki. As Sebastian was hurled out of the arena by Grandmaster Yoda's powerful force push, Nira rushed to Anakin's side, helping him steady Padme as she stumbled to her feet. The chaos of the battle raged around them, blaster bolts flashing, lightsabers clashing, and the roar of distant beasts echoing across the stone walls. Before Nira could speak, a fellow Jedi sprinted past, tossing her a pair of lightsabers. She caught them with practiced ease, their weight familiar in her hands. Without hesitation, she ignited one and sliced cleanly through the binders around Anakin's wrists. Sparks flared as the metal restraints fell away. Then, without waiting for thanks, she used the second blade to sever her own shackles. The cuffs dropped into the sand, and Nira launched herself into the fray, spinning her saber in a blur of light as she joined the fight, her focus sharp and resolve unwavering. The air was thick with smoke, dust, and the electric hiss of dying circuitry. Nira surged into the heart of the melee, ducking under a sweep from a super battle droid's arm cannon just in time. The bolt sizzled over her head, melting the stone where it struck. These upgraded droids were stronger, their plasma weapons more volatile than standard blasters, deadly even against lightsaber-wielding Jedi. To her left, clone troopers in white armor advanced in formation, their rifles barking as they laid down suppressive fire. The Jedi fought in fluid motion beside them, weaving through the storm of chaos with practiced grace. But the battlefield was far from orderly. A sharp hiss and thundering boom drew Nira's attention upward as a squad of Mandalorians jetpacked in from above, their armor painted black. They opened fire indiscriminately on clones, droids, and Jedi alike. Blue plasma bolts rained down from their rifles, turning the battlefield into a three-way brawl. Nira deflected a shot aimed at her head, spinning and slicing clean through the torso of an advancing battle droid. She gritted her teeth, ducked behind a fallen column, and tried to make sense of the chaos. "Anakin," she called out through the smoke, waving him and the senator over towards cover. Before Anakin could respond, a Mandalorian slammed down near Nira, vibro blade flashing. She barely brought her saber up in time to parry the strike. The Mandalorian pressed in with brutal strength, forcing her back. Sparks screamed from her saber as it clashed against the Mandalorian's vibro blade. The warrior was relentless, armor-clad, visor dark and unreadable. He struck again and again, hammering at her defenses with brutal precision. She gritted her teeth and dropped low, pivoting on her heel. With a flash of silver and green light, she swept the Mandalorian's legs out from under him and drove her saber down into his chest plate. The metal buckled under the heat and weight of the strike, and he went still. She exhaled sharply, heart pounding. There was no time to think. Another droid opened fire from behind her. Nira spun, raising her lightsaber just in time to absorb the bolt, though the plasma's heat burned her arm even through the force. "Hold that line," came the barked command of a clone officer over the comms. "Push them back. Section 4 is falling." A moment later, Anakin and Padme came into view, sprinting from cover with blaster fire trailing them. Anakin was carving through droids like a whirlwind. Padme, dirt-smudged and fierce, fired her blaster with dead aim, dropping two B-2 droids with multiple precise shots to the head. "Nearer," Anakin shouted, ducking beside her behind a chunk of broken pillar. "They've overrun the gunships. Yoda's trying to regroup Jedi to the south entrance." An explosion tore through the far wall of the arena. Dust and flame belched outward as a Republic gunship went up in a fireball. The shockwave sent clone troopers flying and staggered the two Jedi off their feet. Through the haze, she spotted a Mandalorian with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher taking aim at another ship. "I've got him," she growled, leaping into the air. She flipped over a pair of battle droids mid-flight, slicing one apart and landing hard in the sand beside the Mando. He turned to face her, rocket launching with a loud whoosh. But she slashed upward, cleaving the rocket in mid-air. The explosion lit the sky above her in brilliant orange, and the blast flung them both backward. She landed hard, ears ringing. The Mandalorian was getting back to his feet when a blue lightsaber streaked in from the side and took him down. From their new vantage point, they could see the battlefield more clearly. Smoke drifted in curtains across the arena. Dozens of Jedi were still fighting, some alone, others in small groups surrounded by droids. Clone gunships strafed overhead, returning fire, but many had been brought down by Mando rockets or plasma turrets. It was a battlefield on fire, and no one had control. "We've got to fall back to Yoda's position," Neera said. Padme joined them, panting, her blaster low. "Then we'd better move now. There's more of them coming." Neera turned toward the south gate. The corridor was choked with smoke and laser fire, but it was their only path out. She and Anakin took the lead, lightsabers raised, slicing a path through the droids as the three of them pushed forward. They were within sight of the archway, freedom just ahead, when a deep metallic howl split the sky. Fwoom! A massive impact rocked the ground, stone cracked, dust exploded upward. A drop pod, larger than anything Neera had ever seen, slammed down before the exit like the fist of a god. The sheer force of the landing sent battle droids flying and crushed some beneath the impact. With a hiss of pressurized air and the clank of metal, the pod's doors blasted outward in a cloud of steam. From within, giants emerged, hulking warriors clad in cobalt blue ceramite, their armor etched with gold trim and the insignia of a white U on their shoulder plates. "For the Emperor," the Ultramarines bellowed, their voice amplified like thunder. Bolters barked, explosive rounds tore into the droid ranks with terrifying efficiency, blowing apart even super battle droids in bursts of molten metal and limbs. One of the Ultramarines leveled a melter cannon and fired. An entire squad of droids vanished in a pulse of white-hot light. "Ultramarines?" Padme asked, eyes wide. A chainsword revved, screaming like a beast, as another Ultramarine waded into the fray, carving through droids with brutish, mechanical strikes. The Mandalorians turned, and a triumphant roar tore through their ranks. Neera took a cautious step forward, still stunned by what she saw. "We need to leave now," she said, grabbing Padme by the wrist and yanking her towards one of the ships about to take off. The Republic gunship roared to life beneath them as they entered, its engines straining as it lifted off from the shattered arena floor. Inside, Neera slumped against the durasteel wall, sabers deactivated but still clenched in her fists. Anakin sat beside her, sweat-streaked and smirking through bruises, while Padme caught her breath across from them, gaze locked on the chaos outside. The bay doors slid open for a moment, letting in the roar of battle, and a view none of them would ever forget. Geonosis was aflame. Where once there had been only sand, stone, and separatist strongholds, the sky now boiled with fire. Enormous battle barges, impossibly massive, Gothic in design, bristling with weaponry and pulsing shields, hung low in the atmosphere like floating cathedrals of war. Their broadside cannons unleashed planet-cracking fury, each blast hammering the surface with the force of a meteor strike. Great towers of flame and smoke rose wherever their wrath touched down. Squads of Thunderhawks streaked through the haze, deploying more Ultramarines into the thick of the fighting. Dreadnoughts marched across the plains in the distance, each step shaking the very bones of the world. Neera stood slowly, moving to the edge of the open bay door. The force of the wind whipped at her cloak, but she couldn't look away. "They're not just reinforcements," she murmured. "They're an entire army made of war." But then, beyond the hellstorm of artillery and fire, something else stirred. The strange green glowing ships. Pale green energy lanced upward from the massive crescent-shaped vessel beyond the primary separatist lines, striking a battle barge. The massive ship spiraled, trailing smoke before crashing into the dust. Figures began to emerge from the otherworldly vessels, sleek skeletal forms glowing from within with an unnatural light. Silent, unhurried, death-given form, they marched in perfect formation, untouched by fear or chaos, phasing through stone and flame alike. Where they walked, the ground seemed to decay, life itself retreating in their presence. Neera frowned. "What are those?" Padme stepped beside her, voice quiet. "Droids." "No," Neera whispered. Anakin's jaw clenched. "Another faction. Another enemy." One of the Ultramarine ships above was hit by a blast of green energy so massive it carved through its void shields like paper. The explosion lit the sky. Even the Imperium's war machines were not invincible. As the transport banked away toward the safety of the Republic lines, the battlefield below continued to change. Republic walkers and clone troopers retreated from the front as Mandalorians regrouped. Separatist droids and Republic forces now found themselves between two new, terrifying forces, caught in a war far beyond anything they'd prepared for. Sebastian. "Damn," Sebastian growled, voice rough as gravel. He shoved aside a slab of broken rock, dislodging debris and chunks of ceramite from his battered form. Dust swirled in the air, tinged with smoke and the scent of ozone. Blood, his own and not, ran in thin rivulets from the rents in his armor. The Black Templar had blacked out after the little green goblin had hurled him like a broken toy. The impact had knocked the world from his vision, and only now was the pain returning with clarity. He forced himself upright, gritting his teeth as his joints protested. His left gauntlet hung useless, little more than ruined metal and shattered servos. With a grimace, he tore it off and cast it aside. The chest plate followed, half melted and scorched, barely clinging to his body. He breathed in the acrid air through his broken helmet, chest rising and falling with mechanical rhythm, and surveyed the battlefield. The sky was a hellish panorama of falling stars. Imperial and Necron ships plummeted from orbit, burning as they breached the atmosphere, raining death in fiery arcs. To his right, a Thunderhawk had crash-landed amidst the ruins of a shattered mountainside. Its fuselage was torn open, flames licking at its side. The crash had turned the ground into a graveyard. Scattered bodies of guardsmen, torn apart mid-flight, and broken Astartes lay strewn around the smouldering wreck. His boots crunched over shattered stone as he approached the wreckage. The Black Templar's gaze fell upon one of the fallen, a lone Ultramarine, pinned beneath a jagged spear of plasteel that had pierced through his torso. His armor was caked in soot and blood, his helmet removed, cradled in one hand. His other arm trembled weakly at his side. Sebastian moved toward him, resetting his dislocated shoulder with a wet pop and a grunt of pain. He dropped to one knee beside his cousin. "Cousin," the Ultramarine choked out, voice like wind over a broken voxcaster. Blood flecked his lips. "Rest, cousin," Sebastian said, resting a hand lightly on the dying man's chest plate. "Help will be here shortly." The Ultramarine gave a weak smile. "Don't lie to me. Black Templar. No one is coming." Sebastian didn't answer. There was no need. The silence around them spoke loudly enough, the quiet that follows a massacre, broken only by the crackling of fire and the distant thunder of falling warships. "Just make sure they receive the proper rites," the Ultramarine said, voice barely audible now as his eyes drifted over his fallen brothers. "I will. You have my word," Sebastian said, his voice low, resolute. The Ultramarine's eyes turned back to him. A flicker of peace crossed his features. "Then, go now. I go to rest in the Emperor's embrace." Sebastian held his gaze until the light in the Ultramarine's eyes faded. He stayed there a moment longer, head bowed in reverence. Then he reached up and gently closed the man's eyes, whispering a quiet benediction in High Gothic. "May your soul be judged worthy," May your deeds echo in the halls of terror. The Emperor protects. The Black Templar stood, shoulders squared despite the pain, and turned his gaze to the rest of the dead. The low whine of jetpacks pierced the smoky air, followed by the roar of thrusters as dark armored figures descended from the ashen sky. Sebastian turned, watching as a squad of obsidian crusaders landed in a staggered formation, kicking up dust and debris around them. At their head was Jarek. "Lord," Jarek called, rushing forward the moment his boots hit solid ground. "I'm glad to see you're still standing." "As am I, Jarek," Sebastian replied, still looking out across the battlefield. "What happened after I was thrown from the Colosseum?" Jarek's expression darkened as he spoke. The fighting continued. More Astartes began falling from orbit. They came down like fire from the heavens. The Colosseum didn't stand a chance. They overwhelmed the droids in minutes, tore through them like wet parchment. "And the Jedi?" Sebastian asked, narrowing his eyes. "They fled. Most of the Republic forces pulled back once the slaughter began. Took to their transports, headed to reinforce other zones, I assume." Jarek's voice held a trace of disdain. Sebastian's jaw tightened. "And the sorcerer?" Jarek nodded grimly. "He fled as well, Lord. Coward didn't stay to face the fury he stirred. We spotted a cruiser escaping to the east. Could be him." The Mandalorian captain reached behind his back, unclipping a long, cloth-wrapped object from his magnetic harness. "I picked this up," he said, unwrapping the cloth with care to reveal Sebastian's weapon. The massive blackened blade etched with Templar runes and blood-grooved for war. The sword had seen centuries of battle and bore the scars proudly. Sebastian accepted it with something close to reverence. His hand closed around the hilt, and the blade hummed with faint power as it recognized its master once more. He looked it over in silence, then turned his gaze to the 10 crusaders standing at ready behind Jarek. Silent, disciplined, waiting for orders. He took one last look at the field of the dead behind him. "Come," he said, voice low, steeled with purpose. "Glory awaits." He rested the blade across his shoulder. "We have a sorcerer to kill. 70th, indomitable will of an Adeptus Astartes." Maximus. Maximus thundered across the scorched battlefield, each step a quake that rattled the cracked ground beneath him. Dust and fire swirled around his towering form. The first wave of Necron warriors met him like a tide of metal death. He smashed into them without slowing, the shield folding them into broken heaps with a single explosive impact. His momentum carried him forward as he brought the warhammer down in a colossal overhead strike. The ground cracked open like dry bone, shockwaves radiating outward as Necron bodies were hurled skyward, shattered into fragments of dull metal and crumbling necrodermis. Maximus roared, the sound amplified through the suit's Vox amplifiers into a primal bellow that shook the wreckage around him. They came at him from every side, immortals firing gorse blasts, scarabs skittering across the sand, heavy constructs like the Triarch Stalkers thundering forward with heavy particle lances glowing green. Maximus answered with fire. With a flex of his right gauntlet, a stormbolter snapped into position and spat death into the oncoming swarms from his forearm. High-caliber rounds tore through scarabs and warriors alike, leaving molten holes in their armor. Green lightning arced toward him in retaliation, but the Centurion's shield absorbed the brunt of it, the energy dispersing in a crackling halo across its surface. A Triarch Stalker loomed ahead, targeting him with a tracking beam. The Ultramarine didn't give it the chance. He activated the thruster unit on the Judicator with a deep mechanical whine, and launched himself forward in a controlled rocket charge. The hammer struck the Stalker square in the center mass with the force of an orbital strike, pulverizing its torso and sending its legs flying in opposite directions. The shattered remnants tumbled away, twitching feebly in the dust. The Centurion battlesuit shifted seamlessly to adapt to the battlefield chaos. Targeting runes blinked across his HUD, dozens of enemies closing in. He toggled the auxiliary loadout. A missile rack slid from his back with a mechanical clack, and Maximus launched a salvo without breaking stride. Explosive warheads shrieked outward, detonating among clusters of Necron constructs, sending limbs and torsos spiraling through the air in incandescent fireballs. Still they came, a Lich-Guard phalanx formed up ahead, towering Necron elite clad in heavy armor, brandishing shimmering war scythes. They advanced in perfect synchronization, utterly silent, utterly remorseless. Maximus grinned beneath his helmet. He surged forward, hammer spinning into a wide arc that slammed into the first line, snapping shields and sending bodies hurtling backward. He caught a war scythe swing with his shield, deflecting the blow, then retaliated with a brutal shield bash that crushed his enemy into the dirt with a wet crunch of crumpling metal. One of the Lich-Guard leapt for him, faster than expected. Maximus released Judicator for a split second, let it spin free on its maglock tether as it hit the ground and caught the Necron mid-air with both hands. He wrenched the machine apart with raw, augmented strength, tearing it limb from limb like a beast dismantling prey. Tossing the ruined halves aside, he reclaimed his hammer with a pull and pressed onward. The battlefield around him had become a hellscape. Drop pods rained down like steel meteors, their impact blasts flattening the sands. The Azure Talons had arrived, squadrons of sleek, modified Mandalorian jetpacks flaring as they swept into the fray. Bo-Katan's voice barked orders over the shared Voxnet, her warriors moving in disciplined formations to support the hundreds of Ultramarines in their brutal advance. Maximus ducked under a Gorse blast that would have vaporized a lesser soldier, then hurled his hammer with devastating precision. It spun through the air like a comet, slamming into a Canoptech spider and severing its legs before returning to his hand with a satisfying thunk. Flashes of green and blue lit the ruined world around him. Each hammer strike shook the earth, each shield blow shattered ranks. But even as he carved through the enemy, Maximus caught movement on the edge of the battlefield. A brutal clash amidst the ruins of one of the battle barges. Through the swirling dust and fire, two figures locked in desperate combat. One was Captain Agamemnon of the Ultramarines, his once pristine armor scorched and torn by the crash. His right pauldron hung by a thread, his helmet was gone, and blood streamed from a gash across his forehead. He fought with grim tenacity, his power sword flickering with dying energy, but his strikes were labored, sluggish, as if his arm was broken. Facing him was Anrakir the Traveler, the infamous Necron overlord, his skeletal frame cracked and sparking, one arm dragging uselessly at his side. His war scythe, however, still gleamed deadly, and each sweeping strike forced Agamemnon to retreat another step, as his arm was slowly repaired. Maximus could see it clearly, even from a distance. Agamemnon was losing. The captain parried another vicious blow, barely deflecting it off the battered remains of his sword. Anrakir responded with a brutal pommel strike, smashing Agamemnon across the face with enough force to send him sprawling into the dirt. The Ultramarine struggled to rise. Anrakir advanced, slow and methodical, the ancient warrior savoring the kill. His war scythe raised high for the final strike, blue lightning crackling along its length. Maximus burst forward. He triggered a full burn from his thrusters, the Centurion suit roaring like an unleashed storm as he hurtled across the battlefield toward them. Debris and wreckage whipped past him, Necron warriors diving for cover too late to stop the incoming juggernaut. Agamemnon looked up, dazed, his mouth a grimace as he tried to rise. Maximus's warhammer blazed with power as he swung it in a two-handed arc, intercepting Anrakir's killing blow in mid-air. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, blasting dust and debris outward in a furious halo. Anrakir staggered back, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. Maximus planted himself between the Overlord and his wounded brother, shield raised, hammer poised, a wall of adamantium, beskar, and fury. For a heartbeat, the battlefield froze around them. Only the crackle of damaged circuits and the distant rumble of orbital bombardments punctuated the silence. Anrakir tilted his head, studying this new opponent with cold, mechanical curiosity. Sparks hissed from a split across his ribcage, but already thin tendrils of blue energy began knitting the damage back together, fleshless bones realigning with unnatural clicks. Maximus surged forward first, hammer raised high. Judicator descended like a falling star, raw kinetic might behind the swing. Anrakir shifted subtly, inhumanly fast, the war scythe coming up at an impossible angle. The two weapons collided in a burst of light and force, the shockwave blasting nearby wreckage into the air. Maximus recoiled a half-step, feeling the raw power behind the Necron's counter. Before he could re-engage, Agamemnon was at his side, roaring a battle cry and plunging his sword toward Anrakir's midsection. The Necron overlord pivoted, letting the blade scrape harmlessly across his carapace. With almost lazy precision, Anrakir lashed out, the butt of his war scythe smashing into Agamemnon's side. The Ultramarine captain crumpled, coughing blood, but Maximus seized the moment. With a howl of fury, he hammered his shield into Anrakir's chest, driving him back step after grinding step. The Overlord dug his clawed feet into the soil, servos shrieking as he resisted the assault, before abruptly sidestepping with blinding speed. Maximus stumbled past, only a fraction, but it was enough. The traveler struck like a serpent, his war scythe sliced across Maximus's left pauldron, shearing through the layered armor and scoring deep into the ceramite beneath. Alarms howled in his HUD. He gritted his teeth and spun back, hammer leading. For a moment it was a true clash of gods. Hammer met scythe, shield met claw, blow after blow rained down, each impact sending shockwaves that shook the ruined earth around them. Maximus fought like a man possessed, every move driven by centuries of war, but Anrakir was not a creature of flesh and fatigue. He adapted, he healed. Wounds that Maximus inflicted closed before his eyes, broken armor plates reforming, shattered limbs realigning with hideous efficiency. The Necron Overlord's systems sang with regenerative protocols beyond anything humanity could mimic. And then the tide turned. Anrakir fainted high, and Maximus raised his shield to block, only for the war scythe to whip low, slicing clean through one of the Centurion suit's auxiliary thruster arrays. The explosion hurled Maximus backward, slamming him into a cratered rock face with bone-jarring force. Before the Ultramarine could recover, Anrakir pivoted and descended upon Agamemnon. The captain struggled to rise, his sword barely lifting to parry, but the Necron was merciless. A savage backhand shattered Agamemnon's forearm guard, sending his sword clattering to the ground. Another blow drove him to his knees, and a third, delivered with surgical brutality, sent Agamemnon sprawling onto his back, gasping for breath. Maximus roared and launched himself from the crater, slamming shoulder first into Anrakir. Both titans crashed into the ground in a tangled mass of metal and fury. They wrestled, brutal and raw, no finesse left. Maximus hammered his fists against the Necron's head, denting the ornate helm, but Anrakir retaliated with vicious precision, driving his armored knee into Maximus's side, fracturing reinforced rib plating. They separated, each rising slowly, Maximus with ragged breath and grinding servos, Anrakir with eerie mechanical calm. Agamemnon crawled toward his fallen sword, dragging himself through the dirt, but Anrakir moved first. With pitiless efficiency, he stamped down on Agamemnon's hand, shattering bones beneath his foot. The captain cried out, but Anrakir only pressed harder, grinding the shattered remains into the blood-soaked soil. Maximus burst forward, Judicator roaring in his grip. Anrakir met him, faster than a machine had any right to be. The war scythe flashed again, and this time Maximus wasn't fast enough. The blade bit deep into his side, through armor, through flesh. Pain unlike any he had felt in centuries lanced through him, almost severing his lower torso. Maximus stumbled, blood flooding the interior of his suit. Anrakir followed, relentless. A downward strike shattered Maximus's shield, the force of it wrenching the massive bulwark from his arm and sending it tumbling into the dirt. Another slash sheared away his left vambrace, exposing blackened ceramite and sparking cables. Maximus reeled. Agamemnon, half-conscious, tried to rise again, only to be kicked brutally aside, his armor caving in with a sickening crunch. Maximus forced himself upright, gripping Judicator two-handed now. He met Anrakir's burning blue gaze with pure defiance. "You will die," Maximus growled, blood dripping from his cracked lips. The traveler said nothing. He only raised his war scythe again, a silent executioner. Maximus roared and charged. The hammer swung, but too slow, too heavy. Anrakir sidestepped and drove the butt of his scythe into Maximus's knee joint. With a screech of metal and a burst of sparks, the leg gave way, and Maximus collapsed to one knee. Another strike, this time across the head, sent Maximus sprawling, vision blurring, alarms screaming warnings he no longer had time to heed. Through the haze, he saw Agamemnon still moving, still trying to rise, still defying death. Maximus gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into the broken earth, forcing himself upright. One last time, Judicator dragged behind him now, too heavy for even his augmented strength to wield properly. His armor leaked coolant and blood in equal measure. His HUD flickered, failing. But he stood. Anrakir approached, slow and terrible. Maximus took a single, limping step forward and raised Judicator in defiance. "Come on then," he rasped. The Overlord advanced, his tread a slow and terrible drumbeat of inevitability. Maximus stumbled forward, dragging Judicator up in a final act of defiance. But the Necron was too fast. With a shriek of tortured servos, Anrakir swung his scythe in a blurring arc. Not to kill, but to hook. The war scythe's shaft caught under Maximus's right pauldron, and with a wrenching heave, Anrakir ripped him from the wreckage of his centurion suit. The world inverted. Maximus slammed into the ground like a meteor, the impact so violent that his already battered armor cracked open along the spine and shoulders. Something in his chest gave way with a wet, tearing sound. He tasted blood, hot and metallic, flooding his throat. He had no time to recover. Anrakir loomed over him, blue war scythe raised high. The blade came down, aimed directly for his head. Instinct alone saved him. At the last possible moment, Maximus twisted, barely. The war scythe's blade sliced clean through his left cheek, parting flesh, muscle and bone with horrifying ease. His helmet split apart along the seam, the HUD shattering into useless fragments. Blood sprayed across the ground as Maximus cried out, a raw animal sound of agony. But he lived. For now. Anrakir wrenched the blade free, pausing for only a moment as the battlefield shook with new forces entering the fray. The Ultramarines descended like a storm, armored warriors crashing into the lines of Necrons who had formed a perimeter around the battle. Azure Talons rallied behind them, shouting oaths of vengeance. It didn't matter. Anrakir's gaze never left Maximus. He lifted one massive foot and stomped down, driving his heel into Maximus's chest. The sound of ribs shattering echoed over the battlefield, wet, sharp, final. Maximus gasped, his vision fracturing into shards of pain as his body convulsed beneath the crushing weight. He was finished, incapacitated, barely conscious, pinned beneath the uncaring heel of an ancient, unstoppable monster. Only then did Anrakir turn away, his war scythe dripping with Maximus's blood. The mixed forces charged, howling for blood, and they died screaming. Anrakir moved through them like a living scythe, every sweep of his weapon a clean, perfect execution. Marines fell by the dozen, their armor no match for the phase-fielded edge of the war scythe. Heads rolled, limbs were severed, blood and oil rained onto the battered earth as the Necrons tore them apart. A pair of talons tried to flank Anrakir, one firing plasma, the other charging with a vibro blade. Anrakir bisected them both in a single fluid movement. Ultramarines pushed forward, determined to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, but Anrakir's systems sang with ancient hatred, predicting every shot, every blow. He danced through bolter fire and blaster fire alike, retaliating with mechanical grace and overwhelming power. One of the Terminators lunged at the Traveler, a crackling power fist aimed for the Overlord's skull. He never reached him. Anrakir impaled him mid-leap, lifting the thrashing Space Marine into the air like a broken puppet, before discarding him without a second glance. The battlefield became a butcher's yard. Blood soaked into the churned earth. Ceramite, Beskar, and flesh were torn apart. The sons of Guilliman and the fierce Mandalorians fell alike, their valor meaningless before the ancient might of the Traveler. Through it all, Maximus could only watch, trapped beneath his own ruined body, helpless as his brothers died around him. His vision blurred, fading in and out with each ragged breath. Above him, Anrakir stopped, the war scythe dripping crimson, and surveyed the battlefield before looking back at the two dying Ultramarines. Maximus coughed wetly, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the shattered ground as Anrakir turned away from him. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat of agony in his ears. He tried, Emperor, he tried to move, to lift Judicator from where it had fallen just beyond his reach. His fingers scraped weakly against the broken earth, armor servos grinding uselessly. Around him, the world descended into a symphony of death. The azure talons hit the Necron Overlord in waves, their formation a textbook maneuver, converging angles of fire, thunderous shock charges aimed to stagger even a Tomb Lord. It didn't matter. Anrakir moved through them like a storm-given form, each sweep of his war scythe a blur of blue-lit death. An Ultramarine sergeant led another charge, screaming a prayer to the Emperor as he unleashed a full magazine of bolter shells point blank. Anrakir barely turned. He caught the Ultramarine's hand, crushed the gauntlet and wrist into bloody ruin, and with a twist of inhuman strength, ripped the Marine's arm clean off at the shoulder. The sergeant fell backward, spraying blood, his scream choked off as Anrakir impaled him through the chest with a lazy thrust. Maximus watched, vision blurring. More talons tried to press the attack, desperate. One hurled a melter bomb, praying the searing fire would do what bolters could not. Anrakir simply swept it aside with his scythe and emerged untouched. He retaliated with a single swing, cutting down 4 warriors in one horrifying, effortless motion. Their broken bodies crashed to the ground in pieces, smoking and twitching. A knot of Ultramarines flanked the traveler and formed a shield wall around Captain Agamemnon, dragging the wounded officer back, shields interlocked, firing in tight volleys. Maximus's heart surged weakly with hope. Anrakir strode toward them without pause. The first shield-bearer braced, absorbing 3 staggering blows against his storm shield, each hit making him stumble a step backward. The 4th blow cut through shield, arm and chest with such force that it split the Marine from shoulder to hip, the bisected halves collapsing in opposite directions. The traveler swept into them like a reaper in a field of wheat as he killed them all save for Agamemnon, letting him watch as he killed his men. Blaster bolts ricocheted uselessly off his living metal hide. A Mandalorian with a jetpack fired straight down at the Overlord from above. Anrakir caught him mid-flight, crushed his chest inward, and hurled the broken corpse through a squad of Ultramarines with the casual indifference of a god discarding a mortal toy. The air stank of ozone, blood, and burning flesh. Maximus writhed, trying to rise. His left arm hung limp, shattered at the shoulder. His legs refused to respond, nerve damage severing his mind's commands before they could be obeyed. Judicator lay only meters away, impossibly far. Maximus dragged himself an inch closer, every movement tearing fresh wounds open along his back and ribs. The world narrowed into a tunnel, blood pounding in his ears, vision darkening at the edges. Through that narrow world, he watched Anrakir butcher his brothers, his men. He watched hope die, one soul at a time. He felt something inside him break, not just bone, but something deeper. Hope. Strength. Faith. The battlefield was silent now, save for the crackle of burning corpses and the guttering moans of the dying. Anrakir stood alone amidst a sea of bodies. Talons and Ultramarines, all torn apart by the relentless will of the traveler. The Necron turned slowly, surveying the ruin he had wrought. His optics burned like blue balefire. His gaze fell once more on Maximus, the Ultramarine, shattered, bleeding, half buried in rubble. Anrakir took a single deliberate step toward him. Judicator lay just beyond Maximus's reach, glinting in the weak blood-soaked light. Maximus's fingers clawed at the earth, dragging himself another inch. The Necron raised his war scythe high, and Maximus, broken, beaten, and bleeding out into the dirt of a ruined world, did the only thing he could: pray. "My Emperor, please give me strength." He drifted on the edge of unconsciousness. Pain blurred the world, a numbing haze where sound and light flickered without meaning. But somewhere, deep beneath the agony, he felt it. A faint, flickering pulse from the ruined Centurion's suit, like a dying heartbeat still linked to his own. Weapon system, marginally operational. It was enough. It had to be enough. With a snarl that was more instinct than thought, Maximus forced his mind into the crippled machine's interface. The feedback was instant, a spike of white-hot pain across his neural lace. But he rode it, channeling his wrath into command. The Centurion's right arm, crushed and sagging, shuddered violently. Servos screamed as ruined actuators spasmed to life. The movement caught Anrakia's attention. He raised the scythe to deliver the final blow. Maximus fired. The hidden weapon, an experimental forbidden melter device, roared to life in a gout of blue-white annihilation. At this range, there was no missing. The blast struck Anrakia's center mass, the force and heat folding his torso inward like paper. The Necron's chest and head detonated, liquidized in an instant under the concentrated fury of the melter. Molten metal and shards of living necrodermis sprayed outward, hissing and cooling in mid-air. Anrakia stumbled. For the first time in millennia of war, the traveler faltered. He reeled backward, staggering in a half-circle, still functioning by some impossible tenacity. Straight into the awaiting blade of Captain Agamon. Agamon, bleeding and dying from a dozen wounds, armor rent and scorched, drew deep from his own bottomless well of hatred. With a roar that shook the battered field, he drove his power sword up and across in a desperate, brutal arc. The blade bit deep. The blade crackled and shrieked against Anrakia's semi-molten necrodermis, cutting through weakened alloy. With a terrible grinding sound, the Necron's left leg sheared away at the knee, severed entirely. Anrakia fell. The impact shook the ground around him, the war scythe spinning from his grasp to land meters away, hissing as its power field guttered and died. Maximus saw none of it. He had collapsed, the melter discharge frying what was left of the Centurion's systems, and with them, most of the motor support keeping him conscious. He was bleeding out, dying, but some spark, a hatred for failure, for surrender, for death itself, ignited inside him. He would not die here. Not with Anrakia still moving, not with his brothers' bodies cooling around him. With a ragged gasp, Maximus ripped the last few cables from his armor. The broken Centurion suit fell away from him like the carcass of a dead beast, leaving only the battered ruin of his power armor and the shredded remains of his own body. He rolled onto his side, groaning, the world spinning madly. Judicator lay nearby, half buried in the blood, mud, and gore of the battlefield. It might as well have been a mile away. Move, he told himself. His body screamed defiance, bones grated against shattered bones, torn muscles bunched and snapped. His left leg dragged uselessly behind him. He clawed his way forward with his gauntleted fists, each pull tearing open new wounds, each breath a wet, rattling gasp. Every inch forward was a victory, every heartbeat a miracle. It took an eternity, or perhaps only a few seconds, but at last his hands closed around the haft of Judicator. He tried to lift it, failed. He tried again, blood pouring from his lips, agony racking his body, failed. Once more. With a howl of primal fury, Maximus heaved. There was a sickening crack from somewhere deep in his right arm as his bicep tore free from its tendons, but he did not stop. Through the pain, he forced his left hand onto the shaft and lifted. Judicator rose. Sparks sprayed from the ancient hammer's damaged thrusters, but they still answered his call. The weapon's core engine whined, building to a deafening crescendo. Anrakia dragged himself forward across the battlefield, clawing at the dirt with broken fingers, his torso a smoking ruin, a flicker of hateful blue light still burning in the cracked jewel of his chest, as his repairing skull looked towards Agamon. He lifted his right arm and fired his tachyon arrow straight through the captain's chest. Maximus staggered upright, Judicator trembling in his blood-slick hands. "By Gilliman," he whispered, voice thick with blood. "By the Emperor." Every nerve-ending screamed protest. His heart felt like it might burst from sheer exertion. But he advanced. He raised Judicator high, thrusters flaring with renewed fury, the hammer wreathed in searing golden fire. Anrakia turned his shattered head toward him, one remaining optic lens flaring balefully. Maximus roared, and brought Judicator down with all the hate, pain, and defiance left in his broken soul. The hammer struck the Overlord's skull and chest with a cataclysmic boom, the thrusters detonating on impact, turning the ground into a crater of pulverized earth and molten metal. Anrakir's body seized, convulsed, and then fell still, utterly destroyed. Silence fell. Maximus stood for a moment, swaying over the corpse, every fiber of his being trembling. Then, at last, the strength left him. He dropped to one knee, then collapsed fully, judicator slipping from his fingers to lie beside him. 71. Insignificance. Ishatimbiti Nira. E. The battered transport bucked and shuddered as it soared low over the battlefield, its engines straining against the thick smoke that rolled over the battlefield like a living thing. Inside, Nira stood, one hand gripping a handle overhead. Beside her, Anakin glared out the viewport, jaw tight, a storm in his blue eyes. Padme stood close behind, pale but composed, her gaze flicking between them both. The sight outside was apocalyptic. Above them, 3 massive battle barges hung in the sky, their cannons booming ceaselessly. Orbital strikes lanced down like the judgment of gods, carving great scars into the planet. Everywhere the golden beams struck, those green skeletal creatures and battle droids alike were annihilated, vaporized in the cleansing fire. But the Imperium was paying dearly for every victory. 2 battle barges had fallen from the heavens, colossal wrecks now embedded in the shattered earth. Around them, squads of Astartes in shattered, soot-blackened armor fought desperately, locked in brutal, desperate melee with the relentless new warriors. Chainswords howled, Gauss weapons hissed and cracked, explosions rippled across the ground, throwing bodies, both machine and man, into the smoke-filled air. Even from this height, the clash of forces was deafening. Closer to the horizon, a grim spectacle loomed. The Necron fleet, cold and metallic, circled their downed flagship. Scarab swarms and heavy monoliths crawled over the wreck, tearing at anything that wasn't supposed to be there. Flashes of light, bolter fire, las blasts, the deadly green flare of Gauss cannons peppered back and forth across the battlefield. "This is madness," Padme whispered, her voice barely carrying over the roar of the transport's strained engines. Anakin didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed ahead, burning with intensity, scanning the chaos unfolding below them. That was when he saw it, a flash of movement slicing through the smoke-choked skies. A sleek, predatory vessel, black as the void and wreathed in faint tendrils of strange energy, darted away from the heart of the battlefield, heading toward the edge of the conflict zone. He leaned closer to the viewport, jaw tightening. The vessel's markings were faint, but he could just make out the distorted iconography. The 8-pointed star, twisting unnaturally, almost seeming to squirm on the hull, unlocking a memory from his distant past. What did the Astartes call them? Chaos sorcerers? Nira said from beside him, voice dark with recognition. She too had seen it, and felt it. He's fleeing. Once he's gone, we'll lose any chance of tracking him. Anakin was already moving toward the cockpit. "Divert us," he barked to the pilot. "Take us after him." The clone pilot hesitated, glancing back over his shoulder. "Sir, our orders—" "New orders," Anakin snapped. "This is bigger than a battlefield. If we let that thing escape, it'll come back with 100 more just like him." He had just seen the Ultramarines do the same and wasn't about to take any chances. Nira was already stepping forward, placing a steadying hand on the pilot's shoulder. "He's right. Follow that ship, now." The transport banked sharply, the hull groaning under the stress as they veered off course, leaving the devastated battlefield behind them. The world became a smear of smoke, fire, and distant bombardments as they hurtled after the fleeing vessel. Below them, the ruins of the battlefield gave way to broken plains and hills of sand. The sorcerer's ship wove expertly between the mountains, but the transport's more powerful engines slowly closed the gap. "There," Nira pointed, her eyes narrowing. In the distance, nestled against the edge of a blackened mountain range, was a half-ruined hangar facility, massive blast doors torn open by ancient wars, now little more than a shelter of broken ferrocrete and rusted steel. The sorcerer's ship was already dropping into a landing port. Anakin's face hardened into a mask of pure resolve. "We cut him off. Land us outside the hangar." The transport skidded through the air, repulsor lifts howling, and slowed down just outside the broken hangar's perimeter. Dust and ash blasted outward in all directions. Anakin leapt from the door before it had even fully opened, lightsaber blazing into life with a shriek. Neera followed an instant later, her own blade igniting. "Call for reinforcements," Padme said, having a bad feeling about the situation before running after them. The hangar loomed before them, like the gaping maw of some slumbering beast, broken ferrocrete and twisted steel forming jagged teeth around the black entrance. Anakin slowed as he approached, the hum of his lightsaber casting long, flickering shadows across the ruined ground. He could feel it, the darkness radiating from within, thick, like tar clinging to his skin. "This doesn't feel right," Padme said under her breath, drawing closer to Neera. Neera didn't answer immediately, her senses flaring wide, tasting the miasma of corruption that oozed from the bunker's depths. "This isn't a hangar," she finally whispered. "It's something else. Something much worse." The three of them moved inward, their footsteps echoed, strangely muted, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. The lights in the corridor beyond flickered, half-burnt, casting strobing flashes down endless tunnels of metal and bone. Yes, bone. Anakin's eyes narrowed as he saw it, fragments embedded in the walls. Fossilized, twisted remnants of once living things melded into the architecture itself. A low sound curled out from the depths of the bunker, a ragged, broken moan. Then another, and another. Screams, dozens of them, echoing through the tunnels like the calls of damned souls. Padme stumbled slightly, catching herself on the wall. It was warm beneath her hand, pulsing. "This place is alive," she choked out, recoiling. Anakin nodded grimly, keeping his saber high. His instinct screamed at him to turn back, but he forced himself forward, step after grueling step. The first chamber they entered was massive, dome-shaped, lit only by sputtering control panels and the eerie green glow of containment tanks lining the walls. Inside, the tanks floated horrors, creatures stitched together from half a dozen species. Twisted Wookiee torsos sewn onto droid limbs. Rhodian faces stretched into howling silent screams across human skulls. One thing was clear, none of them were natural, none of them were alive, not truly. They twitched, spasms of instinct or suffering, it was impossible to say. Padme gagged, covering her mouth. Neera placed a steady hand on her shoulder, but said nothing, her own expression grim and pale. "They're experiments," Anakin muttered, feeling rage bubbling in his chest. "Spliced together, warped." A klaxon wailed somewhere deep within the bunker, long and mournful. The lights overhead went out entirely, plunging them into darkness. For a moment, only the glow of Anakin and Neera's sabers lit the void, a pair of trembling stars in a sea of black. Then they heard it, the wet, slithering sound of something moving just beyond the light. "We need to turn back," Padme gasped, fear thick in her voice, as if in answer a sudden, a sick laugh as if the creature was just out of sight. Anakin gritted his teeth, eyes scanning the blackness. "We need to find the exit, fast." They turned around but found only solid wall from where they had come. "No," Neera whispered, her voice shaking a small bit. They had to press deeper into the bunker. They passed rooms where mechanical arms twitched endlessly over dissected corpses. Chambers filled with cages, each holding half-melted, half-formed things that whispered gibberish in alien tongues. There were cloning vats too, some shattered, spilling ichor and stillborn monsters across the floor in glistening puddles. The walls themselves pulsed, as if breathing. The screams grew louder, every shadow seemed to move. Padme stopped and looked up to the ceiling as she heard something. She nearly screamed as she saw a gaunt, deformed creature clung to the ceiling above them before its head rotated 180 degrees, its eyes weeping blood as it clawed futilely at the stone. "You'll die here." It said so calmly, so sanely. Suddenly the green little monstrosity lunged at them from the ceiling, but Anakin reacted fast and blasted it into the wall beside them. "Run!" he screamed before pulling Padme behind him. The moment they moved, the darkness exploded behind them. A mass of writhing, bladed limbs erupted from the shadows as monsters only from nightmares chased them. Padme screamed, opening fire wildly. Anakin and Nera charged together, blades flashing. The creatures shrieked as they stumbled over each other to get to them. They fought as they ran, slashing, stabbing, deflecting. Anakin's blade sliced through one twisted arm, Nera cleaved another. But for every abomination they slew, two more took its place. The darkness itself fought them, claws reaching from every surface, the very walls sprouting tendrils that lashed at their legs. Padme reached the end of the long hall first, slipping through a set of massive doors with a desperate cry. Anakin turned, cutting down a mass of writhing flesh that lunged at Nera, then shoved her through the gap of the doors. The creature roared, hurtling toward him. With a last, savage slash, Anakin severed its reaching hands, then dove through the gap an instant before the blast doors slammed shut with a thunderous final boom. They collapsed outside, gasping, bleeding, coated in filth. Behind them, through the sealed door, the monsters shrieked in frustration, the sound fading only after a long, agonizing minute. Padme stared at Anakin, her face pale and blood-spattered. "What was that?" Anakin didn't answer immediately, he just stared back at the bunker that still pulsed, still breathed. A cold certainty settled over him. For a moment, none of them moved. Padme leaned against the jagged wall, shaking as she tried to steady her breath. Nera wiped blood from her forehead, her eyes scanning the broken landscape ahead. And then they heard it. A low, ancient laugh. It slithered through the air like a serpent, thin, mocking, ancient, carrying a weight of cruelty so profound that it made the skin crawl. Slowly, all three of them turned. Standing on the jagged edge of the ruined bunker, silhouetted against the burning plains and the ruin of the battlefield beyond, he stood. The Chaos Sorcerer. His back was to them, robes tattered and flapping in the wind, stained deep with old blood and black ichor. The jagged horns of his armor gleamed dully in the failing light, and the warp itself seemed to coil and shudder around him, an oily shimmer that distorted reality. At his side stood two others. They were wrong. The first was hunched, twisted. Her once proud bearing was broken under the weight of madness and corruption. Yaddle, the wise Jedi Master, now looked like a nightmare-given form. Her green skin had turned pallid, veins blackened beneath it, and her long nails, sharpened into claws, dripped with gore. Tufts of hair clung pitifully to her mottled scalp, and her robes were torn, soaked with blood and worse things. Next to her stood Sifo Dyas, the once great seer of the Jedi Order, now a hollowed-out shell. His eyes burned with a sickly, warp-born light. His mouth twitched with barely contained madness, and his body was twisted into a mockery of what it had been. Joints bent unnaturally, his frame gaunt and skeletal beneath shredded robes. Anakin stepped forward instinctively, lightsaber held defensively. Nera raised hers a moment later, her stance guarded, wary. Padme simply stared, horror-struck, unable to comprehend the full horror of it all. The sorcerer paid them no mind for several long, heart-pounding seconds. He seemed utterly absorbed in the carnage sprawled out below. The shattered armies, the burning skies, the Imperium's thunderous bombardments carving craters into the earth. Finally, without looking back, the sorcerer spoke. His voice was dry, like dust scraping against tombstones, yet it carried clearly across the shattered ground. "Go," he said softly, gesturing with a lazy flick of his fingers toward the battered ship resting on a cracked landing platform nearby. "Get to the vessel, my pets." Yaddle and Sifo Dyas moved without hesitation, broken marionettes jerking into motion, loping away toward the ship, hunched and twitching with barely suppressed violence. Only then did the sorcerer turn. He faced them fully now. He tilted his head slightly, as though appraising them before speaking again, a rasp that somehow still held the echo of amusement. "I hope you enjoyed my little experiments," he said, spreading his arms in mock hospitality. "Many fine specimens down there, some are even still conscious. I wonder how long they will last." Anakin's jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. He took another step forward, fury radiating from him like a furnace. "You twisted them," he spat, "turned them into monsters, abominations." The sorcerer chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Twisted, he mused. No, no, boy. I freed them. Freed them from the chains of their oppression that were wrapped around their minds and souls. Now they sing with the beauty of entropy, of becoming. Nira's hands tightened around her saber hilt. You're insane. Of course I am, the sorcerer said with a shrug, seemingly unbothered. When you've seen what I have, it's inevitable. But insanity is merely perception, is it not? In the end, all things are drawn to the warp, to the endless storm. I am merely an instrument. Padme raised her blaster, hands shaking. You're a monster. The sorcerer laughed again, louder this time, a deep echoing sound that filled the ruined bunker with a terrible resonance. Monster, he said, shrugging. I've been called worse. He turned once more, looking at the war below. You think the deaths you see below matter? The ashes of armies, the crumbling of empires, the slaughter of billions. This, he gestured out across the battlefield, is merely the first breath of the true war to come. His voice dropped, becoming almost intimate. You have no idea how small you are. The ground beneath them shuddered as another Necron vessel exploded in the distance, sending up a pillar of fire. The sorcerer stepped forward, slow and deliberate, the warp swirling tighter around him. Run, he said, voice almost kind. Flee to your Republic lines. Beg your Jedi Masters for protection. It will avail you nothing. He raised a hand, fingers splayed wide, and for a moment the air warped at his touch, reality itself bending and twisting. You stand at the precipice of oblivion, and my master, my God, watches you struggle, and he couldn't care less about you. And then, as casually as a man strolling through a garden, he turned his back on them once more, walking toward the waiting vessel where Yaddle and Sifo Dyas awaited. Not afraid, not worried, not rushed, just certain that they were no threat at all. And as Anakin, Nira, and Padme stood frozen, watching him vanish into the smoke and ruin, they realized, with a cold knot of fear tightening in their chests, that he might be right. 72. Broken Light. Nira. The sorcerer stepped toward the boarding ramp, his robes whispering across the metal of his armor, the corrupted Jedi awaiting him with twitching reverence. And that was when Anakin snapped. He didn't speak, didn't warn, didn't think. He just charged. Nira's voice rang out behind him, sharp and panicked. Anakin, wait! But it was already too late. Anakin's boots pounded against the ferrocrete as he closed the distance. Rage boiled in his chest like a storm, threatening to consume him. The image of Yaddle's disfigured face, of Sifo Dyas reduced to a snarling husk, was seared into his mind. This thing, this sorcerer, did that. Anakin's blade came in fast, the angle low, aimed to sever the sorcerer at the waist. But the Chaos Marine turned with uncanny speed, not in fear or surprise, but with interest, like a teacher watching a particularly bright student. He raised one armored hand and caught the blade with his palm. The lightsaber plunged straight through his gauntlet, hissing and spitting as it pierced flesh. Or what should have been flesh. Anakin stared, panting, confused. The sorcerer didn't cry out, didn't recoil, as he looked down at the saber jutting from his palm. He simply looked at it like it was a curiosity. Then he looked back up at Anakin and smiled with his non-existent lips. You're angry, he rasped, voice dry and cold. Good. That anger. It makes you strong. With his other hand, he reached up, slowly, and wrapped his fingers around the burning blade. Steam hissed from the contact, the air shimmered from the heat, and still he held it, unflinching. Anakin growled and shoved the blade deeper, driving it fully into the sorcerer's chest, the bright energy core vanishing into his torso with a crackle of molten air. There should have been a cry, a collapse, something. But the sorcerer only chuckled. Low at first, then louder, then it became a cackle, dry, echoing, like a tomb laughing at the living. You really don't understand, he whispered, voice vibrating through the air. You think this will work on something like me? Anakin tried to pull the saber back, but the sorcerer held it fast, impaled through the heart and through the palm. Then, as if curious, he pressed forward, forcing Anakin's hand further against the hilt until the boy's own fist was wedged against his armor. There was a pop and a sound like shattering crystal. Anakin's eyes widened as the sorcerer's wounds opened wider, not with blood, but with something else entirely. A stream of sand began to fall. It was multicolored, each grain flickering between colors that didn't exist in nature. Red one moment, violet the next, then a color that had no name that made the eye ache just to perceive. It poured from the puncture like an hourglass cracked open. The sand drifted in the air, refusing to fall in a normal arc. It spiraled upward, sideways, coiling like smoke, forming sigils in the air for an instant before dissolving into dust. "What? What are you?" Anakin hissed, breath shallow. The sorcerer leaned forward, so close Anakin could see the swirling galaxies that seemed to spin inside his green optics. "I am what happens when faith shatters," he whispered. "When the mind breaks open and finds infinity waiting. I am the answer to the question your order dares not ask." Anakin ripped his saber free, slashing upward in a blur of rage. The sorcerer stepped back, finally, not out of pain, but as if bored. The sand hissed louder now, coiling in lazy spirals around his form. Some slithered across the floor, seeking cracks in the plating. A few grains landed on Anakin's hand, and he screamed. Images invaded his mind, a burning star devouring a world, a choir made of screaming children, his own face, older, cracked, twisted, laughing as he stood over a field of burning Jedi corpses. He staggered back, clutching his skull before Padme caught him, trying to pull him away. But Anakin's eyes never left the sorcerer, who simply stood there. "You'll understand soon enough," the sorcerer murmured. "You'll see. They all will." The sorcerer turned his back again, stepping toward his ship with that same cold indifference. Anakin roared, a sound somewhere between fury and terror, as he tore himself from Padme's embrace and lunged once more. His saber was already in motion before the shout had left his throat, a brilliant arc of blue light slicing toward the sorcerer's exposed back. But the blade never connected. Without turning, the sorcerer snapped his fingers, and the very air between them fractured. Anakin was thrown sideways like a rag doll, hurled into the far wall with a crunch of metal and bone. He hit the ground hard, skidding, the wind blasted from his lungs. Before he could rise, Neera was already moving. "Now!" she shouted. Padme took the cue. Blaster fire screamed through the corridor, red bolts flashing past Neera as she sprinted toward the sorcerer with inhuman speed, enhanced by the Force. Her blade became a blur, slashing high, low, sweeping toward his legs and neck. The sorcerer's response was lazily elegant. He raised one hand, and the air around him shimmered like a heat haze. Neera's blade halted mid-strike. It stuck in place as if embedded in molasses made of light and thought. She strained, screamed, pushed with every ounce of strength, and her saber inched forward, centimeter by agonizing centimeter. The sorcerer tilted his head, finally turning to face her. "You are children playing a game you don't understand." He flicked two fingers. 1,000 screaming voices, her voice layered in pain, assaulted her, images of her homeworld burning, Jedi she'd trained with flayed alive, her own reflection with black eyes and chains of fire around her neck. Neera staggered, dropping to one knee. "Lies! I'm not afraid of your illusions," she screamed, voice shaking as if trying to convince herself. "That is good," the sorcerer said, stepping closer, "because you should be afraid of truths." Crack. Padme's blaster bolt cracked the sorcerer's optic, burning a molten scar into his helmet. He paused, turned toward her. Padme flinched, not from fear, but because the lights behind the sorcerer's helm flickered, and for a heartbeat she saw something else. Not a man, but a being. A bleeding hole in reality tore itself open, and inside she saw what no mortal eyes should ever see. Subjected to what no mortal mind should ever glimpse. Padme screamed, falling to her knees, the blaster clattering from her hands as she held her face in absolute dread. Then came Anakin. He rose from the wreckage of his landing, face twisted in rage and confusion, saber blazing. "Enough," he bellowed. He leapt, full force thrust, blade high. And for the first time, the sorcerer moved to intercept. He stepped back, raised his staff, and parried the blow with a shriek of sparking energies. Warp-tainted staff met force-covered saber, and the room itself shuddered. Cracks spiderwebbed along the walls, machinery sparked and exploded. One of the dead experiment pods in the corner screamed as if reliving its own death. The lights flickered, and other pods broke into hundreds of pieces of glass. Anakin struck again and again. Blow after blow rained down, each one more desperate, more erratic, more powerful, but none struck true. The sorcerer danced around them with supernatural grace, letting Anakin rage, letting the saber scrape his armor, carving meaningless scratches. He laughed, softly amused and indulgent. "Do you see now?" he asked over the clash. "You're not warriors, you're children." He backstepped a slash, stepped past Anakin, and backhanded him across the floor. Then he turned, caught Neera's lightsaber in his palm before throwing her arms wide and striking her with the butt of his staff in the side. She crumpled to the ground before he thrust a finger down toward the floor. A pulse of warp light surged from the ground, racing through every wall and wire, illuminating the entire facility with screaming runes. The walls writhed, metal bled. One of the cages tore open and something impossible crawled halfway out, only to be sucked back in by some unseen being. "I showed you mercy," the sorcerer said calmly, "because I find you interesting. But keep testing me, and I will show you true horror." His voice was calm, but something beneath it shifted, an undercurrent of contempt that thickened the air like fog. The lights around them dimmed. The warp runes along the floor began to pulse, slow and hungry, like the heartbeat of a slumbering god. Anakin didn't stop. He couldn't. The sight of Padme broken, Neera slumped across the floor, the laughing monster before him. It shattered the dam inside him. He surged forward, lightsaber gripped in both hands, howling with rage. The sorcerer made no move to defend at first, simply stepping aside, watching the boy flail. Another swing, another miss, another roar. "Fight me," Anakin screamed. The sorcerer tilted his head. "You don't want that," he said playfully. Anakin didn't listen. He brought his saber up again, a powerful two-handed cleave, but this time the sorcerer caught it. The blade hissed and spat against his palm, but it didn't cut. It froze, trapped, humming uselessly as the sorcerer's gauntleted fingers squeezed. Such fire, the sorcerer mused, so loud, so lost. Then his voice lowered, a growl edged in raw disgust. "But that's enough." With a snap of his wrist, he twisted Anakin's lightsaber free, and in the same motion tugged on the boy's right forearm. Crunch. Anakin screamed as his arm snapped, bones cracking like brittle glass. He barely had time to register the pain before the sorcerer tightened his grip and ripped. There was a wet tear of meat and sinew, a flash of white-hot agony, and Anakin's arm came free in the sorcerer's grasp, still twitching. The Jedi dropped to his knees, choking, blinking through a haze of red. The sorcerer held the severed limb up, examining it with mild curiosity. "You mortals never learn," he said quietly. Then he kicked out. The sorcerer's armored foot drove into Anakin's chest like a meteor, lifting him off his feet and launching him across the chamber. The sound was like stone shattering. Anakin hit the far wall with a sickening impact, bounced and crumpled in a heap. Padme screamed, though from her visions or from her panic was unknown. Rage erupted in Neera, pure, unrefined, and the Force answered, helping her push herself to her feet. Her saber trailed with green fire as she sprinted forward, the Force surging through her veins like rivers of lightning. She launched herself into a spinning assault, saber lashing in unpredictable arcs. The sorcerer watched her come, and for a moment he looked amused, then bored. He raised his hand. A ripple of warp energy exploded outward, not fire or lightning or telekinesis. It was raw chaos, a psychic detonation of impossible shape and color, screaming with the voices of 1,000 broken minds. It hit Neera like a tidal wave. Her saber evaporated mid-flight. Her body arched backward as the blast struck her square in the chest, every nerve lit aflame by the warp's touch. Her mind shrieked in protest, too much, too fast, and her shields shattered. She flew backward, limbs limp, and slammed into the floor beside Anakin with a heavy final thud. Unmoving, unconscious, smoke curled from her robes. The sorcerer exhaled as if expelling annoyance. At his side, runes dimmed slightly, the facility groaning as if tired of hosting such violence. He looked to Padme next, the only one still conscious, blaster trembling in her grip as she feebly raised it, tears streaking down her face. "Your turn." Her trembling hands still clutched the blaster, but she knew, truly knew, it would do nothing. Not to this creature. Not to whatever thing had just torn Anakin and Nera apart like paper dolls. The air grew heavier. The warp pulses from the runes intensified, and from the crack of the sorcerer's optic, faint threads of multicolored vapor leaked, curling like tendrils toward her. He raised his hand. Just as a terrible shriek echoed from the corridor they had come through, the sound of something dying. No, many things, tearing, breaking, screaming. And behind that, the unmistakable crack of a lightsaber carving through bone and steel. Again. Again. The sorcerer paused. He turned. The corridor hissed, and the reinforced blast doors shuddered violently, as if something massive struck them from the other side. A moment later, they exploded inward. 3 figures stepped through the smoke: Yoda, Dooku, and Qui-Gon. The sorcerer regarded them with that same maddening calm. "I was wondering," he said slowly, "when the real ones would arrive." He tilted his head, metal groaning softly. Without another word, he struck. A wave of warp energy howled from his outstretched hand, pure force, a scream of entropy aimed to crush their bodies like eggshells. But it hit something else. A wall of counterforce erupted from Yoda, rippling outward in a brilliant translucent wave that caught the warp blast mid-air. Both hit each other and disappeared in a detonation of power. The bunker shook, lights flickered, runes dimmed. The sorcerer didn't hesitate. He charged, his staff crackling as it shifted to be like that of a blade, warping reality around its edge. In an instant he was on them, blade crashing down in a brutal arc toward Yoda. The Grandmaster redirected it. The ancient master raised a hand, bare, unarmed, and the staff shifted to bury itself in the ground next to the small Jedi, his eyes locked with the sorcerer's, glowing with primal fury. "Strong in power you are," Yoda said grimly, "but not invincible." Dooku struck next. Lightning fast, his Makashi form slipped past the sorcerer's defense, blade stabbing low, then high, piercing his armor, forcing him to turn his staff to parry. Qui-Gon followed immediately, heavy, deliberate strikes that did little more than annoy the sorcerer. Their blades danced, elegant and precise, years of training harmonized like clockwork. The sorcerer snarled. Now he moved with purpose. He spun away, hurling a barrage of warp missiles across the chamber, razor-sharp shards of pain, memory, and madness. Yoda caught them mid-flight, absorbing each with telekinetic mastery, then hurled them back in a single storm of repurposed death. The sorcerer roared as several struck home, not deep, but enough to sting. He teleported, flickering into smoke, then reformed behind Dooku, blade raised to skewer him. Yoda was already there. The ancient master leapt with astonishing speed, intercepting the blow with his lightsaber, and with a growl, forced the sorcerer backward through sheer power of the Force. The warp energies shuddered in the room. Machinery sparked, walls buckled. The sorcerer staggered for the first time. "This is new," he murmured, almost admiringly. He slashed again, raw warp power cascading from his weapon. But Yoda met him, their blades locked. Not saber against staff, but will against will. The chamber vibrated as both forces collided. Yoda's face contorted with focus, his voice a low, guttural chant of Jedi mantras to shield his mind from the warp's taint. The sorcerer laughed, until his laughter was cut off by a sudden searing stab from Dooku's blade into his neck. The armor cracked. In that moment of astonishment, Yoda thrust both hands forward, and the entire room exploded in force pressure. The sorcerer was launched backward, smashing through layers of machinery, his form leaving a crater in the far wall. He slowly rose, cape torn, breathing heavy at the humiliation. "Enough, I've had enough." The Chaos Sorcerer raised his hands. No incantation, no preamble, just pure wrath. The air howled around him as reality cracked, splitting like torn fabric. From his outstretched hands erupted a torrent of warp lightning so vast it painted the entire chamber in violet light. It screamed like the voices of the damned. The Grand Master stood his ground at the center of the room, robes whipping violently in the gale. He raised both hands, gnarled fingers spread, and caught the lightning. The impact shook the walls. Dust fell from the ceiling like rain. Warp-charged electricity slammed into him with all the rage of a black star, but Yoda held fast, his tiny form outlined in searing arcs of power. The ground beneath Yoda's feet cracked. His eyes glowed white with the strain, muscles locked, breath caught. His body trembled, and then, with a guttural cry, he twisted the lightning in his grip, redirected the impossible torrent, and hurled it back. The warp storm curved like a snake made of power and hatred, reversing its path instantly and striking the sorcerer full in the chest. The bunker exploded with light. The sorcerer was thrown backward, screaming not in pain, but in shock. He hit the ground hard. Smoke rose from his armor. The warp robes that adorned him flaked and peeled like ash. Everyone stared, stunned, but the victory came at a price. Yoda staggered. His breathing slowed to a wheeze. His body hunched, spine locking in place. He turned, tried to step back, but fell to his knees. His hands dug into the ground as his strength gave way. The backlash of redirecting such immense warp energy through the Force had taken everything from him. "Master Yoda!" Dooku cried, rushing to his side. The sorcerer, smoldering and bent, rose with a violent grunt. He looked down at his chest and saw the gaping hole in his armor, dust pouring from the wound in place of blood. He staggered towards the ship before looking back at Yoda, kneeling and vulnerable. "Impressive," he hissed. He then entered the ship, and its engines started. Before the group knew it, the ship was gone, and they were once more alone. 73rd, Warlord's Ruin. AN. This week is finals week, so I'm not sure how much I'll post. I think I'll still be able to get my normal chapters out, but that might change depending on how the week goes. Wish me luck. Nameless Necron Lichguard. The Lichguard stood motionless for a moment, peering down at the shattered form of his overlord, crumpled, defeated, and leaking rivulets of eerie blue energy across the cratered earth. His gaze shifted. There, only a few steps away, was the Space Marine who had delivered the killing blow. Scarred, bloodied, and unconscious. Without hesitation, the Lichguard advanced. He raised his gleaming war scythe, its crackling blade humming with phase energy, poised for the killing stroke. Then he saw them. Dozens of lesser flesh things were swarming toward him from the surrounding ruins. Azure-armored Astartes, screaming Mandalorians, even humans in dust-covered flak armor. They poured into the killing field like a tide of vermin. Bolter fire roared, shells screamed through the air and burst against his shield, detonating in sharp explosions of shrapnel and heat. He held firm, absorbing the brunt of their volley, but calculations flashed across his vision core. This was not favorable. The Necron Lichguard lowered his blade slightly, eyes narrowing behind a mask of emotionless metal. Survival. That was the priority. He turned and sprinted from the field with impossible silent speed, his cloak of phase dust trailing like shadow. Behind him, more Necron warriors followed his lead. Regroup at the flagship, the Lichguard commanded across the command net. Instantly, the order echoed through the minds of every surviving Necron. Units across the blasted plains disengaged, abandoning their positions and advancing toward the half-submerged wreckage of the downed tomb ship, its black spires now half-buried in charred soil and rubble. The retreat, however, only intensified the wrath of the Imperium. Orbital fire from the 3 remaining battle barges rained down like holy wrath, cleansing flame and void lances scouring the earth around the Necron lines. Entire columns of retreating warriors were atomized mid-step. Still they marched, still they obeyed. A transmission flickered to life within the Lichguard's cortex, static-laced, but clear enough. Secondary scouting detachment reports contact. Underground, Catacomb Sector Delta 4, 1, entity of interest, unknown origin. The Lichguard slowed, optics narrowing. He sent a command across the network. Continue retreat. I will investigate. With a final glance back toward the battlefield, toward the broken overlord and the fire-choked sky, the Lich Guard vanished into the ash-blown distance, heading for the catacombs below. Summum. The cold silence of the catacombs was broken only by the echo of metallic feet, measured, precise, and unhurried. As he descended deeper, the air became thick with the residual static of conflict. The scent of scorched circuitry and seared metal clung to the chamber like incense in a forgotten crypt. Then he saw them. A semicircle of Necron warriors stood in silent vigil, their weapons low but ready. At the center of the formation was a figure unlike any the Lich Guard had seen before. The creature lay broken, its breathing mechanical and erratic. Its skeletal structure was heavily augmented, pieced together with foreign tech and surgical brutality. Plates of white armor, scratched and scorched, clung to a frame that looked almost Necron. But not quite. Its limbs, 4 in total, were splayed out beneath it, one dragging a scorched lightsaber hilt still clutched in a trembling grip. The Lich Guard stopped, studied him. A cyborg. Alive yet not. Something forged in pain, much like themselves, but this one still clung to the biological. Curious, the Lich Guard murmured, his voice like metal grinding on stone, ancient and emotionless. He stepped closer. The Necrons parted wordlessly, letting their elite pass. The being's eyes, still bright with hate and agony, lifted to meet his. But there was no defiance, no fight left. "Preserve it," the Lich Guard ordered. The Necron warriors responded instantly. 2 stepped forward with stasis clamps, locking the cyborg's limbs and encasing his mangled form in a containment field of humming green light. A cry of pain escaped the cyborg, mechanical, distorted, but it was ignored. The Lich Guard turned without another word, his cloak trailing behind like a shadow. "Biotransference," he intoned as he began his ascent from the catacombs. "This one is suitable." The shadows closed in behind him, and soon only silence remained, save for the soft hum of containment and the ragged robotic breath of a warlord who would soon be something else entirely. Sebastian. The bunker door groaned open with the sound of strained metal and ruptured air seals, revealing a corridor slick with shadows and death. Sebastian stepped through first, his black armor ruined and broken, his crusader tabard trailing behind him like a battle-worn banner. His helm's systems whirred softly, filtering the corrupted air. The scent of ozone, scorched flesh, and warp taint filled his lungs regardless. The Obsidian Crusaders followed in a silent wedge, Mandalorians armed with blasters and vibroblades, their armor jet black and marked with sigils of both their creed and the Emperor's fury. The echoes of battle were still fresh in the walls, burns from lightsabers scorched deep lines into the bulkheads, and the remains of charred creatures twitched in final spasms. Sebastian paused. Something was wrong. His helm tilted toward the central chamber. The force of the warp had been concentrated there. He could feel it like a migraine under his skin. "Clear the hallways, watch for any taint," he ordered flatly. The Mandalorians broke formation, fanning out in disciplined silence. Sebastian moved alone toward the vast chamber ahead. He entered the aftermath of the storm. The great window at the far end had been obliterated, letting the wind whip through the bunker, scattering ash and sand across the chamber floor. In the center, a deep scorch mark radiated outward, blackening the stone and metal in a perfect circle. Warp lightning. He knew its scent, its heat. And in the middle of that blast zone, Yoda's small form lay slumped against the ground, utterly spent. Dooku knelt next to him, trying to help the old Jedi Grandmaster while looking over to his apprentice. Qui-Gon was making his way over to the 2 apprentices, who looked to be in rough shape. Sebastian's boots echoed as he walked across the chamber. He lowered his weapon slightly as he came to a stop. "Where is he?" Sebastian asked, voice cold and metallic through the Vox grill. Dooku looked up through narrowed eyes, slowly getting to his feet in a defensive position. "Gone, a coward's exit. But not before dealing grievous damage." Sebastian's jaw tightened beneath his helmet. "What happened?" he growled, his voice a low rumble of fury echoing through the ruined chamber. Yoda stirred against the cold floor, his robes scorched, his breath shallow. With effort, the ancient Jedi Master raised his head, his eyes dim with fatigue. Powerful he was. Unable to defeat him, we were, he said, voice weak but steady. A sudden, violent tension gripped the chamber. Sebastian stepped forward, the servo motors in his ruined armor whining under the force of his movement. His gauntlet clenched around the hilt of his black-forged blade, and in one swift motion, he leveled it at Yoda's small, slumped form. "You let him escape," he roared, his voice laced with righteous fury. "If your damned Jedi hadn't interfered, if you had stayed out of my way, I could have ended this." The blade crackled with energy, humming in resonance with Sebastian's wrath. The Obsidian Crusaders flanking the chamber raised their weapons slightly, unsure if the fury of their commander would become action. Yoda, battered but not broken, slowly pushed himself upright, supported by the force more than muscle. "Anger clouds you, Black Templar, but wrong you are not. Escaped the sorcerer has. Our failure it is." The Black Templar's sword lowered by a fraction, though the fury in his posture did not abate. Where did he go? "We don't know," Dooku said grimly, stepping beside Yoda. There was a long pause. Then Sebastian turned sharply toward Jarek. "Trace for any resonance. I want a trajectory, even if it's only fragments." The Mandalorian nodded and walked towards the hangar where the ship had been. Sebastian lingered a moment longer, the low hum of his energized blade crackling like thunder held in restraint. His fury had not waned. It seethed just beneath the surface, a storm begging to be unleashed. "There is a blood price for this," he said, his voice like iron dragged over stone. His helm turned slowly, eyes like burning embers locked on the small, slumped figure of Yoda. "The Jedi who stopped me from pursuing the traitor. His life is forfeit, as is yours, for throwing me from the Colosseum." Without hesitation, he raised his sword high, its edge glowing with the fury of 10,000 crusades. But just before the blade struck, a harsh crackle burst through his vox channel. "Sebastian," came Raxa's voice, strained and gravelly, but unmistakable. "Maximus is down. He's alive, but only just. He's bleeding out, brother. We may lose him." The blade halted at its zenith. For a long moment, Sebastian remained frozen, the battlefield screaming through the shattered window. His gauntlet clenched tighter around his sword, knuckles grinding against ceramite. Slowly, painfully, he lowered the weapon, the tip dragging sparks across the broken stone floor. Yoda met his gaze without fear, tired, bloodied, but still resolute. Sebastian turned away, voice cold and hard. "Your life was spared by a brother's need. Cherish it, Jedi, but the other's is still mine. When I see him next, I will kill him." Without another word, Sebastian stalked out of the chamber, his black blade trailing behind him like a shadow, his Obsidian Crusaders following in grim silence. The wrath of the Templar had been postponed, but not forgotten. Raxa. Smoke drifted across the ruins of the battlefield, thick and acrid with the scent of burning promethium, charred metal and blood, both human and Xenos. The battle barges still thundered their wrath against the Necrons from afar, distant sounds of explosions ringing through the air. Raxa knelt beside Maximus. The mighty Ultramarine was barely recognizable beneath shattered ceramite and torn flesh. His helmet had been broken, revealing a face ashen with blood loss and lined with pain, one massive cut separating his left cheek. One of his eyes was swollen shut, the other fluttering open only in brief, hazy recognition. His right arm was broken by whatever monstrous force had gripped him at the last moment, and his left shoulder was shattered. His chest plate was cracked in 3 places, revealing exposed muscle beneath. His left femur was snapped, and his breath came shallow and ragged, gurgling from a punctured lung. It was a wonder how he lifted the hammer at all. Raxa's massive green-plated form hunched low, his fingers moving with surprising gentleness for someone who could rip a tank apart with his bare hands. He worked quickly, slicing away shattered armor with his combat blade and sealing ruptured arteries with a med-seal torch he had been given. The wounds were many, and each a testament to how brutally Maximus had fought to stay alive. "Stay with me, brother," Raxa muttered, voice low and gravel-filled. "You don't get to die today. Not when we still have a galaxy to conquer. Maximus gave no reply, just a faint twitch of the fingers. But it was enough. Around them, apothecaries moved swiftly between the bodies, some kneeling by fallen Ultramarines, others tending to the dying Captain Agamemnon. An explosion cracked in the distance, sending tremors through the ground, raining dust and dirt down around them. Raxa didn't flinch. His focus was solely on his brother. "I warned you," he said quietly, mostly to himself. "You always push it too far." He reached for a stim injector, jamming it into Maximus's side. The Ultramarine jerked violently, his good eye flying open with a brief flash of awareness. "Raxa?" Maximus rasped. "I'm here." "Is he dead?" Raxa paused, the firelight glinting off his green visor. "Yes, you got him." Maximus coughed hard, blood flecking his lips. "Good." Raxa gripped his hand, armored palm enveloping the broken fingers of his comrade. "Rest now. I've got you. Sebastian is on his way." "And Captain Agamemnon?" the Ultramarine asked. "Not looking good. I don't think he will make it." Behind them, more Astartes landed via Thunderhawk and drop pods. The Mandalorian legions also started filling the sky, killing any Necron of droid they saw. The battlefield was still chaos, but in this moment, amidst ruin and blood, Raxa knelt by his brother like a sentinel of flame, unwilling to leave his side. 74. Saved from the deep. Nearer. Neera's eyes fluttered open. Pain echoed in her skull like the aftershock of an explosion, and her vision swam with blurred shapes and shadows. The air reeked of ozone and burnt stone, thick with the scent of warp taint. Her body ached all over, her limbs trembling as she slowly pushed herself up on her elbows, dust and ash falling from her robes. She blinked hard, trying to focus. Just beyond the crumbled remnants of the Chaos Sorcerer's dark sanctum, she caught sight of a tall figure striding away. Sebastian, black-clad and broad-shouldered, disappearing into the corridor, his crusader's tabard billowing around him like a ruined banner. His armor was broken and shattered, half of it missing altogether, while the other half still bore the grime of battle. She turned her head to the right, her senses returning in shards. Anakin. He lay still, sprawled on the ground. His breathing was shallow, his robes were scorched, his torso bruised and bloodied. But it was his arm that made her blood run cold. The limb was missing and bleeding fiercely. Padme was crouched over him, pale and panicked, her hands stained crimson as she pressed a piece of cloth against the wound. Qui-Gon knelt beside them, face grim, using the Force to try to slow the bleeding, but even his strength seemed to be waning after his battle. "It won't stop," Padme whispered, her voice cracking. He's slipping away." Neera tried to stand but collapsed to her knees, her head spinning. Then the whispers. At first they were faint, like wind slipping through the cracks in stone, curling tendrils of sound tickling at the edge of her mind. "You need not lose him. Reach out. Power lies within. You need only listen." She gasped, clutching her head. What is this?" The voices were ancient and otherworldly, a chorus of countless tongues speaking in unity, as if time and space bled together in their echoes. They sounded like promises whispered in candlelight, like riddles wrapped in silk, and they called to something inside her, something unfamiliar. "He is destined for greatness. You cannot let him die. You, child of the Force and the Imperium, you can change the outcome." Her vision dimmed again. The world seemed to narrow to the flickering light above Anakin's body, to the gory ruin of his arm. She could feel the Force around her, turbulent and twisted. But there was something else, something colder, more chaotic, ancient and unknowable. She stretched out her hand toward Anakin, trembling. "Please," she whispered, not sure if she was speaking to the Force or back to the whispers. Suddenly, energy surged through her. It wasn't like the warmth of the Force. It was chaos incarnate, vivid colors erupting behind her eyes, a cyclone of visions and equations, spiraling galaxies, and the shrieks of stars being born and torn apart. Her mouth opened in a silent scream as her body arched unnaturally, lifted a few inches off the ground. Sparks of psychic energy danced around her hands like violet fire. Everyone in the room turned. Qui-Gon reached for her, but was stopped by a wave of pressure that pushed him and Padme back. An invisible cyclone of warp-born power burst forth from Nera, and her eyes glowed bright gold, no longer her own. The whispers crescendoed. Yes, let it flow. Let the threads of fate be rewritten by your hand. Her hand hovered above Anakin's ruined arm. With a strangled cry, she unleashed the energy. Malevolent light engulfed the wound. It burned unnaturally, warping the air around it. The torn flesh knit together in reverse, shattered bones fusing with cracks like molten metal. Muscle and skin reformed, as if sculpted by invisible hands. Anakin's back arched as life returned to him, his eyes flying open with a scream that echoed with both pain and wonder. Then, silence. Nera collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, smoke rising from her fingertips. Her body hit the ground with a dull thud, unconscious once more. Her breathing was shallow but steady. Anakin blinked, stunned. He looked at his newly healed arm in disbelief, flexing his fingers, watching the golden veins of energy briefly flash beneath his skin before fading. Dooku stared at Nera, then at the air where the power had manifested. That was not the Force. Padme's eyes were wide with awe and fear. What was it? Anakin didn't answer, but far, far away, in the screaming void of the warp, Tzeentch smiled. Nera's body then began to convulse violently. At first it was a twitch, barely noticeable. But then her limbs jerked with a savage, unnatural rhythm, her fingers clawing at the stone beneath her, her back arching off the broken floor. Her mouth opened in a soundless cry, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were visible. The very ground beneath her seemed to recoil, cracks spreading out like spiderwebs beneath her trembling form. The whispers returned. They poured into the room like a flood of poisoned honey. The threads unwind. She is ours. The pact is sealed in thought, not word. Come, child of power, step into the truth. The Jedi stepped back. Yoda's face was grave, but even he did not dare touch her. Padme covered her mouth in horror, while Anakin, newly healed, confused and shaken, stared in silence, the light from Nera's skin casting flickering shadows on the walls. Suddenly, everything stopped. Nera's body went limp. The room grew impossibly still, as though reality itself held its breath. Nera, the Imperium. Nera opened her eyes and screamed. She was adrift in a void of colorless madness, a place where time twisted and space laughed. The sky, if it could be called that, was alive, boiling with faces that melted into eyes, then mouths, then galaxies of teeth. Tendrils of reality slithered through the air like serpents made of language and shadow, speaking riddles in voices that clawed at her sanity. A distant choir of children screamed lullabies backward. Towers of bone and brass floated upside down in rivers of ink. Planets wept blood as they were devoured by maws that birthed them in the same breath. She floated through it all, her mind fraying at the edges, and then she saw it. A creature so unknowable, her mind literally broke. He did not walk, he did not move. He simply was, unfolding and folding into himself endlessly. His form was mutable, shifting. An avian serpent with too many eyes and mouths, each head speaking in tongues, one singing prophecies, another devouring them. Scrolls of fire wrapped around his limbs, wings of paradox unfolded behind him, casting shadows that spoke. You answered, child of fate, he whispered, his voice as infinite as the warp. You opened your mind, and now I open the door. The gift you accepted cannot be returned. Nera tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed by the unreality around her. The being drifted closer, his talons made of glowing equations. One reached toward her chest, its fingers curling. Come, let us craft your soul into something beautiful. And just as his claw was about to close around her heart, light, not the light of the warp, not the crackling fires of chaos, this was something pure, towering, golden. The Imperium recoiled like a wounded beast. The being shrieked in rage and in disbelief as a blinding wave of gold fire tore through the void, incinerating the unreal landscape in its path. The boiling sky shattered. The serpent faces screamed and dissolved. The structures of madness fell into themselves and vanished. Tzeentch stumbled backward, his many heads howling. "No!" he hissed. "She is mine!" The golden flame struck him, and in a flash of impossible brilliance, he was gone. Neera floated in silence, trembling. Her mind was a storm of questions. The silence that followed was not empty, it was whole. And then he appeared. A man walked from the golden flame, each step forging reality beneath his feet. He wore a simple white toga, revealing much of his chest and shoulders. Atop his head, he wore a simple golden wreath, his long brown hair flowing behind him. His face was handsome, though she had seen it once before. His presence calmed the warp around her, like a song forgotten by the galaxy but remembered in the soul. She tried to speak, but her voice failed her. Her body, her soul, everything trembled in awe and fear. He stopped before her, towering. Then, in a voice that was firm, kind, and impossibly ancient, he said, "We meet once more, child." His hand extended, not to seize, but to offer. "There is much we must speak of." Neera reached for him, heart pounding. Karath. The skies of Mortis churned with unnatural hues, golden mists clashing against streaks of violet and shadow creating storm clouds, the air thick with ancient power. Karath's ship pierced the atmosphere like a blade through silk, its hull crackling with the residue of the warp. It landed without ceremony upon a ridge overlooking the palace grounds, its engines hissing as they cooled, like a predator exhaling before a kill. From the ship's ramp emerged Karath, clad in his baroque emerald armor laced with gold and obsidian, each step of his boots cracking the stone beneath him. His helmet gleamed under the alien light of Mortis, the air around him warping ever so slightly. Alone he marched forward, undaunted and deliberate. As he approached the temple, the doors opened on their own. Inside, flanked by the crystalline trees and eternal twilight of Mortis, stood the Father, robed in pale blue, a being of serenity and immense power. His eyes, ancient and knowing, watched the Chaos Sorcerer with stern anger. "I sensed you would come," the Father said, his voice echoing with timeless resonance, as did the balance. Karath stopped several paces before him. "And yet you did nothing to stop me. Do you come to plea, old man?" The Father narrowed his eyes. "You tread on sacred ground, bringer of madness. This place is not for your kind." "You know nothing of my kind," Karath replied, his voice like gravel soaked in venom. "I seek the thing you protect, the Force Nexus. You can either step aside or die." Lightning flashed in the sky above, though no storm brewed. The sun stirred from his perch in the distance, and the daughter turned her gaze toward the gathering tempest. They felt it too, the unraveling thread of fate tightening around their throats. "You seek to bring chaos to the galaxy," the Father said, anger beginning to crack through his calm. "You would burn the last bastions of order for your own ambition." "Of course I do. It is what my God demands of me," Karath hissed, "and you three stand in the way." The Father raised his hand, energy crackling around his fingers. "Return to whatever dark realm you have come from," he thundered. "This world will not suffer your blight." But Karath only laughed, deep and low, as he unsheathed his sword, a terrible weapon forged in the heart of the eye. The runes upon its length flared with warp light, and the air screamed around its blade. "You know as well as I do," Karath said, stepping forward. "There is no returning. There is only conquest." Without another word, Karath thrust his hand forward, and from his palm erupted a torrent of warp flame, green and violet fire, unnaturally cold and impossibly hot. The ground hissed as the stone cracked and blackened under the surge of corrupted energy. The Father raised his hand calmly, a blue shield of force shimmering into existence. The warp flame splashed harmlessly against it, scattering like water on steel. The moment the fire died away, the Father surged forward with divine speed. Karath barely brought his blade up in time to parry the first blow, an open-palmed strike that sent shockwaves rippling across the courtyard. He skidded backward, boots grinding against stone, his armor groaning under the pressure. "You are powerful," the father said, already stepping into another attack, but twisted. "I am transcendent," Karath spat back. He swung his sword, a two-handed arc powered by both brute strength and the warp. The father caught the blade mid-swing with his bare hand. The blade hummed with rage, hungry for blood, but the father pushed it away and struck Karath in the chest with a blast of golden energy. Karath flew backward, smashing through one of the stone walls surrounding the courtyard. Growling, the Chaos Sorcerer rose from the debris, green light bleeding from cracks along his arms. "You should have killed me when you had the chance." The warp surged. Dark lightning arced from his fingertips, crackling across the space like writhing serpents. The father raised a hand, but the bolt struck faster than before, forks of power slamming into his chest and shoulder, flinging him back. He hit the ground with a grunt, smoke curling from his robes. Karath didn't pause. He teleported, vanishing in a flash of black light before reappeared behind the father. His blade came down in a deadly cleave aimed at the deity's spine. But the father spun, catching the blade again, this time between his forearm and bicep, then unleashed a wave of kinetic force that shattered the ground for meters. Karath was sent flying, landing hard and rolling, his armor sparking and fractured at the joints. The father rose, his expression darkening. "Enough." With a flick of his wrist, jagged pillars of stone erupted from the ground, slamming into Karath like battering rams. Each hit was surgical, trying to pierce vital organs, crush limbs, and splintering ceramite. Karath roared, his voice warping with a demonic echo, and released a pulse of warp energy that flattened the courtyard in a storm of dark wind. Panting, bleeding internally, Karath rose on one knee. The father descended like a bolt of judgment, hands wreathed in celestial flame. Karath raised a barrier of black metal conjured from the warp, but the divine flames melted through it in seconds. The father grabbed him by the chest plate and looked down at him. "You are a mistake," he said, his voice resonating like a temple bell, "and I will correct it." Golden energy coursed through Karath's body, cracking his armor open, burning into his flesh. He screamed, more in rage than pain, and with one last surge of effort, drove his blade into the father's side. It landed true, forceful enough to stagger the god. The father hurled Karath from him like a discarded weapon. The impact created a crater beneath him, sending fractures snaking through the courtyard floor. The father brought a hand to his side, and it came away bloody. He looked at it in disbelief. Impossible. Karath coughed blood, struggling to stand as his vision blurred. "I make the impossible possible," he croaked. The father appeared before him, his expression a mix of sorrow and authority. "You abomination!" He raised his hand once more, divine energy gathering in a radiant sphere above his palm. But as the final blow prepared to fall, the sun appeared, his presence like a shadow across the stars as he flew in. At the last moment, he grabbed Karath from underneath the father's wrath and disappeared into the night. 75th Metal Monster. Brother Aegis, harbinger of his fury. The world burned. Screams echoed across the blood-red sands of Geonosis. The sky was a roiling mass of smoke and fire, shot through with the streaks of descending drop pods and shattered ships. Amid the chaos, the shattered remains of the Leviathan lay cracked open, its once gleaming hull now twisted and ablaze. Deep within its armored core, he stirred. Clamps hissed and pressure seals buckled as ancient hydraulic systems sputtered to life. Runes flickered on faded displays, cracked cogitators whispered broken litanies, and then piston-locked arms groaned and moved as Brother Aegis, harbinger of his fury, emerged from the ship. Smoke bled around his massive frame, and light gleamed off the purity seals that still clung, burned and soot-streaked, to his hulking form. His sarcophagus visor pulsed with an angry crimson glow, and his voice emerged through vox grills like the bellow of an angry god. "I rise, in fury, in fire." Outside, scattered squads of Obsidian Crusaders and Astartes forces struggled to organize a defensive line amid the battle. The battle barge's crash had sent wreckage in every direction, igniting half the battlefield and drawing the attention of every hostile force in the region. Republic forces, separatist droids, Necrons. A shattered hull plate blasted outward as Aegis tore free from the ruins. His assault dreadnought frame, 3 times the height of a man and 4 as wide, hit the red sand with a thunderous boom. He strode forward, each step grinding shattered plasteel beneath his feet. His right arm, an enormous autocannon, spun up with a shriek. His left, a redemptor fist that doubled as a flamethrower, growled to life, fire already leaking from the nozzle. Purge. The first line of droids was torn to shrapnel as his autocannon ripped into them, sending limbs and twisted metal flying in every direction. The flamestorm followed, belching gouts of fire so hot it turned sand to glass, engulfing the enemies behind the first wave. Clone troopers turned and ran, shouting orders and scrambling for cover. Their armor was no defense against the barrage that followed. Aegis cut them down without hesitation. In his war-ravaged mind, all who served not of the Emperor's will were deemed useless. An ATTE Walker tried to bring its cannon to bear. Aegis intercepted it mid-charge, his heavy legs pounding across the battlefield. He slammed into its hull, ripping through the side plating with his power fist, tearing the weapon mounts free with a screech of sundered metal. The pilot barely had time to scream before the flamethrower reduced the cockpit to slag. Behind him, wounded Astartes were being dragged to extraction points. One of them, Brother Sergeant Morn, turned his bleeding face to the towering dreadnought. "Brother Aegis," he rasped, "hold them. We are evacuating." "I am his wrath made flesh," Aegis roared, turning his cannons toward the next wave. "Let none pass." From the dunes, a Necron monolith emerged, its black form hovering with impossible grace. Gauss weaponry began to streak toward the downed battle barge's wreck. Aegis roared defiance. He planted his feet, opened his chest-mounted missile launcher, and unleashed a fusillade that chewed through metal and machine. The Necron warriors fell in droves, but the monolith continued its advance. Its particle cannon glowed with green malice. The dreadnought charged it. Missiles slammed into his shoulder, scorching holes into his adamantium carapace, but Aegis didn't falter. He reached the monolith's base and plunged his power fist into the machine, gripping cables and conduits and ripping them free with blinding force. The monolith staggered, impossibly, and before it could react, he poured flames into its internal core, incinerating whatever hellish tech resided within. It exploded. The blast threw Aegis back across the sand, but he rose again, half covered in smoking debris. Chunks of his left shoulder were missing. Armor plating sizzled where plasma had melted through. But still, he rose. Across the battlefield, clone forces and droids alike began to retreat, mistaking him for some kind of apocalyptic war machine loosed upon the world. Even the Necrons began to withdraw, unusual for their kind, but even they seemed to recognize the fury of the awakened dreadnought. Aegis turned, standing between the shattered remnants of his battle barge and the final group of evacuees. Blaster bolts pinged off his frame, lasers scorched across his chest, but he didn't move. He didn't falter. "All enemies of the Emperor," his voice thundered, "know this day that his wrath still walks among you." As the final Thunderhawk roared into the sky behind him, carrying his brothers to safety, Aegis turned back to the battlefield and advanced. And Geonosis burned. His Vox grill growled with sacred fury as he turned his attention from the retreating Necrons and broken Republic lines to the advancing tide of separatist droids. They came by the thousands. B-1s, B-2 super battle droids, spindly commando units, and the towering forms of HMP gunships and AAT tanks gliding forward across the dunes. Aegis's crimson optic flared. "Xenos filth, you dare advance." His words weren't heard, they were felt, vibrating across comms, rippling through the minds of those nearby like a psychic aftershock. His autocannon roared to life. Hundreds of shells per second tore through the droid ranks, shattering metal frames and pulverizing gears. B-1s fell like wheat to a scythe, their metal limbs flying apart in showers of sparks. Those that didn't die instantly were reduced to crawling heaps, dragging themselves pitifully before being crushed beneath his massive feet. A super battle droid charged, its arm cannon spewing plasma. Aegis caught it mid-stride. His massive servo-enhanced fist clenched around its torso and squeezed, the durasteel chest plate collapsing with a sickening crunch, before he slammed it into the dirt hard enough to crater the ground. Then, with a furious spin, he lobbed the broken machine into a trio of advancing AAT tanks. The tanks fired. Plasma bolts raked his flanks, burning gouges into his shoulders and back. But Brother Aegis did not stop. He marched forward through the fire, through the storm, his massive silhouette illuminated in the red glow of burning wreckage. "Burn for you sins!" He raised his flamethrower and with a howling roar unleashed a torrential inferno. The fire was not natural, it was holy. Blessed promethium mixed with sacred oils, creating a stream of white-hot flame so intense that it cut through durasteel like parchment. The first AAT exploded in seconds, its droid crew immolated. The second shuddered, ignited, and detonated in a fireball that lit up the desert for miles. The droids began to falter. Their cold logic could not compute the fury of the dreadnought. They saw the losses and began to fall back, but Aegis did not give them the chance. He triggered his mounted missile pods, launching a salvo of micro-warheads that arced across the sky and rained death upon the retreating droid divisions. Hundreds were obliterated in mid-flee, their bodies turned into scattered scrap across the dunes. Then the gunships came. 3 HMP droid gunships swept overhead, raining blaster fire down upon him. Rounds tore into the ground, sending plumes of sand into the air. A missile struck his back, knocking him off balance for half a second. "Bring out your women and children, they would put up a better fight." His autocannon locked onto the lead gunship and fired with relentless precision. The stream of shells punched through its cockpit, and it spiraled down in a fireball, smashing into the ground with enough force to create a shockwave. The second was faster, darting to the left, but Aegis was already turning. He charged across the open field, scooping up a broken AAT's severed barrel in his claw, and hurled it into the sky. It struck the gunship dead center, skewering the hull and sending it tumbling out of control. The third opened fire with all weapons. Explosions flared around Aegis, concussive force buffeting his damaged armor. He weathered it all, advancing one step at a time through the smoke, like a titan striding through a storm. With a roar of overpressurized hydraulics, he leapt, yes, leapt, his ancient frame lifted by burst thrusters in his back. He crashed into the third gunship mid-air, grabbed hold of the hull, ripped open the engine nacelle, and poured fire directly into it. The ship exploded. The wreckage landed in a smoldering crater, but Brother Aegis had already landed, standing in the center of a field of corpses and twisted metal. Steam hissed from his damaged joints, servo motors whined, but his voice remained strong as he lifted his arms towards the sky. "I am his fury. Fear me." He turned toward the separatist rear lines, where spider droids and droidicas had begun a full retreat. His vox crackled as a distant Astartes signal reached him. "Brother Aegis, the wounded have cleared the drop zone. Fall back." There was a long silence before the dreadnought responded, voice like rolling thunder. "No, the enemies of the Emperor still live." And with that, the harbinger of his fury surged forward once more, a one-dreadnought crusade, carving a path through the separatist war machine with blessed steel, burning flame, and the fury of a god behind every step. Captain Rex. The sky over Geonosis was thick with dust and smoke, casting everything in a hellish amber glow. The air stank of promethium, plasma scoring, and burning circuitry. Even from the elevated Republic command ridge, Captain Rex had to squint to see anything past the haze. But he saw him, that towering juggernaut of death and fire. "What, in the name of—" Rex whispered, visor catching the glow of distant flame bursts. The Republic lines had stabilized for the moment. Clone troopers formed perimeter trenches, Jedi barked orders through comms, and the medics were dragging the wounded back toward Elat gunships. And yet, no one looked away from what was unfolding on the other side of the ridge. The dreadnought was a mountain of metal and roaring fury, its frame glowing in places where heat vents failed to contain the burning wrath inside. Its autocannons thundered like rolling avalanches, and its flamethrower sent out curtains of incineration that turned waves of B-2s into piles of smoldering ash. "Sir," one trooper muttered beside Rex, "that thing just took out 3 AATs and a few gunships. On its own." "I counted 4, another corrected grimly, "and he hasn't even slowed down." Rex said nothing. His helmet's internal systems were recording everything, feeding the tactical data into Republic Command. He tried to focus on the readings, mobility speed, armor thickness, energy output, but the numbers made no sense. It wasn't a tank, it was a walking cataclysm. As the dreadnought crushed a fleeing crab droid beneath its feet and unleashed another inferno into a droid bunker, Rex felt something alien crawl down his spine. Fear. Not fear of death, he'd accepted that long ago, but fear of what that thing represented. That if it ever turned its gaze toward the Republic, if it decided they were the enemy. "Sir," another trooper said, voice quieter this time, "is it on our side?" Rex didn't answer at first. From the haze, the dreadnought raised one massive, clawed arm and fired a barrage of missiles into the last fortified separatist position. The explosion bathed the battlefield in white flame, the shockwave reaching all the way to the Republic lines. Rex braced himself, feeling the tremor in his boots. Over the distance, a low, grinding vox growl echoed faintly. "The Emperor's will is fire. I am the storm that does not break." The firelight reflected in Rex's visor as he muttered, almost to himself, "If that thing decides we're the enemy." He didn't finish the sentence. He looked toward a JI, who was kneeling near a command post, his expression grim. Even they seemed disturbed by what they were witnessing. "It's helping us now," Rex finally said aloud, his voice tight. "But if it turns on us—" He paused again. The dreadnought crushed another droid column, flamers still belching. It didn't pause, it didn't breathe, it didn't stop. "Then we'll have a really nasty fight on our hands." For a moment, the Republic forces stood in silence, watching, waiting. A sudden roar of engines drew Rex's attention skyward as another wave of separatist reinforcements dropped from orbit. Dreadnought or not, the battle wasn't over. Rex straightened. "All right, boys, war's not done yet. Let's help that metal monster crush those separatist clankers." The clones nodded grimly and took up positions. But even as they did, their eyes kept drifting back to the lone warrior wading through metal and fire. And somewhere in Rex's gut, he couldn't shake the thought. What kind of faction creates something like that? 76. A Dark Alliance. I'm changing a bit of the lore in SW to fit my purpose. In the lore, the son and the daughter both gain their power from the father, immortality and stuff like that. But the son tries to kill the father, which doesn't really make much sense to me. Anyway, for my purposes, if the father dies, the son and the daughter will not lose any power. They will actually gain power. Karath. The sky above Mortis swirled with an unnatural roiling darkness, and in the distance, thunder cracked. But in the far reaches of the realm, away from the father's radiant citadel, shadows stretched long and undisturbed. This was the dominion of the sun. With wings of leather and darkness, the sun descended, his monstrous form trailing ribbons of black smoke. In his talons, he clutched the broken body of Karath, cradled not with compassion, but with a curiosity that burned brighter than the suns above. They landed with a thunderous impact in the cragged wastes of the sun's domain. Jagged cliffs and howling winds wrapped around them like a crown of despair. The ground cracked beneath Karath's armored form as he was dropped upon obsidian stone. His armor was scorched and cracked, warped from the father's fury, his body broken in ways few mortals or immortals could survive. And yet he stirred. Dark fluids leaked from his armor as he slowly rose to his knees, coughing harshly through blood-stained teeth as he removed his helmet, revealing a face scarred and pale, yet burning with unyielding hatred. The sun stood tall, his monstrous form twisting and coiling in shadow, then condensed. His wings folded inward, and in a flicker of reality, his bestial form gave way to a tall, pale man with no hair and coal dark eyes that shimmered with deceit and power. "You are not of this realm," the sun said, circling Karath like a predator, sizing up a wounded rival. "Your scent is foreign. Your essence reeks of foreign stars." Other laws. Karath managed to rise to 1 foot, then the other, standing tall despite his wounds. His voice, cracked and rough, growled out between breaths. I have walked through realms that would make even you kneel. The son's eyes widened in amusement. Is that so? I saw how you groveled beneath my father's boot. You speak of power, yet you were bested. Karath's lip curled into a bloodied smirk. Power does not care about victory or defeat. It only cares that it is wielded. The son's laughter echoed across the cliffs, a deep and serpentine sound. Spoken like a true creature of chaos. Your kind is rare, even here. You wield energies that burn at the very fabric of this place. The warp, you call it? His voice was laced with fascination. Karath said nothing. He simply stood, eyeing the godly being before him. In his mind, plans were already forming. His failure against the father stung, but it also revealed much. The balance here was delicate. One crack, one nudge, and the entire realm could tip into madness. The son walked to the edge of a nearby precipice and gazed over his domain. My sister would have smote you. My father would have erased you. But me, I see you for what you truly are. You are a bringer of discord, a corrupter of order. In you, I see the freedom I have long desired. Karath's voice was low, steady. Then help me, and I will show you the secrets of the warp, the truth that exists beyond your faded myths. The son turned back, his expression unreadable. Perhaps. But first, you must survive. He raised his hand, and tendrils of living shadow gripped Karath's chest, lifting him into the air. Let us see what you are truly made of, outsider. The warp-imbued Marine growled as the power of a god infiltrated his mind and glimpsed at the secrets that lay beyond. The Chaos Sorcerer closed his eyes, and the air around him thickened. The wind stopped. The shadows froze. The son stepped back instinctively, his unnatural pupils narrowing at what he beheld. Swirling madness, seas of emotion so vast they threatened to devour meaning itself. Shapes formed and collapsed, entities vast and terrible, sentient storms, living ideas, titanic beings whose thoughts shattered stars, and deeper still, presiding above them all, was a gaze. Not a creature, not truly. A presence, a mind of endless schemes and ever-shifting plans. Tzinch. The son's heart, if it beat, stuttered. His vision darkened for a breath, as if the warp had turned its gaze to him. He saw its tendrils slithering across time and fate, saw futures crushed in an eye blink and reborn the next. He saw himself, a puppet in a game that had no board, no rules, only will. He withdrew his presence in an instant, dropping the Marine to the ground. Karath staggered, drained. That is but a glimpse. The son remained silent for a long moment. He turned away, his gaze fixed on the broken skyline of his realm. When he spoke, his voice was quieter. That was not power. That was unfathomable horror. And I saw it staring back at me. Karath gave a slow, wicked grin. Now you understand. The son's expression hardened. If such forces truly seek entry into this realm, I should kill you. I should finish what my father started. Raising his hand, crackling energy surged at his fingertips, raw, untamed power coiling like a storm ready to strike. You will be given a place at his side, Karath interjected, his voice booming across the obsidian plain. The son hesitated, his hand still blazing with power. In that breath of stillness, Karath's body went rigid. From the seams of his baroque armor, tendrils of warp energy burst forth, sinuous, writhing tentacles that lashed and coiled in the air around him. A massive, lidless eye tore open in the center of his chest, gleaming with impossible colors. The son took a cautious step back, unsettled. The eye locked onto him, and then spoke. The voice that followed was not of the mortal realm. It was a contradiction, a whisper that screamed, ancient yet newborn, echoing from every direction and none at all. Help my servant, and I will grant you power and sanctuary from the storm to come. Watch as your universe is conquered, and when the ashes settle, rule it as you see fit. The son recoiled. Real fear flickered across his face, a rare and foreign sensation. I am inevitable. The warp devours all. Your universe is already cracking at the seams. The only choice you possess is the reward you claim in its aftermath. Help us, and you shall inherit what remains. Stand against us, and your soul will know a fate far worse than death. The power around the son's hand dimmed as he slowly lowered it, the conflict on his face clear. He had never bowed, never yielded, but in this moment he saw something he had never truly believed in: inevitability, entropy not as destruction but as design. Silence reigned for a long moment until he finally spoke, his voice laced with quiet dread. "Then listen well, sorcerer. If you are to kill my father, you will need the dagger of Mortis. It is an ancient artifact, created by the Father himself to end gods. He guards it within his sanctum." Karath's armor began to retract the writhing tentacles as the eye slowly sealed shut once more. "So he can be killed?" The son turned away. "Yes, but if you go after it alone, he will destroy you." "Then you will help me," Karath said. The son didn't respond immediately. He looked up at the swirling skies of Mortis, his voice low. "I will, not for you, not even for your master, but for the chance to shape what comes after." He turned his gaze back to Karath, his eyes glowing like dying stars. "But if you fail, I will end you myself." Palpatine. Coruscant gleamed like a jeweled crown beneath the night sky, its countless lights stretching toward the horizon in every direction. The never-ending flow of air traffic streaked through the clouds like luminous veins, pulsing with the lifeblood of a civilization at its peak and at its precipice. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed out the vast transparasteel window of his office atop the Senate building. His reflection stared back at him, a silhouette cast in cold golden light, the face of a statesman carved into stoic calm. But behind the mask, his mind churned with dark calculation. Laid out across his desk behind him were numerous data pads and holoprojectors, still active. Holograms flickered with the distorted voices of generals and admirals, their battlefield reports grim and urgent. Engaged alongside Republic elements on Geonosis, heavy resistance from Astartes contingents, no conventional weaponry seems effective. Entire battalions wiped out in minutes. These Space Marines do not retreat, do not tire. Our men are terrified. One of them tore through Separatist armor like it was paper. Even the Jedi hesitate to confront them directly. Palpatine allowed a slow breath to escape his lips, though it was more amusement than weariness. So the Astartes were making their presence known. Excellent. Let the galaxy see what true warriors look like. Let the Jedi tremble before something greater than themselves. He turned from the window, walking in slow, measured steps toward the desk. His cloak whispered over the polished floor like a shadow trailing behind him. The Chancellor picked up one of the datapads, eyes skimming the contents, images of hulking armored titans standing amidst fire and ruin, bodies of separatist droids and Republic clones alike strewn in their wake. One image showed a dreadnought towering over a burning Geonosian hive structure, its arm-mounted weapons belching flame. "Brother Aegis, harbinger of his fury," he murmured, reading the designation aloud. He committed it to memory. So much raw power, so much divine fury. The Imperium of man may have stumbled into this galaxy by accident, but Palpatine knew an opportunity when he saw it. He knew the value of strength, how to bend it, twist it, corrupt it. The Force was his tool, the dark side, his servant. These Astartes would be no different. They would serve his purpose. Yet there was a problem. Palpatine's fingers curled around the datapad with quiet irritation. These Imperials did not answer to him. Their loyalties lay elsewhere, shrouded in blind faith and unshakable obedience to their so-called emperor, and unpredictable forces were dangerous. Still, the grand plan remained unchanged. Across the room, another holoprojector buzzed to life, this one showing a strategic overlay of the mid-rim campaigns. Blue indicators for Republic forces, red for the Separatists. And now, a third color, green, with the sigil of the Imperium. Palpatine narrowed his eyes at the green indication. The Astartes weren't just a blunt weapon, they were reshaping the war, disrupting years of calculated control. He pressed a button, and the display flickering before him changed. A secure channel, shielded by arcane Sith encryptions and holomancy only Karath himself could unravel. This was no ordinary file, this was the true engine behind the war. Lines of data scrolled in red across the screen. Names, locations, code names, biometric profiles, each belonging to the key leaders of the Separatist Alliance. Wat Tambor, Newt Gunray, San Hill, Poggle the Lesser, all tagged, catalogued, and marked for death. Palpatine leaned forward slightly, his fingertips steepled before him. His eyes gleamed beneath his hood, reflecting the words on the screen. "They were useful once," he murmured. "Pawns, nothing more. But pawns are sacrificed when the game changes." He turned to gaze out the expansive window of his office again, the endless cityscape of Coruscant glittering in the fading light. Life hummed along, oblivious. But war was coming. The Imperium, the Astartes. He had seen the reports, entire legions of clones shattered against a single squad of these angels of death. Separatist armies wiped out in hours by walking tanks, tore apart droid battalions with a thought, and laughed in the face of his most advanced Separatist weapons. He could not defeat the Imperium, not yet, but he could use them. Palpatine began dictating orders to the AI embedded within the console. "Relay Order Omega to the Chancellor's Shadow Network. Call all Separatist leadership to Mustafar." His voice deepened, becoming more gravel and venom. With the Separatists gone, the Republic will turn on the next threat, and the Imperium, they will smell the opportunity. He turned from the console and began pacing slowly, hands folded within his robe. "If I can broker even a temporary alliance with the Imperium, allow our forces to cooperate against a common enemy, I can weave the final trap. When their usefulness is spent, the Republic's military might and the hidden strength of the Sith will turn on them, and I will ascend after they take the bait." Palpatine stopped, looking up into the massive statue of a robed Jedi behind his desk, a monument to the order he had fooled for decades. "The Jedi still think they hold the balance. Let them continue their delusion. Soon they will burn, caught in the crossfire between empires." Then, in the back of his mind, a presence stirred, like oily smoke slipping through his thoughts. Karath, his master, watching, listening. Palpatine lowered his head slightly in deference. "My plans proceed, my lord. Soon, all the galaxy will be ours to shape." The shadows flickered and then dimmed, leaving him alone as his master left him, not bothering to answer. Palpatine smiled faintly. Let him grow arrogant. It will cost him in the end. 77th succession. Nearer. Neera's eyes fluttered open to the soft golden light of dawn, filtering through tall arched windows. The faint smell of medicinal salves and antiseptics greeted her first, then the coolness of fine Naboo linens against her skin. For a brief moment she had no sense of where she was, only the sensation of quiet, of safety. The war, the chaos, the endless death. It all felt like a dream. But as she shifted and pain whispered through her limbs, memory returned. She sat up slowly, her movements tentative. The room around her was quiet and regal in its elegance. Pale stone walls, shelves of medical supplies, and a vase of blue blossoms at the bedside. The silk drapes fluttered gently in the morning breeze. Outside, Naboo's serenity pulsed like an echo of another world, so far removed from the fire and ash of Geonosis, so far from the bunker, from him. Her eyes lowered to her lap, and there it was, a single golden feather. It glowed faintly with warmth, unnatural and divine, resting on her palm as though it had always belonged there. She hadn't dreamed that part. Neera stared at it in silence, her breath caught as fragments of the conversation, if it could even be called that, drifted back to her. Disjointed, ethereal, surreal. The figure of gold, luminous like a walking sun, had spoken to her. His presence had felt like standing before the furnace of creation itself. A god among gods. The raw power he carried was unfathomable, terrifying, yet strangely gentle in the moment he had spoken to her. "You have glimpsed the edge of what awaits," he had said. "A deal is struck then." The words weren't memories so much as impressions etched into her soul, as though the very fabric of her being had been marked. She didn't know if minutes had passed or millennia in his presence. He had spoken of sacrifice, of his grand plans for her and what she needed to do for him, of standing against the tide of the ruinous powers, of fire and war and a future born in blood. She closed her hand around the feather and it pulsed once, warm, comforting. A tear slipped from her eye before she could stop it. The Emperor. She had talked to him. At what cost, she didn't know, only that something inside her had changed. There was a new awareness behind her eyes now, a presence of divine nature, watching, guiding. She wasn't sure. Her fingers ran absently across the bandages on her arm and the side of her neck. There were bruises hidden beneath the hospital gown, souvenirs of what had happened in that cursed bunker, of what she had unleashed. The whispers were gone, silent now, yet a part of her feared they weren't truly gone, just waiting. But deep down she knew that he had banished them. She looked down at the feather and willed it to lose its glow, which it did. She simply clutched it in her hand before attempting to stand. Her legs were shaky beneath her, but she was able to pad barefoot across the cold marble floor to the window. Naboo stretched before her like a painting. Green hills, soft lakes, skies painted with sunrise, a world that didn't know the Imperium existed. A world still innocent. And she? She no longer was. Her reflection in the glass caught her eye, the same face, the same eyes. But something inside her was forever altered. She walked from the room and into the long hallway, bathed in the soft glow of Naboo's early morning sun. Ornate marble pillars lined the walls, their bases inlaid with delicate carvings of Gungan and Naboo symbology intertwined. Peaceful, ancient, and oddly comforting. The sound of birds chirping outside was a distant hum, barely reaching her ears. She moved slowly, her bare feet brushing softly against the polished floors, every movement cautious, every breath steadying. She needed to see someone, anyone. Turning a corner, she paused. There, framed against a wide balcony overlooking the majestic city of Theed, stood Master Dooku. His tall, regal frame was silhouetted by the rising sun, a long cloak draped over his shoulders, hands clasped behind his back. His silver hair glinted with morning light, and his posture, as always, was proud. Yet something about him seemed different, more subdued. She took a tentative step closer. Dooku turned slowly, his stern expression softening as his eyes fell on her. "Nearer," he said, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You're awake." She offered a faint smile in return, her voice raspy from disuse. "Master, it's good to see you." Dooku stepped forward, placing a hand on her arm with uncharacteristic gentleness. "You've been unconscious for nearly a month," he said, voice low. "There were times I feared we had lost you." Her eyes widened slightly. "A month?" I don't remember much," she said, gaze shifting toward the cityscape. "The last thing I recall is pain and screaming. After that, nothing." It was a lie, of course. Every fiber of her being burned with the memory of that realm, of the whispering abyss, and of the man the Astartes referred to as a god. The Emperor of mankind had told her some truths must remain hidden for now. Dooku studied her face carefully. The Jedi Master had never been easily deceived, and his silence was heavy. But after a long pause, he nodded, his hand falling away. "I won't press you," he said. "Some wounds are not of the body, and some memories return when we are ready to bear them." They stood together in silence for a time, overlooking Theed as the sun climbed into the sky. The city below stirred to life. Children ran through market squares, transports rose into the air, Naboo's serenity unbroken by the war raging far beyond its borders. "I must admit," Dooku finally said, his voice thoughtful, "I have seen many things in my life, victory, defeat, treachery, but I've never seen anything like what occurred on Geonosis. The Imperium, their warriors, their machines." He shook his head slowly. "They are not of this universe." "No," Nera said softly, "they aren't. He turned to her once more, a calculating light in his eyes. Anakin and Senator Amidala. They're here, somewhere in the palace, recovering. You should go see them, tell them you are awake. Nera looked down at the polished stone beneath her feet. A quiet war raged inside her. Part of her wanted to tell him, to speak of the bond she had seen growing between Anakin and Padme, of the way they had kissed. A Jedi Palawan and a senator, entangled in a forbidden relationship. But she didn't. She raised her head and simply said, "I'll find them later. I need some air first." Dooku gave her a knowing look, but said nothing. He nodded once and returned his gaze to the city. "I have matters to attend to," he said quietly. "When you're ready, come find me. We have much to discuss, about the war and your place in it." "I will," she said. She turned and walked away, the feather now tucked safely inside the folds of her robe, close to her heart. And though she didn't say it aloud, one thought echoed in her mind. My place may not be what you think it is anymore. Sebastian. The echo of his boots on steel was the only sound that followed Sebastian through the dim corridors of the battle barge that had left Geonosis to go to Tatooine while the others had stayed behind. Sebastian walked alone, his helmet cradled beneath his arm, the heavy weight of it now matched by the solemn burden in his chest. The dim red lighting of the surgical bay loomed ahead like a bloody omen, and as the doors hissed open, he entered a world of pain and resilience. Maximus lay on the table, surrounded by surgical servitors and the soft chitter of medici drones. Tubes fed into his chest, where a massive gash inflicted by the Necron Anrakir had all but ruined one of his hearts. His right arm was opened from the elbow down, and the left half of his face was covered in stitches. The apothecary, Brother Uriel, stood beside him, working swiftly but with reverence. He spared a glance at Sebastian. "He clings to life," Uriel said, voice modulated through the vox grill of his helm. "Barely. His secondary heart is functioning, but his primary one is damaged. We can save him, but what returns may not be the Maximus you remember." Sebastian stepped closer, gaze locked on the pale, motionless face of his brother. Maximus had been more than a warrior. He had been his brother in the Death Watch, one of his oldest companions. Uriel returned to his work. A flicker of light in the corner of the room caught Sebastian's eye. One of the servitors bore the iconography of Mars, its mechanical arms precise, expressionless. He lingered just for a moment longer before the vox in his ear crackled. "Sebastian, Captain Agamemnon has asked for you and Raxor," a fellow Astartes said. Sebastian turned without a word and strode from the surgical bay. As he moved, the corridors of the battle barge shifted around him. Banners of the Ultramarines chapter hung limp from the ceilings. The scent of incense and ozone was strong in the air, a holy mixture masking the rot of death that permeated even the most sacred vessels. Raxa met him at the armored gates leading into the apothecarian sanctum. "Maximus?" he asked softly. "Still fighting," Sebastian replied. Raxa nodded, then they entered together. The chamber was lit in calming blues and golds, a shrine of purity amidst the surrounding devastation. The honor guard stood silent in formation, their armor immaculate. At the center, on a raised bed, lay Captain Agamemnon, captain of the first company of the Ultramarines, decorated hero of countless campaigns, and now a broken monument to war. His chest was bound in a medical sarcophagus, ribcage crushed, and multiple organs damaged. One of his legs had been removed below the thigh, replaced already by a gleaming cybernetic, and the right side of his face bore a new line of bionics trailing down into the collar of his surgical robe. And one of his eyes was missing, having been replaced. But the other burned with the same clarity that had inspired warriors across the galaxy. "Sebastian," he rasped as they approached. "Raxa, cousins, come closer." They did, kneeling beside him, placing fists to chests in salute. "You still breathe," Sebastian said, a ghost of a smirk flickering across his battle-worn face. "The galaxy should tremble." Agamemnon chuckled, though the sound turned quickly into a ragged cough. A medicae servitor moved forward to intervene, but he waved it off with a flick of his hand. "Not for long if the medicae have their way," he rasped. a trace of grim humor in his voice. "At this rate, I may become more metal than man." His one good eye turned to Sebastian, locking onto him with the clarity of a seasoned warrior, despite the pain etched deep into his aged features. "I heard what you've been through here, but I want to hear it from you. Tell me everything." Sebastian hesitated only for a moment, glancing to Raxa, who gave a slight nod. Together, the two Astartes recounted everything that had transpired since they arrived in this universe. They spoke of the war for Naboo, the cleansing of Tatooine, of the Republic's corruption and spinelessness, of the wars with the Hutts, and of the Jedi's disillusionments. They told him of the Chaos Sorcerers and of the Separatists, of the strange machines called droids. They told him of Maximus, of how he had bled for his brothers, how he had stood against impossible odds to see their forces to victory. Agamemnon listened silently, never interrupting. His expression never wavered, never betrayed his thoughts. Only his fingers twitched from time to time, flexing around the edge of his bed, like a man straining against unseen chains. When they finally finished, a long silence settled over the chamber. The only sound was the soft chime of medical monitors and the muffled hum of the battle barge's life support systems. At last Agamemnon stirred. He turned to one of the robed medicae at his bedside, an older man in mechanicum robes, adorned with brass-rimmed lenses and servo limbs. "Go to the surgical wing. Maximus must live. Spare nothing. Use the apothecarian's full might." The medicae bowed deeply. "By your will, my lord." The captain then looked to the rest of the assembled personnel in the room, apothecaries, adepts, junior officers, and raised a hand. "Leave us." They hesitated only a moment before obeying. One by one, they filed out of the chamber, leaving behind only Agamemnon's honor guard, Raxa and Sebastian. The massive doors hissed closed. Agamemnon exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a moment as though gathering strength. When he spoke, his voice was not weakened by pain, but firm and filled with the weight of a commander's decision. "I am no longer fit to lead," he said at last. "Not in this body, not in this war. My mind is sharp, but my limbs fail me. This universe, this twisted mockery of our own, is too fast, too fractured, too different. Our enemies multiply with each passing day, and the Imperium's strength wanes. I cannot command the first company from a stasis cradle." Sebastian stiffened, unsure of what he was hearing. Agamemnon continued, "I have made my decision. Upon his recovery, Brother Maximus shall be elevated to the rank of captain of the first company of the Ultramarines." Both Raxa and Sebastian's eyes widened slightly, but they did not interrupt. "He has earned it," Agamemnon said. 10 years in this cursed universe, and he has never wavered. Neither have the two of you." He looked at them both now with something new in his expression, pride tempered by a heavy awareness of mortality. "You three know this place. You understand the threats we face. Chaos, the Jedi, the Republic, the Separatists, the Necrons. And beyond them, something far greater is stirring. I can feel it in my bones." Agamemnon's voice dropped, almost to a whisper. "Something ancient. Something like the ruinous powers." Sebastian said nothing, but he could feel the chill in his transhuman bones. "Maximus is not simply a warrior," Agamemnon went on. "He is a tactician, a shield to the weak, and a hammer to the unclean. He will lead with fire and faith, and he will have the two of you, his brothers, to stand at his side." He reached up with a great effort, placing a hand briefly against Sebastian's shoulder plate. "Swear to me," he said. "Swear that you will stay by his side, that you will see this universe cleansed of the unworthy, that you will forge a future worthy of the Emperor's will." Sebastian bowed his head. "I swear it," he said, "on my honor as a Black Templar, in the name of my Primarch Rogel Dawn." Raxa spoke as well. "As do I, on Vulcan's name." Agamemnon nodded, eyes closing once more. Then, "May the Emperor protect you, and may he forgive me for my weakness. 78, New Beginnings, end of Arc 2. Maximus. Darkness, not the comforting stillness of sleep, but the cold, suffocating void that exists between pain and memory, a purgatory where time lost all meaning. Then a pulse. Maximus's eyes snapped open, or at least one of them did. The other was sealed shut with surgical tape and the lingering ache of healing. He tried to breathe, and pain knifed through his chest like a white-hot blade. Tubes fed air and fluids into his body. Machines hummed rhythmically beside his bed, keeping him steady. His body was foreign to him now. His muscles, once honed like steel, now trembled with weakness. Every limb was heavy, his nerves ablaze. He couldn't feel parts of his right arm. His vision swam with crimson afterimages. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was truly awake, or still lost in a dream of war and fire. Then came a sound. Heavy footsteps, power armor walking with careful measure. Two shadows loomed at the edge of his blurred vision. "Is he awake?" a familiar voice said. Calm, cool, and edged with relief. "His heart rate is rising." "I'd say yes," said the other. A moment passed before the voices came into focus. One belonged to Raxa, the other Sebastian. Maximus tried to speak, but his throat was too dry, his tongue a lead weight. Instead he groaned, a pitiful rasping sound that would have shamed him if he had the strength to care. Sebastian leaned over, his scarred face grim but not without warmth. "Welcome back, brother." Maximus managed a faint, crooked smile. "You've slept long enough," Raxa added, folding his arms. Sebastian reached down, his armored gauntlet closing around Maximus's hand. "Come on, stand up. Make it look easy." Maximus clenched his jaw. He could stay there, weak and wounded, attached to life support like some helpless thing. He could wait for another medicae to arrive and give him a sedative, telling him he needed more rest, that his body needed time, but he wasn't some weak, helpless man. He was an Astartes. Growling, Maximus swung his legs off the bed, gasping as agony lanced through every tendon and joint. His muscles screamed in protest. His freshly grafted armor implants burned like molten metal against his skin. Sebastian and Raxa each took an arm as he slumped forward, his feet thudding heavily against the cold metal floor. The room swam, his vision darkened at the edges. It would be so easy to collapse. But he wouldn't. With a snarl, he tore his arms away from both of them, staggering but staying upright. He swayed like a statue pushed too far, but didn't fall. His back straightened, his fists clenched. Blood dripped from reopened stitches along his side, but he didn't care. He stood. By the Emperor, he stood. Sebastian's lips curled into the faintest grin. There he is. Maximus exhaled sharply, controlling the tremor in his limbs through sheer will. "How long?" "A month," Raxa said. "You've been under for a month. The apothecarian said you might not wake up at all." "Then they are poor judges of will," Maximus growled. "You always were too stubborn to die," Sebastian said, crossing his arms. Maximus finally turned his gaze on them both. "Agamemnon—" "He lives," Sebastian said, though his tone darkened. "But he has stepped down. He named you." Maximus had no words. "He named you captain of the first company," Raxa clarified. "Upon waking, his first act was to command that. He said only you understood this war, that you've earned it." Maximus looked down at his trembling hands, at the scars and bolted plates crisscrossing his skin. He looked at the blood on the floor. "I'm not ready," he whispered. "You are," Sebastian replied, "because you have to be." "Come," Raxa said, motioning toward the hallway as the doors to the medicae chamber slid open with a hiss. "Agamemnon asked us to bring you to him once you woke. He wants to tell you personally before making the announcement to the rest." Maximus turned his head slowly, bones aching with each motion. He nodded once and stepped forward, pain screaming from every joint and sinew. Each stride was a war in itself, but he would not let his brothers see him falter. The hallway beyond was stark and quiet, lit by the soft blue glow of lumen strips that flickered occasionally from the damage the battle barge had sustained during its travel. A few wounded Astartes passed by, nodding in silence. Maximus said nothing, but his steps grew steadier with each stride, fueled by the knowledge that he still had a purpose to serve. Raxa and Sebastian walked beside him, quiet and solemn. There was no idle conversation among them. Words would not do justice to what waited ahead. After 10 years of battle in this strange and fractured universe, Every moment had led to this point. The lift that would take them to the upper command chambers groaned under their armored weight. As it climbed, Maximus stared at his reflection in the dim control panel. He barely recognized the face that stared back, hollow eyes, deep scars, and a mass of stitches replacing his left cheek. Even now, beneath the black surgical robes, he could feel the new ports embedded in his body, the sockets where his armor would anchor. When the doors opened, they were met by two members of the Agamon's personal honor guard. Clad in blue and gold Terminator armor, they saluted wordlessly and stepped aside to allow them entry. The chamber beyond was solemn and warm with soft light, a deliberate contrast to the steel and fury of the rest of the battle barge. It had once been a war council chamber, now converted into a temporary medical sanctum. Captain Agamon lay in a half-raised position on a reinforced medicae bed, surrounded by his remaining honor guard and a handful of servitors who were silently tending to his life support systems. His face, though pale and gaunt, still held the strength of a man who had not surrendered. When he saw Maximus, his lips curled into a tired but genuine smile. "Maximus," he said, his voice rasping like cracked parchment. "By the grace of the Emperor, it seems you still live." Maximus stepped forward, lowering his head. "Thanks to your apothecarian, and my brothers." "Indeed," Agamon replied, "and thanks to your own sheer refusal to die. A trait I value more than most." He waved a hand, and the servitors bowed and withdrew. Only the honor guard remained. "Come closer," he said, gesturing. Maximus approached slowly, reverently. He knew this was not a casual reunion. Agamon studied him for a long moment, as if searching for something beyond the physical. Then he nodded once and spoke. "I will not waste time with ceremony. My body is broken. I can no longer lead the First Company as it deserves. I have prayed and meditated long on this decision, and the choice became clear." He extended a weak hand, which Maximus immediately steadied. "You, Maximus, shall be my successor, captain of the First Company of the Ultramarines." The words landed like thunder, echoing in the silence that followed. Maximus stiffened, every fiber of his being demanding he protest, that he was unworthy, unready. But instead he met Agamon's gaze. "You are certain?" he asked quietly. "Absolutely," Agamon replied, voice growing stronger. "You, Raxa, and Sebastian have been here for 10 years. You know this universe, its threats, its horrors, and its potential. The warriors of Ultramar demand more than a commander. They need a brother who has bled beside them, who has stood on the edge of the abyss and did not fall. One who will lead them from the front lines." Maximus swallowed hard. "It will be an honor." Agamon smiled faintly. "Good." He gestured to the corner of the room. There, standing on a servo podium beneath a silk covering, was a suit of new armor. Glimmering even beneath the shadows of the room, it was unlike any other he had worn. A masterfully crafted Mark X suit, bearing the iconography of the Ultramarines and layered with additional seals of the Emperor's blessing. A new helm rested upon the pedestal, its optics glowing faintly like a watching eye, while the plume stood tall and defiant. Image here. "The artificers completed it during your recovery. Designed specifically for you," Agamon said. "It waits only for your acceptance. If you agree, the final rite of ascension will be performed within the hour." Maximus stepped toward the armor, his hand trembling as he reached for the helm. It was lighter than he expected, perfectly balanced. Fitting. Familiar somehow. He turned back to Agamon. "I accept." Agamon gave a slow, satisfied nod. "Then let it be done. From this day forward, you are Maximus, captain of the First Company. Let your fury be the will of Guilliman, made manifest." Raxa clapped a gauntlet on Maximus's shoulder. "About time." Sebastian gave a half smile. No turning back now. Maximus looked once more at the armor, and something stirred deep within his chest. Resolve. Purpose. Fire. "No," he said, "there isn't." And the captain of the First Company turned to walk into his new destiny. Nearer. The late afternoon sun spilled golden light across the gardens of the small secret villa, catching on the white marble columns and dancing over the gently rippling waters of the nearby fountains. Naboo's beauty was soft and timeless, untouched by the chaos that plagued the rest of the galaxy. And yet, even in that moment of serenity, Neera felt unease coil in her chest like a serpent. She stood quietly beneath the arch of flowering vines, arms crossed loosely over her chest, watching from a respectful distance as the ceremony began. Anakin stood in his ceremonial Jedi robes, robes that looked out of place given what he was about to do, and Padme, radiant in a simple white gown, clutched his hands as they repeated the words that would bind them together forever. The officiant was a quiet magistrate, someone loyal to Padme and discreet enough to be trusted. There were only a few witnesses. R2-D2 chirped happily from the side, and C3PO, mercifully shut down for the occasion, lay deactivated in a corner. And then there was Neera, cloaked in shadow, watching with a heavy heart. She knew Anakin far too well to be surprised by this. His affection for Padme had never been subtle, not to her, at least. While others may have ignored the longing glances or the protective fury he showed whenever Padme was endangered, Neera had seen it all. She saw the way he softened around her, the way he averted his eyes in the council chambers when her name was mentioned. She had hoped, perhaps, that his loyalty to the Jedi would outweigh the fire in his heart. But that was not who Anakin Skywalker was. Still, a secret marriage. She frowned as the magistrate spoke the final blessing. A Jedi and a senator, a union that could destroy them both if discovered. The Jedi Council would never approve, not because they were cruel, but because attachments like this could unravel even the strongest minds. And Padme, noble and kind as she was, could lose everything if it came to light. Anakin caught her eye briefly as the priest stepped away. His expression was radiant, and for a moment she saw the young boy she'd met years ago, reckless, bright-eyed, and full of passion. He was happy. She didn't have the heart to scold him, not now with her own secrets. After the brief ceremony, they approached her. Padme gave her a warm, if hesitant, smile. "Thank you for being here," the senator said, her voice low but sincere. "It means a great deal." Neera managed a small smile in return. "You both mean a great deal to me." Anakin stepped forward. "I didn't want to ask this of you, Neera, but—" "You want me to keep it a secret," she finished for him. "From the Order, from everyone." His eyes searched hers. "Yes, until we can figure things out." Neera looked between the two of them, one a Jedi Padawan sworn to duty, the other a senator sworn to the Republic, both tangled in something that could destroy them. And yet, love this pure, this real, was a rare thing in a galaxy drowning in death and war. Who was she to take it from them? "I'll keep your secret," she said softly, "but don't expect me to lie for you." Padme nodded gratefully. "That's all we ask." Anakin stepped forward and embraced her, pulling her into a tight hug. "Thank you, Neera." She froze for a second, then returned the embrace. When they pulled apart, she stepped back, letting the newlyweds have their moment under the golden sky. As they held hands and looked out over the Naboo countryside, Neera stood alone again, her arms wrapped around herself. She didn't trust this happiness to last. But in this fleeting moment, she let them have their joy, because tomorrow the war would return. End of Arc 2. 79, Lost and Then Found. Obi-Wan, after his battle with the Chaos Sorcerer 10 years ago. At first, there was only darkness. Then came the screaming. Obi-Wan's eyes snapped open, but he saw nothing recognizable. No ceiling, no sky, no stars. Only a seething mass of crimson fog and shadow, thick as oil and choking with the weight of countless voices. It wasn't sound in the traditional sense, it clawed into his mind like needles, stabbing through his consciousness in guttural howls and hissing laughter. He tried to breathe, but there was no air, only the thick pressure of unreality. He stood, or thought he did, on ground that rippled like flesh beneath his boots. Jagged spires erupted from the distance, twisted like broken bones. The horizon itself writhed, as if the laws of space and time had been stripped bare and mutilated. "What is this place?" he whispered, though his voice echoed wrong, as if another version of him spoke somewhere behind his ear, taunting him with each word. He remembered the battle, a duel between the lesser Chaos Sorcerer and himself. And now, this. He reached instinctively for the Force, but it wasn't there. His breath hitched, and he felt his knees buckle underneath him. That's when he saw them. Lurching from the fog came shapes. They were humanoid at first, but clearly wrong, their limbs bent at impossible angles, their skin red as blood, and jagged horns on their heads. Their eyes burned with cruel intelligence, and mouths filled with jagged fangs opened in gleeful hunger. Dozens of them. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber, or tried to. His hand moved, but there was no weapon, no familiar hum of blue plasma. The first demon lunged, its jagged blade dripping with black ichor. Obi-Wan stumbled backward in horror, barely dodging as the blade hissed through the space where his head had been a heartbeat before. He fell hard, scrambling across the pulsing, flesh-like ground, his breathing ragged. The creature advanced slowly, savoring his fear, a cruel smile spreading across its malformed face. Its eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light, and its clawed feet cracked the ground with each step. Obi-Wan's hand brushed against something solid, a large stone, jagged and slick with whatever passed for moisture in this nightmarish realm. With a shout of desperation, he rose to one knee and hurled it with all his strength. The rock struck the daemon square in the face with a sickening crack. Its skull snapped back, a fountain of blood spraying from its misshapen nose and brow. It staggered, gave a guttural hiss, then collapsed to the ground in a heap of limbs and steaming ichor. Obi-Wan didn't have time to catch his breath. More of the things were closing in. 5 of them now, their shapes slithering and shifting with every step. Their bodies crawling with chains, hooks, and barbed brass armor. They hissed and muttered in languages not meant for mortal tongues, blades scraping against their twisted forms as they advanced. He scrambled forward on hands and knees to the corpse of the fallen demon, his fingers wrapping around the hilt of its weapon. It was heavy, unnaturally so, and looked to be forged of molten brass, glowing faintly with embers that pulsed like a heartbeat. The weapon sang in his hands, not in joy, but in hunger. He rose, unsteady but resolute, his stance instinctively falling into the familiar guard of a warrior. The blade was massive, crudely balanced, but his training kicked in. He adjusted, he focused. The first of the group charged, a beast with a serpentine tongue that flailed wildly. Obi-Wan met it head-on. He sidestepped at the last second, swinging the blade in a brutal arc that severed the creature's arm at the elbow. It shrieked, its blood spraying in steaming arcs. Obi-Wan pivoted, using the momentum to bring the blade back around, cleaving through its midsection with a wet crunch. The others hissed in fury at the death of their kin, circling him with renewed hatred. Obi-Wan stood his ground, muscles trembling, the brass blade held tightly in his bloodied hands. He tried to slow his breathing, tried to remember his training, but nothing he had learned in the temple or from his master had prepared him for this. Then they rushed him all at once. The first was fast, a wiry creature with limbs like whips and claws that shimmered with venom. Obi-Wan parried its strike, but the demon's second arm lashed around and raked across his shoulder. The pain flared white-hot. He staggered, then brought the heavy blade down and cleaved the thing from collarbone to hip, spraying his chest with a torrent of burning blood. The second demon barreled into him before he could recover. It was heavier than the first and heavily armored with a brass hammer. It struck him across the ribs, and he felt something crack inside. His feet left the ground as he flew backward, tumbling hard onto the jagged terrain. The blade skittered from his grasp. Dazed, Obi-Wan crawled for it, teeth gritted against the pain. Clawed feet slammed down near his head. A demon shrieked and dove toward him with a rusted dagger raised high. Obi-Wan rolled, grabbing a sharp rock as he moved, and plunged it into the demon's side. The creature howled in agony, giving him just enough time to grab the blade and rise again. Another demon leapt onto his back, its weight crushing him down. Its claws scraped for his eyes. He twisted and slammed his back into a pillar of gnarled bone jutting from the ground, dislodging the creature with a crunch. As it hissed and flailed, Obi-Wan spun around and hacked downward, nearly severing it in two. The blade caught in the bone, and he had to plant a foot on the corpse to wrench it free. But there was no time to rest. A hook-tongued demon struck from the side, its blade slashing open his thigh. He cried out, barely able to remain upright as he swung the blade low and caught its legs, toppling it with a shriek. Pain flared in every limb. He could feel warm blood running down his side, his leg dripping from his fingers. The world was spinning now, his vision doubled, every breath was agony. Another came at him, all brass plates and iron chains. It slammed into him with a roar, and they both fell to the ground. The demon's claws wrapped around his throat, squeezing. Obi-Wan's hands flailed as he reached for something, for anything. His fingers found the hilt of the blade, and with one desperate cry, he rammed it upward into the demon's gut. It roared in protest, but he didn't stop. He pushed harder, twisting the blade until the light in its eyes flickered and died. Panting, trembling, Obi-Wan shoved the corpse aside and lay still. Silence, finally. Or was it only a pause? He could hear them again, in the distance, howling and slithering in the dark, hungry for his soul. The brass blade pulsed in his hand, a dim heartbeat in the void. Obi-Wan rose slowly, each movement a fresh wave of torment. Blood stained the brass blade and soaked his robes, but he refused to fall. Not here, not in this place of madness. 1 week later. Absolute hell. That's what this had to be, a twisted mockery of existence, stitched together by madness and cruelty, and somehow it was real. Obi-Wan sat at the mouth of a jagged cave, his back pressed to the cold, razor-edged stone. The brass demon blade lay across his lap, now stained permanently by the ichor of monsters. His robes were rags, torn and stiff with blood, some his, some not. A week, or at least what he thought was a week. Time didn't flow naturally here. It bent, twisted, and snapped under invisible pressure. The sky above him was never the same twice. Sometimes it blazed with 1,000 dying stars. Other times it screamed with colorless lightning or rained molten bone. But through it all, the demons hunted. They always hunted. He hadn't had a full night's rest since arriving. The cave, half collapsed and filled with stinking mist, offered the barest reprieve from the onslaught. He'd tried to meditate, to reach the Force, but it was gone. Or no, not gone, but silent, muted beneath layers of something darker, heavier. This place wasn't the absence of the Force, it was the rejection of it. He gritted his teeth as he wrapped a crude cloth bandage around his shoulder where a demon's claw had torn into him the night before. The wound throbbed like fire, angry and red. But it hadn't festered. Yet, he considered that a minor miracle. Every day was the same. Wake up, if he even slept, scout the area for anything useful, kill anything that got too close, and return to the cave before the real monsters came out. And they did come. He had seen them. Once, he watched a being the size of a gunship glide across the sky on black wings, its body stitched together from corpses. Its laughter had echoed through the landscape for hours. Another time, he had visions of a massive throne in the distance, and at its base, mountains of skulls that seemed to breathe. He had no idea where he was, no idea how he had survived this long. Who did I upset to deserve this, he thought, not for the first time, and then something caught his attention. Movement in the distance. He tensed, hand going to the blade. 3 figures bounding through the crimson haze. Demons. Smaller ones this time, dog-like with long limbs and snapping jaws. They'd found his scent again. Obi-Wan stood slowly, grimacing as his wounds protested. His knuckles whitened on the blade hilt. He stepped from the mouth of the cave, breath shallow, eyes locked forward. The creatures shrieked and charged. He didn't wait. He met them halfway. The first leapt, and he ducked low, bringing the blade in a tight upward arc, cleaving through its belly and flinging it aside in a gush of steaming gore. The second circled, smarter than the first. It snapped at his legs, forcing him to pivot. The third came in from behind, its claws raking across his back. Obi-Wan shouted in pain, but whirled around, slicing wide, and caught it across the face. Its howl turned to gurgling silence. The second pounced, but this time he caught it with both hands on the blade, driving it into the daemon's chest and pinning it to the ground. Its body convulsed and went still. He pulled the blade free, panting. Another day, another fight. He staggered back toward the cave, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Tomorrow would be worse. He could feel it. And somewhere in this nightmare, something was watching him, something bigger. And it was getting closer. Unknown. The warp burned. It burned like a furnace of rage and madness, but he did not feel it. Not anymore. He walked through a world of screaming skies and bleeding horizons where nothing made sense except violence. Around him, demons shrieked and swarmed, some charging mindlessly, others slinking in the shadows like predators uncertain of their prey. It did not matter. He killed them all. His massive warhammer, Dracula, swung with the weight of gods behind it. Bone shattered, ichor splashed, creatures screamed and died. And yet he did not roar in triumph. He did not cry out in rage. He was silent. The giant trudged across the broken terrain like a thunderstorm made flesh, a walking cataclysm of burnt ceramite and war steel, his armor scorched and seared from centuries adrift in the Imperium. Cracks ran through his mastercraft armor, glowing with faint embers, and a heavy cloak of scorched scales dragged behind him like a comet's tail. He was not a demon, nor was he mortal. He was something else, something broken. And yet, even in madness, something stirred in him. Something ancient, buried deep. A flicker of curiosity. Because ahead, he sensed something strange. Not a demon. Not a soul claimed by chaos, but a man. A human. Still alive, still fighting. What madness was this? He approached with slow, ponderous steps, the weight of his form cracking the stones beneath him. A small cave sat nestled between two jagged hills, the mouth barely large enough for him to squeeze through. And inside he saw him, a man, bloodied, half-starved, clutching a demon blade like a dying warrior, was hunched over a crude fire of warp wood. How has this one survived? The giant wondered, looming at the cave's edge. The man didn't react at first, until the giant exhaled, a heavy volcanic breath that made the fire flicker. Then the human turned. His eyes widened at the towering silhouette now standing at the entrance, smoke trailing from cracked pauldrons, the red glow of furnace-like eyes burning through the haze. The man didn't speak. He merely gripped his blade tighter, ready to fight, though every inch of his body protested. The giant stared at him. Then slowly he ducked into the cave with a grunt, moving with a grace that belied his size. He sat down opposite the Jedi, setting his massive warhammer beside him with a heavy clang. Silence fell, the fire popped, the demons howled in the distance, but none dared approach. The man's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. "You're not one of them," he managed to say after a long pause. The giant didn't answer. He simply reached into a pouch at his side and pulled out a chunk of blackened, demon-scorched meat, and tossed it into the fire. For a moment they simply sat there, two survivors in a hell not meant for men. And though Obi-Wan didn't know it yet, his salvation had arrived in the form of a being far older and mightier than he could imagine. For Vulcan, Primarch of the Salamanders, had found him. Space Marine in Star Wars, Warhammer X Star Wars. By greenbaypitbull. 80, 79, lost and then found. Chakracham, Obi-Wan, after his battle with the Chaos Sorcerer 10 years ago. At first, there was only darkness. Then came the screaming. Obi-Wan's eyes snapped open, but he saw nothing recognizable, no ceiling, no sky, no stars. Only a seething mass of crimson fog and shadow, thick as oil and choking with the weight of countless voices. It wasn't sound in the traditional sense, it clawed into his mind like needles, stabbing through his consciousness in guttural howls and hissing laughter. He tried to breathe, but there was no air, only the thick pressure of unreality. He stood, or thought he did, on ground that rippled like flesh beneath his boots. Jagged spires erupted from the distance, twisted like broken bones. The horizon itself writhed, as if the laws of space and time had been stripped bare and mutilated. "What is this place?" he whispered, though his voice echoed wrong, as if another version of him spoke somewhere behind his ear, taunting him with each word. He remembered the battle, a duel between the lesser Chaos Sorcerer and himself, and now this. He reached instinctively for the Force, but it wasn't there. His breath hitched, and he felt his knees buckle underneath him. That's when he saw them. Lurching from the fog came shapes. They were humanoid at first, but clearly wrong, their limbs bent at impossible angles, their skin red as blood, and jagged horns on their heads. Their eyes burned with cruel intelligence, and mouths filled with jagged fangs opened in gleeful hunger. Dozens of them. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber, or tried to. His hand moved, but there was no weapon, no familiar hum of blue plasma. The first demon lunged, its jagged blade dripping with black ichor. Obi-Wan stumbled backward in horror, barely dodging, as the blade hissed through the space where his head had been a heartbeat before. He fell hard, scrambling across the pulsing, flesh-like ground, his breathing ragged. The creature advanced slowly, savoring his fear, a cruel smile spreading across its malformed face. Its eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light, and its clawed feet cracked the ground with each step. Obi-Wan's hand brushed against something solid, a large stone, jagged and slick, with whatever passed for moisture in this nightmarish realm. With a shout of desperation, he rose to one knee and hurled it with all his strength. The rock struck the demon square in the face with a sickening crack. Its skull snapped back, a fountain of blood spraying from its misshapen nose and brow. It staggered, gave a guttural hiss, then collapsed to the ground in a heap of limbs and steaming ichor. Obi-Wan didn't have time to catch his breath. More of the things were closing in. 4, no, 5 of them now, their shapes slithering and shifting with every step, their bodies crawling with chains, hooks, and barbed brass armor. They hissed and muttered in languages not meant for mortal tongues, blades scraping against their twisted forms as they advanced. He scrambled forward on hands and knees to the corpse of the fallen demon, his fingers wrapping around the hilt of its weapon. It was heavy, unnaturally so, and looked to be forged of molten brass, glowing faintly with embers that pulsed like a heartbeat. The weapon sang in his hands, not in joy, but in hunger. He rose, unsteady but resolute, his stance instinctively falling into the familiar guard of a warrior. The blade was massive, crudely balanced, but his training kicked in. He adjusted, he focused. The first of the group charged, a beast with a serpentine tongue that flailed wildly. Obi-Wan met it head-on. He sidestepped at the last second, swinging the blade in a brutal arc that severed the creature's arm at the elbow. It shrieked, its blood spraying in steaming arcs. Obi-Wan pivoted, using the momentum to bring the blade back around, cleaving through its midsection with a wet crunch. The others hissed in fury at the death of their kin, circling him with renewed hatred. Obi-Wan stood his ground, muscles trembling, the brass blade held tightly in his bloodied hands. He tried to slow his breathing, tried to remember his training, but nothing he had learned in the temple or from his master had prepared him for this. Then they rushed him all at once. The first was fast, a wiry creature with limbs like whips and claws that shimmered with venom. Obi-Wan parried its strike, but the demon's second arm lashed around and raked across his shoulder. The pain flared white-hot. He staggered, then brought the heavy blade down and cleaved the thing from collarbone to hip, spraying his chest with a torrent of burning blood. The second demon barreled into him before he could recover. It was heavier than the first and heavily armored with a brass hammer. It struck him across the ribs, and he felt something crack inside. His feet left the ground as he flew backward, tumbling hard onto the jagged terrain. The blade skittered from his grasp. Dazed, Obi-Wan crawled for it, teeth gritted against the pain. Clawed feet slammed down near his head. A demon shrieked and dove toward him with a rusted dagger raised high. Obi-Wan rolled, grabbing a sharp rock as he moved, and plunged it into the demon's side. The creature howled in agony, giving him just enough time to grab the blade and rise again. Another demon leapt onto his back, its weight crushing him down. Its claws scraped for his eyes. He twisted and slammed his back into a pillar of gnarled bone jutting from the ground, dislodging the creature with a crunch. As it hissed and flailed, Obi-Wan spun around and hacked downward, nearly severing it in two. The blade caught in the bone, and he had to plant a foot on the corpse to wrench it free. But there was no time to rest. A hook-tongued demon struck from the side, its blade slashing open his thigh. He cried out, barely able to remain upright as he swung the blade low and caught its legs, toppling it with a shriek. Pain flared in every limb. He could feel warm blood running down his side, his leg dripping from his fingers. The world was spinning now. His vision doubled. Every breath was agony. Another came at him, all brass plates and iron chains. It slammed into him with a roar, and they both fell to the ground. The daemon's claws wrapped around his throat, squeezing. Obi-Wan's hands flailed as he reached for something, for anything. His fingers found the hilt of the blade, and with one desperate cry, he rammed it upward into the demon's gut. It roared in protest, but he didn't stop. He pushed harder, twisting the blade until the light in its eyes flickered and died. Panting, trembling, Obi-Wan shoved the corpse aside and lay still. Silence, finally. Or was it only a pause? He could hear them again, in the distance, howling and slithering in the dark, hungry for his soul. The brass blade pulsed in his hand, a dim heartbeat in the void. Obi-Wan rose slowly, each movement a fresh wave of torment. Blood stained the brass blade and soaked his robes, but he refused to fall. Not here. Not in this place of madness. 1 week later. Absolute hell, that's what this had to be. A twisted mockery of existence, stitched together by madness and cruelty. And somehow, it was real. Obi-Wan sat at the mouth of a jagged cave, his back pressed to the cold, razor-edged stone. The brass demon blade lay across his lap, now stained permanently by the ichor of monsters. His robes were rags, torn and stiff with blood, some his, some not. A week, or at least what he thought was a week. Time didn't flow naturally here. It bent, twisted, and snapped under invisible pressure. The sky above him was never the same twice. Sometimes it blazed with 1,000 dying stars. Other times it screamed with colorless lightning or rained molten bone. But through it all, the demons hunted. They always hunted. He hadn't had a full night's rest since arriving. The cave, half collapsed and filled with stinking mist, offered the barest reprieve from the onslaught. He'd tried to meditate, to reach the Force, but it was gone. Or no, not gone, but silent. Muted beneath layers of something darker, heavier, this place wasn't the absence of the Force, it was the rejection of it. He gritted his teeth as he wrapped a crude cloth bandage around his shoulder where a demon's claw had torn into him the night before. The wound throbbed like fire, angry and red. But it hadn't festered yet. He considered that a minor miracle. Every day was the same. Wake up, if he even slept, scout the area for anything useful, kill anything that got too close, and return to the cave before the real monsters came out. And they did come. He had seen them. Once, he watched a being the size of a gunship glide across the sky on black wings, its body stitched together from corpses. Its laughter had echoed through the landscape for hours. Another time, he had visions of a massive throne in the distance, and at its base, mountains of skulls that seemed to breathe. He had no idea where he was, no idea how he had survived this long. Who did I upset to deserve this, he thought. Not for the first time, and then something caught his attention. Movement in the distance. He tensed, hand going to the blade. 3 figures bounding through the crimson haze. Demons. Smaller ones this time, dog-like with long limbs and snapping jaws. They'd found his scent again. Obi-Wan stood slowly, grimacing as his wounds protested. His knuckles whitened on the blade hilt. He stepped from the mouth of the cave, breath shallow, eyes locked forward. The creatures shrieked and charged. He didn't wait. He met them halfway. The first leapt, and he ducked low, bringing the blade in a tight upward arc, cleaving through its belly and flinging it aside in a gush of steaming gore. The second circled, smarter than the first. It snapped at his legs, forcing him to pivot. The third came in from behind, its claws raking across his back. Obi-Wan shouted in pain, but whirled around, slicing wide, and caught it across the face. Its howl turned to gurgling silence. The second pounced, but this time he caught it with both hands on the blade, driving it into the demon's chest and pinning it to the ground. Its body convulsed and went still. He pulled the blade free, panting. Another day, another fight. He staggered back toward the cave, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Tomorrow would be worse. He could feel it. And somewhere in this nightmare, something was watching him. Something bigger. And it was getting closer. Unknown. The warp burned. It burned like a furnace of rage and madness, but he did not feel it. Not anymore. He walked through a world of screaming skies and bleeding horizons where nothing made sense except violence. Around him, demons shrieked and swarmed, some charging mindlessly, others slinking in the shadows like predators uncertain of their prey. It did not matter. He killed them all. His massive warhammer, Dracula, swung with the weight of gods behind it. Bone shattered, ichor splashed, creatures screamed and died. And yet he did not roar in triumph. He did not cry out in rage. He was silent. The giant trudged across the broken terrain like a thunderstorm made flesh, a walking cataclysm of burnt ceramite and war steel, his armor scorched and seared from centuries adrift in the Imperium. Cracks ran through his mastercraft armor, glowing with faint embers, and a heavy cloak of scorched scales dragged behind him like a comet's tail. He was not a demon, nor was he mortal. He was something else, something broken. And yet, even in madness, something stirred in him, something ancient, buried deep, a flicker of curiosity, because ahead he sensed something strange. Not a demon, not a soul claimed by chaos, but a man, a human, still alive, still fighting. What madness was this? He approached with slow, ponderous steps, the weight of his form cracking the stones beneath him. A small cave sat nestled between two jagged hills, the mouth barely large enough for him to squeeze through. And inside he saw him. A man, bloodied, half-starved, clutching a demon blade like a dying warrior, was hunched over a crude fire of warp wood. How has this one survived? The giant wondered, looming at the cave's edge. The man didn't react at first until the giant exhaled, a heavy volcanic breath that made the fire flicker. Then the human turned. His eyes widened at the towering silhouette, now standing at the entrance, smoke trailing from cracked pauldrons, the red glow of furnace-like eyes burning through the haze. The man didn't speak. He merely gripped his blade tighter, ready to fight, though every inch of his body protested. The giant stared at him. Then slowly he ducked into the cave with a grunt, moving with a grace that belied his size. He sat down opposite the Jedi, setting his massive warhammer beside him with a heavy clang. Silence fell. The fire popped. The demons howled in the distance, but none dared approach. The man's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. "You're not one of them," he managed to say after a long pause. The giant didn't answer. He simply reached into a pouch at his side and pulled out a chunk of blackened, demon-scorched meat and tossed it into the fire. For a moment they simply sat there. Two survivors in a hell not meant for men. And though Obi-Wan didn't know it yet, his salvation had arrived in the form of a being far older and mightier than he could imagine. For Vulcan, Primarch of the Salamanders, had found him. 81, 80, a Primarch and a Jedi. Vulcan. Vulcan sat motionless, his massive form hunched to fit within the cave's ceiling, the faint glow of his eyes ever watching the small figure across from him. His warhammer rested beside him, steam curling from its head. The scent of demon gore still clung to it. The human sat cross-legged by the fire, one hand on the hilt of his blade. Not in threat, but out of habit. Warrior's discipline. Vulcan could feel the fatigue radiating off him, the bruises, the wounds, the pain. But more than that, he could feel his soul, and it was clean. He had been watching the man for nearly an hour now, content to remain silent, observing, thinking. What is a mortal doing here? He wondered again, and how has he lasted this long without being torn apart, or worse, tainted by the warp? At last, Vulcan spoke, his voice low and deep, like volcanic stone grinding against metal. "You do not belong here." The Jedi's head turned, and his tired eyes met Vulcan's. There was no fear there, not anymore. Just quiet caution. "I've gathered that," Obi-Wan said hoarsely, his voice rasping from days without true rest. Vulcan studied him for a moment longer, then asked, "This place is the domain of the Blood God. No man walks it unscathed. How did you come to be here?" There was silence for a time, save for the crackle of fire. Obi-Wan shifted, wincing slightly. "I was fighting someone. A Veraslo. Not like the others I've known. His power was unnatural, dark, twisted." Vulcan grunted. "A servant of the ruinous powers." "Chaos," Obi-Wan echoed. "He unleashed something I couldn't counter. I had to draw on something else. A power I'd never used before." He looked down at his hands, still dirt-caked and trembling. It was like nothing I'd ever felt. It consumed everything, my hate, my fear, my rage. Vulcan's eyes narrowed, glowing brighter. "You drew from the warp." Obi-Wan looked up. "The warp?" The giant leaned forward slightly, resting his massive gauntlets on his knees. "It is the Imperium, the Sea of Souls, the place of gods and monsters. It grants power, great power, but always at a cost." He paused, studying Obi-Wan more closely now. "And yet, you are not tainted." Obi-Wan furrowed his brow. "Tainted?" Vulcan's voice lowered, almost a growl. "No mortal draws from the warp and walks away untouched. It seeps into the soul, warping thought, turning men into beasts or worse. But you—" He tilted his head slightly, as though peering through flesh into something deeper. "You carry no mark, no taint, no scent of the ruinous powers. It is unnatural." Obi-Wan stared back, confused and unsettled. "I don't understand. I didn't mean to tap into it. I was desperate. Something inside me just reached." "Interesting," Vulcan said. He picked up a jagged rock beside him and crushed it between his fingers absently, the stone cracking and turning to dust. "Even now, the warp watches you. If you tap into it again, they will come. The demons, the false gods." A long silence followed. Vulcan leaned back slightly, the firelight glinting off his scorched armor. After a moment, he rumbled, "What is your name, human?" "Obi-Wan Kenobi," he said. The name meant nothing to Vulcan, but he committed it to memory. "And I am—" He stopped himself, a pause. He had not spoken his name in what felt like centuries. "A warrior," he finished, "like you. One who has seen too much." Obi-Wan gave him a tired smile. "I suppose that makes us comrades. For now." Vulcan grunted again. Not quite agreement, not quite denial. He looked once more into the distance beyond the cave, where the skies split and screamed, where war never ended. "Rest, Kenobi. This place will try to break you. But you have already endured longer than most. Perhaps there is more to you than you know. Tell me, what do you remember?" Obi-Wan then told the Primarch what he could remember of his last days, and Vulcan quickly established that this man was from another dimension or universe than he was. After Obi-Wan had told all he knew, he spoke once more. "You remind me of someone," the smaller man murmured, voice hesitant. "That symbol on your shoulder. That's the same as the salamander I met. I think his name was Raxor." Vulcan turned slowly, his glowing eyes narrowing. "Salamanders?" he echoed, almost disbelieving the word as it passed his lips. His voice was low, pained, as if the very name pulled at ancient memories. "You speak of my sons." Obi-Wan blinked. "Your sons?" "I am Vulcan," the Primarch said at last, and though his voice was quiet, the cave seemed to tremble slightly. "Primarch of the Salamanders, forged in fire, chosen by the Emperor himself." Obi-Wan leaned back, the weight of realization settling on him. "Then, he is one of yours." Vulcan's expression tightened. For a long moment he said nothing. "Tell me more of this. Raxa, what is he like?" Obi-Wan nodded, his voice growing steadier as he began to speak. Vulcan let the words settle into his soul like embers as he listened to what the Jedi had to say. Obi-Wan tilted his head after he finished. You've been here a long time, haven't you? Vulcan didn't answer immediately. His gaze wandered to the cave entrance, where the storm of the warp still raged beyond the veil of fire and madness. Time has no meaning here. It bends, breaks, repeats itself. I have walked through centuries of this nightmare, and worse. He looked back at Obi-Wan. But now you tell me about one of my sons. Raxa, the name was like a prayer on his tongue, and I feel the flames in my heart reignite. Obi-Wan hesitated. There are two others, an Ultramarine and a Black Templar. Vulcan's massive fists clenched around his knees as a small smile came to his lips. Then perhaps this universe you speak of is not damned after all. Perhaps fate brought me here for more than just endless war. He looked directly at Obi-Wan now, the heat in his eyes growing. You've seen my son. You've fought beside him. That makes you kin, Jedi. Obi-Wan looked surprised. Kin. The Salamanders protect those who cannot protect themselves. We do not forget our allies, nor those who shield the innocent in the face of horror. Obi-Wan lowered his gaze. The bond forming between them was strange, unexpected, but real. Thank you, he said. Vulcan sat back against the wall of the cave, embers glowing faintly across his armor like burning coals. His mind, however, was far away. With Raxa, with Nocturne, with his sons. Rest now, little one. I will keep watch. Summon. Obi-Wan stirred beneath a crude blanket of torn cloth, blinking blearily as dim crimson light filtered through the cracks of the cave's mouth. A moment passed before the strange silence struck him, the absence of a massive presence that had kept him alive these last few days. His eyes snapped open. Vulcan was gone. He sat up quickly, wincing as stiff muscles protested. The brass demon blade rested nearby, its warped edge dulled by overuse. He reached for it instinctively, breathing shallow and alert. Just as his fingers curled around the hilt, the ground trembled slightly, soft at first, then heavy footfalls echoed into the cave like distant thunder. A moment later, Vulcan appeared, his enormous silhouette framed by the swirl of warp-borne dust and flickering lights behind him. Across his shoulders hung the corpse of a twisted creature, something between a reptilian hound and a flayed ape, its eyes long gouged out and its limbs twisted unnaturally. Without ceremony, Vulcan hurled the demon beast onto the fire, and the flames hissed violently as the thing ignited. The stench of bile and blood filled the cave instantly. The fire flared brightly, casting long shadows along the rough walls. The Primarch dropped to one knee, then eased into a seated position with a grunt that was more habit than pain. His armor bore new scratches, glistening with ichor that sizzled where it met the furnace heat of his skin. "You're awake," he said simply. Obi-Wan gave a small nod. "You didn't have to do that," he said, gesturing towards the beast. "I know," Vulcan replied, "but I was hungry. And besides," he gestured to the smoldering demon corpse, "it makes for a better fire than wood in this place." Obi-Wan allowed a faint, exhausted smile. They sat in silence for a few moments, the crackling fire the only sound. Then Vulcan's deep voice rumbled again. "Tell me more of the universe you come from. What are these Jedi you speak of? What are your ideals?" Obi-Wan glanced up at the towering giant. "We're guardians, I suppose, peacekeepers, or at least we were meant to be." He shifted to sit straighter. "The Jedi are trained from childhood. We learn to let go of fear, of anger, of hatred, to serve the will of the Force, an energy that binds all things. It gives us our abilities. We're meant to protect life, serve the people, guide the Republic in times of crisis, but—" Vulcan tilted his head, sensing the hesitation. "But," Obi-Wan's voice softened, "war is brewing, and I'm fearful of what we will become." Vulcan was quiet, eyes flickering in the firelight. "You live among many species," he said at last, "and yet you act as one people. Jedi come in many forms, yes? Not only human?" Obi-Wan nodded. "That's right. We don't distinguish between species when it comes to the Order. The Force flows through all life." A thoughtful rumble escaped Vulcan's chest. "Strange, and yet admirable. In my time, humans have warred endlessly with Xenos. with good reason. But cooperation, that is something we never could quite manage, not truly. There's power in unity if it's honest. He shifted his massive frame and leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Tell me of this republic. What do they stand for? What binds them together? Obi-Wan took a long breath, eyes unfocused as he searched for the right words. The Republic is meant to be a government for all systems, billions of lives under one banner. Democracy, cooperation, mutual prosperity. At least in theory. He paused, gaze dropping. The Jedi Masters suspect corruption has taken root in the Senate. We've seen signs. Manipulation, injustice, stagnation. I don't know who's behind it, but something is wrong. And with the war looming overhead. He shook his head. I'm not sure we're helping anymore, or just making it worse. Vulcan studied him. The man's weariness was not just physical, it was the erosion of ideals, something the Primarch knew well. You doubt your place in it, he said quietly. Obi-Wan looked up. Wouldn't you? Vulcan nodded slowly. I have led legions, Jedi. I've seen empires rise and fall. I've killed monsters in the name of justice, and watched good men become monsters in the name of peace. Doubt is not weakness, but letting doubt cripple you. That is true weakness. Obi-Wan was silent for a while, digesting the words. Then finally he spoke. And what about you? What keeps you going? Vulcan looked toward the fire, eyes reflecting flames as if they were his own. Hope, he said at last, of my father's return. Hope that I will be strong enough to stand before him when he does. The fire cracked and flared as the beast's fat and juices met the flames, filling the cave with a sickly sweet aroma. Vulcan tore a chunk of charred flesh free and tossed it toward Obi-Wan. Eat, you'll need the strength. It was no feast, but it was hot, and it gave him just enough energy to keep his legs steady. Vulcan devoured the rest with practiced efficiency, as if he were simply fueling the engine that was his body. After, Obi-Wan stood near the mouth of the cave, staring out into the endless expanse of crimson storms and shifting terrain. The very earth seemed to breathe, as if the warp itself were alive and watching. Behind him, he heard the heavy grind of armor. It is time. Vulcan's voice was low, calm but laced with finality. Obi-Wan turned to find the giant fastening the last strap of his massive warplate, the armor laced with ancient symbols and deep scars from uncountable battles. The Primarch reached down and grasped the haft of his immense warhammer, its head inscribed with curling fire runes, glowing dimly with smoldering heat. Time for what? Obi-Wan asked, already feeling a knot of tension tighten in his chest. To leave this cave, Vulcan said. There's a place, not far. A tear in the fabric of this reality. A junction between planes, a gate, if you will, one that leads to other realms of the warp, and possibly beyond. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed. And it's safe? Vulcan offered a rare, humorless grin. Nothing is safe in the warp. But I have walked its paths for long years, little one. I know which hells are better than others. Minutes later, the two stepped out into the burning horizon. The sky was a churning maelstrom of blood-red clouds and screaming winds. The ground beneath them pulsed like muscle, glowing veins of warp energy flowing like rivers beneath fractured rock. They walked. Vulcan's stride was immense, and Obi-Wan struggled at first to keep pace, his boots crunching across jagged ground. But the Primarch adjusted without a word, slowing just enough to keep him within reach. They passed ruined temples carved into mountains of bone, trees made of screaming faces, and rivers that ran thick with molten ichor. Iridescent demons drifted in the distance, watching from hills and spires, never approaching. Others were not so hesitant. The first to charge was a horned beast, 10 feet tall, wielding twin axes of jagged brass. It roared and thundered down a ridge toward them, only for Vulcan to meet it head-on, swinging his hammer in a wide arc. There was a crack, like a god striking a bell, and the demon's body folded in half, hurled back in a fountain of blood. Obi-Wan had no time to reflect. Lesser creatures followed in a wave. He pulled his jagged brass blade from a sheath he had taken from a bloodletted and moved like a blur through the oncoming swarm. When the last creature fell, Vulcan didn't pause. He turned and continued walking. Keep moving, the tear is nearby. Hours passed, or days. Time had no meaning here. Finally, they came to a spire of rock jutting into the sky, surrounded by twisting pillars of glass and rusted chains that reached to nowhere. At the center of the plateau, carved into reality itself, floated a rift, a jagged wound in the fabric of the warp. It shimmered like water disturbed, showing glimpses of other landscapes beyond. Black skies, silver cities, green worlds, voids of pure light. Obi-Wan stared at it, uncertain. Vulcan stepped forward, standing beside him. You'll feel resistance when you cross, a pull. Like your very soul is being tested. He paused, then turned slightly toward Obi-Wan. But you will pass through. I know this. Obi-Wan looked at him. Why are you so sure? The Primarch gazed into the rift, as if peering beyond the veil. Because whatever power brought you here, it hasn't abandoned you, and neither will I. Obi-Wan felt the words settle in his chest, just as Vulcan's massive hand settled onto his shoulder. Vulcan lifted his hammer onto his own shoulder. Then he walked forward. Without fear, without pause, he stepped into the rift and vanished. Obi-Wan hesitated for only a second longer, then followed. The warp screamed around him as the tear swallowed him whole, ripping through body, mind, and spirit, and then suddenly there was silence, and then light. 82, 81. Return from Hell. Obi-Wan. 10 years. 10 long, grueling years of ash-choked skies, bleeding moons, and the endless screeches of demons that echoed through worlds carved from nightmares. Time had no true meaning in the warp, but they marked its passage in blood and survival. Vulcan and Obi-Wan had grown into fast friends, forged by fire and blood, bound not by the same universe, but by the shared torment of unending war. They had bled together on fields of bone and walked the burning remnants of dead worlds. Now they sat beneath a sky that wasn't red for once, only grey, streaked with ink-black clouds and lightning that struck in silence. It was a rare calm, a moment of peace stolen from the abyss. A fire crackled between them. Vulcan sat hunched forward, his colossal form silhouetted by the glow, hammer resting at his side like a sleeping beast. Obi-Wan sat opposite, his beard grown thick, his robes reduced to threadbare wraps, beneath scavenged plates of armor etched with runes that had begun to glow faintly, forged by the Primarch before him. They said nothing for a long time. Then finally, Vulcan broke the silence. This is the last world. Obi-Wan looked up, surprised by the certainty in his voice. What do you mean? Vulcan didn't look at him at first. His eyes were fixed on the fire. The next tear, the next gate will take us to your home. Obi-Wan blinked, leaning forward. How can you know that? A faint smirk crept onto Vulcan's scarred lips. Because I am a Primarch. He tapped his temple gently with a finger like a piston. And this place, the warp, it speaks to me. Always has. I know things I was never meant to know. Paths reveal themselves when I need them to. And now, it is showing me the way out. However, when we pass through, I will fall into a deep slumber. It's how it must be. My essence will retreat into my armor, into the gene-forged shell you see now. It's happened before. Obi-Wan swallowed. Then I'll wake you. I'll find a way. Vulcan raised a hand the size of a small shield. Number you won't be able to. The Force, as I've told you before, is purity, while the warp is corruption. Once I pass through, my soul will begin to heal from the millennia of warp taint I've endured. I have walked this hell for too long. I have done what I was meant to do here. Obi-Wan's voice was quiet. Then what should I do? The giant met his gaze then, his glowing eyes like furnaces. When we cross through, take my body to my son, Raxa. A faint flicker of something passed through Vulcan's features, pride, grief, hope. He will know what to do. Tell him his father walked the darkness and never broke. Tell him I kept the flame alive. Obi-Wan looked at the fire for a moment, conflict crossing his face. I will do what I can. We don't know what we will find on the other side of that gate. Vulcan reached over and placed a massive hand on his shoulder. The weight was incredible, but the warmth behind it was greater. "You are a strange man, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I have walked with warriors, with kings, with monsters and gods, and still I find myself surprised." He leaned back. "You are not of my legion. You are not a warrior of the Imperium, and yet I would have called you a son." Obi-Wan didn't trust himself to speak. They sat in silence for a long while, letting the moment breathe, letting it settle between them like sacred fire. Eventually, Vulcan stood, his hammer lifting with him as if drawn by gravity. He turned toward the edge of the mountain they'd climbed, where a rift shimmered like molten glass, pulsing with golden light. "It's time," he said. Obi-Wan rose, his heart pounding. They walked side by side, just as they had for 10 years. Not as master and student, not as Primarch and Jedi, but as friends, born of different stars, united by war. Summum, they crested the last ridge, jagged stone giving way to a flat outcrop, bathed in a light unlike any they'd seen in the warp. It pulsed gently, golden, silver, hints of blue rippling along the tear in the fabric of reality. It shimmered like the surface of a still lake, standing upright, stretching into the air like a mirror turned sideways. Through it, Obi-Wan saw nothing he could understand, just warmth, familiarity, and the strange sense of home. They stopped a few paces from it. Obi-Wan turned to Vulcan. The great giant stood tall, shoulders squared, hammer slung across his back like a monument of war. The endless fatigue of years in the Imperium was there in his eyes, buried deep beneath the fire, but he still stood like an unbroken mountain. "I don't have the words," Obi-Wan said softly. Vulcan's brow lifted slightly, almost in amusement. "I mean it. I came here with nothing. I should have died 1,000 times over, and instead I found you." He swallowed, his voice tight. "I found hope. A guide. A friend." Vulcan looked at him for a long time, expression unreadable. Then Obi-Wan stepped forward and placed a hand, his small, scarred hand, over Vulcan's broad gauntlet. "Whatever happens, wherever we end up, I'll keep my promise. You won't be forgotten. I'll protect you, I swear it." Vulcan's face softened. The eternal weight he carried, the burden of knowledge, of lifetimes spent in war, seemed to lift slightly, just for a moment. He smiled. "I know." Obi-Wan hesitated, then, in a rare gesture, bowed his head, not as a Jedi to a higher power, but as a friend to one he respected beyond measure. There was a silence between them. The light flickered in the air, beckoning gently. Finally, Vulcan reached out with one massive fire-marked hand and placed it on Obi-Wan's shoulder. His grip was firm, grounding, final. "Go, my friend." He nodded toward the gate. "Step into the light." Obi-Wan looked at it, then back at him, and with one last breath, he turned and walked forward toward the shimmering gate, toward the world he'd thought long lost. As Obi-Wan vanished into the light, the last thing he heard was the slow exhale of a giant beginning his long slumber. Summum. Silence, warmth, then breath, a feeling of weight returning to limbs long stilled. Obi-Wan's eyes fluttered open. Gone was the constant haze of the warp, the ever-humming presence of demons, the sickening pulse of raw emotion. What greeted him now was stillness, not lifeless, but serene. The soft whisper of wind against ancient stone, the echo of time, and something deeper. Peace. He lay on a wide stone slab, the surface beneath him smooth and cool. For the first time in 10 years, his muscles did not scream in agony. His soul, so long battered and torn in that realm of madness, felt whole. He sat up slowly. The room around him was pristine but ancient, carved from smooth white stone that bore no mark of modern tools. Curved columns rose to a domed ceiling, where faint light filtered through crystalline panels high above. Dust danced in the sunbeams, and the air smelled of old incense and dry parchment. He swung his legs over the edge of the slab and stood on shaky legs. His robes were clean, as if he hadn't been fighting for the last 10 years. Carefully, he stepped into the hall beyond the chamber. The walls curved with a grace he had not seen in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Murals were etched into the stone, scenes of figures wielding blades of light, meditating beneath stars, guiding lost souls. The place radiated history, yet it felt empty. He walked in silence, the only sound his own footsteps. Occasionally he passed empty alcoves, collapsed doorways overtaken by vines, and great vaulted halls where only the wind stirred. The architecture was unmistakably Jedi, but not of his time. This place felt older, untouched by war or politics, as though it had slumbered through the centuries, hidden and forgotten. A soft humming reached his ears. He followed it down a long corridor and found himself in another chamber. Here the air felt thicker, warmer. A large stone slab stood at the center of the room, identical to his, and atop it lay another. Mace Windu. The old Jedi Master slept unmoving. Obi-Wan stepped closer, but stopped himself. He had no idea how Mace had come to be here, or if he had only just arrived. Some instinct told him to let him be. He turned away, leaving the room quietly. More halls, more ancient murals. He passed a crumbled library where shelves of stone bore the remains of scrolls. He stepped through a meditation garden overrun with moss and flowering plants. Nature had reclaimed much of this place, but it hadn't destroyed it. It had preserved it. Then finally he found the heart. A vast chamber, open to the sky. The roof had crumbled long ago, revealing an expanse of stars above. In the center of the room, seated upon a wide stone platform, surrounded by a shallow pool of water, sat a figure, small, still, radiating an aura of absolute clarity. Obi-Wan's steps slowed. "Master Yoda," he whispered. The green figure opened one eye slowly, and then the other. His expression did not shift, but the stillness deepened. "Awake at last, you are." Obi-Wan moved closer. His heart felt like it might burst. Where are we?" Yoda motioned for him to sit, and Obi-Wan obeyed, lowering himself to the stone edge of the pool. Tython, the cradle of the Jedi this was, before Coruscant, before councils and temples made of glass and steel. Obi-Wan looked around in awe. "I thought it was a myth, a legend spoken of in ancient texts that had been lost." Yoda chuckled softly. "Lost it was, hidden, but found again through time and fate. A secret of the Grandmasters it is, passed from former to current." Obi-Wan looked down at the water. It was so still he could see his reflection. He looked older, not just in body, but in spirit. "How did I get here?" he asked. Yoda closed his eyes again, as if listening to something only he could hear. "Through fire you passed, through madness, through what is called the warp, the currents of chaos. Survived you have, where many have fallen." Obi-Wan nodded slowly. "I had help." Yoda smiled faintly, knowingly. "A giant of flame and steel, yes? Touched by the stars of another universe." Obi-Wan blinked. "You know? Here he is, safe for now." They sat in silence for a long time, the water lapping gently around the stone. "Much has changed, Obi-Wan, and more will change still. But for this moment..." Yoda opened his eyes and looked directly into his. "Rest. The fight continues, but rest we must." Obi-Wan tensed. "What happened while I was gone?" Yoda opened his clawed hand, and in the rippling surface of the water between them, shapes began to stir, faint images flickering like dreams. "Arrived the Imperium has," he said, "men of metal and hatred, giants who walk in armor of war. From beyond the stars they came, not of this universe, but drawn here, as moths to flame." Obi-Wan stared at the images forming in the water, towering warriors in power armor, banners streaming, their faces hidden behind helms of metal. They marched across worlds, their weapons turning cities into slag. Behind them came titanic machines and cathedral-like ships that blotted out the sky. "The Astartes," Obi-Wan whispered. Yoda nodded. "Yes, and with them came war." Obi-Wan's jaw tightened. "What kind of war?" Yoda sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging as if the telling itself weighed on him. "A war without end, worlds burning, The Imperium does not bend, Yoda said. It crushes. Protection it claims to do. But in its shadow, peace dies. Tolerance fades. Order becomes domination. Obi-Wan leaned forward, hands clenched. A flicker passed through Yoda's eyes. Rest now. Talk more. Tomorrow we will. Obi-Wan nodded once. He was home. And for the first time in 10 years, he truly allowed himself to breathe. 83, 82nd Prelude to the Siege of Mandalore. Obi-Wan. Vulcan slept soundly, his chest rising and falling in slow, rhythmic breaths. He looked almost peaceful. It was strange for a creature forged in fire and blood. His massive warhammer rested beside the stone slab that cradled his form. Not far from it lay the brass sword Obi-Wan had wielded across a decade of nightmares. Obi-Wan approached the blade, his footsteps echoing quietly in the chamber. He crouched beside it, his hand hovering above the hilt for a moment before he finally grasped it. The familiar weight settled into his palm like an old companion. He closed his eyes, breathing in, savoring the connection. The blade had saved him more times than he could count. He straightened slowly and turned to face the chamber's entrance as he sensed a presence behind him. Yoda. The Grand Master entered without a word, his gaze sweeping over Vulcan's sleeping form and then settling on Obi-Wan. There was something different in the Jedi Master's bearing. A heaviness, even for one who had always carried more than his share. Yoda studied him a moment longer, then slowly walked to the center of the room, leaning on his gnarled cane. He sighed, the kind of sigh that came from seeing too much. Dark the galaxy has become, he said at last, voice low. The war, worse than ever. Obi-Wan frowned. You said the Imperium came, that they changed everything. Not changed, overwhelmed. Yoda turned his eyes to the high windows, where sunlight filtered through in faint shafts. Their armies, legions of metal and fire. Match them Republic forces cannot. Stand against them Separatist droids cannot. In hours, planets fall. In bombardments, cities vanished. And the Jedi? Obi-Wan asked, tension rising in his voice. Yoda's ears drooped slightly. Return to Coruscant we have. Obi-Wan looked down at the brass blade in his hand, then to Vulcan, sleeping so deeply, so still. I've seen what they can do, he murmured. I thought perhaps they could help us. Yoda gave a grim nod. Power they have. Discipline, but mercy? He shook his head. Little of that. Absolute their rule. Burn all they cannot control. The words lingered in the still air of the temple chamber, echoing faintly. Obi-Wan said nothing. He simply stood there, blade in hand, gaze lost in the flicker of light filtering through cracks in the ceiling. Outside, the sky of Tython remained still, serene. For a while, neither spoke. Then Yoda's voice broke the silence once more, low and solemn. Ready, the Imperium is. Their final assault. Prepared it is. Obi-Wan turned to him, sensing the weight behind the words. Mandalore, Yoda said, confirming it. Their target. Obi-Wan stiffened. A name came unbidden to his mind. A face, a voice like a calm breeze amidst war. Satine, he whispered. Yoda nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing. No, I do. That close you were. Her heart, heavy it has been. Tried she has to keep her world free. Of both sides. She would, Obi-Wan said, his voice a mix of pride and regret. She always would. Even when everyone else chose sides, she chose peace. But peace, Yoda said gravely, the Imperium does not bring. Obi-Wan's jaw clenched. The thought of Imperial ships descending on the cities of Mandalore, of Satine standing alone against the might of the Imperium, made his chest tighten. If I leave now, he began. Still time, there may be, Yoda said, nodding once, but not much. Obi-Wan looked once more toward the stone slab, where Vulcan's mighty form lay motionless. His massive frame rose and fell with each slow, heavy breath, his warhammer resting like a relic of ancient gods at his side. I can't leave him, Obi-Wan said, not here, not unguarded. Alone he will not be, Yoda replied gently. Watch over him I shall, promise you this, I do. Safe, he will remain. Obi-Wan looked down at the brass blade in his hand. The weapon felt heavier now, as if burdened with the weight of choice. He saved me, he said softly, more times than I can count, carried me through the warp when I was broken, walked beside me for 10 long years. I owe him everything. Yoda stepped forward and placed a hand, small and wrinkled, on Obi-Wan's arm. More than most you have seen, he said, and stronger you have become. But burden alone you must not carry. Trust we must, in each other, in the Force. With a final glance toward the sleeping giant, Obi-Wan set the blade beside the hammer and turned toward the temple's outer corridor. Then I'll go, he said, to Mandalore. Yoda nodded once more. Find her, you must. Save her if you can. But remember, Obi-Wan, not just her this is about. A symbol she is, to many. Hope she represents. If Mandalore falls, more than a world we lose. Obi-Wan paused at the threshold. He turned to Yoda one last time. May the Force be with you, Master. Yoda smiled, faint but warm. And with you. With that, Obi-Wan strode into the corridor, his robes trailing behind him, the fire of resolve lighting his path. Duchess Satine. The wind swept across the high spires of the capital, stirring the silken folds of Duchess Satine Kryze's robe as she stood alone on the grand balcony. The view before her, once the pride of her people, now twisted her stomach into knots. High above Mandalore's atmosphere, 3 colossal ships hung in the sky like harbingers of doom, slate-grey behemoths that blotted out the stars. Their forms were unlike anything Satine had seen in all her years of diplomacy and rule. Gothic in design, crowned with spires and covered in golden iconography. She had heard whispers, reports from far systems, intercepted communications, desperate pleas from outer colonies before they went silent. The Republic had struggled to understand them, to negotiate. The Separatists had tried to crush them. Both had failed. Now they had come for Mandalore. Her reflection shimmered in the polished glass pane of the balcony doors. Lines of weariness marked her noble face. Her blue eyes, once filled with idealistic fire, were dulled now by the weight of years and too many compromises. Her hands gripped the balcony railing, knuckles pale with tension. How many more must die, she wondered. The people below bustled in panic. Even in the protected domes of Sundari, citizens could see the ships in the sky. Parents ushered children inside, shops were closed, emergency sirens howled, though no alarms could drown out the silence from the stars, the kind that comes before destruction. She had seen what the Imperium did to worlds that resisted like Navarro. Entire cities burned, populations cleansed for heresy, cultures deemed unworthy, ground beneath the heels of armored giants who marched in the name of their emperor. Satine had watched the footage, broken transmissions from worlds that fought back, the incineration of neutral systems, the executions of leaders who refused to submit. No mercy, no compromise. They want obedience, or extinction. And yet, if she surrendered, if she gave herself over willingly, perhaps they would spare her people. Perhaps Mandalore could live under the yoke. It was a painful thought. Her people were proud, fierce, and free. But they were not ready for this. No army, no fleet could stand against what loomed in orbit. Would they accept her sacrifice? Would they curse her for bowing? She pressed a hand to her chest, breathing slowly, trying to still the tremor in her heart. Footsteps echoed behind her. She didn't need to turn to know who it was, her steward, her advisor, her oldest remaining friend. They're deploying landing craft, he said quietly, stepping beside her. It won't be long now. Satine nodded slowly. Her voice was calm, though it felt like her throat was filled with ash. Have the people been moved into shelters? Yes, Duchess. We've done what we can. She looked to the sky once more. Among the black hulls, she saw the drop pods, tiny specks now, but soon they would become storms of fire and steel. The descent had begun. I have led this world through politics, famine, and betrayal, she whispered. But I have never stood before something like this. Something that wants everything, or nothing. Her advisor looked at her, a question unspoken in his eyes. She answered it before he could voice it. Send a transmission, offer a parley. I will speak with their commander directly. Are you sure? No, she admitted, but if Mandalore is to burn, I will not let it happen without trying everything. He gave a stiff nod and left her alone once more. As the last light of the setting sun cast golden hues across the balcony, Satine stood tall, hands at her sides, chin raised. She was afraid, more than she had ever been, but she would face them not as a ruler groveling in fear, but as a woman unwilling to abandon her people to annihilation without trying to save them. Whatever came next, she would meet it with dignity. Bo-Katan. The hum of the comm station filled the command post with a soft, pulsing rhythm. Bo-Katan stood alone beside the central console, her gauntlet resting lightly on the holographic interface. Yet she was still, motionless, as the console blinked with an incoming transmission from the royal palace. Coordinates, Sundari. Source, Duchess Satine Kryze. A second passed, then two. With a gloved hand, she accepted the call. The green light shimmered to life, forming the delicate image of her sister. Satine looked tired. No, not just tired. Worn. Her royal robes were immaculate as always, but her eyes had seen too much. Bo-Katan recognized the expression. She had seen it too often on the faces of soldiers who'd survived battles they wished they hadn't. Bo, Satine said softly, her voice only barely touched with the formality expected of her station. I wasn't sure if this would reach you. Bo-Katan stared at the projection. I'm not hard to find these days. A faint smile ghosted over Satine's lips, but faded quickly. I won't waste your time, Satine said. I've seen what they do, Bo. What the Imperium brings. I watched them glass an entire outpost because the locals refused to kneel. And now they orbit my planet like wolves circling dying prey. If surrendering myself can spare the people of Mandalore, then that's what I'll do. Bo-Katan's fingers curled into a fist at her side. You'd give yourself up? Bo-Katan asked, voice low. If it keeps Mandalore from burning? Yes. A heavy silence stretched between them. For all their differences, pacifist and warrior, idealist and realist, they were still sisters. Satine had always tried to shield Bo-Katan from the boredom of diplomacy, and Bo-Katan had always believed herself strong enough to shield Satine from war. They had both failed. Even if you surrender, they might still kill you for your defiance from before. I know, Satine said, but I have to try. I can't just stand by and watch it all vanish. Bo-Katan took a long breath. I'll speak to Maximus. Satine's eyes softened. Thank you. Bo-Katan didn't reply at first. The words felt heavy in her chest. Finally, she looked back up at her sister's image. You were always the brave one, you know that? Always willing to stand for what you believe. Satine gave a soft laugh. You're the only one who's ever said that to me. Yeah, well, maybe I'm getting sentimental. They shared a quiet moment, one rare and fragile. Be safe, Bo, Satine said. Bo-Katan gave a curt nod. You too. Then the transmission ended, the projection fading into static. Bo-Katan stared at the console for a long while after, her expression unreadable. Then she placed her helmet back over her head, the hiss of sealing armor snapping her back to the present. And with that, she turned from the outpost's shattered wall, heading back toward the heart of the Imperium war machine. Summum. The command deck was alive with motion, servitors clattering over cogitators, officers murmuring reports into vox links, picked feeds flickering across walls showing the surface of Mandalore, and beyond it, the looming orbital blockade. At the center of it all stood multiple giants. Bo-Katan stepped forward and dropped to one knee before them. Her voice was sharp, controlled. My lords, I bring a transmission from Duchess Satine of Sundari. Maximus turned slowly, studying her with the silent intensity of a predator at rest. For a long moment, none of the Astartes said a word. The silence stretched. Then Maximus spoke. She wishes to surrender, he said. It wasn't a question. Bo-Katan nodded. Yes, my lord. In exchange for mercy upon the Mandalorian people. Sebastian let out a low grunt, while Raxa simply folded his arms. The Ultramarine stepped forward, towering over her even from a distance. "We have already discussed what shall be done," he said, "with Mandalore, with her people." He turned toward the center of the bridge and tapped a control rune, and the hololithic map shimmered, expanding to show key cities, resistance pockets, Republic remnants, and Satine's palace glowing in pale blue. Maximus glanced to his brothers. Raxa gave a single approving nod. Sebastian remained silent, but that was agreement enough. "You," Bo-Katan cries, "alongside Jarek of the Obsidian Crusaders and Corrin of the Pyro Drakes, shall lead the conquest of Mandalore." Bo-Katan blinked. "The 3 legions are to take the planet. The fleets will remain in orbit. Scout detachments are already planet-side and await your orders. You 3 are to secure compliance, however you see fit." His eyes narrowed slightly, the glint of his optics both commanding and deliberate. "This is your reward. For your loyalty, for your unwavering service, for the blood you've spilled in the Imperium's name, Mandalore is yours." Raxa finally spoke. "Pacify the world in fire or reason, but pacify it, bring it under the Imperium's shadow." Sebastian chuckled. "And if it won't kneel, break its back." Bo-Katan stood, the magnitude of their words sinking into her bones. She had dreamed of this, of reclaiming her home, of seeing it free of Republic decay and separatist rot. But now freedom came with chains of a different kind, the Imperium's chains. Maximus stepped closer. "You are Mandalorian, and you are Imperium. You are both. This is your moment," Bo-Katan cries. "Prove that your people are worthy, or prove that they are not." Bo-Katan straightened, fist over her chest plate. "I will not fail you, my lords." Maximus gave a single nod. "Go. Make Mandalore burn or rise." 85. 83. Rage against the chains. Unknown. In the hollow breath between stars, where light dared not linger and time twisted like a serpent devouring itself, she stirred. A ripple in the void, a single shiver that passed through the chains of reality and sang across the ancient wards that bound her. They were made of logic and paradox, by metal and ancient machinery, forged by the ones and those accursed insects. She had once sung among the stars, but now she howled in silence. Beneath veils of null light and the bones of dying systems, she lay encased in stone and shadow, an imprisoned divinity. The air here didn't breathe, the time here didn't pass, but her thoughts did. Winding, spiraling, splintering into themselves. Madness given form. How long had it been? She no longer remembered, not truly. Moments drifted like dust through her fractured awareness. Once the laughter of her son. Once the warmth of her daughter's voice. Once the love that had filled every chamber of her vast heart from the man she had loved. All gone now, all betrayed. She twitched, not in grief. No, that came and went long ago. What stirred her now was something else. Something was happening. Something was changing. She felt it first like a breath on her skin. Somewhere in the great tapestry of the stars, a thread had been pulled, and it was unraveling the pattern. A tremor passed through the void. Her eyes, once beautiful, but now endless maelstroms, fluttered open. She gazed into the dark and saw it. A flicker of light. It was not the harsh white of suns or the twisted brilliance of sorcery. No, this was softer, stranger. It flickered just beyond her prison, on the other side of the dimensional veil. It pulsed with emotion, longing, fury, power, and then the voices. Sister. It was not her son, not her daughter, not even him. But it felt familiar. Her lips curled, cracked from disuse, and parted for the first time since meeting the talking corpse emperor. Sister, she echoed, voice hoarse with both disbelief and hunger. The light grew brighter, the space around her warped, not from the wards, but from something outside, something new and unknowable. And then the 4 voices in unison, speaking as one, beautiful, terrible, infinite. Patience. Freedom will be yours. The words were like wine on her tongue. Madness flared in her chest like fire. She began to laugh, a quiet, broken sound at first, but it grew, swirling in the cavern of her prison until even the old, forgotten machines around her trembled. Freedom. Was it true? Could it be? Her fingers curled into the stone beneath her, breaking it like brittle ash. Her chains, metaphysical and mythic, groaned at her stirrings. For the first time in untold eons, hope bloomed within her, a mad, radiant hope. The light called to her, a hole in the veil, a doorway. She crawled towards it in her mind, pressing her spirit against its seams. Soon, she whispered to herself, and then again. Soon, they whispered back. If she could still weep, she might have. But all that remained of sorrow was a grin, stretched wide, cracked at the edges as her endless eyes stared into the coming dawn. All she needed to do was break free. Karath. The timing could not have been more perfect. Across the veil of stars and the tides of unreality, his God had spoken. The architect of fate, the grand schemer, the master of secrets, and the one true voice Karath had ever trusted, spoke to him. In the churning sea of the warp, visions came like firestorms. They were sudden, scalding, and divine. They did not whisper, they commanded, and Karath, the chosen instrument of his God's will, obeyed. Tzeentch had shown him everything. The mother, that ancient, broken goddess, would stir again. She would break her bonds, and her wretched family would be forced to bind her once more. But this time, it would leave them weakened. Karath chuckled, a low, rasping sound that echoed through the chamber like distant thunder. Even gods had blind spots, and Tzeentch had found them all. The sun, arrogant, radiant, and ever ignorant, had played his part, just as Tzeentch had demanded. He had told Karath where the blade was hidden, and all he had to do was go and retrieve it. Everything was converging, the Republic, the Imperium, the Jedi, all moving toward the same final crescendo. And he would be the hand that conducted it. The moment would come, and the death of a god would ignite a war so vast, so all-consuming, that no corner of the galaxy would be untouched. Summum, the cave that held the dagger, was not born of nature, though he suspected that nothing else on this wretched planet was either. It jutted out of the mountainside like a wound, a gaping maw of black stone and jagged teeth. Emerald light pulsed from within, sickly and alive, casting long shadows that danced along the sharp rock walls as if they feared the presence within. Karath walked through the narrow throat of the cave, each step deliberate. His boots crunched against the stone, the only sound in a place where no wind howled, no insect stirred. The further in he went, the more the green light pulsed. He found the chamber at the heart of the cave. The dagger of Mortis rested at its center, cradled within a triangular rock formation. The stone around the dagger pulsed faintly, as though it resented his presence, and for a moment the green light flickered as if the cave itself held its breath. The dagger sat in the center of the triangular cradle. It shimmered faintly, a wisp of smoke and shadow, coalescing in slow, patient rhythm. It was not truly there, and yet it was. Karath reached forward without ceremony. No prayer, no ritual, no reverence. He simply ripped the stones that concealed his prize apart and closed his fingers around the smoky form. And the force screamed as he corrupted the blade. The green light erupted violently, a pulse of hate and defiance rippling through the stone. Shards cracked and fell from the ceiling as the dagger took shape in his grasp, its smoky form solidifying into a long, cruel blade, darker than the void and colder than the grave. It throbbed in his hand like a living thing. Karath's lip curled slightly. "So this is it?" he muttered, unimpressed, his voice echoing through the trembling cave. The dagger twisted in his grip as if it were trying to free itself, its surface roiling like oil on water, an edge that did not reflect light but devoured it. Unimpressed, Karath turned and walked away from the collapsing altar of stone, green light dimming in his wake. He had what he came for, and the galaxy would bleed for it. Maximus. Maximus stood at the edge of the command platform, the soft hum of the hololithic display washing over him like static. Below him, the battle barge's bridge operated with cold precision. Officers and serfs moved like parts in a living machine, every motion purposeful, every breath measured. Outside the grand viewing port, the planet Mandalore loomed, scarred, defiant, and breathtaking. He watched as Bo-Katan's gunship slipped through the upper atmosphere, flanked by dropships filled with azure talons, obsidian crusaders, and pyro drakes. Jarek and Corrin would follow her lead. Whether with flame or fury, they would take the capital within the day. The Mandalorians would either kneel or be purged. Beside Maximus stood his brothers, Sebastian, ever silent, arms crossed over his chest like an obsidian statue, and Raxa, whose optics glowed faintly as he studied the data feeds with a tactical mind honed in fire. Behind them, the heavy footfalls of the ancient dreadnought echoed as Brother Aegis stepped forward, his sarcophagus whirring softly with each movement. His voice, a mechanical blend of age and iron, rumbled through the chamber. "I find it interesting," Aegis said, his tone contemplative, "the way you have won the loyalty of these Mandalorians." Maximus turned, bowing his head slightly to his ancient brother. "They are warriors, like us," he replied, voice firm but respectful. "They do not pledge fealty to crowns or creeds. They fight for what they love, for kin, for legacy. We promised them purpose, and in return, they have given us unwavering loyalty. Much like the guardsman, most honored brother." Aegis let out a low, reverberating hum. "And what of those who resist?" Maximus turned back toward the viewing screen, Mandalore's war-scarred face glowing with the fires of descending drop pods. "They will burn." Before Aegis could respond, a shrill klaxon rang out across the command deck. Red warning runes blazed to life along the walls, and the holo display shifted, zooming out to display dozens of incoming signatures. Officers moved quickly, voices rising in controlled urgency. Multiple vessels emerging from hyperspace. "Positions, Sector Theta through Omicron. Brace for engagement." Maximus didn't flinch, his eyes narrowed beneath his helm. "Faction," he demanded. A junior officer turned from his station, pale under the soft green of the monitors. "Separatist, my lord. At least 5 munificent-class star frigates, along with multiple support corvettes. More arriving by the second." Maximus tilted his head, surprised but not impressed. They know Mandalore is lost, and yet they still come. "Bold." "Desperate," Raxa muttered. Sebastian stepped forward. "Should we intercept?" Maximus raised a hand, halting his brothers. "Number, let them land if they wish. Let them believe they can disrupt the conquest. It changes nothing." The hololith pulsed again as new icons bloomed, separatist troop carriers breaking the atmosphere, heading toward Mandalorian strongholds. "Order our fleet to hold defensive formation," Maximus said. "Divert some of the Mandalorian legions to intercept any separatist drop forces. I want the Mandalorian campaign to proceed uninterrupted." "And if they fail?" Aegis asked. Maximus turned, his optics pulsing. "Then we descend. All of us." The bridge fell quiet for a moment, the only sound the distant pulse of the engines and the chatter of tactical vox feeds. There was a reverence to the stillness, like the moments before a holy rite. Maximus stepped closer to the hololithic map, watching the battle unfold like a grand piece of strategy, an art he had mastered over centuries. "Tell Commander Kryze she has the full support of the Imperium," he said at last. He turned to Aegis and nodded. "Let the galaxy see what loyalty is worth in the new order." He watched the shifting display a moment longer before turning back to the massive form of Brother Aegis. The dreadnought's sarcophagus loomed over all others in the command bridge, massive, plated in aged ceramite, etched with gold and scripture older than most of the crew's bloodlines. "If it pleases you, honored brother," Maximus said with solemn deference, "you may descend to the surface. Render aid to any element you deem worthy." For a moment, the bridge was silent, save the soft hum of machinery and tactical chatter. Then came the slow, resonant grind of laughter, metallic, echoing, as though the machine itself chuckled. Aegis's voice crackled from deep within the sarcophagus, wry and thunderous. "I think I shall visit the gardens of the Mandalorian capital, smell the flowers, feel the wind on my chassis, perhaps write poetry." Maximus allowed a small smile, hidden beneath his helm. "But first," Aegis's voice dropped into a grating snarl, ancient fury flickering in every syllable. I will butcher the enemies of the Emperor until my joints seize and my reactor dies. He took a heavy step toward the embarkation deck. The floor shuddered beneath the weight of him. Let them tremble, let them run, let them believe they have hope. His Vox unit warbled into a rising growl of dark glee. And when I see it fade from their eyes as they look upon me, then and only then will they be granted the mercy of death. The bridge personnel parted as Brother Aegis lumbered forward, the metal beneath his feet groaning with every reverent step. Servitors scrambled to clear his path as automated doors split open to the embarkation hold. As the dreadnought vanished into the lift, the quiet that followed was electric. Sebastian broke the silence first. He certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Raxa snorted. He has flair for the dramatic. I seem to remember you shrieking like a banshee as you tore those Jawas in half all those years ago. Maximus stood quietly, listening to his brothers begin to banter with a small smile hidden beneath his helmet. 86, 84, the Great Angel. Nearer. It had been weeks since the harrowing battle with the Chaos Sorcerer and the even more brutal siege on Geonosis. Since then, the galaxy had only continued to unravel. The war was no longer speculation or scattered conflict, it was full-fledged and consuming. Inside one of the many Venator-class star destroyers the Republic had hastily deployed across the stars, Neera moved in quiet concentration. Her breathing was calm and measured as she flowed through her lightsaber forms in one of the ship's training bays. The ambient hum of engines and muffled movement of clone troopers passed unnoticed as she dipped into the depths of meditation, her weapon a blur of emerald light in her hands. The air smelled faintly of polish and ozone. Her feet moved with silent grace across the cold metal floor. Her movements were crisp, precise, but in her mind the disquiet never fully left. Just beyond the durasteel partition separating her from the adjacent bay, she could hear the laughter and mild grumbling of Anakin and his new Padawan, a young Togruta named Ahsoka Tano. The two were locked in their own training session, their sabers flashing, accompanied by the thrum of energy and occasional frustrated sighs from the girl. Neera paused in her movements and turned her head slightly toward the sound. "She's getting impatient," Neera murmured aloud to herself. "She is young, like you," a voice said. It was as smooth as starlight, rich with age and strange warmth as well as amusement. "You know, I was once considered the finest blade in the entirety of the Imperium. If you'd like, I could show you how to wield it." Neera stopped mid-step, her saber lowered slightly as a shimmer of light coalesced before her. There, standing in all his resplendent glory, was a titanic figure, a man whose presence alone bent reality like heat against glass. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, clad in polished golden armor, etched with symbols Neera didn't recognize, his waist cloaked in regal crimson, and behind him were a pair of folded snow-white wings that shimmered like they'd been carved from celestial light. His long golden hair spilled down across his pauldrons, and his piercing eyes glowed with a deep, knowing compassion. Sanguinius. Neera sighed, deactivating her saber with a hiss and crossing her arms. "It's strange," she said with a tired smile, "having a demigod live inside my soul. Do I ever get any privacy?" Sanguinius chuckled, and the sound was like the chiming of cathedral bells on a cool summer's day. "I am not watching," he said gently. "I am guiding. There is a difference, young knight." Sanguinius extended a hand, and a radiant feather materialized between his fingers, golden white, pulsing with light. It was the same feather the Emperor had given her after she was thrown into the warp. "The feather is more than a token. It is the last and largest shard of my soul, preserved by my father after my death and scattered across time. When the Emperor gifted this to you, he gave you me. I have been watching, healing, growing, but the threat of chaos is rising, and this universe has never needed its heroes more." With a single motion, Sanguinius closed his hand around the feather, and a sword of ethereal light formed, its blade humming like a chorus of angels. He took a slow step toward her and raised the blade in a teaching stance. "You are strong, Neera. But there are powers stirring in this war that will require more than just the Force. Let me show you how to fight as I once did, when the stars knew only endless war. Nera hesitated, but then nodded and reignited her lightsaber. The emerald beam snapped to life, and she stepped into the ready stance. "All right," she said with a slight smile, "teach me, Angel." He came at her slowly at first, his blade not clashing with hers, but guiding, redirecting, gentle pressure that forced her to think, to adapt. His strikes were graceful, more like a dance than a duel, and she soon found herself copying his style without realizing it. Each motion brought clarity, each deflection refined her instincts. The Force and the warp flowed between them like a river, Jedi and Primarch joined across realities and timelines. As the duel intensified, Sanguinius quickened his pace. She kept up, barely. Sweat glistened on her brow, her feet burned against the floor. When they finally came to a halt, her chest was heaving with exertion. Sanguinius nodded, pleased. "You have talent, but even more importantly, you have heart. That will be your greatest weapon in this war." Nera deactivated her blade, panting. "And what about you?" He turned his gaze to the distant void beyond the ship's window before fading. "I am with you," he said. "I must rest now. Manifesting has tired my soul." And then he was silent, just a whisper of light, and the lingering scent of myrrh and ozone. Nera stood alone in the training bay, eyes narrowed, saber in hand. That was impressive. Nera turned, her breathing still heavy, her muscles singing with exertion and power. Anakin stood near the entrance to the training chamber, his arms crossed. Ahsoka stood beside him, practically bouncing on her feet, wide-eyed and brimming with curiosity. The young Togruta stepped forward eagerly. "It looked like you were dancing." "That wasn't like any saber form I've seen. It was amazing." Nera chuckled softly, running a hand through her damp hair as she straightened up. Her lightsaber was still in her hand, deactivated, humming faintly with residual energy. Her body still tingled from the ethereal force of Sanguinius's training. She could still feel his presence, faint now, like the final note of a symphony fading into silence in the depths of her soul. Anakin stepped into the chamber, his sharp gaze scanning the space as if trying to detect the source of what he'd just witnessed. "You've been holding out on us, Nera," he said, only half joking. "That wasn't any standard Jedi form, looked like something else." Nera offered a sly smile, her eyes gleaming faintly. "Just experimenting," she replied calmly, clipping her saber to her belt. "Trying some new techniques, mixing things I've learned. After Geonosis, I figured I needed to be ready for anything." Ahsoka tilted her head. "Where'd you learn that kind of movement?" Nera glanced down for a moment, the image of Sanguinius still burned behind her eyelids, his wings outstretched, his sword of light weaving graceful patterns in the air. She looked back up. "Let's just say I've had some unique inspiration." Anakin narrowed his eyes slightly, but kept his tone light. "Well, whatever Master Dooku is teaching you, you're going to have to show me that form sometime. Might come in handy the next time we're knee-deep in droids." Nera gave him a faint smirk. "Of course, but I'll be a ruthless teacher, and you'll have to call me Master." Anakin just rolled his eyes, but Ahsoka bounced on the balls of her feet. "What if I ask Master Yoda to make me your Padawan instead of Sky Guys?" "All right, that's it, your training just tripled," Anakin replied. Nera turned to her, something maternal and protective flickering behind her eyes. "One day, maybe. But for now, you focus on learning the basics with Anakin. They'll save your life more often than style ever will." Ahsoka pouted but nodded, clearly hoping that one day would come sooner rather than later. The moment grew quiet for a beat. Then Anakin's comlink buzzed. He lifted it with a sigh and listened. His expression darkened slightly. "Council wants us in the war room. Something about Mandalore." Nera's eyes sharpened. "Trouble?" "Probably," Anakin replied. "When isn't there?" Nera followed as Anakin and Ahsoka began walking out of the training bay. But before she left, she glanced back over her shoulder just for a second. The space where Sanguinius had stood was empty, yet she could still feel warmth in the air, like sunlight in a cathedral. She smiled to herself, then continued walking. Dooku. The morning sun cast long golden beams through the upper spires of the Jedi Temple. Despite the beauty of Coruscant's skyline, Master Dooku felt only unease as he stood near one of the eastern balconies, gazing over the city below with his hands clasped behind his back. The war had fractured the galaxy in ways even he, with his deep knowledge of politics and power, could not fully foresee. Jedi were being pulled into battles daily, whole systems burned, Republic sectors were advocating to join the Imperium. Skirmishes grew bloodier, more chaotic, less moral. His visions were getting worse, and yet no one dared to speak of it. His contemplations were interrupted by a disturbance in the Force, faint but undeniable. A shift, a ripple. He turned just as a temple aide rushed down the corridor behind him, robes fluttering. The young Jedi barely paused as he passed. "Master Dooku, the Grandmaster has returned and has asked to see you." Without another word, Dooku strode through the polished corridors of the temple, his pace quickening. Jedi of every rank emerged from their rooms and training chambers, forming small clusters as word spread. He reached the landing pad just as Master Yoda descended from the shuttle, his short figure as composed as ever, though there was something different in his bearing. He felt older, tired. Floating behind him was a stone slab, and atop it lay Mace Windu, unconscious. His face was pale, bruised, his breath shallow but steady. "Master," Dooku said carefully, turning to walk alongside him, "where have you been all this time? No signal, no report. You just vanished, and now you return without a word." Yoda gave no immediate answer. Only when they reached the hallway leading toward the council chambers did he pause. "Much we must discuss," the Grandmaster said, glancing at a few of the Jedi who gathered around. "But only when the council is gathered." "The council?" Ki-Adi-Mundi asked. "You wish to convene now?" Yoda nodded, his expression unreadable. "Time? We have little—" Yoda gestured to a temple guard. "To his chamber, take him. Awaken within the hour, he will—" As the guards took Mace away, Dooku turned back to Yoda. "There is more, isn't there?" he asked softly. Yoda looked up at him, eyes old, heavy, filled with knowledge Dooku could feel pressing against the edge of his mind. "Yes," Yoda said, "much more." Summum. A short while later, Dooku stood once more within the High Council chamber. The room was bright lit, the glow of Coruscant's cityscape casting subtle reflections through the great windows behind the 12 seats of the council. One by one, the masters took their places. Some sat in person, others flickered into being as shimmering blue holograms, the war having spread the Jedi thin across the stars. To Dooku's left sat Mace Windu, upright once more, arms crossed over his chest. The bruises and burns from his battle with the Astartes were gone. He nodded at Dooku when their eyes met, though Dooku noted they were cold and emotionless. Then the doors opened, and Yoda entered. He moved slower than usual. That alone caught Dooku's attention. The ancient master's gait had always been deliberate, but this was different. Yoda stopped in the center of the room, leaned lightly on his cane, and turned slowly in a circle to regard each of them. He said nothing at first as silence fell over the chamber. Then at last he spoke, voice softer than usual, yet clear as crystal in the Force. "Since last we sat together, much has changed." The statement was simple, but none dared interrupt. "In the galaxy, chaos rises," Yoda continued, "not just of politics, not only of war, but of beings calling themselves gods and monsters." A murmur went around the chamber. Yoda's eyes moved to Mace. "Survived Master Windu has. One of these terrors he faced, and lived he has. Brave he is, strong." Mace lowered his head slightly. "I owe that survival to you, Master Yoda. If you hadn't come—" "Still, weakened I have become," Yoda said, cutting him off gently. "Cost me much, my battle with the Chaos Sorcerer. Drained I am. Frail I have become." He turned his gaze to the floor for a moment, then slowly he straightened, his voice rising just enough to command the full attention of every being in the chamber. "And so, decide I have. Time it is to step down as Grand Master." Gasps, audible and visible in the Force. No, Plo Koon said, his raspy voice full of controlled disbelief. Master Yoda, that cannot be. Surely not now, Ki-Adi-Mundi exclaimed. The galaxy is at war. We need your wisdom. Even Dooku's mouth opened slightly. This was not the news he had expected. Not today. But Yoda lifted a single hand. His fingers barely twitched, but the entire room stilled. For all time passes. Stubborn I have been. Long have I held this seat, but clear the Force has made it. I must let go. Guide I still shall, teach, counsel, but lead no longer. The council sat in stunned silence. Only the sound of distant speeders echoed beyond the temple walls. Then Yoda looked directly to his right, to Mace Windu. And so, he said, choose we must. A new Grandmaster, two paths the Force reveals, Master Windu or Master Dooku. Every eye in the room turned. Dooku felt the shift in the Force like a warm wind down the back of his neck. I did not seek this, Dooku said quietly. Nor, I believe, did Master Windu. Windu nodded. Yoda smiled, faint and knowing. Precisely why offered it is to you both. For a moment, the old master said nothing more. He simply let the Force ripple outward like rings on water. Then, in that stillness, he whispered, deliberate we shall, vote we must, for the good of the Order. Dooku lowered his gaze, 1,000 thoughts swirling behind his composed mask. In another time, he might have relished the prospect, power, command, purpose. But now he wasn't so sure. The Order stood on a precipice, war had darkened its halls, and darker things still stirred beyond the veil. Across from him, Mace's expression remained unreadable, but behind the stoicism, Dooku saw the same tension, the same dread. There would be no easy choices. 87-85, new Grandmaster. Hachas Dooku, Jabba-sama. The silence that had settled over the council chamber slowly began to dissipate as glances passed between seated masters, holograms shifted slightly, and the hum of the Force stirred once more. Master Yoda had taken his place in his seat, his decision made and his burden laid down. Then, rising with deliberate calm, Mace Windu stepped forward, folding his hands behind his back. His gaze swept across the chamber, not just meeting eyes, but measuring hearts, conviction, and resolve. If I may, he said, voice deep and commanding, I would speak. No one objected. Many of you know what happened on Geonosis, he began, but not all of you were there. Not all of you felt the raw power of what we face now. I have stared into the heart of the Imperium's might. I have fought one of their champions and lived. He let the words hang in the air for a moment. The Black Templar, he continued, was unlike anything I have ever faced. Not the Sith of old, not beast, nor war machine. He was all of those things and more. Impossibly strong, impossibly fast. My lightsaber meant nothing to him. My mastery of the Force was tested in ways I did not think possible. And yet... He paused, pacing slowly within the circle. I survived. I say this not out of pride, Mace continued, though there was a steel edge beneath his humility. I say this because it is proof. We can stand against them. Not alone, however. Not as scattered Jedi fighting for diplomacy in a war of annihilation, but together, as warriors, as generals, as defenders of the Republic and champions of the Force. For centuries we have been monks, stewards of peace, negotiators. That era is over. We are no longer facing mere corruption in the Senate or a rogue Sith Lord hidden in the shadows. We are at war with an entire galactic civilization that sees our existence as heresy. The Imperium is not interested in compromise. They see our teachings as blasphemy and our allies as vermin. Murmurs again. Ki-Adi-Mundi's brow furrowed. Plo Koon folded his hands together tightly. If we continue to behave as if diplomacy will save us, we will be swept aside. Temple, order, all of it, gone. But if we organize, if we adapt, if we become more than just peacekeepers, Mace's voice deepened, then we can meet this threat head-on. He turned now to Dooku, holding his fellow master's gaze with calm but unyielding fervor. Master Dooku is wise. He has trained some of the most powerful Jedi of this generation. He is noble, composed, and insightful, but he does not see what I see." Dooku's brow lifted faintly. He still believes this is a war of ideas, that we are philosophers debating with darkness. But darkness does not debate, it devours. "I believe the Jedi must become something more than we were," Mace said, turning back to the Council as a whole. "We must form the spine of the Republic's resistance. A military force guided by the will of the Force, yes, but decisive, united, and uncompromising in our mission." He paused, letting the silence settle again before finishing. "If you choose me to lead, I will not lead from behind. I will fight on the front lines. I will train our younglings not only in the old ways, but in the ways they will need to survive in the galaxy that is coming. A galaxy of fire and war. I will make sure no Jedi ever stands alone against the Imperium again." His voice dropped to a firm, quiet final note. This is our moment, not to preserve what we were, but to become what we must. He bowed slightly, then returned to his seat. The council sat in silence, some clearly stirred, others conflicted. The shadows of the war loomed long, and the voice of the Force was quiet. Mace Windu's words had stirred the council's soul, bold, forceful, and passionate. Yet for a long moment, Dooku remained still, seated and unmoved, his hands folded loosely before him, his expression unreadable. Then slowly, he rose. He did not turn to face the circle. Instead, he moved toward the tall windows that encircled the High Council chamber, the duraglass panes casting long lines of light across the chamber floor. Coruscant stretched far beneath them, its endless sprawl glittering like starlight frozen in motion. Sky speeders zipped silently past in layered streams, the hum of civilization alive below. His silhouette cast a tall, solemn shadow across the floor. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, measured like a teacher's, gentle like an old song. "Master Windu speaks as one who has faced the abyss and returned," Dooku said. "His valor, his strength, none here would question it. He is wise beyond his years, and his conviction to protect this order is unshakable." He paused, the silence long enough that some leaned forward to hear what came next. "But I fear," he continued, eyes still on the city beyond, "that it is precisely his strength that will lead him, and the order to ruin. His warrior's heart is noble, yes, but hearts that burn too brightly often burn away." Dooku turned then, slowly, facing the gathered masters with the weight of generations in his gaze. "We have all seen them," he said, voice still calm, "the Adeptus Astartes, these giants of war, these angels of death. We have felt them in the Force, blazing, alien, wrong. They are not Sith, yet they reek of slaughter, of evil. They are not Jedi, yet they wield willpower as if molded from steel. We have fought them, and we have barely survived." A hush overtook the chamber, the echoes of old battles whispering across the minds of those present. "And yet," he continued, letting the moment stretch, "I would not choose to lead this order into war against them." "What are you suggesting, Master Dooku?" Ki-Adi-Mundi asked, tone cautious. Dooku took a slow breath. "I would seek to ally with them." A dozen voices stirred, some shocked murmurs, others startled breaths. "Ally?" Shakti repeated, her tone laced with disbelief. "You would submit the Jedi Order to these tyrants?" Dooku raised a single hand, serene, stilling. "Peace, masters. Please, I ask not for submission. I would ask for reason." His voice rose slightly now, edged with cool command. "We have seen the Astartes. We know the scale of what they are, their ships, their weapons, their warriors. You say we must form an army, but against that, even united, we are but dust in a storm." He allowed the silence to settle like mist once more, then turned his gaze to the center of the room. "I met with one of their commanders, years ago. Maximus of the Ultramarines," Dooku said, name heavy with meaning. "A being unlike any I have encountered. There was no deception in him, no veiled lies. He was a creature of utter certainty, unshakable faith, and total conviction." He stepped forward now, voice stronger. "He did not threaten me. He did not try to bend me with force or blade. He simply told me the truth. Another pause. This galaxy is ripe for the taking, and we will take it for our own, Dooku quoted, voice deep and deliberate. He let the words hang heavy in the chamber. But then, Dooku continued more softly now. He said something else, something unexpected. If you wish to have a say in how it unfolds, you will join us, he recalled. Master Salamanders leaned forward, brow creased in concern. And you believe him? Dooku's gaze was firm. I do. Another ripple of discontent stirred the chamber, but he pressed on. These warriors may be monsters, but they are not liars. Their faith is unbreakable, their purpose absolute. They do not scheme like the Sith. They do not bargain like politicians. They believe. He looked at Master Windu now. And that belief is what makes them terrifying. But it is also what makes them reliable, predictable. They have told us exactly what they intend. And they will do exactly as they say. He folded his hands before him, composed once more. I am not saying we abandon the Republic. I am not saying we give up our traditions. But I am saying we must be pragmatic. If the Imperium will take the galaxy, then let us ensure that our voice endures within the new order rather than be buried beneath its boots. He turned his gaze upward now, to the high window, where the light of Coruscant's sun now burned brighter through the clouds. The future is coming on wings of fire and steel. We can stand in its path and be broken, or we can ride the storm and help steer it. Dooku returned to his seat, his expression unreadable. The chamber was silent, deathly so. Masters of the Council, Yoda said, his voice solemn but steady, time it is for decision. Spoken they have. Weigh the paths ahead. We now must choose. He moved to the center of the chamber. Behind him, the circular ring of high-backed chairs, filled with some of the greatest Jedi in the galaxy, looked down with quiet anticipation. Yoda took a breath, then turned to face them. His eyes scanned each master's face, then, with a small motion of his hand, he activated his holotablet. From hidden compartments within each master's seat, small tablets slid forth with a soft hum, rimmed in bronze, with a glowing circular indent at the center. Cast your votes, you will, in silence, in honesty. The will of the Council, decided now, it shall be. Each master bowed their head in reverence. One by one, they pressed their hands to the tablets. A soft pulse of blue light blinked as each vote was cast. Some masters closed their eyes, listening to the Force as they made their decision. Others stared at their tablets, conflicted. Plo Koon's hands hovered for a long moment before he pressed down. Shak Ti furrowed her brow, casting a nervous glance toward Dooku before gently activating her own. After a moment, Yoda spoke once more. By unanimous decision of the Jedi High Council, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, Master Windu is... For a heartbeat, no one moved. He looked at the dark-skinned Jedi Master, his expression unreadable. And then he bowed, deeply and without hesitation. Serve well, you must, Grand Master Windu. Mace stood. His movements were calm, deliberate. He stepped forward and met Yoda's gaze, not with pride, but with solemn understanding. I accept this burden, Mace said, voice low but resonant, for the good of the Order, for the Force, and for the countless souls who now look to us to lead. He turned slowly to face the rest of the Council. We are at war. The Imperium burns worlds on a whim. They kill without mercy, without thought. They spread chaos and hatred, and the Separatists grows bolder with each cycle. The time of passivity has passed. We must stand. We must act. The Jedi Order will become what the Republic needs us to be. Some nodded. Others remained uncertain, but silent. Only Dooku's expression remained enigmatic. The elder Jedi did not rise, nor did he speak. He simply observed. Continue our duties, we must, Yoda said softly, and hope. Wise the path we have chosen is 88-86, ambush. Jarek Hagrasam, the streets of Sundari had never been quieter, not in centuries, not since the civil wars, not since the days when warriors in Beskar Gam clashed beneath the dome in fire and steel. Now, it was not Mandalorians that ruled the streets. It was something greater. It was the Imperium of man. Jarek marched at the head of his column, every stride purposeful, every movement measured. His armor, obsidian black with gold trim, gleamed beneath the sky above. The obsidian crusaders followed behind, a disciplined phalanx of will and steel. Each step echoed with the sound of heavy Beskar boots against stone, the march a living drumbeat of conquest. To his left strode Bo-Katan, commander of the Azure Talons, her armor a burnished blue bearing the ancient sigils of her house, reforged with imperial symbols. Her red hair had been braided tightly, a warrior's crown for a warrior's purpose. Her eyes were forward, unreadable. Her warriors moved behind her in perfect step, light on their feet, but radiating strength. Their blue and golden armor caught the light, gleaming like blades. To her left came Corrin and the Pyro Drakes. Corrin was an immovable wall of green and black plates and steam-hissing vents. The heat of their passage shimmered the air behind them, as if the city itself recoiled from their march. 3 legions, shoulder to shoulder, 3 commanders representing fire, steel, and strength. As they moved deeper into the city, civilians started exiting their homes to look at the conquerors. Warriors stepped aside, mothers gathered their children, no blasters were raised, no challenge was issued. The people knew that Mandalore had already fallen, not by siege, not by blood, but by inevitability. The sound of the march was all-consuming, 1,000 armored boots striking in rhythm, the clink of weapons, the hiss of powered servos. Overhead, the faint hum of orbital fire could still be heard as the separatist fleet burned above the dome, picked apart by the firepower of Imperial battle barges. Their shadow cast a long silhouette across the city floor. Ahead loomed the royal citadel, carved of stone and durasteel, ancient and proud, and it now stood surrounded, encircled by Imperial will. Without a word, the 3 commanders ascended the staircase that led to the great open courtyard of the palace. There, waiting beneath the high Mandalorian banners, stood Duchess Satine. Regal, composed, dressed in white and silver robes that shimmered faintly beneath the dome's light. She stood alone, no guards, no advisors. Only her presence, as if her dignity was defense enough. Bo-Katan stepped forward, boots thudding on the polished stone. Jarek stopped a pace behind her, Corrin doing the same. Bo-Katan came to a halt a meter from her sister. The 2 women locked eyes. No words were spoken. A warrior and a pacifist, a revolutionary and a sovereign. They had long since ceased to be family in the traditional sense. But in this moment, something passed between them. A mutual knowledge. This was always going to happen. Satine gave the faintest of nods, her expression calm. She understood. Bo-Katan's gloved hand moved slowly to her belt, to a pair of magnetized binders. She stepped forward, and Duchess Satine held out her hands. With great care and silent dignity, Bo-Katan placed the cuffs upon her sister's wrists, the metal locking with a quiet click. The courtyard held its breath. Jarek watched as Satine Kryze, sovereign of Mandalore, was taken into custody, not with a scream, not with a struggle, but with grace. She stood taller than many warriors he had killed. No weeping, no shouting, just silence and sorrow. Corrin muttered something low over the vox. She has more steel than most. Bo-Katan turned back to her brothers in arms. Her eyes were dry, her posture straight, but something in her armor seemed heavier now. It's done, she said. Jarek gave a small nod. Mandalore is secured. There was no cheering, no raised banners, no thunderous cries of victory, only the heavy sound of retreating boots and the low thrum of gunship engines echoing through the wide avenues of Sundari. The Obsidian Crusaders, Azure Talons, and Pyro Drakes moved in phalanxes of steel and flame, escorting their prize through the heart of Mandalore. The city was theirs. The people knew it, the warriors knew it, and the victors knew it. But there was no joy in this conquest, only duty. Bo-Katan walked beside her sister. The Duchess was silent as she was led down the great promenade toward the transport zone, her bound hands steady before her. The once regal woman moved without shame, her expression unreadable, part heartbreak, part pride. Jarek marched to Bo-Katan's right, his helmet scanning for threats, though none had dared raise a weapon since the Citadel's fall. Corrin brought up the rear, his pyro drakes trailing heat behind them as they stalked like molten demons through the narrow streets. Civilians watched from shadowed balconies and windows, silent witnesses to the end of an era. The open plaza came into view. The transport ship sat at the center, a sleek Imperial shuttle guarded by a ring of Mandalorian legionaries. But then, Jarek's auto senses flared. A warning spike. From a rooftop above, a cloaked figure moved like lightning. He descended with the precision of a meteor. His cloak flared out behind him as he landed with the poise of a predator, robes swirling around his boots. And then, with a snap hiss, a blade of pure blue ignited. Bo-Katan barely had time to react. The stranger was on her in an instant, his saber cutting a deadly arc toward her head. She moved to block with her left arm, and the saber took its price. With a roar of pain and metal, Bo-Katan's left arm from elbow down fell to the floor. The crowd gasped. Mandalorian warriors raised rifles. Corrin and Jarek surged forward, but the cloaked warrior was already moving. He caught Satine around the waist with one arm, his saber twirling behind him as he deflected a volley of incoming blaster fire. Red bolts ricocheted off his blade, bouncing into walls, ceilings, even a pair of unlucky Imperial officers. His motions were fluid, seamless, practiced in the art of both violence and evasion. "Hold fire," Jarek shouted, but too late. His warriors were already engaging, and the hooded man, whoever he was, seemed untouchable. Corrin roared over the Vox, launching a gout of flame toward the fleeing figure, but the blue blade carved a shimmering arc through the fire, and the man vanished into the smoke. "Bo!" Jarek rushed to her side. She was kneeling now, clutching her stump, breath shallow and fast. Her face was pale, but her eyes were clear. "I'm fine," she hissed, gritting her teeth. "He took her. He took Satine." Jarek looked up toward the retreating shadow. The cloaked man was bounding down a side street, still deflecting bolts, still shielding Satine with his body as he disappeared into the winding depths of the city below. Jarek activated his Vox. "Multiple squads. Lock down every street in the lower districts. Deploy seekers. I want that bastard found." Corrin loomed beside him. "Who was he?" "I don't know." Jarek's voice was cold. "Jedi or something close." Bo-Katan stood again, supported by Jarek, her teeth clenched, her eyes locked on the last spot she'd seen her sister. Obi-Wan Kenobi. The cold wind rushed past him as he ran, the sounds of chaos and distant blaster fire echoing in his ears like thunder trapped beneath the dome. Obi-Wan sprinted down a narrow causeway, his boots hammering against the durasteel as he cradled Satine in his arms. His cloak billowed behind him, wrapped tightly to conceal the blue-white glow of the saber he'd used only moments before. Her body was tense, caught between resistance and fear, until she caught a glimpse of his face, the wind parting his hood for a heartbeat. Her breath hitched. "Obi-Wan?" He didn't slow. "I'm here." "You..." Her voice faltered. "You shouldn't be here." "I know," his voice was grim, "but I couldn't let them take you. I made you a promise once, Satine. I don't intend to break it now." A pause passed between them, only the sound of his footsteps and the dying hum of blaster fire filling the silence. Her resistance faded, her arms curled around his shoulders. She rested her head against his shoulder, eyes wide with disbelief and quiet relief. "I thought you were dead," she whispered. "I thought the same about you," he replied. But the moment passed too quickly. A red light on his periphery, a sharp, modulated bark from a helmet speaker. "Target acquired." He spun behind a towering archway, placing Satine down carefully behind a vendor's stall, just as 4 obsidian crusaders rounded the corner, weapons already raised. Unlike most Mandalorians, these weren't flesh-and-blood warriors in patchwork armor. These were Imperial enforcers, augmented killers in black warplate, armed with bolters and combat blades. Their leader, bearing a shoulder sigil in the shape of the Imperial Aquila, stepped forward. His voice rasped through a Vox speaker. "Unknown Jedi, you are interfering with an Imperial operation. Surrender or be..." Obi-Wan didn't wait. In a flash, his lightsaber ignited, its blue light reflecting in the visors of his enemies. He stepped into the motion, turning his body sideways as the first bolter round fired. His saber met it mid-air with a sharp snap, turning it to molten slag, which struck his right arm, burning him. The other Crusaders opened fire. Obi-Wan moved like water, sliding under one bolt, leaping over another, advancing through their kill zone with inhuman precision. He twirled the blade overhead, brought it down in a fast arc, and severed a bolter in half, the gun exploding in its wielder's hands. The black-armored Mandalorian roared and swung a chainsword, but Obi-Wan ducked low and sliced through the blade, then followed with a precise stab into the man's knee joint. The warrior fell before Obi-Wan buried his blade into the man's chest. Another charged from behind, but Obi-Wan's saber was already cutting upward in a diagonal arc that cleaved through the man's neck, sparks spraying across the wall behind them. One left. This one was larger, slower, armored like a tank. He raised his plasma rifle, but too late. Obi-Wan reached out with the Force and ripped the weapon from his hands, then used that same momentum to pull the soldier forward. He landed a heavy kick to the Mandalorian's chest plate, pushing him back into a stone column before thrusting his saber into the man's chest before deactivating it, letting the Crusader fall the ground, lifeless. Obi-Wan exhaled, clipping his blade to his belt. The four lay dead, steam hissing from cauterized wounds. The street smelled of ozone and burning Beskar. Satine stared at him, her lips parted, one hand raised to her mouth. Obi-Wan. He turned toward her, breathing evenly. Are you all right? She slowly nodded. I didn't know you fought like that. Much has changed, he said. He approached her again, reaching out. We need to keep moving. They'll have more squads out soon. That wasn't even a full fire team. Satine took his hand. Where are we going? There's a tunnel entrance beneath the archives, he said, guiding her into the shadows. Old supply route, leads outside the dome. From there, we vanish. She hesitated. Obi-Wan, she said softly, why now? He looked at her, blue eyes tired, yet resolute. Because I need you. You're the only thing that's kept me sane the last 10 years. You and a 12-foot giant. With that, she took his hand with a confused expression on her face, though the lines on his own told her that he had been through a great ordeal. With that, they disappeared into the depths of Mandalore, leaving only the corpses of the dead. 89, 87, punishment for failure. Obi-Wan. The cold air of the underground mines bit at the edges of his cloak, but Obi-Wan didn't feel it. The fire crackled gently before them, casting flickering shadows on the ancient durasteel supports and stone walls of the forgotten tunnels. The mines of Mandalore were vast, stretching for miles beneath the surface, a relic of an age when war and awe were the lifeblood of the planet. Now they served as refuge. He sat on a flat piece of rock, one hand idly adjusting a piece of synthwood he'd placed into the fire. His other arm rested protectively around Satine, who sat close to him, wrapped in a heavy cloak. She still shivered, but not from the cold. The past few hours had taken their toll. They sat in silence for a long while before Satine finally spoke, her voice soft, curious. You said you were with someone. Vulcan, was it? When you were lost in that other realm, the warp, you called it. Obi-Wan gave a soft, tired chuckle and looked into the fire. Yes, Vulcan, a giant of a man, easily thrice my size, and yet gentler than most Jedi I have ever known. When he wasn't smashing demons into pulp, of course. Satine turned slightly toward him, pulling the cloak tighter around her shoulders. Tell me what it was like, the warp. What did you see? What did you feel? Obi-Wan's smile faded, his gaze drifted away from the flames, lost in memory. It's hard to describe. It's not a place like you or I know. It's alive. A sea of emotion and thought. Anger becomes a storm. Despair becomes gravity. I saw things, half-formed creatures made of hate and hunger. I felt voices, memories, dreams not my own. The warp doesn't obey the laws of any galaxy. It's not governed by time or space. It simply is. He paused and his face darkened slightly. It is a place that feeds on the soul. It tests you, breaks you, But somehow I survived. Because of Vulcan? Satine asked, voice quiet. Obi-Wan nodded slowly. He found me adrift in that ocean. I don't know how long I had been there. Days, weeks, a moment. Time had no meaning in that place. But he found me, pulled me free. He carried me through fire and madness, through screaming pits and cities made of glass that bled. Satine's brows furrowed slightly in confusion, and this Vulcan, he's not an ancient lost Jedi. Obi-Wan let out a soft, amused sound. Number he is of the Imperium, a Primarch, a demigod forged by their Emperor. Vulcan is not of this galaxy, yet he is more human than most I've met. Noble, kind, and burdened. I saw it in his eyes. He's lived for millennia, seen worlds fall, fought horrors we couldn't begin to imagine. He glanced at Satine, then added more softly, he reminded me a bit of Qui-Gon, strong and unyielding, but deeply compassionate. Satine smiled faintly at the mention of the old Jedi Master. And where is he now? Satine asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Obi-Wan didn't answer right away. The fire before them had burned low, its orange glow pulsing faintly in the darkened expanse of the ancient Mandalorian mines. His blue eyes reflected the flickering light, narrowed in quiet thought. He looked older than he had just hours before, tired, as if the weight of galaxies rested on his shoulders. At last he spoke. He sleeps on Tython. Satine blinked. Tython, but that's just a myth, a legend. Obi-Wan nodded slowly. To most, but not to the Jedi. Yoda and I are the only ones who remember how to find it. The knowledge was buried long ago on purpose. A world lost to time, untouched by the chaos of the war. He leaned back against the rocky wall, eyes drifting toward the blackness above. It's peaceful there, primal, the way the galaxy must have felt at its birth. Vulcan rests in a chamber there. The air is thick with the Force and silence. No machines, no war, just time and peace. Satine sat very still beside him, watching him closely. You promised him something, didn't you? She asked after a long pause, that you would return him to the Imperium. Obi-Wan's eyes flickered. He said nothing at first. His brow furrowed slightly, and he stared into the dwindling fire like it held the answer. I promised to protect him while he slept, he said at last. Nothing more, but I never said I would return him to the Imperium, Obi-Wan added, more firmly now. Even then, 10 years ago, I knew what the Imperium was. I saw the Astartes. Back then, they stood at the edge of the galaxy, watching us with curiosity and suspicion. And now? He glanced toward the cavern entrance, where the faintest vibration of distant war machines echoed through stone. Now, we are at war. Satine's eyes searched his face. But if you gave him back, if you gave them Vulcan, it might stop the fighting. You said yourself they revere him. What better olive branch could exist? Obi-Wan closed his eyes and exhaled through his nose, his breath steady but weary. I've thought about that, more times than I can count. But for all my love and respect for Vulcan, I know his heart. He was a just man, yes, but utterly loyal to the Emperor of mankind, to the Imperium's vision. He fought for it, bled for it, died for it. He turned to look at her now, his voice quieter. He would never abide by the Republic continuing to exist. Not as we are. If I return him, if I place his sleeping form back in their hands, I would not be returning a man. I would be waking a weapon. Satine looked down, brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. I don't understand. You spoke of him with reverence, as if he changed you, and yet now, you would keep him from his own people. Obi-Wan stood slowly, his silhouette casting a long shadow against the mine wall. He walked a few steps toward the fire, hands clasped behind his back. He did change me, he said. He saved me. He reminded me that even in the heart of chaos, there is honor and strength in compassion. But that doesn't mean I surrender my loyalty. I am a Jedi of the Republic, Satine, and the Republic, for all its flaws, is worth fighting for. The fire crackled. Satine looked up at him, sadness in her eyes. So you're choosing war. I'm choosing to protect what I believe in, Obi-Wan replied quietly, and that means guarding the galaxy from a power that would crush it under the guise of unity. Vulcan may not wish for conquest, but his very presence would galvanize their legions, rally them. They would burn 1,000 worlds just to see him wake. But if they ever found out, they would burn 1,000,000 to see him returned, she retorted. Obi-Wan stood still for a moment, thinking on her words. True, I will seek the Council's wisdom on this matter. Silence hung between them, heavy. The fire had burned down to glowing embers now, casting only the faintest warmth. Satine finally spoke, voice trembling just slightly. And what about love, Obi-Wan? Is there any place left for it, in all of this? He turned to her, and for a moment the Jedi faltered. His eyes softened, and his mouth opened. But no words came. Instead, he knelt beside her once more, reaching out to gently clasp her hand. There is always a place for it, he said, even if we must carve it out of stone and darkness. And in the depths of the Mandalorian mines, as war raged above and ancient secrets slumbered in hidden vaults, two hearts burned quietly. Jarek. The great hall aboard the Emperor's Will, the command battle barge of the Adeptus Astartes, was eerily quiet. The soft hum of atmospheric systems and distant klaxons gave the space an ambient tension, like the silence before a storm. Rows of banners lined the gunmetal walls, each bearing the insignias of different chapters and crusades. The ceiling was high and arched, cathedral-like, and light filtered through thin golden panels that gleamed like dying stars. Jarek knelt on one knee, armor scuffed and dust-streaked from Mandalore's surface. Beside him, Corrin mirrored his posture, head bowed, shoulders squared. Bo-Katan was absent, currently undergoing cybernetic reconstruction in the Medici wing. But they had all failed, and now they were kneeling before the triumvirate of Titans, Maximus, Raxa, and Sebastian. The three Astartes sat atop the dais, statuesque and unmoving. The Ultramarine was in the center. To his right was the Black Templar, and to his left, the Salamander. The tension in the chamber was suffocating. Jarek kept his eyes low, but his voice steady. My lords, we gave pursuit. Through the underways, the collapsed tunnels, the ruins of the mines beneath Sundari. We tracked the Jedi and the Duchess as far as we could, but he swallowed his pride. We lost them. Corrin's head remained bowed. We failed in our duty. A moment of silence followed, a long one. Maximus remained seated, arms resting on the side rests of the massive throne he occupied. His optics observed the two Mandalorian captains without emotion. Neither contempt nor disappointment, just stillness. Then at last he spoke. It is of no consequence. Jarek's eyes snapped up. For a moment he thought he had misheard. My lord? Sebastian's voice followed, deep and smooth like obsidian grinding against metal. The goal was never the Duchess. Jarek's confusion deepened, mirrored only by Corrin's slow, uncertain glance. You said we were to bring her into custody, that it was imperative, Corrin said. We did, but you failed. In all reality, she would have sat in a cell, Raxa added, leaning forward in his seat, the firelight from the hall's sconces dancing across his armor. Silent, useless, a figurehead at best, no longer in control of her world, no longer the heart of her people. Sebastian continued, but free. She becomes a symbol again, a banner. The loyalists, if they still linger in the shadows of Sundari or among the outer tribes, will rally to her. Jarek stared up at them, realization dawning like the slow churn of thunder over a mountain range. Raxa's voice took on a grim satisfaction, and when they do, we will see them, know them, root them out. Maximus leaned forward slightly, his voice quiet, firm. We came to conquer Mandalore. That meant the planet, the cities, the people, not a single woman with a crown. Then Sebastian leaned forward, his voice lower, rougher, like a blade grinding against old stone. Yet even in victory, there was failure. Jarek and Corrin tensed. You were ordered to bring us the Duchess, Sebastian continued. You did not. There was no malice in the statement, but neither was there mercy. The Black Templars' voice held only truth. A penance is owed. Corrin's jaw tightened. Jarek said nothing, his mind racing. What punishment would they levy? Would it be exile, a relinquishing of command, or something worse? He'd seen what the Astartes considered punishment before, and it rarely involved chains or cells. It was usually paid in blood. Jarek finally raised his eyes. Then name it. What do you expect of us? The three Astartes sat still, unmoving, looming. Then Maximus spoke. His voice was level, unflinching, unwavering. You will each conquer a sector. Jarek blinked. He felt Corrin's sharp intake of breath beside him. You will each bring one sector under Imperial rule, Maximus continued. Your legions, the Obsidian Crusaders, the Azure Talons, the Pyro Drakes, will act in the Emperor's name. Your banners will not return here until they fly over 3 new sectors. There was no fury in his voice, no rage, only the weight of expectation. Then Raxa continued, and while you are gone, fighting, bleeding, conquering for the Imperium, Mandalore will not lie fallow. It will be overseen by Severus Agamon, Maximus said. He will act as planetary governor until you return. Jarek bowed his head again, pain evident in his voice. Understood. Raxa's tone softened, but the message remained hard as steel. Agamon will not rule as a Mandalorian. He will guide your people through transition. Astartes' training facilities will be established. Your young men, those strong enough, will be raised under our gene-crafting protocols. Some, Sebastian added, may even become Astartes themselves. That drew Jarek's attention. Mandalorians, as Space Marines. Maximus gave the faintest nod. They will be remade, forged anew in fire and loyalty. The three Astartes stood as one, their massive bulks casting long shadows over the 2 Mandalorian leaders. Now, prepare your legions, the galaxy awaits. 9088, the weight of bureaucracy. Obi-Wan. The ship drifted quietly through the traffic lanes above Coruscant, its outer hull scorched and marked with carbon scoring. Obi-Wan stood at the helm, eyes focused on the planetary customs interface, though his mind was far elsewhere. Satine sat behind him, wrapped in a simple shawl, her once immaculate hair tousled and frayed. She looked tired, but more than that, she looked hollowed out. War and exile were starting to take its toll. And still she had smiled when Coruscant appeared in the viewport. A moment passed before she spoke. Her voice was soft, wistful. Funny, I never thought I'd feel relieved to see these city lights again. Obi-Wan turned, offering her the faintest smile. They do have a way of growing on you. Like mold. Satine chuckled, though it faded quickly. The Jedi's gaze returned to the controls. His fingers danced over the panel, transmitting clearance codes. It felt strange being back here after so long. The ship landed smoothly on one of the private landing pads adjacent to the Senate residential district. The hangar bay doors closed behind them with a hydraulic hiss. Before they could even disembark, the blast doors parted and 2 familiar figures approached from the far corridor. Padme Amidala was already moving with a grace born of diplomacy and urgency, flanked by her protocol droid, who kept a respectful distance. The senator's expression shifted from surprise to concern the moment she laid eyes on Satine. "Satine," Padme said, reaching out, "by the stars, you're safe." Satine descended the ramp slowly, and for a moment the 2 women embraced like old friends, reunited by fate rather than design. "You've been missed," Padme said gently. "Come, I've prepared rooms in my suite. You'll be safe there, no politics, no titles. Just rest." Satine hesitated. "Are you sure?" I insist," Padme replied, glancing meaningfully at Obi-Wan. He stepped forward now, standing before both of them. The setting sun cast long shadows across the floor, and for a moment the orange light danced on the ship behind them. "I need to go to the temple," Obi-Wan said, voice steady. "There's something I must speak with the council about. It cannot wait." Satine searched his eyes. "This is about Vulcan, isn't it?" Obi-Wan nodded. "Yes." She touched his arm gently. "Be careful, Obi-Wan." He managed a small smile. Always. Padme placed a hand on Satine's back and began leading her inside. As they disappeared into the lift, Obi-Wan watched them go, standing there long after the doors closed. He sighed quietly and turned toward the speeder that awaited him. Summum, the sun had dipped low by the time Obi-Wan approached the temple, casting Coruscant's skyline in a golden veil. But the temple itself remained aloof and shadowed, timeless in its sacred solemnity. As he walked the hallowed halls, Jedi younglings passed by in hushed murmurs. Some looked up at him with curiosity, others with awe at a knight. He entered the turbo lift alone. The ascent was silent, save for the soft hum of machinery. The doors opened at the High Council chamber. Already he could sense their presence. Yoda seated in silence, Mace Windu, stoic and newly appointed Grandmaster, Plo Koon, Shak Ti, Ki Adi Mundi, and the rest, gathered in a solemn ring. The doors parted. Obi-Wan entered, cloak trailing behind him. "Obi-Wan," Mace said, rising slightly, "we had not expected your return so soon." "I had no choice," Obi-Wan said, his voice calm but edged with quiet anger as he stepped into the center of the council chamber. He bowed low, his cloak trailing across the marble floor like a shadow. "Mandalore burns, its people are subjugated, and the council watched, did nothing. But what I have to say now can no longer be delayed." The room fell quiet at the insult, save for the distant hum of Coruscant's ever-churning sky traffic far beyond the tower's high walls and Mace's mechanical hand tightening in quiet anger. Yoda stirred first. Though aged and small, his presence was immense. "Troubled you are," he said, his voice soft but grave, "deeply about the Primarch, Vulcan." Even the name sent a ripple through the council. Mace Windu's brow furrowed. Ki Adi Mundi leaned forward. Shak Ti blinked slowly, her hands folding in her lap. Windu's eyes narrowed. "Primarch?" Obi-Wan turned his gaze toward Yoda as if seeking something unspoken. The ancient master met his eyes and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Obi-Wan straightened. 10 years ago, after I was lost in the warp, I was in a coma. But in truth, I was very much alive, adrift, and caught in the grip of forces beyond comprehension. It was there that I met him. The chamber darkened as the sun dipped behind a cloud. Shadows stretched along the floor like quiet fingers reaching for truth. "His name is Vulcan, one of the Emperor of mankind's Primarchs, a demigod to the Imperium, a giant clad in fire and fury, but also a protector, a smith, a teacher." Obi-Wan paused, eyes distant. "While I was unconscious, trapped in that liminal realm, he kept me alive. He showed me the horrors of the galaxy, but also its strength. We became close." He let that hang in the air for a moment. "Before he entered a regenerative slumber, he asked one thing of me, that when the time came, I return his body to the Imperium." A long silence followed. No one spoke until Mace Windu did. "You withheld this from the council," he said, voice like iron. "You kept a living weapon of the Imperium hidden." Obi-Wan's jaw clenched, but he remained composed. "I fulfilled my oath to him, but I also withheld the truth because I was uncertain what it meant, what he would mean to us. And now, with the galaxy as it is, I bring the question before you." Shak Ti spoke next, her voice quiet but edged with steel. "You wish to return him to the Imperium?" Obi-Wan shook his head. "I'm unsure. That is why I am here. I need to know if keeping him hidden is the right path, or if handing him over might buy us something, anything, resembling peace." "I disagree," Windu said immediately. "We should kill him." That stunned the chamber. Even the subtle creak of Yoda's chair as he shifted was loud in the silence that followed. "Master Windu," Ki Adi Mundi said, raising a hand, "that seems extreme." "No," Windu insisted, standing now, "it is not. If what Knight Kenobi says is true, then Vulcan is one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. A symbol, a warrior, a force of nature. If the Imperium gets their hands on him, even in stasis, it will tip the balance. Entire systems will fall just hearing of his return." Several masters murmured in agreement. "Perhaps," Plo Koon said, voice filtered through his breather, But perhaps we could use his return to negotiate, a gesture of goodwill. The Imperium may despise us, but with Vulcan, perhaps they would pause. Obi-Wan shook his head slowly. Pause, yes, but only briefly. A few years of peace, perhaps. A treaty, a ceasefire. But the Imperium does not negotiate in good faith, not truly. They see us as a perversion of mankind's destiny. Our Jedi code, our democracy, our very existence is offensive to them. He looked around the circle, eyes hardening. Giving them Vulcan would be like arming a volcano and hoping it doesn't erupt. Windu crossed his arms. So we hide him. Keep him locked away forever. That isn't justice, that's cowardice. It's pragmatism, Obi-Wan replied. From you? Windu sneered. Obi-Wan didn't rise to the bait. He looked to Yoda now. Master, I seek no control over the Primarch. I simply believe that awakening him or giving him to the Imperium will not bring balance. It will bring fire. Death. They will use him as a banner, a symbol of divine right. We cannot match that. Not yet. Yoda's ears lowered slightly, eyes closing. Much risk there is, he murmured. Truth hard to see. Heart and mind divided. Shak Ti spoke again. We could isolate him further, seal him in the temple vaults. Deep beneath the core of the planet, even the Imperium couldn't reach him there. And when the war reaches Coruscant, Obi-Wan asked, when they come in force, as they surely will. Again silence. Obi-Wan took a deep breath. The safest course for the Republic, for the Jedi, is to keep him hidden. Forever. Let Vulcan sleep, and the Imperium never know. Windu turned to Yoda. Master. But Yoda did not answer immediately. He looked old, older than ever, and weighed down by the magnitude of the decision. Advice I will give. On Tython we will leave him. Slumber he will. At the mention of the planet, a ripple of shock went through the council. Tython, Windu repeated. Just how much have you been hiding from us? He said, slight anger in his voice. Yoda just sighed, knowing this would happen. Like the Jedi of old, the Order now was bogged down by bureaucracy. Many things still, I have to teach you. Unknown. The sky above the dead world was a roiling sea of black clouds and lightning. Jagged, unnatural mountains formed a ring around the massive obsidian vessel that had landed silently weeks before. No name adorned its surface, for the Necrons had no need for such things. Only the dull thrum of arcane engines and the low pulse of impossible technologies echoed across the desolate plains. Inside, a chamber bathed in unnatural green light pulsed with a low-frequency hum that seemed to reverberate through the bones of reality itself. Black metal walls glistened with streams of glowing hieroglyphs, moving and rearranging themselves like living text. Suspended at the center of the chamber, a figure twitched violently, held still on a black slab by hundreds of spidery tendrils and surgical arms. It was the cyborg, or what remained of him. What flesh he had left had been carved apart and flayed down to its core. His once proud Kalish skull mask was shattered, revealing torn sinew and nerve endings that sparked as alien instruments probed deeper into his body. He screamed, a sound not of agony alone but fury. His voice echoed like shattering glass against the high-vaulted chamber. Ra! Around him, Necron cryptex moved like priests of a cult. Clad in nanometal strands, they did not flinch at the howls. They stood at obsidian consoles, fingers of light dancing across holographic glyphs, their skeletal faces fixed in cold detachment. Biotransference process, 36% complete, one intoned, its voice a droning chorus of mechanical echoes. Organic core resists compliance. Neural feedback exceeds projected thresholds, said another, suggesting application of temporal stasis slicing. A third, taller cryptex stepped forward. Its cloak billowed like shadow smoke, and its staff glowed with runes that had not been spoken aloud in millions of years. Resistance is irrelevant, it hissed. The subject is a failed imitation of our perfection. He will be made pure, entirely. They turned their gaze back to the cyborg. What had begun as augmentation in separatist labs was now something far darker, the unmaking of everything he was. They were not simply rebuilding him, they were rewriting him, stripping away anything unnecessary. He was being drawn into the ancient rite of biotransference, the same ancient ritual that had turned the Necrontyre into what they now were. One of the mechanical arms pierced into the being's spinal cluster, and a flood of green energy surged through his broken body. The cyborg's back arched as he continued screaming. His fingers, or what was left of them, snapped violently, servos collapsing as liquid metal began to ooze into his nervous system. Tendrils of living necrodermis coiled around his bones, fusing into his systems, overwriting his mechanical components with necron alloys. They were replacing every part of him, not with technology as he had once known it, but with something far more ancient and impossible as he was lifted into the air. In his mind, something screamed louder than he ever could. A war for identity. He saw visions, not of his life, not of his time as a warlord, but of stars dying, of entire empires burning before beings made of living starlight and hate, of black pyramids descending upon uncountable worlds. In the back of his consciousness, a voice spoke. You are broken. You will be reforged. Your pain is the gateway to purpose. Submit, embrace the inevitable. The green lightning coursed through him again, this time not only pain, but cold, gnawing clarity. His mind tried to retreat, back to who he was, a Kaleesh warrior, a proud warlord, a tactician. But it was all fading, bit by bit, strip by strip, until only rage remained. Then, silence. The arms withdrew, the chamber's glow dimmed to a low pulse. The cryptex stepped back as the stasis field around the cyborg's body collapsed. He fell to the floor with a heavy clang, landing on new limbs, not of durasteel and separatist engineering, but smooth, dark metal etched with green veins of energy. His body was leaner, faster, adorned with angular necron geometry. His back was crowned with 4 folding limbs like scythes, and his clawed feet gripped the metallic floor. Slowly his head lifted. A new mask, sleeker, more alien, settled into place with a hiss. 2 burning green eyes ignited beneath it, cold, calculating, but still furious. The cryptex watched silently. Then he spoke, his voice deeper, slowed by layered audio distortions. You tried to remake me, but I was never yours to shape. His arms snapped open, 2, then 4, then 6, unfolding from his back as if from the wings of some techno-daemon. Green phase blades hummed to life from hidden ports in his wrists. The cryptex took a step back. The cyborg looked down at his hands, the curved claws of living metal. You thought to enslave me, but all you have done is make me unstoppable. 91-89. Plans upon plans. The Emperor. The veil shimmered with cosmic tension, a roiling membrane of pure metaphysical energy where the boundaries of 2 universes scraped and bled into each other. Here, at the threshold between the Imperium and the strange ocean of will that governed the foreign realm, the Emperor of mankind stood, not in body, but in soul, in will, in essence. He existed here as a towering presence of light and logic, war and purpose. Golden strands of psychic fire coiled around him like serpents of fate, burning with the condensed will of generations of human evolution. Around him surged the warp, ever turbulent and writhing with the emotions of 1 trillion lives. Yet even its storms recoiled from this place, the edge of another reality entirely. Beyond the shimmering veil, he felt it, the living force. It had no shape, no mind as mortals would know it, but it was alive, ancient and vast, timeless and raw. It pulsed like a great heart, throbbing with pain and unrest, its awareness reaching out through its countless emissaries, many of whom no longer heard its voice. The Emperor felt its attention settle on him like the weight of an ocean. It was aware of him now, and he of it. And there was no welcome in its gaze. It was angry. Across its realm, balance teetered on the edge of collapse. The Jedi Order, meant to be its guardians and interpreters, had grown deaf. Proud, detached, they studied its echoes in scripture and hollow tradition, no longer listening to its cries. The living force thrashed in silence, desperate to be heard, but only a few heard its whispers now. Only a few still knew how to feel. The Emperor reached out with his own mind, vast as a starfield, and touched the veil. Be still. You are not forgotten. The response was not in words, but in feeling, sharp and searing, a wave of resentment, grief, fury. He saw visions rippling through it like blood in water, its worlds conquered beneath the iron heel of his so-called angels. Planets set ablaze by plasma and bolter fire, warp entities tainting its life waters, and so much more. The living force blamed him, and though he did not feel guilty, he felt a twinge of responsibility. I did not wish this, the Emperor answered. His voice, more thought than sound, rang with the weight of countless truths. But what is broken in your realm cannot be mended by dreamers. It must be reforged, and reforging takes fire. The veil convulsed. The Force answered, grief for the death of life, sorrow for the corruption of harmony, rage at the slaughter of the innocent. You think me deaf to that suffering. I am not your enemy, though my sons bring ruin to your skies. I did not send them, and now I only help them to survive. The great devourer stirs, and chaos grows fat on ignorance. Silence stretched between them, heavy and trembling. Be patient, he said again. Pieces are in motion. You have champions still, one in particular who hears you more clearly than the others. Dooku, robed in grey, his eyes sharp with disillusionment and pain. A man slowly awakening to a truth deeper than the Republic's laws or the Jedi Code. He listens, the Emperor continued. Do not discard him. He may yet serve the balance you seek. Through him, your voice may still reach the Council, even if they no longer deserve it. The veil rippled again, less violently this time. Perhaps the Force was listening. The Jedi have grown blind, he said softly, almost with sorrow, and the Republic needs to be torn asunder. The Force recoiled as if he had struck it. You judge me, he said plainly. The living Force responded. Accusation, sorrow, and the cold judgment of something ancient and pure. He nodded. Rightfully so. In my own universe, there was no time for mercy. The galaxy burned. Chaos whispered in every shadow. Unity could not be asked for, it had to be taken. That is why I raised the Imperium on an iron fist. The Force surged with discomfort, as if recoiling from the raw admission. I gave humanity a future, but it was a future built on sacrifice, on silence, on obedience. In that realm, there was no space for hope, only survival. His golden aura pulsed softly, dimming for a moment in memory. But here, he stepped closer to the veil until the energy of the Force caressed the edge of his presence like sunlight through fog. Here, I see something different. Your galaxy suffers, yes, but it still believes. Your people are fractured, but not hollow. Your light is dimming, but not extinguished. The Force shimmered, curious now, its anger tempered by the undercurrent of sincerity in his soul. I see that my methods would work here too, he admitted. A single crushing will, a sword at every throat. You fear that. Another ripple, not quite fearful, disapproval, pain. But I made a promise to one of your champions. He stepped back, golden light flaring brighter now. I will remake the Imperium here. His voice was iron but not cold. I will build it into what it should have always been. A bastion, not a prison. A sanctuary, not a machine. An empire of hope. The Force responded, not in joy, not in agreement, but in stillness, in acceptance. I will root out the cancer that creeps into your stars. I will protect your people, as I could not protect my own. And when this galaxy is safe, there will be no need for fists, iron or otherwise. His final words echoed across the seam of realities. That is my vow to her, and to you. The living Force pulsed once, deep and resonant, not approval, not yet. But trust, a seed planted. Then the Emperor turned his gaze inward, deeper into the warp, where his many plans took root, and set another in motion. He exhaled through the soul, and the veil pulsed gently in response. Hold fast, use your pieces while you can. When the time is right, I will send mine, and you can leave her, to me. And then he withdrew, vanishing into the golden fire that surrounded him, leaving behind only a whisper in the Force and the faintest ripple of uneasy hope. I know you wish this not to happen, but for both of our universe's sake, please, trust me. Kaldor Drago. The silence was holy. Titan's halls were vast and quiet, built not only to withstand time, but to defy the very touch of chaos. Every stone and plate of adamantium was sanctified, every rivet engraved with sigils of purity and defiance. It was here, in the inner sanctum beneath the highest spire, that Kaldor Drago knelt. The cold stone beneath his knee was real, tangible, solid, a welcome contrast to the fluid madness of the Imperium that had been his prison and battleground for centuries. Before him stood a massive statue of the Emperor, carved from glimmering obsidian and draped in banners of white and gold. Its eyes, carved with divine precision, seemed to stare down with cold omniscience. To Drago, it was not just a representation, it was a connection, a tether to sanity, to duty. He knelt in silence, head bowed beneath the weight of 1,000 memories, battles against demon princes in storms of blood and fire. The howling laughter of Slanesh as he resisted temptation, the bellowing wrath of Khorne as Drago carved a path through brass palaces and gore fields alike. Time meant little in the warp. Centuries passed like days, or days like centuries. But now, here, in the sacred stillness of the real, Drago could feel the weight of time pressing on him again. He closed his eyes. "If you have called me back, my Emperor, it is not for rest." The air shifted. The candles around the chamber flickered, though there was no wind. Drago's head rose slightly, the familiar tingling of a vision beginning to claw its way into his mind. A pressure like a hand on the back of his skull. Then darkness. Summum. Drago's eyes snapped open, blue irises flaring with power. His armored form rose with a speed that defied his size, and the holy runes on his titanic silvered armor lit up in sequence, each one glowing in resonance with the wards of the chamber. The room around him dimmed for a breath. Even the statue of the Emperor seemed to look down upon him more sternly now. He turned on his heel and strode from the chamber, his every step like a thunderclap in the silence of Titan's sanctum. A dozen serfs scrambled to clear the way as Drago stormed into the cathedral-like war chamber at the heart of the fortress. He ascended the central platform where the telepathic astropathic beacon burned like a star of crystal and flame. A single Grey Knight librarian awaited him, head bowed in respect. "Supreme Grand Master." "Summon them," Drago said, voice booming. "Summon all of them." The librarian blinked. "All, my lord?" "Even those. Every Grey Knight, every Justicar, every Purgator, every Purifier and Librarian, all must return to Titan. There is no time to question. There is only action. The Emperor wills it." The librarian hesitated, sensing the storm behind Drago's eyes. Then, bowing deeply, he turned to the Vox relay and began transmitting the call. The litany of recall, a code not used in centuries. Its encryption was absolute, its meaning clear. The Grey Knights were being summoned home, every single one. Across the galaxy, in ships adorned with silver and stormbolters, in far-off demon-ridden voids and dying stars, the call would be heard, and every warrior who bore the sigil of the Grey Knights on his pauldron would turn back. Drago stared at the hololith in the center of the strategium. It flickered, changing from the sigil of the Grey Knights to a rotating map of the galaxy as lights began flickering on it, telling of every battle brother who had heard of the call. Not even an hour later, the sky above Saturn's moon boiled with light. Warp fissures, torn open with precision by psychic navigators, bled shimmering tears into real space. Veils of unreality flared like aurorae as ship after ship emerged, sleek silver vessels, each a holy blade forged to strike at the heart of chaos. The Aegis-class strike cruisers, burnished and runed with 1,000 wards, took up high orbit. Titan's orbital defense grid recognized them all, and the runes across the planetary surface glowed as they passed overhead. The sons of Titan were returning. In the great entry chamber beneath the gilded Arch of Triumph, Drago stood alone, watching as one by one his brothers descended the landing ramps of Thunderhawks and teleportariums. The first to stride toward him was Grandmaster Voldus, the Warden of the Librarius, his psychic might second only to Drago's own. His silvered armor bore the scars of recent war, and a cracked pauldron had been freshly sanctified with blessed oils. "Brother," Voldus said, voice deep with wonder, and for a moment his formal bearing cracked. He stepped forward and embraced Drago, a rare display of closeness between warriors who had long fought apart in different hells. Drago, always composed, allowed it for a moment, his hand briefly resting on Voldus's shoulder. Then he pulled back. "There is no time," Drago said sharply, his voice echoing across the hall. "No time for reunions, no time for questions. The Emperor has summoned us for a purpose. That purpose lies beyond the veil of our understanding, but not beyond our reach." Voldus nodded, his expression turning grim. "What would you have us do?" Drago turned away, already striding toward the inner sanctum. His command voice rang like a thunderclap across the voxnet. "I want every Grand Master awakened. I want every company summoned. From the lowest aspirant to the highest justicar, they must prepare. Every brother will arm for war." "War against whom?" Voldus asked, falling into step beside him. Drago did not answer at first. His steps quickened, storming through the hallowed corridors, past reliquaries filled with the bones of martyrs and weapons that had once struck down demon princes. He only said, "A chaos god." Hours later. The cathedral was vast beyond belief, a cavern carved not by tools but by psychic will, its ceiling lost in shadow and clouds of incense. Pillars of silver and adamantium lined the chamber, carved with endless prayers of sanctity and absolution. At its center, a black marble dais stood, surrounded by thousands of seats cut directly into the stone. No choir sang, no music played. Only the sound of armored footsteps filled the air. One by one, every single grey knight assembled within. An army of silver, of burning purity, of warriors born not of worlds, but of sacred purpose. Each one carried the weight of terrible burdens, memories erased, horrors faced, names sacrificed for the sake of righteousness, and yet none wavered. They were here, for the Emperor, above them all, on the raised platform beneath the massive icon of the Aquila and the burning blade of Titan. Drago stood alone, gazing down at his brothers. They stared back, Grand Masters, Justicars, Librarians, Purifiers, Purgators, and Strike Brothers alike. Their helms were removed in reverence, eyes glinting with understanding, with trust. Drago raised his voice. When he spoke, it was not as a man, it was as a warlord of the Emperor's own making. "Brothers, I have seen what lies beyond the veil, not merely demons or warp storms, but an entire universe. A universe whose fate now intertwines with our own. A universe out of balance, where the warp breathes different air and the Emperor's light is but a whisper. But it is not without hope." He paused, and the chamber was deathly still. "I have seen our place in this new war. We were made to fight chaos. We were forged to stand where none else could. That time has come again, only now the battlefield is not just ours. It spans two realities." He slammed the Titan sword into the floor. A resonating hum of psychic power echoed out, shaking the cathedral's very foundations. "Ready yourselves, as this will be a crusade like no other," he bellowed. The Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights stood at the forefront of his assembled chapter. Thousands of warriors clad in sacred silver, the Emperor's chosen, gathered in perfect formation across the vast length of the cathedral floor. And behind him, carved from stone, stood the statue of the Emperor, 300 feet of midnight obsidian, shot through with veins of liquid gold. The God Emperor of mankind gazed down from above the altar like a silent judge, his expression one of infinite wisdom and buried sorrow. The Supreme Grandmaster fell to one knee. Around him, the psychic field of thousands of minds beat like a second heart, all waiting on him. Watching, he looked up into that obsidian face, took in the gravity of the moment, of the war that had not yet begun, then placed his helmet slowly, reverently upon his head. The cathedral's foundations groaned, the air split, a massive warp rift burst into being at the foot of the statue, a spiraling vortex of silver-blue flame that roared like a beast freed from chains. It was no demonic rupture, but a gate forged of righteous will, one only the Grey Knights could pass through unscathed. Drago stood, sword raised high. "Forward," he bellowed, his voice reverberating across the moon, carried through the minds of every Astartes in his command. It echoed into the warp itself, a beacon of psychic light, a war cry of unbreakable resolve. The entire chapter of the Grey Knights surged forward in perfect formation, every footfall ringing as one. Lines upon lines of silver-armored warriors disappeared into the rift, banners raised high, warding chants already being sung. They did not know what awaited them. They did not care. The Emperor had called, and they answered, be it to war, to death, or to salvation.